59 points. The man looked at his score on the test paper. In his past life, even if he slept in class, he could still get first place in the class. A few days ago, he was secretly reading a novel in class, but he got so bored that he fell asleep. As a result, his head tilted to the side and landed right on the wooden bracelet that his grandfather had given him. When the man looked up again, he had arrived in a parallel world. This world was completely different from the original Earth. Here, humans and demonic beasts coexist. You can sign a contract with a demonic beast to become a beast tamer, and you can also learn knowledge such as inscription, Taoist magic, and alchemy. The problem is, all the knowledge Gu Yuan acquired in his previous life is now useless. And Gu Yuan scored 59 points. This means he's likely to be expelled and transferred to the Beast Taming Production Academy. Just as I was feeling down, my phone suddenly rang. It was my girlfriend, Song Ying, who was sending me a message. Come to the school auditorium. When Gu Yuan arrived at the auditorium, he found it packed with people. On the stage, 2 students had scored 289 points on the unified exam and were admitted to the Dongguan Beast Taming Academy ahead of schedule. Gu Yuan was stunned. The 2 people on the stage were Yun Tianxiang, the top student in the entire school, and Song Ying. As applause erupted, someone in the crowd suddenly shouted, Song Ying, your boyfriend is here. He's no longer with her. Song Ying looked at Gu Yuan. You didn't even get 60 on the standardized test. You used to have good grades, but now you need to face reality. You can't even afford a pet. How dare you be Ying's boyfriend? In the future, while she's driving a luxury car, you'll probably still be covered in oil stains in the factory. Gu Yuan slammed his fist against the wall. Only a bunch of idiots would think that a single exam can determine a person's entire life. He stared at Song Ying and said, Listen carefully, I didn't take this unified exam seriously at all. I only wrote half of the paper. I hadn't planned to take the college entrance exam in the first place, because I was going to attend a training camp and apply for a special admission program. Song Ying sneered. Welcome to that diploma mill. The crowd burst into laughter. Gu Yuan merely glanced at her calmly, then turned and walked away. After leaving the campus, Gu Yuan sat on the stone steps, sighed deeply, and covered his face with his hands. He didn't know what he was thinking at the time, but he casually shouted out a goal of getting into a 985 university in Guangzhou. Tomorrow is the start of enrollment for the Zhongshan Beast Taming Academy's single enrollment training program, but he doesn't even have a single contracted beast. How can he compete? When Gu Yuan returned home, his parents were clearly surprised to see how much his grades had dropped. But unlike in his previous life, they did not scold him. It's really okay. Our family isn't well off, and we can't afford powerful spirit beasts. Having good grades in theory only put more pressure on me. Gu Yuan listened to his parents' words with a sense of helplessness. Mom, I can't accept this. I shouldn't have gone to an ordinary beast taming academy. My dream is to go to Zhongshan University. My mother's tamed beast was a blue bee, which could precisely pierce through fabric, leaving tiny holes. The father's spirit pet was a giant ape with the strength to move a 1,000-pound stone slab. In this world, corresponding to their previous lives, they are still just ordinary textile factory workers and crane operators. My father's salary is higher, but it's far from enough to raise a spirit pet that could get into Zhongshan Beast Taming University. I understand. The father seemed to have made up his mind. Son, we'll go register tomorrow. If we fail, will you honestly learn a life skill? Okay, Gu Yuan nodded. However, he knew in his heart that to participate in the training course, he would need at least a level 3 contracted beast. Just then, he looked up and saw a small, bright red bird standing there. What kind of bird is this? Son, have you even forgotten Red Feather? Upon hearing this name, a memory instantly surfaced in Gu Yuan's mind. When he was a child, he bought a little red chick for 5 cents. The chick was all red, and he named it Red Feather. But he later learned that the colors were just dyed on. Hongling eventually grew into an ordinary hen. Because he couldn't bear to eat it, Gu Yuan eventually took it to the mountain and released it. But in this parallel world, Hongling continued to accompany him as he grew up. It is a pheasant spirit pet, level 2, with a slender body, resembling an enlarged titmouse. Although its feathers are reddish, it has no combat skills. Hongling tilted her head and landed on Gu Yuan's shoulder. Just then, her mother's phone suddenly rang. He's back alive. Who is it? Who else could it be but your uncle? Gu Yuan was stunned for a moment when he heard the word uncle. He remembered his bald, skinny programmer uncle from his previous life, who was only 20 years older than him but looked like his grandfather. But when the video call connected, what appeared on the other side of the screen was a handsome man with a burly build and a muscular physique. My God, Gu Yuan was completely stunned. This is completely different from the uncle he remembers. Little guy, do you still remember the one who liked to touch my butt? The next moment, a charming woman appeared behind her uncle. She had purple cat eyes and a pair of orange cat ears on her head. What? Gu Yuan was completely stunned when he heard Tang Yuan mention touching buttocks. He had never even touched a girl's hand before, let alone such a seductive woman. Tang Yuan, stop bullying him. Her uncle helplessly gestured for her to step back. Gu Yuan then suddenly remembered that Tang Yuan was the orange cat his uncle used to keep. Since Hongling can become a spirit beast, then Tang Yuan can naturally do the same. The mother said with a smile. Tang Yuan can already take human form. It seems he's already broken through level 40. Gu Yuan was completely dumbfounded. He had actually touched Tang Yuan's bottom when he was a child, and even grabbed her two hind legs and pushed her forward to crawl. The thought of that scene being replaced by the woman in front of him made his face instantly turn bright red. This is our secret, okay? Tang Yuan blew him a kiss before leaving. The mother quickly got down to business. Brother, your nephew is taking the college entrance exam soon. Do you think it's possible for him to take the exam? But the uncle shook his head. High-grade, low-level spirit beasts are extremely expensive, especially during the college entrance examination season, when they are hard to buy even if you have money. Seeing his sister's disappointment, the uncle added, however, I went out with a hunting party a few days ago and obtained a spirit pet's inner core, which has already been refined into feed. After a level 2 spirit pet consumes it, it has a chance to directly level up to level 3. Gu Yuan immediately said, isn't Hong Ling already level 2? Thank you, uncle. After Gu Yuan returned to his room, he secretly heard his mother say in a low voice, I'll owe you 100,000 yuan for now, and we'll pay you back slowly later. Sister, no need. Don't be stubborn. I know you got this feed on credit from the battalion commander. Upon hearing the figure of 100,000, Gu Yuan sat down on the floor, leaning against the door. That was almost his father's annual income, yet his parents were still willing to give it to him. That evening, Hongling ate the feed. Her whole body glowed red, and she successfully leveled up to level 3. Her body became more slender, and she was finally able to truly spread her wings and fly. Following the method in the book, Gu Yuan then signed a contract with Hongling. The process went surprisingly smoothly. Hongling offered no resistance whatsoever and even affectionately nuzzled his face. While reading, Gu Yuan also understood that spirit beasts are divided into 4 ranks: common, rare, legendary, and mythical. Mythical spirit beasts have powerful bloodlines and can even take human form at birth. In the entire city of Guangzhou, only 3 high school students possess mythical-level tamed beasts. Yun Tianxiang's father scraped together 5 billion yuan to buy a tamed beast egg that could potentially hatch into a mythical spirit beast. 50 billion. Gu Yuan looked at Hong Ling beside him. My family is still worrying about 100,000 yuan. As he looked at her, he slumped onto the table and fell asleep. The instant he closed his eyes, several words suddenly appeared in the darkness. Spiritual matter. 0. Gu Yuan abruptly opened his eyes, but could see nothing. He closed his eyes again, and the words appeared once more. Soon, he noticed the wooden bracelet on his wrist. This was something his grandfather left behind, with 9 blurry patterns engraved on it. In his past life, he bumped into this bracelet while sleeping, which led to his inexplicable transmigration. Gu Yuan pressed his forehead against it, and, sure enough, saw the notification again. What exactly is spiritual matter? There was no response. He stared at the spiritual matter. 0. Perhaps this thing also needs some kind of energy. It can only be activated after the spiritual matter is replenished. Just then, a voice urging them on came from outside the door. Gu Yuan, it's time to go. If we don't take the train to Guangzhou tonight, we'll be too late for the exam tomorrow. Coming. Gu Yuan had no choice but to put down the bracelet for the time being and take Hong Ling out, preparing to search for things that might be related to spiritual matter along the way. But just as he reached the bottom of the apartment building, a dark shadow silently approached from behind. A sudden, heavy blow struck the back of his head, and Gu Yuan fell forward. Gu Yuan slowly opened his eyes. All around him were piles of rotting flesh and blood, and above him was a huge, bottomless vertical shaft. Just then, a dog's head, the size of a car's front, suddenly rolled down from the mountain of flesh. Gu Yuan braced himself and dodged it in a sorry state. Damn it! The incinerator, that's ruthless. He finally recognized the place and realized that someone really wanted him dead. After a monster dies, its inner core, spiritual bones, and special parts are all valuable. However, its internal organs, which are responsible for digestion and excretion, contain too many impurities and are called waste meat. so they can only be burned. But the other party timed it perfectly, throwing him into the incinerator and breaking Hongling's wings, leaving him conscious while he awaited death. Gu Yuan picked up the unconscious Hongling and looked at its broken wings, a surge of anger welling up inside him. The family scraped together 100,000 yuan to help Hongling reach level 3, and now it's all been ruined. Why? The next second, a large patch of blue light suddenly shone. The rotting intestines quickly disappeared, transforming into spiritual energy that flowed into the wooden bracelet. Information then appeared before his eyes. Spiritual material, 4545, enough to produce 150 kilograms of green leaf pig intestines. Gu Yuan quickly realized what it meant. This bracelet can actually decompose waste meat into spiritual matter. He immediately took action, decomposing all the waste meat in the vicinity, and the amount of spiritual matter directly approached 100,000. He then took out the leftover purple Wisdom Valley insect feed from Hongling and tried to break it down. He obtained 1,000 units of spiritual matter from dismantling 10 grams of purple-grade Wisdom Valley insect feed. The option to reorganize immediately included Wisdom Valley worm feed. Gu Yuan couldn't help but smile. The more he decomposed, the more he could create. No amount of spiritual energy could save his life, and he couldn't possibly climb up the more than 80-meter-deep incinerator. Just then, the furnace door was completely sealed shut, the last glimmer of light disappeared, and molten lava began to pour in. The temperature was soaring, and Gu Yuan could only growl at the bracelet. Hey, does it have any other functions? Anything is fine, hurry up. The next moment, 9 chains appeared in his mind, and the 9 patterns on the wooden bracelet lit up at the same time, with each keyhole displaying 100,000. Gu Yuan gritted his teeth. I can't worry about that anymore, unlock. The 100,000 spiritual substances were instantly cleared, and the 9 chains broke at the same time. 9 beams of light of different colors fell in front of him, transforming into the phantom images of 9 stunningly beautiful women. With molten lava rushing towards him, he shouted, Who can fly? Take me out of here. The other 8 figures vanished instantly, leaving only a crimson light that entered Hongling's body. The intense heat and lack of oxygen struck at the same time, and Gu Yuan's vision went black as he collapsed into the molten lava. But the next second, the surrounding molten lava surged wildly toward Hongling. Amidst the flames, a gigantic 6-tailed phoenix swept across the sea of fire. As the red light landed, it transformed into a stunningly beautiful figure, reaching out to catch Gu Yuan. Immediately afterwards, towering flames shot into the sky. The phantom of the fire phoenix smashed open the heavy iron door of the incinerator. Gu Yuan opened his eyes, and the first thing he saw was a cold and stunningly beautiful face. A bright red phoenix feather robe further accentuated her snow-white skin. Is this the bride who is going to marry some emperor? Gu Yuan subconsciously reached out and actually touched her smooth cheek. The next second, he sat up abruptly, only to realize that he had been resting his head on her lap. Who are you? Gu Yuan hurriedly backed away. The aloof woman was amused by his appearance. Gu Yuan's eyes widened immediately. Hongling, you've transformed? At this moment, the bracelet consumed 7 points of spiritual matter, and a message appeared in her mind. Red feather, level 3, mythical aptitude. Race, fiery phoenix, 1000 reversal fire slash, and phoenix feather flame. 3 major battle techniques. Mythical aptitude? Even the race has changed. Gu Yuan then looked at his wrist. Of the 9 blurry engravings on the wooden bracelet, one had already transformed into an exquisite fire phoenix. The phone alarm suddenly went off, and Gu Yuan's expression changed. He was going to be late for the exam, but when he turned around, he saw that he was standing on the Guangzhou Twin Towers. Hongling respectfully replied, Master is participating in the training for the palace examination today. I was afraid of disturbing your rest, so I took the liberty of bringing you here. The tickets have been refunded, and the 70 yuan has been sent back to you via WeChat. Gu Yuan, you're going to ask for a refund? Hongling's eyes were full of gratitude. Master didn't abandon me that day, and even risked his life to protect me. I will definitely help Master pass the imperial examination with flying colors. Then, Hongling transformed back into a phoenix, grabbed Gu Yuan's shoulder, and flew towards the examination hall. Looking down at the crowd, she truly experienced the feeling of riding a beast and flying for the first time. The Zhongshan training camp had already gathered tens of thousands of candidates. What made everyone even more terrified was that the person who set the exam questions was Gu Jun, who was known as the creator of hellish exam papers. Just as everyone was discussing, a fiery red phoenix descended from the sky. Gu Yuan landed steadily, its red plumage perched proudly on his shoulder, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Song Yingying and Gu Yuan's former classmate were completely stunned. Wasn't that a chicken? Gu Yuan showed his admission ticket. Excuse me, which way is the candidate entrance? Inside the fire-based examination hall, the examiner quickly announced the rules. Each pot contains 3,000 ephemeral flowers of dew. The score is determined by the temperature at which it can be heated. A question appears every 10 degrees Celsius. Answer correctly, and the temperature continues to rise. Answer incorrectly, and the temperature is forcibly reduced. The words had barely left his mouth when the exam hall erupted in groans. I chose the wrong one. I'm actually a water-type student. Don't pull me. I want to change exam rooms. In the audience, Song Yingying laughed so hard, she almost fell over. She had long heard about the burning pot part of the fire-type exam, a nightmare for countless fire-type beast tamers. Gu Yuan, keep it up. You're a top student who missed passing the unified exam by just 1 point. If you don't get into Zhongshan Beast Taming Academy, it will be a loss for the beast taming world. A sarcastic voice came from behind, and the speaker was He Xian, Ling Yunpeng's follower. Immediately afterward, Ling Yunpeng also spoke up. Don't be discouraged, Gu Yuan. Even if you go to the Beast Tamer Academy specializing in life skills, it's never too late to work hard later. The dew of the ephemeral flower is an extremely keen substance, making it very difficult to heat. Even top fire-type students who possess the Fire God Turtle can only get 68 points. Gu Yuan probably wouldn't even get 30 points. Song Yingying's companions were waiting to see Gu Yuan make a fool of himself. However, Gu Yuan completely ignored them and walked straight into the examination room. His testing method was simple. Hongling was responsible for raising the temperature, while he used his soul control power to enter the soul sea and answer the questions that appeared. If you answer correctly, the temperature will continue to rise. If you answer incorrectly, the temperature will drop. Hongling, I'll take care of answering the questions. You just need to keep the flames steady. Gu Yuan hadn't finished speaking when Hongling suddenly spewed out a flame, instantly raising the temperature in the pot to 10 degrees Celsius. Gu Yuan was stunned. Was this the power of a mythical-level beast tamer? He opened his soul sea, and all he could see was a red line connecting to that beautiful figure. It was Hongling. The first question appears. Please briefly explain the function of the soul sea. Gu Yuan quickly answers. The soul sea is the core of the connection between the beast master and the spirit pet, and it is also an important standard for judging combat power. The second question followed immediately. How are the combat skills of demonic beasts classified into levels? Gu Yuan was just about to think about it when Hongling spoke up. Master need not worry. My phoenix feather flame is a level terrestrial flame. The answer to this question is human, yellow, black, earth, heaven, God. Gu Yuan was stunned. This is allowed? Hongling said seriously. Your Majesty, I was only assisting you in answering and did not violate the rules. Then the third question appeared, a question about inscriptions. Gu Yuan wasn't good at it, so he had to give up. The next second, the temperature of the iron pot dropped, and the flames instantly went out. If it were any other spirit pet, rekindling it would probably be extremely costly, but Hongling simply flapped her wings, and the phoenix feather flame reignited. Gu Yuan couldn't help but marvel at how powerful this mythical-level beast tamer was. As time passed, more and more examinees left the examination hall. Some people's pets were so exhausted from answering too many questions that they could no longer release flames. Others' pets were simply too weak to raise the temperature. But a few geniuses persevered. Look, Lin Xiaoxiao from number 1 high school is out. She got 60 points. Finally, someone passed. That's Brother Tian over there. He got 76 points. Night Breeze hasn't even come out yet, and he's aiming for 90. Everyone was shocked. Yi Feng, a fire-type genius recognized in Guangzhou. Even Gu Jun couldn't help but nod in approval. Indeed, the younger generation is formidable. Meanwhile, Gu Yuan's exam continued. What was the beginning of modern human history? Gu Yuan answered almost without pause. In the 18th century, the first beast-taming revolution began, with humans signing contracts with magical beasts to use them to drive production, thus leading to the rapid development of human civilization. 30 points. How did the Pacific theater of World War II end? Gu Yuan answered, at the end of World War II. 40 points. What is the new motto of International Monster Tamers after the 2008 monster crisis? Gu Yuan replied in a deep voice. This world has never lacked beast tamers. What it lacks are strong individuals who dare to defy the heavens. 50 points. Hong Ling stared in astonishment at Gu Yuan as he continued answering questions. Her master had only scored 59 points on a test a few days ago, yet now he possessed such a vast knowledge base. He had been studying diligently. Next came a question about inscription. Hong Ling was a little worried. Master, this isn't your strong suit. But Gu Yuan didn't stop. He began to carve inscriptions on the surface of the pot. Hong Ling suddenly realized that Gu Yuan had been preparing for her future all along. Even though she was just an ordinary chicken demon at the time, Gu Yuan never gave up on nurturing her. Master, in this life, I will follow you and reach the pinnacle together. After the inscription was completed, Hong Ling instantly raised the temperature to 60 degrees Celsius. Master, you've passed. Your soul control power is only 32 points. Continuing to expand your soul will harm your body. No. Gu Yuan wiped the sweat from his brow, his eyes resolute. I will get my highest score. Time ticked by. 80 points. Gu Yuan hadn't stopped yet. At this moment, he encountered an 8-star difficulty calculation problem, which required him to calculate the proportions of the beast-taming elixirs. Gu Yuan felt his body was about to give out, and could only guess based on his experience. The formula contains multiplication and square roots, and there are 3 and 7 after the decimal point. 3 times 7 is 21, and the last digit may be 5. Then choose C. Outside the exam hall, Yifeng finally finished the exam. The nine-tailed fire fox had exhausted its spiritual power, and its final score was 94 points. The entire arena erupted in cheers. Was this the top fire-type player? However, no one noticed that on the leaderboard, a name was quietly surpassing everyone else. Gu Yuan's score continued to rise. Song Yingying looked at Gu Yuan, who hadn't come out yet, and smiled smugly. Is there even a question? He probably only scored in the teens and didn't dare to embarrass himself by showing up. But at this moment, Gu Yuan was already standing in front of the last question. The question asks, during the Lushan Rebellion, Lushan searched for a mysterious artifact. Based on the shape of the blood-written letter, it is speculated to be A. Wooden bench B. Wooden shoes C. Wooden basin D. Wooden bracelet. Gu Yuan was completely stunned. Gujun, are you doing this on purpose? This isn't in the history books at all. But there's no turning back now. Rather than waiting for our soul power to run out, we might as well take a gamble. D. The 9th restriction is lifted. Hong Ling unleashed her full power, and flames shot skyward. 98. 99. 100. Suddenly, a burnt smell filled the entire examination hall. Everyone looked at exam room 241 in shock. The proctor rushed in, only to find that the water in the pot had been completely boiled dry. What kind of power is this? Investigate immediately. Is someone cheating on the exam? The proctor couldn't believe that a high school student could actually burn the water from the epiphyllum flower. They searched through examination room 241, but apart from Gu Yuan and Hong Ling, they couldn't find a third person. At the same time, the rankings on the big screen suddenly refreshed. Gu Yuan's name immediately surpassed Yifeng's, soaring to first place. 100 points. The entire room erupted in cheers and applause, nearly lifting the examination hall off its feet. How is that possible? Song Yingying rushed to the proctor. He must have cheated. His previous monster was a useless beast. How could it possibly get a perfect score? Gu Yuan didn't even glance at her, and walked straight past her with Hong Ling. This disregard only made Song Yingying feel more embarrassed. With so many former classmates watching, she had originally brought people to see Gu Yuan make a fool of himself, but now she was the one who lost face. I'm talking to you. Song Yingying grabbed Gu Yuan. The next second, Hong Ling's sharp claws slashed across Song Yingying's face, leaving 3 bloody marks. Song Yingying covered her face and screamed, Spirit Wind Eagle, kill this level 3 stupid bird. But the Spirit Wind Eagle didn't dare to move at all. Hong Ling glanced back once, and the eagle fell to the ground, not even daring to spread its wings. Even more awe-inspiring was the sight of all the lower-ranking birds and beasts around them swooping down, none daring to stand higher than Hong Ling. 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix. At this moment, Hong Ling was truly the emperor among birds. Except for a few spirit beasts of level 13 or above, all other birds bowed their heads. The staff member in charge of the inscriptions whispered, President, I mixed up the inscriptions for the exam question bank and the confidential documents of the Tang dynasty last night. The last question is actually internal information. Gu Jun watched the direction Gu Yuan left in. But why did he choose the wooden bracelet? Gu Jun was silent for a moment. Release an announcement saying that the inscription system is malfunctioning. The perfect score is cancelled, the grade is changed to 90, and the last question is hidden. However, the first place winner will still receive a scholarship based on the perfect score. After receiving the notification, Gu Yuan had no objections. After all, without Hong Ling, he probably wouldn't have even been able to get a score of 60 on the last 2 questions. After returning home, his father went to a construction site in another city, and his mother went to Putian to study. For the next 2 weeks, only he and Hong Ling were left at home. Gu Yuan lay exhausted on the sofa. His soul control power was only 32 points, far below that of an average high school student. Maintaining his soul C for so long today had pushed his body to its limits. Although Hong Ling already possesses mythical talent, she is ultimately only at level 3. Today, pushing the temperature to 100 degrees Celsius has brought her close to her current limit. Still too weak, Gu Yuan walked into the bathroom, only to find that Hong Ling had already transformed into human form, prepared hot water for him, and neatly arranged towels, soap, and shower gel next to him. Soaking in the hot water, Gu Yuan's eyes gradually hardened. In this world, once a beast tamer dies, their contracted beast also dies. Therefore, for his own sake and for Hong Ling's sake, he could not remain in a state of being at the mercy of others. He had to become stronger. When Gu Yuan finished showering and came out of the bathroom, he found that Hong Ling had already laid out all his clothes, pants, and slippers and was quietly waiting outside the door. Hong Ling still smiled gently. In front of Gu Yuan, she showed none of the cold arrogance she displayed when facing outsiders. Instead, she acted like a devoted personal maid. This is too versatile. Not long after, Hong Ling brought over steaming hot food. Please have a meal, master. Gu Yuan suddenly asked, what do you want to eat? The feed your uncle brought yesterday is all gone. Hong Ling pointed to the crooked tree outside the window. I'll just eat the insects in the tree. Gu Yuan fell silent. He then realized that in order to please Song Yingying, he had probably even saved the money that should have been used to buy feed for Hong Ling. Thinking of this, he spoke directly. Red Feather, from today onwards, you are only allowed to eat the best spirit pet food. Red Feather's cheeks flushed slightly, but no buts. Gu Yuan looked at the wooden bracelet on his wrist. He already had a plan. In the evening, he returned to the meat processing plant from the previous day. The top of the incinerator was damaged, and it has been shut down for a day. The mountain of waste meat is about to rot, and a group of people in charge are in a panic. Gu Yuan took the opportunity to approach them, claiming to be from a transport company, and offered to help them dispose of the waste meat. The factory workers were somewhat skeptical when they heard the price, but ultimately decided to sign the contract. Gu Yuan appeared calm on the surface, but inside, he was overjoyed. Nearly a ton of waste meat could be converted into about 50,000 units of spiritual matter, and the other party even wanted to pay him over 100,000 units of processing fees. If you need any more of this kind of work in the future, remember to call me. After finishing up here, Gu Yuan went straight to the mall. Give me a bag of your most expensive fire-type bird feed. The sales assistant quickly brought out the highest-grade orange-colored animal feed. 500 grams, 53,000 yuan. Gu Yuan was completely stunned after hearing this. However, analyzing that ton of waste meat with the wooden bracelet, it can be converted into about 3 kilograms of feed of the same grade. Pet food is categorized into 4 grades from low to high: white, blue, purple, and orange. It is said that there are also special grades with red labels above orange. The one her uncle sent before was only purple, but now Gu Yuan can prepare an orange one for Hong Ling. Back home, seeing the pile of premium animal feed in front of her, Hong Ling's eyes instantly welled up with tears. Master, I am merely your tamed beast, yet I receive such treatment. In her heart, no matter whether she is a phoenix now or not, she seems to always be the little chick that Gu Yuan held in his hands. Gu Yuan simply used the wooden bracelet to turn the feed into easy-to-eat snacks, so that Hong Ling could carry them with her even after she transformed into human form. He picked one up to try, but then remembered that each bite cost hundreds of dollars, so he thought, forget it, I can't afford it. You eat it. Hong Ling, however, had already smiled and moved closer, gently nibbling the feed from his fingertips. Gu Yuan was stunned for a moment, his face inexplicably burning. Hong Ling, however, stood with her hands behind her back, smiling naturally as if nothing had happened. A red light suddenly emanated from Hong Ling's body. She raised her head, her long hair cascading down, and her snow-white skin was also enveloped in the light. The next second, her voice gradually transformed into a resounding phoenix cry. After this dose of orange-grade feed, Red Feather actually leveled up to level 4. Before Gu Yuan could even feel happy, the doorbell rang. When he opened the door, he saw the delivery man standing outside, his face flushed, holding a package. "You're slower than expected," Gu Yuan said. The delivery man, however, asked nervously, "I think I just heard a phoenix cry." As he spoke, he caught a glimpse of the graceful red-feathered creature in the living room and was immediately stunned. Could this be a mythical spirit beast? Gu Yuan immediately blocked his view. "What are you looking at? You can leave now." After saying that, he closed the door and opened the reward sent by Sun Yat-sen University. Inside the box was a simple, antique-style soul lamp. The light blue base contained special lamp oil, and the outer glass cover was carved with white clouds and red flowers. This is a soul artifact that can assist a soul master in cultivation. He immediately lit the soul lamp and entered meditation. Streaks of blue light appeared in his sea of souls. Gu Yuan kept trying to construct mountains, lakes, oceans, and peaks, but as soon as he was slightly distracted, all the scenes would immediately disappear. Just then, Hongling whispered, "Master, your concubine is here to help you." She slowly floated up, and a crimson spiritual energy surged from her body, merging into Gu Yuan's body. This is precisely the feedback that spirit pets provide to their soul masters. As Hongling raised her hand and made a gesture, Gu Yuan's soul sea began to change. Red tiles descended from the sky, and carved beams and painted pillars rose from the ground, gradually forming a magnificent Tang-style city gate. Where's this? This place is called Danfeng Gate, the main southern gate on the central axis of the Tang dynasty's Daming Palace. After Danfeng Gate was fully completed, a red phoenix transformed and landed on the city gate. Gu Yuan was instantly exhausted and fell backward, only then realizing that the oil in the soul lamp had run out, and that he had been cultivating for a whole day and night. His soul control power had increased to 64, more than doubling. But his joy was short-lived, as Gu Yuan soon discovered new trouble. Soul lamp oil is extremely expensive, and after Hongling reaches level 5, she also needs resources such as spirit bones and inner cores to learn and inscribe new combat skills. Where would the money come from? Where would the spiritual materials be found? Gu Yuan was worrying when his phone suddenly rang. "Hello, who is it? I'm really annoyed right now, just get to the point." A voice came from the other end of the phone. "Is this Gu Yuan? You're that young agent from the waste disposal department, right? I'm the owner of the incinerator." Gu Yuan was somewhat surprised when he received the news. He had just finished dealing with the monster's discarded flesh yesterday, and now something else had happened. The staff hurriedly explained. A level 13 monster of warrior rank died in the wetland park. If it is not dealt with within an hour, the output value of spiritual items in Dongguan City this year will be affected. Gu Yuan asked, "Where are your treatment experts?" "They're all in a meeting. This thing is too dangerous. Other specialists either don't dare to take it on, or their prices are too high. Didn't you have a cheap and efficient way?" After arriving at the wetland park, Gu Yuan quickly saw a huge, pale red monster lying on the bridge. The monster resembled a swollen abscess, constantly oozing red venom from its body. A single drop falling onto the grass would kill all the plants within a 10-meter radius. The staff member said, "This is a fire poison insect. Even after it dies, its self-destruct glands remain active, and it may explode if you touch it even slightly. To stop the venom from being secreted further, its spirit bone must be removed." Gu Yuan glanced at him. "So you want me to dismantle it?" The other party nodded and said, "I'm sorry, you're the bomb disposal expert this time." Several civilian beast tamers who were candidates in the distance immediately laughed. "Hire a high school student to handle this. Are you kidding me? Don't wet your pants before you even get close." Hongling glared angrily at the group, but Gu Yuan patted her head and walked directly into the gas tent. Gu Yuan raised his right hand, aiming it at the fire poison insect. "Absorb." However, the bracelet didn't react at all. Hongling suddenly exclaimed, "Master, get out of the way. It's playing dead." The next moment, the fire-venomous insect suddenly awoke, its body instantly curling into a ball and rolling fiercely towards Gu Yuan, causing the entire bridge to tremble. Those outside were immediately alarmed. Oh no, it feigned death. Although severely injured, it still had enough power left to self-destruct. That kid was finished. Hongling immediately grabbed Gu Yuan and flew to the other side of the bridge, but the fire poison insect missed its target and rolled back. Gu Yuan cursed. "This guy is pretty agile." Hongling quickly said, "Master, there are 2 key locations in its body, the inner core and the venom glands. If we use the 1,000 reversal fire slash together to destroy them at the same time, we can stop the self-destruction." "All right." Gu Yuan immediately activated the combat skill he had gained from the feedback. Standing shoulder to shoulder with Hong Ling, blazing fire feathers quickly condensed into 2 fire swords, and the 2 of them slashed down almost simultaneously. 2 streaks of fire flashed past, instantly shattering the fire-venomous insect's inner core and glands, cleaving it into 4 pieces. Gu Yuan raised his right hand. The bracelet glowed faintly, instantly absorbing all the venom in the monster's corpse. Then, Gu Yuan's expression changed drastically. This wasn't a warrior-level monster at all. It was a minister level 1. Spiritual material plus 100,000. A full 100,000 spiritual material instantly arrived in the account. At the same time, a blue light also lit up. Gu Yuan quickly understood the fire poison insect's plan. This guy risked sneaking into the wetland park to steal spiritual fruits to increase his strength, hoping to forcibly break through from the warrior rank to the minister rank. The city's protective array intensified its suppression, trapping it firmly in place. The fire poison insect simply stopped its organ responses and feigned death, preparing to forcibly complete its advancement. Right in the center of the bursting gland, a centipede-shaped bone was revealed. Gu Yuan's eyes lit up immediately. There's no mistake. This is a minister-level spirit bone. Perfect timing to inscribe it on red feather, yes. He immediately tried to decompose it with the bracelet, but found that the spirit bone was not within the decomposition range at all. Gu Yuan had no choice but to use the storage ring on his left hand to store the spirit bone. This ring cost him a full 100,000, and now his 170,000 savings had dwindled to only 20,000. However, considering that a minister-level spirit bone could be inscribed with a profound-level combat skill, he immediately felt it was worth it. When Gu Yuan walked out of the incinerator, the area was already filled with police cars, ambulances, special demon tamers, and even people from the funeral home. When the staff saw him emerge alive, they were stunned. Are you a human or a ghost? How could someone with over 60 soul power survive? Gu Yuan walked straight up to the factory manager. Hong Ling perched on his shoulder. I'm fine, but your wallet is in trouble soon. That thing was clearly alive. It almost killed me. Double the reward, not a penny less. Gu Yuan pointed to the police and public security personnel. There are 2 versions of the story. First, you tried to save money by hiring a high school student to handle it, and you even gave the wrong information. Secondly, I came here specifically to kill the fire poisonous insects. Everything is under your control. The choice is yours. The factory manager almost laughed in anger. Wasn't twice the price a bit too high? Gu Yuan immediately raised his voice. You're lying to me. You're saying it's dead when it's clearly alive. The factory manager quickly covered his mouth. Little rascal, consider it an obligation. Payment received, 500,000 yuan. The notification sounded, and everyone around was immediately shocked. A high school student actually dared to deal with a level 13 monster all by himself. After receiving the money, Gu Yuan excitedly took a car home. On the way back, he opened 5 years of beast taming, 3 years of simulation, college entrance examination inscription. Level 5 inscription is just the passing grade for the college entrance examination, but he has only just begun to learn it, and he has a minister-level spiritual bone in his hand, which at least doubles the difficulty. What's more troublesome is that if the engraving fails, not only will the spirit bone be ruined, but it may also seriously injure Hong Ling. After returning home, Gu Yuan looked at Hong Ling, who was lying flat on the bed. Are you ready? Hong Ling smiled gently. Master, there is no need to be nervous. Your concubine will cooperate with you. Gu Yuan nodded. It might hurt. I'll try to go slowly. Spiritual energy surged out, and the minister-level spiritual bone slowly turned into white bone powder. Gu Yuan closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his vision seemed to have completely changed, and the structure inside Hong Ling's body was clearly presented in his perception. He pressed 2 fingers together on Hong Ling's right shoulder and said in a deep voice, "This time, the inscription will be on her right hand." The bone powder floating in the air trembled slightly. Gu Yuan focused his mind and controlled his spiritual power, then suddenly exerted force with his fingertips. Go in. The next moment, the true inscription of the minister-level combat skill officially began. Was I too rough? No, Master's fingers were very gentle. Hong Ling's cheeks flushed red as she smiled at Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan did not stop, but continued to carve inscriptions on her shoulders and arms with his fingers. The night passed, and the engraving finally ended. As dawn broke, Gu Yuan and Hong Ling were both covered in sweat. Gu Yuan's condition was due to excessive energy expenditure from prolonged inscription, while Hong Ling's condition was due to the stimulation from the inscription, causing her body to constantly tense and relax. Gu Yuan looked at Hong Ling, then checked her status. Hong Ling, level 5. Aptitude, mythical, race, fiery phoenix, combat skills, 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix, 1000 reversal fire slash, phoenix feather flame. Inscribed combat skill, blazing poison, originally profound rank, evolved to earth rank due to the effect of the phoenix gate. Blazing poison can be activated on the right fingernail in human form. As long as you injure the enemy and leave a wound, you will infect them with fire poison, while absorbing the enemy's spiritual energy, eventually forming a huge abscess that will explode. What a ruthless skill. It perfectly inherits the dangerous toxicity of the fire poison insect. Gu Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Hong Ling also sat up and mobilized her spiritual energy. 9 pale red peony patterns appeared on her fair arm. When she applies the fire poison, the patterns appear, and her nails turn a pale pink. How beautiful. Master, isn't the inscription in the book like this? No, the book suggests that poison-type inscriptions should generally use poisonous creature patterns. But poisonous creatures are too ugly, so I changed them to flowers, Gu Yuan said. It's just that the patterns are more intricate, so it took several more hours. Hong Ling was deeply moved after hearing this. Thank you, Master. I truly don't deserve your trouble. She glanced at the time and realized it was already 7 in the morning, so she quickly got up to prepare breakfast. But she was too tired after finishing the engraving, so she sat back down on the bed. My lord, I deserve to die for oversleeping and delaying the time to cook for you. Please punish me. Gu Yuan shook his head helplessly. You don't need to be so polite. You were already tired enough last night. Get some rest. I'm going downstairs to get a bowl of snail rice noodles. I still need to continue my cultivation today. While eating, Gu Yuan began to think about his next plan. Although he possesses 100,000 spirit substances, he is currently unable to unlock the second keyhole. Because when a beast tamer reaches the first rank, there is only one contract slot in their soul sea. Only when they reach the second rank can they contract a second beast tamer. Aside from Hong Ling, he didn't have any beasts he completely trusted. He simply couldn't accept the possibility that if he injected his power into another beast and it gained that power, it would simply run away. Therefore, these 100,000 spirit materials can only be used to purchase cultivation resources. Besides the feed that Red Feather needs, the most important thing is the lamp oil needed for her own cultivation. However, he discovered a rumor about Guanqing. It was said that a level 30 monster crocodile had once appeared in the sewers of Guanqing. Rumor has it that someone at the Beast Taming University in Dongguan City once revealed that there is a pipeline for disposing of discarded spiritual herbs there. The discarded elixirs from the laboratory are discharged into the sea through pipes, and some of these elixirs can enhance mental power. After being abandoned by its owner, the crocodile hid in the sewers and accidentally came into contact with these medicinal herbs, including the original orange lamp oil. After absorbing the nutrients over a long period, it not only increased in strength, but also developed intelligence. Gu Yuan had no interest in the crocodile, but he had his eye on the abandoned pipe. If there really are various discarded spiritual medicines there, he only needs to extract a small amount of samples to replicate them using spiritual matter. Now is not the time to consider the rules. Gu Yuan knew very well that the person who once tried to kill him was still alive. So Gu Yuan decided to head to the location of the sewers shown in the video. Soon, he arrived at Sherpai Town. This is also one of the largest industrial wastelands in the country, and his target is hidden within this abandoned industrial area. The industrial zone was eerily quiet, littered with abandoned chimneys. Gu Yuan's target was the underground drainage system. Just as he was about to enter the sewer, Hong Ling suddenly landed on his shoulder. Didn't I tell you to rest at home? Gu Yuan had known all along that Hong Ling was not comfortable letting him come out alone. After he left, Hong Ling followed him from the clouds. Upon entering the sewers, the central water flowed slowly, presumably leading to the sea. Gu Yuan followed the waterway when he suddenly heard a noise behind him. Red Feather immediately bristled and warily spread its wings. From the darkness, a crocodile slowly crawled out. This crocodile is only about 2 meters long, but its spiritual energy is extremely powerful. Is the rumor true? A level 30, minister-level demon beast. Just as he was preparing to be on guard, the crocodile suddenly stood up. Young man, Gu Yuan was stunned. This guy could actually speak human language? The next second, the crocodile pulled out several DVDs. Want to buy some? Teachers, nurses, investigators. We've got them all. 300 yuan a terabyte. Gu Yuan was utterly speechless. This low-level demon beast in front of him was actually selling porn in the sewers. I know it's hard for you to accept, but let me introduce myself first, the crocodile said, putting on his hat. My name is Yi Chuan. I am an intelligence broker for all the coastal sewers in Yangqing and Dongguan, and I am also responsible for reselling smuggled goods. You can't make money by eating people. You can buy several truckloads of meat by doing business. Afterward, Yi led Gu Yuan to a clean lounge. There were not only tables and chairs, but also afternoon tea and cookies. Gu Yuan looked at everything before him and confirmed that the urban legend was true. This crocodile gained sentience thanks to drugs from a secret research institute. Although it hasn't reached the stage of human form yet, it already knows how to do business. My real job is selling intelligence, Yi said. Gu Yuan asked, how do you gather information from here, so far from the city center? Don't forget, I'm a king-level demon beast. Fong Fong's eyes flashed with golden light. The next moment, a large number of rats scurried out from all sides, lining up neatly. The sewers connect every part of the city, and I can control 1,000 magic mice. They can enter company archives, research institute sewage outlets, and even secret databases. I can share their consciousness, allowing them to unlock doors, operate computers, and read files. Many secrets in the city can be turned into money. Yi looked at Gu Yuan. I even know you, Phoenix Tamer. Gu Yuan understood the title. Phoenix is a phoenix, and Tamer is a tamer, or a phoenix tamer. You've become quite famous lately. You won the Sun Yat-sen University Scholarship, achieved a perfect score, and even defeated a low-level monster. Many forces want to make contact with you. Some overseas organizations have even given you this code name. Your symbol is the phoenix on your shoulder. Gu Yuan said calmly, I don't like being too flashy. Don't be modest. I appreciate newcomers. I smiled and said, the message on your phone was sent to you by someone. I had someone send it. I hope our first collaboration goes smoothly. Gu Yuan stared at it. Why should I trust you if we're cooperating? I don't need anyone else to believe me. I can find it for you as long as you can afford it, Yi said. Gu Yuan was silent for a moment. Someone wants to kill me. On the afternoon of December 20th, someone attacked me downstairs at the low-rent apartment building in Marin District, Guangxing, and threw me into the incinerator. I need to know who he is. Yi squinted. Checking the surveillance footage probably wouldn't be easy, but I have my own channels. It will take at least 3 days. Do you need me to bring you his head? No, I'll handle it myself. Gu Yuan answered. Yi nodded. Since I've helped you so much, what kind of reward are you going to give me? Gu Yuan glanced at the hard drive on the table. I have 2 terabytes of resources on my cloud drive. Do you want them? Yi pouted. I don't like women. I prefer female crocodiles. Then, it handed Gu Yuan a USB drive. It was labeled Black Crystal Bead. 3 days ago, a mysterious organization in Black Bear Mountain unearthed a treasure called the Black Crystal Bead, which attracted a level 13 warrior-level Black Bear King. All the miners are dead, and the Black Bear King has vanished. I need your help to retrieve the Black Crystal Bead. Gu Yuan frowned. That's outside the Anja border. So what? More money is needed. Yi said helplessly. You're really greedy. No wonder the director of the waste meat processing plant knelt on a washboard all night last night. Gu Yuan ignored him. Tell me, how did you awaken your sentience? Yi thought for a moment. Years ago, I encountered an improperly regulated sewage outlet. After rectification, the research lab moved away, leaving only a few remnants. I've kept it as a memento. Gu Yuan smiled after hearing this. As long as there is even a single drop of residual drug, he can use the bracelet to decompose it and mass-produce it. Chapter 14. The State of Mind Revealed in the Tang Dynasty. The Rise of the Daming Palace. Could you share some with me? I'm sorry, I know you want to have it tested, but I've already tried countless methods. There is one substance that cannot be analyzed no matter what. We can only confirm that it is a polymer of spiritual energy. Gu Yuan said directly, how much? If you're not willing to pay, I'll leave now. We can only say we're not meant to be. Yi remained silent for a moment, then finally tapped on the table. All right, young man, there's no point in keeping this anyway. 5 minutes later, he took a slice out of the secret room. I used the last bit of material to make 500 slices, and I've already used 239 of them. No research institute of spiritual objects can give me an answer. You can take it for research, but the quantity is too small, and it will evaporate as soon as it is opened. It can only be used as a sample. After obtaining the slice, Gu Yuan left the basement and returned home to confirm his safety before bringing the bracelet close to the slice. In an instant, a wisp of blue spiritual energy separated from the bracelet, and the entire bracelet began to heat up and tremble. Gu Yuan vaguely saw pale blue spiritual energy swirling within it, and new items appeared in the spiritual matter recombination project. Ancient lamp oil. There was no information provided, but the system indicated that it could produce 100 G. Gu Yuan's expression turned grim as he looked at the consumption requirements. 100,000 spirit materials can only be exchanged for 100 grams, which is dozens of times more expensive than red feather's feed. But this thing cannot be analyzed even by teeth, so its value is naturally immeasurable. After Gu Yuan used the ancient spirit lamp oil, the soul lamp lit up instantly, its blue light illuminating his face. He closed his eyes and began to calmly cultivate. A large amount of blue power flowed into his body, and the Phoenix Gate in his soul sea began to expand to both sides. That force seemed to be guiding him, telling him how to create his own state of mind. Hongling stopped above Danfeng Gate, looking at the changes before her in surprise. Vermilion trees stretched across the landscape, golden light flowed, and magnificent buildings rose from the ground, eventually transforming into a vast palace. Danfeng Tower appeared, and the main gate below it also changed into a 5-panel vermilion Phoenix Gate. The complete Danfeng Gate was formed, and the phantom images of Jinfu Gate and Wangxian Gate gradually emerged. For hours later, Gu Yuan woke up from his cultivation and found that the 100 grams of ancient spirit lamp oil had been used up. Construction failed. His soul control power remained at 100, but his cultivation speed had increased 5-fold. More importantly, the oil from the Guling lamp had a significant guiding effect on the mindset associated with creating the Daming Palace. After checking the abilities, Gu Yuan discovered that the complete version of Danfeng's sect additionally increases the movement speed of all Tang Dynasty beasts by 10%. At the same time, the damage of Phoenix-type beast taming combat skills is increased by 20%. Gu Yuan lay exhausted on the bed, and Hong Ling brought hot water to his side. "Master, I have already boiled the water for you. My master always forbids me from serving you during your bath. I only hope to help you relieve your fatigue." Gu Yuan did not refuse and asked Hong Ling to help him clean up. He discovered that Hong Ling's level had reached level 6, and this upgrade was more difficult than before. It seems that not only eating feed, but also combat activities can help you level up. Gu Yuan decided to let Hong Ling rest for a day. "Once we're ready, we'll head out the day after tomorrow." "Where are we going the day after tomorrow?" Gu Yuan walked to the door. The Great Bull Barrel Formation marks the edge of the desolate wilderness teeming with monsters, beyond which lies the uninhabited area. The next day, Gu Yuan met with the director of the scrap meat factory again, and the two secretly reached a cooperation agreement. Gu Yuan was in charge of disposing of the waste meat, charging only 5,000 yuan per ton, while the factory manager used the company's maintenance funds to create a cover-up. This collaboration began with the boiler malfunction. Gu Yuan first established trust before proposing a deal. Now that the agreement has been reached, he has control over the source of waste meat in half of the region. When the factory manager came to his senses, a chill ran through him. He realized that he seemed to be led by the high school student from beginning to end. What an amazing kid. I've never met such a smart and clever high school student before. Chapter 15: Purchasing Soul Weapons and Going Hunting. "Master, you're back." Gu Yuan gained over 10,000 spirit materials and 10,000 yuan for free today. I bought some other flavored feed to give Hongling a change of pace. All 10,000 spirit materials were not exchanged for ancient spirit lamp oil. Therefore, Gu Yuan only did a normal cultivation today. Although he improved, the effect was not as powerful as that of the ancient spirit lamp oil. The goal of this trip isn't just the black crystal bead, but also spiritual matter. The monsters in the city are all owned, and it's not easy to kill the unclaimed ones that survive. But it's different in the wild. With enough spiritual matter, I can cultivate at 5 times the speed every day from now on. Gu Yuan began to organize the purchased supplies, including various medicines and compressed biscuits. They only bought a small bag of these things, and then used the bracelet to break them down. This is also the reason why Gu Yuan left behind spiritual substances. If a large quantity of these items is needed, they can be made immediately using bracelets. With the remaining 500,000 yuan, Gu Yuan planned to buy some soul artifacts, not soul lamps or other cultivation aids, but combat-related ones. This is like going to the next dangerous instance. Tomorrow we're going to do wilderness survival, and if we don't use this 500,000 yuan today, and we die out there tomorrow, then we'll never have another chance. Conversely, if the equipment bought with that money plays a crucial role in the battle, then winning that round will make it all worthwhile. But the question is, where can I buy this? Gu Yuan had nothing to do today, so he just lay on the bed playing on his phone. Hong Ling transformed into human form, her jade-like legs kneeling on Gu Yuan's back, and she massaged him with her slender hands. Master, was my strength appropriate? Yeah, pretty much. Although Gu Yuan repeatedly objected and told Hong Ling to rest, Hong Ling would immediately look at him with a slightly resentful gaze until he agreed. Just as Gu Yuan was feeling anxious about getting the pity score again in his 10th consecutive pull, a WeChat friend request came through. Gu Yuan knew who it was just by looking at the name. Yi Chuan. Yi Chuan. Are all high school students choosing their online names like this nowadays? Can't pull a 6-star character, won't change name. Speak quickly if you need something. Yeah, I think I'll change the nickname. I've got your hunter's license sorted out for you. Phoenix Tamer. Okay. Not everyone can leave the city's magic circle at will. Ordinary people can only move around via a train that is hidden by a special magic circle and glass carriageway. Those who can leave the city alone are called hunters. They are only allowed to leave after showing special identification and being escorted by the city's security personnel. Gu Yuan went downstairs to pick up the package, which contained a magnetic card with his personal information on it. Codename, Phoenix Tamer. Grade, Plastic. Gu Yuan was speechless. The hunters were divided into the following categories from bottom to top: plastic, iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, and diamond. Holy crap, why is it plastic? It's already good enough that you passed. Your age, experience, and soul control power are just enough to get you out of the Anjia. Do you know how much effort I put in? Furthermore, only with a hunter's license can you legally possess combat-type soul weapons. No. Regarding Horcruxes, ordinary people are not allowed to use Horcruxes that have lethal power. Just like gun control, deadly Horcruxes are prohibited from being possessed by ordinary people. Apart from professional combat beast tamers, only hunters can purchase and possess them. Gu Yuan has finally found a place to spend his money. He downloaded a hunter app. I also gave you a gift. After opening it, Gu Yuan saw this message. He clicked on My and saw a discount card with a 10% discount. In other words, you can get a 10% discount when you purchase controlled soul gear using the hunter app. After clicking on it, Gu Yuan saw various combat soul weapons. Since I have a 10% discount card, I might as well buy it. Gu Yuan chose 3 soul weapons. Bailey brand Dark Knight Trench Coat. Woven from black shadow silk, lightweight and ethereal, comfortable and breathable. It possesses exceptional cold weather protection and can conceal spiritual energy fluctuations, making you undetectable to monsters below level 30, king level. Price, 300,000, discounted price, 270,000. Sheafing Military Industry 2021 latest Nail Shadow Gauntlets. Fires an undetectable shadow arrow forward, wounding the enemy. Price, 200,000. Discounted price, 180,000. Nike Air Max Boots. Air cushioning reduces leg pressure, making them suitable for mountain climbing, reducing fatigue, allowing you to go further and faster. Price, 20,000. Discounted to 18,000. Everything is ready. I'll pick it up at the Hunters Guild tomorrow morning when I leave Anjia. This set of gear is very discreet. The gauntlets can be hidden under the trench coat, and both the trench coat and boots are casual styles, looking like ordinary clothes that could be worn in the city. Gu Yuan was also preparing for dealing with the person who wanted to kill him in the city later. A night passed, and Gu Yuan left Anjia and went to the hunter's bar to pick up his package. As soon as she entered the dressing room, Hongling transformed back into human form. Master, your concubine is here to help you change. Because the locker room was narrow and enclosed, the two of them were squeezed inside, their noses very close together, and they could even breathe each other's exhaled air. He changed into new clothes, hiding the shadow nail gauntlets underneath, changed into new boots, and put his old clothes into his storage ring. Master, you look so handsome in this outfit, Hongling said before returning to Gu Yuan's shoulder. As soon as Gu Yuan opened the door, he noticed that all the beast tamers resting in the tavern were casting unfriendly glances at him. These people were unlike anyone Gu Yuan had ever met before. They exuded a strong killing intent. Legend has it that the way a murderer looks at people is different from the way an ordinary person looks at people. These hunters had killed countless monsters and might even have engaged in immoral acts such as murder and robbery in the mountains and forests. Their eyes revealed an undeniable disdain for life, and their dislike for themselves made their gaze even colder. See that? That pretty boy, isn't that the giant bird perched on his shoulder? I never expected to run into the Hunters Guild with Phoenix Tamer, the hottest newcomer lately. Just a big bird, what Phoenix? They haven't even graduated from high school yet, and they're already wandering around aimlessly. Although there are some daring kids ahead of them who have no experience and want to run outside the magic circle to dream of getting rich, 9 out of 10 of them don't come back. I'd like to know what his phoenix is like. Judging from its appearance, will it transform into a beautiful woman? Maybe we should think of a way to snatch it away. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan's eyes turned cold, and with a flick of his right hand, a flying blade formed from fire feathers flew out from his fingertips. The man with the bullet-shaped haircut who had been mocking Gu Yuan suddenly darted to the left. You missed, young man. As soon as he straightened up, Gu Yuan pulled his right hand back, and the flying fire feather actually stabbed back. The man wasn't paying attention when a flying fire feather drifted right over his head and ignited his hair. Chapter 16. The fat pig is so juicy. He gets 100,000 spirit materials for free. It's burning my hair. The bullet hunter rolled on the ground, clutching his head. The white wolf behind him released a chilling aura, but it still couldn't extinguish the earth-level flames. In the end, all he could do was scream for help in pain. The surrounding hunters were all terrified by the flames, and no one dared to approach. Until an old man sitting in the corner came over and easily extinguished the flames on his head. Several hunters tried to surround Gu Yuan, but the old man coldly stopped them. This is the Hunter's Tavern, not a place for fighting. Anyone who causes trouble will be thrown out. Gu Yuan looked at the old man and found that he was a 7th-rank demon tamer. Nowadays, the strength of demon tamers has generally improved, but a 7th-rank expert still possesses power close to that of a small atomic bomb. After the old man appeared, all the hunters fell silent. Young man, you're the one that Crocodile recommended, right? Upon hearing this, all the hunters around were startled. Although they didn't understand what Crocodile meant, it likely indicated that Gu Yuan was connected to the Northwest hunting chief. Now that the chief of staff has personally revealed his identity, they naturally won't cause any more trouble. Gu Yuan chuckled inwardly. It seemed Yi was dressed with quite a bit of prestige. Take it. The old man took a file folder from under the counter and handed it to Gu Yuan. It reads, Black Bear Mountain Mine, Level C Mission. What? He accepted a Level C mission from Black Bear Mountain. 2 iron-level beast tamers have already died on that mission, and he, a plastic level 1, dares to take it? Isn't this courting death? Gu Yuan understood that this task would be anything but simple. That cunning crocodile gave him so many benefits. It definitely wasn't for him to go on a picnic. A plastic-grade person going to Black Bear Mountain to complete a C-grade mission? That's hilarious. The bullet-headed hunter covered his charred hair and sneered. Looks like I won't even need to cause you any trouble. You'll die there on your own. Then let's make a bet. Gu Yuan sat down in front of him with the file folder in his hand. I have purchased hunter accident insurance. If I die in a mission, my parents will receive 500,000. If the insurance pays out, the 500,000 is yours. But if I come back alive, you pay me 500,000 in cash. The bullet hunter hesitated for a moment. What, are you scared? Who's afraid? Let's bet. A mission that's certain to end. Why would I be afraid of you? Gu Yuan left the Hunters Guild and began heading towards Black Bear Mountain. Although Black Bear Mountain is not far, it is located in the monster area along the Great Bulgu Line. To avoid drawing too much attention, he did not let Hongling carry him. Hongling followed hidden in the clouds, while Gu Yuan proceeded alone according to the route. He finally arrived at the foot of Black Bear Mountain at night. Gu Yuan hid in the treetop and watched a level 26 warrior-level demon beast pass by below. This is the second one already. If it weren't for the dark trench coat concealing my presence, I probably wouldn't have made it this far. The real wilderness is 100 times more dangerous than what is described in books. In the no man's land, monsters are the true masters. Encountering a level 10 or 20 monster is as common as encountering an ordinary adult in the city. There are even powerful beings capable of commanding large numbers of demonic beasts. Just then, Gu Yuan discovered a group of fat pigs lying in the mud. Bathed in the setting sun, they shimmered with golden light. But in Gu Yuan's eyes, these were not fat pigs, but real treasures of spiritual matter. This monster is called the oil pig, and it is a unique monster found only in southwestern China. To avoid predators, they evolved into beings that are inedible. The body's fat is smelly and acidic, unable to provide energy, and almost impossible to extract any value from. Therefore, humans will not hunt them, and monsters will not prey on them. But Gu Yuan was different. These discarded parts of flesh in his bracelet can be directly decomposed into spiritual matter. Moreover, the oil pig's living area is safe, with no powerful monsters present. Gu Yuan raised his shadow nail gauntlet, and a shadow arrow shot out instantly. The level 7 oil pig died on the spot. Gu Yuan approached the mud pit and found the remaining pigs still lazily sunbathing. He dissected the corpse and obtained 5,000 points of spiritual matter. 5,000 points. You fat guys really did grow for nothing. Gu Yuan couldn't help but laugh out loud. The oil pig glanced at him, but still didn't run away. Gu Yuan fired another shadow arrow, killing another oil pig right in front of them. This time, the lard pig finally panicked. They seemed unable to understand why they were being attacked when they were clearly not meant to eat it. The remaining pigs began to escape. However, its round body and short trotters make it extremely slow. Gu Yuan felt no pressure at all as he watched them flee for their lives. He then hunted hogs along the Black Bear Mountain. By the time they reached the halfway point up the mountain, almost all the pigs in this area had been cleared out. Haha, another 100,000 spirit materials. Once the mission is complete, I'll go back in exchange for ancient spirit lamp oil to cultivate. Chapter 17. The rich second generation refuses to accept it and dies tragically. As night fell, Gu Yuan knew that dangerous monsters were beginning to stir. According to hunters' manuals and textbooks, one should not light fires indiscriminately in the wilderness, as many monsters possess intelligence and can determine the location of humans by the light of fire. Large hunting groups have people on watch at night, and they can start a fire in a safe area. However, hunters traveling alone are best advised to stay near the railway and rest in a tree. Gu Yuan, dressed in a dark trench coat, showed no fear of the biting December winds of the wilderness. He was resting against a tree trunk when suddenly a red feather fell from the clouds and landed on his leg. Then, she spread her huge, fiery red wings and enveloped Gu Yuan. Hey, what are you doing? Master, please go back and then blame me. The night is cold in the wilderness, and I am worried that you will catch a cold. Gu Yuan felt the warmth from the red feather wings. It was the heat emanating from the fire attribute power within her body. The soft feathers felt like a blanket, allowing Gu Yuan to relax for once. Just as he was about to fall asleep, a loud noise came from under the tree canopy. Gu Yuan and Hong Ling instantly became alert. Hong Ling returned to his shoulder, gathering spiritual energy in his right hand, his shadow nail hand ready to attack at any moment. After getting closer to examine it, Gu Yuan fell silent. What fell down turned out to be a barbecue grill. Immediately afterwards, noises came from the direction of the railway. Several people jumped off the train, with a wind attribute canine monster helping them. 1-1, I wasn't lying to you, was I? I'll take you on a picnic in the wild. The young man leading the group was dressed in designer clothes, and his steed was Feng Mu. These noble dogs are expensive, and judging from their coat color, they are of extremely pure lineage. Behind them was a girl wearing a bunny ear hat, and two young men dressed in designer brands. Gu Yuan broke out in a cold sweat. These wealthy young men, seeking thrills, actually went to Anjiwei to have a barbecue. Wild beasts in the wilderness are most easily attracted by the smell of meat, and yet they were even preparing to light a fire. Gu Yuan initially wanted to save the person, but quickly calmed down. All four of them were ordinary people, and they only had one level 7 legendary beast. These pampered rich kids, when faced with a real man-eating monster, might even lose their will to fight. Bringing them along will only create more trouble. Gu Yuan gave him one last warning and fired a shadow arrow that struck the oven. Stop! Don't light the fire, throw the meat further away. You'll attract monsters by doing this. Stay as far away from raw meat as possible. The four of them turned to look at Gu Yuan. Wang Yu was clearly surprised to see someone appear silently. Are you kidding me? Why should we listen to you? I'm a hunter. Even if I haven't read the Hunter's Code, I should have read the Wilderness Survival textbook for 9th grade. Shaw, why should we study things that aren't on the college entrance exam? Gu Yuan was speechless for a moment. Wang Yu said disdainfully, My name is Wang Yu. Go back and ask around. My father is the leader of the Iron Wind hunting group. I've attended many high-end hunter gatherings. If I don't know you, it means you're not even in the same league. A mere hunter dares to lecture me with book knowledge? It's very safe here because it's close to the railway. Listen to me. Gu Yuan did not continue to dissuade him. Because they had already opened the packaging for the lamb leg, a strong, bloody smell began to spread. Even Wang Yu's hands were covered in the smell of meat. It's too late. Haha, see that? I silenced him with just one sentence. Wang Yu turned around and said, Brother Wang knows more. The two young men next to him immediately chimed in. Just then, a scream rang out. A giant black wolf rushed out of the woods, snatched the lamb leg, and began to tear it apart. Then, more black wolves appeared from all around. But a few seconds later, the first black wolf had devoured all the meat. Other black wolves even scratched each other while fighting for food. They were starving and would swallow anything that wasn't poisonous. Gu Yuan changed his resting spot, deliberately avoiding the escape route of the group. He had already warned them that the rest was up to them. Gu Yuan slept soundly that night. The next day, he continued his journey toward Black Bear Mountain. According to the records, the mine where the crocodile lived was located halfway up the mountain. Gu Yuan arrived outside the abandoned mine and found that the miners' corpses on the ground had been devoured by monsters, leaving only their skulls. Very good, they died a week ago. The smell of blood has dissipated, there are no herbivorous monsters, and it will not attract new predators. Gu Yuan prepared to open the mine gate. The next moment, the mine door was suddenly kicked open from the inside. Help! There's a wolf. It's eating people. The person who rushed out was none other than Wanya. Behind him followed a girl in a bunny ear hat, who was supporting a young man who had lost his right hand. Gu Yuan glanced around and found that only 2 people were alive. The person being helped was already dead, but the girl was unaware of it. Gu Yuan instinctively wanted to back away, but this was the mission location, and he couldn't leave. Just then, a wolf howls echoed from deep within the mine. Countless pairs of green wolf eyes lit up, rapidly approaching Gu Yuan and the others. Chapter 18 An Encounter. Cold sweat broke out on Gu Yuan's forehead as he faced a pack of level 7 blackbone wolves. Among them was a wolf king, whose level had reached 10 and who had already entered the warrior level. Knowing he couldn't escape, Gu Yuan immediately grabbed the corpse from the ground and threw it into the mine. What are you doing? Chen Wenwen's face turned pale as she tried to stop Gu Yuan, but she was powerless against Gu Yuan's strength. The corpse rolled into the cave, and the pack of black-boned wolves instantly pounced on it. Red feather, Gu Yuan shouted. Red feathers flew up, releasing raging flames that burned through the mine's support pillars. A large number of rocks fell, directly sealing the entrance to the cave. I'm saved. Thank you. Wang Yin knelt on the ground, completely devoid of his previous arrogance. He, who had just claimed to understand the rules of the wilderness, now resembled a stray dog, desperately clinging to any chance of survival. Take me away, and I'll give you 100,000, no, 1 million. I'll pay any price to let you get out of here. Gu Yuan shook his head. No, the bloodstains on you are too heavy. The wolves will keep tracking you. Wang Yi hurriedly said. I have little blood, that woman has the most. She was the one who dragged us down before. You can keep her, but don't abandon me. Chen Wenwen was utterly disappointed after hearing this. Wang Yi, I thought you were a skilled hunter. So your wilderness experience is just about losing friends one by one. Just then, a crashing sound came from inside the mine. The pack of black-boned wolves is breaking through the barriers. They had finished eating the carcass and were now preparing to find new prey. Gu Yuan knew he couldn't escape. Red feather, prepare for battle. He turned to the 2 of them and said, if you don't want to die, jump into the well next door and use the water to block out the smell of blood. I'll hold it in for as long as I can. After saying that, Gu Yuan climbed up a big tree and used a dagger to cut open his palm. Fresh blood dripped down, and the smell spread rapidly. He's gone mad. Wang Yi screamed in terror. He's attracting all the wolves, run. After he died, those of us hiding in the well won't survive either. Chen Wenwen did not listen to him. Wang Yi, if I believe you even once today, I'm a pig. Wang Yi gritted his teeth, turned around, and ran away. But at this moment, the black-bone wolf had already broken through the barrier. The wolves smelled blood, and all locked their gaze on Gu Yuan in the tree. Chen Wenwen poked her head out of the well and looked at the scene before her. She discovered that Gu Yuan and Wang Yi were completely different. Those people, when faced with a pack of wolves, would only run away in fear. Gu Yuan, however, dared to cut open his palm to lure all the demonic beasts closer. Gu Yuan was equally nervous, but he knew that fear would not solve the problem. Red feather. Red feather swooped down from the sky, its sharp claws slicing across the backs of several black-boned wolves. It then quickly took off to avoid the wolf pack's attack. The black-boned wolf used spiritual energy to climb the tree trunk, trying to get closer to Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan continuously used the shadow nail gauntlets to shoot down the approaching black-boned wolves. Hongling used its aerial advantage to continuously attack the wolf pack. The black-boned wolf, which had been scratched by the red feather, gradually developed red, molten pustules on its wounds. The next moment, several abscesses exploded simultaneously. The black-boned wolves gathered under the tree were instantly severely injured. Gu Yuan and Hong Ling charged down at the same time and began to harvest the remaining wolves. Chen Wenwen was completely stunned by what she saw. She was the school beauty of Yangqing No. 3 Middle School, came from a wealthy family, and was admired by many people. But she always liked hunters. She believes that a true hunter should fight wild beasts in the wilderness and travel alongside spirit beasts. That's why she agreed to come to Anjiwei with Wang Yi. But the reality is that Wang Ye only knows how to run away. But Gu Yuan in front of her was more like the hunter she had imagined. Gu Yuan finished off the last blackbone wolf, and blood dripped from the blade. A red feather fell from the sky and landed on his arm. Gu Yuan took out some feed and fed it to her. Hong Ling ate it obediently and even rubbed her face against his affectionately. What great teamwork! Chen Wenwen blushed slightly as she watched this scene. Is this what a real hunter is like? And that bird, like the phoenix in mythology. Hong Ling suddenly noticed something unusual happening in the mine. She swiftly flew into it and snatched out a wolf cub. The wolf cubs cried out. The next second, a dark figure rushed out of the woods. It was the Wolf King. It also had an arm in its mouth. Wang Ye is dead. The Wolf King originally believed that the wolf pack could deal with Gu Yuan, so he left to hunt down Wang Ye. But it didn't expect that the entire wolf pack had already been wiped out. At this moment, the Wolf King stared intently at the wolf cub in the red-feathered claws. It howled softly and slowly lowered an inner core. Gu Yuan's expression changed after he saw it clearly. This is Feng Mu's inner core. The Wolf King growled again. Gu Yuan understood. It wanted to use this inner core to exchange for its child. Chapter 19 Absorbing the Inner Core. Hong Ling reaches level 8. Is this wolf cub its child? Gu Yuan looked at the Wolf King, which howled in a low voice, seemingly trying to soothe the wolf cubs that were being suppressed by Hong Ling. Okay, but you have to do me a favor. Gu Yuan took out the map and walked towards the Wolf King. The Wolf King immediately retreated and picked up the inner core from the ground. Its meaning was clear. If Gu Yuan continued to approach, it would swallow the inner core and force itself to advance. Red Feather. Red Feather increased its strength, pressing down on the wolf cub with its sharp claws. The wolf cub cried out in pain, and the Wolf King immediately stopped what he was doing. Ultimately, the Wolf King chose to compromise. Tell me, where is the Black Bear King? Gu Yuan pointed to the cave and then mimed walking like a bear. The Wolf King looked at him, his eyes filled with doubt. It completely failed to understand what Gu Yuan was trying to express. At that moment, Hong Ling let out a phoenix cry. The Wolf King responded in a low voice, then picked up a twig and left a muddy spot on the map. Master, this wolf indicates that the location you are looking for has been marked. It wants its owner to release the child, and the inner core can be given to you. Gu Yuan slowly squatted down. Red Feather spread its wings and flew up, releasing the wolf cub. After Gu Yuan took the inner core, he stepped back, and the little wolf cub immediately ran to the Wolf King's side. The two wolves quickly disappeared into the forest. So cool. Chen Wenwen excitedly ran to Gu Yuan's side and took his hand. Is this what a hunter is? He can actually communicate and trade with terrifying monsters. Hello, my name is Chen Wenwen. What's your name? Gu Yuan glanced at the bloodstains on her body, then turned to leave. Wait, you can't leave me behind. It's too dangerous here. I'll die? Take me back. I can give you money. Gu Yuan ignored him. Hong Ling had already flown to the vicinity of the cave to investigate. In the Sea of Souls, she told Gu Yuan, Master, there are not only the Black Bear King inside, but also other black bears. They are all subjects, and now they are all hibernating in the cave. Gu Yuan's expression changed. He originally planned to kill the Black Bear King while it was sleeping. However, if there are other black bears present, killing one would inevitably alert all the monsters. We need a bait. Gu Yuan pondered for a moment and looked at Chen Wenwen. If you want to live, listen to me. Good. Chen Wenwen became excited. Should we go to the location marked by the Wolf King? Is it for a hunt? Great. This is my first time hunting in the wilderness. Gu Yuan shook his head helplessly. You think this is a picnic? Chen Wenwen continued. Could you help me find a wild tamed beast? My soul control power has reached 74, which is enough to form a contract with my first demon beast. You should just go to a pet store to buy one. Gu Yuan refused outright. Wild monsters are ferocious, and failure to form a contract with them will lead to the depletion of their soul control power. In this wilderness, you might freeze to death before you even get a chance to be attacked by a monster. So what is my first step? Gu Yuan pointed to the clothes she was wearing. Take off these clothes first. It was covered in blood. After washing the body clean, we sprayed a drug to cover up the smell. Otherwise, it will continue to attract monsters. Chen Wenwen lowered her head and said, But it's December now, it's too cold. The water in the mine will freeze me to death. Gu Yuan rubbed his temples. So difficult to please. He brought a bucket and heated the well water with a spirit fire. Then hot water was delivered. Put the hot water here. Wash yourself clean and then come out. This isn't the city. There's no time to waste. After Gu Yuan left, he threw the blood-stained clothes into the well. They then began collecting the wolf carcasses. All 30 black-bone wolves are powerful predators, and 19 of them possess inner cores. Gu Yuan obtained 70,000 spirit materials in this wave. Fried pork is still more cost-effective. 30 wolves are not as good as 60 fat pigs. After Hongling returned, it landed on Gu Yuan's shoulder. Back in the mine's backyard, she transformed back into human form. Master, shall we inscribe it again? No need. Only animal bones need to be inscribed. The inner elixir can be directly integrated into your body. Hongling nodded seriously. Then, I am ready. Gu Yuan looked at her. This can only be done in the wild. Next, we will face a level 14 warrior level beast tamer. Gu Yuan activated his spiritual energy and slowly sent the inner core into Hongling's body. Red Feather floated in midair, her arms outstretched. The terrifying flames spread instantly, scorching the surrounding grassland into wasteland. After absorbing the inner core, Hongling's level increased. Level 8. It was upgraded by 2 levels. Chapter 20. Continuous laying down and killing, spiritual material inflows abound. After absorbing the inner core, Hongling gained new combat skills. A Raging Storm. The dual attribute combat skill, which combines fire and wind attributes, was originally a Xian rank skill, but it evolved into an D rank skill under the enhancement of Gu Yuan's Danfeng Tower. After use, Red Feather can create a fiery tornado that strikes the enemy in a straight line. The tornado leaves a trail of flames in its wake, causing continuous burning damage to subsequent enemies. Gu Yuan judged that this was a powerful offensive skill suitable for head-on combat. Why is this guy taking so long to shower? Gu Yuan waited for a long time before the mine door suddenly opened. Chen Wenwen poked her head out, her long, wet hair clinging to her shoulders. I have no clothes left, what should I do? How about you lend me your clothes? Gu Yuan shook his head. I've worn all my clothes. Chen Wenwen's face flushed slightly. But I can't find my clothes. Am I supposed to stay in the forest like this? Helpless, Gu Yuan could only take out a change of clothes from his storage ring. After changing, Chen Wenwen came out, looking very uncomfortable. Gu Yuan's clothes were too big for her, the sleeves covered her hands, and the pants kept slipping down because there was no belt. It's so uncomfortable. Wearing your clothes without a bra will make it very uncomfortable when I exercise. Chen Wenwen hesitated for a moment. How about you lend me another pair of boxer shorts? Gu Yuan did not answer. The next second, Shadow Bolt shot out from the shadow gauntlets, piercing straight through the wall. You can change to whatever you want after you get home. But don't cause me any more trouble now. Chen Wenwen stuck out her tongue. You scoundrel, you don't even know how to cherish a woman. But she didn't know that Gu Yuan would be even less soft-hearted next. Gu Yuan found a hidden honeycomb underground and took out a drop of white honey. The white honey produced by white bees is the favorite food of bear-like monsters. After hibernation, they need to replenish their energy. Chen Wenwen excitedly approached. Could this be a trap? What should I do next? Gu Yuan looked at her. You stand at the entrance of the cave with honey in your hand. When the black bear wakes up and chases you, you run out of its range of perception. Hongling and I worked together to kill him. Chen Wenwen was stunned. It turns out I was the bait. But with only 1 drop of honey, will the black bear fall for it? Gu Yuan has already broken down the white honey. Although this honey is sweet, it is not a precious resource. A large bucket can only be exchanged for 100 spirit substances. It doesn't matter. Don't you like wilderness hunting? Here's your chance. Chen Wenwen nervously approached the cave entrance, carrying a bucket of honey. The aroma entered the cave, and 2 black bears near the entrance instantly woke up. They rushed out of the cave and chased after Chen Wenwen. Red Feather swooped down from the sky, leaving scratch marks on the black bear's neck, before quickly taking off again. Chen Wenwen ran to the edge of the mud pit and suddenly turned around. Stop chasing me. She threw the honey bucket into the mud. The 2 black bears, still half asleep, did not notice the red abscesses on their necks. One of them plunged directly into the mud. The other one stopped in time, but was shot in the hind leg by Gu Yuan from the tree. The black bear lost its balance and fell to its knees. Gu Yuan and Hongling launched their attacks simultaneously. A fiery tornado descended instantly. Mud splattered and flames roared. With the explosion of molten lava sacks on their necks, both black bears died completely. Gu Yuan landed outside the mud pit and reached out to collect the white honey and bear carcass into his bracelet. Hibernating black bears store up a large amount of spiritual energy in order to survive the entire winter. They are plump and have a much higher decomposition value than black-boned wolves. The 2 black bears, along with their inner cores and bile, ultimately yielded over 20,000 units of spiritual matter. That scared me to death. Chen Wenwen sat on the ground to rest. The next moment, a dark figure approached. Gu Yuan looked at her, a slight smile playing on his lips. What do you want to do? Chen Wenwen hugged herself nervously. This is the wilderness, where there are no city rules or restrictions. If Gu Yuan wanted to do something, she would have no way to resist. But when she thought of Gu Yuan's figure fighting with Hong Ling just now, she felt that this man was not so bad. It's not that it's impossible, it's just... Get up quickly. Gu Yuan interrupted her. We need to take care of all the remaining black bears inside before dark. Chen Wenwen was stunned. She thought Gu Yuan was going to do something, but he just continued hunting. For some reason, she felt somewhat lost. Afterwards, Gu Yuan took her to the cave entrance again. The second wave of luring and killing has begun. The third wave. The fourth wave. Gu Yuan is continuously clearing out the monsters in the entire Black Bear Cave. Chapter 21 Zombie Bear King. Phew, I'm exhausted. Chen Wenwen sat on the ground, supporting herself with her hands, panting heavily. After luring and killing black bears 5 times in a row, she completely lost her strength. Gu Yuan's clothes and jeans were also soaked with her sweat. Brother Gu Yuan, please spare me. I can't take it a 6th time. I really can't take it anymore. These 5 trips only cover 800 meters. The physical fitness test for girls' high school is about this distance. But if you can't run the 800 meters, you just have to retake the test. If you can't outrun them here, people will die. Gu Yuan's expression was serious. So, don't come to Anjiwei again until you become a true hunter. People really die here. Chen Wenwen was stunned. She suddenly realized that Gu Yuan wasn't using her as bait. He was using this method to make himself understand the dangers of the wilderness. This man was completely different from anyone she had ever met before. But what Gu Yuan really wanted to do was, that's enough. She can't be used as bait anymore. Only the Black Bear King is left. She definitely can't outrun a warrior-level monster. I'll take her home on the way. Maybe her family will give me a thank you gift. Gu Yuan looked ahead. Find a place to hide. Next up is the boss battle. After Hong Ling reached level 8, Gu Yuan was confident in fighting head-on. At this time, the Black Bear King was still asleep, completely unaware that all his subordinates had disappeared. Chen Wenwen's eyes lit up in the distance. Finally, we're going to see a real hunter-warrior level monster. It will definitely be a glorious, yet fierce battle. Gu Yuan said in a low voice. Red Feather, it's still sleeping. We attacked from behind. I'll count to 3, aim directly at the neck, and unleash all my combat skills. Leave it with as many wounds as possible. Even if it doesn't die from the explosion, severely damage it. Hong Ling nodded obediently. 3, 2, 1. The next moment, a continuous roaring sound rang out. The sleeping Black Bear King was caught completely off guard and was directly attacked by Gu Yuan and Hong Ling. Chen Wenwen, watching from a distance, was dumbfounded. This young man has no sportsmanship. They actually launched a sneak attack on the 60-year-old Bear King. Is this really a good idea? Gu Yuan checked the Black Bear King's condition and found that it was no longer breathing. It's a success. He raised his hand, preparing to dismember the body. But at that moment, a black crystal emerged from the black bear's body. Black crystal beads. Just as Gu Yuan was about to collect it, the black crystal beads suddenly emitted black light. The black bear's chest skin rolled up, firmly encasing the black crystal bead inside. The next moment, the fallen Black Bear King stood up again. Black liquid kept flowing from its eyes and mouth, and its expression was blank. A stench of decay wafted over. The Black Bear King looked down at Gu Yuan, then roared angrily. Holy crap! Gu Yuan quickly dodged. A black aura erupted, instantly turning the stone wall behind them black. It was clearly dead. Why are you still able to stand up? Is this a zombie? The Zombie Bear King attacks again. Gu Yuan prepared to retreat to an open area outside, allowing Hong Ling to take advantage of her flight. But the black crystal bead emitted black light again. 2 corpses blocked their way back. One is a middle-aged man whose arm has been eaten. The other was a female corpse with torn clothes. Gu Yuan recognized them. Codename Radish and codename Blueberry. It should be the iron-ranked hunter who died here. Now even you're going to stand up and welcome me. Gu Yuan fired 2 shadow arrows. 2 dark figures rushed out instantly. A white zombie fox and a black zombie wolfhound blocked the attack. Their bodies were pierced, yet they still moved closer to Gu Yuan. Both monsters are level 10 legendary zombies. Gu Yuan's expression was grim. I originally thought it would be 2 against 1. The result was 5 against 2. Hong Ling transformed into human form and raised her hand to unleash a raging firestorm. Terrifying flames swept through, engulfing the zombie beast and the two corpses. But under the control of the black crystal bead, they stood up again. The flesh and blood were burned away, turning into a burning skeleton. They dragged their fiery bodies as they continued to walk outwards. Damn it! Gu Yuan prepared to turn around. Hongling stood in front of him. Master, don't come any closer. I will stop them. Gu Yuan looked at the zombie bear king. No. These things cannot be killed. The black crystal bead must be destroyed. The black bear king covered his chest with his arms. Gu Yuan kept firing shadow arrows, but he couldn't penetrate its defenses. We have no choice but to give it our all. Gu Yuan gathered a raging firestorm. The fiery tornado instantly enveloped the black bear king. The black bear king wanted to protect the black crystal bead, but the spinning flames kept tearing through his defenses. Sensing danger, the black crystal bead controlled the bear to retreat. Gu Yuan immediately used up his last bit of soul control power to unleash the fiery storm once more. Two flames pressed down simultaneously. The black bear king had no choice but to abandon its defenses and charge at Gu Yuan. Chen Wenwen, who was observing from a distance, was shocked. This is completely unreasonable. Zombies feel no pain and can fight without any physical damage. The black bear king dragged his battered body toward Gu Yuan. Just as the bear's paw was about to strike, Gu Yuan suddenly leaped up. He met the attack by pressing his right hand onto the black crystal bead. Disassemble. Chapter 22, Escaping the Wilderness, Boarding the Train. The moment Gu Yuan's palm touched the black crystal bead, black light burst forth. The next moment, the black crystal bead transformed into countless black spiritual energies, all of which merged into the bracelet. The amount of spiritual energy on the bracelet increased dramatically. 500,000. Cull. Gu Yuan was panting heavily, clutching his chest. I almost got slammed against the wall. No sooner had he finished speaking than the black bear king's powerless paw still managed to knock Gu Yuan back a few steps. Black crystal beads possess extremely high hardness and are even said to have a certain degree of intelligence. Its biggest threat is only Red Feather. In its view, as long as Gu Yuan is killed, the contractual relationship will disappear and Hong Ling will also die. You might even be able to obtain a zombie phoenix. Therefore, Gu Yuan deliberately revealed a flaw. The last two fiery storms exhausted the soul power, causing the black crystal bead to lower its guard. It did not expect that it was facing a normal attack. The black crystal bead itself is a spiritual substance. Gu Yuan used the bracelet's power to disintegrate it directly. All the surrounding zombie corpses fell down. Chen Wenwen, who was observing from a distance, was filled with shock. How so? Hongling was clearly in a tough fight just now. So why did Brother Gu eliminate all the zombies with just one black light combat technique? That's amazing. Chen Wenwen ran to Gu Yuan's side. Brother Gu, your combat skills are so cool, and so is Red Feather. Hongling is only level 8, yet she can transform into human form. I know, she must be a mythical beast tamer. Chen Wenwen kept observing Hongling. So beautiful. A long red dress, and this noble air, just like a royal concubine in a TV series. Hongling felt a little annoyed by her gaze. Aside from Gu Yuan, she felt a sense of rejection towards all other humans. The next moment, she transformed back into a phoenix and flew away. Just as Chen Wenwen was about to turn around, she saw Gu Yuan raise his right hand. The shadow gauntlets were already aimed at her. You know too much. Chen Wenwen was stunned. Gu Yuan was very cautious. Mythical level beast taming is extremely rare, with a single one worth billions. Ordinary people who possess this power are easily targeted by others. Yun Tianxiang was able to safely expose his mythical level beast because he had a powerful family and billions of assets supporting him. But Gu Yuan was different. He had no background or power. Once Hongling's identity is exposed, countless dangers await him. Therefore, Hongling does not easily transform into human form when there are outsiders present. But the battle just now was too dangerous. The phoenix form is limited. Only by transforming into human form can it unleash its full combat potential. You actually possess a mythical level spirit beast. You are really amazing. Hearing Chen Wenwen's words, Gu Yuan sighed. This matter will be exposed sooner or later. Don't shout so loudly. If we attract other monsters, we'll all be in trouble. Chen Wenwen immediately covered her mouth. Understood, powerful hunter, I will obey you. Gu Yuan ignored her. By this time, the stench of blood from the battle had spread far and wide. Staying any longer will only attract more monsters. Let's get out of here first. Go back to the city and deal with other things. Chen Wenwen nodded. She already understood the dangers of the wilderness. Gu Yuan took out a hunter's satellite phone. In the wilderness, Ordinary cell phones have no signal and might even attract monsters. Communication is only possible with hunter equipment. He sent a message to Ye Chuan. We got the items. Soon, Ye Chuan recovered. I knew I hadn't misjudged you, Phoenix Tamer. Go to the nearest train track. There is a train from Pingcheng to Yangcheng at 3:20. Jump to the third carriage, and a mouse will give you a ticket. You can return safely. In the message, Ye Chuan couldn't hide her excitement. Gu Yuan replied directly. I need 2 tickets. The teeth pierced with doubt. What? I rescued someone who was out picnicking here. Her name is Chun Wenwen, a student at Yangqing No. 3 Middle School. A moment later, Ye Chuan replied. School beauty. You spend an extra day in the wilderness and still manage to encounter such a good thing? Gu Yuan remained silent. I almost lost my life 4 times. Taking her back is just a way of repaying the favor. Gu Yuan led Chun Wenwen to the train tracks. The two entered the track area through the maintenance entrance and waited for the train to pass. After the train arrived, they jumped into the third carriage. Soon, a mouse delivered the train ticket. You two are the passengers who forgot to have your tickets checked, aren't you? Please follow me. I'll take you to your room. Room? Gu Yuan was taken aback. Sleeper ticket? Yes, and they are bunk beds. Passengers around Chun Wenwen looked on with envy at her beautiful appearance. This young man is really lucky. I can't believe I'm traveling with such a beautiful girl. Could they be a couple? Gu Yuan listened to the surrounding discussions and felt helpless. I have absolutely no relationship with Chun Wenwen. After entering the carriage, Gu Yuan closed the door. My long-strained mind finally relaxed. It's safe now. Chapter 23 Crazy 5 times Speed Cultivation. I need to sleep for a while, don't bother me. After continuously unleashing the fiery storm, Gu Yuan's soul control power was severely depleted. After returning to his room, he collapsed onto the bed and fell asleep immediately. When Gu Yuan woke up again, he found Chun Wenwen sitting quietly in the distance. She dared not move, her gaze carefully fixed on the red feather resting on the bedside table. Chun Wenwen once wanted to go closer to tidy up the blankets and take a look at Gu Yuan while he was sleeping. But a single cold look from Hong Ling made her instantly back down. This phoenix usually seems very docile. I never imagined that being angry could be so terrifying. Chun Wenwen sat up even straighter and dared not get any closer. Let's add each other on WeChat. After I get home, I'll give you the security fee, and I'll wash your clothes and return them to you. When the train passed through Dongguan, Gu Yuan prepared to get off. Before leaving, the two added each other on WeChat. When Gu Yuan returned home, he found another friend request. Mountain and River Hunting Group, codename, Bullet Guy. Unable to draw Wu Zetian's name, he asked, Who are you? Bullet Bro. Are all high school students choosing usernames like this nowadays? Let me change your nickname. Phoenix Tamer. Who exactly are you? Bullet Bro, the guy who lost to you for 500,000. You actually completed a C-level mission. If it weren't for your insufficient spiritual power, you could even be promoted to bronze-level hunter without any special qualifications. Gu Yuan replied directly. You added me just to give me money? Bullet Bro, our mountain and river hunting group has the highest reputation. We'll give you 500,000 if we say so. In reality, he was thinking. He originally intended to renege on his debt. However, the group leader believed that Gu Yuan had great potential and that they absolutely could not afford to offend him now. If a plastic-level hunter can complete a C-level mission, their future potential is limitless. The commander is willing to provide you with resources, including high-grade feed, lamp oil, elixirs, and the combat experience of veteran hunters. Gu Yuan, however, had no interest. I'm going to university, so I won't be hunting often. I have something to do. I'm logging off now. When Brother Bullet saw the message, he was so angry that he almost smashed his phone. But considering the strength Gu Yuan had demonstrated, they could only hold back. Gu Yuan returned to his room and saw the message left by Ye Chuan. The person responsible for receiving the task will come to find you tomorrow. Although the black crystal bead had already been decomposed by Gu Yuan. However, the bracelet can consume spiritual matter to recreate the black crystal bead. It only requires consuming 500,000 units of spirit matter obtained from the decomposition. This is a huge asset for Gu Yuan now. However, the Hunters Guild stipulates that mission objectives must be submitted on time. Otherwise, credit points will be deducted, and you will not be able to receive the task rewards. Gu Yuan pondered for a moment and then reviewed the file again. According to the data, the black crystal bead only exhibits fluctuations of dark attribute spiritual energy. They knew the black crystal bead was dangerous, but they didn't know its specific abilities. More importantly, everyone who saw the black crystal bead is dead. Apart from Gu Yuan and Hong Ling, no one knows the full story. Since nobody knows the size, why should I submit a complete one? Gu Yuan used the bracelet to create a miniature version of the black crystal bead. The amount of spiritual matter consumed is only half of what it was originally. Tear it in. Consider this interest for the money you ripped off me before. Gu Yuan believed that the inspectors would only verify the authenticity of the documents. They never imagined they possessed a bracelet capable of disassembling and reassembling objects. Just then, Yaya sent another message. We have identified the most likely person to attack you. Gu Yuan immediately became alert. Who is it? Ling Yunpeng. Gu Yuan remained silent. He was very familiar with the name. The other person was my former class monitor. Impossible. I had no grudge against him. Why did he kill me? Someone hired him. Who? You'll have to pay more. Gu Yuan remained silent. I have to go to school the day after tomorrow. I don't have time to fool around with you. Dental cavity, reminder. Your class monitor, Ling Yunpeng, has a soul control power of 157. If you confront him head-on, he will kill you easily. However, with Red Feather, you're not without a chance. I will handle it myself. Gu Yuan ended the call. Then examine your spiritual matter. 450,000. He left 50,000 yuan for Hong Ling to make feed. The remaining 400,000 will all be exchanged for Guling lamp oil. The soul lamp was filled with lamp oil. Flames ignited. A large amount of pure white aura continued to rise. Gu Yuan entered the Sea of Souls and arrived at the Phoenix Gate. He began to cultivate intensively. The special power within the ancient lamp oil guides the continuous enhancement of spiritual energy. The soul power began to increase rapidly. 110, 120, 130. Breakthrough. At this moment, a pale blue light appeared before Gu Yuan's eyes. Jianfu Gate slowly appears beside the city wall extending from Danfeng Gate. Jianfu Gate. Strengthen the ability to give back. During the feedback process, combat skill damage is increased by 10%. If the beast comes into contact with the skin during the feeding process, the combat skills inscribed on the contact area can also be copied. When a phoenix-type tamed beast feeds back to Gu Yuan, the nourishment it provides increases by 10%. Gu Yuan was shocked. Can inscribed combat techniques be directly copied? Only a third-grade demon tamer can possess this ability. I can do it now. Chapter 24. My enemy returns, but I am no longer the same person. Engraved combat skills are often more powerful than those acquired through inner alchemy, and they are usually passive. The ability to feed back can only copy the combat skills within the contracted beast, but it cannot copy the inscribed combat skills, because the activation hardware is on the beast tamer. However, the effect of Jianfu Gate can indeed be directly copied, and after copying, the effect will be improved by 10%. This is far more powerful than the feedback from many third-rank demon tamers. However, Gu Yuan had no time to celebrate. The ancient spirit lamp oil, which increased cultivation speed by 5 times, was extremely precious, and he couldn't waste a single second of his cultivation time just because he was happy. 140, 150, 164, 170. After reaching a small peak, the cultivation speed slowed down and got stuck before 200. This is a hurdle. The Wangxian Gate keeps appearing and disappearing in my mind. I must always pay attention to the Wangxian Gate. If I am not careful, it will collapse and disappear. However, if you focus all your attention on it, you will feel very tired, as if something is dragging you down. As soon as you pay attention to this feeling of fatigue, the Wangxianman will disappear in a flash. He would then have to gather his soul power again to reforge it. However, Gu Yuan was not in a hurry, because he still had enough lamp oil to burn for 6 hours. Even if it meant fighting all night, he would finish building the Wangxian Gate. Building this mindset of Wangxianman is difficult, so let's persevere to the end. Gu Yuan recalled his life experiences in the wilderness and the 3 rich kids who had died. When they were in the city, they were so high and mighty, but when attacked by the wolf pack, they were nothing more than stray dogs running away and crying out. Gu Yuan recalled the greedy and hungry wolf pack, the prosperity and tranquility of the city, the people eating all kinds of delicious food, playing games, and cultivating for the so-called better life. They were all kept in the dark. The government hadn't told the people in the city even a tenth of the truth about the dangers outside the security perimeter. However, Gu Yuan saw outside, saw the vast rivers and mountains, and saw the raging and ferocious monsters within them. Is the Anjia truly safe forever? If they break through human defenses and enter the human world, will this false prosperity be utterly shattered in an instant? Power, more power. Nothing else is trustworthy. Only greater power is absolutely reliable. Such prosperity, such tranquility, such a happy life are nothing more than the way people in this world are numbing themselves. I will not be numbed. I must become stronger. It's not for the so-called entrance exams, nor for any wealth or glory, but simply for myself, to survive in this world. Gu Yuan's eyes gradually emitted a faint light, and his spiritual energy slowly transformed into a bluish-white light. The immortal gazing gate shall be built. The neat and orderly layers of bluish-white stone bricks automatically formed a massive 3-bay gate. White birch beams rose from the ground, supporting the city gate from bottom to top, while bluish-white stone tiles fell from the sky and formed the roof in midair. Above the roof, 3 white jade stones grew up and automatically sculpted into 3 palm-sized jade statues of immortals. They were located at the left, center, and right ends of the roof, shining with golden light. Wangxiamen, your tamed beasts will gain 10% more experience in battle by fusing inner cores and by consuming rare and precious herbs. Your phoenix-type tamed beast will not die, but will turn into a fragile phoenix egg after suffering fatal damage. If the phoenix egg is not destroyed within a day, your phoenix-type tamed beast will hatch and be reborn at full strength. Few I've finally broken through 200. Gu Yuan had used up all the lamp oil, panting heavily, and was immersed in the joy of the breakthrough. At this moment, his soul control power was as high as 200 points. This achievement is no longer that of a poor student, but rather close to that of a top student from one of the top 10 high schools in Dongguan. Gu Yuan leaned back and lay down on the bed. 400,000 spirit materials, not wasted, he. At this moment, Hong Ling reformed into human form and obediently knelt beside Gu Yuan's bed, looking at Gu Yuan with tender eyes. She realized that she had gained a kind of protection in Gu Yuan's soul sea. One of the effects of the Wangxiamen skill is that it grants an extra life. As long as the egg is not broken, one can be reborn from the ashes, and there is no limit to the number of times this skill can be used. Master, you have really gone to great lengths for me, even staying up all night to cultivate. I have already learned that the 2 side gates of Danfeng's sect have been completed. I am so happy. No need for that. Sure. Master, please don't speak. I'll ease your fatigue. As Hong Ling spoke, she slowly floated up, her spiritual energy slowly overflowing and flying into Gu Yuan's body. Is this giving back? Gu Yuan slowly closed his eyes, feeling the spiritual energy drifting into his body. In an instant, the 2 gentle streams of spiritual energy intertwined and entered each other's bodies. Gu Yuan felt an unusual comfort in his right hand. She not only helped him replicate the inscribed runes, but also used her own spiritual energy to relieve his fatigue. Although he can't grab people and doesn't have fingernails, his shadow nail gauntlets are placed on his right hand, and the shadow spikes he fires prioritize consuming the spiritual energy on his right hand. In other words, Gu Yuan's shadow nails will now also have the effect of burning poison. Hey, I know Gu Yuan isn't dead, but I threw him into the furnace according to your instructions, so this isn't my fault. But now he is still alive, and more people know of his existence than ever before. He's just lucky to have a powerful beast. Just wait, I'll deal with him. This time, I'll make him suffer a terrible death. Ling Yunpeng looked at the last text message from the other party. Make sure things are done cleanly. You need these resources. Although your grades are already excellent, but that's not enough. You need to get into a top-tier university, 211, and become someone of high status. Gu Yuan is just an insignificant ant. If you can't even crush such an ant, what future do you have to talk about? Ling Yunpeng walked along the alley, his eyes already revealing murderous intent. Gu Yuan, today is your death day. Really? At this moment, Ling Yunpeng suddenly looked up and saw that Gu Yuan had been standing at the end of the alley at some point. That damn giant red bird was perched on his shoulder, staring at him with cold eyes. Gu Yuan, well, I didn't even bother to come looking for you, but you've delivered yourself right to my door. Ling Yunpeng, Gu Yuan pronounced the other person's name word by word. You're the one who delivered yourself to my doorstep. Chapter 25, A Decisive Battle. Ling Yunpeng laughed. You think the bird on your shoulder is so powerful that you're so fearless, even daring to challenge me? You academic failure. I've dealt with countless weaklings like you who only know how to cry and whine when they're without their tamed beasts. Behind Ling Yunpeng, a shadow flashed by, and a monkey rushed out. The monkey transformed into a shadow and held a long metal staff in its hand. It flew up and down along the narrow alley, elusive and unpredictable, and finally appeared behind Gu Yuan in a flash. With a flick of its staff, it pointed at Hong Ling, and the two disappeared instantly. This is shadow teleportation. Ling Yunpeng laughed. The Shadow Monkey's combat skill allows it to teleport to a very distant place along with a target. So you use this monkey to evade surveillance and lead me and Hong Ling to the incinerator? Yes, the maximum teleportation distance is 33 kilometers. Without your bird, it's now a one-on-one fight between you and me. Your pitiful few dozen points of soul control power aren't even a fraction of mine. Crushing you is as easy as crushing an ant. Ling Yunpeng rushed towards Gu Yuan's direction. The scene of him feeding the monkey was too beautiful for Gu Yuan to imagine. The shadows of his hands transformed into a long staff, which slammed down towards Gu Yuan. However, Gu Yuan also unleashed his full soul control power, unleashing a raging storm that knocked him away head-on. Ling Yunpeng was blown high into the air by the hurricane and landed on the roof of a 5-story building next to him, where he half-squatted and looked at Gu Yuan. His right hand was burned red, and the clothes on his arm had been burned to ashes. Impossible. Your soul control power has exceeded 200. Ling Yunpeng could hardly believe that he had started cultivating in his second year of high school, and it had taken him a year to raise his soul control power from 30 points to 157. But what about him? 5 days ago, when he launched the sneak attack, his opponent only had 32 points of soul power. In just 5 days, that number had already increased to 200. However, Gu Yuan raised his right hand again, and a storm of fire swept up, with 2 fiery tornadoes heading towards Ling Yunpeng. Wherever it passed, packaging bags, stones, moss, and grass scattered in the alleys were all swept up by the tornado. It turned to ashes as it spun around. A battle skill of the earth rank. Ling Yunpeng's eyes widened. This guy not only has his strength increased rapidly, but he also has a battle skill that he himself could hardly acquire in his entire life. The fire of jealousy burning within him grew ever stronger. I'll fight you to the death. A flash of cold light appeared as Ling Yunpeng drew a white longsword and severed the spinning fiery tornado. It hurtled straight towards Gu Yuan. This is the wind-slaying sword, a combat soul weapon worth 400,000 yuan. Gu Yuan recalled seeing the item for sale on the Hunter app. You didn't expect that, did you? I've actually already obtained a hunter's license, which allows me to legally purchase Horcruxes. You're dead meat. Ling Yunpeng drew his sword, slicing through the surrounding air. However, Gu Yuan raised his right hand and unleashed a 1,000 reversal fire slash. The fire blade clashed with the sword blade, sparking a series of sparks at the edge of the blade and pushing the longsword away. Another earth-rank combat skill. Ling Yunpeng could hardly believe his eyes. Gu Yuan dodged to the right, brushing against the edge of the longsword, and the two were almost pressed chest to chest. Gu Yuan raised his right hand and shot a shadow arrow at his neck. The moment the shadow arrow was shot, the wind-slaying sword struck Gu Yuan's gauntlet, producing a sharp metallic clang. Ling Yunpeng was shot close to the neck, and blood began to flow from his neck. He swayed and finally knelt on the ground, clutching his throat and screaming in agony. Nail shadow gauntlets. Why do you also have a combat-type soul weapon? Because I am also a hunter, and like you, I have seen the outside world. A pale red abscess began to swell on Ling Yunpeng's neck. Ling Yunpeng tried to gather spiritual energy, but found that the spiritual energy in his body was being absorbed by the abscess on his neck. The abscess grew larger and larger, and then with a bang, it exploded. Ling Yunpeng fainted. My face, my face. When Ling Yunpeng woke up again, he felt a burning sensation and he couldn't feel his face. From Gu Yuan's perspective, the left half of his face was completely burned. Do you remember this place? Gu Yuan stood beside the furnace and looked at him. Ling Yunpeng was surprised to find that he was being tied tightly with ropes and hanging from a wooden stake, with the churning furnace below. You abandoned me once, so how about I abandon you once? At this moment, Red Feather had already flown back, still clutching the Shadow Monkey's corpse. Shadow Monkey. Ling Yunpeng burst into tears instantly. His life goal is to get into a prestigious 211 university specializing in beast taming, and he trained with Shadow Monkey for 3 whole years in order to achieve good results in the college entrance examination. During this process, he also spent almost all of his pocket money, and his parents also took out hundreds of thousands of yuan in loans in order to make Shadow Monkey stronger. But now that Shadow Monkey is dead, his hopes for the college entrance exam have been completely extinguished. All his efforts in life have died along with Shadow Monkey. Murder carries a minimum sentence of life imprisonment. Do you think you'll have the chance to spend the rest of your life outside of prison? Gu Yuan continued. I will only ask you this question once. If you answer it wrong each time, I will cut one of the ropes binding you. Think carefully before you answer, because you are bound by 3 ropes in total. Who ordered you to kill me? Ling Yunpeng glared fiercely at Gu Yuan. He had lost everything. His handsome appearance, the beast he had acquired for the college entrance examination, and the Zhanfeng sword that he had saved up for a year to buy. Now, it was all in Gu Yuan's possession. Gu Yuan, I will definitely tear you to pieces. Snap! Red Feather cut a rope with its claws. Ling Yunpeng felt his body falling. This feeling of falling, along with the scalding molten lava below, made him feel the approach of death. He forgot. He was afraid. The courage he had just shown to bite Gu Yuan to death had turned into a desire to survive. But just as he was about to open his mouth, he remembered that man and the organization behind him. Another kind of fear of death, like a sharp blade, scraped back and forth along his spine. Brother Gu Yuan, I really don't know. With a snap, Hongling cut another rope. Afraid of retaliation? If you spend the rest of your life in prison, there will be guards standing watch at the gate, so you might not necessarily die. But if you say the wrong thing next, you'll die right now. The second rope also broke, and Ling Yunpeng was now hanging upside down on the lava by a rope. It truly showed what it meant to be on the brink of death. Looking at Gu Yuan's indifferent expression, Ling Yunpeng could feel the killing intent. He's really going to kill him. Yun Tianxiang, the son of the chairman of Tianyun Group. Ling Yunpeng roared almost hysterically. I don't know what you did to offend him, but he wants me to kill you and promised me countless cultivation resources. Chapter 26 Mysterious Agent. Gu Yuan suddenly thought of Yun Tianxiang, who, along with Song Yingying, was directly admitted to the Dongguan Beast Taming Academy. Like himself, he was the son of the chairman of a super-large corporation and possessed a mythical-level beast. Gu Yuan shook his head. Do you really think you can get away with just giving me a name that I can't verify? Snap! At this moment, Hongling cut the last rope, watching Gu Yuan and Hongling get further and further away, listening to the whistling wind in her ears. Ling Yunpeng felt himself falling, and he was getting closer and closer to death. I really didn't lie. Gu Yuan, I'll fucking kill you. You want me dead? I'll haunt you even as a ghost. A broken roar came from the deep ravine. Gu Yuan suddenly nodded again. Judging from this reaction, he should be telling the truth. Hongling suddenly swooped down, the force of the burning fire feathers propelling him downwards, preparing to grab him back up. However, at this moment, a black shadow flickered and a swirling black vortex appeared above the molten lava. The vortex swept away Ling Yunpeng, who was about to fall into the molten lava. This is... Gu Yuan glanced at the dead shadow monkey on the ground. This was a shadow-type combat technique, but it wasn't caused by this monkey. The distance, range, and accuracy of shadow teleportation far exceed the combat power of a level 10 beast tamer. Classmate, you can't just resort to vigilante justice. But since you made your phoenix retrieve it in the end, I'll forgive you this time. Don't do it again. What? Gu Yuan turned his head. At this moment, a mature beauty was standing in front of him. She was dressed in a professional office lady outfit, a crisp black jacket over a white shirt, the shirt's chest pushed up high as if a button was about to pop off. Below that was a short, form-fitting skirt that accentuated her curvaceous figure while revealing a pair of slender, beautiful legs, which appeared somewhat veiled by flesh-colored stockings. Wearing a pair of black high heels, her S-shaped figure was accentuated, making her completely different from the naive female classmates Gu Yuan usually saw, exuding maturity and poise. She looked to be in her late 20s, with short hair styled in wavy curls at the ends. She appeared refreshing and mature, possessing a wonderfully approachable charm. When she saw Gu Yuan, her face was delicate, adorned with a kind smile. Are you his accomplice? Are you here to rescue him? Gu Yuan wanted to step forward and argue with the beautiful woman. But then, a warning came from the red feather in the Sea of Souls. Master, do not approach. At this moment, Gu Yuan noticed that 5 dark shadows flickered up behind her at the same time. 5 black shadow butterflies, which were exactly the same except for their patterns, appeared at the same time. 5 butterflies fluttered around the beautiful woman's graceful body, as if surrounding a mysterious and delicate flower. 5 butterflies, all of them are its pets. This is a 5th-rank beast tamer. At that moment, 5 beams of light flashed simultaneously. All 5 butterflies transformed into 5 petite and adorable little girls. They looked like quintuplets, small in stature, with pairs of black, spotted butterfly wings unfolding behind them as they took flight, like 5 flower fairies. Their smiles were incredibly heartwarming. 5 of them. All of them are shadow-type monsters, and they are all over level 40. Classmate, the mysterious woman clapped her hands, then gestured for herself to relax. Don't worry, I'm not his accomplice. I'm just here to pick up something. What? I never imagined that boys these days could be so brave. They're so young, yet they've already ventured into dangerous wilderness and successfully completed a sea-level mission. Ah, Gu Yuan thought to himself. Could she be the one Yi was talking about? The one who came to receive the black crystal bead? Gu Yuan took out the black crystal bead. The mysterious woman walked up to Gu Yuan, extended a hand, and took the black crystal bead from Gu Yuan's hand. Yes, you did a great job on your task. Keep up the good work and become a pillar of society. But punishing bad guys is still too early for a boy as young as you. Gu Yuan had a strange feeling that this woman wasn't a spy from some murderous organization, but a kindergarten teacher who had naturally taken him in as her student. Hey, that person is mine, I said, watching her walk away. Gu Yuan took 2 steps forward, only to see the beautiful woman turn her head and put a finger to his lips. Her expression suddenly turned serious. Boys, you need to protect yourselves when you're out. Don't touch anything dangerous. Leave this to me. I'll protect you. What the hell? What are you talking about? However, at this moment, the mysterious woman looked at Gu Yuan's sleeve and the nail-studded handguards peeking out from under the sleeve. Your Horcrux is broken. There are 3 knife marks on your clothes, and the spirit-gathering device on your gauntlets is also broken. It must cost a lot to repair. As she spoke, the mysterious OL-uniformed beauty placed one hand on Gu Yuan's sleeve. The little shadow butterfly that had just been there flew up and spit out black silk, which then repaired Gu Yuan's trench coat. Meanwhile, without anyone noticing, the woman had already taken Gu Yuan's shadow nail gauntlets into her hands. You did a great job. Your teacher will reward you. The shadow butterfly is an adult shadow silkworm that has evolved. Clothes repaired with its silk can help you temporarily become invisible and increase your movement speed. I'll return this gauntlet to you tomorrow. With a whoosh, the black mist flashed, and she, the 5 butterflies, and Ling Yunpeng all disappeared. Gu Yuan felt a sense of disorientation. What had all happened? Hey, Yi Chuan, what's going on? Your contact person, she's out of her mind. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly, Yaya sent me a file. Listen carefully. Tomorrow morning at 9:50, open this file, and the truth will be revealed. Remember, do not open it beforehand, or it will be very dangerous. Tisk, Gu Yuan thought to himself, though he didn't understand what had happened. However, this beautiful woman shouldn't be a threat to me, even though she took my shadow gauntlets. However, before she left, she enhanced her trench coat, allowing her to increase her movement speed and become invisible for 1 second when she gathered spiritual energy. If her goal really is to rob me, or to take something from me, her strength is so great that she doesn't need to waste time talking to me. After Gu Yuan checked his bank account one last time and confirmed that he hadn't lost any money, he treated the whole thing as a farce. Before going home, Gu Yuan went to Ling Yunping's parents' supermarket and saw Ling Yunping's parents with tears streaming down their faces. They were taken away in a police car. Did that woman hand Ling Yunpeng over to the police? This doesn't seem like something a normal, mysterious organization would do. Could it be that she belongs to a mysterious organization that works in cooperation with the judicial authorities? Gu Yuan felt that there was only one way to find out the secret. Tomorrow at the appointed time, he would open the mysterious file that Yi Chuan had sent him. However, Gu Yuan had other things to do tonight. He packed his things and was about to leave Dongguan City for Guangzhou. I took a nap in my sleeper berth while participating in the training camp at Zhongshan Yushu University. When I arrived the next day, I first found a hotel to drop off my luggage, and then went to school. The training camp started at 8 a.m. Gu Yuan arrived at the school, and as soon as he entered, almost all the students turned their attention to him. Do you know? He's the student who got a perfect score. It's not a perfect score. I heard it was because there was an engraving error in the test pot. Didn't you see that his score was reduced to 90 in the end? Yes, he must have used some underhanded methods. After all, I heard that he struggled to even pass the 3 subjects in the standardized test. Hearing what his classmates said, Gu Yuan realized that in just a few days, he had truly become someone from a different world than them. In the Hunters Guild, in the city's logistics department, and even in the confidential documents of various organizations. Gu Yuan, the Phoenix Tamer, is rising through the ranks, becoming a rising star in their eyes. However, these ordinary students in the school are different. They are like those rich kids who want to go on picnics outside the school gates, because their access to information comes entirely from the comfortable and simple school environment. Therefore, they have no idea of their true strength. His focus was still on the exam, on the grades, and on whether someone had cheated. This was completely different from the concerns he had about the various interest groups, hunters, the wilderness, humans, and monsters. Gu Yuan shook his head. To be honest, he now felt that he was no longer one of them. Gu Yuan sat in his seat, waiting for 9:40, and then opened his phone to unzip the file. Hey, have you guys heard? Intensive training is very different from regular study. Really? Tell me, what are the differences? We need to have one more class, which is the class we're going to have now, a practical class, which is to participate in real combat. Wow, that feels so violent. Will I get scratched or sunburned? Seriously, that's so cruel. Will my baby bunny get hurt? I heard from my senior that the teachers for this class are terrifying. They are usually ruthless characters with real combat experience. The teacher in the previous class was an officer from the Special Beast Taming Army. He almost crippled them. Some of them even fainted from exhaustion. In an instant, countless students imagined a burly man with strong muscles, dark skin, wearing large sunglasses, and carrying a sole weapon that looked like a large cleaver, who was on his way. It's 9:40. Gu Yuan took out his phone and opened the compressed file. Squinting at the contents, I felt cold sweat pouring down my forehead, my heart pounding, and my lips twitching. My fingers trembled slightly, unable to even touch the screen precisely, where several large characters were clearly written. Teacher, why are you here? Below is another very indecent picture, which appears to be of a beautiful female teacher embracing one of her students in the classroom. What does this mean? Gu Yuan was filled with questions. But then he noticed a little mouse running past his feet. Boys shouldn't watch this kind of stuff, especially not in class. Suddenly, a fair, white hand confiscated Gu Yuan's phone. Gu Yuan heard the familiar voice, swallowed hard, and turned around to see that it was indeed the mysterious woman from yesterday. The teacher will keep it for you. Good morning, everyone. I am your practical class teacher, Zheng Hanyue. I hope that each of you can become pillars of the nation. When Ms. Zheng Hanyue stood on the stage, her temperament, figure, and appearance caused the whole class to go wild. Ah, what a beautiful teacher. Wow, what a beautiful teacher. It's so beautiful. All the boys in the class started clapping, whistling, and even screaming. Damn it, Yi Chuan. Gu Yuan clutched his head. That bastard. He planned all of this, didn't he? He's playing a joke on me again. Isn't it exciting to look at your notebook during class? Isn't it exciting to look at your beautiful teacher's notebook during class? Isn't it exciting to look at your beautiful teacher's notebook during class, with your beautiful teacher looking at you from behind? One day I'll turn this into a genuine leather sofa and sell it on the first floor of a proctology hospital, so the patients can take turns sitting on your leather and farting. TCH. One of them, who had just been enthusiastically recounting the story of how the Special Beast Taming Unit evacuated overseas Chinese from Africa who had been invaded by monsters and brought them back to China, exclaimed. However, instead of officers from the Special Beast Taming Unit, what arrived was a beautiful woman with an enviable figure and delicate skin. He was somewhat dissatisfied. TCH, it's just a pretty vase. Oh right, I forgot to introduce my teaching assistant. Last night, the little girl who was the tallest and had the most vibrant black wing spots among the 5 butterfly sisters appeared. She waved her chubby little hands and greeted all her classmates. Hello, my name is Daikyu. My name is Urkyu. My name is Sanchio. My name is Sichio. My name is Five Balls. Suddenly, a bunch of little butterfly girls popped out, and then these little ones started arguing on the stage. You don't need to show up. I'm a teaching assistant, and I'm the oldest among you. So what if my sister is 6 levels higher than us? We're all level 50. Why should she be the teaching assistant? We want her too. Bang, bang, bang. Teacher Zheng Hanyue then gave each of the girls with lowly-like heads a slap, saying, Quiet down. This is a classroom. Big Ball, stay here, the rest of you go back. Many of the students below the stage were only at level 5 or 6 in terms of beast taming, yet they saw a group of beasts that could transform into human form and were at level 50. How could anyone dare to call her a mere pretty face? Wow, so many level 50 beast tamers. Damn, this guy is practically a special forces team all by himself. Wow, so strong, such a powerful beauty. At that moment, Zheng Hanyue became the dream girl of all the male students in the class, a beautiful, strong, and mature woman. In Gu Yuan's mind, another word came to mind, mysterious. Just like her beautiful legs and flesh-colored stockings, they were clearly visible, yet shrouded in a hazy, mysterious mist. Zheng Hanyue gave a lecture on basic knowledge for a period of time, and then said, All right, get out of class dismissed. Gu Yuan, come to the teacher's office, and let's talk about what happened last night. Holy crap, what's going on here? This happened last night. What happened between Gu Yuan and the beautiful teacher last night? For a moment, the whole class was whispering among themselves. wondering if Gu Yuan and the beautiful teacher had some secret from the previous night. Gu Yuan was taken aback by those words, thinking to himself, "My teacher, please explain yourself clearly." When they arrived at Ms. Zheng Hanyue's office, only Gu Yuan and the teacher were inside. Teacher Zheng Hanyue crossed her legs, her beautiful legs swinging in the air, and took out Gu Yuan's shadow nail gauntlets. "Take these. I have a friend who upgraded your shadow nail gauntlets." "Upgrade? They're such a good thing." Gu Yuan got the shadow nail gauntlets, put them on, and circulated his spiritual energy. 3 shadow arrows appeared on the shadow nail gauntlets. 3 shots in a row. Gu Yuan had seen the upgraded version of the 3-shot pack in the original online store, which was much better than the single shot. But the price was double that, reaching 600,000, which Gu Yuan couldn't afford. But today, teacher Zheng Hanyue actually upgraded me to the triple-wielding outfit for free. The teacher has such a wide network of connections. Not only does he know crocodile, but he also knows Shifeng military industry, a military industry directly controlled by the state. How rude. Boys shouldn't try to guess a lady's secrets. I, as a teacher, would never bully my students. However, you also need to behave yourself. Tianyun Group is a cancerous growth that has existed for decades. You're nothing but an ant in its presence, understand? Protect yourself. Gu Yuan wanted to ask more questions, but then he saw teacher Zheng Hanyue holding her phone, which showed the notebook she had just used. This scene is a bit too intense. Your teacher is holding your teacher's notebook and looking at you in an empty office. It's normal for teenage boys to be curious, but this kind of thing is unhealthy. Teacher Zheng Hanyue said, her cheeks flushed slightly, her expression both shy and angry. The teacher has deleted the file for you. If you need to see it in the future, just look at this one. If you don't understand anything, you can ask the teacher. Then, teacher Zheng Hanyue gave Gu Yuan a book called Physiology and Hygiene. Gu Yuan took the book and opened the office door. Outside, a group of boys had gathered to watch. I see Gu Yuan holding a book on physiology and hygiene. The students, who were initially just joking, were shocked. Holy crap, what is this? Is it implying extra tutoring, special lessons on hygiene and physiology? Does such a thing even exist? Could this guy really be having an affair with his teacher, who's such a beautiful female teacher? Gu Yuan received a text message. Yaya, you finally got your phone back? Phoenix Tamer. Yi Chuan. You wait. One day I will kill you and turn you into crocodile skin shoes. Yaya, don't be angry. It was just a joke. Phoenix Tamer, you're asking for it. After turning off his phone, Gu Yuan returned to his hotel. Gu Yuan would never do something like taking Hong Ling to stay in the boys' dormitory. Let's rent a place outside. 2,000 yuan a month. Only 3,000 in upscale neighborhoods. Looking at the detailed list of rental properties, Gu Yuan thought to himself that this was probably the cheapest in a first-tier city. He'd heard that in Shanghai it cost 5 or 6,000. Gu Yuan wouldn't spend 5 or 6 million to buy a house in Guangzhou. He'd rather buy more cultivation resources. With power, he can earn more money, while a house will just sit there. Zijing Community, 3601. Gu Yuan felt that he had some connection with this community, but he couldn't remember where. Gu Yuan arrived at the entrance of the residential complex, ready to pay the landlord. However, when the landlord saw Gu Yuan pulling a suitcase, he thought he looked like a student, probably someone who had recently come to Zhongshan for training. How could he not rip off a kid like that? He immediately gave the guy next to him a look. 5,000, rent the house to me. Before Gu Yuan even got close, he saw a girl next to him hugging the landlady and starting to cry, even kneeling on the ground. Young man, I have a classmate here, a student from a nearby school. He's willing to pay 5,000 a month. But, I'm a woman of my word. How about this? You give me 4,005, and I'll rent it to you. What the hell? Gu Yuan thought to himself. Do you think I'm an idiot? Can't you tell this is an act? Young man, we're all just doing this on orders. Zijing Community is a good school district, and we got the subletting rights from higher-ups. We also have performance evaluations, so please be understanding of this older woman. Gu Yuan thought to himself that this was a blatant threat, meaning that if he didn't pay more, he wouldn't be able to rent any more apartments in this complex. Gu Yuan wanted to leave. Suddenly, Gu Yuan saw a familiar figure. We'll transfer the house to his name directly, without charging him any money. The old woman and the surrounding security guards were all taken aback. Miss Chen Wenwen. Gu Yuan gasped. Chen Wenwen was wearing a beautiful outfit today, looking much prettier than when she wore his own clothes. You know the young lady? The old woman's face froze instantly. Chen Wenwen walked to Gu Yuan's side and said, Brother Gu Yuan, we've finally met again. Hey, don't talk nonsense. This house is worth at least several million. Ha ha ha, you are my daughter's savior. This little favor is nothing to me. Suddenly, a middle-aged man walked over. The moment this person appeared, he startled all the security guards and cleaning staff in the entire community. Good morning, Chairman. Brother Gu Yuan, please don't refuse. My dad is very kind. Gu Yuan looked at the middle-aged man who was giving him a friendly smile. Was it before or after he heard that I could complete a sea-level mission? After saying that, Gu Yuan turned and left. He who takes a bribe is bound to be obligated to serve it, he thought. A house worth millions, just given away for free? I won't let myself be tied down by such a lifeless thing. Hey, why did you leave so suddenly, Brother Gu Yuan? Chen Wenwen kept waving and calling out from behind Gu Yuan. At this moment, a middle-aged woman walked up to Chairman Chen. What happened? Why did he leave? He's only a senior in high school, yet he can complete C-rank missions. Our group has always wanted to cultivate a powerful guardian of our own, hasn't it? Why aren't we trying to recruit him? This young man isn't so easy to win over. Humph, men are just unreliable. After saying that, the middle-aged woman took Chen Wenwen's hand and asked, Daughter, do you truly love her? Yes, Mom. Okay, Wenwen, Mom will help you check. I have connections with rental companies all over Guangzhou. I'm not doing this for any particular company, but because I want you to be happy. Chen Wenwen bit her upper lip and nodded firmly. Chapter 29, The Mysterious Library. Gu Yuan dragged his suitcase to his newly rented apartment. When Gu Yuan arrived at the apartment and opened the door, he found Chen Wenwen had changed into a white, thin nightgown and was lying lazily on the sofa, playing on her phone, her feet swinging up and down in pink plush rabbit slippers. You're back, Chen Wenwen said, without even looking up at Gu Yuan. What are you doing here? Gu Yuan asked in surprise. I'm your landlord. I live in the room next to yours. Oh, and I put your clothes in your closet. Chen Wenwen continued, lazily turning over on the sofa. No, isn't this your property? It wasn't like that before. After you moved in, my dad bought this place and asked me to manage it for you. Sigh. Gu Yuan sighed, thinking to himself that judging from her attitude, even if he were to sleep in an internet cafe today, she would buy it and sleep next to him. Don't come into my room. After saying this, Gu Yuan went into his room, closed the door, and laid down on the bed. Hongling landed and transformed into human form. Master, please rest assured, if she dares to come in, I will definitely teach her a good lesson for you. As Hongling spoke, a surge of spiritual fire suddenly erupted behind her. Gu Yuan smiled. Whatever she wanted to do was useless. He had no interest in her. Calm down, don't burn the house down. This apartment is very expensive, Gu Yuan said, pressing down on Hongling. Gu Yuan bought a lot of feed for Hongling, but Hongling's level seemed to be stuck and wouldn't increase. Could it be that there was something wrong with the training manual for general bird taming? Gu Yuan made a special trip to the library of Sun Yat-sen University. Although a lot of knowledge, such as how to inscribe runes, how to prepare elixirs, and how to train spirit beasts, can be found online. However, Gu Yuan could not find any information on how to raise phoenixes. Gu Yuan speculated that Hongling was probably the only phoenix in the world, which is why many people did not agree that Hongling was a phoenix. They felt that Hongling was a bird that looked very much like a phoenix. In my original world, pet plastic surgery existed, let alone the plastic surgery of monsters in this world. Many people even think that they just want to become famous and become internet celebrities, so they had a fire tribute bird transformed into this shape. Gu Yuan hoped that the library could find some scattered historical fragments, especially information related to the Tang Dynasty, Phoenix, and the Lushan Rebellion. Don't underestimate university libraries, especially those of Sun Yat-sen University, which was established in the early 20th century not long after the Qing Dynasty was overthrown. The changes in modern history are filled with the loss of culture. Revolution and World War II erased much ancient knowledge, and the new era progresses from the ashes. Before the advent of mobile internet, burning books was a very effective method. Large libraries and newsstands outside are too vulnerable to attack. Conversely, many school libraries escaped unscathed, while some people, loyal to tradition, hid the forbidden books. They left this world, and these unrecorded secret books lie in the ocean of libraries, waiting to be discovered. Zhongshan Library. After passing Mr. Sun's statue, I swiped my card to enter a modern room with bookshelves, plastic tables and chairs, and even a milk tea shop and a computer room. All of this tells Gu Yuan that this is not the place he is looking for. Further on, we arrived at the inner library, where books could not be borrowed and only those with real names could be registered. The atmosphere here was still too new. Gu Yuan suddenly discovered a hidden corner leading underground. No entry allowed here. The librarian stopped Gu Yuan as soon as he walked over. Gu Yuan thought to himself that he had to go in, otherwise this trip would have been in vain. He first pretended to comply, walked to a corner, and his dark trench coat began to glow. Gu Yuan rushed forward, and his entire body suddenly entered a state of invisibility. Although he was invisible for only a second, it was enough for Gu Yuan to get downstairs. "Master, I can't sense you anymore." Hong Ling cried out in her soul sea, very worried. "Hong Ling, don't worry, my trench coat's invisibility has a 1-hour cooldown. I won't be able to come up for a while, but I'll take good care of myself." Gu Yuan's trench coat only made him invisible, not Hong Ling, so he had to go down by himself. Once you enter the basement, the furnishings are full of classical charm, with solid wood cabinets, no signs, and bookshelves arranged neatly, making it feel like a maze. I picked up a book at random and saw that it was written in traditional Chinese characters with a brush. The book had holes punched in it and was bound together with white thread. Damn it, this is more than just an hour. In an hour, I probably wouldn't even be able to finish reading the table of contents of this book, if it even exists. Gu Yuan climbed onto the cabinet and looked around. The scale was enormous. Each bookshelf had about 200 books, and the 8x8 bookshelves formed a square array. There were a total of 9 such square arrays on the entire floor. More than 900,000, and if you include some pamphlets, there are probably 1,000,000 old books. Damn it, this isn't a survivor camp. It's practically a densely populated city center. "Hey classmate." Gu Yuan heard the voice behind him and jumped back in fright. Gu Yuan actually saw a spirit beast, which turned out to be a small talking parrot spirit beast. "Please don't climb on the bookshelves. Young people these days have less and less respect for books. It's all because of online reading." Gu Yuan was so startled that he jumped off the cabinet, only to see a hunchbacked old man staring at him. "Sir, I meant no offense." Gu Yuan waved his hands repeatedly. The old man remained silent. "Old sir." Gu Yuan thought the other party was angry. "My master's tongue has been cut off, and he can't speak. I am his mouth." The parrot landed on his shoulder. "You sneaked in, didn't you? Normally, no one would allow someone as young as you to come in. So, are you going to kick me out?" "That depends on what type of book you're looking for." History. Gu Yuan noticed the old man was very kind, so he pretended to be interested in learning. "I really like history, but I think that many history books are contradictory. And Sun Yat-sen University's library has many ancient books. I like ambitious students, but if it's about modern history, I can tell you from my own experience. You don't need to read the books here. I was there when the revolution was happening." "You fought in the war of resistance against Japan?" "No, I fought against the Qing army." "Senior, you really are old." Gu Yuan said awkwardly, wanting to say, "What kind of monster are you? I thought you were in your 60s, but you're telling me you're over 100. Gu Yuan continued to scratch his head, but not in modern times, but from the end of Emperor Xuanzong's reign to the beginning of Emperor Daizong's reign. The Inlushan Rebellion? The old man sized up Gu Yuan. "Come with me. I'm trapped here by a magic circle, destined to live and die with the library. I don't like to break the rules of any era, and this will allow me to live on. But the longer I live, the more I understand the ideas in these books. Tell the right thing to the right person when they appear, then continue to sleep until the next person appears, or until they disappear." At this moment, the old man led Gu Yuan to a section filled with books related to the Tang dynasty. Chapter 30, Unveiling the Veil of History. Who is this woman? Gu Yuan's gaze fell on a Tang dynasty-style ink painting, in which a graceful beauty was surrounded by countless maids and eunuchs. One of the 4 beauties, Yang Yuhuan, Yang Guifei. Let me start with her story. Yang Yuhuan was a ruthless woman. She killed 9 goddesses who were more beautiful than her and tamed beasts, thus ascending to the throne of the most beautiful woman in the Tang dynasty. What? You're saying that Yang Guifei killed monsters, so she was also a hunter? No, quite the opposite. Yang Guifei herself was a demon in human form. The old man gave a knowing smile. The Tang dynasty was famous for its openness and inclusiveness. Do you know what this openness and inclusiveness refers to? We should trade with foreigners, learn from their knowledge, and even allow foreigners to hold official positions in the imperial court. Gu Yuan said. Yes, but this foreigner is not only human, but also a transformed demon beast. The old man smiled mysteriously and unfolded an ancient parchment scroll. The Tang dynasty prospered by establishing cooperative relationships with intelligent demon beast clans that could transform into human form. Humans' organizational skills, Taoist magic, and inscription techniques were combined with the powerful strength of the demon beasts. It could be said that the first monster revolution did not occur in England, but rather in China during the Tang dynasty, but it failed. Why? Just as the book says, the Han Emperor was obsessed with beauty and longed for a woman who could topple a kingdom, but after ruling the country for many years, he could not find one. In order to consolidate his rule, every Tang emperor would choose a powerful humanoid beauty from a prestigious demon beast clan to marry. At the height of the Tang dynasty's power, Emperor Xuanzong desired the most beautiful woman in the entire empire. Yang Yuhuan, this fox spirit, hoped to climb to that position, but through her clan's secret method of observing the stars at night, she learned that she was not the most beautiful woman in the Tang dynasty among all the demon beast clans, but ranked 10th. So their clan initiated a secret plan to kill 9 beauties whose looks surpassed Yang Guifei's. This plan was called the 9 Heavenly Goddesses Plan. The goddess of the 9 heavens is dead. Many people think she's dead, but I don't think so. Yang Guozhong is a master of secret arts. These 9 heavenly goddesses were all candidates for queen in various clans at the time. Their beauty was secondary. Power is the key. They all possess mythical bloodlines and extraordinary strength. Given the immense risks involved, the cunning old fox would undoubtedly strive to maximize his profits and find a way to usurp their power, but the specific methods he employed remain unknown. The Inlushan rebellion that followed was likely also caused by the struggle for this power. The old man continued to talk incessantly, lamenting how it was such a pity. He said that if the Tang dynasty hadn't fallen, there would be no Europe or America to speak of now, and China would be the world's #1 power. Gu Yuan ignored his lamentations. He noticed that most of the books here recorded the customs and culture of the Tang dynasty. There were a few books on secret techniques that interested Gu Yuan, but they were all bound by chains. Gu Yuan tried several times, but couldn't open it. His gaze fell on an ancient book, the Phoenix Taming Manual. How do I open these books and start reading them? Remember what I told you? Books understand human nature. They are waiting for the right person. The old man touched the lock on the Phoenix Taming Manual, indicating that he couldn't open it either. The phoenix became extinct after the Tang dynasty, but generation after generation of book copyists passed down this book. Their bodies have disappeared, but there will remains on the book. Snap! As Gu Yuan placed one hand on the book, he felt a probing force, like radar, sweeping across his soul sea and touching Hong Ling the instant it touched her. The clasp on this book unlocked itself. The old man was shocked to see this and looked at Gu Yuan in surprise. Phoenix Tamer, let's go. I won't tell anyone that you've been here. Then, the old man snapped his fingers. Gu Yuan appeared outside the library, and Hong Ling descended from the sky and landed on his shoulder. Master, you really scared me to death. I couldn't find you in my soul sea for an hour. Gu Yuan looked at the library in front of him and said, I will go down again. I'm fine, Hong Ling. Let's go home and train. Hong Ling seemed somewhat displeased at this moment and lowered her head, saying, Yes, master. Don't be discouraged. Gu Yuan knew that Hong Ling's level had been stuck at level 8 for a long time. Because improving the strength of a pet doesn't just depend on food, but also on later training. Different types of pets have specific training methods. Previously, Gu Yuan had no training methods for phoenixes, so he could only use training methods for general birds, which had very little effect. But now, Gu Yuan has obtained a professional manual on raising phoenixes. Gu Yuan flipped through the manual. The classical Chinese was very difficult to read, and Gu Yuan even needed to use translation software. The phoenix fever should cultivate where molten lava flows backward. Gu Yuan looked at the hints in the book and thought for a moment. Where is there more lava? Therefore, on the recommendation of the former waste meat processing plant manager in Dongguan, Gu Yuan found the waste meat processing plant manager in Yanqing. Guangzhou, being an administrative district more than 3 times the size of Dongguan, has at least dozens of times more waste meat piled up at its waste meat processing plant than Dongguan. Because Guangzhou's GAP national beast taming output value is much higher than that of Dongguan, it is easier to attract monsters to break in, and many more monsters are killed by the suppression array. This is just the waste meat produced in the Zhuhai area, which is several times more than that in Dongguan. Don't try to fool me. What old Lu said won't work. Today is waste meat disposal day. We need to process the waste meat output of last week. All the smelting furnaces must be running according to regulations. The foreman yelled at Gu Yuan, holding the plan without giving him any face. I can help you buy and dispose of the scrap meat for free, Gu Yuan said, waving his hand. What? The factory manager burst into laughter after hearing this. Ha ha ha, you really are a greenhorn. This is 5 tons of waste meat. Do you know what that means? Gu Yuan thought to himself, of course I know. 5 tons is 850,000 units of spiritual matter, which can be exchanged for more than 2 days and 2 nights worth of ancient spirit lamp oil. That's 5 times the cultivation speed for 2 days and 2 nights. Of course I know. If you're worried, you can give me a little to try, Gu Yuan said confidently. The factory manager realized that the other party was serious. After thinking it over, he realized that aside from the fire damage, there were also maintenance costs. Cleaning it up for free would save a lot of money. Anyone can do the math, but the important thing is whether this young man is capable. So, on a whim, he sent Gu Yuan to a waste meat processing plant. Gu Yuan told them to wait at the door. Once inside, he decomposed all the waste flesh and then had Hong Ling breathe fire onto the open ground, scorching it. Then he opened the door, pointed to the charred ground, and said, "My spirit beast can use earth-grade spirit fire to completely burn away its flesh, and my training program includes having Hong Ling practice burning. Now you can rest assured." Chapter 31. Deceiving the meat factory owner, earning 850,000 yuan worth of spiritual material. Gu Yuan's explanation reassured the factory manager a little. Therefore, it was approved to send all the scrap meat to Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan accepted everything, saying he wanted a quiet training environment, but in reality, he found a secluded place and decomposed all the waste flesh into spiritual matter. Looking at his 850,000 spirit item points, Gu Yuan couldn't stop smiling. Before returning to the furnace, Gu Yuan opened his delivery box. This contains all sorts of rare and precious materials that the Red Feather Society uses in their cultivation. They come from all over the country, highlighting the convenience of online shopping. Compared to the ancient books, where predecessors had to traverse snow-capped mountains, plateaus, forests, and lakes to gather a complete set of materials, this book offers a more comprehensive understanding of the subject matter. Gu Yuan only needs to tap his hand lightly to buy it. Of course, there are some extremely rare items that even money cannot buy in large quantities, but in Gu Yuan's eyes, these are not problems. He only needs to purchase a small sample to use his own bracelet to mass-produce spiritual materials. Gu Yuan has broken down all the materials. Now, the recombinable material options for Gu Yuan's bracelet spirit material have a large number of material names. In the future, when there is an urgent need, they can be produced and used on the spot. And so, Gu Yuan returned to the furnace. Open the molten lava gates of the furnace. Gu Yuan's voice echoed upwards from the empty, abandoned meat furnace, reaching the ears of the people in the control room. The staff in the control room were taken aback by these words. At this moment, Gu Yuan and Hong Ling were standing in the center of the incinerator. Opening the molten lava gate now would be tantamount to drowning them in the molten lava. However, Gu Yuan insisted, "There's no need to worry. Just do as I say. If anything goes wrong, you won't be held responsible." The staff remembered the factory manager's instructions and did everything as he said. With gritted teeth, these workers shakily opened the molten lava gate. Countless streams of molten lava surged from various pipes toward Gu Yuan and Hong Ling. Gu Yuan swallowed hard, feeling that familiar high temperature and suffocation coming from all directions. At this moment, Hong Ling took flight high, spread its wings, and began to cry out amidst the molten lava. All the molten lava, as it approached the center, flew into the air, enveloping Gu Yuan's head in red feathers and forming a giant fireball. The inner core of the heavenly silkworm and the cold insect, red maple charcoal, melted snow from the Tian Shan Mountains. Gu Yuan threw these substances into the molten lava, and at that moment, the molten lava became unusually strange as these materials fused together. Their temperature did not drop at all, but they did not radiate any heat outwards. Gu Yuan couldn't even feel that he was in a sea of fire. As expected, what the book says is true. With these materials, Hong Ling's absorption speed of fire spiritual energy has greatly increased. Gu Yuan continuously consumed spiritual matter to replenish his materials. The fireball remained the same size, and the red feather burned in the flames for a full 6 hours. If Gu Yuan hadn't been able to sense Hong Ling in his soul sea, he would have even thought she was dead, because Hong Ling showed no signs of life throughout the entire process. At this moment, Hong Ling let out a phoenix cry, absorbing all the molten lava. With a flap of its wings, flames spread outwards. Hong Ling landed, her feathers now an exceptionally bright red, and the golden light of the phoenix feathers on her head shone even brighter, indicating that she had broken through to level 10. Yes. Gu Yuan waved his hand happily. Hong Ling pounced over and landed on Gu Yuan's shoulder, nuzzling his cheek with her head. "Master, Thank you so much. My level has reached level 10. I broke through 2 levels in one afternoon. The effect of this book is indeed not to be underestimated. After leveling up, Gu Yuan also needs to improve Hong Ling's diet. The most expensive feed is not necessarily the most suitable. This was a misconception that Gu Yuan had initially fallen into. The most suitable feed for phoenixes is actually saffron from the ancient snowy plateau and the inner core of snow silkworms, combined with feed made from the ancient Dueling Valley, which is harvested only once a season. Gu Yuan ordered custom-made pet food from the Spirit Pet Food Guild, but their response was that it could be made, but the farmland would need to be newly cultivated, and the first 2 materials were too rare. Although this is not orange-labeled feed, its efficacy is close to that of specially supplied feed. Secret production is not illegal, but the price will be very high. It might sell for 100,000 per 100 grams. This price is 10 times more expensive than regular orange feed. However, Gu Yuan didn't need 100 grams, nor did he need to keep producing them. He only needed the other party to produce a small bag. After the decomposition, the bracelets can be mass-produced. However, it will cost a lot of money to hire a professional alchemist to refine even a small bag of them. Gu Yuan thought to himself that the few 100,000 he had just received was already almost gone. Of the 850,000 spirit item points, only 400,000 remained after Hong Ling leveled up twice. Suddenly, Gu Yuan noticed a black crystal left on the ground. What kind of crystal is this? Gu Yuan picked it up and examined it carefully. He recognized the stone as a black gold stone. This was produced during cultivation? Hong Ling is truly amazing. Gu Yuan had once seen it in the Phoenix Taming Manual, that because the materials used to aid cultivation were all of the icy and cold nature, the molten lava consumed during cultivation was. It easily fuses with icy materials to form black crystal, which is extremely sturdy and can be used to forge heavy weapons. However, ordinary phoenixes don't produce many, which is related to the phoenix's aptitude. The better the aptitude, the more black gold stones it produces. Looking at the pebble-sized black gold stone, Gu Yuan thought to himself, as expected of the red feather phoenix, it produces more black gold stones than any other phoenix before the Tang dynasty that has ever been recorded in the book when it reached the 10th level of cultivation. As Gu Yuan left with the black metal, the engineer from the scrap metal plant's eyes flashed, and he walked over. "Young man, how did you obtain this black gold stone?" Gu Yuan said, "This is something that my beast taming produced during the cultivation process. This is a rare metallic stone." The engineer examined it carefully for a moment, even taking out a magnifying glass to observe it closely. "It's useless to you, but if it's used to create a mass-destructive Horcrux, it can be used as a stabilizer for internal reactions. The Chinese Academy of Sciences has been collecting this material from the public." So, how much money did they pay? 100,000 per gram. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan thought to himself, is the price really that expensive? 100,000 per gram. If we exchange it, wouldn't Hong Ling be able to earn 1 million just by cultivating like this once? Even after deducting the cost of materials, she can still earn 500,000. This mythical level beast taming is truly different. While others burn money during cultivation, she can even make money while cultivating. Chapter 32, I Have a Good Teacher. After Gu Yuan finished his cultivation, he and Hong Ling went home to rest for the night, and then went to school the next day. Sigh. Gu Yuan was annoyed. Sitting in the classroom, he couldn't improve his cultivation at all. The teacher above was explaining the theories and tactics in great detail, including how to coordinate with one's own beast, and how to construct a mental state in the Sea of Souls in order to coordinate well with one's own beast. However, these lessons were completely meaningless to Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan might have felt excited listening to this before, especially about combat techniques. However, after experiencing real combat, Gu Yuan felt that what his teacher had said was too idealistic. The real situation was much more complicated, and he had to rely on his own adaptability. Moreover, Gu Yuan has a bracelet, so his improvement doesn't need to rely too much on the school. Instead of wasting time like this, it would be better to go to the scrap yard, dismantle some spiritual substances, and then refine them into lamp oil to quickly improve one's strength. What's going on here? Gu Yuan asked, looking at what was happening on the school's podium. Several students holding their acceptance letters were crying and hugging each other. Don't you understand? They got accepted early. They don't have to endure our miserable senior year of high school anymore. Gu Yuan's deskmate said. What? Didn't we say we had to complete all the training content before we could take the exam? Gu Yuan's eyes were practically sparkling. Of course not. Students in the training camp can participate in missions within the academy and directly carry out hunter combat missions. If they complete missions of a certain level, they can be directly admitted early. With his snap, Gu Yuan stood up abruptly and walked towards the door. Hey, student, what are you doing? Skipping school will disqualify you from the training camp, the teacher on the stage said, adjusting his glasses. However, Gu Yuan did not turn his head. Teacher, I want to participate in the early admission assessment and go on a hunter mission. Gu Yuan's confident voice rang out, and the entire audience burst into laughter. Ha! Yet another one who overestimates themselves and wants to take the early admission exam. You didn't actually get first place by cheating, did you? I'm sure it is. They're so arrogant. They have no idea how difficult hunter missions are. At this moment, the teacher on the stage also suppressed his laughter. Although he did not laugh too out of control, it still took him a few seconds to regain his facial muscles balance. Okay, I understand. Would you like to hear the data? I'm from the Academic Affairs Office. Our school carefully selected 1,000 students who were qualified to participate in the training program, and the college entrance rate is only around 30%. Of these, only 1% are admitted early. Every year, there are students who don't want to study anymore and feel too tired, and they try to take the early admission exam. In the end, they all returned to study diligently, or perhaps they never returned and died on the mission. Oh, Gu Yuan wasn't surprised by the difficulty. He had witnessed firsthand how challenging hunter missions could be. So where do I sign up? The teacher sighed. First of all, the qualifications for enrollment include 2 things, having a level 10 beast taming skill and 200 spirit power. If I remember correctly, your entrance exam results show 32 spirit power and a level 4 spirit beast. You're still. The teacher was startled the moment she used her observational eye. Soul power 232. I can't sense any aptitude in that bird, but its level seems to have reached level 10. How is this possible? Your level and soul power have met the requirements. The teacher was so shocked that he took 2 steps back, his suit jacket almost erasing the blackboard. The students present also took a deep breath. Could it be that he is already qualified? How is this possible? It's only been a few days, and it's already improved to this level. Where do I register? Gu Yuan asked casually. The teacher didn't know how to respond and could only nod. It's in the Academic Affairs Office. However, meeting the ability requirements isn't enough. You also need a guarantor to guarantee that you are truly qualified to participate in this task. Guarantor. Indeed, sending students to participate in hunter missions is an extremely risky undertaking. Compared to the sea-level missions Gu Yuan participated in before, this one could really kill people. Who is responsible if a student dies? Who is responsible if things are handled poorly and cause serious economic losses? Damn it, who can I call? Gu Yuan looked at his friend list. He couldn't call Chen Wenwen or his dad. And what about Brother Bullet? Could you be my guarantor? I need to take the entrance exam for Sun Yat-sen University. Gu Yuan sent a voice message. Little ancestor. Upon hearing about the entrance exam for Sun Yat-sen University, the bullet-wielding guy was startled. I really can't help you with this. Sun Yat-sen University is one of the top universities in China. Many people are desperate to get in. Their tasks are very difficult. How can someone like me, a bronze-level student, help you? You need at least a platinum rank or higher, or a rank 6 or higher beast tamer. At the very least, you need a billionaire as a guarantor. Hearing this, Gu Yuan realized how difficult the exam was. However, our leader is a platinum-level hunter. If you agree to join us in the future, beep, 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 beep. Gu Yuan hung up the phone immediately, then saw Ye Ye's message. Of course I can help you. I can use my connections to help you. But the money will be at least 1 million. Gu Yuan thought to himself, these people usually talk a good game, but when it comes to taking responsibility, they all make excuses and delays. They're either asking me for money or trying to squeeze every last penny out of me. Is this what society is like? Damn it, I got brutally beaten up. Boys shouldn't skip school. Suddenly, Gu Yuan saw teacher Zheng Hanyue walking towards him in the corridor. Her beautiful face showed a hint of helplessness. She puffed out her cheeks, put her hands on her hips, and seemed to be in a state of feigned anger. Teacher, I want to take the entrance exam for university admission. For some reason, Gu Yuan felt a little afraid of Zheng Hanyue. He guessed that every mischievous student felt this way when they saw a teacher who could control them. Gu Yuan wanted to turn around and leave. Don't run away, the teacher won't eat you. Teacher Zheng Hanyue put one hand on Gu Yuan's shoulder. Suddenly, teacher Zheng Hanyue also looked surprised. Hey, your cultivation level is high enough, so go ahead. Boys should try more new things, because you're naturally more lively and active than girls. But I don't have a guarantor. What's the big deal? Your teacher will vouch for you. Teacher Zheng Hanyue said. These words shocked the entire audience. Being a guarantor like this is extremely dangerous. Teacher, please think it over. It's like tying the teacher's life to this guy. It doesn't matter if he dies, but teacher, don't ruin your future because of him. The male students present went crazy. This beautiful teacher is too good to Gu Yuan. Teacher Zheng, please think it over, said the male teacher standing nearby. However, teacher Zheng Hanyue simply grabbed Gu Yuan's hand and said, "Come on, let's go get our marriage certificate." Chapter 33, Accepting a Rank B Mission. Gu Yuan was initially taken aback by teacher Hanyue's words. Gu Yuan's feelings for teacher Hanyue were primarily out of respect for her as a teacher, and he had no other intentions. Later, teacher Hanyue explained, "Go get your hunter's license. This is the first step to becoming a hunter." Faced with the male teacher's obstruction, Ms. Zheng Hanyue did not let go of Gu Yuan's hand, but said, "Move aside. This is my own judgment." After speaking, teacher Zheng Hanyue turned her head and looked at Gu Yuan. "Can't you see? He's grown up and ready to soar. Keeping him confined in the classroom to learn basic things he doesn't need is a waste of his prime. What a teacher needs to do is not to lock students in the classroom, but to prepare them for leaving the classroom. He is ready." He certainly didn't know how he managed to complete the C-level mission by sheer luck, but that doesn't mean anything. He's still just a kid. Gu Yuan turned his gaze to the teacher next to teacher Zheng Hanyue. It was obvious that he also knew about the black crystal bead, and he and teacher Zheng Hanyue might belong to the same secret organization. "Don't cause any more trouble. We're not teachers." The male teacher took a step forward and whispered in his ear, "If you're in a position, you should do your job. I like children, especially watching them grow up day by day." After saying that, teacher Zheng Hanyue pushed him aside and led Gu Yuan to the academic affairs office. After obtaining the registration certificate, they had to go to the Hunter Guild for special registration, a process Gu Yuan did not witness. Teacher Zheng Hanyue is neither a 6th-grade demon tamer nor a billionaire, at least not dressed like one. Could it be that she is the legendary platinum-level hunter? "Don't let me down." After saying that, Zheng Hanyue returned at some point and handed the mission USB drive to Gu Yuan. "Once the mission starts, you will automatically be on leave. The rest of the mission process is the same as your C-level mission." Gu Yuan nodded, gripped the task USB drive the teacher handed him, and swallowed hard. "Teacher, thank you." Teacher Zheng Hanyue is a good teacher. That much is undeniable. It's a thankless task to vouch for one's own students. However, teacher Zheng Hanyue did not ask me for a single penny. She simply said, "I am a teacher and I want to help my students," and accepted this hot potato. Although Gu Yuan wasn't listening to the lectures, she could still sense that Gu Yuan was wholeheartedly explaining all the practical knowledge and patiently explaining it to students who didn't understand. "Although I know you can't really be a teacher, you are the best teacher I've ever met." Suddenly, teacher Zheng Hanyue's tone changed to serious. Her fair face was pressed against his, and she looked at him with sharp eyes. "I'm also quite surprised that you're both my contact person and my student. It's quite a coincidence. But you'd better never guess my true identity, because you did." Suddenly, teacher Zheng Hanyue flicked Gu Yuan's forehead with her finger. Gu Yuan felt a little pain from the flick and rubbed his forehead with one hand. "This. Finally, let me emphasize it again." Teacher Zheng Hanyue walked past Gu Yuan, turned her gaze to him, and, "Boy, when you're out there, you need to protect yourself. If you really can't handle a B-level mission, use your Hunter satellite phone to dial the short number 4582, then enter 782. Teacher Zheng Hanyue has disappeared. She left in a hurry, probably because she had important matters to attend to. Gu Yuan thought for a moment and then lifted the USB drive. This is a two-way USB flash drive, which can be plugged into a mobile phone or a computer at the same time. After plugging in your mobile phone, Gu Yuan saw the mission guide, Lily of Guangzhou. "What?" Gu Yuan blinked. "The mission objective isn't in the middle of nowhere, but in Guangzhou. How is that possible?" "Newcomer, are you taking the entrance exam for Sun Yat-sen University?" The security guard, who had been sleeping behind the counter, pushed up his hat, stood up, stretched, and continued. "A hunter's mission isn't just in the wild, it's also in the city. There are also lurking monsters in the city." Gu Yuan was shocked when he heard this. "Young man, do you know how many people go missing in China every year?" The security guard walked up to Gu Yuan and said in a low voice, "Hundreds of thousands." Gu Yuan guessed, 8 million. That's equivalent to the total population of some small Middle Eastern countries. The security guard said, then sat back down and began drinking his tea, as calm as an old man. "These people have disappeared, and no one knows where they went. Some of them died from monsters, while others died at the hands of humans. In fact, Many strange things happen every day. However, there are too many people and too many incidents. No one can handle them all. Some people simply disappear, but wealthy people will do anything to get justice. If the police can't get involved, they'll hire hunters. Understood. Gu Yuan turned his head. The other party was reminding him that the task the hunter had to deal with could be caused by a monster or a human. Because there are many powerful beast tamers in this world. Some of them live well, some do not. Some are good people, and some are bad people. Hunters, to some extent, also act as private investigators for the wealthy. You have a good teacher, the security guard continued, sitting back in his recliner and rocking back and forth. She found you a B-level mission in the city. It's generally not easy to get yourself killed in the city. However, city missions are also much more complicated. Look at these bustling skyscrapers. There are far more hidden things here than in a dark, treacherous forest. I won't fail. Gu Yuan gripped his phone tightly. Gu Yuan believed that the mission rating specialists were not to be underestimated. What strange things had happened in the city during the B-level mission? It will be even more difficult than escaping the pursuit of the black bone wolf and then retrieving the black crystal bead from the belly of the zombie bear. Gu Yuan was prepared. The mission file to be played next would definitely be full of scenes of violence, bloodshed, murder, tearing apart, and brutal fighting. Lilies? That sounded dangerous. Was it a poisonous signal? Wah, finally someone accepted the quest. You have to help me, Mr. Hunter, Little White is missing. At this moment, a cute girl appeared on the video. She was young, wearing a milky white short skirt, with a flat chest, and quite cute. Wearing a white Lolita outfit, despite it being winter, she wore long white socks with white patterns, Lolita shoes, and her long hair tied in pigtails swayed back and forth with her head. Lily, little Lily, holy crap. Gu Yuan didn't know how difficult the mission was, but the person who commissioned the mission was actually the #1 lowly cosplayer and female celebrity in Guangzhou, Little Lily. Chapter 34 The First Request. Client, can you please stop acting cute? Gu Yuan didn't know where to even begin to complain. Gu Yuan watched as Xiao Baihe on the other side of the screen would sometimes open her big, watery eyes wide and look up at him, and sometimes press her fingers to her lips, showing considerable anxiety. She kept stomping the ground with her delicate white silk-clad legs, her face flushed red, as if she wanted to use her light body to stomp a hole in the ground. So cute. Gu Yuan felt his heart melt. Hey, Little White is missing. Help me find Little White. The adorable little Lily cried, as if she were begging me, clutching a cute picture of a kitten in her arms and wriggling her body. Finding a level 7 white kitten. Gu Yuan's eyes trembled slightly. What did this damned mission mean? Help a girl who had lost her pet find her friend? Is this really a B-level mission? Shouldn't it be classified as D or E? Gu Yuan was full of questions. I really miss Xiaobai. Please help me. This task might be too easy for you, but I'm just really anxious. I'd be happy to give you a little extra money. Could it be that this mission isn't actually B rank, but simply because this beautiful young lady really wants to find her pet, so they're forcing her to accept a B rank reward and demanding it be classified as B, when in reality, it's actually a D rank mission. Gu Yuan felt that teacher Zheng Hanyue was really too kind to him, actually finding such a simple task for him. Finding your pet is a tough task, so you have to be careful. Find the right location. In the last few seconds of the video, Sayuri still had an innocent smile, but she stood very seriously and held up one finger while speaking. Gu Yuan suddenly sensed something off about the last few seconds of the video, and his eyes narrowed into slits. There's a problem, Gu Yuan said. Hongling nodded on Gu Yuan's shoulder. Yes, her expression was very smooth at the beginning, but her last words were very stiff. Gu Yuan watched the last few seconds of the video several times and noticed that Xiao Baihe kept emphasizing two words, correct position and careful. No, this is a B-level mission. Finding the little pet is just a cover. She has other things to do, and she can't let anyone know. Be careful and find the right location. During the day, at 5 o'clock, I searched for a long time but couldn't find Xiaobai. I'm having a concert soon. What am I going to do? What if they can't find food and Little White starves to death? So you definitely have to find it. If you find it before 8 p.m. or tonight, please contact me. Okay. Gu Yuan copied down everything she had said and was surprised to find something unusual. When she said good or bad, earlier, her voice was very nasal, like she was trying to be cute. If she had changed it to good or bad, the first word of all her mission descriptions, when put together, is White Horse Club number 8. If you include what she said later, such as before 8 o'clock or in the evening, that's probably what she calls the correct location. Now this is more like a rank B mission. Gu Yuan raised his hand, sending Hong Ling flying into the air and hiding in the clouds. Then we took a taxi to the White Horse Club, a famous entertainment club frequented by wealthy wives and super-rich young ladies. As soon as Gu Yuan reached the door, he was stopped by the security guard. "Sorry, student, this is not a place for high school students, especially boys, and someone like you." "What's wrong with me? If you want to say I don't look like someone who can afford to spend money, just say so. I'm telling you, I'm here to work." "Going to work?" The handsome security guards exchanged glances. "Are you kidding me? I've heard some clients like pretty high school boys, but you should at least come in the middle of the night. I'm looking for number 8. Upon hearing this, the security guards at the club were even more confused. "What number 8? Ring ring." Suddenly, the security guards' earpieces rang, and then the most handsome of them said, "Please follow me." Then, Gu Yuan was taken inside. Upon arriving at dressing room number 8, Gu Yuan saw the person who greeted him. She was a makeup artist. "You must be the hunter who accepted the mission. How come you're so young? Are there hunters this young who can carry out B-rank missions?" "Never mind, there's no time. I'll put on my makeup first, then head out through corridor number 3. Although Gu Yuan was puzzled, the mission was important, so he did as he was told, putting his coat and weapons into his storage ring. At this moment, 7 or 8 makeup artists came forward to apply powder, makeup, wash hair, style hair, and finally apply perfume. When Gu Yuan saw his handsome reflection in the mirror, he thought to himself that these makeup artists were really amazing, making him look like he really was. Gu Yuan walked along the passage with the other young men, and they were just about to reach the curtain when, in the center of the huge venue, there was a row of luxurious red sofas, where 6 or 7 young women were sitting, along with Xiaobei. This little lily shows none of the innocence, cuteness, or adorable charm she displays on stage or in videos. Her expression was disdainful. She propped her head up with one hand, reclining on the sofa, wearing a backless long dress, black stockings covering her beautiful legs, and platform shoes placed on the table. She swirled a wine glass in her other hand, looking like a lowly version of a rich woman. Is this the right place? Gu Yuan thought to himself that he hadn't gone to the wrong place after all. Change it, next batch. Little Lily shouted. Little Lily, you've been here for 3 nights now, and every night you keep changing the selection, never choosing a particular type. What kind of girl do you like? Tell us, and we'll go find one for you. A handsome young man with a cross-dressing voice stepped forward and said, Stop talking so much nonsense. Do you need to know what kind of man I like? Did I not pay? Or do you think I took up your spot? Xiaobei slammed her fist on the table in anger. No, absolutely not. Come on, next batch, next batch. The man with the effeminate voice immediately waved his hand, signaling to continue. Gu Yuan followed, and as soon as he appeared, Xiaobai's gaze fell on the light blue brooch on Gu Yuan's chest, and the corners of her mouth curved up. He's finally here. Little Lily's lips curled into a smile, and she pointed. It's him. As expected, Xiaobei pointed directly at Gu Yuan. The entire audience was stunned. Sayuri? She likes this kind of thing. Damn it. I finally had a chance to meet a rich and beautiful female celebrity, and I didn't get selected. I spent the whole day putting on makeup for tonight, and this kid who just dressed up casually beat me to it. I don't want to go back. Seeing these people wailing and howling as if they were dying, as if the sky had fallen, Gu Yuan thought to himself, their line of work is tough too. What is the next task in chapter 35? Stop howling. It's time to get back to serving customers. Then, several handsome men from the club were dragged out. You could vaguely see several women, who looked to be about the same size as the Black Bear King, clapping their hands with smiles on their faces. They even accidentally breathed fire from their hands. Gu Yuan thought to himself, what kind of gameplay is this? Why are there even fire-based combat skills? Looking at their burly figures, anyone who didn't know better would think it was a fire-based death combat training session. Upon arriving at his client's location, Gu Yuan sat down on the sofa. Although the outfit was a bit too revealing and mature, Gu Yuan still firmly believed that it was all fake. She was actually very cute and innocent, and it was just acting. You finally arrived. At this moment, Xiaobei's fair face, with a wicked smile, slid up her waist and rubbed against her chest. She looked up at her and blew air onto her chin with her pink lips. The short legs and black stockings slid up smoothly. The feeling was so delicate and short. The touch of the stockings against the skin, even though it was a thigh, felt like a normal woman's arm stroking it. Do you know how tired I am from waiting for you? Something cracked in Gu Yuan's mind. The beautiful illusions about her idol were all fake. All fake. This was her true face. The cute lolas I see on the screen are all just a routine, acting, and special effects. Gu Yuan swallowed hard. I'm not here to sell myself. That's not within the scope of my mission. TCH. Little Lily jumped to the ground and shouted, "Waiter, room key." Little sister, are you leaving already? Several young women covered their mouths and chuckled. Hee. We were thinking of playing a little longer. Yeah. No need. Ladies, come with me. My swordsman, it's time for you to wield your sword for me. Xiaobei pulled Gu Yuan's hand and walked forward. I entered the room. After closing the door, Xiaobei breathed a sigh of relief, jumped back, and lay on the bed in a starfish position, saying, I'm exhausted. There are really a lot of procedures to go through just to see you. Gu Yuan sat in the distance. This damned room was bathed in soft red light, and a hazy red mist enveloped Xiao Baihe on the bed right in front of him. Looking at his idol, who was barely visible, Gu Yuan swallowed hard. He had actually ended up in a room with her. Listen carefully. I'm going to say this only once. I need you to burn all the private photos of me on the computer of the boss of 7th Media. At this moment, Sayuri began to recline on the bed, applying lipstick. I'm not a puppet they can manipulate at will. They're 100 years too early to try and threaten me with those things. As she spoke, she turned over. Gu Yuan sighed. Does this have anything to do with the hunter's mission? Don't worry about it. As long as you finish this task, you'll consider yourself to have successfully saved Xiaobai. If he's gone, I'll tell you. Little Lily stood in front of Gu Yuan, smiling and turning her head to look at him. My pet, Little White, has died of illness. You either have to go to the underworld to retrieve it, or your mission will fail. Gu Yuan thought to himself that this was related to whether he would have to go back to that damned school for the next 6 months. Understood. Gu Yuan had just turned around when he heard Xiao Baihe call out to him. Gu Yuan turned his head and saw Xiao Baihe walking towards him. We need to go all out, the whole show. After all, my bodyguards and agent are all informants. When you go out, you should have some kind of mark on you. At this moment, Xiaobei smiled like a little succubus. Huh. Gu Yuan didn't even have time to ask questions. The beautiful leg clad in black stockings had already kicked her own shin, but it didn't hurt at all. Her strength was too weak, and she almost bounced back and fell down. Don't ask, you're too tall, squat down. As soon as Gu Yuan squatted down, Xiao Baihe pounced on him and kissed him on the neck. The scent of perfume brushed past Gu Yuan's nose. Is this what they call a dream come true? When Gu Yuan looked up, he saw Hong Ling perched on a branch outside the window, with flames constantly erupting from her head. Stop. I still have a mission, so I'll stop here for now. Gu Yuan stood up, then pushed open the door and went out. At this moment, the bodyguards and other staff members all saw the lip print on Gu Yuan's neck. Here, take your money. The bodyguard paid Gu Yuan 100,000 yuan, then waved his hand. Get out. Get out. This is none of your business. Don't ever show your face in front of us again. Gu Yuan left, and the bodyguards were still pounding their fists on the wall. So envious. That damn bastard got off so easily. The key point is, we also need to give him 100,000 yuan. I'm so envious, so envious. I really want to shoot him for 10 minutes. When Gu Yuan left, he felt that all the men in the room were looking at him. If jealousy could be turned into bullets, he would probably be being shot at right now. After Gu Yuan left, he headed towards 7th Entertainment Avenue. To gain access to the company, one needs to steal an internal ID card. Only their manager, Wang Fenghua, possesses this card, and one must also visit his home. Hello, young man. At that moment, under the dim light, a figure slowly walked towards Gu Yuan. It was a middle-aged, overweight man whose smile revealed a set of large, yellowed teeth stained by smoking. I heard you were at the club just now, right? He really came. Gu Yuan looked at the other person, that cheeky, fleshy face. Gu Yuan recognized him. It was General Manager Wang. Everything was exactly as Xiao Baihe had planned. After she leaves with the lip print on her lips, the general manager, who hopes to use more leverage to threaten Sayuri, will come knocking on her door. Young man, it's only a few tens of thousands this time. Here's what we'll do. You be my witness, and if you help me threaten Xiaobei, all of this is yours. As he spoke, he took out a box of money and, in the dark alley with his back to the light, revealed a wicked smile. Chapter 36 President Wang's Attack. Gu Yuan's eyes were practically gleaming as he stared intently at the money in the briefcase. Seeing Gu Yuan's expression, General Manager Wang nodded smugly. How about it? You like it, right? Then accept it quickly. Gu Yuan immediately accepted the money and deposited it into his storage ring. Very good. Next, go to the company and record a video, preferably in as much detail as possible. General Manager Wang looked confident of victory. After receiving the money, Gu Yuan acted as if he hadn't received any money at all, and continued, "What video? What are you talking about? I don't understand." General Manager Wong felt like he'd been kicked hard in the backside. "Didn't you already take the money? What money? I don't understand." Gu Yuan looked confused, as if he had selective amnesia and knew nothing. Wang Fenghua's lips twitched slightly, and Gu Yuan could see the nerves on his forehead twitching with the naked eye. Good, good, good. You've got some nerve, daring to double-cross me. Beat him half to death, and then steal my money back. At this moment, two bodyguards stepped forward and simultaneously summoned two level 16 beasts, one a water spirit turtle and the other a ghost hummingbird, both of which had legendary bloodlines. Wang Fenghua could sense that Gu Yuan's cultivation level was only a mere 200 points of soul control power, and at most he possessed a level 12 or 13 beast-taming beast. Oomph, little brat, do you really think I'm easy to bully? Wang Fenghua thought that Gu Yuan should surrender and admit defeat after seeing this stance. However, Gu Yuan showed no fear and silently replied, "Yes, you're asking for it." Wang Fenghua was furious. A ghostly shadow flashed through the air and disappeared. The ghost hummingbird flew out, drawing a crescent-shaped arc in the air, and rushed towards Gu Yuan. At this moment, Hong Ling had already broken through the clouds and was falling rapidly towards the ground, landing on Gu Yuan's shoulder, its blazing heat spreading outwards. The ghost hummingbird dodged the flames with a single turn, only exchanging a glance with Red Feather. 100 birds pay homage to the phoenix. In an instant, the ghost hummingbird, this small bird, landed, head bowed and motionless, as if it had surrendered. The bodyguard, who controlled the ghost hummingbird, was secretly pleased. This big red bird is incredibly powerful. However, my ghost hummingbird is the smallest bird among the shadow type, and it excels at sneak attacks and assassinations. This big red bird is only level 10, and it's impossible for it to stop Little Shadow. Watch me stab her master from behind. Within his own sea of souls, he sensed the flow of spiritual energy. The bodyguard was overjoyed to find no shadow energy behind Gu Yuan. When did Xiaoying become so strong? I didn't even sense it appearing at the designated location. Hey, Lao Lu, what's your bird doing? Why isn't it moving on the ground? The bodyguard on the other side pulled him over, shaking him and yelling, instantly shattering his joy. At this moment, he was surprised to find that his ghost hummingbird, which was clearly of a higher level than its opponent, landed on the ground in fear, not daring to raise its head or fight. Damn it, what are you doing? Fly up and get into battle. However, the ghostly hummingbird remained motionless, as if it couldn't hear him. You still have to rely on me. At this moment, the bodyguard standing on the other side rushed out, flicking one hand in the air. Water Spirit Turtle, use your Xian-level combat skill, high-pressure water cannon. The Water Spirit Turtle is a light blue turtle, relatively large in size, with strong defense, and it is an aquatic creature. These attributes mean that the water turtle can effectively counter fire-type and aggressive enemies, in addition to the long-range anti-air effect of its high-pressure water cannon. It can be said that almost all of its attributes completely counter the opponent's big red firebird. Not to mention, the Water Spirit Turtle's level is higher than the opponent's pet, and its own soul power is also higher than the opponent's. The owner of the Water Spirit Turtle thought this to himself and roared, "Don't worry, boss, I'll get your money back right away." At this moment, pale blue inscriptions were extending outward from each shell on the Water Spirit Turtle's back. The inscriptions extended forward along the turtle's neck and finally converged at its mouth, spraying out a stream of water as it opened its mouth. Hongling immediately took to the air, while Gu Yuan dodged backward. Do you think you're guaranteed to win just because you have a tribute advantage? 1,000 reverse fire slash. Hongling twirled in the air, then flapped her wings downwards, unleashing a long sword formed from fiery red feathers that cleaved through the water. Impossible. A level 10 pet's combat skill actually reversed the attribute and severed a level 16 Xian grade combat skill. The bodyguard sensed danger. Could this be a level 1 combat skill? With his left hand, he pulled a jade pendant from his pocket. A soul artifact, a soul-guarding jade. The jade pendant hovered between him and the Water Spirit Turtle, emitting a green light that shone on the turtle's body, turning its blue shell into a deep green, resembling a small hill covered in moss. The feather sword pierced straight into the turtle's shell, knocking the Water Spirit Turtle backward with only minor injuries. Such powerful strength. This is a level 2 combat skill. Damn it, this bird is tough to deal with. Let's deal with that brat first. Okay. However, when the two security guards turned around to look for Gu Yuan, he had already disappeared. It's gone invisible? At this moment, The owner of the water spirit turtle had not yet reacted. Gu Yuan, whose invisibility ended in a second, appeared behind the water spirit turtle and fired 3 shadow spikes in quick succession. One arrow struck the opponent's chest, while another pierced the jade pendant, piercing its sole weapon and pinning it to the ground. Gu Yuan didn't care where the shot went, because in a 3-shot burst, the last shot was bound to go astray due to the intense movement. The important thing is that the jade pendant has been pierced and nailed to the ground. At this moment, the soul artifact lost its effect, and the water spirit turtle's defense instantly decreased. Hongling's second Earth-level combat skill, Blazing Storm, has been activated. The blazing flames, fueled by the flapping of its wings, coalesced into a fiery tornado that swept towards the tortoise, scorching it until it was charred on the outside and tender on the inside. My water spirit turtle," its owner cried out, kneeling on the ground. However, Gu Yuan then realized that the last shot of his 3-shot burst had gone astray. It was originally supposed to veer to the right, but because the opponent belatedly dodged to the right, it ended up hitting the inside of his thigh. The poison from the branding fire was gradually taking effect. The more the bodyguard circulated his spiritual energy, the larger his inner thighs swelled. Calm down, it's about to explode." Gu Yuan swallowed hard and backed away. "You little brat, you're asking for it." At this moment, the bodyguard lunged directly towards Gu Yuan. However, as soon as he stood up, he felt a powerful, explosive force pushing him away. The scene of his failed attempt to hide a grenade in his crotch was absolutely terrifying. Chapter 37 Fire Cliff Flower, Heavenly Rank Combat Skills knocking on the door. Seeing the bodyguard's tragic end, the other bodyguard was so frightened that he covered his groin and knelt on the ground, pleading, "Big brother, I was wrong. Please, have mercy on me." Surrendering is fine, but why surrender while covering your groin? It's like you have some kind of special fetish. Gu Yuan looked up, his cold gaze falling on General Manager Wang, who was already kneeling on the ground, trembling with fear, one hand covering his groin. "I don't want the 200,000 anymore. Please let me go. I'll let you go." Gu Yuan laughed, stepped forward, and snatched the black wallet from the other person's arms, along with the 30 yuan in change and an ID card inside, and put them into his own bag. No, that's the company's." Before Steward Wang could finish speaking, Hong Ling had already knocked him unconscious from behind. Gu Yuan pocketed the ID card. With Hong Ling by her side, they arrived at the foot of the 7th Entertainment Building. Hong Ling maintained her phoenix form, grabbed Gu Yuan's shoulders with her claws, and flew with Gu Yuan to the 37th floor. He crawled through the window. The company building was deserted and pitch black at night, except for Gu Yuan's phone flashlight. He swiped his card to enter Manager Wang's office and turned on the computer. In the folder that Xiaobei mentioned, Gu Yuan saw photos of Xiaobei smoking and drinking, but nothing else indecent. It seems that although Sayuri has a carefree personality, she is still without any blemishes. However, some of the photos were actually of Sayuri cosplaying as a cat girl, a white cat with a fluffy tail. It felt like her appearance was somewhat similar to the white kitten that Sayuri had asked her to find. Why is this photo mixed in this folder? Other photos of her smoking and drinking could be used to ruin her image, but this one looks like just a nice cosplay photo. Why is Sayuri afraid of others seeing it? Gu Yuan completely deleted the file. However, he found more folders on the hard drive. Fan Bingbing, Lu Chu, and countless other female celebrities from 7th Entertainment have been exposed for their shady dealings, including videos and pictures of them engaging in intimate acts with General Manager Wang all night long. Gu Yuan understood. This wasn't the first time General Manager Wang had done this to female celebrities. Xiao Baihe was just one he hadn't yet succeeded with. Many female celebrities who had been taken advantage of by General Manager Wang were subjected to humiliation after he caught them in compromising situations. The videos and documents were stored here to threaten them into submission. Beep, 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 beep. At this moment, Gu Yuan's Hunter mobile phone rang. He picked it up and heard a familiar voice coming from the other end. "Well done. As expected of a phoenix tamer, you are indeed the strongest rookie known." Sayuri's voice was filled with joy. "Delete my files and bring the rest of the files back to me. You know how to disassemble a computer hard drive, right? What do you need these documents for?" Gu Yuan asked, puzzled. "Phoenix tamer, don't forget who the employer is. Consider this an extra task I'm giving you. After you bring it back, I'll give you an extra 200,000. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan half squatted down and removed the hard drive. However, at this moment, on the rooftop opposite the 7th Entertainment Company, Sayuri pressed the mute button, and the corners of her mouth curved slightly. At this moment, She was with a white cat, standing in the moonlight, her twin ponytails swaying in the wind, dazzling in the silvery light. She looked at Gu Yuan. Am I right, Xiaobai? Humans will do anything for money. He's untrustworthy, even if he possesses the special ability to help his beast tamers level up quickly. He's just a greedy, unscrupulous person. No contracts or master-servant agreements whatsoever. However, at that moment, Gu Yuan suddenly raised his hand and threw the hard drive into the air. Hong Ling, standing on Gu Yuan's shoulder, spewed out a burst of flames and burned it to ashes. Sorry for calling so late. Gu Yuan finally replied. I couldn't find your file, so I just burned the entire hard drive. Now there's nothing left. At this moment, Xiaobei's lips twitched slightly on the opposite rooftop. Meow. The kitten in Xiaobei's arms meowed. Xiaobei's face froze, and she turned to leave. Shut up. I said no, and that's final. Gu Yuan burned the hard drive and sighed. Honestly, I originally wanted to keep a copy for myself, but with General Manager Wang's ugly appearance as the male lead, it's best to burn it. However, just as Gu Yuan was about to leave, he saw a file folder fall to the ground. Gu Yuan squatted down and saw a photo in the file. The photo showed a red flower with petals that looked like delicate tendrils, forming layers upon layers. At the heart of the flower grows a pale red flame, which looks less like a living thing and more like an ever-burning lamp. However, its bright and vibrant color tells you that it is a plant. What's going on? Gu Yuan was immediately shocked. Isn't this the Firecliff flower? In Gu Yuan's The Phoenix Taming Manual, there are 3 combat skills that a phoenix can inscribe. They are independent of each other and are all located in the chest, so they cannot be obtained simultaneously. Inscriptions that enhance speed, Phoenix Shadow, inscriptions that enhance leveling speed, Fire Phoenix Heart, and the most explosive offensive inscription, Phoenix Fall. Among them, Phoenix Fall is the highest level, belonging to the Heaven Rank combat skill, and is the best choice. However, the inscription of these combat skills has special requirements. Phoenix Shadow needs to be found in a secret realm containing both fire and wind elements, and requires 3 fire attribute and 3 wind attribute inner cores. Although it's difficult, it's generally possible to find them by spending money. The Fire Phoenix Heart requires a secret realm rich in fire element, 3 top-grade inner cores, and approximately 3 caddies of high-grade spiritual oil. Although it is very expensive, Gu Yuan has a bracelet, which is the easiest to achieve, and this combat skill is more useful than the first one. Gu Yuan planned to inscribe the Fire Phoenix Heart. Although both of these combat skills were only of the Earth rank and could not be compared with Phoenix Fall at all. However, the inscription of Phoenix Fall requires a fire attribute secret realm filled with the aura of death, and also a large number of Firecliff flowers. Firecliff flowers typically grow in fire attribute secret realms where the aura of death is dense. Therefore, find a place where Firecliff flowers bloom, and then inscribe them according to the method in the Phoenix Taming Manual. With Red Feather, you can possess a heaven-level combat skill with extremely high damage. However, Gu Yuan searched through many books and even thoroughly explored Baidu maps, but still couldn't find it. Chapter 38. Complete the B-level mission and be admitted ahead of schedule. According to historical records, this flower went extinct several hundred years ago because it was too dangerous. However, it cannot be ruled out that this flower may still exist in the wilderness of the no man's land. This statement is so improbable that Gu Yuan gave up. However, there is a photo of the Firecliff flower in this file. Could it be that General Manager Wang is also looking for the Firecliff flower? Gu Yuan took the file, which was quite an unexpected surprise. The next day, news of Gu Yuan completing the B-level mission reached the school. The entire school was shocked. The ceremony where Gu Yuan received his acceptance letter was unusually quiet, unlike the jubilant atmosphere of the other attendees. The students who arrived at the scene all looked bitter and resentful, their envy, jealousy, and hatred overflowing. How on earth did this guy manage to complete a Rank B mission? I've only been at the school for a little over 10 days, and I've already received my acceptance letter. That's like I'm on a winning streak. I'm so envious. He won't have to endure the miserable senior year of high school anymore. Gu Yuan's success in receiving the acceptance letter was partly due to luck, because in Xiaobai's plan, the final step was meeting with General Manager Wang. He will bring at least 4 bodyguards with level 16 beast taming skills, a setup that would require at least a silver-level hunter to counter. However, it's possible that Gu Yuan's soul control power was too low, causing General Manager Wang to underestimate him and scatter his bodyguard team, sending the other 2 to collect other evidence. Therefore, the difficulty of the most challenging part of the task was greatly reduced, and Gu Yuan gained an easy advantage. However, the mission rewards and the Hunters Guild certificate were both based on rank B, so Gu Yuan was still considered to have successfully passed the school's test and received his admission notice ahead of schedule. Congratulations. It seems the teacher was right about you. Teacher Zheng Hanyue also appeared at Gu Yuan's personal admission ceremony. She had a smile on her face, while the male teacher next to her looked worried. Even though you're no longer in school, you still need to participate in more missions and improve your skills. Your teacher believes in you. Teacher Zheng Hanyue stepped forward and patted Gu Yuan on the shoulder, to which Gu Yuan simply nodded. And so, Gu Yuan embarked on his journey back to Dongguan. Dad, Mom, I'm back. Before Gu Yuan could finish speaking, the glass his mother was holding slipped from her hand and shattered on the floor. Son, why are you back? Tears streamed down Mom's face. Gu Yuan thought to himself, I've only been gone a few days, Mom. You miss me that much? You're even crying. It seems like the training camp at Sun Yat-sen University is really tough. Dad was also shocked. Were you rejected? Mom hugged him. It's okay, son, don't be sad. You can still go back to a regular university. Mom, I came back after I got my acceptance letter. It's an early admission letter. Gu Yuan said this somewhat awkwardly, and at this moment, his parents' expressions froze. They even thought they had misheard, or perhaps Gu Yuan was just embarrassed to admit he had been fired and had made it up. It wasn't until Gu Yuan produced his acceptance letter that the two of them finally believed it, as if in a dream. I've been accepted. My God, one of our family members is a student from Zhongshan. The parents were overjoyed and went crazy making phone calls everywhere, and then telling their relatives about it. Keep going, kid. Your future is limitless. Indeed, Gu Yuan is the only person in the entire history of Sun Yat-sen University to receive an admission notice after less than a month in the training camp. The light in my parents' eyes was different from the gloom of the past. Perhaps the moment I received my acceptance letter is the best affirmation of their lives and the suffering they endured for me. Everything paid off. I wasn't wasting my time. My son got into a good university. Even after closing the door, the parents were still immersed in joy. However, Gu Yuan's expression was unusually solemn. He looked up the rankings of early admission students from various universities and realized that he wasn't even the best among them. Moreover, Yun Tianxiang's name is ranked high in the top 10, with a soul control power of 554, making him a quasi-second-grade beast tamer. His beast taming level is also 21. Such fighting power is something I cannot resist at present. He's still watching me, and might come looking for trouble again at any moment. Gu Yuan closed his eyes, not letting the joy cloud his judgment. He still needed to become stronger. Hongling came up behind Gu Yuan and placed a hand on his shoulder. Master, I will grow stronger with you. No matter how strong or who the enemy is, I will not let him lay a finger on you. Hongling's resolute vow deeply moved Gu Yuan. This feeling of not being alone was wonderful. No matter what happened, she would face it with him. This bond is not a contract, nor is it formed by a master-servant relationship. Rather, it is an indescribable bond forged through shared trials and tribulations. All of this gave Gu Yuan more confidence. Gu Yuan and Hong Ling had one more important task upon their return, to continue processing the waste meat from Dongguan City. Having absorbed another 100,000 units of spiritual matter, Gu Yuan took out a brand new soul lamp. This soul artifact is even more expensive than the one obtained by the top student in the training camp. It is a high-level soul lamp that all students admitted to Sun Yat-sen University in advance can obtain. The original ordinary soul lamps were priced at most 500,000, but this one, specially provided for the future seed students of Sun Yat-sen University, is priced as high as 1 million, and its efficiency of improvement is much greater than that of the original soul lamps. Hongling ate Gu Yuan's specially made feed, and, with the help of the spiritual herbs marked in the Phoenix Taming Manual, began to cultivate in the molten lava. The ancient spirit lamp oil and feed consumed too much spiritual matter. Over 900,000 spiritual matter is completely insufficient. Therefore, Gu Yuan did not rely on the bracelet for the training materials for Hongling, but instead bought them directly with real money. The black gold stones generated from Hongling's 2-level advancement can be exchanged for 500,000. Including the B-level mission, Xiaobei didn't use any materials and directly settled for 1 million. Gu Yuan's savings reached 2 million. Money has now become Gu Yuan's preferred option to consume, even before spiritual items. Gu Yuan used 700,000 units of spiritual matter to exchange for enough ancient spirit lamp oil for 35 hours of cultivation. And Hongling truly lived up to that promise, sharing life and death with Gu Yuan. advancing and retreating together. For as long as Gu Yuan cultivated, she burned and cultivated in the molten lava. Even though the difficulty of her cultivation was much higher than Gu Yuan's, she had no complaints. Chapter 39. The Yinjing sect is established, and super Taoist magic is obtained. If Gu Yuan hadn't told the factory manager of the waste meat processing plant that they didn't need to come in, and that his life or death was in his hands, they probably would have called the police and ambulances long ago. Gu Yuan and Hong Ling cultivated continuously in the furnace for 35 hours, except for eating some food to replenish their energy. One person and one bird, and they never stopped. With 1 million soul lamps and ancient spirit lamp oil, the effect is 1.5 times faster than the original version. For those 35 hours, Gu Yuan cultivated at a speed 7.5 times that of an ordinary person. This time, with ample spiritual matter as a guarantee, Gu Yuan plans to build 2 new gates in his soul sea at the same time: Xing'an Gate and Yinjing Gate. Xing'an Gate, Jinfu Gate, Danfeng Gate, Wangxian Gate, Yinjing Gate. When these 5 gates were connected, the entire south wall of the Tang Daming Palace was completely restored within Gu Yuan's soul sea. At that time, Gu Yuan's soul control power will undergo a qualitative leap, reaching 300 soul control power in one go. For a normal person, it would take at least half a year to achieve an increase of 100 soul power. However, Gu Yuan, who was cultivating at 7.5x speed, planned to finish it in one go. There are risks involved. Building 2 doors simultaneously does greatly increase the speed, but if it doesn't succeed before the lamp oil runs out, with both doors disappearing together, Gu Yuan will not receive any improvement. His soul power will remain at 200, instead of the 250 soul power gained from successfully building one door and failing to build another. The lamp oil was gradually running out, and Gu Yuan's 2 doors were still teetering on the brink of collapse. Gu Yuan was very anxious. His whole body was soaked in sweat, and he could feel waves of mental shock coming at him like ocean waves, hoping to crush the 2 city gates. What's even more difficult is that time is gradually no longer a solid support for them. It is slowly tilting towards the side of defeat. When the lamp oil runs out completely, all my efforts, the time I've wasted, and the hundreds of thousands of spiritual materials will be in vain. Get up. At that moment, 2 beams of light shone down, and Gu Yuan broke through the bottleneck barrier. The oppressive feeling disappeared, as if a bright and clear view lay before him. The 2 gates were successfully rebuilt, and the entire south wall was completed. Xing'an Gate is a 3-arched gate, with a large archway in the middle and 2 smaller archways on either side. The entire gate is predominantly vermilion, emphasizing a festive atmosphere. A small bridge extends from the gate, with handrails made of white jade, making it quite luxurious. Congratulations, Master. You have successfully broken through to 300 soul power. Hongling transformed into human form and appeared behind the extended bridge, spreading her arms wide and happily spinning around. Xing'an Gate. Hongling looked up at the gate. This is where princesses and royal consorts get married or enter into marriage. It's close to the East Palace. Princess Taiping got married here back then. Hongling suddenly lowered her head and said, Master, I have a request. May I cross this bridge and go through this door to come to your side? Gu Yuan didn't understand the rules of the Tang Daming Palace, so he simply said, In this sea of souls, there's only you and me. You can go wherever you want. Hongling nodded, a happy smile on her face, as if this was the happiest moment of her life. She practically ran over, taking tiny steps. She ran across the empty long bridge and through the deserted archway. Her red, ancient-style dress billowed in the wind like outstretched wings, as if she wanted to fly to Gu Yuan's side. Hongling leaped up and hugged Gu Yuan. As she spun around, she happily transformed into a phoenix and landed on Gu Yuan's shoulder. What's the point of this? Or is it some kind of ritual? Gu Yuan didn't understand what Hongling was talking about. Hongling's cheeks flushed, and she lowered her head, saying, Your Majesty, may I not speak? Okay. Gu Yuan scratched his cheek. Master has already reached 300 soul control power. You have completed 3/5 of the journey to becoming a 2nd-grade beast tamer. In the future, more and more beasts will come here. Hongling looked at Gu Yuan with pleading eyes. What's wrong? Gu Yuan noticed that Hongling was acting strangely today. Master, then it won't be just me. I can choose a spot where only I can go, and the other beasts can't. Hongling said excitedly. Can you grant me that? Seeing Hongling so excited, Gu Yuan thought that she had saved him more than once, and was also his first tamed beast. Perhaps it was similar to an animal's sense of territory. Okay, I promise you. Red Feather excitedly took flight, and circled once on the southeast side of Shingen Gate. Right here, master, I will live here forever. No other beasts may come, until the seas dry up and the rocks crumble, until the entire palace vanishes in the sands of time, until the whole world collapses, until the mountains are worn smooth and the rivers cease to flow. If Gu Yuan had checked the map, he would have known that the East Palace was located to the southeast of Shingen Gate. Of course, this place is still a blank space, but Hongling no longer wants to return to Danfeng's sect, so she waits here. Shingon Gate effect increases the combat power and speed of all your pets by 7.5%. If the pet is not male, the effect is doubled. Why is it a non-male? Gu Yuan was a little confused. Because in the Tang dynasty, not only were there imperial concubines living on this side, but also eunuchs. Hongling's answer left Gu Yuan lay speechless, thinking to himself that this state of mind could be explained in this way. On the other side, Yanjing Gate was built much more solemnly. The entire two-story gate tower was made of blue bricks and tiles, with red pillars, vermilion gates, and defensive golden round nails, neatly arranged in a matrix. This place is different from the Eastern Palace. North of Yanjing Gate is the Dragon Head Hall. Although it is still blank, 1,000 years ago, it was where the emperor commanded the army, equivalent to the Pentagon in modern-day America. Hongling introduced like a tour guide. Gu Yuan nodded. The effect of Yanjing Gate was that it provided him with a completely new method of cultivation. That's right, it's not a combat skill, nor is it a beast-taming technique copied to humans. It's a Taoist method that only humans can use, something unique to them that Hongling doesn't possess. Yanjing Gate. You have obtained a brand new Taoist method and command. Command. You can choose one of your beasts and issue one of 4 commands. Attack command. For the duration of 1 incense stick's burning time, attack power increases by 100%, while defense power decreases by 50%. Defensive command. For the duration of 1 incense stick's burning time, defense is increased by 100%, while attack power is reduced by 50%. Void command. Within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the beast transforms into pure Taoist spiritual energy, without physical form, immune to physical damage, and its Taoist combat skills damage is increased by 150%, but it cannot deal physical damage. Brutal command. Within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the beast loses the ability to unleash Taoist combat skills, converts all spiritual energy into physical abilities, increases physical attack by 150%, and becomes immune to Taoist combat skills by 80%. Chapter 40. Another journey out to find the Fire Cliff Flower. Pretty good. Gu Yuan thought to himself. He finally had his own unique Taoist method. Hongling, how is your cultivation going? As Gu Yuan spoke, Hongling smiled slightly. Master, now you may temporarily withdraw from the Soul Sea and examine my cultivation results. Gu Yuan withdrew his consciousness back to the real world and saw 2 black gold stones on the ground. Level 14. Gu Yuan didn't even think about the million he had just picked up. His first thought was how surprised he was that Hongling's level had actually increased to level 14. This upgrade speed is simply unbelievable. Gu Yuan swallowed hard. Hongling's leveling speed was too fast, even faster than when he burned ancient spirit lamp oil. The key was that she didn't need such a scarce resource as ancient spirit lamp oil. Moreover, after successfully cultivating it, one can also produce black gold stones that can be sold for money. This can only be summarized as follows. That bloodline is too powerful, a noble among birds, incomparable to ordinary spirit beasts. Gu Yuan and Hongling returned home and rested for a day. 2 days had passed since they completed Xiao Bai's mission. After his spiritual energy was completely depleted, Gu Yuan's cultivation speed was no longer as frenzied. By January 5th, Gu Yuan's soul control power had only increased to 321. However, Hongling is different. She can buy all the rare and precious materials she needs to level up, but the difficulty of leveling up increases as she progresses. In the past 2 days, I have only leveled up 2 levels, reaching level 16, although it has consumed another million cultivation materials. However, after selling the black gold stones generated from the upgrade, I still made a profit of 500,000. Gu Yuan's savings have once again recovered to 500,000. Master, today is the lesser cold. According to the customs of Guangdong province, we should eat glutinous rice balls today. As she spoke, Hongling brought over a plate of fragrant glutinous rice balls. With his parents not home, Hongling was taking care of Gu Yuan's daily needs. Hongling's cooking is so delicious that Gu Yuan is starting to feel a little uncomfortable with his parents' cooking. Gu Yuan, lounging on the sofa playing on his phone, looked like a submissive wife. Noticing that Gu Yuan's hands were full, she used chopsticks to pick up a glutinous rice ball and feed it to Gu Yuan, while holding one hand to Gu Yuan's mouth, as if afraid that the rice grains would fall on Gu Yuan's clothes. 2021, brand new and existing customer discounts. Upgrade your Dark Knight coat to extend your invisibility time by 2 seconds, priced at 1 million. Gu Yuan sold the Zhanfeng sword he had stolen from Ling Yunpeng in a second-hand market, and then used the 500,000 yuan he had to upgrade his Dark Knight trench coat. Because at this point, Gu Yuan had already advanced from a plastic-level hunter to a black iron-level hunter, so you can enjoy a 15% discount. After investing 850,000, you only have tens of thousands left. However, in Gu Yuan's eyes, it was all worth it, because tomorrow was January 6th, and he had to take action. The Firecliff flower is a flower that dislikes cold climates. In winter, it closes its petals and hibernates to survive the cold winter. Before that, the spiritual energy gradually accumulates in the flower's core, so the best time to harvest these flowers is before they begin their hibernation. The first day after the minor cold is the best time to pick them. Gu Yuan looked at the best conditions for Phoenix Fall inscription written by the ancient predecessor 1,000 years ago in the Phoenix Taming Manual. This is why Gu Yuan is so anxious to level up. Time waits for no one. No matter what level he reaches in his cultivation today, he will have to wade into these troubled waters tomorrow. According to the records, the Firecliff flower grew in the tomb of an ancient civil official, and the location where this ancient civil official was buried was the ancestral site of the Baiwa Mountains. Gu Yuan certainly knew where the ancestor of the Baiwa Mountains referred to, Mount Luofu. This is also why he left the rented house in Guangzhou and returned to Dongguan, taking the express bus from Dongguan to Yiqing. When the train was halfway there, amidst the astonished gazes of the young girls, Gu Yuan opened the train window, grabbed the top edge of the train with both hands, did a pull-up, and flipped onto the roof of the train. Then, he jumped into the endless mountains and jungles along the maintenance passage. Compared to his first trip, Gu Yuan was much more skilled now. He no longer chose to enter through the official border passage and then trek long distances towards his destination. Instead, take a train between the two cities, then jump off the train at the point closest to the target location, and travel in a straight line directly to the target point. Unlike his previous life, where Mount Luofu was a scenic area, this world's Mount Luofu was filled with spiritual energy fluctuations, growing various rare and precious natural treasures with extremely strong spiritual energy, attracting and nurturing countless ferocious monsters. Mount Luofu is a dangerous place rarely visited by humans, and many hunters go there to search for treasure. Gu Yuan jumped off the train and headed due north for 3 hours. We finally arrived at the orange wilderness area of Luofu Mountain. The Hunter app has a hunting map, and the areas on the map are distinguished by color. Green represents safety and is the area occupied by humans. Further out, there are yellow, orange, red, and black areas. The darker the color, the more dangerous it is. The last time we covered the Great Bull Barrens line, most of the marked areas were yellow, with only a few areas being orange. But this time, the Luofu Mountains are different. The entire mountain range is orange, and some areas are even red. Gu Yuan continued to use the old method, sending Hong Ling to fly up into the clouds several thousand meters high to conceal her presence. Gu Yuan, relying on his trench coat, entered the forest and, following the treetops, arrived at the summit of Mount Luofu. Gu Yuan squatted on a branch of a large tree, gazing at the entire mountain range. Damn it, this mountain range is so big, and the tomb is buried underground. How am I supposed to find it? Cold sweat was slowly trickling down Gu Yuan's forehead. Gu Yuan had no choice but to take out the file from the archive again. The sender of the file was unknown, but it was on General Manager Wang's desk, so it must have been sent to him. The entire document is very concise, with no superfluous language or text, consisting only of pictures and classical Chinese texts from ancient books. General Manager Wang must be very familiar with the person who sent the message. They have already tacitly agreed to stop communicating verbally. The tombs of Tang Dynasty civil officials were designed to be situated facing the mountains and water, with the moon shining brightly and the earth embracing its blessings. They were built between 3 moons and sat on a 9-foot-long jade bed. Gu Yuan swallowed hard. Damn it, what is this all about? But the only clue is these few words. The night wind rustled the silent leaves, carrying birds into the air and startling countless demonic beasts. The rustling of the leaves filled the air, and the canopy of trees in front of him swayed in the breeze, reflecting the silvery moonlight like a dazzling silver tide. which made Gu Yuan's heart surge. Chapter 41. Hello, teacher. The lake in the distance reflects a full moon, like a grand stage, dazzling and serene before the opening ceremony. It shimmers in the breeze, a breathtaking sight. There are mountains, water, wind, and trees. Everything that appeared in the prompt is there, but the entrance to the tomb is nowhere to be found. Even untouched wilderness has its beauty, Gu Yuan thought to himself. He figured he probably wouldn't find it again, but he figured it was worth it to spend 80 yuan on a train ticket to come here and enjoy the scenery. At this point, Gu Yuan was somewhat at a loss. If he wanted to decipher this classical Chinese text, he would need at least a complete physical map of the entire mountain. In such a dangerous orange-level wilderness, casually using detection-type combat skills or Taoist techniques will definitely attract attacks from behemoths. The complex terrain would limit aerial photography. If flying-type monsters were to fly up and observe, they could fly close to the terrain. They are easy targets for monsters, and if viewed from 5,000 meters above, they are completely obscured by clouds. Quite clever. No wonder you're a civil official. You figured out how to counter your descendants 1,000 years ago. Gu Yuan sat on the branch thinking this, but at that moment, Hong Ling appeared in Gu Yuan's soul sea. Master, there is no need to worry. Your concubine is willing to lend you a helping hand. At this moment, the red feather on the cloud suddenly let out a phoenix cry, and all the birds paid homage to the phoenix. As soon as this skill was used, all the low-level birds in the surrounding valley were attracted by the red feathers. They took off one after another, flying irregularly through the mountains like a swarm of bees. The vision of each bird was transmitted into Gu Yuan's mind, just like an endless aerial photograph. These small birds became the drones used for filming, while Hongling was the main unit, and I was the viewer of the video. The birds' fields of vision connected, ultimately making Gu Yuan's field of vision exceptionally wide. I see it. 3 moons. At this moment, Gu Yuan focused his gaze on a blue shadow sparrow in his field of vision. The blue finches flew to a tricky spot facing south. Looking down from this position, the entire mountain range resembles the mouth of a bowl, with moonlight flowing like water to the mountain range and finally gathering at the bottom of the bowl. At the bottom of the bowl, there are 2 pools of water reflecting the moon in the sky. The reflections of the 2 moons, together with the full moon in the sky, create a beautiful scene. At that moment, 3 moons appeared in the field of vision, forming a triangle with a tall locust tree several tens of meters in the center. That's it. That's the place. Gu Yuan hadn't even had time to be happy yet. Master, be careful. Hongling cried out in her soul sea. At this moment, a blue shadow sparrow king appeared in the air. The opponent was level 39 and was a king-level creature. It was rushing towards Gu Yuan's direction. Gu Yuan was startled on the spot, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. The situation is roughly like this. This bird king is excitedly basking in the moonlight with his level 25 concubine, creating offspring. Then, suddenly his wife was summoned away by the 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix with red feathers. The bird king was very angry because of this, but he did not want to be enemies with the king of birds. He flew up in anger and saw Gu Yuan standing on the treetop. Damn it, a king-level demonic beast, and a level 39 one at that. Gu Yuan quickly retreated, hiding for 3 seconds in hopes of dodging, but found that the giant bird seemed to have locked onto him and continued to chase after him. The blue shadow sparrow king let out an angry cry in the air. Under the moonlight, the blue light of its wings flashed and crisscrossed, as if it had transformed into a blue arrow that was about to pierce Gu Yuan. With a whoosh, a dark figure appeared in front of Gu Yuan. I've told you for the 3rd time already. Boys, you need to protect yourselves when you're out. Teacher Zheng Hanyue. Gu Yuan instantly felt much more at ease. Teacher Zheng Hanyue was wearing a sophisticated gray hunter outfit. Her fair legs were faintly visible through the black stockings and shorts. She had completely lost the quiet, teacher-like demeanor she had in school, and instead displayed a rather ambitious nature, like a little female leopard. The moment it landed on the branch, it raised 2 fingers of its right hand, making a gun shape, and pointed it at the 39 king-level demon beasts, with a faint black aura emanating from its eyes. Bang! Teacher Zheng Hanyue parted her lips slightly, raised 2 fingers upwards, and made a shooting motion. In an instant, black energy began to emanate from the bird king's body. Its feathers began to corrode. It lost its ability to control the wind, and then the entire bird crashed onto a branch and fell asleep. Wearing black high heels, Teacher Zheng Hanyue lifted her jade-like foot and stepped on Bird King with her high heels. Big ball, 2 balls. Here. 2 butterfly girl Lolas emerged from the shadows, wearing sweet smiles. Use combat technique, Shadow Ball. Yes. The two little girls still had their sweet smiles. They raised their little hands high, and two huge shadow balls appeared. They smashed down at the same time, instantly killing the Bird King. Wow, that's amazing. Gu Yuan hadn't finished speaking. Teacher Zheng Hanyue had already come over. Honestly, you're running around everywhere again. There are dangerous monsters like this all over the place. Teacher will take you to a safe place. No, Gu Yuan said. Today is the first day after the lesser cold. I can't leave. Suddenly, Teacher Zheng Hanyue's eyes flashed. The first day after the lesser cold, January 6th, 2021. Why do you care about this date? Could it be that you're also here to find the 1,000-year fire cliff flower? What? That's not just any ordinary fire cliff flower. It's a 1,000-year-old fire cliff flower. Gu Yuan was pleasantly surprised. The Taming Phoenix manual states that the longer the fire cliff flower lives, the better the effect of the inscription, and the stronger the Phoenix Fall inscription combat skill becomes. This is outrageous. This matter involves many forces, including foreign ones. Gu Yuan, if you insist on getting involved, your teacher will be very angry. Teacher Zheng Hanyue said angrily, hands on her hips. Teacher, it's me. Gu Yuan thought to himself. Teacher Zheng Hanyue could teleport him to a safe train at any time. There was only one way for him to stay. I know where that civil official's tomb is. I can take you there. Upon hearing this, Teacher Zheng Hanyue was immediately shocked. Impossible. We even used military satellites, but we still couldn't find the location described in the poem Zhang Finjing. Of course, Gu Yuan thought to himself, because satellites cannot photograph the moon behind him, so they cannot see the spectacular sight of 3 moons appearing at once. Teacher, I really know. Gu Yuan continued in a confident tone. Are you really going? Teacher Zheng Hanyue asked, looking down in thought. Gu Yuan nodded. All right, consider this your teacher taking you on a training mission. If it's too dangerous, I'll use shadow teleportation to send you away. Also, if the mission is successful, I can help you get a civilian beast tamer medal. There are medals too? Gu Yuan swallowed hard. He had heard of civilian beast tamer medals before. The combat power of the civilian beast tamers in this world is also a considerable force, so the country also provides corresponding rewards for civilian beast tamers who make outstanding contributions to national security. This medal is not just a simple medal. It also grants beast tamers certain privileges, including the ability to purchase specially supplied training resources and red-labeled pet feed. Gu Yuan was originally going to find the Fire Cliff Flower, and now he not only got a powerful bodyguard like Teacher Zheng Hanyue for free, but also got a medal. Of course, he was more than willing. Okay, Teacher Zheng Hanyue, don't worry, I've always been eager to learn. Gu Yuan took out a map and marked the location of the ancient tomb that he had deduced. After seeing the comment, Teacher Zheng Hanyue laughed. You little rascal, what humbly seeking advice. You just want the medal, don't you? Teacher Zheng Hanyue, who exactly are you? How did you manage to get such a national-level medal? And you even mentioned military satellites earlier. Gu Yuan wondered, thinking to himself that Teacher Zheng Hanyue was not only exceptionally capable. Moreover, their background and network of connections don't seem simple either. Have you heard of the Beast Taming Security Bureau? Teacher Zheng Hanyue and Gu Yuan leaped through the treetops, heading towards the ancient tomb. Of course I've heard of it. It's a special operations team that's responsible for arresting wanted criminals and has the authority to kill evil beast tamers at the scene. Could it be that? Gu Yuan almost blurted out. Teacher, you're actually a cop. I am one of them. I came to Guangdong province this time to investigate an overseas terrorist organization called the Black Lotus Gang, which is an organization composed of overseas Chinese. They are scattered throughout Chinatowns in various countries, stealing, robbing, and selling antiques, and they even have their own armed forces. But this is only a second layer of cover. Their deepest target is the Millennium Horcrux, a 1,000-year-old soul artifact. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan put his right hand into his pocket, hiding the wooden bracelet on his wrist even deeper. What is that? Are antiques really that popular overseas now? For ordinary antiques, customs can handle the investigation. Of course, there's no need for a special task force like ours. A 1,000-year-old soul artifact, as the name suggests, is a soul artifact from 1,000 years ago. Teacher Zheng Hanyue added. How could those ancient soul weapons be more powerful than our modern soul weapons? Teacher, you must be joking. Gu Yuan said. You have no idea how powerful the Tang dynasty was 1,000 years ago. In short, the craftsmanship of the Tang dynasty's soul weapons was by no means weak, and those that could survive for 1,000 years without being damaged were the most powerful batch of soul weapons. If they fell into the hands of terrorists, they would be a threat to the whole world. Teacher Zheng Hanyue continued to leap through the tree canopy, with Gu Yuan following closely behind. Gu Yuan tentatively asked, "That General Manager Wang from yesterday?" "That's right, he's from the Black Lotus gang." Gu Yuan certainly knew the truth about that period of Tang Dynasty history. At that time, the Tang Dynasty cooperated very closely with the demon beasts and may have possessed some soul weapons that even modern soul weapon experts could not understand or create. He was almost certain that his bracelet was a 1,000-year-old artifact, the ancient spirit lamp oil, a product of the Tang Dynasty, and had been researched in an underground laboratory in Guangdong province, only to have it leaked out. General Manager Wan's position as general manager is just a facade, or perhaps just a facade he chose to satisfy his lust. That's why there's this ancient tomb document on his desk. It's his job. As for Teacher Zheng Hanyue, she's probably been investigating the location of this ancient tomb for a long time. It seems that the terrorist organization has gained the upper hand. Teacher Zheng Hanyue landed on a branch, signaling Gu Yuan to stop. Gu Yuan stopped, and the two hid in the shadow of the tree canopy. Gu Yuan actually saw a hunter group. The entire group consisted of 3 people, dressed in matching hunting outfits, with 2 wolf-shaped tame beasts lying on the ground, sniffing the air. It seems there's a third force coming after us. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Teacher Zheng Hanyue's forehead. A woo. One of the wolf-shaped spirit beasts raised its head, as if it had discovered something. Oh no, this is a level 40 wind shepherd. Its spiritual energy perception is extremely strong. We're about to be discovered. Before Gu Yuan could finish speaking, Teacher Zheng Hanyue pounced on him and pinned him against a tree branch. Teacher Zheng Hanyue covered Gu Yuan's mouth with one hand, pressed her whole body against Gu Yuan, and pinned him to the tree branch face to face. Do not emit spiritual energy fluctuations. Teacher Zheng Hanyue held Gu Yuan down like that, and it was the first time Gu Yuan had ever been so close to a mature woman. Moreover, this woman was also his teacher, and his heart pounded. Black spiritual energy emanated from Teacher Zheng Hanyue, gradually engulfing Gu Yuan. Feng Mu twitched his nose, tilted his head in confusion, then continued to lie on the ground, leading the team forward. The Tianyun family. Gu Yuan's eyes sharpened. This was the family that Yun Tianxiang, who wanted to kill him, belonged to. "It's best if the sky cloud hunters don't let them discover your whereabouts," said Teacher Zheng Hanyue. These wealthy and powerful families not only wield power and influence in the city, but also possess their own hunter groups. Spirit Wind Wolf, Black Wind Bear, Gale Eagle. Gu Yuan counted the 3 beasts in the team that were over level 50. They're all wind type. Gu Yuan thought to himself. It seems the Yun family has used the power of their main family. The Yun family is a wind-based family, and all members of the family primarily cultivate with wind attributes. "Hey, second cousin, why are we here?" The owner of the Gale Eagle was a young playboy with a rather irritable temper. He jumped and skipped as he spoke, trying to stop the person leading the way. "There's something here that's extremely important for the development of our Yun family." The leader, also a young master, was manipulating the spirit Wind Wolf and Wind Shepherd to search for the surrounding aura. The burly man with the Black Wind Bear followed silently. Chapter 43. The Black Lotus Gang, a terrorist organization, emerges. "The 1,000-year fire cliff flower," said the spirit Wind Wolf's master. "What? Bro, are you kidding me? We gave up the mission of making 1 million for free and traveled all this way just for a flower," the playboy said excitedly. "Xiao Mu, don't underestimate the fire cliff flower. This 1,000-year-old fire cliff flower is a top-grade, rare spiritual flower. It was originally a burial item for this Tang Dynasty official. It has been 1,000 years and is a rare treasure inscribed with a heaven-rank combat technique." The leading nobleman said this. The playboy's dissatisfaction vanished instantly. Heavens! A heaven-rank combat skill. Among all the geniuses of our Yun family, only one person has a heaven-rank beast-taming combat skill. I heard it cost hundreds of millions. Don't be too happy yet. Although the fire cliff flower can be used to inscribe heavenly rank combat techniques, the inscription method has long been lost. Only some archaeologists from the Tang Dynasty may know how to use it. We can't afford it, so we can only sell it, the young master said. That's several hundred million, the playboy blurted out. Enough for us to buy 3 top-tier soul weapons. Stop. There's someone ahead. At this moment, the burly man grabbed the playboy with one hand. Please stop. Suddenly, a gigantic pangolin, as large as a mountain, emerged from the ground, stirring up a sandstorm in front of the 3. It was level 52, and a man stood on its head. This man had a striking appearance. His skin was fair but had a yellowish tinge, giving him a pale yellow, creamy look. He had brown hair and wore all black clothes. He said his Mandarin accent was a bit awkward, not as fluent as the English he had just said. Leave here, Chinese. Who do you think you are? I haven't even gotten my flowers yet. Why should I listen to you? Said the playboy from the Yun family. A burrowing beast, the dragon claw pangolin. The burly man from the Yun family drew his sword. He's also here to dig up an ancient tomb. Australian of Chinese descent, Pluto Young. Why is he here? Teacher Zheng Hanyue stood up from Gu Yuan's waist. Gu Yuan finally had a chance to catch his breath. Pluto what? Gu Yuan thought to himself, this mixed race guy's name is too hard to pronounce. A Black Lotus Gang cadre, but judging from his appearance, he hasn't had time to collect the fire cliff flowers underground. Teacher Zheng Hanyue gestured for Gu Yuan to observe the situation. With a deafening roar, the ground exploded into a fiery red crack, through which molten lava flowed and burst forth in bursts of hot air. Two lava turtles appeared out of thin air and transformed into two burly men covered in fiery scales and wearing turtle shells, who stood on either side of each other in a battle formation. Yes, we're here to take away the treasures beneath your land. Get lost if you don't want to die. Pluto Yang smiled arrogantly, completely disregarding the three Yun family prodigies. Three level 50 beast tamers. Although all four people present were 5th grade demon tamers, it was clear that the three younger members of the Yun family had only recently reached the 5th grade. They each only had one level 50 beast, while the others were level 40 or even level 30, which were completely useless. Don't be intimidated by him. There are more of us, the leading young nobleman roared. 3 winds formation. The three of them simultaneously formed a hand seal. Inscriptions simultaneously appeared on the bodies of the spirit wind wolf, black wind bear, and gale eagle, and the gale swirled in the air, forming 3 intersecting gusts of wind that pushed forward. The wind grew stronger and stronger, and the 2 lava turtles were forced back. Lava and rocks, like those from a volcanic eruption, were blown into the air. However, the gales merged into 3 towering tornadoes, converging towards the center from 3 directions. At this moment, the inscriptions on the 3 beasts unfolded simultaneously, merging and connecting in the air to form a magic circle. The eye of the storm trapped Pluto Young. Damn it, burrow underground. Pluto Young was being blown around unsteadily by the strong wind, and the dragon claw pangolin immediately continued digging downwards, trying to take Pluto Young underground. Don't underestimate the strength of the Yun family. At this moment, the 3 continued to work together and surprisingly lifted the entire ground into the air, pulling Pluto Young, who had hidden underground, into the air. By law, the ground is collapsing. At this moment, Pluto Young summoned his 4th level 50 beast. This is a giant, pure white koala. As it fell from the sky, its body gradually transformed into a human form, becoming a beautiful girl with koala ears. He slammed his fist into the ground, and the resulting explosion of rubble pushed the 3 of them back, but they still couldn't break through the 3 winds formation. Enough! Stop, my Chinese friend. There are plenty of fire cliff flowers down here. Let's split them equally and call a truce for now. Pluto Young said, spreading his hands. Boss, he has an extra level 50 beast compared to us. The playboy was the first to back down. Don't let my birth abroad fool you. My father is Chinese. We're compatriots, aren't we? Pluto Young said with a friendly smile, his hands in his pockets. Indeed, if we both suffer heavy losses here, we will gain nothing and only benefit the surrounding monsters to eat us, said the young nobleman of the Yun family who was leading the group, and took a step forward. Fool. At this moment, cold sweat was already dripping down teacher Zheng Hanyue's forehead. Although the other side does have an extra level 50 beast, their 3 wind eyes formation is not weak and could easily fight to the death. How could they believe the terrorists' words? However, the 3 beasts had severed the connection of the inscriptions on their bodies, and the wind began to gradually decrease. Hiss hiss. Looking down from Gu Yuan's angle, there was a silvery haze in the air. Gu Yuan thought he was seeing things, but when he looked closely, it became even more obvious under the reflection of the moonlight. Darkblade, use shadow strangulation. Pluto Young suddenly raised his right hand and roared. Suddenly, a shadow mantis burst forth from the previously empty shadows. A pair of wielding shadow claws, like sharp blades that slice through bone. Not good. The 3 members of the Yun family were all taken aback. They had just realized that there was danger when it was too late. The sharp blades sliced through the middle of the 3 men, and in an instant, one of them was shattered into 3 pieces of flesh, blood flowing freely. Damn it, this guy also has a level 40 shadow mantis. The others who were still alive were extremely anxious. with its master dead. According to the contract, the spirit wind eagle fell from the sky and died. Because the three winds formation was missing a corner, it could not be cast again. The remaining 2 level 50 beast tamers and their masters were completely unable to fight against 4 level 50 beast tamers. The outcome of the entire battle was no longer in doubt. The 3 prodigies of the Yun family are all dead. Ha 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 ha, how ridiculous. No wonder you're a pampered rich kid. You compromise the moment you're in the slightest danger and end up losing your life for nothing. Pluto Yang covered his face with one hand, tilted his head back in the moonlight, and laughed so hard that his whole body trembled. His facial muscles were contorted, and there was no trace of his previous friendliness. Chapter 44 Teacher Hanyue versus Pluto Yang. Sigh. Teacher Zheng Hanyue sighed. Boys, take good care of yourselves in a little while. I'm afraid I'll have to leave for a while. However, Gu Yuan had a different idea. The corpses of 3 level 50 tame beasts, along with their inner cores, hadn't even been dug out yet. All that spiritual material. If others don't want it, I can just pick it up myself. It's free money. Gu Yuan's eyes were practically sparkling. Teacher Zheng Hanyue could sense the barely suppressed excitement emanating from Gu Yuan. Hey, a boy shouldn't be so heartless. Even though the 3 dead were members of the Yun family and your enemies, aren't you getting a little too worked up? As Teacher Zheng Hanyue spoke, she tapped Gu Yuan on the head. No, that's not true, Teacher Zheng Hanyue. This is the first time I've seen so many level 50 monsters fighting. I'm a little excited. Gu Yuan laughed it off. Humph. Although I don't know how you did it, your red feather leveled up very quickly. With your talent, you could definitely join a large power. They would definitely provide you and Red Feather with all the resources you need to level up. Teacher Zheng Hanyue crossed her arms and said, however, the price might be that when you grow up, you will be restricted by them and become their protector. This is also why Gu Yuan is unwilling to join certain powerful families. They are too troublesome. Moreover, his own millennium-old soul weapon and the 9 heavens goddess are too precious. Who knows, if a powerful force becomes envious, they might stab him in the back. Gu Yuan had a sudden inspiration. Sure, Ms. Zheng Hanyue, look how capable you are. Your family must have a lot of resources. Why don't you take care of me? From now on, I'll definitely obey your every word. Teacher Zheng Hanyue puffed out her cheeks in feigned anger. Don't joke around with your teacher. Don't use foul language towards her. You don't know how to respect your teacher. I might arrest you and give you a good talking to. At this moment, Pluto Yang had already entered the tomb, and Teacher Zheng Hanyue, relying on the power of shadow, led Gu Yuan into the tomb as well. The entire tomb was gloomy and eerie. Although it was very dry, there was always a damp, deathly aura in the air. The cold, black walls are covered with murals from the Tang dynasty. They look like officials from the prosperous Tang dynasty. Gu Yuan looked around at the murals, which depicted scenes of monsters and humans living in peace. The demonic beasts were cultivating the fields in front, while the humans were praying for rain using formations and Taoist arts. The spiritual grains that were cultivated were shared by humans and demons. Humans and demons celebrated together in the imperial court. The Tang emperor and noble ladies were diligent in their duties. The murals depicted a scene of harmony. The auspicious 7-colored clouds seemed to form the base color, creating a harmonious and peaceful atmosphere. But in the end, Shan Yun's fate was a bloody battlefield. No, they were officials from the late Xuanzong era. Gu Yuan squinted, but was interrupted by a near-mad roar. Finally found it. Kaiyuan wood, from the prosperous Kaiyuan era, where spiritual woods abound. Its splendor lasts for eternity, surpassing all treasures in value. It can bear any engraved gem, a 1,000-year-old soul artifact. You are mine. Pluto Young Pride opened the civil official's coffin and brutally tore his remains to pieces. These are all cultural relics. If archaeologists saw him opening the coffin so roughly, they would probably die of anger. Gu Yuan was also heartbroken, thinking to himself, these bones could sell for several million, and you just tore them to pieces like that. However, Pluto Young showed no respect for the corpse. He stared intently at a piece of wood the size of a thumb, picked it up with both hands, and licked his lips. You'll be mine soon. Take care of yourself. After saying this, Teacher Zheng Hanyue rushed out. Pluto Young, accept your judgment. This grave will be your final resting place. Teacher Zheng Hanyue appeared behind the other party, and with a wave of her hand, 5 adorable shadow butterfly lolas appeared at the same time. In an instant, 6 shadow orbs converged in their hands. It was like a barrage of bullets fired at Pluto Young. 6 Earth-rank combat skills, and these were thrown from the hands of a 5th-rank demon tamer and 5 level, 50 shadow butterflies. In an instant, the black storm stirred up by the shadow aura nearly turned the entire tomb upside down. In that instant, Pluto Young vanished abruptly, having used a very rare Horcrux, the flashing belt, which made him disappear in an instant and reappear in the distance. At the same time, the dragon claw pangolin dug a hole from bottom to top, sealing off its entire carapace and unleashing a level 1 combat skill, making it as solid as a rock. The dragon claw pangolin hugged Pluto Young to protect him, while 2 lava turtles rushed out to directly confront the shadow ball head-on. The force of the explosion blew the dome of the tomb into the air, revealing the brilliant night sky. The surrounding auspicious cloud murals were forcibly torn in two, and the roar of the explosion was so loud it felt like eardrums would burst. Amidst the impact of shadow energy, the shells of the 2 lava turtles shattered. They exchanged a glance and declared, "For the Black Lotus Gang, the volcano erupts." On the backs of the 2 lava turtles, their shells, resembling volcanoes, began to gather fire energy. The shells gradually swelled and spewed out a torrent of lava, dispersing the fluctuations of the shadow sphere. Bang! Bang! The 2 lava turtles collapsed to the ground, their shells shattered completely, and their eyes no longer shimmered with fire element, like extinguished candles. Meanwhile, on the other side, teacher Zheng Hanyue was also panting heavily. Sichio and Wuchio, whose cultivation levels were the lowest, had been burned and were slumped on the ground. 4 balls, 5 balls, you can go back and rest. Second-ranked demon tamers can learn the Taoist technique of pet space, which allows them to store their pets in their soul sea to rest. 0 for 2, or you could say 2 for 2. Gu Yuan was already confident of victory. On the field now, teacher Zheng Hanyue has the upper hand. She also has 3 level 50 pets, and the strongest one, the big ball, is level 56. As for Pluto Young, he only has 1 level 40, 1 level 50, and 1 level 54 left. Seriously, these local cops have no sportsmanship, resorting to sneak attacks. Hey, pretty girl, is your main job cracking down on prostitution? You interrupted me when I was at my most excited. Pluto Young remained completely unfazed, even chuckling maliciously as he licked his lips with his disgusting tongue. However, I don't dislike policewomen at all. Last time I encountered a prostitution raid in Dongguan, that policewoman, I'll make you taste the pain she suffered. We were careless. There was a shadow thread wrapped around his waist the whole time. Whenever there was danger, the spider would use shadow teleportation to pull him away. Teacher Zheng Hanyue thought to herself and snorted coldly. Stop being so glib, Pluto Young. Cherish the last few minutes of your life. At this moment, Gu Yuan noticed something unusual. The molten lava that the lava turtle had just spewed out was converging towards a single point. This direction led directly behind the murals, and Gu Yuan looked in that direction, only to be greeted by a sea of fire cliff flowers. Chapter 45 Crisis, Teacher Hanyue's Defeat. Flowers, like eternal flames, bloomed throughout the eerie and terrifying tomb, each with a crimson wick burning within. As the cold wind blew outside, all the flowers swayed, giving people an indescribable eerie beauty, as if they had walked into a mass grave where thousands of people were buried. The lava could not harm them. Instead, it was absorbed by their roots and melted into nutrients, making the entire sea of flowers even brighter. The tomb is filled with the aura of death. The Firecliff flower. It seems this is the legendary, extremely rare secret realm required to inscribe the heavenly rank combat skill, Phoenix Fall. Strike first, strike hard. Gu Yuan jumped into the sea of flowers. Teacher Zheng Hanyue should be able to handle this on her own. Let's finish the inscription first. Teacher Zheng Hanyue is a good teacher, and Gu Yuan doesn't want to see her in a dangerous situation. However, it is obvious that teacher Zheng Hanyue has a huge advantage now and is already on top of the game. She doesn't even know how she lost, so she is not in a dangerous situation. I wanted to borrow the site before the relevant departments came to take it over, otherwise I wouldn't have another chance. However, at that moment, a serene white phantom flashed by. Ghost. Gu Yuan saw a pure white fox spirit appear before him. He could only make out the general shape of a fox, with faint blue ghost flames burning in its eyes. 9 large, pure white tails were spread out. Immediately afterwards, the fox pounced towards Gu Yuan. 2 bells could be vaguely seen around its neck, and its flawless white fur was so beautiful. Master, there is no need to panic. It is indeed a ghost, but it is merely the spirit of a demon beast that was buried with her. It is only level 14, which is enough for me to deal with. With that, Hong Ling raised her right hand, and a crimson phoenix fire gathered in her hand. She then unleashed the 1,000 reverse fire slashing forward. The spirit that was buried with the deceased was no match for Hong Ling. It was immediately knocked away by Hong Ling and then fled. However, at this time, a dramatic change was taking place on teacher Zheng Hanyue's side. Teacher Zheng Hanyue knew she had a great advantage, but considering that this was an orange-level alert wilderness, the explosive spiritual energy had already scared away most of the monsters below level 50. But if an even stronger monster slumbers here, and that boy is carried away by a wolf, then it's because I, as his teacher, failed to protect him. The explosion just now shattered a jar, and a fox demon ran out of it. That fox spirit is very strange. I wonder if it might be dangerous. Quickly finish this battle. Teacher Zheng Hanyue immediately divided her forces into 4 groups and launched a simultaneous attack. The giant ball's target was the strongest white koala girl. With a wave of its hands, 2 shadow swords converged in midair, unleashing the Earth-rank combat skill, Shadow Dance. The giant ball's small body moved at an incredible speed, becoming increasingly indistinct as it moved, leaving behind a series of afterimages of a lowly. It then launched close-quarters attacks, relentlessly pursuing and slashing its prey. 2 spheres, appearing behind the pangolin via shadow teleportation, were different from the larger sphere, which was skilled in close combat. When the larger sphere unfolded its wings, pollen scattered like stars, effectively hypnotizing the dragon-clawed pangolin. Earth-rank combat skill, Hypnotic Powder. Then, Urkyu raised his right hand, condensing a sword that resembled a butterfly's siphon. He pierced the pangolin's scales along its carapace, absorbing its life force. The 2 main forces were in danger. The shadow spider wanted to run away with its master, but as soon as it was about to pull the web, it was smashed away by the shadow ball of the 3 balls. The spider's silk broke, and Pluto Young had nowhere to escape. Teacher Zheng Hanyue had already arrived. The more beasts a beast tamer has, the stronger their combat power becomes. This is no joke. Teacher Zheng Hanyue and her 5 little girls have all given back to her. The first thing she threw was a shadow ball. As soon as Pluto dodged, he felt hypnotic powder being spat out of that damned woman's mouth. Gale rises. Pluto unleashed a tornado, blowing away the hypnotic powder, but in the next instant, teacher Zheng Hanyue also used Shadow Dance. She was like a giant ball. Her speed and explosive power multiplied several times in an instant. When she rushed out, all that could be seen was the afterimage of her graceful figure. Teacher Zheng Hanyue conjured shadow swords in both hands, slashing through the earth-rank tornado with a cross-shaped motion. As the wind blew in, she raised one hand and pierced through Pluto Yang's abdomen. The outcome is decided. At this moment, all 3 of Pluto Young's beasts were being chased and attacked by Big Ball, Second Ball, and Third Ball, and they couldn't spare any attention to save him. Teacher Zheng Hanyue slowly exerted her strength, lifting him up like a piece of meat, his feet off the ground. Pluto felt the tearing pain in his abdomen. He was about to be cut in half at the waist. Pluto Young screamed in pain. Zheng Hanyue had already decided to kill him and gradually increased the force in her hands. Spare me, spare me. I confess. Confess. Teacher Zheng Hanyue paused. Please give me a chance to confess, okay? Speak, and I will give you the final judgment after you confess. Assaulting a police officer, assaulting the beautiful you. Suddenly, Pluto Young changed the subject, raising his right hand as a surge of shadow energy gathered in it. In an instant, an even larger spider emerged from the ground, its body radiating an aura of death, and a huge skull on its massive back. Its sharp forelimbs and fangs flashed through the air, each strike seemingly accompanied by the wails of a dead soul, slashing at Teacher Hanyue. Impossible. Teacher Zheng Hanyue recognized it at a glance. It was a level 60 undead spider, a rare spirit beast that went extinct 1,000 years ago. Why was it here, and why had it formed a contract with Pluto Young? Aren't you only a 5th-rank pet? Why do you have a 6th pet? Teacher Zheng Hanyue's expression turned very bad. Pluto Young clutched his stomach and swayed as he sat down. 1,000-year-old Horcrux, the coffin of the other shore. With that, Pluto Young took out the wooden pendant, about the size of his little finger. One person can use it once. When the soul of the dead beast is still around, it can draw its soul back into the corpse. If it combines ancient and modern inscriptions researched by our beast tamers, it can reduce the difficulty of occupying a contract slot in the Soul Sea by 20%. What? Although teacher Zheng Hanyue had heard of the Millennium Soul weapons, each of which was an extremely powerful artifact, this was just a small piece the size of a little finger, yet it possessed such terrifying power. She recalled the broken porcelain when she came in. Could it be that the spider's soul was inside? Its remains were separated and buried here as burial offerings. It was then led by the coffin of the other shore to the spider's remains, where it was resurrected and made a pact. In this way, the advantage is no longer on my side. This guy is really cunning. He didn't use it immediately, but instead lured me into his trap step by step, even at the cost of being stabbed twice by me. Chapter 46 Phoenix Inscription, Wildfire Spreads. I was careless. Cold sweat was already dripping down Zheng Hanyue's forehead. For some reason, the blood on her skin that had just been scratched was mixed with purple powder. Teacher Zheng Hanyue whimpered and collapsed to the ground, kneeling before Pluto. Teacher Zheng Hanyue suffered considerable injuries. Her body was covered in wounds, and blood dripped down her fair skin. However, Teacher Hanyue remained unfazed by the violence, looking firmly at Pluto Yang before her. He wore a wicked smile and explained, Earth-rank combat skill, Ghost Poison Synthesis. Pluto Yang tilted his head and said, the bone spider can transform the vengeful spirits of the dead into a specific poison that can be injected into the enemy's body. Did you see the wailing faces of those women on his buttocks? This Tang Dynasty official enjoys using its power to torment women. It will follow me to new heights, and you will be its first masterpiece. You scum. Although Teacher Zheng Hanyue could not stand up, she could still give orders to her pet. The large sphere behind it soared high into the air, and the butterfly wings on its back began to unfurl black inscriptions. This impossible. Pluto Yang's face turned deathly pale. This combat skill is at the heavenly rank. Dark Tide. The butterfly girl in the big ball curled up into a ball, her entire body becoming as deep as a black gemstone. A vast black ocean was formed, with black light flowing like water swirling in space, creating a twisting and rotating vortex. The black vortex gradually expanded, accompanied by a large number of shadow particles in the air, which shot out in all directions like bullets. All the shadows have been sucked away. Gu Yuan watched from the side and saw that the shadows of Pluto Yang's original 3 level beasts were all sucked into the black vortex. As soon as the shadow was absorbed, the bodies of the 3 level 50 pets turned deathly pale, and then they collapsed to the ground with a thud, dying instantly. Pluto Yang looked at this heaven-rank combat skill and felt utterly desperate. If it weren't for the dead bone spider blocking his way, he would probably be dead. There's no other way. I have to sacrifice you, Bone Spider. Pluto Yang felt he was about to die here, and with no other choice, he had to give up the level 60 top-quality pet he had finally managed to find. The bone spider roared to the sky and charged directly towards the center of the vortex. Celestial rank combat skill, Night Parade of 100 Demons. Centered on the bone spider, countless white skull ghosts emerged, and in their rotation, they knocked away the large ball and Zheng Hanyue. However, the bone spider died on the spot because its shadow was sucked away. After the explosion, big ball, second ball, and third ball all fell to the ground, while Teacher Zheng Hanyue was still standing. She put the 3 pets back. He walked towards Pluto Yang step by step. With none of his fighting beasts left, Pluto Yang was terrified and retreated quickly, his legs going weak. However, with a bang, it was Teacher Zheng Hanyue who fell first. Damn it! Gu Yuan hurriedly got up to help, but was stopped by Hong Ling. No, Master, this place is dangerous. Besides, he has already discovered us, but he ignores us because he is extremely arrogant and regards us as ants. But, Gu Yuan gritted his teeth. Red Feather landed among the flowers and transformed into a human. Master, this situation has reached a critical point of life and death. I am powerless and fear I have no way to fight him. Even though he has no beasts left to use, he is still a 5th-rank beast tamer. In my opinion, there is only one plan that can be done. Hong Ling unbuttoned her robe and walked step by step toward her master, looking at Gu Yuan with a serious expression. Heavenly rank combat skill, Phoenix Fall. Okay. Gu Yuan nodded. Although he didn't know how effective Phoenix Fall would be, it was still a heaven rank weapon. He wondered if it could handle Pluto Yang. Gu Yuan flipped to the introduction and took a look. Phoenix Fall, a secret technique from the Tang Dynasty, the strongest heavenly rank combat skill in the world. It is forbidden for 2 reasons. Firstly, its destructive power is enormous, capable of killing disobedient individuals across multiple ranks. Secondly, its pure phoenix flames can directly rupture meridians, and those struck by it die in extremely gruesome ways. Gu Yuan laughed, thinking to himself, wow, that's amazing. This is so cool, but his smile immediately froze. Secondly, the consumption is excessively huge, requiring the life of a phoenix to be burned away, and together they fall to the other shore flower. The phoenix's fall technique requires the complete depletion of a phoenix's life force to be released. Phoenix descends requires the life of a phoenix. No, Hongling, I absolutely cannot allow that to happen. Gu Yuan didn't want to see that worst-case scenario unfold. This combat technique cannot be inscribed. Your Majesty, I am ready to do anything for you. However, Hongling had already stepped forward and grasped Gu Yuan's hand. Master, I am so fortunate to have lived to this day and to have met you. Do you remember the first time we met at the gate of the elementary school? I am confined in a cage. My illness has reached its terminal stage. The cold wind howls, and the city management officers chase away the vendors all day long, leaving them helpless. Every day, I had no choice but to throw the weak and sickly chicks into the incinerator to burn them alive. The chicks that were bought were simply played with to death by their respective owners. I had already lost all hope of living. My master, however, was willing to spend 5 cents to buy me. Not only did he not harm me, but he also helped me with my spiritual practice. I will never forget such a great kindness. When Hongling got to this point, her eyes were already red, like a ferocious beast going berserk. The greatest blessing in my life is watching my master grow up day by day. Today, tomorrow, no matter how long the world ends, if any thief tries to harm my master, he will have to step over my dead body first. After saying this, Hongling looked at Gu Yuan with lingering reluctance, tears streaming down her face and dripping onto her chest. The situation is perilous today. I only beg my master to take good care of himself. In my next life, I will serve my master again, even as a beast of burden. As Hongling spoke, she looked at Gu Yuan with pleading eyes, took Gu Yuan's hand with one hand, and slowly placed it on her chest. Hongling, I. Gu Yuan recalled the past. From the very first day he transmigrated, Hongling had been by his side, taking care of him like a gentle and virtuous wife and mother. This was something his past self had never imagined. He could actually have such good fortune in this life. Those heartwarming moments, would she really leave him? Really? Only then did Gu Yuan realize that he had touched Hongling, and his face flushed red instantly. Seeing Gu Yuan blush, Hongling burst into laughter through her tears and squeezed Gu Yuan's hand tightly. Being with Master makes me happy even if I'm about to die. I love being with Master the most. No matter if I turn into ashes or not, I am willing to die for Master. Chapter 47, I will love you forever. Thank you. It's so good to have you. Gu Yuan knew that if he died, Hongling would die no matter where she flew. This was the first time Gu Yuan had ever touched a woman's breasts. He really wasn't good at interacting with girls. The first time he touched one was with a spirit beast. All I could do was to help her, and by the way, I also saved teacher Zheng Hanhua, which was a way of repaying her for helping me get the admission notice. Gu Yuan took out the book and opened the array on it. Red Feather spread its wings and, following the formation, swept across at an extremely low speed, using one of its phoenix claws to dance among the fire cliff flowers. Gu Yuan took out the array flags he had prepared in advance, as well as 5 candles, 5 human skulls, and 5 bottles of black dog blood. With a flick of his wrist, 5 skulls landed on the magic circle, 5 candles lit simultaneously, and black dog blood splattered everywhere. Gu Yuan swallowed hard. The inscription process began. Gu Yuan pressed his right hand against the ground, and countless incantations spread from his palm into the surrounding array. In no time, it filled the entire sea of flowers. Inscriptions? Ha ha ha. Pluto Young laughed. That's hilarious, little brat. What do you think that is? That's a 1,000-year-old firecliff flower. Not to mention a 1,000-year-old firecliff flower. Even a 1-year-old one isn't something anyone can pick. Pluto Young, clutching his stomach, stood up. He looked down on Gu Yuan so much that even knowing he was in the sea of flowers, he couldn't be bothered to go over. During the harvesting process, a large amount of dead bone energy will erupt. If you get even a little bit of that stuff on you, you will die. You snot-nosed brat. It's not my place to easily crush you with a single finger. I'm too lazy to do it. I'll deal with your teacher instead. With a wicked smile, Pluto Young walked step by step toward teacher Zheng Hanhua, his eyes fixed only on her graceful and alluring body. You finally made enough trouble, haven't you? You dared to make a hole in my stomach. I'll make you wish you were dead, or I'm not a yom. However, in the sea of flowers, the blood was drawn back into the skull, and the skull's eyes emitted a faint red glow, while the candle on its head turned crimson. More complex and incomprehensible ancient inscriptions unfolded around it. A firecliff flower fully opened its petals. As the fiery red wick rose from the petals turned pure white, and like a final burst of life, it fully unfolded its petals. The red wick, imbued with the aura of death, danced in the air before finally merging into Gu Yuan's hand, transforming into a single red dot of light on his 2 fingers. All the fire cliff flowers in the entire flower sea emitted their own wicks, and countless points of light scattered and danced in the air. The entire red flower sea, with Gu Yuan as the center, transformed into a pure white ocean. In an instant, the festive red wedding room was transformed into a funeral ceremony. This inscription will not take long because it is not complicated. The only problem is that the materials are very difficult to gather. With a flick of his wrist, Gu Yuan touched Hong Ling's chest, then traced a line downwards, which gradually spread outwards. Next, starting from the center of her chest, a fiery red fire cliff flower was inscribed on both shoulder blades. Red feather absorbed a large amount of the fire cliff flower's energy, not only completing the inscription, but also leveling up 2 levels to reach level 18. Let go of teacher Zheng Hanhua. Gu Yuan kicked the wall open. Pluto Yang, who had turned around in shock from the flash of flames, glanced at Gu Yuan and asked, "What just happened?" "My fire cliff flower, what?" He saw that all the fire cliff flowers behind Gu Yuan had turned white. They had withered and died. A 1,000-year-old sea of fire cliff flowers worth billions. Pluto Yang almost fainted, forgetting that teacher Zheng Hanhua was still panting on the ground. Her face flushed. "What have you done? What have you done, you damn thing? You're asking for it. You're asking for it. You're dead. Someone is indeed going to die today, but not my master, but you and I." Red feather landed in front of Gu Yuan. Pluto Yang's brow twitched. "What? Who are you?" Suddenly, Hong Ling transformed into a flying phoenix. "A spirit pet, that level 16 bird? How come it's level 18 now? And it's even transformed into a human." At this moment, Pluto Yang was completely shocked. His lips twitched slightly, and he was overwhelmed with excitement. "God, a mythical pet. Ha! Little brat, you actually possess such precious treasures, such as a beautiful teacher and a fire cliff flower worth billions. I can forgive you anything, as long as you break your contract with her and give yourself to me. I'll even adopt you as my son." However, Gu Yuan stood still, his feelings complicated. Hey. Pluto Yang stood up straight, feeling as if he'd been doused with cold water. "You don't actually think there's any difference between crushing you and crushing an ant, do you? You're just a high school student with a mythical level pet, but you have absolutely no chance against me. It's not too late to call me dad now." "You grandson." Gu Yuan spat out 2 words. "Listen carefully. It's true that a mythical level expert is no match for you. But what if I had a heaven rank combat skill?" At this moment, Hong Ling's body was suddenly enveloped in flames, transforming into a firebird with the shape of a phoenix. The flames gradually burned away Hong Ling's bones, skin, and internal organs, completely turning her into a phoenix-shaped cluster of fire and spiritual energy. Gu Yuan activated the effect of Yanjing Gate. Command, Void Command. Hong Ling's body became even more ethereal once again, and the effect of the flames increased by 150%. At the same time, the effects of Danfeng Gate and Xing'an Gate were also enhanced. Red feathers let out a long cry as they soared into the sky. Phoenix Fall, no, not just any Phoenix Fall, but the 1,000-year Phoenix Fall inscribed with the 1,000-year Fire Cliff flower. Pluto Yang turned and ran. Damn it, this move absolutely cannot be taken head-on. Taking it means death. Damn it. Why? Why does he know how to inscribe Phoenix Fall, a heaven-rank combat technique? However, the burning red feather was like a shooting star, dozens of times faster than Pluto Yang. The burning phoenix plummeted straight down, like a meteorite crashing to the ground. Hong Ling's body passed through Pluto Yang's chest, and in an instant, a huge explosion of fire shot into the sky, the dazzling lights startling the surrounding monsters into taking cover. Among them were many king-level demonic beasts above level 50. They all fled from this sea of fire that exploded. The flames spread, and the temperature was so high that even the water in the 2 circular lakes on both sides was evaporated. Gu Yuan was blown dozens of meters backward by the shockwave of the explosion, and a layer of sandstorm swept around him, even snapping the large trees in the middle. 5 minutes later, the flames from the explosion gradually subsided. With a heavy heart, Gu Yuan walked forward with difficulty and saw a crystal-clear fire phoenix egg in the pit. Chapter 48: The Phoenix Falls and the Heavens Ignite. This is a phoenix egg. According to the Wangxian sect, when a phoenix is on the verge of death, it can transform into an egg, granting it immunity to 1 death. But then, Pluto Yang was seen crawling forward along the crater. His meridians were severed, rendering him a cripple. Blood flowed from his 7 orifices, and all his joints were dislocated. Yet he still managed to pull out a blood-red dagger and stab it at the phoenix egg in front of him. "You damned firebird, die!" Pluto Yang crawled forward, raised his hand, and was about to pierce the red feathered egg with his knife. Although the phoenix egg left behind by Hong Ling looks very exquisite, with sharp edges and corners, it is somewhat like a well-cut ruby. However, its hardness is only comparable to that of ordinary sheet metal, and ordinary people can easily break it. Just as Pluto Yang raised his hand, Gu Yuan's shadow arrow shot out, piercing through his entire arm and pinning him to the wall. The dagger fell to the ground, and Gu Yuan stood in front of Pluto Yang. Logically speaking, he should be dead, but why is he still alive? Moreover, he was in a state where his meridians were severed. He was left with only one breath, and anyone could finish him off with a single blow. The power of Phoenix Fall has been weakened to the point where it can no longer instantly kill someone 3 levels above. It must leave the enemy with a breath left. Gu Yuan stroked his chin and held the red feathered egg in his arms. The effect of Phoenix Fall is to burn all of one's own life force to burn enemies beyond one's level, while the effect of rebirth from the ashes is to leave a trace of life when near death and turn it into an egg. These two effects conflict with each other, resulting in the following. When the phoenix crashes into the enemy, it transforms into an egg just before it dies, but the target it hits will also survive with a breath of life. The downside is that Feng Luo cannot directly kill strong enemies. He must finish them off and ensure the safety of the phoenix eggs. The advantage is that Hongling won't die. She'll be resurrected from the egg after a day. "What?" Pluto Yang exclaimed in shock. "Damn it, your phoenix can be reborn from its egg. So you don't have to worry about the biggest drawback of Phoenix Fall, which is that it consumes the life of a phoenix. You should be worried about yourself." At this moment, Gu Yuan's eyes were already filled with murderous intent. He walked up to Pluto Yang, and Shadow Arrow was already loaded. The clanging of machinery, along with the soft whistling of arrows cutting through the air, sounded like the death knell in Pluto Yang's ears. "No, no, don't kill me. Take me to court. Try me. I'm not Chinese. Deport me back to China. Let me go. Australia doesn't have the death penalty. I'll take hundreds of years. Just don't kill me." Pluto Young's tears were streaming down his face. He was utterly desperate, and his cries were so hysterical that his voice cracked. "This is China, not a place for you to act recklessly. If there is an afterlife, think twice before you come back here to steal again." Gu Yuan approached step by step. "No." Pluto Young hadn't finished speaking. 3 whooshing sounds filled the air as 3 shadow arrows were fired in quick succession, piercing Pluto Young's throat, brow, and skull. They pinned his head to the ground. His muscles spasmed and convulsed, and finally he stopped breathing completely. Gu Yuan carefully put away Hong Ling's egg and ran to Teacher Zheng Hanyue's side. "Don't come any closer." Teacher Zheng Hanyue was covered in sweat. Her breathing was rapid. Her legs were curled up, and her slender fingers had left marks on the ground. "Teacher, it's me, Gu Yuan." Gu Yuan had never seen his teacher like this before, and his heart was pounding faster than ever before. "I know it's you, boy. Teacher is in a very bad state right now." Hanyu twisted her legs, as if she was holding in her urine. Gu Yuan could tell that she was about to give up on the local specialties of Dongguan. Gu Yuan had some wild thoughts in his mind, but remembering that this was his teacher, he took a step back and turned around. "I felt Teacher Hanyue hug me tightly from behind and knock me to the ground." She pressed herself to the ground, holding herself tightly. Her back was soaked with sweat. A rich, sweet fragrance wafted past Gu Yuan's ears. Should I not have refused? Teacher Zheng Hanyue regained her senses, stepped back, and pushed Gu Yuan away with one hand. Then, he sat down on the ground. "Teacher Zheng Hanyue, are you all right?" Gu Yuan asked. However, the teacher turned her head, brushed the dust off her clothes, and stood up. "I'm fine, very clear-headed. I'm sorry to disappoint you." Teacher Zheng Hanyue's voice regained some of its usual calmness. "Oh." Gu Yuan had barely finished speaking when Teacher Zheng Hanyue was swaying unsteadily, one hand covering her forehead. Her gaze was fixed on Gu Yuan's O-shaped mouth. Looking at the young man's mouth, for some reason, she felt herself gradually losing self-control. Immediately afterwards, Teacher Hanyue turned around and walked to the other side. She needed to stay rational, but she felt like she couldn't stop. Teacher Hanyue pushed Gu Yuan away and walked away from him. She straightened up, raised her right hand, and said, "No, it's too dangerous here. It's up to you now." Gu Yuan had no idea what was wrong with Teacher Hanyue. He only saw Teacher Zheng Hanyue unleash a combat skill on him, Earth rank combat skill, sleeping powder. The powder flew out and was all inhaled into Zheng Hanyue's nasal cavity. Then, teacher Zheng Hanyue collapsed weakly onto Gu Yuan's lap. This is how you numb yourself. Gu Yuan felt mostly disappointed. The hardest thing right now is, Ms. Zheng Hanyue, you're asleep. How am I supposed to leave this place? How can I carry teacher Zheng Hanyue back to Anjia without Hongling? Gu Yuan looked south. The nearest high-speed rail line was still a 4-hour journey away. What should we do? As far as Gu Yuan's eyes could see, there was a forest where many demonic beasts were spying. Their menacing gazes told Gu Yuan that this matter was not over yet. The battle just now alarmed a large number of demonic beasts, but the fight between 3 heavenly rank battle skills, 10 level 50 beast tamers, and 2 5th rank demon tamers intimidated them. If these monsters sense that the battle is over and their territory is safe, and they want to return here, what should they do? Gu Yuan dragged teacher Zheng Hanyue to the underground of the tomb and hid her behind the coffin. Collect as many useful things as possible. Gu Yuan arrived on the ground, and his first step was to use his bracelet to dismantle the remains of all the beasts that had died in the course of the battle. Chapter 49: Looting the corpse to obtain the abundant spirit material. All of Pluto Yang's tamed beasts perished. The corpses of 5 level 50 tamed beasts and 1 level 40 tamed beast were decomposed into a total of 1.3 million spiritual substances. The 3 level 50 tamed beasts of the Yun family brothers also yielded 700,000 units of spiritual matter. 2 million spirit materials. Gu Yuan thought to himself with a sense of satisfaction. Although this wave was dangerous, it seemed that he had only managed to pick up the boss's head at the end. He also obtained 2 million spirit materials. If he went back and exchanged them all for ancient spirit lamp oil for cultivation, his strength would greatly increase. Then comes the collection of Horcruxes. After these people die, there may be undamaged Horcruxes on their corpses that are still usable. Gu Yuan touched each of the corpses one by one, examining them one by one, but the battle was too intense, and most of the soul artifacts were damaged. Finally, Gu Yuan could only sigh. Suddenly, he noticed that Pluto's right hand, which he had clenched tightly until his death, had loosened. He looked closer. It was a wooden pendant about the size of a thumb. Fortunately, the Millennium Horcrux is still here, the coffin of the other shore. However, just as Gu Yuan was about to pick up the coffin made of Kaiyuan wood, the small wooden pendant suddenly flew up. It flew straight toward its own bracelet and eventually merged into it. They've merged, Gu Yuan thought to himself. At this moment, his bracelet gained 2 additional effects. One was a Taoist technique that could only be used once, returning in a coffin. When the soul of a dead beast is still nearby, it will be drawn back into the corpse, and the difficulty of occupying a contract position in the soul sea will be reduced by 20%. As Pluto Young just mentioned, Gu Yuan wasn't surprised by this effect. However, there is another effect, the eye of the other shore. Gu Yuan tried using the effects of this 1,000-year-old soul artifact, and the bracelet emitted a faint light. Suddenly, Gu Yuan's gaze locked onto a grass in the distance that he didn't recognize, and he felt as if he had seen a brief description of it. Kana. Race, plant. Qualification, ordinary. Level 0. Combat skills, none. Then, Gu Yuan looked down and examined Hong Ling's egg. Phoenix eggs. Race, fierce jade phoenix. Qualification, mythical. Level 0. Combat skill, nurturing, innate, absorbing fire energy. Estimated hatching time is 22 hours, 17 minutes, and 29 seconds, 28 seconds, 27 seconds. Understood. Gu Yuan's lips curved slightly. So that's how it is. I was wondering about that earlier. He seemed to know what combat techniques teacher Zheng Hanyue had, and he could sense the terror of Hongling's phoenix fall at a glance. So that's what he relied on. Gu Yuan felt that these 1,000-year-old soul artifacts were like cheat codes, completely beyond the comprehension of people of his time. How did our ancestors create these things back then? However, it seems that this bracelet of mine is more powerful than the other 1,000-year-old soul artifacts. According to the documents found on the corpse, the mainstream 1,000-year Horcruxes were made of a type of wood called Kaiyuan wood. This wood is incredibly intelligent, capable of being engraved with all sorts of fantastical Horcrux effects. And his own bracelet can assimilate other 1,000-year-old soul artifacts made of Kaiyuan wood. Gu Yuan smiled wryly. He had picked up a whole bunch of good stuff, but whether he was alive to enjoy it was another question entirely. Gu Yuan sprayed disinfectant made from spiritual substances everywhere to wipe away the stench of blood. Then he started setting the mountain on fire. hoping that the Earth-rank Phoenix Feather Flame would temporarily make the surrounding demonic beasts believe that the battle was still ongoing and that there were still powerful beasts fighting inside. However, this is only a delaying tactic. If he still can't come up with a solution before all the surrounding trees are burned, things will be in trouble. There's only one way, Gu Yuan said, looking at his 2 million spirit materials. Gu Yuan exchanged all the spiritual materials for ancient spirit lamp oil. He only had one way to break through to 400 soul control power, although he was still below the second level. But that fox just now. Gu Yuan suddenly remembered the white demon soul from earlier. Complete the contract with her. Hong Ling is gone, but he can still use the bloodlines of 8 other goddesses from the 9 heavens. He can also create a mythical beast to help him escape. Only Gu Yuan would dare to say something like creating another mythical level monster. It should be noted that a mythical level monster is already extremely rare. Once it is born, it is highly praised and revered by thousands. Whoever can subdue one will instantly make headlines. It is someone that even the most powerful and wealthy families, who are far beyond the reach of ordinary people, would fight tooth and nail to obtain. If one person could have 2, that would be enough to drive an entire city crazy. According to Gu Yuan's calculations, to increase soul power by 100 points, it is necessary to build the Eastern Palace in the Soul Sea. Pushing forward from Danfeng Gate, there are 4 important buildings: the East Palace, Guangzeifeng, Yushanfeng, and Changelfeng. Gu Yuan planned to build from left to right for the next upgrade, starting with the construction of the East Palace. Gu Yuan recalled the scene of his last meeting with Hong Ling in this void. Back then, she wanted the Eastern Palace, and this time, the image of Hong Ling burning herself and dying for her was still vivid in her mind. When Hong Ling comes back, we'll give her a surprise. Gu Yuan lit the ancient spirit lamp oil, which increased cultivation speed by 7.5 times, hid in the tomb, and began to cultivate with all his might. The process of cultivating soul control power is like a primary school student practicing writing characters using a calligraphy template. Once again, sketch a picture in your mind, and then let it become completely fixed in the blank sea of your soul, gradually forming a state where you can recall it without concentrating your mind. It's like an adult writing. They can write without thinking. Unlike the gate, the East Palace has a very complex internal structure, which is meticulously designed and made entirely of vermilion bricks and tiles, as well as redwood. The murals above depict phoenixes soaring into the sky, their wings outstretched towards the rising sun, their jewel-encrusted patterns exuding wealth and luxury. In the center is a square plaque made of gilded metal, with 2 large traditional Chinese characters that read Eastern Palace. Just looking at it makes one feel insignificant, and makes one feel how noble and supreme the woman who can live here must be. This palace is so imposing, so luxurious, it's impossible to create such a thing in the Sea of Souls. In 12 hours, Gu Yuan had almost burned Luofu Mountain to the ground. The soul power has only increased to 360. The first floor of the East Palace has begun to take shape, but the superstructure is too complex and cannot be fully completed. Chapter 50: The Second Pet, a 1,000-year-old nine-tailed fox. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Gu Yuan felt the pressure coming from the top of the Eastern Palace. This pressure felt like a massive boulder weighing 1,000 pounds, pressing down on me and making it hard to breathe. With each additional brick added, I felt a tightness in my chest and shortness of breath. But time waits for no one, and Gu Yuan had to achieve a breakthrough, so he concentrated the spiritual power in his soul sea. Streams of spiritual energy converged on the second floor of the East Palace, eventually transforming into magnificent red tiles and bricks, radiating light and overflowing with spiritual energy. Gu Yuan almost collapsed to the ground. His soul control power had finally reached 400, and he could now form a contract with the fox demon. Gu Yuan arrived at the corner of the corner tomb and found that all the pottery jars there had been broken. The burial objects inside had all escaped, scattering and dancing in the air, unable to leave, filling the entire underground with a melancholy atmosphere. Their bodies have not yet been found. Where are these monstrous beasts buried with the corpses? Gu Yuan pondered this question. How did Pluto Young pull the spider up, and from where? Gu Yuan looked down at his feet. The bone spider had crawled out from underground. Following the large hole dug out by the skeleton spider, Gu Yuan saw a pitch-black underground burial chamber filled with funerary objects. There are many corpses here, but most of them are rotten, except for one white one that is still on the ground. Gu Yuan walked over. It was a pure white nine-tailed fox demon lying on the ground. Even after 1,000 years, it still looked incredibly exquisite. She seemed like a beauty who had been asleep for 1,000 years. Its fur was pure white and incredibly smooth. Gu Yuan was just about to walk over when a flash of white light appeared, and the white fox from before pounced swiftly, landing right in front of him. Calm down. Gu Yuan raised his right hand and slowly walked towards the nine-tailed fox, hoping to stroke its forehead. But then the white fox suddenly leaped up and bit Gu Yuan's right hand. Before Gu Yuan could establish a soul connection with the fox, it bit his right hand, leaving a bloody mark, and then jumped away. Damn it, the smell of blood. Gu Yuan thought to himself that this fox was really fierce. With that bite, the smell of blood overflowed, and it would be terrible if the monsters outside found out. Gu Yuan covered his palm, and the bracelet dissolved into disinfectant and ointment, stopping the bleeding from his wound. Although this fox in its soul form seemed unable to stray too far from its own corpse. After running around once, it returned to its original position and continued to confront itself. Such a stubborn temper. Gu Yuan rushed forward. Gu Yuan unleashed the 1,000 reversal fire slash, slashing towards the feet of the white fox's soul. At the same time, he raised his right hand and threw out a raging firestorm, which swept towards its back from the side. The two flames forced the white fox's soul to leap towards the lower left. At this moment, Gu Yuan, relying on the effect of the Dark Knight cloak, stealthily rushed out, grabbed the fox's neck with his right hand, and the contract began. The process of signing a contract is the process of connecting the other party's soul with silk threads in the sea of souls. If it is like Hong Ling, there is no resistance, and the connection can be completed as soon as the silk threads pass through. If the other side wants to resist, then it will take some time. Gu Yuan felt a sudden sense of clarity, as if he were in a wide ocean. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of the bronze bell striking the ground rang out continuously, and a bright and open space suddenly appeared before Gu Yuan. The distant mountains are covered in silver, and the surrounding area is full of ancient wooden buildings with snow piled on the eaves, creating a silvery white world. Standing on this clock tower, which is over 20 meters high, you can take in the entire snow city below. My lord, there's no need to waste your energy and squander the only chance to use the coffin on the other shore. I'll just have to remain in this state of being neither human nor ghost for the rest of my life. This time, the white fox didn't run away. Instead, it lay on the observation deck of the clock tower, looking at the snowy scenery below. However, from Gu Yuan's perspective, looking ahead, the whole scene was extremely eerie. Because hanging above the fox's spirit was a pure white fox corpse, suspended upside down in the air, with a cut on its neck, its blood drained. It was like dried, cured meat, swaying in the cold wind, its body covered with layers of frost. Beneath the corpse, a nine-tailed white fox lay there in an extremely innocent, helpless, and powerless manner, gazing at the snow scene. Where am I? Gu Yuan sensed something was amiss. Chang'an in July, the white fox said. It shouldn't snow in July. Gu Yuan sensed something was amiss. Yes, but my name is Qi Shui. The white fox ignored the fact that snow had already piled up into a small mound between its ears. My physique is extremely rare. I possess an icy and jade-like body and a divine bloodline. On the day I was born, although it was July, snow fell throughout Chang'an. This is a good thing, Gu Yuan said. The Tang dynasty rewards talented spirit beasts. With your strong bloodline and physique, you can become an important minister in the court. My lord is too kind. I was born in the 14th year of the Tianbao era, which was the year the Lushan rebellion began. Huh. Gu Yuan immediately understood what was going on when he heard this. And Lushan was originally a defeated warrior-level demon beast. Because of his skill in dancing, he rose rapidly in rank. Later, he colluded with Yang Guozhong of the Fox Demon family to rebel and became the military governor of the 3 northeastern towns. In Fanyang, his cavalry and infantry were all human. To divert attention from the conflict, Emperor Xuanzong called it the chaos caused by demonic beasts. Yes, I heard from that old gentleman in the library that the coexistence of humans and monsters in the Tang dynasty ended after the Lushan rebellion. The Tang emperor refused to acknowledge that he had neglected state affairs, attributing it to the chaos caused by the demon race. This led to the end of the cooperative relationship between humans and demons, and the nation's strength began to decline rapidly. Gu Yuan spoke as he walked forward. Many commoners said that fox spirits were causing chaos in the court, and that fox spirits were derogatory terms for women. When I was born, I was not given any respect. Instead, she was hacked to death in her infancy, and my clansman, Yang Yuhuan, did not offer me any assistance, but instead used the Yang family's secret techniques. He stole my bloodline, hanged me from the bell tower, and declared that the fox demon was dead and the Tang dynasty was about to prosper. When Gu Yuan heard this, he let out a deep sigh. My lord, you must not waste any more time on me. Without a mythical bloodline, I cannot return to my physical body. Besides, what I hate most is humans. The nine-tailed fox turned its head like a bewitching demon and glared fiercely at Gu Yuan. Even if you form a contract with me now, you will only get a corpse. Chapter 51 The Second Pet, Qi Shui. Yes, she was right. The fox demon corpse outside, which belonged to her, had remained intact for 1,000 years due to the absolute low temperature of her ice crystal body, but the fact that it had no bloodline was undeniable. Even if her soul is drawn back, Qi Shui will still die if she is just an empty shell without blood. Gu Yuan raised his head and looked at Qi Shui. I have another way, which is to restore your bloodline and give you an even more powerful mythical bloodline. But the prerequisite is that you must sign a contract with me and become my pet. What? Qi Shui turned her head, looking at Gu Yuan in shock. I just bit you and was so disobedient. Why is my husband not only not angry, but also helping me to escape this painful state of dying before my death? Qi Shui could hardly believe her ears. This man was actually going to help her. I need your strength. Gu Yuan replied simply and directly. But I am a fox spirit, born from the snow in July, an ominous sign. If you accept me, my lord, you will be scorned by the world and regarded as an evil creature. Qi Shui became more and more agitated. She even took a few steps back and shook her head warily. My lord, you are a good person. I don't want to implicate you. Huh. Gu Yuan thought to himself, this fox is still living in the Tianbao era. He doesn't even know that it's 2021 now. Where's this talk of the dangers of pets? It's all about the construction of a nationwide system for taming beasts. Gu Yuan continued walking forward. It's okay. From now on you'll follow me. Listen to me, and I guarantee you'll have plenty to eat and drink. Qi Shui's fox-like eyes carefully observed Gu Yuan's eyes. My lord, there is no trace of lying in your eyes, nor any fear of foxes. So, Gu Yuan's eyes were sharp as he awaited Qi Shui's final answer. I am willing to give it a try. If you need anything while protecting me, I am willing to share your burden. Qi Shui jumped in front of Gu Yuan, swaying back and forth to shake off the snow off her body, and looked up at Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan raised his right hand, and a red thread extended towards Qi Shui, finally connecting at Qi Shui's neck. Within Gu Yuan's soul sea, the contract positions were reconnected. At this moment, a beam of black light from the bracelet connected to the white fox corpse on the ground. Activate the second function. Gu Yuan silently recited the command in his mind. At this moment, Gu Yuan's bracelet turned outward, forming 8 unbreakable locks. Once again, the other 8 goddesses of the 9 heavens appeared before Gu Yuan. They were still as elegant and beautiful as ever. Even though it was the second time he saw them, he was still as amazed as when he first saw them. Oh, if only I could choose them all, but I can only choose one. Gu Yuan thought this to himself, but still asked, does it have fox blood? Having consumed 100,000 points of spiritual matter, one of the 8 seals suddenly shattered, turning into a pale blue light. The other 7 goddesses of the 9 heavens exchanged glances, shrugged, and returned to the seal. A pale blue light was injected into the white fox corpse on the ground. At this moment, the black light emanating from the waiting coffin of the other shore followed closely behind a snow-white soul. What happened? At this moment, the other agents who were rushing to rescue teacher Zheng Hanyue all looked up. Hey, no way. Even though it's winter, this kind of scene shouldn't happen. It's snowing in Guangdong province. Are we really located in a subtropical monsoon climate zone? At this moment, Gu Yuan felt a chill. The white, cold mist pushed outwards, as if a winter snow scene had suddenly come to life before our eyes. Emerging from the snow-covered landscape was a stunningly beautiful woman with a pair of snow-white fox ears on her head. 9 snow-white tails peeked out from under her skirt, and she gently stroked one of her tails with one hand, looking like an ancient beauty who had stepped out of a traditional Chinese ink painting of a snowy landscape. A pristine white dress accentuated her stunning figure. Her body was lithe and graceful, and her bare, jade-white feet shone on the snow without her feeling the chill. Her toenails were painted with blue nail polish. A red rope was tied around her ankle, with 2 bells attached to it. These bells were worn around her neck when she was in spirit beast form. Her fair, creamy skin was dazzling to behold. Then, she turned to the side, placing both hands flat in front of her left chest, pressing her right hand over her left, bending her right leg back, bending her knee, and lowering her head. My lord, I greet you. Gu Yuan had indeed seen this kind of etiquette in palace dramas. It was called a grand ceremony, and it was only performed by the people a woman respected most. Although he knew the gift didn't mean anything by it, Gu Yuan still felt that she was deliberately showing off her figure and beauty. Especially her eyes, when they looked at me, had an unusually alluring quality. The fox demon moved with a light and graceful gait, like a fairy floating on air. Her movements were elegant, like a close concubine of the emperor in the palace, and she was the kind of villain in period dramas. Gu Yuan felt as if there were hooks in the other person's eyes at all times, ready to catch him. 7 Snow. Race, Nine-tailed snow fox. Qualification myth. Level, 14. Combat skills. Blizzard. Innate can cause a major change in the celestial phenomena, with a blizzard falling from the sky. The combat power of all fire attribute beasts decreases, while the combat power of ice attribute beasts increases. Ice fox charm. Innate, any member of the opposite sex who makes eye contact with the nine-tailed snow fox will be slightly charmed. As time goes on, they will gradually lose their rationality and be completely controlled by the fox. The time required for eye contact depends on the level difference. Frozen Wasteland. Earth rank releases a chilling aura, rapidly freezing all surrounding enemies. Ice Ball. Mystic rank freezes an ice ball and throws it at the enemy. Mounted Stance. Human rank, the nine-tailed snow fox can temporarily grow larger and become its master's mount. Ice Fox Charm. Gu Yuan swallowed hard. According to the contract, without the master's permission, the pet cannot use any aggressive or mind-controlling skills on the master. Qi Shui didn't use that skill on herself, which means that the sense of confusion she felt wasn't from a combat technique, but simply from the fox's inherent charm, which was enough to make her lose her composure. However, Gu Yuan is no longer interested in other women. Now, there is only one spirit beast in his heart that he cannot forget, and that is Hong Ling. No matter how beautiful Qi Shui is, she is just a powerful spirit beast in Gu Yuan's heart. He has no other thoughts about her. Compared to Hong Ling, Qi Shui has an additional innate combat skill, Blizzard. However, she still couldn't compare to Hong Ling. Hong Ling had 2 inscribed combat skills, one of which was at the heavenly rank, and Hong Ling's level was also higher than Qi Shui's. This applies to all beast tamers. Those who are trained first are often the strongest in combat. Chapter 52. Han Yu's father? A military bigwig owes me a favor. This land has just suffered. An agent stood in the snow, his gaze sweeping around. Mount Luofu, which had been bombed by 3 heaven-rank combat skills, had a piece of its mountainside blown off. To make matters worse, it had also been set on fire by someone using an earth-rank combat skill, leaving half of the mountain bald. Boss Lin Bo, look at this. An agent approached their leader and presented him with the carcass of a dead sparrow. If Gu Yuan were here, he would recognize at a glance that the leader was the male teacher who came to school with teacher Zheng Hanhua. Lin Bo held the pale corpse of the sparrow in his hand. Under the moonlight, the corpse seemed transparent, casting no shadow. This is Han Yu's heaven-rank combat skill. It was caused by the Shadow Tide's accidental injury. Han Yu should be here. Everyone, listen to my command. Even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground, you must find Han Yu. Lin Bo, an old voice rang out, and a white-haired but rather energetic old man appeared behind Lin Bo. Director General. Lin Bo turned around and bowed deeply as quickly as possible. We're about to find Han Yu. I asked you to be Han Yu's partner so that you could protect her, but you left her to track down a dangerous person like Pluto alone. I deserve to die. It's all my fault, but Han Yu insisted on going, and I couldn't stop her. Wow, what a powerful ice attribute talent. It even made it snow in Guangdong province. I wonder what kind of amazing beast tamer could raise such a terrifying monster. At this moment, Gu Yuan, carrying teacher Zheng Hanhua on his back, had just crawled out of the tomb when he saw 2 level 13 warrior rank wolves cautiously approaching. Damn it, they're just scouts coming in to investigate. If we make too much noise, the wolf pack will come rushing in. My lord, there is no need to panic. I will be right back. 7 Snow Jade feet stepped across the snow without leaving a trace. As she rushed out, her body leaned forward, and her fox tail swayed in the air, displaying a light and enchanting grace. She rushed straight to a black wolf, cupped its long face in her hands, half squatted on the ground, and looked at it with affection in her eyes. Danger, Gu Yuan thought to herself. This wolf could bite her neck off right now. However, it was as if there were hooks in Qi Shui's eyes, which were firmly attached to the wolf's eyes, making it unwilling to do anything but stare at her. Suddenly, Qi Shui smiled charmingly, and the black wolf, who had just been extremely fierce, immediately revealed a lecherous expression, grinning widely. Ice Fox Charm. At this moment, Qi Shui put away her charming expression, stood up, smiled, and patted the dog's head, then held the black wolf's chin with her jade hand and turned its head to the right. He gestured towards another black wolf in the distance, gave a contemptuous smile, and said, "Block it for me." Then, while its brother was completely bewildered, the black wolf rushed forward and bit its neck, and the two black wolves immediately began fighting. Gu Yuan thought to himself, "Did I recruit something extraordinary? Qi Shui must have died very young, and no one taught her how to do these things. In other words, she is indeed a fox spirit. She instinctively seduces men. My lord, it's time to retreat." Qi Shui suddenly ran in front of Gu Yuan, then leaned forward and crawled between Gu Yuan's legs. Feeling such a bewitching vixen wriggling around in his lower body, no man could resist. "Qi Shui, what are you doing?" "My lord, don't panic. I only want you to ride me from behind." Qi Shui turned around, her jade shoulders half covering her face, and looked up at him from below. With a seductive smile, Qi Shui transformed into a fox again, this time growing larger. She then had Gu Yuan carrying teacher Zheng Hanyue on her back, and they sped forward at an incredible speed, breaking through the bushes. The wolf pack, which was preparing to attack, was startled, wondering what was going on. Had a white shadow just rushed out? It wasn't until the level 32 Wolf King howled that the pack began to chase Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan rode Qi Shui, which was very fast and light as the wind. Under the moonlight, when it carried Gu Yuan forward, it had a poetic quality like an ink painting. However, it was clear that Gu Yuan didn't think so, because the number of wolves chasing after them was increasing. These wolves swept through the area like leaves in a whirlwind. If Qi Shui slowed down even slightly, or if Gu Yuan lost his footing and fell off, they would immediately devour him, leaving only his skeleton. However, the wolves suddenly stopped. As if sensing something terrifying, they all turned and ran. "Hanyu!" Suddenly, an old man appeared in front of Gu Yuan, raised his right hand, and took teacher Zheng Hanyue away. "What's going on?" "There are traces of toxins on Hanyue's body." "What an evil poison." As soon as Gu Yuan stopped riding Qi Shui, he saw Lin Bo leap up. "You treacherous bastard! What did you do to Hanyue? You even poisoned her. I knew long ago that you might be a secret member of the Black Lotus Gang." Lin Bo released a chilling aura from his hand, clearly preparing to kill Gu Yuan with a single palm strike. "Stop! Lin Bo, he saved me." Zheng Hanyue coughed a few times honestly, and then fainted again. "Humph." The old man flying in the sky made a hooking motion with his backhand, and casually pulled Lin Bo into the air. "What kind of attitude is this?" Gu Yuan roared. "I've helped you so much, and this is how you treat me." "Boss, this is number 3. It's confirmed that Pluto Young is dead. He was pinned to death by a triple shot of the shadow bracers." Upon hearing the words on the walkie-talkie, the old man looked at the nail-shaped handguard on Gu Yuan's right hand, and suddenly threw his head back and burst into laughter. "Young man, you need to be more mature," the old man said, tossing Lin Bo aside. "You must be Gu Yuan, right, Phoenix Tamer? We don't mean to blame you. On the contrary, I want to thank you properly. You not only saved my daughter Hanyue, but you also killed an internationally wanted criminal." After hearing these words, Gu Yuan finally recognized who the old man was. "My goodness. Zheng Long, the chief of the Beast Taming Security Bureau of the Southern Beast Taming Defense Zone." The country is divided into 5 beast taming regions: the Western, Southern, Central, Eastern, and Northern beast taming military regions. Beware of the powerful beasts roaming the wilderness and protect the city. "Daughter, Hanyue." Gu Yuan broke out in a cold sweat. His teacher, Hanyu, was actually the daughter of the chief of the highest-ranking Beast Taming Security Bureau in the Southern Beast Taming Defense Zone. "I owe you a favor," the old man said from the air. Chapter 53, Upgraded Shadow Nail Gauntlets, Supporting Domestic Products. At the first veterinary hospital in Goose City, teacher Zheng Hanyue lay on her hospital bed. As soon as Gu Yuan looked up, he saw that teacher Zheng Hanyue had grabbed him by the collar and dragged him in front of her. "Listen up, boy. I'll only say this once. You can't tell anyone what happened in the forest, or I'll get angry." "What is it?" Gu Yuan asked, somewhat surprised. "Is it Hong Ling's heaven-rank combat skill, or teacher's heaven-rank combat skill, or that Pluto's?" Suddenly, teacher Zheng Hanyue pressed 2 fingers to Gu Yuan's mouth. "Don't play dumb with me. You know what I mean." Teacher Zheng Hanyue turned her head away. "You know, I almost did." Teacher Zheng Hanyue seemed to think that Gu Yuan was the one who suffered a loss, looking at the flowers on the table. It's all right. Gu Yuan waved his hands repeatedly. "Or, teacher Hanyue, speaking of which, I think I even saw something like that back then." With a bang, Gu Yuan was kicked out of the door by teacher Zheng Hanyue. Gu Yuan sighed, scratched his head, and walked away. Teacher Hanyue, however, was looking through the window at Gu Yuan walking towards the hospital gate in the distance. That's great. He's an optimistic and positive boy who hasn't been traumatized at all. That's probably the power of youth. Teacher Hanyue lay on the bed, looking at the ceiling. Gu Yuan was in a good mood. Although he had narrowly escaped death, he had gained a lot. Since it was Gu Yuan who ultimately killed Pluto Young with 3 arrows, the reward for capturing Pluto Young belonged entirely to him. This includes 10 million Australian dollars, which is approximately 50 million RMB. Of course, money is only one aspect. There is another important thing, the International Folk Beast Tamer Bronze Medal. This is far more powerful than the ordinary Beast Tamer medal that teacher Hanyue promised, because this medal allows one to enjoy more than just the controlled cultivation materials of China. Even equipment and training materials controlled by non-governmental beast tamer organizations around the world can be purchased, and at a discount of nearly 20%. Gu Yuan felt embarrassed. After all, he had only delivered the final blow, while teacher Hanyue had been fighting to the death the whole time. Therefore, Gu Yuan suggested that he give the money to teacher Hanyue and only take the medal himself. However, teacher Zheng Hanyue did not accept the money. Instead, she gave it to Gu Yuan as a thank you gift. Gu Yuan thought to himself, that's true. Teacher Zheng Hanyue isn't someone who's short of tens of millions. Gu Yuan arrived at the Hunter's Mall, showed off his medal, and was led to a car. After passing through countless tunnels, they arrived at a pristine white hall. Horcruxes, animal feed, lamp oil, and spirit lamps are displayed in the showcase. This is the M7, the Piercer, a standard-issue piece of equipment specially supplied to the CIA. This is a short knife handle that looks only as long as a water glass. When held in the hand, it will extend forward into a bayonet about 36 centimeters long when spiritual energy is activated. The entire bayonet is made of black aluminum steel, exuding a chilling aura. This weapon is extremely well concealed and is made of military-grade steel used in aerospace-type soul artifacts. It is extremely tough, lightweight and agile, and very wear-resistant. Gu Yuan tried to burn it with the Earth-rank Phoenix Feather Flame of red feather, but it did not deform at all. Gu Yuan also bought black silk and upgraded his Dark Knight trench coat. Now, the Dark Knight trench coat can conceal Gu Yuan's aura, making it impossible for even a level 50 king-rank monster to detect him. Suddenly, Gu Yuan saw a brand new Nail Shadow Hand Protection upgrade module being displayed on a 100-inch color TV. The latest 2021 technology, the Shadow Arrow Blurring technology, is the result of 3 years of painstaking research and development by Shifeng military industry. It has finally achieved a breakthrough, allowing Shadow Arrow to pass through obstacles and hit enemies behind cover after being fired. This technology is something that money can't buy, but Gu Yuan obtained beta testing access here after getting the medal. However, the price was even more exorbitant. Gu Yuan counted it several times, 10 million. Gu Yuan almost wanted to run away, but when he saw the words 2021, newest, cutting edge, and limited time, he gritted his teeth and bought it. Now that I've got myself all geared up, it's time to buy things for my pets. Although the inscription, feeding, and training of the red feather phoenix are covered in the Phoenix Taming Manual. However, Qi Shui is different. Qi Shui's training methods are still completely unknown, and she can only follow the conventional training methods for ice-type foxes. Kruger White Lion, from North America, the hind leg bone of a level 17 king-rank monster. Gu Yuan lay on the outside of the insulated glass, watching intently. Inside the display case, frozen solid, a snow-white bone claw was constantly emitting blue, frigid air. This guest has a good eye. It took 5 people to kill the 7th National Beast Taming Corps of the United States. It's a top-grade ice-type engraving material. If you're willing to pay more, there's one more thing here that you can buy as well. What? Crimson Crotana, a falcon, the bone wing of a fierce Central European predator, can also be used for engraving, suitable for birds that cultivate both wind and fire attributes. This can be considered a benefit of globalization, enabling us to buy good products from all over the world and use good craftsmanship from all over the world. However, when they checked the bill, it was over 32 million, and if there was no discount, it would have been over 40 million. Gu Yuan was incredulous that he had spent so much money. What happened? How can it be so expensive? Transportation fees, customs duties, pre-license usage fees, and city maintenance and construction taxes, aside from your shadow nail gauntlets being entirely domestically made. Everything else is an extra charge. The waiter explained with a smile. The M7 costs 10 million each, even with a discount. So why is the urban maintenance and construction tax so high? Isn't the tax rate supposed to be very low? Gu Yuan wondered. Yes, because the M7 is made in California, so it's supplied according to their standards. No, I don't live in the US, so why should I be responsible for maintaining their urban infrastructure? Gu Yuan argued vehemently. The waiter gave his signature smile and a slight bow, asking, card or cash? Gu Yuan felt a chill run down his spine. Among all the upgrades, the shadow nail gauntlets were the most practical and would greatly enhance his combat power. However, because they were made entirely in China, they were the cheapest. Sigh, we can only hope for more invented in China products, rather than made in China products. Before leaving, Gu Yuan upgraded the shadow nail gauntlets by 1 level, enhancing the effect of reducing spiritual energy consumption, meaning that firing shadow arrows would consume less spiritual energy. This is a rather lackluster effect, and few people upgrade it. It's also cheaper, but Gu Yuan still upgraded it, just to support domestic products. Chapter 54 The Fox Spirit, Qi Shui. Gu Yuan returned home, closed the door, but his parents were not there. My lord, may I leave now? After Gu Yuan reached the 2nd rank, he also acquired the pet space technique, which allowed him to store Hong Ling and Qi Shui in the pet space. Qi Shui leaped out of the pet space. My lord, where is this place? Qi Shui walked towards the window, pressed her face against the glass, held onto the glass with both hands, and looked ahead. It was the first time she had ever seen a bustling modern metropolis, with skyscrapers, crisscrossing roads, and various large billboards displaying all sorts of bizarre products. All of this was something Qi Shui had never seen before. When I was in Chang'an, I never saw such a prosperous scene. I wonder what Chang'an is like now. We're in Dongguan right now. Chang'an's gap is over 10 billion yuan lower than ours in Dongguan, and the gap is widening. I'll take you to see Guangzhou sometime. That's where real prosperity is. Its gap is more than 3 times that of the ancient capital. As Gu Yuan spoke, he was already preparing to order takeout. Hong Ling would not be reborn from the ashes until the evening, so she would have to solve her own food problem for now. Is that so? The world has changed so much. Chang'an, which once echoed the purple star, proclaimed power, and illuminated the world, is now inferior even to the counties of the Baiwei region. Qi Shui sighed. All the splendor and prosperity in the world cannot withstand the passage of time. By the way, my lord, I discovered a strange object in your personal pet space. As she spoke, Qi Shui took out Hong Ling's egg. My lord, what is this? Gu Yuan placed Hong Ling's egg on the table. These are Hong Ling's eggs. You've seen them before. That phoenix. Qi Shui's face froze instantly, staring at Gu Yuan in shock. My lord, after releasing Phoenix Fall, she didn't vanish into thin air and die without a burial place. Gu Yuan thought to himself, why do you have to emphasize dying without a burial place? Do you really want her to die without a burial place? Yes, because of the effect of my soul sea, the phoenix can turn into a bird egg before it dies, and it can be resurrected after a day. Gu Yuan said. Qi Shui's face froze, and the corners of her mouth twitched slightly. In other words, I can only get the 2nd imperial favor position, while Phoenix will still occupy the 1st imperial favor position. What kind of nonsense is this? Gu Yuan said. Qi Shui, although you and Hong Ling have some friction, you still need to get along well. Going to university, graduating, and reaching the pinnacle of life will all require the help of you spirit pets. Qi Shui immediately smiled and said, my lord, you are too kind. I have always respected my elder sister and would certainly not cause you any trouble. Qi Shui took out a wok, cracked the eggshells, put the egg yolks into the wok, heated them over a high flame, added chopped green onions and other seasonings, and stir-fried a tomato and egg dish. Then I took out a frying pan, cracked an egg, and made an omelet rice. Next, I made boiled eggs, mini flour cakes, egg drop soup, and a meat, egg, scallion, and chicken dish. My lord, there's no need to ask outsiders to cook. I can cook myself. This is a 6-egg feast, a royal dish. You've been traveling and must be tired. This is to nourish you. With a smile on her face, Qi Shui served one dish after another to the table, and then nimbly flashed behind Gu Yuan to massage his shoulders. Looking at the table full of egg dishes, Gu Yuan could feel the resentment emanating from Qi Shui. The way she chopped the eggs with the cleaver was filled with murderous intent. It was as if she were beheading the eggs. Regardless, the food I made tasted pretty good. After finishing his meal and taking a shower, Gu Yuan opened the door to find Qi Shui lying on the floor in her fox form. 9 white fox tails swayed back and forth in the air, and her charming fox eyes looked at Gu Yuan. She even covered her mouth and chuckled. "My lord, I am ready." Qi Shui looked at Gu Yuan with her eyes, seemingly very pleased. At this moment, on the table outside, the red-feathered egg trembled, turned into a fireball, and flew into the air, with cracks appearing on its shell. Hong Ling revived, her body engulfed in raging flames. She rushed into Gu Yuan's room, grabbed him, and retreated. "Master, be careful. This is a 1,000-year-old white fox that can bewitch people. Your Majesty, I will deal with her." Upon hearing this, Hong Ling unleashed 1,000 reverse fire slash, while Qi Shui flipped backward and crawled away along the tabletop. "Hong Ling, stop. Her name is Qi Shui, and she's my second pet." Gu Yuan pulled Hong Ling back. "What?" Hong Ling sighed. "Why, of all people, a fox? What's wrong with foxes?" Qi Shui stood up, her face unfriendly, arms crossed. "Does sister also discriminate against fox spirits?" "Of course not, little sister. With a 1,000-year-old fox spirit like you serving my master alongside me, my master will surely make a name for himself at the university," Hong Ling said with a smile. Qi Shui covered her mouth and smiled. No, it's all thanks to my sister." The two looked at each other, and the atmosphere suddenly became incredibly harmonious. "We earned 50 million on this trip and bought a lot of good things. I bought 2 spirit bones for inscription, both of which can be used to inscribe Earth-rank combat skills. You each get 1. Hong Ling, yours is for wings on your back. Qi Shui's is for legs. My lord, we clearly agreed that I would arrive first, and you promised me that." Qi Shui transformed into a fox demon, stepped forward, bit Gu Yuan's hand, and pulled him to the left, while Hong Ling transformed into a phoenix, grabbed Gu Yuan's other hand with her claws, and tried to fly to the right. "Master, I contributed the most during this trip, so I should go first." The two pets remained in their spirit beast forms, dragging Gu Yuan along. Hong Ling is of the fire attribute, with her inner core burning hot, while Qi Shui is of the ice attribute, with her inner core as cold as ice. In their spirit beast forms, both possessed terrifying strength, and Gu Yuan could feel the temperature emanating from their spiritual energy. Scalding heat on the left and icy coldness on the right. This feeling of going from hot to cold is probably going to give me a cold. Gu Yuan could even hear the sound of his own bones being pulled. The two imperial pets, one pulling and the other tugging, were to have Gu Yuan inscribe their names on their pets. This feeling made Gu Yuan swallow hard, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. For a moment, Gu Yuan's mind was in a mess, and it took him a long time to calm down. Then Gu Yuan began to inscribe it. Chapter 55 College League. About 4 or 5 hours later, the inscriptions on both women were completed. Hong Ling has acquired a brand new combat skill. Meteor Shower, Earth-rank combat skill. The phoenix can flap its wings to create a burning meteor shower from the air. Qi Shui has acquired a brand new combat skill. Ice Claw, Earth-rank combat skill. Nine-tailed snow fox gathers spiritual energy in its claws and swings them forward. If the enemy is already frozen, it will deal double damage. Both of these combat skills are of the Earth rank, and their inscriptions are quite complex. On Hong Ling's back, there was an engraving of a large red bird, while on Qi Shui's beautiful legs, there was a tattoo of a blue rose that looked like a blue crystal. Ding dong. Gu Yuan walked to the door, opened it, and saw a delivery man looking at him with a blush on his face. Huh. The delivery man was embarrassed. Gu Yuan recognized him. Wasn't this the delivery guy from last time? It's probably because the duet's cries were so enchanting when Hong Ling and Qi Shui were engraving the inscription. He was fantasizing about the ancient beauty Hong Ling while listening to the cries, eavesdropping outside the door. However, when Gu Yuan opened the door, he was shocked because he could see that on Gu Yuan's bed, there was now not only the ancient beauty in the bright red floral robe from last time. Beside them stood another beautiful woman, dressed in simple white attire, exuding a captivating charm. Both women were covered in fragrant sweat. In that instant, the delivery man felt more jealous than he had during the last delivery. Looking Gu Yuan up and down, she said, "You're not some hidden billionaire, are you?" "No, I'm dirt poor." After saying that, Gu Yuan accepted the package and closed the door. Gu Yuan sat on the ground, opened the package, and found a business card inside. Attention all students who have successfully passed the early admission exam. The Guangdong Provincial University League Spring Competition Single Admission Batch will be held in Guangzhou on January 13, 2021. A league. Gu Yuan flipped open the league's invitation. College League Single Admissions Program. In this world, college students are highly valued because students at this age improve their soul power the fastest. Therefore, competition is naturally the best way to put pressure on universities to train their students. Therefore, a college league is held every spring. Freshmen fighting freshmen, sophomores fighting sophomores, juniors fighting juniors. That's one thing. What's even more infuriating now is that they're dragging out students who were admitted early and making them into a separate competition zone. Because the evaluation standard for combat-type beast tamers is who can fight better, and broadcasting such competitions can also earn a lot of advertising revenue. So it kills two birds with one stone. This matter is being taken very seriously by universities across China. The higher the school's reputation, the more potential students it attracts, and the more potential students become famous in politics, the hunting world, and the business world. The school will become more and more prestigious, thus creating a virtuous cycle and increasing its social status. Of course, schools have little control over student admissions and what happens to students after graduation. The most direct way to promote something is to win in the league. For example, last year, South China University of Technology, ranked 15th in the country, defeated Sun Yat-sen University, ranked 8th, in the sophomore division. At that time, they booked all the billboards in Guangzhou for a whole day to broadcast the final decisive battle match. As the movie played, after that year's admissions were completed, the Ministry of Education's rankings showed that Sun Yat-sen University had dropped to 10th in the country, while South China University of Technology and Economics had risen to 13th. If they win a few more games, the president of Sun Yat-sen University will probably be so angry he'll die. Of course, Gu Yuan didn't care about the schools on the list. School honors were just empty words. What mattered was that the schools would provide students with cultivation resources to help contestants achieve good results. This is also why Gu Yuan insisted on going to a good university, because each school has a large amount of nationally allocated educational resources, and the allocation of these resources is dominated by the school. In order to help their students achieve good results in the league, schools will certainly spare no effort to provide them with a lot of resources. Gu Yuan's goal was to acquire these resources, which was much safer than going to the wilderness and fighting a life-or-death battle with some king-level beast, and the increase in soul power was also much faster. Every student selected to participate in the Early Admission College League received a letter personally written by the president of Sun Yat-sen University. It was not a photocopy, but a handwritten letter from each student, along with complimentary cultivation resources. The president of Sun Yat-sen University? I heard he's a big shot in the Southern Beast Taming District. This is the second super big shot I've met this week. A letter to classmate Gu Yuan. Hello, Gu Yuan. I am Luo Jun, the president of Sun Yat-sen University. First of all, congratulations on your successful admission to Sun Yat-sen University. However, your journey will not end here. The road of life is still long. You have stepped onto a stage that surpasses most people, but on this stage, there are many talented young people like you. They are all cultivation geniuses and all have powerful beast taming abilities. Whether you sink on this platform or soar to higher heavens is entirely up to you. I spoke with Old Man Zheng. Although you were no match for Pluto, you were able to take his head and were awarded an international prize. Therefore, I'm making an exception and disregarding the disparity in your soul power and pet level, allowing you to experience the vast university league. Here are 2 crystal spirit orbs, one of ice attribute and one of fire attribute. Hope they can help you. Give me a chance to see the world? Gu Yuan laughed. It seemed that in the principal's eyes, he was just there to coast along, follow behind a few big shots, and broaden his horizons. Gu Yuan looked at the 2 crystal spirit beads, which were extremely rare spiritual energy polymers. It can only be generated naturally in the natural world and can enhance the combat power of spirit pets, forcibly increasing their level. This item is extremely rare. Even if you have a bronze medal, you can only admire it from afar and are not qualified to buy it. However, to his surprise, the principal was so generous that he simply gave him 2 naturally formed crystal beads for free. Gu Yuan's lips curved slightly. Although these 2 beads were small, the improvement wouldn't be significant. But importantly, this is a sample. With this sample, Gu Yuan can disassemble it using his bracelet, then consume spiritual matter, and then produce as many crystal beads as he needs. Gu Yuan immediately decomposed it. In an instant, the 2 crystal beads of the same size turned into 2 streams of spiritual energy, one blue and one red, which merged into the bracelet. Each bead decomposed into 300,000 units of spiritual matter. Chapter 56, Entering the Prodigy Group Through Strength. The fact that a single crystal bead could yield 300,000 units of spiritual matter was not good news for Gu Yuan. This means that if Gu Yuan wants more crystal beads, he will need to consume more spiritual matter. So Gu Yuan created 2 crystal beads, one with ice attribute and the other with fire attribute, to test their effects. However, the results were so good that Gu Yuan could hardly believe it. After absorbing the spiritual energy of the crystal beads, Hong Ling and Qi Shui's levels rose to 19 and 16 respectively. Compared to the same amount of red text feed, although it does not restore stamina, it is nearly twice as effective at leveling up pets when consuming the same amount of spirit matter. It can be said that, apart from the fact that crystal beads are rarer and can only be harvested from the wild, making mass production impossible, their cost-effectiveness completely surpasses that of red label feed. However, this problem was not a problem for Gu Yuan at all, because Gu Yuan did not need to go to the wilderness to search and collect. He could produce it directly using spiritual matter. Moreover, during the last battle in the wilderness, Gu Yuan obtained a large amount of spiritual matter. Just when Gu Yuan was struggling with how to consume this spiritual matter, the headmaster gave him a method. That was so awesome. Gu Yuan used up all his spiritual materials in one go to help Hong Ling reach level 21 and Qi Shui reach level 19. Gu Yuan also exchanged a lot of ancient spirit lamp oil. Under the 7.5x speed of cultivation, he cultivated frantically, and his soul control power increased to 500 points. During this process, Guangzeifang, located on the side of the East Palace, was finally completed. The effect of the Eastern Palace is favor. Select one of your pets to reside in the East Palace in the Soul Sea. The pet's level will increase by 2. Because Gu Yuan had promised Hong Ling, the target of his affection was Hong Ling. Hong Ling's level immediately increased from level 21 to level 23. This mindset is truly amazing. It's like a direct upgrade of 2 levels. Hong Ling landed on the top of the East Palace and looked down at Qi Shui in the Sea of Souls, while Qi Shui lay on the ground glaring at her fiercely. Guangzeifang. Radiance. Guangzeifang is the gateway to Daming Palace. In terms of feng shui, it reflects the entire Daming Palace and will increase all the effects in your mind by 30%. This Guangzeifang can enhance the mood of all other Daming Palaces. At this moment, Gu Yuan's entire state of mind has improved. Danfeng Sect increases the combat power of all Tang Dynasty beasts by 10% and increases their level by 1. For Phoenix-type beast combat skills below Earth rank, the level increases by 1, up to a total of 30%. It increases the combat power of all Tang Dynasty beasts by 13% and their level by 1.3. Combat skills below the Earth rank will have their combat power increased by 1.3 ranks. For example, Hong Ling's current Xin rank combat skill will not only be upgraded to D rank, but will also be 30% stronger than a normal D rank combat skill. Wang Xianmen, the experience gained by your tamed beasts in battle, through fusion of inner cores and consumption of rare and precious materials will be increased from 10% to 13%. Phoenix Egg, resurrection time reduced by 30%. Jinfu Gate, the combat skills gained from the feedback have increased in damage by 10% to 13%, and the nourishment from the feedback of Phoenix-type beasts has also increased from 10% to 13%. Zingenman, combat power increased by 7.5%, speed increased by 7.5%, now it's 9.75%. Yanjing Gate received the biggest boost, and Gu Yuan's commands have now become Attack Command. For the duration of 1 incense stick's burning time, attack power increases by 130%, while defense power decreases by 50%. Defensive Command. For the duration of 1 incense stick's burning time, defense is increased by 130%, while attack power is reduced by 50%. Void Command. Within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the beast transforms into pure Taoist spiritual energy, without physical form, immune to physical damage, and its Taoist combat skills damage is increased by 195%, but it cannot deal physical damage. Brutal Command. Within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the beast loses the ability to unleash Taoist combat skills, converts all spiritual energy into physical abilities, increases physical attack by 195%, and becomes immune to Taoist combat skills by 80%. The effect of the Eastern Palace has been upgraded by 2 levels, becoming level 2.6. Combined with the previous level 1.3 upgrade, Hongling easily reached level 24. My lord is biased. Qi Shui knelt on the ground, one hand covering her chest. You've given all the good things to my sister. I want some too. Gu Yuan scratched his head. This was also an accident. Gu Yuan sighed. If we win this competition, we can enter the secret realm to cultivate. At that time, we will take all the spiritual materials with us, so that you can also advance to level 24. 3 days later, Gu Yuan arrived at the preparation room of Sun Yat-sen University. As soon as Gu Yuan opened the door, he saw 3 classmates standing in front of him. Night Wind, Lu Jihong, ink marks. Gu Yuan naturally knew these 3 classmates from the same school. Yi Feng and Gu Yuan had met. Lu Jihong, the recognized top scorer in the fire element during the entrance exam for the training camp at Sun Yat-sen University, was also a super student and the top scorer in the earth element. As for the ink marks next to him, this was a girl who looked as cute as a doll, staring coldly at her phone, without glancing at Gu Yuan, who had just entered. The top ice element scholar from Guangzhou, the Ice Queen, the little princess of the Mo family, this ice element family, has also come to Sun Yat-sen University. Gu Yuan. TCH, why are you here too? Yi Feng walked up to Gu Yuan. He was the top scorer in the fire element exam in Guangdong province. He was a top student who scored 94 points on the most difficult fire element exam in Jiangsu and Zhejiang provinces. That day's exam was supposed to be his perfect opportunity to show off, but then a guy named Gu Yuan suddenly appeared and scored 100, making him lose face completely. In an attempt to save face, he planned to break the early admission record of Sun Yat-sen University's training camp. However, after being admitted, he learned that there was another student with the same fire element, named Gu Yuan, who had been admitted 3 days earlier than him. All the limelight was stolen. Fortunately, my soul control power and pet level are relatively high. My 2 pets are already level 17 and 24. In a competition that relies purely on strength, the dean still chose me. Haha. Gu Yuan. I heard that when he left school, his soul control power was only 300, not even rank 2, and he only had 1 pet, which was only level 14. Even if he had divine assistance, he still couldn't possibly represent the Zhongshan University's special admissions competition area. After we win and enter the secret realm, our cultivation will improve, and he'll be able to only look up to me for the rest of his life. Just as Yi Feng was thinking this, Gu Yuan opened the door and came in. Hello, my name is Gu Yuan. The principal asked me to join the elite group. Yi Feng almost had a heart attack and blood gushed out. Gu Yuan, what are you doing here? Yi Feng approached Gu Yuan, hands on his hips, head tilted to the side, maintaining an elegant and kind expression, but his words were incredibly harsh. With your cultivation level, you haven't even reached the 2nd rank yet, and you're carrying a pet that's only a dozen or so levels high. Of course, you should go to the ordinary group. The door is over there. This is the rest area for the prodigy group. Chapter 57. The first day of the competition was spent eating snail rice noodles. Really? Gu Yuan's lips curved slightly, and he shrugged. Take another look. Your soul power is exactly 500, which is 27 less than Yi Feng's, but when it comes to pets, Princess Mohen raised her cold eyes and looked at Gu Yuan. One is level 25, fire type, and the other is level 19, ice type. Impossible. Night Wind felt as if the sky had fallen. Ink Trace, you can't be seeing things, can you? No. Mohen replied silently. Gu Yuan gave a whistle as a signal, and a red feather flew down from the sky and landed on Gu Yuan's shoulder. He raised his right hand, opened the pet space, and Qi Shui also landed on the ground. I saw a level 25 red bird and a level 19 white nine-tailed fox. Yi Feng was completely speechless. His pride and joy were no match for Gu Yuan's strength. He had secretly taken so many cultivation resources, so why was he still no match for him? No way. You're fucking cheating. Your speed of advancement is faster than a rocket. Yi Feng clutched his chest with one hand and knelt weakly on the ground. Meanwhile, the taller man with a buzz cut, presumably the coach, walked over and said, Sorry, Yi Feng, according to the rules, his overall strength is greater than yours. He will be the one to take the number 3 position. You are now a regular group player. Huh? Gu Yuan looked completely bewildered. Didn't the principal say I was here to broaden my horizons? Why am I being sent to the main battlefield? The competition is divided into 2 groups, the elite group and the regular group. The elite group consists of the 3 best students in the entire school, and then 10 students who were selected through special admissions will enter the regular group. The regular group consists of one-on-one duels, with the winner receiving 1 point. The elite group uses a tournament format. Winning against one opponent earns 3 points, winning against the second earns 6 points, and winning against the third earns 9 points. Gu Yuan understood. In this competition format, The scores of the three members of the Prodigy group were extremely important and accounted for a larger proportion. For substitute players in the regular group, winning or losing only takes 1 point, so it's not very important. So, this is what the principal meant by broadening one's horizons. He was to join the regular group to earn some points. If he won, they could enter the secret realm together, which would be considered as Old Man Zheng repaying the favor of saving teacher Manhwa. Unfortunately, Old Man Zheng probably didn't expect himself to be such a prodigy, taking only a few days to achieve this. He went from 300 to 500 soul power, advanced to a rank 2 soul master, and even gained a spirit pet named Qi Shui with an exceptionally strong ice and snow physique. As a result, Gu Yuan went from being a player who just coasted through to becoming a key player because of his superior combat strength. If this favor wasn't reciprocated, I wonder whether Old Man Zheng would be happy or have a headache if he found out. Ordinary group. In an instant, when these three words appeared above Yi Feng's head, he felt as if Gu Yuan had slapped him in the face. This bastard, he took everything from me. Gu Yuan used the power of his bracelet to take a look. These two teammates are incredibly powerful. Mohan has 2 pets, an ice lizard and a snow sprite. Both are over level 20, one is level 22 and the other is level 23. My own soul power is also as high as 627. The strongest boss in the middle, Lu Jihong, has a soul power of 700, and his 2 pets are at levels 25 and 27 respectively. Both of his pets are rock-type rock golems. These are pets from Europe, so it seems this guy comes from a well-off family. No wonder the old headmaster was so confident in letting me come here to gain points. With 2 big shots around, entering the secret realm is practically guaranteed. On the first day of the competition, in the bustling arena filled with people, Gu Yuan, sitting in the contestant seats, was basically just coasting along. The regular group played first, and the match was pretty close. Then Gu Yuan, being in the Prodigy group, was ranked 3rd. The 2 big shots ahead of me were too strong, so I didn't get a chance to play. I watched Mohan and Lu Jihong fight 2 against 3 the whole time. Looks like I'm slacking off even more. Gu Yuan realized that he was the most idle person in the room. Watching the students from Yangqing Ocean Beast Taming University descend the stairs, Gu Yuan roared, "Hey, you guys better beat them. Otherwise, I won't go on stage. There's no quiet environment for me to train, and I'm just wasting my time eating takeout here all the time." The defeated students of Yangqing Ocean Beast Taming University were so angry they felt like their chests were about to explode. "You bastard, what right do you have to speak, you slacker? Have you heard? Apparently, he got promoted through connections, from the regular group to the main group. He didn't even qualify before. He's probably too weak, so he's hiding behind 2 big shots and reaping the benefits. You trashy crook, a coward with no ability. All you do is hide. I don't even want to talk to a coward like you." This atmosphere had already spread throughout the audience, ever since Gu Yuan ate his 5th bowl of snail rice noodles that morning. The audience felt that Gu Yuan's relaxed demeanor was unnatural. Despite being a key player, he seemed to be just coasting along. Could this guy really be a nepotism recruit who's just here to rack up points? The first day of the competition is over. A bright and beautiful young female student stood on the platform, holding a microphone, and announced in a playful voice. After the 2 sessions, only 4 of the 16 first-tier universities remain: Sun Yat-sen University, South China Beast Taming Academy, Jinan University, and Dongguan Beast Taming Academy. The Dongguan Beast Taming Academy, which was originally ranked only 11th in Guangdong Province, didn't make much of a splash by reaching the top 8. However, it swept through Yangqing Beast Taming and Spirit Medicine University and made it into the top 4, which is quite impressive. However, in the next round, facing the South China Beast Taming Academy, a university ranked 2nd only to Sun Yat-sen University, they'll probably be eliminated in the semifinals. Those present were discussing it, thinking to themselves that this year's Dongguan Beast Taming University was really amazing. As for the invincible top college in Guangdong Province, Sun Yat-sen University, their contestants are indeed formidable. In this single enrollment competition, it would not be an exaggeration to describe them as a whirlwind sweeping away fallen leaves. They didn't even have time for the 3rd contestant from the elite group to take the stage. His abilities remain a mystery, but at least we know that this student really loves eating snail rice noodles. Ha ha ha. In an instant, the whole audience burst into laughter. "Trash, crony, slacker. Strength? What strength do you have? We're just here to eat, drink, and have fun." He probably never even considered playing. You'd be the kind of person who'd wet their pants in a crisis. However, at this moment, Gu Yuan frowned, thinking to himself, Do these guys think that if they sit still and don't make a fuss, they're just slacking off? He was just not afraid. After 2 hunting trips in the wilderness, Gu Yuan's courage was far beyond that of an ordinary high school student. This was just a competition. Losing wouldn't kill anyone, so why panic? Chapter 58. Dongguan Beast Taming University suffers a shock. Powerful force arrives. Dongguan Beast Taming University has pulled off a major upset and advanced to the semifinals. Gu Yuan was momentarily stunned. There's something strange about this. Within just a few days, Song Yingying and Yun Tianxiang's cultivation levels increased dramatically, and they were admitted to Dongguan Beast Taming University. Then, they entered the elite group of the Dongguan Beast Taming Academy and then made it to the semifinals. This is too much of a coincidence. Because of the competition format, the elite group plays an absolute main role in the competition. Could it be that after being accepted, their abilities continued to surge in an illogical way, leading to the current situation? Gu Yuan arrived at the stands. There were many spectators at the college league, although the single admission batch had the fewest viewers among all the batches, and it was a new competition area that was only established this year. However, the Guangzhou Third Coliseum, which can accommodate 50,000 people, was still packed with people. In the center of the oval-shaped venue was a standard 120-meter-long and 90-meter-wide coliseum. Both teams entered from the entrances on either side, with 16 high-definition 4K screens arranged in a circle suspended in the middle, each with a diagonal length of nearly 10 meters, to ensure that viewers from any direction have a good viewing experience. Was the entire process, starting from the semifinals, broadcast live online from this very venue? Gu Yuan felt his blood pumping. Fighting in such a high-profile place was much more exciting than the pitifully small school arena in the top 16 competition. The previous 10 battles seemed like a mere formality, with Guangxing Beast Taming Academy trailing by a score of 3-7. Hey, how did they even make it to the semifinals? I don't see any sign of them being able to compete with 985 or 211 universities. They're just from a slightly higher-ranked university. Someone in the audience muttered something. Humph, the show has only just begun. Soon, you'll see how powerful the Beast Taming Academy of Dongguan City is. All 3 of their students are monsters. Our first student to take the stage is Song Yingying, a beautiful and academically gifted student from the Dongguan Beast Taming Academy. When Song Yingying appeared, Gu Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. What is this? Gu Yuan could hardly believe what he was seeing. Gu Yuan used the spiritual energy sensing effect of the other Shore Coffin and sensed a familiar black spiritual energy on Song Yingying's body. Ancient spirit lamp oil. They also used ancient spirit lamp oil for cultivation. No. Gu Yuan sensed that their ancient spirit lamp oil was impure, containing a large amount of industrial compounds, so its effect was not 5 times that of other products, but only slightly more than 2 times, and it also had side effects. There was a distinct flow of black spiritual energy around them, forming a swirling vortex, somewhat like the deathly aura of black crystal beads. Song Yingying. Soul power, 668. Possessing a pet. Shadow worm. Race, worm. Level, 25. Qualification, legendary. Combat skills, Death's Wrath, Earth rank. Withering, Earth rank. Soul farewell, Earth rank. Description, it is worm-like in shape, covered with sharp barbs, up to 19 meters long, and can burrow underground. It is surrounded by an aura of death and is often found in ancient tombs that are thousands of years old. Dark Spirit Wind Hawk. Race, Eagle. Level, 17. Qualification, legendary. Combat skills, Dark Storm, Earth rank. Night, Earth rank. Heavenly Winds Farewell, Earth rank. Synopsis, after absorbing dark energy, the spirit wind eagle transformed into a shadow state, its entire body exuding an aura of death. Gu Yuan's ominous premonition grew stronger. The first contestant from South China Beast Taming Academy University stepped onto the stage. His soul taming power was only 561, and his 2 pets were level 22 and level 17 respectively. Xiao Lu, don't be afraid. Although you are no match for her, try your best to wear her down. At this moment, the South China Beast Taming Academy also panicked. What kind of cheat code did the student who was admitted to the school in the early admission batch use? You should know that when Ling Fengying was admitted, he was only level 3. Now, he has not only completed the attribute conversion, but has also soared to level 17. What's even more outrageous is that his second tamed beast is stronger in combat than his first. Just how powerful must an organization be to provide such a tamed beast? Soon, this guy was knocked off the stage by Song Yingying. At this moment, the second student from the South China Beast Taming Academy stepped onto the stage. The levels of his two beasts were 21 and 26 respectively, completely overwhelming his opponent. My own soul power has reached 676, and my aptitude is all legendary, making me completely overwhelming Song Yingying in terms of strength. Moreover, Song Yingying was quite exhausted from her first battle, so they should be able to defeat her. As a result, Song Yingying launched a surprise attack from both the sky and the ground with an insect and a bird, and after nearly 30 minutes of chaotic fighting, she actually accomplished the feat of taking on two opponents at once. The score was now 11-8. Song Yingying single-handedly turned the tide of the entire competition. Unless the last contestant from the South China Beast Taming Academy pulls off a stunning comeback against three opponents, the Dongguan Beast Taming Academy will advance to the finals. The final contestant from the South China Beast Taming Academy was none other than Lu Feng, the top wind attribute student from Guangzhou. His soul power was as high as 745, and both of his pets were level 27. Song Yingying was already exhausted and chose to admit defeat. The score was tied at 11-11, but Guangxing Beast Taming Academy was ready to close out the game. Their strongest player, Yun Tianxiang, has taken the stage. Yun Tianxiang did not summon two beasts at the same time, but summoned one pet first. They are both 27. However, its qualifications are clearly mythical. They're here. The hearts of all the students in the room were pounding wildly. Mythical level. The gale in the sky, like a wave of destiny changing, swept across the entire sky, blowing away all the clouds. A giant python spread its wings and swept through the air, landing on the ground and transforming into a muscular, angular man with white wings spread on his back, resembling an angel. Mythical level. The final contestant from the South China Beast Taming Academy was clearly shocked. Just hearing the word mythical had already shaken his pursuit of victory. Ha 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 ha. You ants, legendary ants, watch closely. The truly supreme bloodline of the demon beast, the crane-winged flying serpent, fill my cup with the wine of victory. The entire battle was even more overwhelming than expected, because the final contestant from the South China Beast Taming Academy had already accepted defeat the moment he saw the mythical level opponent. A symbolic counterattack is more pathetic than a direct surrender. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to describe it as a brutal massacre. Ha ha ha. Do you see that? Guangzhou. Yun Tianxiang spread his arms, and the burly man transformed back into a snake, circling in the air. He announced this to the entire city of Guangzhou. Top scholar? What use is such an unrealistic thing? I am the man who will become the guardian of Guangzhou in the future. How can ants stop me? Chapter 59, the last one. Is it my turn to step up? That's outrageous. The students present were speechless. However, the strength that Yun Tianxiang is showing now is truly worthy of being described as the strongest graduate in Guangzhou. Moreover, he is a student admitted through a special admissions program, making him younger than the first and second-year students. Who could reach this level at just 18 years old? His remarks, however arrogant, were met with silence from everyone present. At that moment, Yun Tianxiang made a throat-slitting gesture, which was captured by the camera. The direction he was looking was Gu Yuan in the audience. He flipped his right hand, thumb down, and repeated the words, "Ants, how can you stop me?" The giant snake on top of him suddenly opened its massive mouth and roared at Gu Yuan. A wild storm blew from the center of the arena toward Gu Yuan, blowing up his trench coat and causing his bangs to flutter. At this moment, Song Yingying, who had just left the stage, walked past Gu Yuan from behind and whispered in his ear, "Gu Yuan, how can you be so ungrateful? We've let you off the hook time and time again, but since you're coming today, don't blame us for accidentally escalating the situation." Then, Song Yingying left a ring behind and turned to leave. Gu Yuan opened the storage ring and found slippers inside. What kind of slippers? Fur slippers, made from the fur of a creature called a spirit rabbit. Gu Yuan frowned slightly as he looked at the fur slippers. How vicious! Qi Shui exclaimed as she appeared in the Sea of Souls. These slippers are made of rabbit skin, and there are traces of the shattering by the talons of the gale eagles on the fur. This is a blatant threat, clearly telling us that they will fight to the death next time we fight them. There's another meaning. Gu Yuan's lips curved slightly. They're showing off, flaunting their family wealth and status. Even with such threats, they're not afraid of the police investigating. I'm as powerless as a rabbit in front of them. Do you know why they made it into slippers? Because, in their eyes, it's only right to trample me underfoot. Gu Yuan threw the storage ring into the trash can, then turned around and entered the preparation area. The second semi-final of the early admission competition was about to begin. Gu Yuan entered the preparation room, where Mohan and Lu Jihong were waiting for him. You have a grudge against them? Mohan remained as cold and indifferent as she sat in her seat applying makeup, using her phone as a mirror. If you're a man, you settle things with your fists. Lu Jihong patted Gu Yuan on the shoulder. Don't be afraid. We're here. We know your strength. We'll win this semi-final, then go to the final and crush those two arrogant guys. Okay, Gu Yuan nodded. After the first 10 matches, the score was a staggering 6-4. As expected, Sun Yat-sen University, as the top university in Guangdong Province, has a higher average quality than Jinan University, which ranks third and has initially established an advantage. However, the real battle was yet to come. Mohan stepped onto the stage. As soon as the Ice Element champion appeared, all the students present erupted in a deafening roar, and the entire audience cheered with joy. I love you, Ice and Snow Goddess. Mohan, please, just look at me. Mohan, I love you. The screams and shouts from the audience rose and fell. However, Mohan actually lost his first match. His opponent was a fire type and defeated him by suppressing his elemental power. These people have bought out their jobs, Lu Jihong said, wiping sweat from his brow as he drank water. Buy out your life? What does that mean? Gu Yuan looked completely bewildered. You've only just entered the realm of academic superstars. You still know far too little. Lu Jihong shrugged. Let me explain it simply. The three top students on the other side are actually capable of getting into Tsinghua and Peking universities, which are ranked first in the country. However, they were bought out. For example, Jinan University spends 10 million yuan to encourage students to apply to Jinan University instead of Tsinghua or Peking University, promising them the same resources as Tsinghua and Peking University. This is a tactic of sacrificing the pawn to save the king. Night Wind had somehow entered the lounge. They abandoned the money that should have been invested in freshmen, sophomores, and juniors. Because they felt they had no chance of beating Sun Yat-sen University in those competitions, they gave up and instead invested their funds in the separate admissions process. Others used the strategy of Tianji's horse racing, sending a medium-sized horse to beat a low-sized horse. But they've gone and sent a top-sized horse to beat our low-sized horse. Yifeng sat on the table, sighed, and said, We've been stopped at the semifinals. I don't believe it. At this moment, Lu Jihong's entire body erupted with a surge of spiritual energy. Gu Yuan, guard the last man. I'm going up there and kill these despicable bastards. Lu Jihong rushed forward, gathering spiritual energy in his hands. Two stone giant statues emerged from his pet space and pounced forward with him. The beast tamer opposite saw three burly men, each as strong as an ox, charging towards them. Only one of them was made of flesh and blood, while the other two were made of pure stone. They lost in terms of momentum, but they still fought for 19 minutes before being carried off. The second beast tamer entered the arena, and Jinan University made an adjustment, sending out a water-type mage in hopes of achieving a surprising effect through attribute suppression. However, with rocks flying and water surging, the entire battle felt like the arena was about to be dismantled. The 30-minute battle was arguably the longest one this morning. However, the hot-tempered Lu Jihong won by sheer brute force, defying all odds. As a result, at the start of the third match, Lu Jihong, who was exhausted, was knocked down by his opponent's crushing punch. No way. The strength of the first two Jinan University students was already visibly impressive, but this third and final contestant has refreshed everyone's understanding. Wei Qingsong. Impossible. Wasn't he admitted to Tsinghua and Peking universities early? How could he be at Jinan University? Haven't you heard? Jinan University spent 20 million yuan, plus nearly 100 million yuan in quotas for the next 4 years, to buy Wei Qingsong, all to ensure that Jinan University can win the championship in the single enrollment competition area. Stop joking, one of the students, who aspired to attend Sun Yat-sen University, exclaimed angrily. Lu Jihong just finished a 1-on-2 battle, adding 3 points and a 6-pointer. Now Sun Yat-sen University has 15 points, while Jinan University only has 12. But what if Wei Qingsong wins another match? Wouldn't he also be taking on 2 opponents at once? Adding 6 points, that would be 18 points, enough to defeat Sun Yat-sen University. Don't forget, Sun Yat-sen University still has one last contestant. At this moment, the outcome of the competition rested on the shoulders of one person, Gu Yuan. Everyone turned to look at the player's bench, only to be surprised to find that Gu Yuan was not there. Chapter 60 Red Feather vs. Celtics Bull. Where is he? People in the audience cast questioning glances at the host. The host seemed slightly embarrassed, but this was not a problem for the director at all. All the contestants wore a special badge on their chests, which emitted a signal to ensure that a camera could continuously track them. This is the only way to better convey the chaotic battle scenes to the audience. The director immediately used a tracking camera to locate Gu Yuan's location. On the big screen, everyone saw the delivery rider, the delivery box being opened, and the delivery rider taking out the snail rice noodles. This guy had somehow gotten to the back of the audience seats. The audience seating was arranged in a tiered pattern, extending upwards for more than 30 rows. No one needed to look at the screen. Once they found their direction, they could look towards the highest point in that direction and see Gu Yuan. For a moment, everyone in the room felt ashamed. It's almost your turn to go on stage. Why did you go to get takeout? That's so unreliable. This guy, didn't he even consider fighting? Why are you getting takeout? Are you just giving up? It's over. They're actually going to have this guy play in the last match. Sun Yat-sen University is really going to be eliminated in the semifinals. Gu Yuan received the takeout and then turned around. Gu Yuan, please come down right now, or you will be disqualified, the adorable host shouted. However, before he could finish speaking, Gu Yuan leaped down from the entrance, which was dozens of meters high. Wow, what's gotten into you? Why are you thinking of jumping off a building? However, the red feather in the sky was already falling rapidly, and before anyone knew it, it had plummeted to a position close to the stands. The moment it passed over Gu Yuan's head, a pair of sharp claws grabbed Gu Yuan's shoulders, like a hang glider, carrying Gu Yuan towards the ground, passing over the heads of all the spectators. This is his favorite, level 25. The audience was greatly shocked. Although level 25 was not considered top tier, the magnificent feathers of the giant red bird and the powerful spiritual energy emanating from its body made the audience feel its formidable strength. This guy only has 500 soul control power, yet he tamed such a ferocious beast. Maybe they're reducing their own cultivation resources to specifically train beast tamers? Impossible. This guy got first place in the entrance exam for the training camp. That information was public at the time. He only had a little over 60 soul power back then. To reach the second rank, he must have spent a lot of money. I hope he's not being kept by a billionaire. But he was facing Wei Qingsong. Wei Qingsong took a step forward, smiled calmly, and was very confident. His soul control power had reached 639, and both of his pets had reached level 25. One is a legendary beast imported from Australia, the green army bison, and the other is a legendary crane native to China. Gu Yuan's soul control power is not as strong as his opponents. Yes, although they all have level 25 pets. Gu Yuan landed without glancing at Wei Qingsong, and casually handed the packaged snail rice noodles to the host. This is for me. The host smiled, thinking to herself that he might be trying to pursue her. Although he is now recognized by the audience as a bottom-ranked player who just coasts along to get points, he is also a student in the elite group of Sun Yat-sen University. The host, dressed in a student uniform, just blushed as he held the snail rice noodles in his hands. Then Gu Yuan said, "You keep this for me. Remember to return it to me when I'm done." The host, embarrassed, watched Gu Yuan's departing figure and said, "Hey, it's December now. Aren't you afraid you'll come back and be eating iced jelly later?" However, Gu Yuan turned his head to face the camera and smiled slightly. "Then I'll just come back before it gets cold." That's way too arrogant. Yeah, in every match before that, the fastest one lasted only 10 minutes or so, and he was facing Wei Qingsong, whose soul control was even stronger than his own. Was he really going to use snail rice noodles to defeat Wei Qingsong? However, Gu Yuan had already taken the stage. Wei Qingsong naturally heard what Gu Yuan said, and seeing the fear on Gu Yuan's face, he said, "You seem quite confident. Your second pet can't be higher than level 25, right?" "No, only level 19. Wei Qingsong choked on the spot and coughed twice. "Trying to fool me, huh? Don't think I don't know what you're up to. You must have a second beast that's level 25 or higher. Summon it now. No need." Gu Yuan put his hands behind his back. "To avoid you saying I'm bullying you, I won't summon my second beast. I'll only use Hong Ling." What the hell? The audience, even those watching on television and the live stream chat, exploded with excitement. Is this guy crazy? Using only one pet? Is this guy really trying to be funny? However, while the audience was ecstatic, the referees wouldn't wait. 3, 2, 1, fight. Hong Ling was the first to make a move. She spread her wings, and a majestic light flashed in her eyes. 100 birds pay homage to the phoenix. With a single phoenix cry, All the bird pets in the entire venue trembled 3 times. At level 25, the immortal crane, the same level as Hong Ling, only glanced at Hong Ling before being so frightened that it dared not take flight. Instead, it landed and lowered its head, no longer daring to fly. It was as if they were subjects bowing down to their queen. Hey, Xian Ben, what's wrong with you? Go fight. Wei Qing-song called out to Xian Ben, but Xian Ben just stood there trembling on the ground, not moving. Moo, the green army ox bellowed, reminding its owner to leave Xian Ben alone. At this moment, Hong Ling had already drawn an arc in the air, and with the flapping of her wings, she had clearly used an engraved Earth-rank combat skill. Meteor shower of fire. Burning meteorites continued to fall from its wings. Wei Qing-song clicked his tongue in amazement. The Green Army is amazing, using terrain tactics, rainforest. The green bull stomped its hoof on the ground, shattering the surrounding ground and causing green vines to sprout and instantly cover the entire ground. The seeds hidden within began to sprout, and in an instant, more and more vines grew from the ground of the entire arena, extending upwards and transforming it into a rainforest. Everything happened too fast, too suddenly. Gu Yuan could have used the Dark Knight trench coat to escape invisibly. However, the target of the opponent's combat skill was the entire arena. Escape was futile, so Gu Yuan released the 1,000 reversal fire feathers and slashed into the rainforest, cutting through the vines with a single blow. Humph! How dare you unleash a wide-range wood-type combat technique in front of me? How laughable! Hong Ling let out a sudden phoenix cry and flapped her wings towards the center, unleashing a firestorm. The raging fire formed a swirling tornado in the air, sweeping forward and igniting some trees along its path, but the fire did not spread. Chapter 61. Defending the arena, demonstrating strength, and devastating explosion. Rainforest. A Tier 1 combat skill. Although it belongs to the wood element, it is effective against fire, the host said. Because when Wei Qing-song inscribed the inner core, he did not use the wood element, but the water element, which caused a qualitative change in the rainforest earth-rank combat skill. Therefore, these trees are all additionally endowed with high water fire resistance. Gu Yuan is likely to find himself in a passive position. The host was a little excited and subtly mocked the dead straight man pill. Because it's obvious that Wei Qing-song and his team's goal is to defeat Sun Yat-sen University, and Wei Qing-song, who is the last to go, feels that he will most likely face Yi Feng, the top student of the fire element. Although he is currently facing Gu Yuan, he also seems to be a fire element student, so he can use his full set of countermeasures. Gu Yuan. This is a fire-based killing formation that I prepared for Yi Feng for over 3 months. Standing on the treetop, Wei Qing-song suddenly smiled, and a shadow arrow shot directly towards Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan immediately dodged. The other party had also bought a nail shadow gauntlet. Indeed, the range of the shadow guard is only about 20 meters, and the visibility distance between people in the rainforest is also only about 20 meters. Moreover, when the shadow guard is fired, it is almost silent and there is no obvious flash, so it can be said to kill people invisibly. The terms rainforest and nail shadow first appeared on the world stage during the Vietnam War. Among the first generation of military equipment from the Shifeng military industry, there was a type of weapon called the nail shadow crossbow. Its stealth and precision caused the United States a lot of trouble. As the successor to the shadow crossbow, the shadow gauntlets are perfectly suited for combat in the rainforest. Gu Yuan. I'm using the latest 2020 model of the shadow nail gauntlets, with a triple shot feature. Wei Qing-song mocked from his high vantage point, then unleashed another triple shot. Gu Yuan dodged behind a tree trunk on his left, and all 3 shadow arrows struck the tree behind him. It seems Gu Yuan is indeed going back to eat hot snail rice noodles, but he's doing it in a hospital bed. The comments flooded the screen like a torrent, and the referee thought about it and realized that it made perfect sense. So they reminded the security personnel to watch out for Gu Yuan, lest he be accidentally killed, as these students were even secretly carrying military equipment with them. A rule should be added that students who work part-time as hunters cannot use controlled military-grade Horcruxes in official competitions. It seems you've gone to great lengths to deal with Yi Feng. However, you've underestimated one thing. Gu Yuan suddenly turned his head, and his right wrist guard, the shadow nail, fired 3 shots in quick succession. Startled, Wei Qing-song rolled backward, dodging the attack, but ended up falling headfirst into the mud. Damn it! Are you a hunter too? Wei Qing-song ran wildly to the left through the woods. Gu Yuan maintained the same movement speed as him, and the two moved parallel to each other through the woods, constantly firing at each other with their shadow nail gauntlets. However, when Wei Qing was halfway there, he suddenly felt a slight heat in his waist. Looking down, he saw 5 or 6 black shadow arrows stuck in his lower abdomen. Shadow arrow. Impossible. I dodged every single one of them. The ones I didn't dodge should have been hidden by the trees. Suddenly, Wei Qing gasped. Could it be that all those arrows hit their mark? Did they pass through the tree trunks? Impossible. Wei Qing grimaced in pain, half kneeling on the ground. Suddenly, he noticed an even more serious problem. His lower back was swollen, and pustules were constantly appearing. This arrow is poisoned. Green Army Bull. Wei Qing sensed the danger of the poison and immediately summoned his pet. The green-skinned bull charged through the bushes, its green hide radiating light, a clear indication of its Earth-rank combat skill, gentle purification. A green light shone on Wei Qing's waist. Wei Qing felt the poison being suppressed and no longer spreading, but the stinging and weakness remained. With a whoosh, the red feather soared through the air like a rocket, crashing into the treetops, the trees behind it ablaze. Meteor shower of fire. As Hongling's wings flapped, bursts of flame gathered beneath them, and with each flap, a rain of meteorites bombarded the ground. Wei Qing gritted his teeth and suddenly threw out a support-type soul artifact, Green Heart. It seems Jinan University has gone all out to ensure victory, the commentator suddenly remarked from the commentary booth. The Green Heart can put all plants into a frenzied state, drawing all underground water resources into the trees and causing all plants to drain themselves to produce moisture, thus enhancing their next water-based combat skill. All the green plants withered, and the plants that had burrowed into the underground water pipes began to frantically absorb water. It nearly caused the water supply to be cut off for 3 minutes in the entire Baiyun district of Guangzhou. The moisture produced diffuses into the air. The water swirled in the air, forming a giant water spout. Wei Qing roared, his hands raised high above his head, constantly gathering water vapor. Gu Yuan, although I don't know what method you used to put my immortal crane into that state. However, don't forget that owners can reciprocate by feeding their pets. If you're truly brave enough not to summon a second pet, then face this attack head-on. Earth-rank combat skill, Heavenly Lake. The water flowed from the sky and gathered in the air to form a huge lake. Water flowed from all directions in the air to prevent Hong Ling from getting close to Gu Yuan, and then scattered into columns of water to protect Green Army Bull and Wei Qing themselves. Wei Qing was going to attack Gu Yuan with all his might, because the standard for judging a duel was not necessarily defeating the opponent's beast, but defeating the opponent's master. That's how real battles are. If the master dies, the pet won't survive either. Hey, this is against the rules. They're just pumping out groundwater. A teacher from Sun Yat-sen University roared. No wonder Jinan University chose this arena. They had it all planned out. However, Gu Yuan laughed and raised his right hand. I only said that I would not use my second pet, not that I would not use the combat skills that I learned from my second pet. Gu Yuan recalled the extremely passionate scene from last night when he and Qi Shui were feeding each other. That fox spirit had insisted on lying on top of him, sniffing his entire body, her slightly parted red lips, her fair skin, and her seductive eyes. Why are you blushing like a teapot? Wei Qing roared. We're dueling. What are you thinking? Gu Yuan suddenly raised his right hand, and the power of ice began to gather. Earth-rank combat skill, Frozen Wasteland. With his right hand clenched tightly, a freezing chill spread outwards, freezing all the water. Chapter 62, Snow White Beauty. My God! As the pure power of ice spread out into the surrounding space, the brilliant blue light almost illuminated the faces of all the spectators. This is an ice-type Earth-rank combat skill. Why? Does he mean that not only does the first pet possess an Earth-rank combat skill, but the second pet also possesses an Earth-rank combat skill? What is his state of mind? Why is his second pet an ice-type pet? Yes, there is one advantage. Gu Yuan has always existed, but because he was too secretive, he has not been discovered by people. That was Gu Yuan's Soul Sea state of mind, whose functionality and enhancement far exceeded the common people's understanding of the Soul Sea. Most beast tamers generally do not choose two pets with conflicting attributes, because it is difficult to simultaneously favor two different attributes. However, Gu Yuan is different. Gu Yuan's state of mind is neither inclined towards fire nor ice. Instead, it leans towards a special category, imperial pets that lived during the Tang dynasty. This emphasis ensures that almost all pets that have acquired the bloodline of the Nine Heavens goddess are greatly enhanced, thus completely avoiding the problem that even the strongest beast tamers find troublesome. Moreover, the effect of enhancing one's pet's control is much more powerful than a normal state of mind. Originally, the water attribute combat technique, which was like a wild dragon dancing in the air, was strangled by Gu Yuan and stopped moving. The icy energy bursting from Gu Yuan's hand completely froze all the wildly flowing water. The water columns that had been forming defensive lines around Green Army's Neo and Wei Qingsong were now completely frozen, immobilizing them. It was as if a frozen cage had been formed. Attack order. Gu Yuan raised his right hand, and a surge of spiritual energy rose from the Yin Zheng Gate within his soul sea. These spiritual energies formed the shadow of a Tang dynasty general behind Gu Yuan, who raised his command flag. In an instant, Hongling's phoenix cry became even more powerful, and below was a chilling aura, as if Hongling wanted to prove that her raging fire was more powerful. Unleashing a burst of intense heat, Hongling unleashed a fiery tornado downwards, sweeping the man and ox, who were frozen in ice, into the sky. Match over. Gu Yuan wins. The referee stood up excitedly and announced this. The paramedics rushed in immediately, and Hongling stopped what she was doing, allowing the medical staff to carry Wei Qingsong and his pet away. The students present all watched as Wei Qingsong was carried off the stage. Amazing. Someone said this, and everyone started looking for the answer to a question. How many minutes had passed since the beginning? However, this question was no longer important, because Gu Yuan walked over to the host. One hand took the snail rice noodles, and when the lid was opened, hot steam shot into the air from the plastic box. It was like a hard slap in the face to everyone who had just mocked Gu Yuan. He did it. Holy crap, he really did it. A student from Sun Yat-sen University defeated Wei Qingsong, and he did it all with just one pet, taking on 2 opponents in a very short time, while the snail rice noodles were still hot. Gu Yuan sat back down in his original seat and started eating as if nothing had happened. Gu Yuan looked up and saw 2 people standing at the entrance, Song Yingying and Yun Tianxiang. The 2 men looked as solemn as if they had just attended their own mother's funeral. After exchanging a glance, they slunk away. What's going on? That damned Gu Yuan. Why is he so persistent? We were lucky he didn't kill him last time, but now he's probably here to take revenge. Song Yingying punched the wall of the players' restroom, smashing a large hole in the marble wall. Calm down, Song Yingying. Yun Tianxiang's lips curled slightly, showing no sign of panic despite Gu Yuan's displayed strength. If he dares to come again, we'll kill him again. If he's still not dead, we'll kill him again, chop him into mincemeat and feed him to the dogs. Let's see how long he can keep jumping around. But Song Yingying opened her arms, wanting to step forward and say something. Harry Mora, you won't listen to us when we say but. Yun Tianxiang retorted to Song Yingying with just one sentence. Understood. Song Yingying lowered her head, her eyes filled with a sharp, unwavering determination. I'm going second, and I'm going to personally strangle this blunder. I'll accidentally kill him before the referee comes to the rescue. Indeed, in recent years, the names of those who have died unexpectedly in the Colosseum have been engraved on stone tablets outside. Yun Tianxiang pressed down the blinds with one hand, looking at the 3 enormous stone tablets outside, each about 30 meters high and 10 meters wide, densely covered with names about 10 centimeters in size. Tomorrow, Gu Yuan's name will appear on it. Let's begin. Song Yingying took out a bag, opened it, and poured out a bag of white powder. The 2 of them each took out a straw, then one hand pressed against one nostril while the other held the straw in front of them, sucking up the white powder. As the 2 absorbed the powder more vigorously, it began to enter their bodies. Their soul power actually began to rise, as if in a dream. They raised their heads, their muscles trembling, and redness and swelling began to appear on their faces and mouths. This redness and swelling looks a bit like bumps from insect bites, but the tips are red, and it's densely packed all over the cheeks like a honeycomb. The bags under their eyes were gradually darkening, as if they had just been full of energy, but now they looked like they hadn't slept for 3 days and 3 nights. Their soul control power has increased significantly. That night, Gu Yuan's fame grew even more. He was being discussed online, on forums, and even at his former school. This guy named Gu Yuan is terrifying, especially that last freeze. Someone who was assumed to be the top fire-type fighter throughout suddenly used an ice-type combat technique. How did they do that? Gu Yuan lay on the bed. Because the competition was in Guangzhou, Gu Yuan had to stay in this rented house. Suddenly, they heard a knock on the door. Hongling and Qi Shue, who were chopping vegetables and tossing a wok in the kitchen, immediately transformed into a phoenix and a white fox, respectively. One lay on the ground, and the other flew onto the television. Because it was a rented apartment in Guangzhou, Chen Wenwen went to open the door. As soon as the door opened, she saw a stunningly beautiful woman with an icy demeanor standing in the doorway. This woman was none other than Chen Wenwen. It was Mo Hen, the eldest daughter of the Mo family who had been severely injured today. Her eyes were cold, and her arm was still wrapped in bandages. She asked, "May I come in?" Chapter 63 Ink marks came to find me. Chen Wenwen puffed out her cheeks, her face clearly showing her reluctance. While watching the surveillance cameras in the hallway, Chairman Chen, who was spying on the other party, slammed his fist on the table in anger. Damn it, another young beauty has appeared. My daughter is living with him, but she hasn't tied that young man down yet. Mr. Chen was filled with regret. I should have been more ruthless back then and let Wenwen and this young man get together sooner. Gu Yuan came out of his room. Mo Hen saw Gu Yuan and waved to greet him. Brother Gu Yuan, your performance today was truly outstanding. You've now become the focus of discussion among university students across the country. Really? Gu Yuan smiled. I don't really like being famous, but I couldn't help it given today's situation. Brother Gu Yuan, if I'm not mistaken, your second pet possesses an extremely rare physique, the Ice Supreme Jade body. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan was taken aback, and Qi Shui, the large white fox lying in the center of the living room, also became alert. How did you know that? Gu Yuan asked, puzzled. The ink stain remained expressionless. Our Mo family has always considered itself a family of ice and snow. The #1 ice expert in Guangzhou in the past 30 years has come from our Mo family. Throughout history, a body of ice and jade is extremely rare. I was born with a pair of spiritual eyes that can see clearly, so I can naturally recognize it. Gu Yuan sighed. Just say what you want to say. Our Mo family has always favored talents with ice-based abilities. Today, Brother Gu Yuan's strength has already surpassed that of ordinary people. Brother Gu Yuan, would you be willing to join our Mo family? Mohan said this. Upon hearing this, Chen Wenwen's expression immediately turned serious. How can I join your Mo family? Do you expect me to be your security guard? Gu Yuan shook his head. No, Brother Gu Yuan, you misunderstand. Our Mo family has always had more women than men. If Brother Gu is willing to marry into our Mo family, our Mo family will definitely provide Brother Gu Yuan with all the resources he needs. When he said this, Mohan blushed and lowered his head. Chen Wenwen reacted 1,000,000 times more excitedly than Gu Yuan. She stepped forward and pushed Mohan backward. Ridiculous. Brother Gu would never become a son-in-law of any Mo family. Our Chen family is a powerful clan with assets worth tens of billions, owning over 30 residential communities in Guangzhou. Your Mo family is a poor, insignificant clan. Brother Gu Yuan would never follow you to live a life of poverty. Mohan's almond-shaped eyes were cold. She's just a worldly upstart. My Mo family is an ice-type family, possessing unparalleled ice-type cultivation manuals. Brother Gu Yuan is actually living with a woman like that. Humph. Now you know how charming I am. Chen Wenwen crossed her arms. Gu Yuan tapped her on the head. I had barely moved in when her family bought the whole building, and then she became my landlord. Hearing this, Mohan seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, and then continued. Brother Gu Yuan, this place is not suitable for you to stay for long. Why don't you come with me to the Mo family for a stay? No matter what you choose in the end, the doors of our Mo family will always be open to you, Brother Gu Yuan. Looking at the burns on Mohan's body, Gu Yuan asked, will you be able to play again the day after tomorrow? Those guys who took the money are really ruthless. It's all right, Brother Gu Yuan. We were supposed to stop at the semifinals this time. If it weren't for you, Brother Gu Yuan, we would have already failed. We must win the championship in the competition the day after tomorrow. As he said this, Mohan was so excited that his wounds seemed to burst open. How can you play the day after tomorrow looking like this? Don't worry, my family has already asked someone to buy a snow-gathering pill from the #1 alchemy family in the capital, but unfortunately, they only managed to buy one after spending 3 million. As Mohan spoke, he took out a small box. This pill can not only gather ice attributes spiritual energy and nourish the mind, but also remove burns from the body. Your family is so rich, wouldn't it be better to buy a few more? Gu Yuan wondered. Mohan shook his head. The snow-gathering pill from the #1 alchemy family in the capital is extremely rare and hard to come by. Even if you have money, you might not be able to buy it. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan had a sudden thought and said, if it's possible, could you lend me your pill to take a look? Mohan looked at Gu Yuan suspiciously. then handed over the treasure box in his hand, which Gu Yuan accepted. During this process, Gu Yuan had already communicated with Hong Ling through his spiritual sea, allowing her to enter the kitchen. The moment Gu Yuan took the box, Hong Ling fanned a burst of flames at the bottom of the pot. Boil the water in the pot until it dries out. Oh no, the lunch is burnt. The black smoke billowing from the kitchen caught the two women's attention. Gu Yuan opened the lid and, taking advantage of the moment when the two looked up, disassembled the pill into the bracelet and then reassembled it. According to the bracelet's calculations, the spiritual matter extracted from a single pill is as high as 30,000 units, and it would also require 30,000 units of spiritual matter to be reassembled. 30,000 units of spiritual matter. This is considered to have a very low spiritual energy content, even less than some beast feed. This is normal, because the high price of elixirs is not due to the materials used, but rather the labor cost of the alchemist. An alchemist cannot concoct good pills without more than 10 years of experience. However, Gu Yuan doesn't need this handling fee. The bracelet can be freely disassembled and reassembled. It doesn't need to calculate labor costs, only material costs. On his way back today, Gu Yuan went to the incinerator and dismantled a large amount of waste meat. The total amount of spiritual matter is now about 600,000. Chen Wenwen went to deal with the burnt pot, and Mohan reached out to take back the pills. Brother Gu Yuan, these pills are extremely precious. I hope you can understand. Actually, I also have pills of the same grade as yours, and I'm willing to sell them to you at the same price. What? Brother Gu Yuan, you're not kidding me, are you? Mohan exclaimed in shock. This pill is extremely rare. Even with the connections of the #1 ice element family in Yangcheng, we are only qualified to buy one. Brother Gu Yuan, what is this? However, Gu Yuan's lips curled slightly as he made a gesture of taking medicine from his pocket, but in reality, he used spiritual matter to reconstruct 5 identical pills. Gu Yuan displayed the pills to Mohan, who could hardly believe his eyes. After checking several times, he found that the pills were genuine. Who exactly is Gu Yuan? What kind of power is supporting him? 5 pills of the same specifications, completely identical, from the #1 alchemy family in the capital. The proportions are obviously completely identical, and the craftsmanship is exactly as if they were made by the same person. Could it be that Brother Gu Yuan's backing is so powerful that the capital's top alchemy family would specially prepare medicine for you? Chapter 64. The final battle begins. In Mohan's mind, Gu Yuan was no longer just an ordinary high school student. Instead, he was a man of considerable cunning, unpredictable, and whose depths were unknown. So he immediately turned around and made a phone call to his father. Gu Yuan heard her father on the other end of the phone, first flying into a rage because she refused to join their family. However, upon hearing that he had produced a large quantity of snow-gathering pills, he was stunned. Impossible. How did he do that? Why does he have so many snow-gathering pills? These things are as precious as gold within ice-type families. Gu Yuan didn't quite hear their next conversation, but Mohan's father was utterly shocked, repeatedly praising Gu Yuan's abilities. Then, Mohan turned around and cautiously said, Brother Gu Yuan, this snow-gathering pill is as rare as a treasure to our ice-type families. However, each one of these treasures is extremely expensive. 5 pills would cost 15 million. I'm afraid my father wouldn't be willing to spend that much money on your pills. Gu Yuan shook his head. Then it's just a pity. Gu Yuan wouldn't give away pills for free. Although the spiritual materials used to make these pills all came from the waste meat processing plant, from unwanted scraps of meat, or from the carcasses of powerful demonic beasts that died in the wilderness. However, none of that matters. What matters is that Gu Yuan will never let himself suffer a loss. However, if Brother Gu is willing, we can exchange another treasure with Brother Gu Yuan. After saying this, Mohan's expression turned cold and unusually serious, and his tone was somewhat incredulous. The Tale of Searching for the Fox in the Snow. Upon hearing the title, Gu Yuan immediately thought of it. Could it be that this manual is related to the white snow nine-tailed fox? Brother Gu Yuan, you are indeed very knowledgeable. The training and care methods for pets like the red feather and 7 snow, which became extinct or extremely rare after the Tang dynasty, have been lost. No one can summarize a solution, especially a suitable inscription pattern, through long-term, large-scale breeding, as they did 1,000 years ago. There are absolutely no clues to be found. The only way is to search for lost ancient books. Perhaps there are treasures left by our ancestors? The phoenix's demise with red feathers is a good example. It is by no means accidental that our Mahist family was able to become a prominent family in the process of modernization. My great-great-great-grandfather once served in the palace when Emperor Qianlong was revising the Siku Quan Shu, complete library of the four treasuries. A large number of ancient Han Chinese books were burned, including a set on raising isotribute beasts that had been hidden by their ancestors. One of these books, titled The Tale of Seeking the Fox in the Snow, recorded how to raise a nine-tailed beauty amidst the snow. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan nodded and said, "Okay, this book is worth 15 million. This book is not very useful to our family because the nine-tailed fox with the body of ice and jade has been extinct for hundreds of years, and we don't know if there are any survivors in the wilderness. Although we don't know if Brother Gu Yuan has been to the far north before, it seems this book is only useful to you so far. We're willing to exchange it, but we'll only give you a photocopy. We hope to keep the original." "That's fine, but I need to look through the original version to make sure it's word for word." Gu Yuan didn't need the book itself, but rather the knowledge contained within it. They kept the original copy partly because they weren't sure if someone in the family would have incredible luck and actually manage to form a contract with the legendary snow nine-tailed fox in the wilderness. Secondly, this thing is an antique, an ancient book with hundreds of years of history. Let alone the secret techniques for raising the nine-tailed snow fox. Even the erotic pictures could sell for at least tens of millions. Gu Yuan visited the Mo family and received a warm welcome. The family head personally received him. She showered him with compliments about the young woman's elegance and kindness. Gu Yuan, however, was only concerned with the accuracy of the photocopy. He was about to face Song Yingying and Yun Tianxiang the day after tomorrow. What methods did they use to increase their soul control power so much? And why is the dark, deathly aura around them so intense? If I can't figure it out, I'll just focus on training like crazy and take them on one by one. After obtaining the photocopy, Gu Yuan went straight home, just like when he obtained the Phoenix Taming Manual. Gu Yuan felt as if he had been struggling with a math problem for 3 days, only to finally see the standard answer. Most of the materials needed to upgrade Qi Shui are those used when Hong Ling upgraded her level. A few that are not available can be easily purchased online. Gu Yuan still had some money in his bank account, which he used to buy materials to upgrade Qi Shui's level. He then used a large amount of spiritual matter to gather a fire crystal bead and an ice crystal bead. This helped Qi Shui reach level 21, while Hong Ling's level only barely reached level 26. If there's anything in this book that truly surprised and impressed Gu Yuan, it's that the tale of searching for the fox in the snow also records the inscription of a heaven-rank combat skill. Absolute Zero. This combat skill is incredibly powerful, but its requirements are extremely demanding. Only after winning the competition can we see if there are any suitable materials in the secret realm. Gu Yuan poured the ancient spirit lamp oil into the soul lamp and cultivated for a day. Even with the 7.5x speed-up boost, Gu Yuan's soul power didn't increase much, just stayed at 552. Of course, for ordinary people, increasing their soul power by 50 points in just one day at the second-grade Beast Tamer stage is already quite impressive. Finally, January 16th arrived. Good afternoon, students, teachers, viewers at home, and on the live broadcast channel. Compared to the first day when there was only one host, today there are two hosts. A man and a woman, both dressed in formal attire, spoke with great refinement and acted with impeccable manners, ensuring that the announcers could listen to their announcements in a quiet and peaceful manner. The audience below the stage was already full. The final match was held at Guangzhou's premier arena. Didn't they say that no one would watch the students who were admitted early? How come it's still so hard to get tickets even though they've moved to a super large venue that can hold 100,000 people? The two people in the audience muttered to themselves. It's all because of the two young prodigies who appeared yesterday, Gu Yuan and Yun Tianxiang. They are both too powerful, and their strength has shocked the entire Guangdong province. Many people want to see these two contestants fight with their own eyes. Have you heard? The total number of viewers across all platforms and the live TV broadcast has exceeded 50 million. Many schools have even suspended classes for a morning just to watch this competition. Chapter 65 Celestial Rank Environmental Combat Techniques, The Great Dark Heaven. The beautiful host smiled and said, "Next, I will introduce our guests to you. They are the famous actress Xiao Baihe, the president of Sun Yat-sen University Luo Jun, and the principal of Dongguan Beast Taming Academy Ma Weiyang." Holy crap, the principals of both schools are here. The audience erupted in cheers. It seems that yesterday's battle has indeed attracted considerable attention from the higher-ups. "Little Lily, I love you." Strange sounds suddenly broke into the crowd. It turned out to be a group of enthusiastic fans waving Xiaobei's fan club flag. I never expected that even the famous actress from Guangzhou, Xiao Baihe, would come to the event as our special guest. The host greeted her warmly. Little Lily has only just come of age, right? Because of her singing career, she didn't go to Beast Taming University. Is she here because of some special feeling? People are most afraid of violence. I just came to see what Gu Yuan is like, and whether the Dongguan Beast Taming Academy will be in trouble. If possible, I'd like to kick him a couple of times too. Xiaobei's words immediately sparked discussion among the audience. What do you mean? She knows Gu Yuan. I'm so envious. I also want to be kicked by Sayuri. It must feel so good to have my butt kicked by her slender, white little legs. Dude, you're drooling on the floor. Gu Yuan has such good luck with women. He's even being teased by Xiao Baihe. I'm so envious. The first match will be held in the general group, where 10 students admitted through the special admissions program will compete against each other one by one, with each winner earning 1 point. Sun Yat-sen University's first player to take the stage was the originally designated third seed, now the leader of the ordinary group, and the former top scorer in the fire element, Yifeng. Yifeng stepped onto the stage, his face filled with resentment and embarrassment. Humph, you're just ordinary group contestants. I'm going to take this point. It won't matter who you send out. However, the person who went on stage at the Dongguan Beast Taming Academy was a boy who was about 1.6 meters tall. He had a gloomy face and sleepy eyes, and was also a second-grade beast tamer. However, when he unleashed his beast taming domain and summoned his beast taming pets, the two pets that appeared surprised everyone present. Dark Elf. Behind him, two wispy black shadows appeared. The two floating shadow spheres looked exactly alike and were stuck together very closely. This is a monster from Europe, right? It seems so. It looks like Night Wind is about to face a fierce battle. Dark Elf, use Great Darkness. The student took out a magical artifact that resembled a shadow scepter, raised it high above his head, and the two dark elves seemed to transform into two dark stars. Suddenly, a ring of dark clouds appeared in the sky. The surrounding sky was still clear, but the sky above the competition venue was covered with dark clouds. Immediately afterwards, the contestant left the stage. Guan, the number 1 contestant from Guanxing Beast Taming Academy, concedes defeat. The audience, who had been expecting a battle no less intense than that of the prodigies, were stunned. He just conceded defeat. Why is that? What's the point of him playing? However, all the contestants in the prodigy group, including Gu Yuan, as well as the guests except for Xiao Baihe, noticed something amiss. How could Guanxing only lose by 1 point? He can summon 2 royal pets. Little Lily was already cursing the boy's entire family in her heart, but she appeared very weak, confused, and bewildered. Ma Weihong, the principal of the Dongguan Beast Taming Academy, smiled slightly and said, "That's called tactics." Luo Jun, the president of Sun Yat-sen University, simply snorted coldly. Humph, these 2 pets are a pair of twin dark elves. They possess a special constitution called Twin Constitution. The 2 pets can share a set of inscriptions. Together, they unleashed a heaven-rank battle skill, Great Dark Heaven. This is an environmental combat skill. Although it does not deal damage, it can forcibly modify the weather in an area, thereby affecting the beasts of a specific attribute or race. The Great Dark Heaven, a heavenly rank combat skill that inflicts short-sightedness on all creatures within range and has a chance to deprive them of their vision. Shadow attribute beasts within range are unaffected by this effect, and their combat power is increased by 50%. When the host held up his phone and read the message aloud, all the students in the room were shocked. This was actually a heaven-level combat skill. How is this possible? Ordinary beast tamers cannot bear heaven-rank combat skills at level 20 or so, but 2 legendary beast tamers with twin physiques can. However, because they focused all their efforts on inscribing this one combat skill, they did not inscribe any other combat skills, so they deliberately conceded the first round. So that's what I mean. Gu Yuan used the effect of the other shore coffin to scan all the ordinary group players in the opponent's selection panel. All the ordinary group players were shadow-type beast tamers. This is to gain the remaining 9 points, while sacrificing the previous one. Alright, let the second battle begin. When the second student from the ordinary group of Sun Yat-sen University and his pet walked onto the stage, a faint black mist formed around their eyes, as if they had walked into a fog of shadows. I can't see. Damn it, my field of vision has narrowed. However, the opponent's pet was a shadow mantis. This shadow mantis was much faster and more stealthy in the dark, and could flip, jump, and ambush from all directions. When the Sun Yat-sen University player was about to retaliate, he discovered that the little guy had once again disappeared into the dark mist. In less than 5 minutes, the player was knocked off the stage. The score is now 1-1. When the third player from each side took the stage, something almost drove all the students at Sun Yat-sen University to despair. The opponent's third pet was also a shadow type, and it was a small, agile, and unpredictable spirit beast, the fragrant black snake. Another loss. The fourth student from Sun Yat-sen University took the stage. When he and his pet saw that the opposing pet was also of the shadow type, they did not hesitate and charged forward to attack. As a result of the narrowed field of vision, he accidentally rushed to the edge of the arena without slowing down. As a result, he was pushed by the opponent's beast hidden in the shadows and was eliminated on the spot. With each loss, the expression on the face of the president of Sun Yat-sen University on the referee's bench grew more serious. The score has reached an astonishing 1-9. Under the dark shadow of the sky, the ordinary group of Sun Yat-sen University was completely wiped out. Yes, Sayuri's stance was very clear and unequivocal. Looks like today is my lucky day, Xiaobai. Soon, with this powerful dark combat technique, we'll soon see Gu Yuan being pinned to the ground and beaten. Then you'll understand. He's just an ordinary, unreliable little brat. Meow. The little white cat kneeling on Xiaobei's lap meowed, lazily rolled over, and seemed somewhat helpless, which probably meant that the outcome of the battle was now a foregone conclusion. Chapter 66. All wiped out. Only Gu Yuan remains. Finally, it was time for the battle of the prodigy group. However, the audience was surprised to find that the injustice in this battle never disappeared from beginning to end. This has now extended to the elite group, because the venue hasn't changed yet. In this battle of beast taming, Song Yingying's two tamed pets were both of the full shadow attribute, allowing them to perfectly enjoy the effects of the great dark heaven. It seems that the students of Dongguan Beast Taming Academy have made adjustments to their team members this time. The third member of the prodigy group, who had been hiding in third place and had not yet played, is now the first to take the stage. The host announced. Immediately afterwards, the student who had been hiding in the players' seats stood up, took off his hood, and revealed a fair and handsome face. He looks very delicate, the kind of young, handsome guy that's popular with young girls. Yangcheng, Shadow System top scholar Ma Feng. This time, all the students in the room were shocked. Didn't he get into Tsinghua University? Why didn't he go? They also bought students, but they were very careful, just to compete for the championship of the single enrollment group in this league. With the addition of the top scorer from the Dark Heaven faction in Guangzhou and the 9-point difference, the outcome is already decided. All the students present felt as if they had been doused with cold water, and some even started to leave. Sun Yat-sen University's Mohen has taken to the stage. Facing a 1-9 deficit, Mohen is preparing to change his tactics. All previous preparations have been scrapped on the spot. New tactics are needed now. They must find a way to win the remaining 3 games in one go to have any chance of turning the tide. However, with the Shadow Element champion and the effect of the Great Darkness, it's impossible to win. So we must find a way to create an opening. Ice Lizard, use the Frost Spike formation. At this moment, the little princess's Ice Lizard landed and suddenly sank down. The freezing cold air formed patches of frost around it, and ice spikes grew out of it. These icy spikes, like a phalanx of spears, protected the ink marks within. Is this a defensive tactic? There were whispers among the audience. Indeed, in situations where visibility is limited, protecting oneself in this way is not a bad idea. But how to retaliate? However, the camera focused on Mohen, whose eyes slowly closed. Ice sprites flew around Mohen, circling him as if a fairy from the snow had descended, scattering rings of ice dust. What are they trying to do? The audience asked, puzzled. The president of Sun Yat-sen University, Luo Jun, who had been ashen-faced, widened his eyes in excitement. This is, if I'm not mistaken, this is a blizzard. Blizzard? What kind of combat technique is that? Little Lily was puzzled. Luo Jun laughed. It's an environmental alteration combat technique similar to the Great Dark Sky, which can change the surrounding weather, thus causing the Great Dark Sky to disappear. Yes, she wanted to use this method to turn the dark weather of the Great Dark Sky into a blizzard, so that Song Yingying would not be strengthened later, and Ma Feng would also lose his strengthening. She gambled in this way, betting that the 2 people behind her could defeat the other 3. Can it succeed? The opponent's combat skill is a heaven-rank technique. Environmental combat skills will be weakened over time. The icy cold air is rapidly gathering. Mohen's expression was solemn, and he was covered in sweat. Amazing. As expected of a heaven-rank environmental combat skill, even with all my strength, I couldn't break it. Keep it up. As the top scholar in the shadow category, Ma Feng's two pets are naturally also shadow type, and they are extremely rare shadow wolves, both with legendary bloodlines. They sensed the icy chill rising madly into the sky, as if trying to tear through the endless darkness, and they could even see snowflakes falling in the air. Damn it, we won't let your desperate struggle affect our victory in any way. Principal Ma Weihong promised me this time. He'll give me 30 million if we win. With a roar, Ma Feng summoned two wolves that charged recklessly toward the icy, snowy formation alongside him. Ice spikes kept piercing through the air from beneath the ground. The shadow wolf would use the void technique to become invisible and pass through the ice spikes. He himself, relying on his reckless spirit and rapid movement speed, rushed towards the center of the ice and snow formation. Why hasn't it broken open yet? The great dark heaven is too powerful. Her blizzard has been completely suppressed. Now it's Ma Feng and Mo Hen racing against time. It's about to succeed. A ray of sunlight had already shone in, but the snowflakes melted before they even hit the ground. With a bang, the two shadow wolves and Ma Feng, aided by the great dark heaven, greatly increased their speed and impact, breaking through the ice spike array and arriving in front of Mohen. However, the ink marks have not yet cracked the great dark sky. Ink mark was sent flying by shadow balls released simultaneously by the two shadow wolves. The score is now 1-12. The two sides are no longer on the same level, the host said. Mohen, who was lying on the ground, coughed twice. I'm sorry, my presumption of authority has rendered me completely useless. Your plan is flawed. Weather is affected by environmental combat skills, and environmental combat skills are also affected by weather. This is Guangdong Province, located in a subtropical monsoon climate. You're still not quite there yet to make it snow here. It's okay. I'll go up there and beat him up for you. Lu Jihong angrily slammed his fist on the ground, then stood up and stormed toward the stage. Ma Feng, I'll beat you to death today. Lu Jihong jumped onto the stage and slammed his fist into the ground. The two stone figures jumped up almost simultaneously, and the three of them slammed their fists into the ground, causing cracks to spread outwards. Within the fissure, magma was constantly churning, clearly using the fire-based Earth-rank combat skill, Hellfire, as illumination. However, it would have been better if the light hadn't been on. Once it was, there were more than 30 shadow wolves standing densely in front of them. These two shadow wolves were actually inscribed with the same Earth-rank combat skill, Shadow Clone. That same old trick of hiding your true intentions again. Ma Feng, I'll beat you to a pulp today. Lu Jihong roared and charged forward, with the two stone golems following closely behind. Like three whirlwinds, they sent all the shadow wolves flying in their path. The battle was extremely intense, lasting a full 30 minutes. Faced with the shadow wolf sneak attack, Lu Jihong made no attempt to think strategically. He simply attacked, regardless of how many shadow clones he had. The battle remained deadlocked. Lu Jihong's field of vision had shrunk so much that he couldn't find anyone to hit. He could only attack these phantoms as if each punch was hitting cotton. Until that one instant, Lu Jihong saw Ma Feng, whose face was filled with shock. Ma Feng, I found you. Lu Jihong lunged forward and punched Ma Feng, only to find that the opponent's body shattered. It was a reverse healing. He had copied the combat skills of his pet, the Shadow Wolf. Lu Jihong, having missed his punch, fell headfirst off the stage. Chapter 67 1 against 3, a second battle with Song Yingying. Lu Jihong crashed headfirst to the ground, the impact so great that it created a large crater. However, along with Lu Jihong, everyone's hearts also plummeted to the ground. The face of Sun Yat-sen University President Luo Jun could only be described as contorted in anger, as the scores had already been calculated. After Lu Hongji fell, Ma Feng completed the feat of taking on two opponents at once, as if the match was already infinitely close to its end at that moment. Defeating the second person on the stage will only earn you 6 points, plus the 3 points you get from defeating Mohan, and the points from the general group, where Zhongshan University was almost completely wiped out. Finally, the score of Guanxing Beast Taming Academy reached 18 points. The score on the field is now 1-18, a score that can only theoretically result in a loss. Of all the contestants from Sun Yat-sen University, except for Yi Feng, who was the first to be eliminated by the opponent, none of the others won a single match. Now, only one player from Sun Yat-sen University can take the stage, and that is Gu Yuan. The audience fell silent, and more people got up and left, feeling there was no need to watch any longer. With the scores so lopsided, 1-18, was there any point in watching anymore? However, Gu Yuan stood up and said, "Leave the rest to me. Gu Yuan walked up the stairs first, appearing on the screens of millions of people, appearing before the eyes of all the viewers. He stepped out from under the shadows, coldly staring at the black mist in front of him. Qixue, there's no need to suppress it anymore. Show your powerful physique. Gu Yuan roared, and Qixue fell to the ground. With a cry, a white gale swept across the sky, and white clouds spread outwards, driving away the dark clouds. Impossible. This is snow. It's snowing. It's actually snowing in Guangdong province. A heavy snow began to fall from the sky, and the great darkness was broken by Qixue's howl. The atmosphere at the scene was extremely heavy, as if the air itself had frozen. Impossible. How did he do that? Ma Feng had nowhere to hide, looking up at the falling snowflakes. It broke through such a powerful environmental combat skill in just 1 second, without any casting process. Just how powerful is that? Ma Feng was exhausted at this point. When the black mist dissipated, 6 Ma Fengs could be seen standing on the field, 5 of which must have been his shadow clones. You lost, Gu Yuan said casually. Hong Ling leaped into the air, her wings flapping as she swept across, creating 3 fiery storms that converged amidst the snow and wind, taking up a quarter of the already small arena. The key point is that this huge firestorm can also move, sweeping away all the clones on the field like a whirlwind sweeping away fallen leaves. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! At least we need to wear him down. Ma Feng felt that he was no longer a threat to Gu Yuan. However, he also wanted to gain an advantage for his 2 teammates behind him. Ma Feng and the 2 shadow wolves charged forward together, forming a wall of wind with 3 fiery tornadoes. Is Ma Feng going to directly clash with the opponent's Earth-rank combat skill? He'll suffer severe burns. However, Gu Yuan did not think so. His opponent had still held back a move. Gu Yuan saw the Shadow Wolf's attributes through the eye of the other shore of the coffin. Shadow Wolf. Level, 23. Qualification, Legendary. Race, Shadow Wolf. Combat techniques, Intangibility, Innate, Shadow Clone, Earth Rank, Shadow Blink, Earth Rank. Inscribed combat skill, Shadow Ball, Earth Rank. Trying to wear me down, huh? Gu Yuan's lips curved slightly. Just as Ma Feng and the 2 shadow wolves were about to collide with the raging storm, the man and the 2 wolves disappeared almost simultaneously. With a flicker of shadows, they appeared simultaneously in front of Gu Yuan, the 3 shadow orbs converging in his hands. Although it's nowhere near as good as Teacher Han Yue's Shadow Ball, it's still a pure offensive combat skill. If Gu Yuan gets hit, he'll probably be seriously injured. However, Gu Yuan, who had seen through all of the opponent's combat techniques, had already positioned Qixue in the location where they might appear by teleportation. Qixue unleashed her battle technique, freezing them in a world of ice and snow. Immediately following was the inscription of the combat skill, Ice Claw. A chill swept through the air, 3 claw marks flashed by, accompanied by shattering ice crystals. Screams and wolf howls rang out simultaneously, and a fiery tornado swept in from behind. This push, having just experienced the baptism of icy cold, plunged into the swirling, burning flames. The scene shocked the entire audience. The contrast between ice and fire was terrifying. Ma Feng and the 2 shadow wolves were carried off the field together. 4-18. The score has been narrowed a bit, although the gap is still large. However, the students at Sun Yat-sen University were greatly encouraged because they won the game so beautifully. Ma Feng's desperate counterattack came with overwhelming force, and with his shadowy movements, a single combat technique concealed the entire situation without revealing a single clue, yet it was perfectly countered by Gu Yuan. They intended to exhaust Gu Yuan's stamina, but Gu Yuan didn't move an inch from beginning to end. Gu Yuan, I still haven't forgotten how your damn bird scratched my face. Song Yingying limped forward, her body covered in wounds and bandages, leaning on a cane. When she saw Gu Yuan, she surprisingly burst into laughter. Watch how I'll completely destroy you right here today. Gu Yuan glanced at the coffin on the other side. It was a huge surprise. Song Yingying's soul power has reached 700. The 2 imperial pets are respectively Shadow Worm, Race Worm, Level 25, Qualification Legendary, Combat Skills, Death's Wrath, Earth Rank, Withering, Earth Rank, Soul Farewell, Earth Rank. Description: it is worm-like in shape, covered with sharp barbs, up to 19 meters long, and can burrow underground. It is surrounded by an aura of death and is often found in ancient tombs that are thousands of years old. Flame Spider. Race, Fire Spider. Level, 25. Qualification, Legendary. Combat Skills, Fire Net, Earth rank. Blazing storm. Earth rank. Description: spiders living in lava terrain are fierce fighters who are skilled at using burning flaming spider webs to wrap up their enemies and burn them to ashes. Where is your spirit, Wind Eagle? Why does this spider possess a Tier 1 combat skill that combines wind and fire attributes? As Gu Yuan spoke, he slowly raised his eyes. You know quite a lot. Song Yingying laughed. I killed it, dug out its inner core, and gave it to my new pet. It was too weak, and besides, any bird would lose control when faced with your strange bird, right? At this moment, everyone fell silent. Because Song Yingying thought that her first pet might cause an unfavorable situation when facing Gu Yuan, she killed it directly and freed up a contract slot in her Soul Sea. She used it on a more powerful pet. This woman is so ruthless. Chapter 68: Defeating Song Yingying. After breaking the contract, wouldn't it be better to release the animal? Why do you have to kill it? Upon hearing this, Song Yingying laughed. What's mine is mine. Even if I dig out its inner core, it can still be of benefit to me. Unnecessary trash should be crushed. As Song Yingying spoke, she tilted her head to look at Gu Yuan. You're the same. You're no longer the trash I need. I gave you the chance to be my wallet, but you ran off on your own. Now that the chance is gone, I'm going to rip your heart out myself. As she spoke, Song Yingying took out a dagger-like soul weapon and rushed towards Gu Yuan. Her two pets didn't move, so Gu Yuan naturally signaled Hong Ling and Qi Shui to stay in their positions and not move either. Then, he rushed towards Song Yingying's direction. I am a powerful expert with 700 soul power, and you, with a mere 500-something, dare to oppose me. But then again, your pets are only 25 and 21 respectively, no match for my two pets. Song Yingying thrust her dagger toward Gu Yuan, but Gu Yuan nimbly dodged to the left, avoiding the dagger's sudden thrust. He pulled a USB flash drive-sized handle from his waist, pressed it lightly to pop out the M7 military dagger, and flicked it upwards with his backhand, sending the dagger flying. However, Song Yingying caught the flying dagger with her left hand, bent forward, and used the combat skill she had gained to create a fire net, which sprayed directly towards Gu Yuan. The burning spider webs lashed out at Gu Yuan, but Gu Yuan raised his right hand, and the world turned icy and snowy. Due to the blizzard effect, the power of all fire-type combat skills is reduced, while the power of ice-type combat skills is increased. Therefore, even though Gu Yuan's soul control power was lower, this move, ice and snow, completely froze the fire net. As she rolled backward, 3 ice spikes shot out from her shadow nail gauntlets, destroying the ice net and striking Song Yingying in the waist. Although it was just a scratch, it had already planted the poison of the branding wound. However, something strange happened. The abscess on Song Yingying's waist was not pink. On the contrary, the pink color is tinged with black, as if some kind of poison has settled in it. Song Yingying was taken aback and retreated several steps backward. Deathworm, using Soul Reaper. Soul Reaper consumes spiritual energy to absorb the poison from friendly units and condense it on bone spikes. When it cuts an enemy, the poison will be reflected back. The death worm, with its enormous body, burrowed up from the ground, opened its ring-shaped mouths, and began to absorb the firebrand poison from Song Yingying's body. Why is the boil on her waist black? Said Luo Jun, the president of Sun Yat-sen University. The principal of the Dongguan Beast Taming Academy, who was originally his mortal enemy, also lowered his head when faced with this issue and spoke with an objective and fair attitude. I don't know, but she's very nervous. I asked her and Yun Tianxiang why their cultivation levels improved so quickly, but she didn't answer. Could it be that there's something shameful in her blood? At this moment, the giant worm made a turn in the air and rushed towards Gu Yuan. Crimson Feather had already soared into the sky, spreading its wings and unleashing a fiery storm. However, the worm braved the raging firestorm and charged towards Gu Yuan. This crazy woman, has she completely disregarded the life of her pet? Looking at the huge worm with multiple burns on its body, many of its bone spurs had been burned off, but it still charged in his direction. Gu Yuan used his M7 saber to parry, but the M7 was bounced away into the distance. Gu Yuan activated the Shadow Cloak's speed-up stealth ability to dodge, but the giant worm actually started spinning. Deathly tribulation. The spinning worm continuously shot out countless bone needles in all directions. At least 32 bone spurs, also inflicted with fiery poison, flew toward Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan wanted to retreat, but found that the M7 military dagger had landed in the distance. Was there no way to avoid it? Faced with the bone spikes flying at high speed and from all angles like a rainstorm, Gu Yuan had no choice but to reveal his trump card. Qi Shui charged straight ahead, her target the M7 military dagger. What is this fox trying to do? Don't go, beautiful fox spirit. Even if you can pick up an M7, you can't swing it to block the bone spikes. That bayonet is designed according to the needs of the human body. Damn it, could it be that Gu Yuan wants this beautiful fox spirit to take the blow for him? That's pointless. Losing a pet in a 2v2 battle will put us at a complete disadvantage. However, as the white light shone out, everyone saw that the pure white fox that rushed out gradually took shape in the air, and then its white fur transformed into an ancient-style white dress. With her fair, jade-like hands, she picked up the military dagger from the ground and lunged at Gu Yuan, transforming into a beautiful fox spirit, like a fairy from a painting. He grabbed the M7 bayonet, swung it around in the air to deflect the bone spikes, then leaped up and threw the bayonet into the air, looking at the worm with a charming expression. The worm froze as it shook its body. It was an eyeless worm that could not see any living creatures, but its outer skin was responsible for sensing the outside world. It was as if it could smell the graceful, gliding movements of another female worm, as if it had fallen in love. In Song Yingying's eyes, this was a battle she could not lose, because she had an advantage in both her soul control power and her pet control. However, the opponent's fox has transformed into human form. Could it be that it is a mythical level creature? Deathworm, come back quickly. That's a mythical level pet, very powerful. No way. However, it was no use. The deathworm just swayed back and forth there awkwardly. Gu Yuan caught the M7 military dagger that Qi Shui had just thrown into the air. He took a step forward, holding the sword in his left hand and using the combat technique, 1000 reverse fire slash, in his right. In an instant, Gu Yuan broke through the belly of the death worm and cleaved it in two in midair. The dead worm fell to the ground, its body, now in two segments, still swaying. Its face still wore a blissful smile, as if it had met its love at first sight, but that expression would forever remain. Song Yingying looked to her left and saw that Hong Ling had already dropped the powerless fire spider from the sky. Song Yingying has already lost 2 of her pets. She now only has 2 options, either admit defeat or face Gu Yuan and his 2 incredibly powerful pets. Moreover, Gu Yuan's rapid reaction was something she couldn't possibly counter. Song Yingying turned around, stepped off the stage, and walked away angrily. Gu Yuan won. He defeated Song Yingying, who had 700 soul power, with 500 soul power. He's victorious. However, what shocked everyone was not only Gu Yuan's victory, but also that Gu Yuan actually possessed a mythical level pet. However, Gu Yuan deliberately revealed that he possessed a mythical level pet. Chapter 69 Yun Tianxiang takes the stage. Because the heavenly rank combat skill unleashed by the 2 dark elves together was actually broken by Qi Shui, even though this heavenly rank combat skill was almost at the end of its release. However, breaking through in an instant was too fast. With a little analysis, some people discovered that Qi Shui's bloodline was definitely far superior to the legendary level. In this way, it will be impossible to hide the fact that Qi Shui possesses a mythical bloodline. It's better to reveal it directly and open up the situation more quickly. The news that Gu Yuan also possessed a mythical level pet became the focus of major forums within a minute of the competition ending. The second match hadn't even started yet, and it was already trending on social media. The news that a second mythical level pet had appeared in the college league's single enrollment competition quickly spread throughout China, and Gu Yuan's name appeared in more media reports. However, the appearance of a mythical figure did not change the situation on the scene. Even though Gu Yuan had already taken on 2 opponents, he still earned an extra 6 points. However, the score was still behind, with 10 to 18 hanging high on the screen. As a result, the Dongguan Beast Taming Academy only has 1 contestant left who can participate in the competition. Next, he will face Yun Tianxiang, who also possesses a mythical level beast tamer. Moreover, his mythical level pet is even higher than Gu Yuan's. In the preparation room, Yun Tianxiang looked at Gu Yuan standing in the center of the arena on the screen, waiting for him. Gu Yuan's soul control power and pet level were both lower than his own. However, for some reason, Yun Tianxiang still felt a little uneasy. This guy is very confident. You wretched ant, you actually think you can make me beat you? You're having a hard time. First place is mine. I'm going to become the number 1 in beast taming high school. Yun Tianxiang slammed his fist on the table and took out the white powder again. This time, instead of inhaling through his nose, he took out saline solution, added the powder to it, shook it well, then took out a syringe, added the powder, shook it well again, and injected it directly into his arm. Song Yingying pushed open the door. Tianxiang, Don't go on stage anymore. I heard from above that the police have noticed us. It's best if we leave together now. You. Song Yingying pushed open the door and saw Yun Tianxiang giving her an injection. She shook her head. What are you doing with such a large dose? Forget about Gu Yuan. Let's go. Go? Where do you think you're going? Yun Tianxiang looked up at the ceiling, panting heavily. I am a student from the top university in Guangzhou. Everyone should look up to my victorious figure. I will take care of Gu Yuan in just a few minutes, crushing that ant before the police arrive, and then I will leave. Song Yingying suddenly put on an adoring expression, looking at Yun Tianxiang with flattery. Tianxiang, you're so handsome. Go ahead, I support you. With such a large dose, I'm invincible. Yun Tianxiang laughed, walked to Song Yingying's side, and reached out to stroke her forehead. Wait for my good news of victory. Watching Yun Tianxiang leave, Song Yingying smiled contemptuously. Fine, you can shield me. You stupid man. Good for nothing, trash. You attract the police's attention so I can escape. Song Yingying didn't linger. She packed up all the white powder in her storage ring and turned to leave. At this moment, the venue was already packed with people. The crowd of people who wanted to watch the battle of mythical level pets had filled the entire arena, and even on the high-rise buildings on both sides, there were passers-by with binoculars. Yun Tianxiang finally stepped onto the competition field. Gu Yuan's eye of the other shore immediately detected the other party's cultivation level, 745 soul control power, which was higher than any high school student Gu Yuan had ever seen before. The two imperial pets are respectively Crane-Winged Flying Serpent. Race, Crane-Winged Flying Serpent. Level, 28. Qualification Myth. Combat Skills, Monsoon, Earth Rank. Eye of the Storm, Earth Rank. Gale Shield, Earth Rank. Engraved Combat Skill. Wind Blade across 10,000 miles, Heavenly Rank. Wind Shepherd. Race, Wind Shepherd. Level, 26. Qualification, Legendary. Combat Skills, Spirit Wind Claw, Earth Rank. Heavenly Wind Thrust, Human Rank. Inscribed Combat Skill, Sandstorm, Earth Rank. His soul control power has increased by 50 points. His two pets have also leveled up by 1. Is this the Yun family's wind attribute beast taming secret technique? It's ridiculously powerful. Even with a mythical level pet, Gu Yuan has absolutely no chance of winning. At this moment, all the students watching felt a jolt in their hearts, and then looked at Qi Shui with sad expressions. Qi Shui, now in human form, turned her head and smiled, waving her right hand towards the audience as if to say hello. This fox definitely has the potential to be a star. Just a smile and a wave are enough to make these men unable to resist. Even some of Xiaobei's fan clubs were moved by Qi Shui's beauty and captivating smile, and wished they could just throw away Xiaobei's flag, print a Qi Shui flag on the spot, and then establish a Qi Shui fan club on the spot. What a beautiful imperial pet. It's a pity it's with Gu Yuan. The opponent is Yun Tianxiang. He's probably going to get a really bad beating. Brother Yun, just cripple Gu Yuan. Don't hurt Miss Fox. Meow. Little Lily suddenly meowed as she held the white cat in her arms. At this moment, Xiaobei was puffing out her cheeks, looking down at Gu Yuan from the stage. Hearing the cat meowing in her arms, she immediately became furious. Shut up, shut up. I'm not worried about that kind of man who would get beaten up getting kidnapped by some other beautiful transformed beast. Gu Yuan, your death is near. Yun Tianxiang's black aura suddenly surged, and a huge figure fell from the sky. The giant snake reappeared in its original form, and as it raised its wings, a strong wind swept through the entire venue. The white wings on its back slowly folded up, and the corners of its mouth curved slightly, revealing a chilling smile before it transformed into human form. Both of mythical level pets have transformed into human form. Although I know that the crane-winged flying serpent is stronger, I still support Qi Shui. Qi Shui is the most beautiful. Qi Shui is the prettiest, and big breasts are justice. With a deafening roar, like a thunderous explosion, the humanoid form of the crane-winged flying serpent charged forward like a bombshell. Earth-rank combat skill, Eye of the Storm. The speed was extremely fast, causing the falling snowflakes to swirl and fly everywhere, hurtling straight towards Qi Shui. Qi Shui gave a seductive smile, dodged backward, and circled around to the side. Attack command. Gu Yuan released the effect of his Yen Zheng Gate, summoning a rider from his soul sea and waving the command flag forward. Hongling's entire body erupted with fiery energy, and in this collision, she actually withstood the head-on impact of the crane-winged flying serpent. Chapter 70, the final 1 against 3. They held on. Everyone in the audience was stunned. How can this bird be so strong? It actually withstood a direct hit from a mythical level pet. At this moment, Feng Mu's long fur fluttered in the space, churned by the white snow and the raging wind, but he still charged resolutely toward Gu Yuan. Qi Shui, use Ice Fox Charm to stop them. As Gu Yuan gave these instructions, Qi Shui called out from within his soul sea, "Hey, my lord, that's a female dog." Huh. Gu Yuan blinked, thinking to himself that it seemed Qi Shui's Ice Fox Charm couldn't work on people of the same sex. To be precise, Qi Shui's innate combat skill is not a kind of charm, but rather a kind of body fragrance that can induce males to automatically increase their hormones. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it a walking, talking sex drug. Not only can it make men unable to resist, but it can also treat premature ejaculation, impotence, and frigidity. 7 times a night is not a dream. However, it does not work on females. Woof, woof, woof. The female fox spirit began to bark fiercely when she saw the fox spirit. Her keen sense of smell told her that the female fox was full of captivating charm. Void command. Gu Yuan released the effect of Yin Zheng Gate again, but this time the target was not Hong Ling, but Qi Shui. Qi Shui's body became completely ethereal, passing directly through Feng Mu's body, and her light, phantom-like figure rushed towards Yun Tianxiang. It's hard to tell if a dog is male or female, but Gu Yuan can tell whether a person is male or female. Qi Shui rushed to Yun Tianxiang's side, her graceful figure circling around him. "Brave warrior, stop fighting. Order your pet to stop." Her coquettish expression, seen through the screen, almost stole the souls of every man. Of course, other women scoffed at this kind of manipulative behavior. However, Yun Tianxiang unleashed a level 1 combat skill, Eye of the Storm. He closed his eyes. "No matter how beautiful or alluring you are, I'm not looking at you. What can you do about it?" The Eye of the Storm is a combat skill that he received from the crane-winged flying serpent. It's hard to imagine what it was like when he and that strong man received it back. The Eye of the Storm, with its raging winds, blew away all the alluring aura, causing Qi Shui to lose her balance. Black eczema appeared on Yun Tianxiang's face. "I'm perfectly sober right now, you vixen." With a single punch, Yun Tianxiang, whose soul control power of over 800 was not to be underestimated, struck Qi Shui directly in the abdomen, sending her flying. Why isn't it working? Qi Shui clearly heard the sound of her ribs breaking as she flew backward. Gu Yuan had already rushed over, stepped over Feng Mu's head, and caught Qi Shui. Blood spurted from the corner of Qi Shui's mouth as she was held in his arms, and she transformed back into her fox demon form, but her eyes narrowed. At this moment, Qi Shui saw that behind Gu Yuan, the Feng Mu had already leaped up and was about to bite the back of Gu Yuan's neck. Despite her pain, Qi Shui leaped off Gu Yuan's shoulder. Qi Shui no longer maintained her human form, but instead took on the form of a fox, enduring the pain as she and Feng Mu locked in a fierce struggle. "Gu Yuan, you ant, how dare you stand in front of me, the young master of Tianyun Group? Watch me crush you to death." At this moment, Yun Tianxiang had already rushed up behind Gu Yuan. "I'll stomp your mother." Gu Yuan roared. "You dare hit my imperial pet? You're asking for death." Yun Tianxiang took out a wind-slaying sword, but it wasn't the standard version that Gu Yuan had seen in the store. Of course, the young master should use the most expensive one. This wind-slaying sword looks more like a samurai sword, and there is a blue gem at the end that can absorb the power of wind elemental. This is a special samurai model that my old man bought from an Ihong. It cost over 30 million. You'd better accept your fate. Gu Yuan drew his M7, and the military dagger clashed with the samurai sword, sparks flying and a powerful aura emanating from them. But the pressure came from Gu Yuan's hands. The M7 was deflected, and Yun Tianxiang seized the opportunity to stab repeatedly. Although Gu Yuan successfully dodged, he was left with several knife wounds. Gu Yuan concealed his right hand behind his back, his shadow nail gauntlet cocked. "So what if it's a samurai-exclusive model? Let me show you, it's made in China." Instead of directly confronting the opponent's slash, Gu Yuan used his M7 to parry and retreat, dodging the samurai sword's blows. He rolled backward and fired a 3-round burst that struck Gu Yuan directly in the chest. Yun Tianxiang advanced again. Gu Yuan retreated again. Qi Shui and Feng Mu were still tearing at each other, and Hong Ling and He Yifei she were fighting fiercely in the air. Gu Yuan casually tossed out a raging storm, and Yun Tianxiang released a monsoon to deflect it. Gu Yuan fired 3 consecutive shots amidst the gale. The opponent tried to block with his sword, but the illusory effect of the 2021 version of the Nail Shadow Gauntlets activated, passing directly through the opponent's sword and hitting his shoulder blade. Yun Tianxiang moved forward again, forcing Gu Yuan to the edge of the stage. Nowhere to run now, you little mouse. Yun Tianxiang roared and slashed down with his sword. But Gu Yuan's dark trench coat flashed with light, and Gu Yuan disappeared on the spot, while Yun Tianxiang's attack missed its mark again. Taking advantage of those 3 seconds, the invisible Gu Yuan unleashed 2 more triple shots. 4 3-shot bursts, 12 arrows in total, all hitting their targets. The 2021 version of the Phantom Handguard nearly blew up the sales charts for all low-end civilian weapons after this battle. Because the effect was so explosive, the 3-shot burst maintained an extremely high hit rate and stability even under the influence of combat skills that disrupt wind direction such as blizzards, monsoons, and Eye of the Storm, and was hailed as the pride of domestic products. Just 2 days ago, Yun Tianxiang was arrogantly mocking everyone as trash, saying that ants could not stop him. Now, however, he couldn't even hit Gu Yuan with a single sword strike. Instead, he was riddled with arrows by Gu Yuan. The effects of the firebrand poison were being triggered, and more black spots and black pustules appeared on Yun Tianxiang's body. A world of ice and snow. Gu Yuan clenched his right hand, and Yun Tianxiang, who was clearly feeling unbearably hot all over, suddenly felt a chill run through his body, as if his body had been frozen. Gu Yuan clenched his left hand into a fist, and an icy claw had already condensed on his wrist. Earth-rank combat skill, Frosty Claw. With this punch, Gu Yuan's fist slammed into Yun Tianxiang's face, knocking out 2 of his front teeth. His ice claws tore through the opponent's skin, and at the same time, the intense fluctuation of spiritual energy triggered the explosion of 12 fiery poisonous pustules all over his body. Amidst the interplay of ice and fire, Yun Tianxiang collapsed to the ground, black blood flowing from his entire body. Why is this blood black? Could it be that this guy has been using drugs sold by the Black Lotus gang that can quickly boost spiritual energy and are highly addictive? Both principals were furious and stood up at the same time. Many students were surprised to see that the police had already surrounded the area. Yun Tianxiang, you've lost. Gu Yuan looked at the police officers running past, his left hand in his pocket, his right hand drawing his M7 and pointing it at the man's neck. A loss in every sense of the word. Ha 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 ha, Gu Yuan. Even if I die today, I'll drag you down with me. Yun Tianxiang roared. Crane Wing Flying Serpent. Use Heaven Rank Battle Skill. Chapter 71, a devastating, province-wide shocking kill. With himself pinned to the ground and a knife pointed at him. According to the rules of the competition, it was almost certain that Gu Yuan had won. However, Yun Feiping was no longer going to talk to Gu Yuan about the rules of the competition. He had one more trump card he hadn't used yet, which was a Heaven Rank combat skill. A wind blade stretches for thousands of miles. A giant serpent soared into the sky, its wings unfurling, and the patterns etched on its back began to faintly appear at the moment its wings unfolded. He unleashed countless whirlwind blades in all directions, whether out of excessive excitement and a lack of control over his strength or out of complete disregard for the lives of ordinary people. The wind blades that flew outward sliced through the surrounding venues and even cut 2 buildings in half. The crowd standing on the top floor with binoculars were fortunate enough to personally experience the effects of this heavenly rank combat skill. They were buried in the rubble, but fortunately the police were nearby, and the police had already begun search and rescue operations. However, even more wind blades were gathering their power in the air. From Gu Yuan's perspective, thousands upon thousands of wind blades were rapidly converging. It was as if a guillotine was poised to fall and take Gu Yuan's life. There were so many wind blades that they densely locked Gu Yuan in place. There's nowhere to escape. The spectators who crawled out of the ruins felt a chill. Gu Yuan is doomed. A heaven-rank combat technique. Gu Yuan simply has no way to avoid it. Gu Yuan stared at the wind blades gathering in the sky, cold sweat already dripping down his forehead. Damn it. However, Hong Ling had already landed in front of Gu Yuan, and towering flames surged up, brewing a battle technique no less powerful than a 10,000-mile-long wind blade. This is impossible. Gu Yuan's pet is also going to unleash a heaven-rank battle skill. God, mythical level. Gu Yuan also has a mythical level pet. At this moment, the entire audience was shocked. Gu Yuan, this man, actually possessed 2 mythical level pets, something that ordinary people simply could not imagine. Hong Ling transformed into human form, her beautiful eyes slightly raised as she looked up. In an instant, her crimson ancient-style robe billowed in the wind as she stared at the giant flying serpent in the sky with a fierce and fearless gaze. Master, see you tomorrow. This phoenix is just as beautiful as that fox. Don't just look at his face. His fierce aura and powerful heaven-rank combat skills are completely incomparable to that fox. Hongling suddenly charged towards the giant serpent in the air, its massive flames, shaped like a fire phoenix, meeting the oncoming wind blades with even greater force and incinerating them completely. The terrifying power of the wind blades stretching for thousands of miles was visible to everyone, but the heavenly rank combat skill released by the phoenix was even more violent, despite being significantly lower in rank than its opponent. However, it burned all the falling wind blades to ashes, and then Crimson Feather crashed directly into the flying serpent. We have to go? We can't let the shockwave from the explosion spread, otherwise the entire venue and the audience inside will be reduced to ashes. Principal Luo Jun was the first to stand up and fly into the sky, summoning his strongest beast, a level 73 scaled turtle. Principal Ma Weihong followed closely behind, summoning his level 69 pet, a water sprite. Both beasts unleashed water-based combat techniques, forming a water shield resembling a tortoise shell, enveloping the impact of the flames within it. With a nimble movement, Qi Shui rushed to Gu Yuan's side, picked him up, and ran off the field. The violent energy brought by Feng Luo filled the entire circular shield, even compressing it into an oval shape. Flames soared into the sky, turning the entire venue into the color of hell. The water was boiling, and a thick cloud of hot steam billowed out in all directions. The steam temperature reaches as high as 120 or 130 degrees Celsius. Just inhaling it can burn the respiratory tract, and many people have been scalded by this steam. Fortunately, the two principals had a backup plan. They summoned 2 level 60 ice-type pets, which released cold air to counteract the pushed-away steam and save the lives of the people in the venue. However, a considerable number of people were still burned. It was like a bomb with the equivalent of 10,000 tons of TNT exploding. Gu Yuan sat on the ground, and Qi Shui carried Gu Yuan to escape outside the water wall. She used her spiritual energy to release cold air and block the high-temperature water vapor that rushed in. The explosion ended, and the scorching smoke drifted outwards, visible to everyone in Guangzhou. Gu Yuan rushed in, and his first step was to quickly collect the red feathered egg and put it back into his pet room. Then, Gu Yuan scanned his surroundings. Yun Tianxiang was dead, and no remains were left. Only a figure could be seen lying on the ground, which was the pigment on the ground left by the shattering of his cell structure by the powerful high-temperature radiation. Hongling's heavenly rank combat skills not only cause soul impact, but also inflict extremely strong fire damage. Therefore, unless the target is much stronger than Hongling, she will not be left alive. Instead, they were burned to death. Gu Yuan saw a huge snake lying on the ground, its body covered in burns, lifeless, and completely cooked. Gu Yuan reached out to touch it, but because it was too hot, he withdrew his hand. In the end, it was only with the power of the bracelet that he was able to completely dismantle the corpse of the crane-winged flying serpent. After disassembling it, Gu Yuan obtained 700,000 units of spiritual matter. It really is the corpse of a mythical-level pet. It's terrifying. Just by dismantling the corpse, we obtained 700,000 units of spiritual matter. However, there was something else that Gu Yuan valued even more, the inner core. A wind attribute inner core fell from the sky. It was none other than the inner core of the crane-winged flying serpent. Inscribed with Absolute Zero, a heavenly rank combat skill with the ice attribute. 3 very important things are needed. A mythical grade wind attribute inner core, a king grade ice attribute monster's inner core, and a secret realm containing a large amount of ice and wind attribute elements. Meeting all 3 conditions is extremely difficult. After all, even a powerful family like Yun Feiping spent hundreds of millions to acquire a heaven rank combat skill. Gu Yuan walked out of the smoke-filled center of the meeting hall, where the steam finally dissipated. 1 against 3, I did it. After Gu Yuan finished speaking, the score on the big screen behind him had changed to 19-18. Dongguan Beast Taming Academy, 9 points in the ordinary group. Ma Feng fought 2 against 1, 3 points in the first game, 6 points in the second game, and a final score of 18 points. The host was already terrified. Principal Luo Jun, hovering in the air, roared. Zhongshan Beast Taming University, 1 point in the ordinary group. Both of the elite group lost. Gu Yuan fought against 3 points in the first game, 6 points in the second game, 9 points in the third game, and finally 19 points. Gu Yuan did it. He was the only student in this college league to achieve the feat of defeating 3 opponents at once. He scored 18 points, which is the highest score in Sun Yat-sen University, excluding the 1 point he received after the opponent conceded defeat. Despite facing near-total defeat, they pulled off an incredible comeback, scoring a staggering 18 points single-handedly. They single-handedly defeated 3 opponents, leading Sun Yat-sen University to the championship. Chapter 72. You're gone. Silence fell as people watched the venue being completely flattened by Hong Ling. Not only the audience at the venue, but also many viewers in front of their screens were so frightened that they huddled in their beds, trembling with fear. What kind of combat technique is this? Heavenly rank. Wow, this guy is amazing. Gu Yuan's name became famous throughout Guangdong province, and even universities in many other provinces took notice of him. Many powerful forces have begun to take notice of Gu Yuan because of this. Phoenix Tamer. The Phoenix Tamer is on the front page again. Evil forces across the dark web have also begun to take notice of Gu Yuan's movements, becoming curious about this newly emerging star, and some are even discussing other matters. People in the comments section were spouting all sorts of vulgarities without restraint. Did you see them? Those 2 beauties are both mythical. Oof, how beautiful. Kid, we must take that crazy thing from her. You can forget about it. You're separated by the Pacific Ocean. We'll definitely get that beauty before you do. Our Skull and Bones Society has already sent people there. You can forget about taking it from us. In the live video, with a bang, Gu Yuan was hit on the head. It was his teacher. When Gu Yuan turned around, he saw teacher Zheng Hanhua looking at him angrily. You almost burned tens of thousands of people to death. Do you know that? Well, Hongling completely disobeyed my commands back then, she. Gu Yuan scratched his head. Indeed, Hongling had been like this since she was a child. When he was a child, she would use her palm-sized body to peck at other people's toes after being robbed of money by hooligans. Although it's just a tickle, every time it gets kicked away, it will run back and peck at the itch again, its body covered in bruises. Back then, she had no power, just a little chick, yet she would fight desperately for herself. Now, she's become a phoenix, and even a tiny scratch on her face will make her fight to the death. Especially after acquiring the Phoenix Fall skill, which allows one to burn their own life force to create massive damage. No one is allowed to harm them. Everyone, please be quiet. Suddenly, a figure flew across the sky. Gu Yuan looked up and saw Zheng Hanhua's biological father, Zheng Long from the southern beast-taming military region. Old Zheng was flying in the air. During this beast-taming competition, some people used illegal soul-taming drugs. These drugs are very strange. Those who use them become extremely excited and aggressive, and their soul-taming power can be greatly enhanced. However, once the effects of the drug wear off, the person will gradually become weak, suffer from skin ulceration, and, like drugs, become addicted. Soul-controlling poison. Gu Yuan thought to himself, does everything in this world have to be related to soul-controlling power? Soul artifacts, soul lamps, soul lamp oil. Now even drugs are called soul-controlling drugs. In China, trafficking in soul-controlling drugs is a serious crime. If it exceeds 1 kilogram, the death penalty is imposed. However, the amount these 2 people have is enough to warrant at least 10,000 death sentences. Zheng Long seemed to be about to announce something, but he found that everything was not going according to his plan. An agent ran out of the contestant entrance of the Dongguan Beast Taming Academy. It was Lin Bo. Old Zheng. Song Yingying has run away. We can't find her. Keep searching. She shouldn't have gone far, said teacher Zheng Hanhua. She's already far away, Gu Yuan said with his arms crossed and a smile. Song Yingying is that kind of woman. She can betray anything, men, friends, her lovers. Their lives and deaths don't matter, not even her own body. What matters is her own interests. After saying this, Gu Yuan turned to look at teacher Zheng Hanhua. Search them, the people around them, and conduct urine tests on all those whose strength has suddenly increased, as well as all the contestants. As soon as Song Yingying sensed something was wrong, she would betray those around her. Among these people, there must be those she hadn't warned about the soul-controlling drugs who had fled, all to ensure her own safety and avoid alerting the enemy. We will definitely investigate this matter thoroughly, Zheng Long announced awkwardly. As expected, after urine tests, 3 students from Dongguan Yusha University were found to have used Yuhuan drugs. The school expelled the 3 students, and they were then sent to a drug rehabilitation center. Sai, after entering a top university, his future was bright, but now he has completely ruined it because of drug use. Teacher Zheng Hanhua sighed, then turned around and ruffled Gu Yuan's hair. Boy, you did a good job this time. Song Yingying ran away, and Yun Feiping was burned to ashes. We almost came up empty-handed. Tianyun Group will probably suffer a lot this time, said teacher Zheng Hanyue. The most talented member of the family is dead, and it has been revealed that he was using the drug soul controlling. Moreover, this latest type of opium, which we call Ghost Crow, is mainly distributed through terrorist organizations, the Black Lotus Gang, and is related to terrorists, which naturally alarmed the Beast Taming Administration Bureau. The Yun family's reputation as a prestigious family is probably about to be shed. Gu Yuan breathed a sigh of relief, finally no longer needing to worry about the Yun family's counterattack. However, this meant he had now completely forged a grudge against the notorious terrorist group, the Black Lotus Gang. At this moment, the dark web witnessed the entire process of the Southern Beast Taming Military Region and the Security Bureau's operation to apprehend them via live stream, and it was all chilling. We'd better not provoke the Phoenix Tamer. His Phoenix looks terrifying when it fights desperately, and it's also related to the Southern Military Region. Yes, there's no need to provoke such a behemoth for the sake of 2 mythical-level pets. Let Black Lotus handle this for us. We'll sit back and watch them fight it out, and see how they save face. China is now the world's second-largest economy in the field of animal husbandry, no longer the country it was during the Opium Wars. Let's shift our focus to the Middle East and North Africa. However, Gu Yuan was also required to undergo a urine test. Why? Because, according to Gu Yuan himself, his strength had increased too rapidly to be verified. He is the one whose strength has improved the fastest and is the most difficult to verify. However, the ancient spirit lamp oil had no side effects. The next day, Gu Yuan's urine test results showed that his body was actually perfectly normal. After seeing the report, teacher Hanyue breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that as long as the boy was healthy, there would be no problem with anything else. Teacher Hanyue nodded as she thought this through, and then prepared to take some things to visit Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan suffered many injuries during the operation a few days ago. This made teacher Hanyue feel a little uneasy. She hoped that Gu Yuan's health would improve. After all, he had bravely saved her in the wilderness. Chapter 73: Obtaining the 9-Dragon Soul Lamp. Of course, there are other possibilities, such as him reading some unhealthy material. After the expert finished speaking, he looked up and discovered that teacher Zheng Hanyue had already left the room using shadow teleportation sometime earlier. At this moment, Gu Yuan stood on the podium, and Luo Jun, the president of Sun Yat-sen University, praised Gu Yuan highly, personally commending him at the awards ceremony. Gu Yuan is not only highly capable, but also of upright character. He has made outstanding contributions to the stability of the country and the happiness of the people. He has uncovered the conspiracy of an international drug trafficking organization. All of you students should learn from Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan was a little embarrassed by what was said. Gu Yuan, as a reward for you, our school has prepared a brand new soul weapon for you, the 9-Dragon Soul Lamp, which is one of the highest grade soul weapons known to date. The principal handed a soul lamp to Gu Yuan. This soul lamp contained more soul-controlling power than any soul lamp Gu Yuan had used before. The entire soul lamp is made of a black spirit wood. Below the 9 discs, from the lamp base upwards, is a main lamp pillar, which is carved into a wooden dragon spiraling upwards. Extending to the left and right are 9 wooden dragons that coil around the main lamp post. All 9 dragons open their mouths wide, each holding a tray with a lamp wick in the center. This soul lamp. Gu Yuan had seen this kind of soul lamp before. This 9-Dragon Soul Lamp was something that money couldn't buy. It was a divine-level soul lamp that could increase cultivation speed by 3 times. Of course, it still can't compare to the ancient spirit lamp oil, which can increase cultivation speed 5-fold right away. However, the special oil dividing design can greatly improve the utilization rate of the soul lamp oil, thus saving oil. This is quite useful to Gu Yuan, as it can save a lot of ancient spirit lamp oil. After obtaining the 9-Dragon Soul Lamp, Gu Yuan couldn't wait to go back and cultivate. However, as soon as the awards ceremony ended, Gu Yuan saw a familiar person blocking his way. It was none other than Lin Bo, the male teacher who had partnered with teacher Hanyu. Lin Bo's expression was unfriendly. Gu Yuan, I have a question for you. Where did the inner core of the crane-winged flying serpent go? Gu Yuan replied coldly. I'm sorry, I don't know anything. It was probably burned in the red feather's flames. Bullshit. Lin Bo's eyes widened in anger. You rushed into the smoke, and no one saw what you did. Tell me, were you trying to steal the inner core of a mythical-level pet? However, Gu Yuan laughed. Is this how you thank me for helping you improve your performance? Instead of investigating the Black Lotus Gang, you come here to interrogate me. Stop changing the subject. You stole it, and that's that. I'm going to search your storage ring. Don't forget, I'm a police officer, and I have that right. Lin Bo moved closer and closer, looking down at Gu Yuan with an air of superiority. Gu Yuan was naturally not afraid. Lin Bo's guess was correct. He had indeed obtained the inner core of a mythical-level demon beast. However, he had made one mistake. He hadn't hidden it in his storage ring. Indeed, for most people, storage rings have the ability to recognize their owners. Only their owners can open them, and forcibly breaking them open will cause some damage. Therefore, many people like to put important things in their storage rings. However, Gu Yuan would not do that. As long as it could be disassembled by the bracelet, Gu Yuan would choose to disassemble it into spiritual matter and then reassemble it when needed. It can be said that he absolutely could not find the inner core of the crane wing flying serpent on Gu Yuan's body, because Gu Yuan really did not have the inner core of the crane wing flying serpent on his body. The spiritual substances extracted from the dismantling process, along with the formula for reconstructing the inner core, are all stored in the bracelet. However, Gu Yuan had been annoyed with Lin Bo for a long time. Am I a criminal you're interrogating? What right do you have to search me? After saying this, Gu Yuan turned to leave, but Lin Bo grabbed his shoulder with one hand, saying, "You're not allowed to leave until you explain this matter clearly today." As he spoke, the two detectives put their hands behind their backs and blocked Gu Yuan's path. "What are you doing?" At this moment, teacher Zheng Hanyue teleported in front of Gu Yuan. "Lin Bo, why are you causing trouble for the boys again? I've told you before, you're not allowed to bully my students." When Lin Bo saw teacher Zheng Hanyue arrive, he immediately cowered. "But, Hanyue, this kid stole something. I'm here to teach him a lesson. Let's go." Zheng Hanyue didn't give Lin Bo a kind look at all and grabbed Gu Yuan's hand to leave. But this time, it was Gu Yuan's turn to stop and turn his head. "I can show you my storage ring, but not to search it. Instead, I'll bet you that there's no crane wing flying serpent's inner core inside my storage ring." What? Lin Bo was actually just looking for trouble. He wasn't sure if Gu Yuan had taken the inner core. Otherwise, he would have applied for a search warrant long ago. "I'll bet on that Horcrux on your waist." Gu Yuan pointed to the Horcrux on Lin Bo's waist, a Louis Vuitton shimmering belt from France. This is an extremely expensive soul artifact that can produce a flashing effect after gathering soul power. Blink allows the user to instantly teleport a short distance in one direction. This is a very useful Horcrux, allowing for instant teleportation and ignoring all obstacles in its path. Not only does it have a strong life-saving effect, but it also ensures strong offensive capabilities when it dashes forward a certain distance. It is widely recognized as a super soul weapon that can both attack and defend, and can advance or retreat at will. However, because of its high cost, it is difficult to purchase. Gu Yuan could not afford it, and Lin Bo probably relied on his connections within the Beast Taming Security Bureau and spent a lot of money to get it. However, Gu Yuan showed no pity for the other party. "What's wrong? You're scared now? Then why were you so sure I stole it? Isn't that slander? Isn't that spreading rumors? Isn't that persecuting an innocent student?" Every word Gu Yuan spoke was like a thorn piercing Lin Bo's thin face. "So, all that talk about public safety was just an excuse? You were just using this to settle personal scores." Teacher Zheng Hanyue's expression was particularly angry. This brat. Lin Bo sensed that Gu Yuan was no ordinary kid. He wasn't trying to reason with him at all. This is blatant kidnapping, blackmailing someone for their flashy belt. "If I don't gamble today, the good image I've painstakingly built in Han Yu's mind will be gone. And how will I have the face to continue working under Zheng Long? Okay, I'll bet." Having no other choice, Lin Bo had to put on a brave face. After searching Gu Yuan's storage ring, of course, there was no inner core. Helpless, Lin Bo had no choice but to hand over his most precious shimmering belt to Gu Yuan. Chapter 74: Misunderstandings and Confusions. Gu Yuan, Gu Yuan, Gu Yuan. Lin Bo found a small alley and angrily punched a trash can repeatedly. "This guy has ruined our plans time and time again. I'm going to strangle him with my own hands." "Don't worry, Lin Bo. We will avenge Gu Yuan." Song Yingying appeared behind Lin Bo. Lin Bo glanced at her and said, "It's all your fault. Our Black Lotus gang gave you so many benefits, and you can't even handle such a small matter." A black, shadowy figure appeared behind Lin Bo, its lips slightly curved, revealing a row of white teeth when it smiled. "Don't panic. Neither Zheng Hanyue nor Gu Yuan can stop our plan." Harry Mora, Lin Bo and Song Yingying immediately stood at attention and bowed. "We've been plotting to seize the Huaqing Stone here since the 1990s. Now everything has to be in place for this plan. We absolutely cannot let a belt throw us off balance at this crucial moment." At this moment, Gu Yuan was invited to the office by teacher Han Yu. The gentle sunlight shone through the window, and Teacher Han Yu was waiting for him. Teacher, what's wrong? Gu Yuan looked at the beautiful teacher and swallowed hard. Teacher Han Yu smiled slightly when she saw Gu Yuan walk up to her. Gu Yuan, come sit here. The teacher patted the sofa seat next to him. Gu Yuan mechanically sat down. You little rascal, Teacher Han Yu said. Gu Yuan leaned closer. Teacher Han Yu, please just say what you have to say. Gu Yuan thought to himself that it must be Teacher Han Yu, who had some very important secret mission to give him. He was about to hear an important secret, so he had to sit closer. How have you been feeling lately? Gu Yuan shuddered. I feel pretty good. Upon hearing Gu Yuan's words, Teacher Han Yu nodded. Okay, I understand. Teacher Zheng Han Yu said. Last time you were seriously injured while saving your teacher. So to help you heal, your teacher is going to give you something. Gu Yuan thought to himself, there are still good things to be gained. I didn't know there were such good things in this world. Then, Teacher Han Yu took out a box containing pills and handed it to Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan looked at it and saw that the box contained 2 pills specifically for treating physical injuries. After taking the 2 pills, Gu Yuan thought to himself that he had never seen these pills before and wondered how effective they were. Suddenly, at that moment, Gu Yuan saw Zheng Long outside the window. Zheng Long, the director of the Beast Control Security Bureau of the Southern Beast Control Military Region, was standing with his hands behind his back, gazing in the direction of Gu Yuan. Judging from the appearance, this pill must be quite expensive, otherwise it wouldn't be like this. Gu Yuan slowly sat down next to Teacher Zheng Han Yu. Teacher, I'm fine, really fine. Really? Teacher Zheng Han Yu turned her head and looked at Gu Yuan. Yes, it's true, teacher. I'm feeling great. I'm leaving now. And so, Gu Yuan pushed open the door and quickly slipped away. Only Teacher Zheng Han Yu remained sitting in the office, one hand pressed against her chest, looking towards Gu Yuan as he walked away into the distance. Boy, Teacher Zheng Han Yu is so kind to me. Gu Yuan arrived at his front door, sighing as he opened it. Some people are adorably naive in this regard, while others are as ferocious as thirsty wolves. At home, Qi Shui first took out a heavy-duty safe, put Hong Ling's egg inside, locked it, then tied it up with iron chains, and finally put it in the wardrobe of her coat. At the same time, they moved the sofa over and placed it at an angle to block the wardrobe. Next, they locked the door to the room containing the wardrobe and hid the key under a flower pot. Humph, my foolish sister, you're finally away for now. I'm going to take your place in the Eastern Palace. Once I move in, you'll only be able to look up at me, the one who holds the title of the most favored concubine, from the doorway. As soon as Gu Yuan opened the door, he pressed the switch a few times, but instead of the usual white light, a pinkish light spread through the air after he pressed it. What happened? Who changed my lights like this? Gu Yuan looked towards the living room and saw Qi Shui waiting for him to come home. Qi Shui, clinging to Gu Yuan's fair and beautiful legs, sat on the table, her fox eyes looking up at him, her fox ears twitching. My lord, I've been trying some new things lately. As Qi Shui spoke, she took out a package, tore it open with her sharp, jade-like fingers, and pulled out a pair of white over-the-knee stockings. As if stretching, Qi Shui slowly raised her legs while putting on stockings, dragging the edges of the stockings upwards with both hands. Make sure it completely covers your entire legs. The pale toes are faintly visible through the white silk, and when stretched out, they resemble a small ice cream. The fox's legs were already as slender as chopsticks, and under the shaping of the white stockings, they appeared even more tender and juicy, long and full, with the flesh color faintly visible in the white haze. Qi Shui jumped up, her feet sinking into a pair of high heels, and walked towards Gu Yuan. My lord, you're back. You must be tired. Would you like to have dinner first? When Qi Shui walks, the 9 tails on her back sway rhythmically with her waist. She has already mastered the standard catwalk of a model, and when she walks in high heels, she exudes feminine charm. Should we take a shower first? Don't worry. Even though my sister is gone, I will take good care of you. Qi Shui placed one hand on her lips, which were covered in lipstick, and leaned forward, while looking at Gu Yuan with the unique, alluring gaze of a fox demon. However, Gu Yuan showed no reaction to Qi Shui's behavior. In fact, Gu Yuan already had someone he liked in his heart, Hong Ling. But because Hong Ling was a spirit beast, Gu Yuan couldn't say it. Therefore, his reaction to Qi Shui's appearance was very indifferent. Gu Yuan looked at Qi Shui and said slowly, You adapted very quickly. Qi Shui nimbly flashed, appearing behind Gu Yuan without anyone noticing. I'm very good at learning. You know, very fast, faster than most people. Because of the effect of the lighthouse, Hong Ling's resurrection time will be reduced by 30%, which means that she will no longer need 24 hours to be resurrected, but less than 17 hours. Gu Yuan suddenly added. Huh. Cold sweat poured down Qi Shue's forehead. At that moment, a loud noise erupted from the room where Hongling was. No one knows when, but Hongling had burned through the safe, flown out of the room window, circled outside, and then crashed directly into the living room window from the center. He pinned Qi Shue to the ground. Chapter 75 High-Speed Cultivation, Yushan Fong? Hongling pressed Qi Shue down on the ground, with one hand on Qi Shue's face, and the floor instantly cracked from the pressure. You fox! As my master's beloved pet, how dare you be so immoral? Today, I will certainly teach you a lesson on behalf of my master. Sister, please don't be violent. I was just curious about modern clothes. I had no other intentions. Do you think I'll listen to your explanation? As she spoke, Hongling's hand was already ablaze. Then, Qi Shue and Hongling started fighting in the room, tearing the whole house apart again. Helpless, Gu Yuan kept sweeping the ground with a broom and sighed. Qi Shue was actually wasting her time. Gu Yuan had lost interest in other women. Gu Yuan could always recall the image of Hongling burning with raging flames and falling for him. Qi Shue was merely a powerful spirit beast in Gu Yuan's heart. He had no other thoughts about her. Stop fooling around. I need to cultivate. In a few days, we'll be going to participate in the secret realm exploration. Gu Yuan interrupted the two. The secret realm we're going to explore this time is called the Realm of Sinking Bones. This hidden realm is located underwater. Heading south along the Pearl River near Guangzhou, this realm has already left the continental shelf and is located in the Pearl River estuary area. Further south lies the South China Sea. The fighting power of the monsters in the ocean is far superior to that of the monsters on land. Beneath the churning, raging waves, countless ferocious monsters lurk. Some of these monsters have lived for over 1,000 years, and they are far more powerful and dangerous than the monsters on the ground. It shouldn't be too dangerous, because it's still a long way from the ocean, and the Pearl River estuary is surrounded by inland areas and military regions. As Gu Yuan spoke, he looked up at the ceiling, and suddenly the image of that vast forest and those cunning monsters flashed through his mind. No, we cannot be careless. Everything there is uncontrollable. No matter what methods humans use, they can never tame the heavens and the earth. The world in my previous life was already plagued by earthquakes, typhoons, tsunamis, and viruses. Not to mention, this life is filled with a group of monstrous beasts possessing equally destructive power. Gu Yuan closed his eyes, took out the 9-dragon soul lamp, and poured the lamp oil down the middle into the main lamp post. The wick of the main lamp post extended towards the surrounding 9-dragon supports. The lamps in the mouths of the 9 dragons were lit at the same time, and 9 wisps of blue smoke spread into the surrounding air. What is this? Gu Yuan closed his eyes and entered his mental state, whereupon he saw a giant dragon circling in the sky. In my own mind, I flew along the south wall, passing through Xing'an Gate, Jinfu Gate, Danfeng Gate, Wangxian Gate, and Yanjing Gate. They're strengthening my soul control power. If that's the case, then I'll rely on you all to break through to a higher realm. Gu Yuan raised his right hand, and ancient bricks and tiles began to fall from the sky. Gu Yuan wanted to build Yishan Archway, which was the second archway facing Danfeng Gate, alongside Guangzhai Archway, and was known as the second facade of Daming Palace. After this initial probing, bricks and stones falling from the sky formed a vast courtyard. In the center of the courtyard stands a Buddha statue, and extending outwards is a frozen lake. Like all the houses, it was built in a neat square on all 4 sides, with a courtyard and 4 entrances. Gu Yuan walked slowly forward, looking up at the Buddha statue in the middle. Why is there a Buddha statue here? The surrounding lakes are all frozen. Outside the frozen pool, there is a circle of neatly arranged pine trees, which is very beautiful. Standing among them, you feel a sense of sacredness and tranquility. However, as Gu Yuan was distracted by how beautiful the place was, he also sensed that the surrounding walls were beginning to distort, and the Buddha statue in the center was showing signs of decay and ruin. Gu Yuan felt unprecedented pressure, and his feet slipped, causing him to kneel on the ground, with large drops of sweat dripping onto the ice. Is this the pressure a second-grade beast tamer faces when building their soul sea? It's incomparable to that of a first-grade one. No wonder Song Yingying shocked everyone present with just a few dozen points of improvement. Yun Feipeng, despite consuming such a large amount of drugs, still couldn't raise his soul control power to 800, while reaching the third-grade beast tamer level requires 3,000 soul control power. Gu Yuan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead with one hand. The path of cultivation was long and arduous, as if a huge mountain was blocking his way, and he had to dig it out one shovel at a time. Roar! The 9 giant dragons formed from the ancient spirit lamp oil turned golden in the air and merged into Gu Yuan's body. With a 15-fold increase in cultivation speed, Gu Yuan's eyes shone with golden light. At this moment, he was possessed by a divine dragon. Hear my command, rise and fall. For the first time, Gu Yuan felt his mind was so clear. The power of the 9 dragons danced wildly in Gu Yuan's mind, with Gu Yuan as the center. This helped Gu Yuan maintain Yishanfang, which gradually became more solid and larger. However, before things could stabilize, the oil in the ancient spirit lamp had already run out. Gu Yuan gritted his teeth, determined not to let his guard down at this moment. Millennium Horcrux continued to create more ancient spirit lamp oil. Gu Yuan spent 1,000,000 spirit materials in one go, exchanging them all for ancient spirit lamp oil, and continued cultivating for 2 days and 2 nights. Finally, I've broken through. Gu Yuan successfully established Yishanfang as dawn was breaking. Gu Yuan lay on the ground, panting heavily, having exhausted all of his 1,000,000 spirit materials. Gu Yuan is currently unable to reconstitute the inner core of the crane-winged flying serpent, even though he travels back and forth between Dongguan and Guangzhou every day to collect spiritual substances. However, spiritual matter is still not enough. On the contrary, Gu Yuan has a lot of money now, more than 10 million, and he doesn't know what to do with it. He directly uses the money to buy expensive inner cores to decompose. It's true that you can exchange money for spiritual materials, but nothing beats the comfort of picking them up for free. I'll just have to go and see what's in this secret realm. Yishanfang. Auspicious omens. The white fox has been a symbol of a mythical beast since the Han Dynasty, but it also signifies great fortune during the Qin Dynasty, and both aspects coexisted during the Tang Dynasty. When a fox spirit follows you, your luck will improve. Ice Heart. Increases the effect of all ice attribute combat skills by 10%. All your fox spirit pets combat skills below the Xin rank are upgraded to the D rank. The subsequent skill upgrades are quite good, and the 10% increase in ice attribute skills is also decent. Of course, Yishanfang was also affected by Guangzefang's state of mind, and the 10% became 13%, and the luck was also increased by 30%, which is 30% stronger than the Earth rank combat skill. However, when a fox spirit follows you, your luck will improve. What is this constant standard, and how do you know if your luck has improved? Gu Yuan returned to the real world. At this time, Gu Yuan's soul control power had increased to 700, which was quite frightening. He had increased so much in just 2 days. However, this was obtained at the cost of consuming 1,000,000 ancient lamp oil. Beep, beep, beep. Hello. Gu Yuan answered the phone and found that it was the boss from Baiyun district of Guangzhou. Gu Yuan, my brother has recently run into some trouble. He is the manager of the waste meat processing plant in Nansha district. This is a pile of leftover meat that's been sitting around for a month, and I'm planning to cook it all this morning. As a result, a level 30 rodent chewed through the equipment's cables, and there's no way to fix it. Do you have any ideas? Chapter 76, Entering the Bone-Sinking Secret Realm. Gu Yuan was filled with questions. What was going on? It just so happened that a month's worth of scrap meat had been stored in Nansha district, and this morning, just as they were about to start work, the equipment was chewed up by rats. If I want to get to the Pearl River estuary, I have to pass through Nansha district. What a coincidence. Gu Yuan wondered to himself, could it really be because he had Qi Shui by his side that he had triggered this auspicious omen? Gu Yuan excitedly took out his phone and called Qi Shui over. Qi Shui, try to get as close to me as possible. I want to test the effect. My lord, do you want me to keep a negative distance from you? When Qi Shui heard Gu Yuan call her, she immediately jumped onto the sofa, climbed up to Gu Yuan's side, snuggled close to his arm with a seductive smile, and rested her chin on his shoulder. Negative distance is fine, but don't sit too close to me, just sit next to me. As Gu Yuan spoke, Qi Shui sat up straight again, because at this moment, Hong Ling was looking at Qi Shui with a kind smile, and her whole body was radiating fire. Qi Shui sat upright with her hands on her knees, looking exceptionally well-behaved. Gu Yuan wanted to test how much his luck had improved, so he started the mobile game. After a period of inhumane spending, with guaranteed supplies and 0 drops in dungeons, Gu Yuan felt that Qi Shui's luck had a randomness to it. Sometimes it would suddenly take effect, and sometimes it wouldn't, with the effects varying wildly. Oh well, something is better than nothing. And so, Gu Yuan boarded the subway to Nansha district and arrived at the abandoned meat factory. Gu Yuan was taken aback. The pile of waste meat that had accumulated here for a month could be decomposed into 1,000,000 units of spiritual matter. It's like all the energy I used up last night has been recovered. Why do you have so much unprocessed meat lately? Even if you live near the coast, it shouldn't be this terrible. As Gu Yuan spoke, the factory manager shrugged and said, I don't know, but recently, things have been unsettled at sea. Large numbers of demonic beasts frequently invade the Pearl River estuary, but they have all been killed by the Netherworld Net. The Underworld Net is one of the important magic arrays in Guangdong Province. If anyone has observed the topography of the Pearl River estuary, they will find that the estuary looks like a huge pocket. Therefore, when the Special Economic Zone was established, the first batch of 8th-rank demon tamers created a special magic array. The Netherworld Net is set up at the mouth of the sea. Ordinary beasts that enter the Netherworld Net will suffer extremely terrible injuries and be cut into pieces on the spot. This magic array not only protected Guangdong Province, but also killed many monsters that had strayed into the net of the underworld, leaving behind many inner cores, which became the source of early startup capital for Guangdong Province. It is precisely because of the existence of the net of the underworld that when there is movement in the sea, the people of the Pearl River Delta are not affected at all and do not even feel it. It's just that the waste meat processing plants along the coast have more waste meat to process. Of course, Gu Yuan also obtained more spiritual matter as a result. After getting 1,000,000 spirit materials for free, Gu Yuan boarded a train and arrived at the port of Pingcheng, where he found a large number of students gathered. Dear students, your journey of cultivation in the secret realm begins today. While the principal stood on the stage and talked on and on, the students below were talking to themselves. Gu Yuan has arrived. The students around him made way for Gu Yuan, unlike on the first day when he was treated as just another ordinary member of their group. This time, as soon as Gu Yuan arrived, the surrounding classmates immediately made way for him. These students knew that if it weren't for Gu Yuan's incredible comeback against 3 opponents, they wouldn't be in the picture now. They would have gone home for dinner long ago. After Gu Yuan boarded the ship, he was surprised to find that there were people from several other ships as well. Who are they? Gu Yuan asked, puzzled. You don't know yet, do you? They're senior students. Some are freshmen, some are sophomores, some are juniors. And there are others from South China. As soon as Mohan saw Gu Yuan board the ship, he immediately walked over to Gu Yuan's side. Oh, South China consists of 5 parts: Guangdong Province, Guangxi Province, Hainan Province, and Hong Kong and Macau. South China University of Beast Taming, University of Hong Kong, University of Macau, and Guilin University. Are these all here to participate in this exploration of the beast-taming secret realm? Gu Yuan's keen observation immediately alerted Mohan. Mohan looked at Gu Yuan in astonishment. Gu Yuan, your soul control power has reached 700. Upon hearing this, everyone on the ship was utterly shocked. This guy is almost surpassing the beautiful Mohan, and he's almost catching up with brother Lu Hongji. Gu Yuan, how did you do that? Did you guys grow up eating the inner cores of heavenly rank beast tamers every day? How can your soul taming power increase so quickly? It's just that I often cultivate all night long, which takes a lot of effort. Gu Yuan scratched his head and told the truth. Those around were speechless, thinking to themselves, good heavens, who didn't have a few sleepless nights studying by lamplight during high school? We really want to punch you for saying that. Is this secret realm still far away? Gu Yuan asked. It's still far. You know, this is the famous bone-sinking secret realm, which was formed about several decades ago. The Netherworld Net kills a lot of demonic beasts every year, but only a small portion is recovered. A large number of corpses fell into the deep sea, forming a bustling underwater secret realm. However, some of the severely injured monsters not only did not die, but also mutated and evolved in the deep sea canyon. The risk level isn't too high, but the resources are abundant, making it a perfect training ground for elite students from various universities. Principal Luo Jun said this. So, all these people around you are your competitors. As soon as Gu Yuan said this, he looked at his teammates beside him and the ships in the distance. Yes, that's right. How much you get is entirely up to you. Upon hearing this, Principal Luo Jun's expression suddenly turned cold. The premise is that you don't hurt anyone. In previous years, there were cases where people who died from attacks by monsters had marks on their backs from being hit by soul weapons. Upon hearing this, everyone broke out in a cold sweat. However, it only happened once last year, so there's no need to worry too much. Yeah, and these treasure hunts are mostly the domain of second and third-year students. We just go along and take what they leave behind. That's true, that's true. There's too much stuff in here for us to handle. Let's find some upperclassmen to go together. At this point, these people started forming teams. Gu Yuan, however, was pondering another question. If the killer from last year was a freshman or sophomore who hadn't graduated yet, would he come back again? You must be Gu Yuan. Suddenly, a voice rang out behind Gu Yuan. Want to team up with us? Chapter 77, Underwater Secret Realm. Gu Yuan turned around and saw a man who looked to be about 21 or 22 years old standing behind him. He was wearing a white overcoat, made entirely of genuine leather, which appeared to be made from the hide of some kind of mythical beast. It appeared to have a strong defensive effect, and he seemed to be showing off that his white coat was more expensive than Gu Yuan's dark night cloak as he flicked his collar. But Gu Yuan wasn't taken aback. Instead, he laughed and said, "Your clothes are so new. Did you just buy them, or have you never worn them since?" Huh. The man was puzzled, wondering what Gu Yuan meant by those words. Just like a military knife, the more dangerous battles it goes through, the more scratches it will have. Is this outfit of yours specifically for training? Hey. The other person tilted their head. Listen up, my name is Wang Fei. I'm the young master of a family of alchemists in the capital, and I'm also your senior in your second year of university. I'm inviting you to join our team. These words shocked the other students around. That's Wang Fei, a scion of a family of alchemists. Have you heard? He has many powerful pills, and many people want to curry favor with him, but haven't had the chance yet. Anyway, the students admitted through the special admissions program are all extremely weak right now. They all need to find a senior from their own school to rely on in order to have any chance of getting ahead in this secret realm cultivation. Gu Yuan should accept that. I'm so envious. To be noticed by Wang Fei just because she's a mere student who hasn't even enrolled in school yet. However, Gu Yuan shook his head. I'm sorry, I'm not planning to team up with anyone this time. After saying this, Gu Yuan walked away. Left standing there dumbfounded, Wang Fei, as if trying to save face, yelled, "Hey, are you stupid? How could you reject me like that?" However, Gu Yuan replied, "We'll find out who's the fool in a moment." Wang Fei was furious, but had nowhere to vent his anger. On the contrary, Luo Jun smiled. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The roar of the cruise ship gradually grew louder, and all the students looked up. The cruise ship arrived at the entrance to the secret realm. Gu Yuan found the entrance to this secret realm very strange, as it was not a hole. Instead, it resembles a drilling platform with a giant elevator in the middle, descending into the deep sea. Gu Yuan and all the students entered the central elevator of the drilling platform and began to be sent down in batches along with all the other students. Drilling platforms are divided into 3 types of elevator platforms: single-person, multi-person, and cargo unloading elevators. Because the team members needed to stay together, they didn't choose the single-person lifts, but instead used multi-person lifts, and some even had to walk down the cargo lifts. Young man, this is for maintenance workers to raise and lower the repair platform. It can only barely accommodate one person standing in it. It's okay, I'm all alone. Gu Yuan stood at the elevator door and replied to the staff's voice through the audio device. Because of the noise, Gu Yuan almost shouted so that the person on the other end of the monitoring system could hear him. The sound was so loud that almost all the students in the long line in the hall who were forming teams could hear it. When they saw that the single-person elevator had actually opened and allowed Gu Yuan to go down first, these students were even more disgusted. Especially some freshmen and sophomores. TCH, does this guy think he's a lone wolf? Does he think he's so cool? It's alright, there's a competition to collect materials, and there's one this year too. He can't beat all of us by himself. You really think you're something special just because you shone a little in that trashy competition zone. You idiot. However, their tone was tinged with jealousy. At this moment, Gu Yuan was descending with the elevator. Looks like the people upstairs are going to have to wait. According to calculations, this secret place is located more than 1,000 meters below sea level. This special track elevator will accelerate to a drop of 30 meters, then decelerate in the last 100 meters, and finally land safely. At an average rate of 10 meters per second, it would take over 100 seconds to let one group of people down, while there are still so many people queuing up above. Gu Yuan was among the first group of students to reach the secret realm. As Gu Yuan stepped out of the employee maintenance elevator, he saw a strange sight. Before me stretched a vast blue forest, where the leaves, shrubs, and grasses were all blue. This is a unique spiritual tree from the South China Sea, called blue spirit grass. It can grow underwater. Once mature, It will form a domain that displaces seawater and creates a self-consistent oxygen cycle structure, forming an underwater secret realm where terrestrial organisms can thrive. Qi Shui appeared first in her fox demon form, landing at Gu Yuan's feet. This is the first time I've ever seen such a large patch of blue spirit grass. It's like an underwater forest. Gu Yuan looked up and could see more than 100 meters above him, outside the secret realm, floating seawater. Nearby, you can see schools of colorful sea fish darting and leaping in the water above, while further away lies the dark, unseen expanse of the sea. What a spectacle! Gu Yuan exclaimed in admiration. The Netherworld Network is a product of the first 5-year plan. These spiritual herbs should have been nourished by the remains of countless powerful demonic beasts that died over the past 60 years. The air here is filled with spiritual energy, making it a place where fighting, cultivation, and even inscription will greatly enhance one's abilities. Suddenly, a giant crab stood up from the blue grass and raised its huge pincers to clamp down on Gu Yuan. Reef crab. Level, 18. Qualification, Sergeant. Race, reef crab. Description, a mythical beast living in the deep sea, with extremely strong defense, capable of attacking enemies with a pair of sharp pincers. Because of their large size and slow movement, they mostly use their rock-like shells to hide in the deep sea, waiting for enemies to get close before launching a surprise attack. Combat skills, 1000 gold claws, mystic rank, disguise, mystic rank. At this moment, Gu Yuan's soul control power had reached 700, and his keen senses and robust physique were far superior to what he had been before. The crab came down from left to right, and Gu Yuan easily touched the ground with his toes, jumped up, stepped on the pincers, and leaped into the air. Then, he fell forward, his M7 piercing the armor, and rolled along the armor towards his back. Before landing upside down, he fired a 3-round burst of spike gauntlets. It struck the crab's leg, and immediately, a boil, festered with venom, began to swell. Then, Gu Yuan raised his right hand and unleashed the 1000 reverse fire slash, slicing the crab in two from bottom to top. Accompanied by the explosion of the firebrand poison, the entire crab collapsed to the ground as if it had fallen apart. Chapter 78 Bracelet Bug, Crazy Score Farming. Both Hongling and Qi Shui are mythical-level pets, and they can easily defeat this warrior-level monster in one move. However, neither of them had moved. Gu Yuan casually drew his M7 military dagger and put it away. Qi Shui ran to Gu Yuan first, maintaining her fox demon form, and circled around Gu Yuan's calves like a cat. As if using its own fur to wipe Gu Yuan's trousers clean, it exclaimed, "My lord is mighty. You killed this giant crab in less than 10 seconds. A red feather landed on Gu Yuan's shoulder. Indeed, as a human, you are already quite capable. However, I still suggest that you stay in a relatively safe position. There is no need to soil your clothes. I will take care of it." Gu Yuan dismantled the corpse of the warrior-level demon beast, extracting only 10,000 units of spiritual matter. After obtaining the inner core, Gu Yuan's student app beeped, revealing a message from Mohan. "Brother Gu Yuan, there's an event in the northwest corner called the Sample Sampling Competition. It's an annual competition in the bone-sinking secret realm. Below is another image, which is a points panel with points rules next to it. After killing the monster, send its inner core to the sample testing machine. After the test is completed, you will receive different points depending on the quality of the inner core. These points can be exchanged for crystal beads of different attributes. Crystal beads are really good stuff." Gu Yuan still remembers that crystal beads can be used to improve the cultivation of his pets. Last time, Zheng Long invited him to participate in the competition, but he was stingy and only gave him 2. In this event, you can exchange 1 for just 500 points. However, on the leaderboard, the 10th-ranked person has already earned more than 300 points, and the first-ranked person even has 600 points. Gu Yuan sent the crab's inner core to the nearest testing machine for evaluation. Points plus 47. Thank you for your contribution to the Mysterious Realm Monster Investigation Report. After the display ended, the machine, which resembled a vending machine, returned the inner core to Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan wondered, how could those people with 600 points get such high scores when an 18th-level demon beast could only be broken down into 47 points? Gu Yuan pondered for a moment and finally came to a conclusion. This was the deeper meaning of forming a team. Each inner core can only be scored once, so they formed a team of more than a dozen people, dispersed to hunt down a large number of monsters in the secret realm, and then dug out the inner cores of these monsters. Next, someone gets a high score to claim the reward, and the top 3 get extra rewards. They used this method to get high scores, obtain resources, and then share them among everyone. Haha, do you see how many points Gu Yuan has on the scoreboard now? Only 47 points. After all, there's only one person. How can he beat more than 30 of us? He's probably kicking himself now. Currently at the top of the list is a hunter team composed of students, the horse racing hunter team. Their leader was a sophomore student who seemed to be a top ice-type expert and was favored by the Mo family. Naturally, the position of vice leader was given to Mohan. Unlike his subordinates, Mohan didn't openly mock Gu Yuan. Instead, he silently pondered the matter. Idiot, I invited you before and you didn't agree. Once we get first place, let's see if you still dare to look down on me. As Mohan thought about it, he couldn't help but smile and put his hands on his chest. Gu Yuan, on the other hand, wasn't anxious at all. Instead, he was thinking, damn, it seems I'm invincible now. Gu Yuan tried it out, using his wooden bracelet to disassemble the inner core and then reassemble it. Although it's still a level 18 reef crab inner core, because it was disassembled and reassembled once, its efficacy is exactly the same. However, it is the inner core of another reef crab. The reason why the detection equipment does not repeat the calculation is to distinguish each inner core by scanning its unique spiritual energy fluctuations. So Gu Yuan put the inner core of the second reef crab inside, and then added 47 points. The inner core was returned, so Gu Yuan disassembled it, reassembled it, and put it back in, adding another 47 points. The inner core was returned again, Gu Yuan disassembled it, reassembled it, and put it back in, adding another 47 points. The first group of students who had just arrived were discussing how stupid and overconfident Gu Yuan, the freshman who insisted on coming alone and not forming a team, was. Then, Gu Yuan's score skyrocketed, as if he had been injected with adrenaline. 47, 94, 141, 188. In less than 5 minutes, the score rose to 4,700. What the hell? Is this some kind of cheat? Is the machine broken? How many did he kill? 100 reef crabs. Even if they are only level 18, 100 or so would be enough to give a second-year college team a run for their money. He wiped them all out in less than 5 minutes. At this moment, the second-place score was still hovering around 700, while Gu Yuan already had 4,700. When Gu Yuan's name appeared on the big screen, many people were shocked. This is seriously, it's not even in the same league as the average person. However, Gu Yuan felt even more comfortable, because in this process, not a single spiritual substance was consumed. It was just a continuous process of disassembling, reassembling, disassembling again, and reassembling again. Luckily, I was alone, not in a team. Otherwise, with someone watching me, I wouldn't dare to show the power of this bracelet. Gu Yuan arrived at the points exchange area. 500 points could be exchanged for 1 spirit crystal bead, and Gu Yuan exchanged 8 in one go. Why 8 instead of 9? Because if the 9th one is exchanged for a fire-type one, Qi Shui will act spoiled, throw a tantrum, and snuggle into his arms like a spoiled brat, refusing to let go. If she gets an ice-type item, Hongling won't blame herself. However, she'll look at the person next to her with a slightly resentful gaze, or even secretly vent her anger on the old crooked tree across from her house, scratching it vigorously with her claws. Don't ask Gu Yuan how he knew. Last time he went to the supermarket to buy food bowls for spirit pets, the food bowl for Qi Shui was bigger than the one for Hongling. That's how Hongling was. Later, when pouring the feed, Gu Yuan poured half a bowl more for Hongling, just like he did for Qi Shui. Since I can rack up points anyway, first place will definitely be mine. I might as well save my time to train. Gu Yuan and his group can stay in the secret realm for 3 days. These 3 days will definitely not be just about treasure hunting and hunting monsters. We should make good use of the various treasure lands within this vast secret realm to cultivate ourselves. Wandering aimlessly through the secret realm, picking various spiritual fruits, and then breaking them down, Gu Yuan suddenly saw a cracked canyon, below which lay a ravine hundreds of meters deep. Below the ravines, churned lava. An underwater volcano. Gu Yuan squinted at the churning lava. The Phoenix Taming Manual says that only in the South China Sea, at the bottom of the South China Sea, in a deep trench thousands of miles deep, can one find the fire at the Earth's core, which is necessary for the Phoenix's evolution. Chapter 79 Crimson Feather Evolution, Ancient Blazing Phoenix. Evolution. Gu Yuan didn't quite understand what form Hongling would evolve into. However, both spirit beasts and demon beasts can evolve into specific forms under the influence of specific environments. For example, Song Yingying's spirit wind eagle absorbed pure dark matter in a special dark attribute secret realm. It can then complete its evolution, transforming from a pure wind-type creature into a shadow spirit wind eagle that possesses both shadow and wind attributes. The fierce phoenix can evolve. It can also evolve after absorbing seawater magma erupting from the Earth's core. The magma here is closer to the Earth's surface than the magma of volcanoes on the ground, and the underground magma that can burn fiercely in the low-temperature deep seabed has a higher temperature and contains a purer fiery spiritual energy. Down! Gu Yuan suddenly leaped into the air, grabbing Hong Ling's claw with one hand, and flew together with Hong Ling into the crevice of the volcanic canyon. Gu Yuan's bracelet came in handy once again. The materials needed for the evolution of the red feather were also very complicated and varied. Gu Yuan's time to cultivate underground is limited. 3 days is definitely not enough time to mail it over, and even if it were mailed over, Gu Yuan wouldn't have a chance to receive it. However, because of the bracelet, and because these materials could be reassembled once before by Gu Yuan, they would not take up space in the storage ring. It also increases the options for reconfiguring the bracelet, so that you can be prepared for any eventuality. Although it costs nearly 500,000 in spiritual materials, most of the materials have been gathered. Some of these materials are extremely rare and can only be found in the underwater secret realm. Since it happens to be in the underwater secret realm, it's fine to let Qi Shui collect some of them. Gu Yuan landed on a black pillar that was partially protruding in the magma. The magma was flowing and the heat was rising. For some reason, Gu Yuan felt uncomfortable all over his body. Is it lava again? This intense heat keeps coming back to me lately. Following the instructions written in the ancient book about the secret realm, Gu Yuan used a special material called pumice powder to sprinkle it into the air above the magma. As Gu Yuan recited the incantation, the powder formed a magnificent and enormous circular magic circle, floating on the magma and engraving a complex inscription. Gu Yuan is a top student. His memorization and dictation skills are better than the average person's. This complex inscription was completed in less than 10 minutes in one go. Now's the time, red feather, go. Crimson feather landed on the magic circle, spread its wings to cover its body, and curled into a red egg shape, which was completely enveloped by molten lava. The entire ocean of magma converged towards Hongling's body. Qi Shui stood guard at the top of the canyon, while Gu Yuan found a strange, protruding black stone pillar on the sea of lava and meditated, adjusting the engraved magic array to oversee Hong Ling's evolution. A day and a night have passed. Because Gu Yuan was fully focused on helping Hong Ling evolve, he did not hunt any monsters, and his ranking on the leaderboard has dropped to 6th place. Crack! The giant egg of fire, encased in molten lava from the Earth's core, suddenly shattered. The red feathers that flew out indicate that the phoenix's form has undergone a new change. The red phoenix feathers on her head, which Gu Yuan called cowlicks, turned golden and became fuller, and the 9 feathers at her tail also turned golden. At the tip of each tail feather is a fiery red gem, resembling 9 red eyes. Hongling's body exudes an even more sacred and solemn goddess-like aura. Red feather. Level, 27. Qualification myth. Race, ancient fiery phoenix. Combat skills, 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix, innate, 1000 reversal fire slash, earth rank. Phoenix feather flame, earth rank. Meteor fire feather, earth rank. Inscribed combat skills, fire scorching poison, earth rank. Phoenix fall, heaven rank. Synopsis. The fiery phoenix is an evolved form formed after absorbing the ancient magma that has been burning for millions of years. Its bones are stronger and its respiratory system is more advanced, enabling it to withstand and fly at supersonic speeds. Its phoenix feather flame can evolve into a heavenly rank after absorbing earth rank spiritual fire. This is no ordinary subterranean fire, but an ancient, desolate subterranean fire. Gu Yuan's head buzzed. At this moment, Gu Yuan looked down and realized that what he was sitting on was not a stone, but a palace pillar made entirely of black stone. This is an underwater tomb. This is an illusion. Gu Yuan looked at the canyon above him. The canyon was surrounded by an open area formed by blue spirit grass, and above that was the pitch-black seabed. An ancient old man chose this place for his tomb, and he selected a special burial item, ancient magma. The magma covered the ancient tomb. Given the frigidity of the ancient magma, which burns fiercely on the seabed, who would bother to come down to a depth of over 1,000 meters? Even if they did, they would avoid the magma. Even without avoiding it, who would have thought that an ancient tomb was buried beneath the sea of lava? Gu Yuan could deduce that this guy's burial goods were extremely rich, so rich that many powerful figures in ancient times would covet them, and there was a high probability that they would come to rob the tomb. Such a tight disguise was to guard against them. However, today, by sheer chance, Hongling evolved after absorbing the magma, transforming into the ancient immortal feather fire phoenix, one of the 3 rare phoenix species. After the lava was absorbed, an ancient tomb that had been buried for thousands of years was revealed. Qishue, Hongling, let's go down and take a look. Gu Yuan landed in front of the ancient tomb. The tomb was very grand in design, like a large courtyard with a fully enclosed roof. Gu Yuan looked up and saw a statue of a burly man, wearing armor and a round, fluffy hat with feathers on top. Behind him was a banner with a string of strange characters written on it, which Gu Yuan did not recognize. He felt that this strong man was powerful and dignified, with the demeanor of a great general guarding a region. Ashina Doer. Qishue transformed into human form and walked slowly forward, the sound of her high heels echoing in the empty canyon. You know him? Gu Yuan asked, puzzled. Of course I recognize him. He was a famous general who helped the Tang dynasty fight against the Turks in the 9th year of the Wuda era. He was born in Yunzhong, Dingxiang, and was the second son of Chuluo Khan. Qishue said, stroking the flag behind the statue with one hand. My lord, stay close to me. We need to see what's inside. Qishue went in first, and Hongling also transformed into human form. After evolving, Hongling has a more queenly demeanor, with a phoenix crown on her head and gilded patterns on her robe. Master, please rest assured, no matter what's inside, I will protect you. Upon entering, the murals in the tomb confirmed Qishue's guess. The murals carved in the narrow tomb passage depicted a vast grassland, with a general riding a steed, holding a long sword, and slaying enemies. Chapter 80 Millennium Soul Weapon, Tang Sword Moda. What does it say on this? Gu Yuan squinted. The characters on it looked neither like regular script nor seal script. It's crooked and twisted, just like the scratches left when a cow's horn or a ram's horn broke. This is Turkic. Qishue bent down and examined it carefully, her 9 tails swaying from side to side. Qishue bent down to examine it closely. Her beautiful legs were straightened because of bending over, and the flesh color was faintly visible through the white stockings. I have roughly understood it. The mural depicts Ashina Doer, who was brave and skilled in battle, but the grasslands are rich in spiritual herbs, which is not conducive to the Central Plains soldiers' combat. Their ability to sweep across the Eastern Turkic Khaganate was due to a family heirloom, a sword forged by the Tang Emperor's court generals from the molten lava of the Earth's core. In ancient Turkic, it means, a demon from the underworld. This sword could command wildfire, and in one night, it burned down the entire grasslands in the clouds, along with the lurking Turkic soldiers. That's incredible. This at least explains how he moved the magma to this deep sea. If I'm not mistaken, that sword is in this tomb. When Gu Yuan heard this, he was secretly delighted. 1,000 years had passed, and the lava from the Earth's core had not melted his grave, which meant that the sword was still effective and could still be used. 1,000-year-old soul artifact. Gu Yuan's lips curled into a smile. You know, the coffin from the other shore and the wooden bracelet are both 1,000-year-old soul artifacts. I wonder what kind of effect such soul artifacts will have. Gu Yuan and Qishue pushed open the door. The pursuits of military generals and civil officials are indeed different. The last time we excavated the tomb of that civil official from the Lushan Rebellion, it was full of antiques, calligraphy and paintings, gemstones, and so on. Any one of them was priceless. That was during the Lushan Rebellion. This military general, who died during the prosperous Xinguan era, was at the height of the Tang dynasty's power. Look at what kind of burial goods he had. The skeletons of various common livestock such as horses and cattle, as well as rusted, fragile iron chariots and swords. You have no noble aspirations whatsoever, which is why I can't find anything of value. Gu Yuan clicked his tongue in amazement, but then a golden light illuminated his eyes. On the corrupt chariot, a sorrowful-faced ram-headed monster knelt on the ground, bowing its head in repentance. In front of them was an offering table, on which lay a knife holder made of elm wood. There lay a long sword with a pure red scabbard and a white jade handle, decorated with golden patterns, and a crimson gem on the hilt. It looks a bit like a samurai sword, Gu Yuan said, tilting his head. This is not a samurai sword. Please recognize it, master. This blade is narrow and straight, a true Tang sword. Hongling added. All right, I admit I'm ignorant, but a Millennium Horcrux. I finally have a Millennium Horcrux that I can use in direct combat. Although the bracelet and the coffin of the other shore are both powerful, they are more functional than for direct battle. Gu Yuan stepped forward, ready to draw his sword and leave. Suddenly, Qi Shui, who was still looking at the mural, shouted, "My lord, wait a moment. This blade is cursed. Ashina Doer is not actually human, but a demon beast that transformed into human form and entered the Tang dynasty." Moda burned millions of his compatriots to death, causing their resentment to surge. He had already plunged his blade 3/10 deep. Pulling it out would unleash something terrifying. Snap! At this moment, the blade had just left the sword holder on which the blade was enshrined. Then, the ram-headed, human-bodied corpse behind Gu Yuan, which seemed to be repenting for its sins, actually stood up. Its muscles bulged, and Moda flew directly from Gu Yuan's hand and landed back in the ram-headed corpse's hand. Immediately, the brave man drew his blade, and flames shot into the sky, engulfing everything in a fierce display. He slashed directly at Gu Yuan. Blink! Gu Yuan immediately used his blink belt and instantly appeared in the distance. As soon as he slashed down, the flames immediately scattered in all directions. Amidst the flames, the shadow bolts fired from the shadow gauntlets have all hit their mark in 3 consecutive shots. However, the guy's body was stiff, and the shadow arrow did not cause any real damage after it pierced his body. Moreover, this guy wasn't a living being, but a moving skeleton, so naturally he wouldn't be affected by the fire poison. His eyes were wide open in anger as he continued to charge towards Gu Yuan. The eye of the other shore. Gu Yuan wanted to try using the detection effect of his other 1,000-year-old soul weapon to see just how strong this guy was, if he really was the legendary Ashina Doer's original zombie form. I estimate that I will have no choice but to retreat for the time being. However, the results of the probe were different. Shadow Might. Level 30. Qualification, King rank. Race, Shadow Might. Synopsis. A malevolent curse that can parasitize a person's body from childhood, growing gradually with the constant growth of resentment. In the end, it kills its host and merges with the host after death, becoming a zombie. Gu Yuan roughly understood that the so-called curse was actually caused by a king-level demon beast, and that the demon beast was still inside his corpse. Ice and snow. Qi Shui raised her right hand, and a blast of cold air shot forward, directly hitting Ashina Doer, but it did not completely destroy his body. Ashina Doer suddenly moved, tearing through the ice and snow, and Red Feather flew up from behind, unleashing the 1,000 reverse fire slash. Red Feather, after evolving, was only level 27. However, the effect of the flames was greatly enhanced, the temperature was higher, and the entire tomb was ignited. The flames actually melted Ashina Doer's corpse, and the fire slowly seeped into the interior of the body. However, Hongling made a mistake. Instead of attacking the spine parasitized by the Shadow Might, she set Ashina Doer's body on fire. Ashina Doer felt a searing pain and raised his sword to defend himself. The ruby on the Moda sword shone brightly, directly absorbing the phoenix feather flames of the Red Feather, and he raised his hand to slash it back. Hongling dodged, but Gu Yuan had already rushed forward, shouting, "Right here." Gu Yuan raised the M7 military dagger high from behind, hoping to pierce Ashina Doer's back directly. However, Ashina Doer reacted quickly, swung his sword with such speed that Gu Yuan had to raise his M7 to block it. In an instant, however, there was absolutely no resistance, as if what he was holding was not standard equipment from the CIA, but a toy knife. M7 was cleaved in 2 by Moda, sending Gu Yuan flying and crashing into a pile of bones. However, Gu Yuan didn't know whether it was because he had Qi Shui by his side that the auspicious effect was triggered, or whether he was just really lucky today. With this impact, Gu Yuan landed right where the pile of bones was located. Due to the decay of the monster's flesh, the marble in this area had turned into a quagmire. Gu Yuan only got his clothes dirty, but he discovered that there was actually gold in the mud. Chapter 81 Shocking. Gu Yuan reclaims the top spot. So that's how it is. Gu Yuan looked at the gold in the mud pit. These war horses were his beloved horses, and they used to be clad in golden armor. However, as the corpses decomposed, these golden armors were buried by the rotting flesh, and after corroding the marble floor, they fell into the deep pit. As for whether this was due to the auspicious effect of Qi Shui or simply his own incredible luck, that was not something Gu Yuan needed to care about right now. Ashina Doer had already reached Gu Yuan and raised the Moda in his hand once again, which Gu Yuan rolled away to avoid. Hongling had already sensed the meaning behind her master's actions. Attacking Ashina Doer's back meant there must be something at his spine. Hongling transformed into a phoenix and swooped down on Ashinaduer's back. With a whoosh, as if the air had exploded, Gu Yuan and Qi Shui were both thrown back. In less than 0.01 seconds, Hongling flew to Ashinaduer's back, raised her claws, and pierced directly through Ashinaduer's back. Hongling felt she had grabbed something, and with a sudden rip, she tore off Ashinaduer's skin and flesh from his back, pulling out a twisted black worm along with it. The insect was thrown on the ground, and Qi Shui quickly followed up with an ice and snow attack, freezing the insect that was trying to burrow back into Ashinaduer's back. What was that just now? Such fast flight speed, and a shockwave like a bomb exploding. Could it be a sonic boom? Red Feather's supersonic flight. Having succeeded, Gu Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and walked to Ashinaduer's corpse. Even in death, he had not let go of the hand holding the moda. Let go. I will keep this ancient artifact safe for you. Gu Yuan pried open his stiff fingers, drew moda, and sheathed it. The cursed thing is not the sword, but Ashinaduer himself, and the so-called curse is actually just a combination of Taoist magic and pet control. Gu Yuan put the sword into his storage ring. With another 1,000-year-old soul weapon in his possession, Gu Yuan felt very pleased. He then looked at the ghost insect on the ground. It's a king-level demon beast, but it's a bit small. I probably won't be able to extract much spiritual matter from it, but as for its inner core, Gu Yuan disassembled the bracelet and obtained a new synthesis option. The inner core of the Shadow Might, a level 30, king-level monster. Unfortunately, the inner core of this level 30 king-level demon beast cannot be used to inscribe a heaven-rank combat skill on Qi Shui. Qi Shui needs the inner core of a king-level monster with ice attributes. Gu Yuan put Qi Shui into his pet space. Hongling landed in front of Gu Yuan, grabbed him, and flew back to the ground. As soon as he took off, Gu Yuan saw on the leaderboard that his score was no longer in first place, but had dropped to 6th. My score is still 4,700, while the highest scorer has reached 6,000, and the scores of the 3rd, 4th, and 5th place players are all over 5,000. An average student definitely couldn't achieve such a high score. It must have been accomplished through the collaboration of many second-year students. Gu Yuan returned to the central area, where the number of students was the largest, and prepared to begin exploring this secret realm anew. However, when they arrived in the central region, many students turned their attention to Gu Yuan. Is he Gu Yuan? Several classmates looked at Gu Yuan with admiration. Wow, what a beautiful phoenix. A powerful beast with mythical bloodline. I'm so envious. When will we be able to have such a cool beast? Moreover, his beasts can transform into human form, turning into an incredibly beautiful woman. I'm starting to succumb to temptation. There were even a few girls whispering among themselves. However, Gu Yuan ignored them, and Hongling maintained her noble and aloof demeanor, not even glancing at these humans. What's the use? It's still no match for those big shots. Yes, Wang Fei, a sophomore, is currently at the top of the leaderboard with 6,000 points. He just hunted down a level 30 king-level monster and gained 4,000 points in one go. Several senior team leaders who looked down on Gu Yuan, unable to compete with him themselves, used other second-year students to try and outdo him. They were all in a team, but Gu Yuan did it all by himself. The girl who just said she was going to turn gay added. However, the older student spat viciously. 6, that's all. If you lack ability, don't know how to adapt, are unwilling to submit to others, and have no connections, then that's your own problem. However, at this moment, Gu Yuan put the inner core of the shadow venom into the evaluation machine, and then Gu Yuan entered his student ID number. At this moment, Gu Yuan's score directly became 9,000. How could this happen? They added 4,300 in one go. Gu Yuan clicked his tongue in amazement. What is this? At this moment, Gu Yuan leaped from 6th to 1st place, gaining 4,030 points in one go. This message quickly attracted the attention of all the students, and their eyes were all fixed on the large screen above them. What on earth did he do? He added 4,300 points in one go. King level? He killed a king level monster all by himself. How is that possible? One person killed a king level monster. At that moment, Wang Fei, who was lying in ambush in the grass with his teammates, waiting for an opportunity to strike, heard that his first place had been taken away. And it was Gu Yuan who took it from me. I was furious. Boss, don't move. At this moment, another level 30 king-level monster was trembling with anger because of Wang Fei. Without using a binding array to control it, it cleverly escaped, which infuriated Wang Fei even more. He couldn't vent his anger, and he was about to explode with rage. However, Gu Yuan left after exchanging for 4 fire attribute crystal beads and 4 ice attribute crystal beads. Qi Shui has finally reached level 25, while Hong Ling has reached level 28. The first day's harvest was considerable. Not only did Hong Ling obtain the extremely rare wildfire evolution form, but she also picked up a 1,000-year-old soul weapon for free. As for the golden antique in those mud pits, these things may not be of much use, but they are hard currency that can be exchanged for money. They are a 1,000-year-old antique and genuine pure gold products made with royal craftsmanship. They can be sold casually. They won't get a penny, but they'll receive a banner and a 500 yuan bonus. If they dare to sell it overseas, they might even face criminal charges. Of course, this was no challenge for Gu Yuan. Phoenix Tamer. Hey, you dead crocodile, I need to talk to you. Yaya sent over several pictures of graceful and beautiful women. Yaya Chuan, I heard from your teacher that you haven't been feeling well lately. If you need help, the price is negotiable. We have professional technicians who can get your urine protein levels below normal in less than an hour. Chapter 82 for my master. Phoenix Tamer, get lost. I'm not that despicable. I'm here to ask if you can help me sell something. Yaya, do you still have anything valuable to sell? Phoenix Tamer. Image. Phoenix Tamer, how much do you think it's worth? Yaya, this is a great item. The carvings on it depict grasslands and warhorses, with a style reminiscent of the Tang Dynasty imperial family. Foreigners especially love this kind of thing. Phoenix Tamer, sold only in China. Yaya Chuan, no way, it sells well domestically, but it sells even better overseas. You and I aren't new to doing this kind of gray area business. If you leave Anjia without obtaining your high school diploma, you will be detained for at least 15 days. Phoenix Tamer, that guy protected a region and was cursed to death by his own people. At least he stayed on the land he protected. Yi Chuan, it's your stuff, you decide. Gu Yuan put the item into his storage ring. It was metal and couldn't be broken down into spiritual matter. He could only hope that Lin Bo wouldn't come to investigate him again. Otherwise, he really wouldn't be able to escape. I'm sure I'll get a good scolding from teacher Manhwa. The thing is, I've already graduated, so why am I still a little intimidated by her? I guess that's just how teachers are. When she scolds you, especially after you've done something wrong, you instinctively have to back down. By the way, Hongling, could you use something similar to, well, your 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix? As Gu Yuan said this secret realm was actually very large enough to accommodate a forest through a seabed fissure. It covers an area of at least 30 square kilometers, which is equivalent to a small county town. Moreover, the tall shrubs and thigh-high blue spirit grass growing all around Gu Yuan greatly reduced his field of vision. A huge forest covering thousands of square kilometers, but your field of vision within this forest is only a dozen meters. Not to mention searching for powerful monsters within. Without a map, probably 8 out of 10 people who went in would not be able to find their way back. 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix. Gu Yuan remembered that Hong Ling had used this combat technique last time in Mount Luofu, summoning all the birds in the entire forest to help Gu Yuan acquire the entire mountain. With a full view, no blind spot view, if Gu Yuan had this full map perspective cheat, wouldn't finding monsters in this forest be a piece of cake? How could anyone be like Wang Fei, who ran for a whole day and night, almost losing his life, before finally finding a king-level demon beast? Of course, ideals are often grand, but reality is often harsh. Master, please forgive my incompetence. Although this place is a forest, it extends 1,000 meters below the sea. The forest is inhabited by amphibious monsters, and no birds live here. I cannot summon them to help you. Gu Yuan sighed. It's all right, we still have 2 days. We've been on edge all day, let's get some sleep, rest for 8 hours, and then continue our treasure hunt tomorrow. Gu Yuan took out his phone and set an alarm for 8 hours later, because they were underwater and the seawater blocked the sunlight. Gu Yuan and his group were able to see not because of sunlight, but because of the crystal corals growing on these blue spirit grasses. These corals emitted a dazzling light, like underwater lamps, illuminating the entire secret realm. Therefore, there is no distinction between day and night in the secret realm. Gu Yuan casually picked up a large leaf, covered his face with it, and then began to sleep. Qishua, guard our master. I'll be right back. Hongling spread her wings and flew towards the air wall outside the secret realm. Where are you going? Qishua asked, lying on the ground. Aren't you afraid that if you're not around, I'll eat my husband? Your Majesty, I only wish for your happiness. If it is your choice, I will accept it. But if there is something that Master desires, and I have the ability to obtain it, yet I fail to fight to the death to seize it from Master, then I need not live. The elevators at the entrance and exit were already closed. Hongling flew directly out of the invisible wall and plunged into the cold seawater. Relying on the stronger bones and respiratory system she had gained after absorbing the wildfire, she held her breath and flew towards the sea surface. Has she gone mad? Qi Shui was shocked as she watched Hong Ling soar into the sky. This place is 1,000 meters below the ocean, and she's trying to use the body of a bird to hold her breath, withstand the water pressure, and surface. Hong Ling broke through the water's surface, breathing in the fresh air deeply. Who wait? Who master? Who what you desire? Your humble servant, who will definitely help you get it. Who? As if receiving a command, the feathers on Hong Ling's body intertwined even more firmly, and the red eyeballs on her 9 tails began to burn fiercely, like rockets ready to be ignited. Immediately afterwards, a sharp, piercing sound rang out from the sea. The sea began to ripple even though it hadn't touched anything, and some fish and monsters even rushed toward the shore as if committing suicide, only to be strangled by the net of the underworld. What kind of bizarre phenomenon is this? Have these fish gone mad? The staff at the waste meat processing plant in the South China Sea district felt a headache coming on. Supersonic flight. This is the first time I've ever seen it. I've seen it before in science programs about monsters, powerful bird-like monsters. They can accelerate using special methods. Their bones and hearts are highly developed and can withstand atmospheric pressure. At the moment of breaking the sound barrier, they trigger a sonic boom, just like a shock bomb. Many spirit beasts with keen hearing were even directly shocked, causing their ears to bleed and them to lose their hearing. Fish, in particular, were affected. The underwater sound waves were even more powerful, forcing some fish to rush towards the shore. So many fish have died, and the meat processing plant isn't even fixed yet. We'll have to ask that guy Gu Yuan again to help us clean it up. By the way, boss, why is this monster flying at supersonic speed? Is she in a hurry? I don't know. It must be something very important to her. Buzz buzz, the phone rang. Gu Yuan woke up and saw Hong Ling preparing breakfast for him. Master, eating instant noodles all the time isn't good for your health, so I took the liberty of catching some crabs and shellfish, grilling them on a rock, and making you a stone-grilled seafood feast. Oh dear, I'm so tired from sleeping. What's this? Gu Yuan looked up and saw a strange bird standing in front of him. It looked like an eagle, but its beak was very thick. Hey, Hong Ling, didn't you say there were no birds here? Gu Yuan asked, puzzled. I have the other shore effect activated. Breeze Osprey. Level, 17. Rank, Warrior. Species, Gazebo Osprey. Description, a bird that lives in freshwater lakes in the southwestern plateau region of China. It is very good at diving and can live for a long time in high-pressure environments with an extremely low heart rate. Chapter 83 Anglerfish Ice Fish King, King-level monster. Could it be? Gu Yuan's eyes widened. Red Feather set off from Guangdong province, flew to Qinghai, gathered this flock of birds there, and then flew back. Master, I will do anything for you. Hong Ling slowly lowered her head, pried open a grilled clam with her fingernails, put in a little sauce, and handed it to Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan was deeply moved and said decisively, let's go collect more spiritual matter. When I get back, I'll reconstitute a huge amount of feed and crystal beads for you. The 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix with red feathers was launched. Within Gu Yuan's soul sea, Gu Yuan raised his right hand, revealing 2 red threads in his hand, one connecting to Hong Ling and the other to Qi Shui. The red line connecting Gu Yuan and Hong Ling was like a network cable, linking their thoughts. Gu Yuan saw a vast world, which was given to Hong Ling by these cormorants, and then passed on to Gu Yuan by Hong Ling. It was as if Gu Yuan had gained a godlike perspective at this moment, taking in everything within several kilometers around him. Gu Yuan discovered some disguised demonic beasts, and he, along with Hong Ling and Qi Shui, chased after them and captured them. Unfortunately, Gu Yuan couldn't find a king-level ice-type monster to inscribe combat skills on Qi Shui. Indeed, king-level monsters are highly intelligent and powerful, making them extremely difficult to find. Gu Yuan killing the shadow venom was an accident. Even in such a secret realm, finding a king-level monster is not easy. For some reason, Gu Yuan suddenly thought of Ye Chuan, that dead crocodile, which turned out to be so precious, if it weren't for their cooperation. Given his personality, he's always sending me suggestive documents and making little jokes at the drop of a hat. Gu Yuan had already turned it into leather shoes and extracted its inner core. Suddenly, Gu Yuan felt his vision become very clear, and a flying osprey spotted something strange. Under Red Feather's command, the osprey flew into the sky and entered the deep sea beyond the air barrier, using its diving ability to hide in the deep sea and peer down. Ospreys have very sharp eyes. After all, they need to search for water sources at altitudes of hundreds of meters and dive into the water to catch fish. Gu Yuan saw an acquaintance of his, Wang Fei. What's the eldest son of that famous alchemy family in the capital doing here? Gu Yuan wanted to find out what was going on, but judging from the situation, he knew that if he got too close, it would definitely alert the enemy. Let's continue observing using the eyes of the cormorant. This is a magic array. This was the first time Gu Yuan had ever seen a magic array. The Tao can be released from a person's hands. And of course, it can also be transmitted through a medium. When Hongling absorbed the molten lava to evolve and enhance her strength, it was Gu Yuan's magic array that created the external environment. These magic arrays are all very ancient. So far, Gu Yuan has only learned some magic arrays to assist in the evolution of his pets from the Phoenix Taming Manual. As for combat-type magic arrays, Gu Yuan wouldn't even dare to think about them, because they were extremely costly and the learning process was very expensive, especially considering the books on magic array inscriptions. Only powerful families and large companies with assets worth trillions of dollars have the opportunity to possess them. Gu Yuan certainly has no way of obtaining them. Through this overhead view, Gu Yuan discovered that it was a massive enemy-locking magic array, connected by transparent light blue silk threads, located on the far left side of the entire blue spirit grass forest. Near the edge of the barrier, you can even see sea fish swimming outside. Wang Fei and his team seem to be playing a game of 1, 2, 3, squatting together like wooden figures. Wang Fei raised his right hand, his 5 fingers spread, as if he had stopped breathing, focusing intently on the sensation transmitted through the silk thread in his hand. Wang Fei's expensive coat was covered with a thick layer of straw, but he still didn't make a move. This guy, did he squat like this all night? Gu Yuan, who had just woken up, was full of energy. He yawned and couldn't help but feel sorry for the guy. Immediately, Gu Yuan sensed the flow of white spiritual energy. If it weren't for the eye of the other shore coffin, Gu Yuan wouldn't have even noticed that there was something in the seawater. Beyond the barrier, in the pitch-black depths of the sea, there is a tiny blue dot of light, which looks like a cute little elf, giving people a sense of healing just by looking at it from afar. Anglerfish Icefish King. Level 35. Rank King. Description: the anglerfish icefish is an extremely ugly sea monster with red wrinkles all over its body and sharp fangs protruding from its mouth, without any lip. Its 4 leg-like tail fins allow it to crawl on the seabed, and its bite force of nearly 300 tons can easily crush reefs and rocks. They use small blue lights on their heads to lure prey closer. These blue lights contain abundant icy spiritual energy, which can freeze prey into ice blocks the moment they touch them. Then the anglerfish Icefish King suddenly launched a surprise attack and bit it to pieces. It can also fire frost forward to freeze massive enemies. Combat skills: Eye of Deception. Earth rank: the chandelier above the head can attract surrounding prey, making them fall in love with the small lamp on the head without any precautions, and then walk towards the lamp. Absolute Ice Strike. Earth rank sprays a burst of freezing ice forward, killing enemies. A level 35 king level monster. Gu Yuan felt a chill run down his spine upon seeing this. What I had just seen in the dark seabed, that beautiful, spirited creature that looked like delicious prey, turned out to be just bait on the head of the anglerfish Icefish King. If you rush in recklessly, you'll be frozen in the ice, and that massive jaws with a bite force of hundreds of tons will smash you down. Gu Yuan felt a chill run down his spine. This also explains why, even though there were other demonic beasts within the detection array, they weren't killed by Wang Fei. These demonic beasts were nothing but trash in front of this rare king-level demonic beast. The inner core of a level 35 king-level demon beast is extremely precious. However, this is a level 35 anglerfish Icefish King, whose combat power is not weak at all, just like the shadow mite that hides in other people's corpses. Unlike other monsters that only know how to ambush and deceive, this guy fights head-on and is 5 levels higher. Therefore, Gu Yuan has absolutely no chance of winning unless Hong Ling releases Feng Luo, but Feng Luo's impact is too strong. They burned all the blue spirit grass underground, and Gu Yuan drowned. Therefore, we cannot force our way in this wave. We must use strategy. For example, we can wait for Wang Fei to go first, and then we can try to deceive him or launch a surprise attack. Chapter 84: Nesting Dolls Under the Sea. The mantis stalks the cicada. Gu Yuan really wanted the inner core of the anglerfish Icefish King, a king level 1, and its attributes were very similar to Qi Shui's. Charm and ice attribute are both things that Qi Shui needs. Aside from its ugly appearance, all of this monster's characteristics are basically complementary to Qi Shui's. There are no other creatures around, right? Wang Fei began to confirm with his subordinates. The others nodded in agreement. Don't worry, boss. The magic array is working perfectly. If anyone tries to approach your hunting grounds, we'll intercept them immediately. Besides, this place is too remote. No one will come here. Gu Yuan happened to be behind a tree trunk nearby. Red Feather's support came just in time. With these birds around, I dodged the warning threads of the magic array. Who would have thought that there would be the largest fish in the entire secret realm in this remote place? So, the game of red light, green light, now has one more player, Gu Yuan. However, Gu Yuan did not have to wait long, because by then it was already daytime, although it was still impossible to tell whether it was day or night underwater. However, the number of fish active in shallow waters began to increase, and they deposited more feces and waste. Small scavenging deep-sea fish also began to become active. Meanwhile, the medium-sized prey that the anglerfish ice fish king is waiting for is about to come out and hunt small deep-sea fish. Gu Yuan held his breath, Wang Fei held his breath, and the anglerfish ice fish king held his breath. Finally, the most unlucky one appeared. That was a level 40 tide hunter. It was red, somewhat like a giant crayfish, and it walked forward lively and energetically, as if it were the overlord of this area, holding the blue spirit grass between its pincers. They occasionally catch small creatures, cut them up, and eat them. Suddenly, it raised its head and saw a cute little sprite shimmering in the deep sea. The sprite was filled with spiritual energy, as if it were some kind of luminous, planktonic monster. The unfortunate giant crayfish immediately crouched down and crawled forward, using its color-changing effect to hide itself as it slowly moved forward. Haha, didn't expect that, did you? Poor, spirit-filled jellyfish, I predicted your movement. The tide hunter crawled along, secretly pleased. At this moment, the massive body of the anglerfish ice fish king began to move silently in the darkness, and the chandelier above its head also moved forward, as if to coordinate with the tide hunter's impending attack and lure it into its mouth. The monkfish king, who also possessed intelligence, was secretly delighted. Haha, didn't expect that, did you, little crayfish? I had already predicted that you would predict my bait prediction. At this moment, Wang Fei's lips curled into a smile, and the magic circle he was forming with his hands was about to be released. Haha, didn't expect that. Did you, anglerfish ice fish king? I had already predicted that you would predict the crayfish's prediction of your bait. At this moment, Gu Yuan, who was less than 10 meters away from Wang Fei, had already loaded his shadow arrow. Haha, didn't expect that, did you, Wang Fei? I had already predicted that you would predict the anglerfish ice fish king, and the crayfish and its bait. Giggle giggle, no one knows what the intelligent crayfish is saying. The tide hunter charged directly at the small lamp, clamping its pincers forward, and in an instant, icy blue light radiated outwards. The crimson, brave lobster was instantly frozen into a block of ice. The lobster did not die immediately. After all, it also has a level 40, but for a level 40 warrior to fight a level 35 king is a slim chance. Not to mention he was frozen in place, so there was no suspense left. From the pitch-black depths of the sea, a hideous, gaping maw burst forth, its enormous fangs tearing the crayfish to shreds and swallowing it whole. Although Gu Yuan knew this guy was ugly, when he actually rushed out, Gu Yuan still felt that he was a bit too ugly. It resembled a lump of ugly, rotten flesh, glued together with mud to form a hard stone, with two eyes attached to it. In this sudden incursion, the anglerfish ice fish king inadvertently entered the territory of the blue crystal grass. It is intelligent and knows that this place is filled with something called air, which it cannot breathe in. So it prepares to run out on its four-tail fins as soon as possible. As a result, he felt a surge of spiritual energy, and Wang Fei pulled the thread with his right hand. Magic array activate. Blue light radiated outwards, entangling the anglerfish ice fish king's body. Charge them, Wang Fei shouted. Brothers, as long as we capture this king-level demon beast, I, as a disciple of the #1 alchemy family in the capital, will reward you with a low-grade spirit-gathering pill each. That roar was like a shot of adrenaline to everyone, and all the subordinates charged toward the king-level monster trapped in the middle. These super geniuses who are able to enter the secret realm to cultivate are all second-grade beast tamers. In an instant, the trapped anglerfish ice fish king was completely on the defensive, and was brutally beaten to the ground by these monsters. However, a level 35 king-level monster is not so easy to bully. The anglerfish ice fish king roared to the sky, as if to declare that this was its territory. Within a few miles, all the anglerfish and icefish rushed towards this forest with air. In the dark, black world, it seemed as if countless tiny, ethereal blue sprites rushed towards them in an instant. More, smaller but in greater numbers, anglerfish icefish began to rush in, frantically tearing at Wang Fei and his teammates. An anglerfish landed on the ground, thrashing about and biting off a connecting thread. The anglerfish icefish king broke free of its restraints, but its first instinct was not to retaliate. Instead, it prepared to plunge into the deep sea to get back to a place where it could breathe. However, Wang Fei was not going to give his opponent a chance. He raised his right hand, and 3 level 30 monsters flew up from behind him. They are all fire type: volcano turtle, fire spirit monkey, and fire horse. Let me show you the latest soul weapon worth 100 million yuan, the blazing 6 doors. Wang Fei raised his right hand, and spiritual energy gathered towards the jade stone in his hand. The jade stone was carved like a 6-sided gate. With a wave of his hand, the jade transformed into a blazing, sealed gate, instantly rising over 30 feet high before flying towards the edge of the magic array and crashing heavily in front of the anglerfish icefish king. As soon as the anglerfish icefish king stopped, 6 fiery impacts simultaneously struck from behind it. It was Wang Fei's demon beast, who had unleashed a low-level combat skill, Twin Fire Flying Stars. Chapter 85: Reaping the Benefits. 6 fireballs struck the anglerfish icefish king directly on the back, propelling it forward as its massive body crashed into the 6 flaming doors. Awoo! The anglerfish icefish king let out a miserable cry, and the aroma of burnt food filled the secret realm. Several of Wang Fei's subordinates drooled. After all, they had been guarding for a day and a night, and everyone should be hungry. But Gu Yuan remained composed. After all, he had just finished eating the stone-fried seafood made by Hongling. Hongling was about to rush out, but Gu Yuan stopped her, saying, "Wait a little longer, the time is not right yet." Although half of the anglerfish icefish king was charred, it was still alive. Its will to survive forced it to reveal its last trump card. The small light on the head of the anglerfish icefish king emitted an even brighter blue light. The cold aura masked the heat, and a cold wind blew, even carrying mottled white snow. The small blue light on the head of the anglerfish icefish king pushed out a blast of cold air. Gu Yuan turned around and leaned against the tree trunk. Cold blue spiritual energy blew past both sides of the tree trunk. When Gu Yuan looked back again, the blue spirit grass in front of us was covered with a layer of frost, and many tree trunks were still covered with icicles. Wang Fei and his entourage of demonic beasts all looked as if they had been frozen in Antarctica for a day. Even with their best efforts to resist, a layer of frost had formed on their bodies. As expected, it's a king-level demonic beast. Instead of being disappointed, Wang Fei burst into laughter. Ha ha, only a demonic beast with an inner core as powerful as yours is worthy of me. Attack! The first to recover from being frozen were Wang Fei's 3 fire tribute monsters, the volcano turtle, the fire spirit monkey, and the fire horse. Although they were also frozen stiff, Wang Fei had another method. He took out a magic gourd from his waist. 3 pills were poured out, ice-resistant pills. Then, he tossed these pills to his 3 pets. After the 3 pets ate them, the frost on their bodies melted away and turned into wisps of green smoke that rose up. The 3 pets rushed forward and engaged in a fierce battle with the anglerfish icefish and the anglerfish icefish king that covered the ground. In fact, with the fighting power of Wang Fei's 3 demonic beasts, it would be impossible for them to defeat the anglerfish icefish king. However, in this secluded, airy realm of bones, all they need to do is trap the anglerfish icefish king and prevent it from escaping. The battle lasted for a full hour, and the intensity of the scene was so great that it almost destroyed the secret realm. Facing the threat of death, the anglerfish icefish king used all its strength. However, under Wang Fei's relentless attacks, he still died in the secret realm. All of Wang Fei's pets were exhausted, and he himself suffered from frostbite in many places. His stiff body knelt on the ground, as if he had just run a marathon and was out of breath. Ha ha ha, I won, Gu Yuan. Your first place is no longer secure. With the inner core of such a powerful anglerfish icefish king, I can easily gain 6 or 7,000 points in one go. Let's see how you surpass me. Wang Fei's lips curled up, and when he laughed, he coughed incessantly, as if he were having an asthma attack. Yes, that's right. With the inner core of this level 35 king-level demon beast, securing first place is absolutely no problem. Gu Yuan, without anyone noticing, stood behind Wang Fei, nodding in agreement, as naturally as a student listening to a lecture. Wang Fei's heart skipped a beat when he saw Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan, what are you doing? This is a king-level demon beast that I spent all night last night, using dozens of pills, and the whole team fought hard to kill. Oh, Gu Yuan seemed not to understand what the other party was saying. He walked to the side of the anglerfish ice fish king, used a dagger to cut open the chandelier on the head of the anglerfish ice fish king, and then took out the inner core from it. Then, it's like browsing vegetables at a market, choosing what you want without paying, and you just leave naturally. Gu Yuan, you shameless bastard, this is mine. Wang Fei writhed on the ground, crawling forward, but he was too tired. As soon as he stood up, he collapsed again. Gu Yuan simply walked right past him, without even summoning his beast, and disappeared from Wang Fei's sight. Gu Yuan arrived at a safe cave, and after decomposing them, he reassembled the inner cores of the anglerfish ice fish king and the crane wing flying serpent. Mythical level wind-type beast tamer, king level ice-type demon beast's inner core. Only one last thing is missing, a dual secret realm of wind and ice attributes. This isn't actually difficult, as it's outside of rare instances where death and fire can be combined. Ice and wind are relatively easy to find. The cold current is a kind of moving wind and ice attribute secret realm. As Antarctic glaciers melt and enter the sea, they drift south with ocean currents, creating a cold front in Guangdong province in January. The oceans in the nearshore areas can be considered secret realms with both ice and wind attributes. Hongling, this time, Qi Xue and I need to be alone for a while. Gu Yuan arrived at the edge of the secret realm. He took out a water-repelling bead and said, "Next, Qi Xue and I will dive into the sea and complete the inscription in the cold current. The water is not suitable for you, so." Qi Xue covered her mouth and chuckled, while Hongling nodded. "Since it is master's request, I will obey." Finally, Qi Xue was secretly delighted. In the past, her sister would always be outside while she was placed in the pet space. This time, she finally had the opportunity to be alone with her husband. Qi Xue was much quicker to embrace modernization than Hongling. "My lord, I have a set of clothes. I wonder if you would like them." Qi Xue had changed into a swimsuit at some point. It is clear that Qi Xue is indeed bolder than Hongling, and is better able to integrate into and experience the new era. The key point is that Qi Xue was also wearing a pair of red high heels, her foxy eyes blinking as she looked at him, and she swayed her waist as she walked. Gu Yuan swallowed hard. This vixen was unwilling to leave and walked up to Gu Yuan. "My lord, shall we begin the engraving again?" As she spoke, Qi Xue winked at Gu Yuan before asking, "What kind of combat skill will you be gifting me this time?" Qi Xue's eyes were like autumn water, and when she looked at Gu Yuan, they were quite beautiful, with her eyes crystal clear like a blue crystal. "Of course, I'll do whatever you say, sir." After saying that, Qi Xue leaned against Gu Yuan, her alluring fox eyes looking into his. Fortunately, beast tamers cannot use any destructive or beneficial combat techniques on their beasts. The contracts researched by the older generation are truly all meticulously designed, with no superfluous clauses. Otherwise, this vixen would probably be flying high. Gu Yuan, feeling a chill run down his spine under Qi Xue's gaze, sighed. However, Gu Yuan still wasn't very interested in Qi Xue. His mind was still on Hongling. Although he thought Qi Xue was beautiful, he didn't have any other thoughts about her. Chapter 86 Seven Snows Abdominal Inscription, Heaven Rank Combat Technique. Lower Abdomen. When Gu Yuan said this, the inscription was indeed located on his lower abdomen. All the inscription locations were carefully designed. The inscription for this heavenly rank combat skill had to be done on the waist and abdomen. Gu Yuan was the first to dive into the water and put a water-repelling bead in his mouth. This water-repelling bead is a rare elixir. When held in the mouth, it allows the wearer to be surrounded by water attribute spiritual energy, enabling them to resist water pressure and breathe underwater. Gu Yuan was able to withstand the water pressure and breathe for more than half an hour. Therefore, Gu Yuan prepared 4 water-repelling beads, 1 hour for each person. Gu Yuan quickly swam in one direction underwater, and soon he felt the current flowing through the water. It was incredibly fast, like a gust of wind underwater. You could vaguely see the seaweed all around swaying in one direction with the waves. Damn it, this is going to be much harder than I expected. Gu Yuan had heard that there were a lot of wind attribute elements in the cold current, but he never thought it would be this powerful. These currents surged and crashed in the deep sea, as if he were in the eye of a storm, causing Gu Yuan's body to sway. In such an environment, let alone engraving. Before he knew it, Gu Yuan was swept away by the cold current. Qi Shui quickly grabbed Gu Yuan's right hand and pulled him back. "My lord, you are so precious, you absolutely cannot be harmed. Otherwise, on the road to the underworld, my sister will burn me to the 18th level of hell." With a charming smile, Qi Shui lightly touched the cold current, instantly freezing the seawater and forming a ring that encircled Gu Yuan. At the same time, his body swiftly glided through the deep sea, quickly swimming to Gu Yuan's side. "I'm starting." Gu Yuan tossed out two inner cores, which unfolded in the air and gradually tore apart, forming a blue powder. For some reason, the surrounding cold currents suddenly stopped and began to gather a blue aura towards Gu Yuan's fingers. Immediately afterwards, this spiritual energy began to merge into Qi Shui's body. Ugh! Qi Shui seemed to want to shout, but because she was underwater, she only tilted her head back and blew out a few bubbles. The engravings made in the depths of the ocean are extremely difficult to achieve. The ethereal atmosphere flowing in the air, mixed with the icy seawater, is unforgettable. The pores changed color as a result, forming inscriptions similar to tattoos, which then began to emit a blue aura. Gu Yuan's fingers moved rapidly through the water, stirring the seawater, and he increased the speed according to the instructions in the book. Qi Shui, who was receiving the inscription, was clearly struggling and almost drowned. It seemed that this was the first time Gu Yuan had seen Qi Shui undergo such a dramatic change, from a rather unruly fox spirit to someone so delicate. An hour passed, and when Gu Yuan brought Qi Shui back to the secret realm, the two of them emerged from the water, panting heavily, and lay on the ground. Gu Yuan checked Qi Shui's attributes. 7 Snow. Race, 9-tailed snow fox. Qualification Myth. Level, 26. Combat skills. Blizzard, innate constitution. Ice fox charm, innate bloodline. Icy world, earth rank. Snowball, earth rank. Mounted stance, earth rank. Note, due to the effect of Yishan Fang, the snowball and riding stance have evolved into earth rank, and the snowball possesses effects that surpass those of ordinary earth rank. The riding posture of the earth rank allows for better stamina conservation, faster running speed, and longer riding duration. Engraved combat skills. Ice Claw, earth rank. Absolute 0, new. Bewitching Eye, new. Absolute 0, heavenly rank. 7 snowflakes gather into a blast of icy air, which shoots forward, freezing everything in its path. Absolute 0 is the lowest temperature in thermodynamics. Even ongoing microscopic reactions will be frozen and halted. Enchanting Eye, earth rank, inherited from the anglerfish Ice Fish King. Qi Shui lights up a pale blue heart, gathers the aura of the Ice Fox charm into it, and throws it forward. After hitting the enemy, it causes a charm effect. Qi Shui was overjoyed to have acquired this combat skill and tried to pounce on Gu Yuan, but she failed as Gu Yuan dodged her. Qi Shui was very disappointed because she could sense Gu Yuan's thoughts in his soul sea. Gu Yuan had no interest in other women. There was only one spirit beast he could not forget, and that was Hong Ling. What an unexpected bonus! Gu Yuan suddenly exclaimed. One inscription has actually left behind 2 combat skills. Judging from the appearance, the anglerfish Ice Fish King that Gu Yuan encountered was not just a king-level creature, but also a high-potential existence among king-level monsters. Its inner core has an additional bonus that leans towards the charm attribute, and the combination of Qi Shui's Ice Fox charm and the anglerfish Ice Fish King's Bewitching Eye combat skill is perfect. Thus, with each inscription, an additional inherited combat skill was acquired, Enchanting Eye. In this way, Qi Shui's charm is no longer limited to nearby targets, but can also have an effect on distant enemies, just like a ranged targeted skill. When Gu Yuan thought about this, he couldn't help but feel that he had really made a great profit this time. In addition to getting the inner core needed for a heaven rank combat skill for free, they also got an earth rank combat skill for free. Suddenly, Qi Shui pressed herself against Gu Yuan's face. My lord, I'm so tired right now. You've been bullying me like this. Do you really think I'll forget about that so easily? A blue butterfly tattoo with outstretched wings appeared on Qi Shui's lower abdomen. Of course, I'm giving back this heavenly rank combat skill to my dearest husband. You should know what giving back means, right? It means sharing a portion of my power with you. As Qi Shui spoke, she slowly floated into the air, and the spiritual energy emanating from her body drifted towards Gu Yuan. Chapter 87 Beneath the Deep Sea. The ability to replicate the combat skills of one's own pets is a given. And of course, heavenly rank combat skills can also be replicated. However, Gu Yuan could not replicate Hong Ling's Phoenix Fall, because Phoenix Fall is a combat skill that can only be used by phoenixes, and it will consume the user's life after use. However, Gu Yuan cannot be like Hong Ling, who can transform into an egg and then be resurrected while on the verge of death. Qi Shui's Absolute Zero is different. Gu Yuan can also use this combat technique. After learning the meaning of giving back, Qi Shui walked step by step towards Gu Yuan, accompanied by the clattering sound of her high heels. Qi Shui pressed one hand to her lips as she walked toward Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan remained unfazed. He had no interest in other women. His heart was only set on one unforgettable spirit beast, Hong Ling. No matter how beautiful Qi Shui was, she was nothing more than a powerful spirit beast in Gu Yuan's heart, and he had no other thoughts about her. Hong Ling had already emerged from the pet space. She raised one hand, and the phoenix feather flame burned fiercely in her hand. Qi Shui shuddered in fright, and then became obedient, not moving around anymore, and was very well-behaved and compliant. Qi Shui's expression immediately changed from a mischievous smile to fear, and finally back to quiet and peaceful. Sister, please don't be so violent. I didn't mean anything by it. I'm very proper, especially in such a dangerous place. I never forget that we're in a secret realm and need to be careful. After the feedback ended, Gu Yuan was finally able to use Qi Shui's combat skills. At this point, only one day remained. Gu Yuan had overreacted by memorizing the inner core of the king-level anglerfish Ice Fish King before inscribing it. After exchanging for the inner core of the anglerfish Ice Fish King, Gu Yuan gained nearly 6,000 points. Gu Yuan's current points total 13,000. When Gu Yuan checked the university forum, even though a whole day had passed, the forum was still buzzing with activity. Gu Yuan is still in first place. He's too strong. 13,000 points. What does that even mean? To put it simply, he's not only the top performer in this secret realm cultivation, but also the all-time leader in the history of the bone-sinking secret realm cultivation, surpassing the second-place finisher by more than 3,000 points. Wow, that's amazing. Who is this Gu Yuan? Because Gu Yuan had hardly hunted any monsters during this period, his points remained unchanged. The hunting teams behind them were giving chase with all their might. Unfortunately, ordinary monsters don't offer many points, and powerful monsters aren't so easy to hunt. Therefore, these people's points are only slowly climbing towards the strongest group represented by Gu Yuan, like a snail. This powerless resistance, more so than outright surrender, highlights the unattainable distance of Gu Yuan's points. Wang Hao, a sophomore, is practically risking his life, but he still can't catch up with Gu Yuan. What high school prodigy? They're no match for that guy. The Ice-type princess, Mohen, is probably crying now, after meeting Wang Fei and Gu Yuan, who is many times more monstrous than Wang Fei. As messages from these forums flashed by one after another, Gu Yuan merely smiled indifferently, then his expression turned serious. Someone is dead. The somber news immediately shattered the students' cheerful atmosphere, like a bucket of cold water poured over their heads, telling them that this was not a field trip. This is a secret realm. Although it is within a large human magic array, one careless move can still cost you your life. Gu Yuan saw a bloody and violent picture. In the picture, a student was lying in a pool of blood, covered in blood, and had been eaten, leaving only half of him. It was those tied assassins who did it. There are marks on his body from being crushed by pliers. Damn it, these monsters actually caused us to lose one of our comrades. Let's go. The coordinates are to the west. Let's go together and hunt them down. Let them know that we are the hunters, and they are just the prey. Master, why does your expression remain so solemn? Hongling's expression turned serious when she saw Gu Yuan put away his phone. The Tide Hunter is an aggressive demonic beast that attacks very stealthily. It's reasonable that it would kill the student before they could even send out a distress signal. But, as Gu Yuan spoke, his eyes suddenly sharpened. The corpse was cut open from top to bottom, but there was no trace of the blue crystal grass around it being torn apart by the Tide Hunters. When Gu Yuan said this, his eyes were sharp as knives and extremely cold. Hongling immediately understood Gu Yuan's meaning and released the 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix. She sent the nearest osprey to fly over and carefully examine all the surrounding bushes. There were no traces of the crayfish monster's pincers cutting into them. Gu Yuan sighed, silently raised his head, and looked towards the distant horizon. Someone killed someone to steal their treasure, knocked them unconscious, and then dumped them next to the Tide Hunter, letting them be killed. As Gu Yuan said this, his right hand clenched so tightly it cracked. Bastard, he actually did this for money. Gu Yuan had also killed people. It was a strange feeling, but it was a last resort. It was impossible for him to safely return to Anjia with both teacher Han Yue and a terrorist who could escape at any moment. He couldn't risk his life. However, if he wasn't killed, he would escape and harm countless people. So Gu Yuan took action and ended his life. Gu Yuan executed the entire process cleanly and efficiently, hitting vital points with all 3 shots. But this person could be described as a psychopath. He would anesthetize living people and then throw them in front of a monster, watching how the monster would devour them. Bring back some grass from around the body, preferably grass with bloodstains on it. Coo coo coo, a cormorant flew back, carrying a leaf of blue crystal grass in its beak. Gu Yuan looked down at the leaves of the blue crystal grass, examined them carefully for a while, but couldn't see anything wrong with them, so he used his bracelet to disassemble them. Aside from disassembling the blue crystal grass leaves, when they came across the bloodstains on them, 2 more items appeared in my disassembly options. Besides the bloodstains on it, there was something else. Drunken Dream Dissipation. Made from the pollen of the bewitching butterfly and refined with earth-rank spirit fire, it has an extremely strong paralyzing effect. Once inhaled, it causes the muscles throughout the body to twitch, instantly losing the ability to resist and finally collapsing to the ground. Someone poisoned him, and they poisoned his own teammates. Gu Yuan gripped the blade of grass tightly. It's most likely a temporary team. No one would be so stupid as to attack their long-term teammate. Chapter 88 Wang Fei, you're finished. Gu Yuan didn't think too much about it. He simply compared the parameters he found on his phone and came to a conclusion. It is more refined than any other drunken dream powder used by anyone else on the market. It was made by a master. Gu Yuan planned to find the murderer, firstly to avenge his deceased classmate, and secondly to gain more commendation from the principal. Using the effect of Hongling's 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix to get all the cormorants moving, Gu Yuan found no trace of the suspect. Instead, he discovered a girl lying on the ground, who had been anesthetized. She lay on the ground, surrounded by a dozen tied hunters, while her 2 pets were defending her with all their might. Red Feather, Gu Yuan shouted. Although the distance between them was at least 2 or 3 kilometers, it was nothing to Red Feather. After evolving from the Fiery Jade Phoenix to the Wildfire Fiery Jade Phoenix, Red Feather is able to fly at supersonic speeds, covering speeds of 2 to 3 kilometers per hour in less than 6 seconds. Moreover, throughout the process, accompanied by ear-piercing sonic booms, Gu Yuan witnessed for the first time the terrifying sight of a demonic beast flying at supersonic speeds. It was as if layers of sonic barriers had rolled up around Hongling, and the sharp explosion sent all the surrounding grass blades flying into the air. Red Feather slammed directly in front of the surrounding girls, pushing out a surge of flames that instantly turned the surrounding tied assassins into roasted lobsters. Gu Yuan arrived 5 minutes later on Qi Shui. Hongling had already helped the girl up and asked, "Are you all right? Who left you here?" A girl's trembling voice came out. "My name is Lu Yakin. It's Wang Fei. He wanted to team up with me, and I thought he was very handsome, so I agreed." Then, Lu Yakin threw herself into Gu Yuan's arms. "Wang Fei is so mean. Gu Yuan, you have to help me." Gu Yuan looked at the adorable girl who had jumped into his arms, clicked his tongue slightly, and scratched his cheek. "Hey, do you know where Wang Fei is right now? He's heading south, and he's moving very fast, so be careful." Gu Yuan put Lu Yakin down. "All right, let your pet protect you well. I'm going after him. This guy's good days are over." However, just as Gu Yuan was about to leave, Lu Yakin suddenly hugged him from behind. "Brother Gu Yuan, don't leave. It's so dangerous here. If you leave, what will I do if Wang Fei's men come back?" Lu Yakin is a pretty girl. Any man would blush and have his heart race if she clung to him like that. However, Gu Yuan had been seduced by Qi Shui so many times that it was as if he was facing hellish temptations every day. Now that he was suddenly faced with beginner-level temptations, he was still very clear-headed. "So, what do you mean?" Gu Yuan turned to look at Lu Yakin. "Why don't you bring Yakin along? I'll thank you properly." As she spoke, Lu Yakin raised her right hand and released several spirit fruits from her storage ring. All of them were top-grade spirit fruits. "These are what I collected. Wang Fei only harbored ill intentions towards me because I had these spiritual fruits. Consider this my way of thanking you." Gu Yuan looked at the spiritual fruit and chuckled. "Thanks, but I don't really want to eat it." "What do you mean?" Lu Yakin tilted her head, thinking she looked cute. However, Gu Yuan picked up the spiritual fruit, handed it to her. and stared at her with wide eyes, saying, "You go first." Lu Yakin blinked, and the smile that had been spreading across her face froze. "Brother Gu Yuan," Lu Yakin said, bowing her head. "This is my way of thanking Brother Gu Yuan." "That's a good plan," Gu Yuan praised, "but I won't fall for it. First of all, the person who died was not knocked unconscious, but was drugged by food by his teammates. However, this woman wanted to stage a scene where she was attacked and knocked unconscious by Wang Fei, and then rescued by Gu Yuan. Unfortunately, if Gu Yuan hadn't used the bracelet's decomposition ability to obtain the blood test report of the deceased student, she would have had a 1 in 1,000 chance of success. Having just witnessed someone being killed after eating something given to them, Gu Yuan is now determined not to eat anything, regardless of whether it's a beautiful woman or some expensive rare treasure. Just let me explain. Lu Yakin never expected that Gu Yuan would have such courage, not only refusing to be seduced by her beauty, but also cornering her. Red Feather's sharp claws pinned her pet little mountain sparrow firmly to the ground, while Seven Snow froze her other pet, the mud turtle, into an ice block. These two pets both cherish their master very much. Has this ungrateful woman lost her mind? How dare she hug their master in front of them? Both Qi Shui and Hong Ling had murderous intent in their eyes, as if they wished they could burn this guy to ashes. Lu Yakin immediately knelt on the ground. "Brother Gu Yuan, it wasn't me. It was Wang Fei who made me do it." This was a setup by Wang Fei. She took out her phone and pulled up her chat history with Wang Fei. "The most handsome and dazzling demon king. Do as I say, kill Gu Yuan, and then dig out the inner cores of her 2 spirit pets. Those are the inner cores of mythical level demon beasts, and one can sell for billions. Little cute bunny. But, big brother, aren't you going to help me? The most handsome and dazzling demon king. Humph, Gu Yuan is such a stupid loser who has never even touched a woman's hand. You can just use the same actions you usually use on me, and he'll fall for it. I have something even more important to do. I've discovered a rare spiritual fire, a low-grade earth level 1, which can be used to refine pills. I can't come over for the time being. Even if you can't kill Gu Yuan, you have to keep him occupied and prevent him from bothering me again. Little cute bunny. Okay, I'll do as you say, big brother. After we're done, give me a hug and a kiss." Hee. Gu Yuan laughed, thinking to himself, "Wang Fei, you're incredibly bold. To steal the inner cores of my 2 mythical level pets. You're even willing to kill someone. However, I still want that Earth rank spirit fire of yours. After all, it is Earth rank. After Hongling evolves, as long as she absorbs any Earth rank spirit fire, she will advance to obtain a Heaven rank spirit fire. How can I let go of such a good opportunity?" Gu Yuan smiled slightly and sent a message. "Little cute rabbit. Brother Wang Fei, you're so amazing, so amazing. I've already knocked out Gu Yuan and his 2 beasts. Where are you? I'm coming to find you and bringing them over too. I want a hug, and I want a kiss." Chapter 89 One-on-One Challenge with Wang Fei. Ugh. Gu Yuan almost vomited after sending the message. But sending a disgusting message was nothing compared to Hong Ling's ability to obtain a heaven-rank spirit fire. On the other side, Wang Fei's ecstatic emotions almost overflowed from the other side of the screen. He sent 3 hug and kiss emojis in a row. Gu Yuan felt a chill run down his spine at the sight. This guy was truly disgusting. "Hey, he seems to really like you," Gu Yuan shouted to Lu Yakin, then showed her the messages on his phone. However, the other party didn't care. He's just a playboy. He's like that with everyone. All he wants is the inner core of a mythical level pet. Gu Yuan smiled knowingly. "Indeed, you're right. Looks like you're not stupid after all." The message Wang Fei sent later confirmed Lu Yakin's guess. "Quickly dig out the inner cores of that phoenix and the white fox. Then kill Gu Yuan and throw him to those demonic beasts. Let them eat him until there are no bones left." Wang Fei's message arrived quickly, but Gu Yuan snorted coldly, thinking to himself that if he wanted to die, he'd see who the real clown was. The other party has already sent an address. "I'm currently gathering Earth-grade spiritual fire and can't leave right now. Just come over here and give me the inner core." Although Earth-rank spirit fire is precious, it still cannot compare to 2 mythical-level demon beast inner cores. What Wang Fei wanted most right now was the inner cores of these 2 demonic beasts, so he naturally stopped hiding them and hoped that Lu Yakin would get there as soon as possible. However, what he didn't know was that after Gu Yuan obtained this position, not only would he not be able to get the inner core, but even his own Earth-rank spiritual fire would be taken away by Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan forcibly fed the spirit fruit that Lu Yakin had just given him to her, causing her to fall into a deep sleep. He then threw her into a hole in the ground and hid her away. There's no need to worry too much. This is 1,000 meters below the seabed. She can't escape even if she wanted to. And the police guarding the elevator are already on standby. Gu Yuan quickly moved towards Wang Fei's coordinates and soon discovered another underwater rift valley. Gu Yuan saw Wang Fei below the rift, his hand raised high. The lava below the canyon was fiery red. However, the transparent bottle in Wang Fei's hand was a very crystal blue color. The blue bottle emitted a soft blue light, and the flames absorbed from the molten lava gradually turned azure. Ha! Today is truly my lucky day. Wang Fei held the bottle in his hand. The bottle had now turned transparent again, and a blue snowflake was floating inside. The snowflakes are perfectly hexagonal, but the charred marks on the bottle's rim reveal that they are not as cold as snowflakes, but rather filled with violent heat. Not only were we able to obtain the inner cores of 2 mythical-level demonic beasts, but we also obtained a tertiary-grade spiritual fire, specifically the nether snow-earth fire used for alchemy. If I hadn't always carried the spirit fire collection bottle from my family's alchemy lineage, I wouldn't have been able to collect it. With this spiritual fire, I can quickly become one of the next generation of alchemists that my family is grooming for advancement. So rare? There's actually such a treasure in this secret realm. How amazing! Gu Yuan appeared behind Wang Fei. Upon hearing Gu Yuan's voice, Wang Fei was startled and quickly turned around, only to see Gu Yuan looking at him with a smile on his face. Lu Yakin, that shameless woman actually lied to me. Wang Fei's face, which had been beaming with smiles just moments before, now looked as disgusted as if he had swallowed a fly. He glared at Gu Yuan, instinctively trying to hide the bottle behind his back. Gu Yuan appeared quite content. During the last treasure hunt in the secret realm, you were the one who killed your classmate, right, Wang Fei? You have nowhere to run now. I'll punish you for what you did. You've given it to the garrison here. Do you still want to run? Hand over all your valuables, and I'll spare your life. Wang Fei was a little confused, thinking to himself, what the hell is going on? Wasn't he the villain who killed and stole treasure? Why is he saying this to me? It took Wang Fei a few seconds to recover. His face was deathly pale. He knew that once this matter was exposed, his life was over. Gu Yuan, you're forcing me, aren't you? Fine, if Lu Yakin can't kill you, I'll do it. Wang Fei put the bottle into his coat pocket, took out a mid-grade spirit energy pill, and swallowed it. Gu Yuan, your biggest weakness is that you are too greedy. Don't forget, I am a 3rd-grade beast tamer. I have 3 beasts, all of which are at level 30, and I also have a lot of pills. After consuming the pill, Wang Fei's spiritual energy surged. He drew a military dagger, looked at Gu Yuan, and slightly shook his head. Trying to defeat me before the police arrive and then steal my treasures? Naive. I'll make you lose your life here. Gu Yuan scratched his head. Looks like I've been completely underestimated. Wang Fei, a beast tamer isn't like Han Xian commanding troops, where more is always better. It all comes down to the quality of the pets you tame. Wang Fei's pet control space opened, and 2 level 30 spirit pets jumped out together. A raging fire burned on the back of the fire horse, and the fire spirit monkey sat directly on it, as if it had become a knight, and charged towards Gu Yuan at an extremely fast speed. The fire spirit monkey unleashed its earth-rank combat skill, Fire Dance Slash. In the fire spirit monkey's hand, the flames transformed into a burning broadsword, which, with rapid swings, seemed to tear through the air, creating rings of fiery red crescents. The crescent moon slashed towards Gu Yuan. However, Gu Yuan stood motionless with his arms crossed. Hong Ling flew off Gu Yuan's shoulder, and the moment she raised her wings, she pushed forward a surge of spiritual fire, a raging firestorm. A tornado of flames swept towards the fire monkey knight. Azure Bell, fire-resistant pill. Wang Fei also demonstrated the profound knowledge and experience expected of a scion of a family specializing in alchemy. He tossed a small vessel, resembling a copper bell, into his hand. The vessel traced a parabola in the air, gradually growing larger until it transformed into a copper bell, which enveloped the fire spirit monkey and the fire horse. Before throwing them out, 2 pills were tossed into the bronze bell. After the bronze bell covered the fire spirit monkey and the fire horse, the pills fell into their mouths. Protected by the bronze bell, the 2 spirit pets broke through the flames. Try the fire-based combat skills unleashed by 2 level 30 demonic beasts at the same time. Wang Fei clenched his right fist as if shouting a victory, and the bronze bell flew up. The fire spirit monkey punched out a pillar of fire, while the fire horse also spewed out a torrent of flames. Two streams of fire shot towards Gu Yuan's direction. There's no chance. Wang Fei thought to himself that even if he died today, he would drag Gu Yuan down to hell with such a fierce attack, especially after consuming his own mid-grade fiery pill. If those two flames hit Gu Yuan head-on, he would be instantly turned into charcoal. Chapter 90 Beating Wang Fei. However, Gu Yuan still didn't move. His arms still crossed over his chest, which made Wang Fei even more convinced that this guy was doomed. Until Qi Shui emerged from behind Gu Yuan, the fox with pure white fur suddenly raised its head, revealing a blue stripe extending from its lower abdomen upwards. Absolute zero. Qi Shui suddenly shot out a beam of azure light, freezing everything in its path into transparent ice sculptures. Whether it was grass or insects, they were all frozen in an instant and charged forward, hoping to burn Gu Yuan's fire spirit monkey and fire horse to death with raging fire. There was no time to dodge. The flames they spewed out were instantly frozen. It wasn't that the flames were frozen. Rather, they turned into crystal clear, salt-like pieces that fell to the ground. This was formed when the violently moving flame's spiritual elements were frozen and unable to continue burning. Seeing his two strongest demonic beasts turn into ice crystal statues, Wang Fei's face turned ashen. He could hardly believe what he was seeing. Heavens! A heaven-rank combat skill. Yet another heaven-rank combat skill. Wang Fei's eyebrows twitched, and his mouth twitched as he spoke, making it difficult for him to speak coherently. Why? Why does he have another heaven-rank combat skill? This guy not only has two mythical-level demonic beasts, but also two heaven-rank combat skills. These are all things that people his age dream of, and he has them all. Be a good boy and listen to me. Qi Shui took a step forward in her high heels, one beautiful leg crossed over the other, and one hand on her hip, as if showing off her perfect figure. Wang Fei's eyes nearly popped out of his head as he watched. Qi Shui made a heart shape with her right hand and placed it on her fragrant red lips, blowing a kiss. However, this was no ordinary kiss. Wang Fei saw Qi Shui below her navel, on her long, white, beautiful legs, at the position of her lower abdomen. At that moment, blue butterfly-like inscriptions shone brightly. This is an inscribed combat technique. The blue kiss hit the third pet volcano turtle responsible for protecting him. The turtle immediately drooled with a sneer, its eyes only on the fox, and walked blankly toward the direction Qi Shui had gone. This is a charm-type combat skill. But that heaven-rank combat skill just now was also generated by that inscription. Could it be that? Wang Fei is now filled with regret. In other words, the inscription of this heaven-rank battle skill was actually made using the inner core of the Anglerfish Ice Fish King that he had obtained. Moreover, the Anglerfish Ice Fish King was so rare and precious that, when it was engraved, it also passed on to this fox a Tier 1 combat skill, Enchanting Eye. Gu Yuan, I'll fight you to the death today. He couldn't tolerate Gu Yuan, a commoner who was 2 years younger than him, climbing over him and taking so many advantages that should have belonged to him. He wanted to kill Gu Yuan, no matter the cost. Blink. The light illuminated Gu Yuan's face, and at that moment, Gu Yuan saw Wang Fei appear in front of him in an instant. The shimmering belt around his waist was radiating the unique spiritual energy contained within the Taoist principles of space. Ha ha ha, Gu Yuan, die? If I can't beat your spirit pet, I'll just kill you. Wang Fei took out a small black USB drive from his pocket, pressed his thumb on the fingerprint unlock area, and a slender military dagger immediately extended out. Wang Fei plummeted toward Gu Yuan, gripping the sword hilt tightly with one hand, the blade pointing directly at Gu Yuan. M9. Gu Yuan recognized the military bayonet. It was an M9, 2 generations more advanced than Gu Yuan's broken M7. This M9 not only supports fingerprint unlocking, but also has a faster ejection speed. When Wang Fei appeared in front of Gu Yuan, the blade was only 3 inches away from Gu Yuan's eyes. If you get stabbed directly, you're basically done for. A flash assassination, aiming for a 1-for-1 trade. Gu Yuan's lips curved slightly, and then he took a step back. At this moment, Gu Yuan once again used the effect of his flashing belt. Blink. Gu Yuan's body disappeared and reappeared in the distance. Wang Fei's sword struck empty air, shattering the rock where Gu Yuan was standing, and he himself nearly fell into the lava. A flashing belt? Impossible. This guy is clearly just an ordinary commoner. Where did he get the money to buy such luxurious equipment? Wang Fei was furious, but Gu Yuan didn't flash too far. Instead, he only flashed back half a meter to avoid M9's thrust. There's no limit to how far you can escape with a teleport. Wang Fei's lips curved slightly, as if he had once again grasped the hope of victory. Soul Weapon, The Flaming Six Doors. Soul Weapon, Fire Spirit Stone. Soul Weapon, Soul-Chasing Twin Fire Spikes. Wang Fei truly lives up to his reputation as a young master. He effortlessly tossed out 3 fire tribute soul weapons. You're still too green to compete with me in terms of soul weapons. Without a family background, having 2 mythical-level soul beasts is useless. Of course, when Wang Fei spoke about the 2 mythical-level soul beasts, his voice trembled slightly, sounding somewhat lacking in confidence and filled with undisguised envy. It's like the fox who couldn't reach the grapes, saying they're sour. You've already lost. Gu Yuan raised his right hand, drawing the Tang's sword once again, which the Turks had named after a fiery demon from the Earth's core. What kind of Horcrux is this? When Wang Fei first saw the Millennium Soul Weapon, he was immediately shocked by its terrifying aura and the savage, overwhelming sense of oppression. When the Tang's sword was drawn, all the flames, including the phoenix feather flames of the red-feathered sword and the lava on the ground, were drawn into the sword. His 3 fire elemental artifacts, though already thrown out, had their fire energy absorbed by Moda's pure white sword. These 3 Horcruxes, which he described as symbols of noble science, lay on the ground as if their souls had been drained. Instead, it was the Moda in Gu Yuan's hand that was burning with raging flames. With a slash from Gu Yuan, Wang Fei raised his M9 in an attempt to block it. However, without any chance whatsoever, his imported magic weapon from the United States was instantly cleaved in 2. Flames engulfed the entire canyon, and the surrounding lava churned. Wang Fei crashed heavily into the rock wall, creating a large crater in which he lay. Gu Yuan walked over, lowered his head, smiled slightly, grabbed his clothes, opened his coat, and took out the bottle from inside. Thank you for the spirit fire. Also, this bottle is nice, I'll take it too. Hey, what's that gourd in your bag for? Wow, so many pills, I want them too. However, Wang Fei just stared wide-eyed at the canyon, mouth agape, exclaiming, I actually lost. I actually lost. Chapter 91. Explosive Shock, number 1 on the Secret Realm historical ranking. Gu Yuan finally got everything he wanted, and this trip to the Secret Realm can be described as very fruitful. Not only did it inscribe a heaven-rank combat skill on Qi Shui, but it also allowed Hong Ling to evolve into the ancient fierce feather immortal phoenix, capable of supersonic flight. Now, with the Nether Snow Earth Fire, it can also grant Hong Ling a heaven-rank spiritual fire. Not to mention, Gu Yuan also took away the 100 million yuan worth of fiery 6 doors that Wang Fei had in his possession. However, this heavenly rank combat skill is not geared towards brute force. Judging from Wang Fei's performance, it is a rarer and more multifunctional alchemy-type spirit fire than brute force spirit fire. Alchemy. When Gu Yuan thought of those 2 words, he felt his wallet was about to take off. Think about the profits of the alchemy families in the capital. A single pill only costs tens of thousands of spiritual materials, but it can be sold for several million yuan. That's a profit margin of several hundred times. No wonder Wang Fei was willing to risk killing someone to monopolize the Nether Snow Earth Fire. This spiritual fire is practically a money-printing machine. Moreover, Gu Yuan obtained Wang Fei's medicine gourd. This rich second-generation young master from a prominent family of alchemists in the capital naturally possessed a wide variety of elixirs. Many of these are high-grade elixirs that are kept secret within the families of renowned alchemists in the capital. Of course, the quantity is limited. If other ordinary people were to obtain it, they would have to eat it themselves, and it would be gone in a very short time. However, Gu Yuan is different. As long as Gu Yuan has a sample, he can disassemble his bracelet once and mass-produce it with very low consumption. Gu Yuan immediately disassembled all the pills and put them into his bracelet. The amount of spiritual material extracted was not small, but it was not insignificant either, totaling 370,000. Spirit Gathering Pill requires 60,000 spirit substances. It can increase the user's control over spiritual energy, enhance the absorption of spiritual energy, and increase the cultivation speed by 60% during the subsequent cultivation process, lasting for 1 hour. Gale Pill requires 30,000 spirit materials to increase the wind attribute combat skill effect of the user or spirit beast by 30% for 3 minutes. Ming Qing Dan requires 60,000 spirit materials to remove the negative effects of all combat skills below level 40 for 1 minute. Basic Fiery Pill requires 20,000 spirit materials. Increases the fire attribute combat skill effectiveness of the user or spirit beast by 30% for 3 minutes. Intermediate Fiery Pill requires 40,000 spirit materials. Increases the fire attribute combat skill effect of the user or spirit beast by 60% for 3 minutes. Intermediate snow gathering pill. Requires 100,000 spirit materials to increase the ice attribute cultivation speed of the monster that consumes it by 50% for 3 hours. Drunken dream powder. Requires 60,000 spiritual substances. It can cause a drowsy effect on the person who takes it, lasting for 6 hours. Damn, 2 intermediate grade pills. Thank you so much. As a token of my gratitude, I'll send you to do hard labor. At this moment, the garrison had received Gu Yuan's report and the garrison had arrived. Gu Yuan likes to maximize profits in everything. Taking all the valuable things from Wang Fei wasn't enough. He wanted some other benefits as well. Wang Fei was also a student at Sun Yat-sen University, and this incident has now completely exposed a major scandal at the university. A day later, Gu Yuan lay on his recliner at home, eating grapes and drinking cola, and leisurely opened Tushio, a Chinese news and information platform. Wang Fei, a student from Sun Yat-sen University, together with Liu Yakin, another sophomore from Sun Yat-sen University, murdered their classmate in a secret realm for their own selfish gain. This front-page headline shocked the entire society when it appeared. This Wang Fei is also the eldest son of a renowned alchemy family in the capital, which has further fueled public opinion and made the alchemy family in the capital a target of public criticism. This is a society governed by the rule of law, and the influence of public opinion is a force that should not be underestimated. Even if a family of alchemists in the capital wanted to save the people, they couldn't possibly go against the majority. As a result, Wang Fei was completely abandoned. Wang Fei was sentenced to 20 years in prison and expelled from Zhongshan University of Animal Husbandry. After seeing the title, Gu Yuan smiled, looking at the photo and the resentment, shock, anger, and helplessness in the guy's eyes as he was dragged away. And the despair he experienced during the instant he went from the pinnacle of his life to the abyss of losing all hope was written all over his face. How pitiful, how pitiful. The noble young master has become a prisoner. However, compared to this news, Sun Yat-sen University seemed to be seeking revenge on the university forums. The rankings of the Hidden Bone Realm were updated and made into a video, which was played on various billboards and college application forms in Guangzhou. The video prominently features a historical leaderboard of inner core collection points for the bone-sinking secret realm. The first-ranked student was from 2001. I think his name was Yang something, and I heard that he later became a big shot in a military region. Suddenly, all the students on the top 10 list dropped 1 place, leaving the first place vacant. Gu Yuan's name, bearing the words Sun Yat-sen University, appeared at the top. Holy crap, who is this Gu Yuan? He's so amazing. He's broken the points record of the last 20 years. I heard that in one of the secret realms, 2 king-level monsters were killed. It seems that another young prodigy is about to emerge from seclusion. I fucking never want to see Gu Yuan again. It's all over the place lately. Ding dong. Suddenly, Gu Yuan received a friend request and clicked to accept. Principal Luo Jun. Gu Yuan, right? Your ID is quite unique. I won't change my name until I can draw Lei Lu. Headmaster, speak your mind. Principal Luo Jun. Let me change your nickname first. Gu Yuan. The principal is here to discuss awards, right? Principal Luo Jun. Yes, Gu Yuan. At this awards ceremony, Gu Yuan, don't focus on how vicious Wang Fei is. Instead, we should focus on how we conduct education, especially your education. Gu Yuan knew exactly what the old principal was thinking. This scandal at Sun Yat-sen University was tantamount to costing him his life. If not handled properly, the impact will continue to spread and may affect the entire school. However, the person who discovered Wang Fei's murder was Gu Yuan, who was also a student at Sun Yat-sen University, which gave them a chance to turn things around. Of course, this is on the premise that Gu Yuan cooperates and stands as a member of Sun Yat-sen University to criticize the bad apples. Instead of standing as a student admitted through the special admissions program who hasn't even started school yet, expressing concern about the environment of the school he'll be attending. Gu Yuan's attitude is very important. What is Gu Yuan thinking? Gu Yuan believes that cultivation resources are very important. Gu Yuan. Principal, actually, ever since I won first place, many universities have contacted me, saying that I am a promising student who loves learning and they hope that I can join their schools. This is not a joke by Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan's 1-against-3 performance in the college league was amazing. Dongguan No. 2 Middle School, which forced Gu Yuan to leave by cutting off his resources, is now filled with deep regret. Many schools, both openly and secretly, wanted to recruit Gu Yuan to their schools, offering all sorts of conditions. Principal Luo Jun of Zhongshan was sweating profusely. This kid, why does he like to extort money so much? This is blatant extortion. Although Luo Jun knew Gu Yuan's personality and that he was going to be blackmailed, he didn't expect it to be done so blatantly. 30 crystal beads. 30 crystal beads, half fire attribute and half ice attribute. The price was just right, enough to make Luo Jun wince, but not so bad that he couldn't afford it. With a heavy heart, Luo Jun gave in. He almost smashed his phone. It seemed he had invited a god with a huge appetite who couldn't be sent away to the school. Chapter 92. He has grown up. The thought that this little guy would have to study at his school for another 4 years gave Luo Jun a strange feeling that he would not have peace of mind in the future. The next day, Gu Yuan held a microphone. Gu Yuan, what do you think of the title Rising Star? Gu Yuan, how did you manage to grow so rapidly? Gu Yuan, could you share your learning experience with us? Many students and parents want to learn from you. The reporter kept pressing for answers. However, Gu Yuan just laughed it off, saying it was all thanks to the excellent teaching at Sun Yat-sen University. Having accepted hush money from the president of Sun Yat-sen University, Gu Yuan still decided to help the old man out. But what he said made the students of Sun Yat-sen University so ashamed that they couldn't face anyone. If Sun Yat-sen University was really that powerful, then why didn't they have a prodigy like Gu Yuan? After finishing his interview, Gu Yuan returned home and prepared to continue his cultivation. After absorbing a large number of crystal beads, Hong Ling's level directly broke through to level 30. Qi Shue's level reached level 27. Qi Shue and Hong Ling were both very happy, as their strength had increased even more during this training in the secret realm. However, Gu Yuan is now facing another problem. His soul control power is far too disconnected. The two mythical level pets were too talented, and they absorbed spiritual matter at a very fast speed, leaving Gu Yuan far behind. So far, Gu Yuan's soul control power is only 788, which creates an imbalance, with Hong Ling and Qi Shue far ahead of Gu Yuan. Fighting enemies that are too weak will not help them improve much, while fighting opponents that are too strong will leave Gu Yuan without the ability to protect himself. Therefore, Gu Yuan decided to focus all his efforts on cultivation to improve his soul control power. Gu Yuan took out the 9-dragon soul lamp. He had obtained a lot of spiritual materials during this trip. The mental preparation that Gu Yuan will face next will be an enormous undertaking. The last ward of the entire southern region of Daming Palace. The layout of the south wall of Daming Palace is as follows: Xing'an Gate, Jinfu Gate, Danfeng Gate, Wangxian Gate, Yanzheng Gate. The Eastern Palace, Guangzhai Ward, Yishan Ward, Chengel Ward. This Changlufang was the largest of all the southern wards, even larger than the East Palace. It was located in the southeast corner of the entire Daming Palace. After the completion of Changlufang, Gu Yuan has now completed the construction of the southern part of the Daming Palace, and the next step is to extend it into the more central interior of the palace. He was a major obstacle on Gu Yuan's cultivation path, because creating such a behemoth in one go required an even greater amount of soul power. Such a requirement for soul control power would likely plunge Gu Yuan into a continuous training period of an unknown duration. To maintain a strong breakthrough capability, more lamp oil is needed. Otherwise, if the construction of one workshop fails, all previous efforts will be in vain. That would probably cause a huge amount of spiritual matter to go to waste, so the only way is to smash it with force and use the ancient spirit lamp oil at 5 times the speed. Therefore, Gu Yuan decided to spend a day making preparations, spending money to purchase a large quantity of bred spirit worms. Mealworms are fattened worms specially bred to be used as food for birds and other pets. They are inexpensive but offer good value for money. Gu Yuan has had plenty of money but little spiritual material for a long time, so he is also researching what materials to buy to disassemble it into spiritual material. Only then can you buy the most spiritual substances with the least amount of money. After trying many methods, I finally concluded that buying pre-killed bread beetles is the most cost-effective. They are cheap, contain the highest amount of spiritual substances, and are reliable to purchase. Of course, scrap meat is the most cost-effective option since it's free, but where do you find so many monsters that have lost their minds and keep running into the human world? Beep, 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 beep. Hello, who is it? Gu Yuan's phone rang, and he answered it impatiently, only to hear an anxious voice on the other end. Gu Yuan? We are the waste meat processing plant in the South China Sea district. The night before last, a flying-type monster suddenly flew at supersonic speed in the Pearl River estuary. The sonic boom it generated startled many fish and magical beasts, who rushed towards the shore like madmen. Among them were 2 giant whales, weighing several tens of tons in total. Our waste meat processing plant isn't finished yet. Could you come and handle it? Gu Yuan was completely confused, thinking to himself, damn, my luck has been incredible lately. Could it be that Qi Shui's auspicious influence has kicked in again? In short, Gu Yuan spent 8 million that day to buy an entire farm of mealworms. It was originally going to cost more than 16 million, but because this waste meat processing plant contributed more than 3 million spiritual materials, we saved 8 million. Of course, this reduced Gu Yuan's savings to a paltry tens of thousands. However, this was not a problem for Gu Yuan, because cultivation was the most important thing, strength was the most important thing, and money was just an external thing. Little did Gu Yuan know that his decision would become the most important reason for him to thank his past self on the first day of the Lunar New Year in 2021. The next scene would have been different if the rat that Yi pierced had managed to get inside, instead of being dealt with by Hong Ling and Qi Shui. He would surely faint from shock, because every drop of the ancient lamp oil was treasured by him, and even intended to be preserved as a slice. Gu Yuan filled a whole wooden tub used for bathing and pushed it next to the 9-dragon soul lamp. Gu Yuan used a drain pipe meant for draining goldfish bowls to connect to the full bucket of soul lamp oil, using the siphon principle to allow it to be continuously and automatically replenished after it was consumed. Gu Yuan rubbed his hands together, and all 9 soul lamps were lit. Gu Yuan then began his frenzied cultivation. Because he was once a top student and had been relentlessly beaten up by a room full of college entrance exam questions, Gu Yuan still has a strong ability to force himself to do things. Some people ask, isn't Gu Yuan a top student who can get high scores even while sleeping? But clearly, the teacher who assigned the winter vacation homework is like a kidnapper demanding exorbitant prices. When Gu Yuan was in his 2nd year of high school, he even suspected that the teacher's important criterion for assigning homework was not whether the students could finish it, but rather how many people would faint when the homework was announced. Gu Yuan, who usually plays, could only rely on the last night, one person, 1 pen, and 1 miracle. The only difference now is that the room full of books has been replaced by a barrel of linden oil. Gu Yuan sat down next to the soul lamp and began to try to gather the spiritual energy from the ancient spirit lamp oil. This spiritual energy swirled and lingered around Gu Yuan. Through the white mist, Gu Yuan could vaguely see the entirety of Chong Lu Fong. Chong Lu Fong covers an area roughly the size of a playground. In the center is a huge terrace with 4 pavilions extending outwards on all 4 sides. Below the pavilions is a pond filled with lotus flowers. Directly opposite the entrance is a main hall with the nameplate, Chong Lu Fong, hanging on it. On the central terrace, the 7 stars are carved on the white marble, unfolding in the shape of the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams. The staircase is built like a series of rolling hills, layer upon layer. The surrounding area was filled with lush green trees, but after just one glance, Gu Yuan was overwhelmed by the powerful pressure on his soul. Chapter 93 acquires the 7-star alchemy technique, soul control power source. This 7-star has a faint medicinal fragrance. It's related to elixirs. Despite the pressure, Gu Yuan tried standing on the terrace and savoring the faint fragrance, which was quite captivating. It emanated from the surrounding lotus ponds. Gu Yuan felt as if he were beneath a high mountain waterfall, with clear spring water flowing down from the mountaintop and irrigating him. Whoa! Gu Yuan felt himself being thrown into the pool by the surging water, carrying lotus petals, and was swept into the pool, where he sank and finally landed on a pillow. Gu Yuankai realized that due to the powerful backlash from creating Chong Lu Fong, his consciousness had been pushed back to the real world, and he fell backward onto his own bed. Master, are you alright? Hongling stepped forward and helped Gu Yuan up. Qi Shui put down the feed she was eating and quickly ran over. My lord, there's no need to work so hard. We can cultivate slowly. It's all right. Gu Yuan covered his head and sat up straight again. This is nothing compared to the miracle I created that night. Gu Yuan recalled the miracle of finishing all his winter break homework in one night, and realized that he could still handle this mental fatigue. Gu Yuan looked at the full vat of ancient spirit lamp oil beside him. It actually used up nearly a tenth of it just now. Did it consume so much ancient spirit lamp oil just because we only saw its general appearance? With a wry smile, Gu Yuan had truly experienced firsthand how terrifying the drain on the path of a beast tamer was, and not just in terms of mental strain. Money can't keep up, even with the fact that I possess lamp oil made using a secret Tang Dynasty technique. If this were built using ordinary lamp oil, It would cost at least 3 million yuan a day to build this Chang Lufang. It would take more than half a month of continuous burning to finish. Gu Yuan once again went all out, repeatedly copying this luxurious and imposing mansion. Amidst that enormous waterfall, Gu Yuan not only withstood the mental pressure, but also went against the current, constantly forging his thoughts into powerful waves of impact. Gu Yuan seemed to have spent the entire time in a daze, only remembering that Qi Shui and Hong Ling took turns guiding him out of his soul sea, and that he ate about 5 or 6 meals. Time and again, Gu Yuan was knocked down by the fragrance of lotus flowers and the spiritual energy of the clear spring, only to get back up again. Gu Yuan's spiritual power gathered around him, eventually connecting with the 7 stars formation on the ground, and he raised his hand to deliver a punch. 9 golden dragons reappeared, circling around Gu Yuan before finally rushing into his body. Golden light shone brightly, and 9 dragons roared in unison. Suddenly, the clear spring water flowing from all directions surged up, pushing a turbulent wave into the sky, shattering the tranquility of the entire lotus pond. The obstacles in one's mind shattered along with the lotus blossoms and flowing water, turning into a vast expanse of white mist. It's raining? There are lotus petals in the rainwater. Hongling stretched out a hand. At this moment, the Daming Palace was very poetic. Not only was it raining, but also pink petals were falling from the sky. Meanwhile, Qi Shui on the ground was still circling around the East Palace, trying to climb up to it, drag Hongling down, and sit on it herself. Suddenly, she also sat down on the ground and looked up at the sky. My lord, you've broken through. The misty rain created a fairyland-like atmosphere. From Hongling's perspective, looking into the distance, a massive building was gradually emerging from the hazy fog. Hongling transformed into a phoenix and flew towards Chang Lufang. Seeing Hongling fly away, Qi Shui excitedly tried to climb onto the dome of the East Palace until Hongling turned around and flew back, grabbed her, and then flew together towards Chang Lufang, where Gu Yuan was. Gu Yuan lay on the terrace of Chang Lufang, wiping the sweat from his forehead with one hand, panting heavily, his chest rising and falling. Go ahead and try to fall down. Show me once and see if I can still keep you in check. Gu Yuan straightened up and even stepped forward to kick the pillar of the door twice. Go ahead and try to knock it down again if you dare. Finally, we successfully stabilized Chang Lufang. Looking at this terrace built amidst the lotus flowers in the clear pond, I felt a great sense of accomplishment. I really don't know what level my soul control power has reached now. Gu Yuan raised his right hand, looked at his palm, and activated the Eye of the Other Shore effect again. Gu Yuan, 2nd rank Beast Tamer, can use Taoist magic, 7-star alchemy technique of the Eye of the Other Shore. Soul power, 1500. Holy crap, Gu Yuan was taken aback. This expansion was massive and took quite a while. However, with a soul power of 1500, this wave directly increased the soul power by more than 600. Gu Yuan began to understand that although the Daming Palace mental realm was indeed very resource-intensive, it could provide far more soul power than ordinary mental realms when constructing a mental realm of the same size. What surprised Gu Yuan even more was that he had actually learned a Taoist technique, the 7-star alchemy technique. Chang Lufang, the gathering place of alchemists in the Daming Palace of the Tang Dynasty, responsible for refining elixirs for the emperor's concubines and mythical beasts that could transform into human form. On the terrace of Daming Palace, there is a secret 7-star formation used by 1,000-year-old alchemists to refine medicine, but it also contains 7,000-year-old soul artifacts. The auspicious stars Tanlang, Pejuan, Wenxiu, Wuxiu, Jumin, Lianjin, and Lutsuan have been lost and need to be retrieved. 7 stars, 0/7. You can use the incomplete version of the Tang Dynasty Alchemy Secret Technique, 7-star Alchemy Technique. The difficulty of refining pills is reduced by 10%, and the pills will have additional 7-star pill patterns. Different pills will have different bonus effects. Pill pet. When the pills you refine are consumed by the monsters you have a contract with, the effects are increased by 30%. The effects of Guangzefang stack. The difficulty of refining pills is reduced by 13%. The difficulty of contracted beasts is increased to 39%, and the additional buff effect is increased by 30%. Alchemy. Gu Yuan saw the crystalline patterns of the Big Dipper appear in his palm, but they were pure white and felt very empty. The terrace on the ground, with its 7 openings, is also empty. Damn it, another side quest. Regardless, alchemy techniques are extremely rare, and only those from families with a long tradition of alchemy have the opportunity to possess them. Although Gu Yuan's efforts were costly, his gains were also substantial. Am I going to be an alchemist too? Gu Yuan pondered, looking at his palm. Congratulations, master. You have successfully learned the mindset of the Daming Palace and the secret art of alchemy. Hongling landed in front of Gu Yuan with Qixue. Let's go out and give it a try. Gu Yuan left his Sea of Souls, and his consciousness returned to his body. Because Hongling successfully fused with the Earth-rank alchemy spirit fire, the Nether Snow Earth Flame, and merged it with the Phoenix Feather Flame. A completely new kind of spiritual fire was formed, the Nether Snow Phoenix Feather Flame. Gu Yuan raised his right hand, and a pale blue flame lit up in his hand, emitting a faint blue light in the surroundings. Chapter 94 Spiritual Medicine Hall. The blue light illuminated almost Gu Yuan's entire face. Gu Yuan's 5 fingers slowly clenched, and the flames gathered into a ball, shrinking into a single point. The flames slowly opened again, growing larger until they reached the size of a fist. Master, I have tried to manipulate this kind of spiritual flame with spiritual energy. It can be large or small. Small flames are dense, medium flames are gentle, and large flames are violent. If it can be manipulated flexibly, it will surely be a treasure for refining medicine. Yes, after all, it was that kid Wang Fei who tried every possible means to get the spirit fire. Gu Yuan replied casually. Then, Gu Yuan suddenly fell backward and began to snore loudly. Master is tired. He has exhausted too much energy from cultivating for many consecutive days. Hongling stepped forward and helped Gu Yuan take off his dark night cloak, then took off his clothes as well. Qixue had somehow appeared by the bedside, reaching out to remove Gu Yuan's belt, her eyes alluring, her tongue licking her lips. But then Hongling slapped Qixue's fox paw, and Qixue had no choice but to dodge. Hongling helped Gu Yuan take off his pants, helped him to the bed, covered him with a blanket, and turned off the light. Qixue lay on the sofa, her beautiful legs swinging back and forth, while eating a Dorito-shaped pet food. While watching a TV series. Master is asleep. Qixue, turn the TV down. No. Hongling threw Gu Yuan's clothes into the washing machine and started agitating them. Then she took out a brush and laundry detergent and helped Gu Yuan clean his shadow trench coat. After washing it clean, I hung it out to dry on the balcony. The next day, as dawn approached, Hongling jumped off the television and prepared breakfast for Gu Yuan. He took the clothes that hadn't dried overnight to the rooftop and released his heavenly rank spiritual fire, Nether Snow Phoenix Feather Flame, to dry them. Hongling controlled the flames very well, without burning or damaging the clothes, and then dried them. Back home, they eagerly await the time their owner wakes up, hoping to be dressed in warm clothes to avoid catching a chill in the cold winter. However, Gu Yuan did not wake up. Hongling did not call him, but waited silently. Qixue finished watching another TV series, and Gu Yuan didn't wake up until noon. After putting on the clothes that Hongling had warmed up again, he drank the hot milk that Hongling brought him while putting on a clean trench coat. Master, today is the 15th of the 12th lunar month. The spring festival is approaching. Please take good care of yourself. Gu Yuan stretched, and the fatigue in his body and stomach vanished. Let's go to the Spirit Medicine Hall today and buy a pill formula to see how effective this 7-star alchemy technique really is. Walking down the street, the festive atmosphere of the new year is getting stronger and stronger. The streets and alleys are decorated with lanterns and colorful decorations, and red lanterns are hung everywhere. There are lion dances, dragon dances, and the beating of gongs and drums. Lingyatang is located in the southern part of Guangzhou. It is a wooden house that looks old but has been carefully maintained and has a strong old house feel. The wooden plaque of Lingyao Hall hangs high, antique in style, and carries the fragrance of sandalwood. Several young apprentices were pasting the character, Fu, good fortune, on the door when Gu Yuan stepped inside. Arriving at the counter, I asked, Boss, what kind of medicinal formulas do you sell here? Oh, young man, you've come to the right place. Our Spirit Medicine Hall is a century-old brand. We have all the pill formulas you're looking for. The shopkeeper, with his mustache, stroked his beard as he spoke. That's good. Give me a recipe for a mid-level pill. Upon hearing Gu Yuan's words, the shopkeeper choked on his own saliva. Several people around me, all over 30 and dressed very formally, almost burst out laughing. Haha, young man, you don't know the rules, do you? Intermediate-level prescriptions aren't bought here. To buy it, you need authorization from Wang Qiao, the grandson of the king of medicine in Guangzhou, Old Wang. Gu Yuan frowned when he heard the surname Wang. I'm sorry, this is my first time obtaining a spirit fire that can be used for alchemy, so I don't know much about it yet. Just give me a few ordinary low-grade spirit herbs so I can practice. When Gu Yuan finished speaking, the mustache-wearing shopkeeper thought that he was just a newcomer and there was nothing to say. So he casually tossed a few bills to Gu Yuan. Looks like a newbie. It's good that young people are energetic, but their knowledge is far too lacking. However, to have obtained the spiritual fire for alchemy at such a young age, he should be a promising talent. How about I become your teacher, little one? These alchemists spoke half jokingly and half seriously. Gu Yuan smiled and said, Sorry, I have something to attend to. I'll be leaving now. Gu Yuan, who was about to leave through the main gate, suddenly felt a surge of spiritual energy. Within the sea of one's own soul, in the Chang Lu Fong, at the very beginning of the open-air 7-star platform, a burst of starlight suddenly shone. Just before Gu Yuan was about to step over the threshold, he looked up at the plaque and suddenly felt a light flashing behind it. However, this light could only be seen by himself, and it seemed like a cunning purple light. The first Yangming Greedy Wolf Star Lord of the Big Dipper. Gu Yuan thought to himself, no wonder this place has such excellent feng shui and has been able to become a century-old shop. It turns out that the ancestors built this Tang Dynasty Daming Palace. One of the 7 millennium-old soul artifacts on the 7-star formation is hidden inside the plaque, and its medicinal power helps the medicinal aura of this place soar to the heavens. Gu Yuan was furious. He had finally found it, but could he really take it away? This is the plaque of a century-old brand. Legend has it that it was here during the Qing dynasty, and it survived World War II and the Civil War. In modern times, after the situation in China stabilized, it was finally restored. They only managed to save it at the last minute. If Gu Yuan were to let someone else take this plaque today, he'd probably saw it in half. This family of alchemists in the capital would likely have to cut themselves in half as well. Let's think of something like shadow-based combat techniques. While Gu Yuan was still in a daze, he saw a bodyguard wearing dark sunglasses push him aside with one hand. Make way, don't block our CEO Wang's way. Before he could finish speaking, Gu Yuan saw a handsome young man of about 23 years old step into the main hall with Mohan. Miss Mohan, how has the Mo family been lately? The reason for my recent visit is that my father's ice bee lion suffered an accident while inscribing a heaven-rank combat technique. It was injured all over by spiritual ice, and the cold poison has entered its body. We are not comfortable letting ordinary alchemists perform the treatment. If there are any conditions, the Mo family will certainly meet them. Don't worry, with me, Wang Xiao, here, I guarantee your father's beloved pet will be cured. Wang Xiao looked at Mohan with tender eyes, lowering his head and moving closer. Brother Gu, good afternoon. Mohan's sudden voice drew everyone's attention. Hello. Gu Yuan was taken aback by these words, but still managed to reply. Oh, so this young man is an acquaintance of Miss Mohan. My apologies for the neglect. As the shopkeeper spoke, he stepped forward with his signature smile. Chapter 95: The Wang Family's Provocation. Sorry, I have to go, Gu Yuan said, and started to walk through the crowd. However, at that moment, the boss with the mustache's eyes flickered, feeling that Gu Yuan looked somewhat familiar. Mohan also realized that now was not the time to call Gu Yuan, so he made way for him. But then one of the people choosing pill formulas turned around and said, Oh my, I know him. Gu Yuan, let me tell you, this guy has been on the front page countless times lately. Everyone held their breath, except for the middle-aged man who kept rambling on and on. He spoke as if he were a fanatical fan of Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan is amazing. He won first place in the entrance exam for Sun Yat-sen University's training camp, and then he received Sun Yat-sen University's admission notice at the fastest speed in the entire school, breaking the record. Then, in the University League, he fought 3 against 1, and finally, in the underwater secret realm, he captured Wang. As he said this, the uncle's face gradually changed from ecstatic to stiff. In an instant, the atmosphere in the entire medicine hall became extremely tense. All the patients buying medicine and prescriptions, as well as the alchemists, looked in this direction. Gu Yuan and Wang Qiao met. Brother Gu Yuan, we are extremely grateful for your help in clearing up our Wang family scandal. As Wang Qiao spoke, he blocked Gu Yuan's path. Since that's the case, I must thank Brother Gu properly. May I ask what brings you here, Brother Gu? Seeing that his way out was blocked, Gu Yuan smiled and said, I'm here to buy pill formulas. Wow, Brother Gu Yuan, you wouldn't be someone who's not only outstanding in combat, but also going to become an alchemist, would you? Mohan was taken aback, but Gu Yuan did not deny it. He only felt that Gu Yuan was now even more mysterious and powerful. Indeed, it's rare to find someone who is proficient in both combat and alchemy. Wang Xiao walked around behind Gu Yuan. Manager Liu, Brother Gu Yuan has rid our Wang family of a scourge. He wants to buy our formula for mid-grade pills, so we can't be negligent. As he spoke, he took out a prescription. This prescription is a secret formula within our family of alchemists in the capital. It is used to make the snow-gathering pill. Brother Gu Yuan, are you aware that the snow-gathering pill is a secret formula within our family of alchemists in the capital? Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan sensed the hostility in the other person's tone. Young Brother Gu Yuan, every pill sold by our aristocratic families in the capital is recorded. But where did the pills you resold to the Mohan family come from? Mohan looked at Gu Yuan with some concern, then at Wang Qiao. Wang Qiao, what do you mean? Brother Gu Yuan, where did you get the pills? What business is it of yours? Of course, Wang Qiao said, taking out the prescription and holding it up for everyone to see. Our Jushua Dan, made by a family of alchemists in the capital, has 6 more bitter herbs in its ingredients and 13 less of the extra snowgrass leaves. This formula was only developed 7 days ago. At this point, Wang Qiao turned to look at Gu Yuan again. But the pills you sell have exactly the same ingredients. Gu Yuan, can you explain why? Gu Yuan looked into the other person's eyes and said, I purchased this through special channels. You're talking nonsense. Wang Qiao took a step forward. Only 7 of these pills were originally made. 1 was sold to Mohan, and of the other 6, 3 were auctioned off to prominent local officials in the capital. There are still 3 coins remaining in the family, yet you took out 5 at once. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan frowned. Gu Yuan, Wang Qiao continued. A week ago, someone from our family was attacked and lost the pill formula. Faced with this act of stealing the secret formula of our family of alchemists in the capital, I, Wang Qiao, will not show any mercy. Gu Yuan understood the implication in the other person's words. You mean, I stole your precious pill formula? Of course not. Brother Gu Yuan is in Guangzhou, and the theft occurred in Beijing. Someone must have sold it to you. If Brother Gu Yuan can tell us who sold it to you, we will naturally give you justice. Of course, if you don't cooperate. By the time Wang Qiao finished speaking, people had already gathered around him. However, Gu Yuan sneered. Are you kidding me? Are you going to interrogate me? Gu Yuan thought to himself that this guy was here to avenge Wang Fei, or he might just want to gain more attention in the family by suppressing him. If you want to climb over me to get ahead, aren't you worried about breaking your ankle? But the problem is that it's hard to explain. Gu Yuan certainly couldn't reveal who sold him the pill, because he himself had reconstructed it using the bracelet. This is the only option left. Gu Yuan turned his head and said, I refined this pill myself, and I developed the formula myself. The 6 additional herbs were my own ideas, just like yours. You? A high school student, Brother Gu Yuan, please forgive my bluntness, but you are not qualified. What kind of background do you have? What kind of background do our Wang family's alchemists have? Although the formula for the snow-gathering pill is indeed simple, it is not up to you to research it. Wang Qiao said this. And what about you? Don't you think some things are too coincidental? I arrested the scum of your family one day, and the next day you said I stole your pill formula. Gu Yuan grabbed Wang Qiao by the collar, and the security guards on both sides tried to intervene. At that moment, Hong Ling and Qi Shui appeared simultaneously, and the atmosphere in the entire medicine shop instantly became tense. Enough! Wang Qiao, don't make things difficult for Gu. At this moment, an elderly man walked in, pushed open the door, coughed twice, and then all the bodyguards put away the sole weapons they were about to draw. Old Wang, Old Wang. The bodyguards all bowed to the old man. Gu Yuan looked at the old man, who had a youthful face but white hair and beard. Gu Yuan nodded and, since there were no bodyguards to stop him, prepared to leave immediately. But then Wang Qiao roared. Gu Yuan, you said it was you who refined that pill? Fine, let's settle this with a pill today. Meanwhile, the Ice Bee Lion, belonging to the Mohan clan head, was poisoned by cold poison while inscribing a heaven-rank combat technique. Let's have a contest today to see who can cure the cold poison in his body. If you win, I'll let you go. If you lose, then I'm sorry, I will seek justice for my Wang family. Gu Yuan wanted to laugh when he heard this. He spoke righteously, but in reality, he had inadvertently revealed that he was doing this in order to gain a reputation within the Wang family. However, this gave Gu Yuan an opportunity. Gu Yuan turned his head and decided not to leave. Instead, he said, Of course I can, but you're asking me to leave if I win? What kind of condition is that? If I win, I want one thing. What is that? Wang Qiao said, his eyes fixed on Gu Yuan, but Gu Yuan pointed to the plaque above his head. If I win, I want your Lingyatang's century-old brand plaque. Do you dare to bet on that? Gu Yuan's words shocked everyone present. This guy, is he crazy? He actually went to the spirit medicine hall and asked for their signboard. Chapter 96. If I win, give me your signboard. Gu Yuan's demands shocked everyone present. However, although Wang Qiao had heard that Gu Yuan was bold, this was just too bold. Gu Yuan stared coldly at Wang Qiao, but Wang Qiao avoided his gaze. Of course, if you're scared, or if what you call seeking justice is just a righteous excuse, I can let you go and pretend this never happened. When old Wang heard this, he frowned. Could he not see that Wang Qiao was trying to save face in front of him? Instead, he praised Gu Yuan in his heart. This kid has completely blocked Wang Qiao's escape route. But Wang Qiao looked around. He didn't really care about the injured disciples, nor did he think that Gu Yuan was really related to any organization that stole the pill formula. If it were truly related, no one would be foolish enough to take what they stole and sell it everywhere. The most likely explanation is that Gu Yuan bought it on the black market, but it's unclear who the seller was. What Wang Qiao wanted was to make things unclear and then give Gu Yuan a good beating here, so that he could avenge the Wang family. Moreover, the ice princess he had been secretly in love with actually thought highly of Gu Yuan. He wanted to deflate his arrogance, which would make it easier for him to establish a tall and mighty image in the goddess's heart. But the matter of putting this plaque on the line wasn't something he could decide on his own. Wang Qiao, if you insist on doing this, Grandpa will support you. Wang Qiao was happy now, although he still outwardly looked as if he were facing a formidable enemy. In reality, he didn't take Gu Yuan seriously at all. This was not only an opportunity to show himself in front of Mohan, but also an opportunity to show himself in front of his grandfather. Gu Yuan, who serves as the background character, is merely a novice who has just begun learning alchemy and has come here to purchase basic pill formulas, without any prior alchemy experience. Today is truly my lucky day. Hearing his grandfather's words, Wang Qiao knew that he had authorized him to gamble on the brand, so he nodded and said, "Okay, let's do it this way. Gu Yuan, don't blame me for bullying you." The alchemists present all knew Wang Qiao's strength, and none of them were worried about the plaque. They all rushed to Gu Yuan's side to dissuade him, saying, "Gu Yuan, you have no idea how powerful Wang Qiao is. He is currently the chief alchemist of the Spirit Medicine Hall. If you want to compete with him in alchemy, you're practically courting death. Quickly apologize, and we'll go ask old Wang for your help. Then you'll be able to leave. You've only just started refining pills. How could you possibly be his match?" However, Gu Yuan raised his right hand and gestured to Mohan. "Mohan, lead the way." When Mohan's father, Imo Jessen, saw Gu Yuan and Mohan returning together, his expression was one of uncontrollable grin. "Gu Yuan, are you finally ready to marry into our Imo family?" However, after Mohan explained to the other party why Gu Yuan came here, Imo Jessen turned his eyes and was somewhat unhappy. So he didn't come here to marry into the family after all. Seeing Imo Jessen's expression, Wang Qiao thought to himself, "What do you mean by marrying into the family? This guy has already gained his father-in-law's approval? Then I need to work even harder. Please rest assured, Uncle Imo, I will refine the first pill and ensure that your pet suffers no harm. No matter what happens to your pet today, with me here, there will be no accidents." Hearing this, Imo Jessen nodded, feeling somewhat better, and continued, "All right, let's do it your way. Otherwise, you juniors will say I'm petty again." And so, Imo Jessen opened his beast-taming space, and a huge blue lion appeared out of thin air in everyone's sight, with blue scratches all over its body. The pale blue scratches, darker than its skin, looked like intricate ravines, making Gu Yuan frown. This icy poison is quite potent. It truly lives up to its reputation as a product of a heavenly rank combat technique. Wang Qiao frowned. However, at this moment, he had already summoned his pet, which landed and transformed into a cat girl dressed as a nurse. Gu Yuan had already activated his Eye of the Other Shore, wanting to know if this was a mythical level cat demon. However, it was not. It was a legendary level cat demon, which had already taken human form at level 40. Pineapple Cake. Race, Blue Field Ragdoll Cat. Level, 47. Rank, Legendary. Description, a cat living in England, skilled in healing combat techniques, often helping its beast tamer concoct elixirs to treat injuries and illnesses. Combat skills. Green Fungus Fire. Earth rank, a harmless flame that can carefully clean infected substances from wounds during combustion without harming the body, and can remove all abnormal statuses. In the process of alchemy, this precise control can assist in the preparation of medicines. Heartfelt Meow. Earth rank emits a meow to heal injured creatures. Rapid Cat's Cry. Earth tier increases the movement speed of nearby allies. Bloodlust. Earth Tier select a unit and temporarily enlarge its body, increasing its physical abilities and movement speed by 60%. These combat techniques dazzled Gu Yuan. These were support-type demonic beasts, unlike the Red Feather and Seven Snow, whose combat techniques were all primarily offensive. This catgirl has no offensive combat skills. All her skills revolve around healing and buffing. Brother Gu Yuan. Mohan lowered his head. Now you understand, right? Although your combat strength is not bad, when it comes to alchemy, you need someone with the right expertise. But don't worry. Mohan walked to Gu Yuan's side. In this house, Wang Xiao can't do anything to you. If you lose, I'll have the butler send you out the back door. I will win, Gu Yuan said, leaving Mohan speechless. However, at this very moment, Wang Xiao had already begun refining pills, and the catgirl named Pineapple Cake had already raised her right hand. The green flames were clearly burning, but they were not aggressive at all, giving the onlookers a sense of peace and tranquility. Wang Xiao also conjured a burst of spiritual fire in his right hand, which intertwined with his catgirl hand, while his left hand tucked in its 5 fingers. The inner core of the fire spirit serpent. Firegrass. Fire demon grass. The shell of the Dan turtle. These materials that drifted into the raging fire were all of the heavy fire attribute. But during the alchemy process, they did not explode when ignited because the fire element was too fierce when they were piled together. On the contrary, the green flames seemed like a good mother calming a group of children who were playing around and rolling around. With a gentle touch, the medicinal herbs calmed down and were eventually melted into a pill with green olive branch patterns. After being fed the ice bee lion, its complexion improved, and the cold poison on its body began to gradually dissipate. However, just as it was about to disappear, a rebound occurred. Chapter 97. The whole city is in shock and utter chaos. A single pill cures the cold poison. This is a backlash. Everyone who saw this scene gasped in shock. At this moment, the spiritual energy on the ice bee lion began to leak out, and the originally dark blue scars on its body gradually turned into pure black. These pure black tattoos, some even writhing, resembled hungry centipedes writhing beneath flesh and fur. The scene was so horrifying that everyone present felt a chill run down their spines. It's worse than expected. Wang Qiao swallowed hard, lowered his head, and didn't know what to say. The poison has seeped into the bone marrow. Alas, it's all my fault. Mo Jiasin knelt directly on his ice bee lion, stroking its back with one hand. It's all my fault. I insisted on engraving a dual attribute heaven rank combat skill with both ice and poison attributes, which caused this tragedy. Seeing Mo Jiasin burst into tears, Wang Qiao shook his head. The inner core of the royal rank Ice Emperor Scorpion is too poisonous. There's no saving it now. Dad, please accept my condolences. Mohan stepped forward and gently patted his father's shoulder. We will hold a grand funeral for the ice bee lion. Can the bond between humans and demon beasts be this deep? Qi Shui wondered as she watched this scene. I never imagined that such a bond could exist under this unequal treaty. Of course. Gu Yuan looked at the old man. Gu Yuan used the eye of the other shore to view the profiles of the old man and the lion. This is his first pet, which has been with him for more than 30 years. They have been together since he was a child. They have gone on adventures together, risked their lives, and fought against monsters. How could such a separation not be painful? One more thing. As Gu Yuan thought of this, he suddenly raised his voice and roared. I haven't even started refining the pills yet. Why are you all already wailing? It's not dead yet. However, Wang Qiao gave Gu Yuan a push. You don't really think that you can turn the situation around when I'm helpless, do you? Fine. You try whatever you want. But if you use your poison to kill the ice bee lion's last breath, don't blame me. Gu Yuan turned to look at him. I don't have a pill formula yet. Didn't you say you were going to give me one? Just give me a copy of the pill formula you just used for refining medicine, and I'll refine the pills you just refined. Upon hearing this, Wang Qiao almost burst out laughing. You really are a complete newbie, huh? Fine, I'll just watch you embarrass yourself, whatever. Although he said that, Wang Qiao actually produced another pill formula, the formula for the intermediate level cold gathering pill. The frost gathering pearl can gather the cold energy inside a demon beast and can concentrate the ice poison in the demon beast's body in one place. It is indeed a good treatment method, Wang Qiao thought to himself. But this method is very risky and requires a very high level of skill from the alchemist. If the medicinal power is too strong, it will drain the ice attribute monster dry on the spot. If the drug's potency is too weak, The concentrated methamphetamine will release in a concentrated burst, directly killing the pet. Wang Xiao was already imagining that Gu Yuan's poor alchemy skills, weak spiritual fire, and lack of understanding of alchemy would ultimately lead to the lion's death and a falling out with the Mo family, thus giving Wang Xiao another chance. Red maple grass. Gathering cold powder. Southern Tibet snow. When Gu Yuan began reciting the formula, everyone present felt a chill run down their spines. This is to gather cold to remove poison. The old man in charge of preparing the medicine for Gu Yuan wanted to warn him, as this was a treatment method with extremely high risks. However, Wang Xiao stopped him, saying, "I'll watch over things here. Go get the medicine. If you delay your treatment, I'll hold you responsible." The old man left, and Wang Xiao smiled faintly, but his heart was filled with elation. "Gu Yuan, where is your alchemy beast?" Mo Jessen spoke up at this moment. Gu Yuan said, "The one responsible for controlling the spiritual fire to assist me in refining medicine is Hong Ling." Upon hearing this, even Mo Jessen couldn't sit still. Although he didn't know how to refine medicine, he was still curious to have a combat-type spirit beast do the work of a support-type spirit beast. This is so unprofessional, even someone like Mo Jessen could see it. "Gu Yuan, if you're really not confident, then forget it." Mohan hoped to prevent a tragedy from happening. However, Hong Ling had already landed and transformed into human form. As the fiery feathers burned fiercely, the phoenix transformed into a beautiful woman with a queenly aura, dressed in ancient style. A level 30 beast tamer has actually transformed into human form. Everyone present was shocked, and two words appeared in their minds: myth. A mythical level monster. My god, this giant red bird is actually a mythical creature. TCH. Wang Xiao was also stunned, but he kept trying to reassure himself. So what if it's mythical level? The spiritual fire needed for alchemy isn't the kind used in battle, the kind that can only burn people to death. However, Hong Ling raised her right hand, and a blue flame of clarity ignited. Those present were once again stunned. Heavens! A heavenly rank spirit fire. Before they could continue to marvel, Gu Yuan had already begun refining the medicine, throwing all the spiritual materials into the flames, and Hong Ling began to absorb the nutrients from the spiritual herbs. Gu Yuan, who was standing to the side, was not just there to make up the numbers. He raised his right hand. The two men used their hands, one above the other, to merge the two flames together, squeezing the herbs into the flames. However, at this crucial moment, the Big Dipper pattern appeared in Gu Yuan's palm. Like a bright medicine spoon, the light sparkled with starlight, and spiritual energy gathered towards it, causing the ingredients in the medicine to converge with an extremely high purity. Gu Yuan felt that the terrace in his soul sea began to emit a stronger spiritual energy. This spiritual energy seemed to fill his limbs and bones, making him more adept at controlling the pills. Not to mention Mingxu Fengjian's exquisite control, which allows her to precisely control every single drop of spiritual energy. Gu Yuan felt the surge of spiritual energy in the medicine, and the final process of condensing the elixir was exceptionally beautiful. It was as if a singularity had formed within the flames, creating a black void that absorbed all the flames and medicinal liquid into it. Finally, it solidified into a blue pill, which was as clear and transparent as a glass bead, and you could even see the other side of the pill from one side. Among them, the sparkling points of light, resembling the Big Dipper, shimmer with brilliance. Their beauty alone is breathtaking. All of Mo Jessen's worries vanished upon seeing this pill. He put the pill into the Ice Bee Lion's mouth and helped it swallow it. In an instant, light flashed, and the pill entered its stomach. At this moment, all the dark black patterns on the Ice Bee Lion's body converged towards a single point, forming a huge abscess. Chapter 98. The Star of Greed returns to its position. Alchemy power increases drastically. At this moment, a crystal-clear abscess appeared on the Ice Bee Lion's belly. Gu Yuan looked at the abscess. Although he didn't know what had happened, it seemed that all the cold poison was inside. Should he remove it? However, Gu Yuan was somewhat at a loss. How should he clean this abscess? Should he cut it off with a knife? However, Hong Ling called out from within Gu Yuan's soul sea. "Master, you must not approach this place. This sword contains a chilling poison. If you touch it carelessly, you will also be harmed by the poison. Please give it to me." As Hong Ling spoke, she raised her right hand and placed it on the abscess, beginning to use her spiritual fire to digest the cold poison within. Gradually, the spiritual energy dissipated, and the abscess disappeared. The Ice Bee Lion began to shimmer with blue light, the runes reappeared, and the ice bee lion evolved. The ice spikes on the ice bee lion's tail grew longer as it stood up again. A ring of gold appeared around its mane, and its claws and teeth became even shinier. It's evolved. Mo Jessen almost fainted with joy. Brother Guyuan, you are truly a god. Not only did you heal my ice bee lion, but you also did so without losing even a trace of its cultivation. Moreover, you also. Mo Jessen was so excited that his voice trembled. It has even evolved into the Ice Lion Scorpion King. The Ice Lion Scorpion King, having broken through level 60, swung its neck and pounced on Mo Jessen, licking him with its tongue. Old friend, I thought I was going to lose you forever. Mo Jessen stroked the neck of the Ice and Snow Lion Scorpion King, and the two of them pressed their foreheads together. Finally, Mo Jessen turned around and looked at Guyuan. Young man, Guyuan, from today onwards, you are my friend, Mo Jessen. No matter what you need in the future, I, and the Mahis school, will always stand firmly behind you. Guyuan smiled, glanced at Wang Qiao beside him, and raised his right hand. May I ask when I can move your signboard? Wang Qiao's face was ashen, his teeth clenched, wishing he could rush up and strangle Guyuan. However, upon seeing his expression, Hong Ling stepped forward and stood in front of Guyuan, looking at him with sharp, knife-like eyes. Wang Qiao thought to himself that he didn't have any combat-type beasts, only support-type ones, even though his soul power and pet level were higher than Guyuan's and Hong Ling's. However, if a real fight were to break out, I wouldn't have the slightest chance of winning. What made it even more frustrating for him was that he wasn't a professional alchemist and beast tamer. So how could he be so thoroughly outmatched by the combat-oriented beast tamer on the other side when it came to alchemy? At this moment, Old Wang had already come up. Guyuan thought that the old man was going to protect his own. However, upon seeing Elder Wang, he clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and said, Young man, judging from your actions just now and the panicked look on your face when you saw the pus-filled. Upon hearing this, everyone present was stunned. They thought to themselves, to achieve such an effect on his first attempt at alchemy, is this guy cheating? However, Old Wang spoke slowly and deliberately. However, the 7 stars you lit up in your hand are a technique that was lost during the Tang Dynasty. The 7-star alchemy technique was an ancient method that was kept secret by the alchemists who made pills for the Tang Dynasty royal family. I admit defeat to you. 7-star alchemy technique, what is that? Those around were completely bewildered, but just hearing about it gave them a sense of the heaven-defying alchemy techniques used by the pharmacist who prepared medicine for the emperor. We must do everything we can to win over Guyuan. He can actually use the alchemy techniques of the ancient royal family. We must win him over. Mo Jessen patted his daughter, while Mo Hen blushed and lowered his head. Young brother Guyuan, I have a favor to ask. Old Wang continued to bow. Guyuan hesitated upon hearing this. Old man, you wouldn't be unwilling to give up that plaque, would you? Wasn't that what we agreed on? I don't care about any plaques. I only ask that you come with me to a place tomorrow. I hope to show you something. Old Wang said this. Guyuan couldn't refuse, so he said, Okay, but I have an appearance fee. At least give me a mid-level pill formula. Hearing this, the people standing nearby felt their scalps tingle. This is an invitation from Elder Wang. Most people would be eager to accept it. He even has conditions. This guy got a good deal and is still acting innocent. Guyuan clicked his tongue, wondering what the old man was trying to do. But since the other party had already said so, Guyuan had no other choice. Next, Guyuan and Elder Wang returned to the Spirit Medicine Hall and took down the century-old brand name of the Spirit Medicine Hall. This scene quickly became headline news. The century-old Lingyao Hall was gone. Who did it? Guyuan won. Guangzhou was once again shaken, and more people knew the name Guyuan. His story of dominating the front-page headlines has spread far and wide, and the whole of Guangdong province knows that there is such a rising star. Of course, if they knew that Guyuan was searching for the black crystal bead in the wilderness and had killed a wanted criminal worth 50 million, Guyuan's fame would be even greater. Guyuan returned to his home, dug a small hole behind the plaque, and pulled out a black glass bead. Finally got you, the first star of the Big Dipper, Greedy Wolf Star Lord, Tian Shu. When Guyuan grasped the black pearl, he felt it transform into an invisible spiritual energy that rushed into his mind and entered his soul. This 1,000-year-old soul artifact, which had transformed into black spiritual energy, landed in one of the keyholes of the 7-star array in Chang Lufang. The effects of Chang Lufang began to increase. 7 stars. January 7th, you can use the incomplete version of the Tang Dynasty Alchemy Secret Technique, 7-star Alchemy Technique. The difficulty of refining pills is reduced by 10%, and the pills will have additional 7-star pill patterns. Different pills will have different buff effects. Pill pet. When the pills you refine are consumed by the monsters you have a contract with, the effects are increased by 30%. The effects of Guangzifang stack. The difficulty of refining pills is reduced by 13%. The difficulty of contracted beasts is increased to 39%, and the additional buff effect is increased by 30%. Greedy Wolf Star returns to position. Achieve new effects. Tian Shu. The difficulty of your pill refining has been reduced by 10%, and due to the effect of Guangzifang, it has evolved to a reduction of 13%. Tanlang Star is the first star of the Big Dipper among the 7 stars, transforming Peach Blossom evil and governing fortune and misfortune. The amplification pills you refine have their effects increased by 30%, which becomes 39% after being blessed by Guangzifang. The poisons you refine have their effects increased by 30%, which becomes 39% after being blessed by Guangzifang. Amazing. The Greedy Wolf Star has returned to its rightful place. I wonder how much it will be upgraded once the other 6 Millennium Soul weapons are all recovered. Chapter 99 The Black Lotus Gang's Secret Operation. It's time to ask that guy some questions. Gu Yuan sent a message to Ye Chuan. Phoenix Tamer, I need to talk to you. Ye Chuan. If you want to sell that plaque, I have someone here who's willing to pay. Phoenix Tamer. No, I broke that plaque in half. I'm asking if you can find someone to repair it. Gu Yuan was speechless. He had been so careful in preserving it. But as soon as the image of the Greedy Wolf Star Lord in the plaque was unearthed, the entire plaque broke in two. Tooth-to-tooth connection. Yes, it is possible. You can find someone to re-glue it together using gold inlay. However, this requires the help of a professional master, and the price will be significantly reduced. Gu Yuan sighed and said, do as you say. Sell as much as you can. I came to you to find out about that old man. What does he want from me? Ye Chuan sent a voice message directly. You probably don't know this, but this old man Wang is no ordinary person. He is an academician of the Central Beast Taming Research Institute and has doctoral degrees in both elixirs and history. An academician of the Central Beast Taming Research Institute. Gu Yuan thought to himself, this is really a big shot. Although he can't compare to a military big shot like Zheng Long, this old man is probably a big shot in the academic world. Gu Yuan was somewhat incredulous. They're in charge of research or something. He's going to talk to me tomorrow. Before the reform and opening up, Dongguan was a research center for pharmaceutical weapons and light soul weapon production lines. The earliest batch of elixir-based lethal soul weapons were developed here. Because this place can serve as a major rear area for the South China Sea, it is neither too far nor too close to the mouth of the Pearl River. After the Cold War ended, the Research Institute was dismantled. One part was incorporated into the Central Beast Taming Inspection Team, while the other part became teachers at the Dongguan Beast Taming Academy, helping it grow from an academy more than 30 years ago. They've now joined the ranks of top-tier universities, and it's said that there's still some flexibility in personnel adjustments between the two sides. As she spoke, Yi sent over a photo, a black and white one, which was a group photo of the old man and a group of students from the class of 1981. However, he wasn't an old man back then, but a strong, burly man. The second photo is even more interesting. It shows him at an archaeological site, excavating an ancient ruin that looks like a pool. Ye Chuan, I think he's looking for something. It's rare to see someone who studies alchemy being interested in history, but you'll find out tomorrow. It's a secret that even I don't know. Phoenix Tamer, do you want me to sell it to you? Ye Chuan, no, some secrets should only be known by those who need to know. Knowing too much can lead to death. Gu Yuan lay on the bed, looking at the light above his head, feeling a little uneasy. As the night deepened, Gu Yuan began to drift off to sleep, but was troubled by a dream that seemed to be pieced together from fragments of his memories. Dongguan Beast Taming Academy, Spirit Medicine Department. Gu Yuan dreamt of Song Yingying being admitted to Dongguan Beast Taming Academy, surrounded by her classmates. Have you heard? Our school has produced 2 top-tier students who scored 298 points in the unified exam and have been admitted to the Dongguan Beast Taming Academy ahead of schedule. Why would the Black Lotus Gang target 2 high school students and invest so much in them? Gu Yuan rolled over. After the Cold War ended, the Research Institute was dismantled. One part was incorporated into the Central Beast Taming Inspection Team, and the other part became teachers at the Dongguan Beast Taming Academy. Both sides are still quite flexible in terms of personnel adjustments. The messages that appeared on the screen before I went to sleep flickered in my mind. There used to be a research institute there, but it moved away and is now in Sherpai Town. Yaya, swirling her wine glass as she drank in the sewer and lounging on the sofa with her legs crossed, also appeared in the shattered dream. Why do they have a kind of spiritual energy similar to that of ancient lamp oil? Poison. Potionology. Black Lotus Gang. Gu Yuan sat up abruptly and roared. I understand. Both Hong Ling on the TV and Qi Xue, sleeping on the sofa, were startled awake. At this moment, Gu Yuan quickly took out his phone and sent a message to Teacher Hanhua. Teacher Hanhua, listen to me. The Black Lotus Gang's target is something related to the ancient spirit lamp oil at the Central Beast Taming Research Institute. Their plan was this. They obtained a sample of ghost lamp oil from some source, and since they couldn't replicate it, they created a new type of opium called Ghost Crow. But that wasn't enough. They wanted data from the Central Beast Taming Research Institute. However, the location of the Central Beast Taming Research Institute, specifically the Dongguan Research Institute, was kept secret. So they found Song Yingying and Yun Tianxiang, two high school students, and used the Ghost Crow to help them improve their strength and get into the Dongguan Beast Taming Academy. If they continue their studies at the Beast Taming Academy in Dongguan, gain strength through their power, are recommended for postgraduate studies, and are recognized as new talents to enter the research institute, the Black Lotus Gang will have an opportunity to take advantage of them. Teacher Hanhua was clearly stunned for a long time. Impressive. I must say, although you are young, you already have thinking and reasoning abilities far beyond those of others your age. Your deductions are exactly the same as the guesses of our elite detective team. I'm so proud of you, boy. If possible, I really hope you can join our Beast Taming Management Bureau and participate in international investigations. Really? Gu Yuan sent a message with some skepticism. Really, the requirements are at least a bachelor's degree or a platinum-level hunter. You're still a long way off. However, I can be your mentor and continue to be your teacher. Just do your best. Participate in more bounty missions within the city and complete 10 A-level missions to become a formally trained candidate. That's too much trouble, Gu Yuan replied. I didn't ask you to join, but to become a recruit, similar to my informant. But there are many benefits, such as a fixed monthly allocation of cultivation materials, the ability to purchase soul weapons with higher access requirements, and the knowledge of more secrets. Teacher Hanhua, I want it. Gu Yuan wished he could go through the telephone line right now and hug Teacher Hanhua's leg. The next day, Gu Yuan arrived at Sherpai Town in Dongguan City as agreed with the old man, where Old Man Wang was already waiting for him under a big tree. Old Master Wang raised his right hand and slammed his cane into the ground. Ha, I've already heard about you from Hanhua. As expected, new talents emerge in every generation. You're not only skilled in alchemy and raising combat pets, but you're also very clever. You deduced the Black Lotus Gang's plan, but that plan has already been thwarted. Who knows what crazy things they'll do next? I know you and Yaya have a connection, but what you're about to see, I forbid you to utter a single word about it, understand? As he spoke, the old man's cane, which he was leaning on, began to emit a black mist. The black mist enveloped Gu Yuan and him, and Gu Yuan lost his sight. But then, everything suddenly opened up before me, and I found myself in a research lab. Chapter 100. Give me ancient spirit lamp oil? Central Beast Taming Research Institute, Dongguan Branch. Gu Yuan's eyes widened. Was that combat technique, just now? Shadow teleportation. Hee, you little rascal. With that, Old Wang patted Gu Yuan on the shoulder. You're trying to deduce the location of this research institute based on my teleportation radius, aren't you? Let me tell you, you'll never guess where we are. Gu Yuan looked around. Indeed, this place looked like an underground research lab. Not a ray of sunlight shone in. All the light came from the overhead fluorescent tubes. People coming and going pushed various spiritual medicines, equipment, and even organs from demonic beasts. Gu Yuan even saw several boxes marked with highly toxic substances. Humph, the mere Black Lotus Gang, these rats, dare to try and steal things from our research institutes in Dongguan. If they dare to come, we'll wipe them out. After saying this, Old Wang led Gu Yuan toward a private corridor. In front of a large gate, Old Wang placed his right hand on the gate, and a surge of spiritual energy began to appear, scanning and recognizing Old Wang's pupils and fingerprints. The door opened successfully, revealing a corridor behind it. Gu Yuan tried to call out to Hong Ling and locate her in the sky. However, the situation was strange, just like when I sneaked into the library building of Sun Yat-sen University. Gu Yuan lost the ability to contact Hong Ling and Qi Xue in his soul sea, and he couldn't even open the beast taming space to summon Qi Xue. The security measures here are connected to the magic array of the security zone. As he spoke, Old Man Wang opened another large door, and at the end of the gloomy corridor, Gu Yuan saw a huge safe room that looked like a bank vault. Young man, do you have a mentor? Gu Yuan was stunned when he heard this. Old Wang, what do you mean by that? Your soul control power has increased too quickly, and you always have an antique and elegant aura about you. The same goes for your two pets. Their attire is very similar to that of noble ladies from the Tang dynasty. Moreover, you also know the 7-star alchemy technique. At this point, Old Wang turned his head away. Is it possible that a descendant of a Tang dynasty alchemist has been living in seclusion somewhere and has taught you the 7-star alchemy technique through some method? Your rapid improvement is due to consuming a large number of ancient pills made using secret Tang dynasty techniques. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan paused for a few seconds before finally saying, Yes, Elder Wang's prediction is correct. Gu Yuan thought to himself that although he didn't know how the man had come up with so much, as long as no one suspected that it was his bracelet, everything was fine. It would be best to keep these things as far away from him as possible. Very good. Next, I need you to tell your master what you saw and what you speculated about. However, at this moment, Teacher Hanue was standing at the door of the safe room. Boy, congratulations. You are the first person outside the research institute to see this Millennium Soul artifact. But according to the rules, I must be present to watch. What? A 1,000-year-old soul weapon. Upon hearing the word 1,000-year-old soul weapon, every cell in Gu Yuan's body seemed to cheer with excitement. Teacher, I have a question for you in Chinese. Recite a line of poetry related to Hua Qing Pool. Gu Yuan was a little stunned by the teacher's sudden question, but then blurted out the answer. In the spring chill, the emperor bestowed a bath at Hua Qing Pool, where the smooth hot spring waters cleansed her delicate skin. The maidservant helped her up, her body weak and delicate, just as she was beginning to receive the emperor's favor. With cloud-like hair, a beautiful face, and golden hairpins swaying, she spends a warm spring night in the hibiscus-scented tent. The spring night is fleeting, and the sun rises high. From then on, the emperor no longer holds morning court. Gu Yuan licked his lips as he spoke. These are lines from the Song of Everlasting Regret. It means that Yang Guifei was so beautiful that after bathing in the hot spring, her skin was fair and tender. When she was lifted up, she was so delicate and weak that she looked like cotton. Her appearance was like a flower. Dressed in that magnificent golden robe, she lay down in the pink lotus tent, her beauty captivating. The emperor could not resist her completely. No amount of sleep was enough. Every night was a battle through the night. Even the emperor, who slept so soundly, couldn't attend court the next day. His physique, his appearance. Bang! Teacher Hanue tapped Gu Yuan on the head. Why is it that you can't remember a single insightful sentence from such a good article, but you can recite the driving passages perfectly? Gu Yuan rubbed his head. Old Wang, looking at the student with an air of this child is teachable, nodded and said, Hua Qing Pool really exists. Of course, it's just a hot spring. Gu Yuan said, but then Old Man Wang burst into laughter. Gu Yuan, you don't understand at all. This is the real Hua Qing Pool. As he spoke, the safe, which was over 30 centimeters thick, opened, revealing a hot spring inside. In the center of the hot spring was a huge rock. What the hell is this? Gu Yuan was shocked to see the stone constantly producing a gentle flow of water, which was being transported in an unknown direction along pipes on the ground. The spiritual energy of this hot spring water is very similar to that of the ancient lamp oil. Gu Yuan looked at the hot spring that was constantly emerging from the stone. Just the steam rising from it made people feel a rich spiritual energy flowing through it. Ancient spirit lamp oil is a type of lamp oil that can increase cultivation speed by 5 times. As he spoke, Old Wang handed Gu Yuan a test tube containing about 300 milliliters of water, saying, It's made from hot spring water extracted from Hua Qing Pool. Gu Yuan was naturally disdainful. He had a bracelet, and a few days ago when he was cultivating, he burned a whole bucket of it. These 300 milliliters were an extremely precious treasure in Old Wang's eyes, but in Gu Yuan's eyes, they were nothing at all. Gu Yuan still tried his best to appear extremely shocked. My God, ancient spirit lamp oil for 5 times the cultivation speed. That's amazing. So much of it. Is it all for me? This is for your master, young man. It's 300 milliliters, extremely expensive. Even I wouldn't use that much at once. Do you intend to keep it all for yourself? This Hua Qing stone is a divine stone that can continuously generate warm hot spring water, and Hua Qing Pool was formed by it. Teacher Hanue crossed her arms over her chest. The Huaqing stone continuously produces this hot spring water, which flows into various refining chambers to be refined into ancient spirit lamp oil. The Anjia formation of Yanqing relies on these ancient spirit lamp oils to operate. Their target must be this Huaqing stone. After saying this, Old Wang turned his head. Really, this 1,000-year-old soul weapon left over from the Tang dynasty is a treasure of our China, and those terrorists are greedily trying to seize it. It's truly despicable. Chapter 101 My First A-Rank Mission. After saying this, Old Wang took out a small bag of white powder from another safe. Gu Yuan was curious when he saw the white powder. Teacher Han Yue, who was standing to the side, was very nervous. Academician Wang, we can't give such a dangerous thing to him. What is this? Could it be some kind of secret medicine for cultivation? It's even more potent than the ancient spirit lamp oil. Gu Yuan stepped forward, hoping to take a closer look. However, Teacher Han Yue said helplessly, "This is a ghost crow, it's a drug. Boys, no matter what happens, no matter how much they crave power, they absolutely must not touch this thing. Poison drugs. Ghost crow." Gu Yuan suddenly felt that this bag of white powder was no longer so kind and friendly. This is a dangerous drug that is addictive. Once you take it, your life is basically over. Yes. Old Wang sighed. Putting aside its vicious toxicity, it is an extremely fine product of the beast-taming industry, with highly advanced alchemy techniques, and it closely resembles some of the components of the ancient spirit lamp oil. However, the oil from the ghost lamp is too mysterious, and its composition is so complex that probably no one in the world can fully understand it. They are filled with a large amount of addictive, hallucinogenic, and stimulant drugs, and their potency is less than 1/5 that of the oil from the ghost lamp. However, the fact that it can be mass-produced is already a miracle. Having obtained the bag of white ghost crows, Old Wang continued, "Be careful. Give this to your master, and let him try to decompose it into its components." "Can you make an antidote?" Gu Yuan asked doubtfully. There is no antidote for addictive drugs. The poison is not in the material sense, but in the psychological dependence. This is why it has been difficult to cure for thousands of years. The only way is to use compulsory detoxification. We need the ingredients for better tracking and detection and to prevent further spread. Understood. Gu Yuan replied and returned home. The bracelet was used to dismantle the ghost crow. Ghost crow appeared in Gu Yuan's reconstitution list, but Gu Yuan would never reconstitute such a dangerous drug. Gu Yuan tried asking the bracelet a question. I've never asked you before, but since you can disassemble and reassemble, you must know what elements the spiritual matter becomes during the reassembly process, right? Could you list these elements for me? Consuming 10,000 points of spiritual matter, analysis begins. Damn it, are you robbing me? The bracelet also listed the components of the ghost crow. However, among the components that were analyzed, a large portion of it is unknown. This should be the composition of the ancient lamp oil. I know what this bracelet is and how to reconstitute it. However, the bracelet cannot describe exactly what it is, or if it could, humans would not understand it. However, some addictive, hallucinogenic, and euphoric human-made components were listed. After Gu Yuan made a copy, he sent it to Old Wang. When Mr. Wang saw it, he exclaimed, "This is amazing. I found out the ingredients in just one day." Gu Yuan sent a smiling emoji. "Gu Yuan, could you please pass on a message to your master? On behalf of the Central Beast Taming Research Institute, I'd like to extend an invitation to him. Whatever his conditions, as long as he's willing to join us, he's welcome." However, Gu Yuan thought to himself that he would actually need to have such a master. Gu Yuan's mind raced. My master said he will never leave the mountain in his lifetime. He has his reasons. However, if you encounter anything in the future that is difficult to determine the composition of, you can send it to him. Gu Yuan's words, which seemed to be a favorable condition for the Central Beast Taming Academy, were actually more advantageous to himself. For Gu Yuan's bracelet, there are only two important things, the spiritual material and the sample needed for recombination. After opening this door, Gu Yuan was able to easily obtain all sorts of rare samples with uncertain composition from the Central Beast Taming Research Institute. Of course, after getting such a great deal for free, Gu Yuan didn't forget to continue taking advantage of others. However, my master expended a great deal of energy during this search for the ingredients. Could you please send some more ancient spirit lamp oil? Of course. After all, he helped us so much. Gu Yuan thus got another 2 liters of Guling lamp oil for free, and after a day, when the deliverer man brought the oil, his kin was filled with Guling lamp oil. Gu Yuan was grinning from ear to ear. After cultivating for a while, Gu Yuan's soul control power reached 1641, and at least his mind was filled with more thoughts of flowers and plants. At this moment, Gu Yuan received a message. Yi Chuan. Young man, I have a new batch of goods here recently. Do you want them? Picture. 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 Gu Yuan saw the pictures he had sent, featuring several beautiful women wearing sexy lingerie. Their figures and looks were simply stunning. Phoenix Tamer, can you please stop sending me this kind of reading material? It's poisoning my mind. Gu Yuan saved the image to prevent the other party from retracting it while typing. Yeah. No, I didn't mean to sell you the photo book, but the main actor in the photo book is preparing to shoot a series of virgin zombie movies and is currently recruiting volunteers. I can help you secure a solo filming location with 8 girls and 1 boy. Doge emoji. Tamer of the Phoenix. Wiping sweat. If teacher Hanhua saw my screen debut like this, she would arrest me first, then whip and educate me, and then skin me alive and make me into a belt. Ye Chuan. Panda Kim Jong-un laughing emoji. Yeah. Okay, I'm not going to beat around the bush with you anymore. What I mean is, are you short of money lately? Phoenix Tamer. Quite a few questions. Just say it. As long as it's not murder or arson, I can do it. Toothpick. A-rank mission. You can accept A-rank missions now. I have 3 here, take a look. 2 flights from Tennessee to Guangzhou have gone missing over the Pacific Ocean. It's possible that a king-level monster did it. We need to organize a search for the missing flights. Phoenix Tamer. I have no magical beasts that can swim. Yeah. How about we join the hunter team and head to the Dabi Mountains? The Tiger King, who used to dominate that area within the red zone, seems to be missing lately. They're planning to steal some rare and precious treasures. Phoenix Tamer. I don't want to go out, really. Don't ask me to leave Anjie anymore. I hate the world outside the magic circle. It's so dangerous that I'm always reduced to ashes. Ye Chuan. Address. The only A level, searching for the monsters wreaking havoc in the city. Task rewards. 30 million cash, 1 king rank monster core, and 2 bags of red letter spirit beast feed. Gu Yuan received the address and used the map for navigation. Gu Yuan arrived at a morgue. Hello, Phoenix Tamer. The person speaking was wearing a hat with a very wide brim, and his face was hidden in the upturned collar. Chapter 102 The Fatal Flaw of the Security Array. I'm your teammate on this mission. You can call me by my code name, Tiger. I'm a gold rank hunter. Gu Yuan looked at the morgue. So, where are the file folders? Where are our clues? Here it is. With that, Jihu tore open a shroud right in front of Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan's eyes widened. It was a female corpse. Her head had been bitten off, and there were obvious teeth marks on her neck. At least we can confirm that this wasn't something a human could have bitten out. Gu Yuan's brows gradually furrowed. I also saw a demonic beast in the Anjia realm. It was in a state of near death due to being suppressed by a magic array. How did these people get bitten to death by a demonic beast in that state? The tiger laughed. It seems you know nothing about this. The suppression array is designed for all creatures with a body structure different from humans and rich in spiritual energy. So why aren't our beasts killed by the suppression array? Gu Yuan replied. Of course I know, because our inscribed contracts with demonic beasts include a clause that grants them exemption from the pressure of the security array. The demonic beasts that have been inscribed with human names must obey human commands. The city's smooth operation depends on this system. Yes, but there is a loophole in this problem. After a monster signs a contract with a human, the contract is locked by the Sea of Souls. The physical component of the Sea of Souls is the human brain. After signing the contract, the demon beast will connect with the human's soul sea. When this connection is complete, the demon beast's inner core will bear the mark of the master's soul sea, thus becoming immune to the harm of the security array. In other words, demonic beasts have another way to enter the in-realm, using the minds of beast tamers. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan's heart pounded faster, as if he were listening to a bloody and terrifying biohazard story. The monster can dig out a person's head, cut off the prefrontal cortex that controls thinking, and preserve it with a cultivation device to ensure that the head is not completely dead. Turn this brain into a vegetative brain, and then sign a contract with this vegetative brain. Thus, the contract was completed, a contract without an owner, and they were able to live in the city. When Gu Yuan heard this, he was shocked. Could it really be done like that? However, once they are discovered, they will be hunted down by hunters, so they are bound to be unable to attack humans or rob or steal any cultivation equipment or resources. They can only live as discreetly and legally as possible. Aside from the entrance fee and the fact that they possess a human brain, what are they after in here? Gu Yuan was puzzled. Upon hearing this, Jihu turned his head and said, Most of the demon beasts that enter the human world have reached level 40, awakened their intelligence, and gained human wisdom after transforming into human form. At this point, what attracts them is not necessarily those things, but rather something unique to the human world, something we take for granted, yet something they desperately crave. What? Gu Yuan asked, puzzled. Safety, food, entertainment. Huh. Gu Yuan thought to himself. It's because of these things. You've been to the wilderness, right? It's dangerous for humans, and it's the same for monsters. They have to fight every day just to survive. Every day they live in fear of being killed by other predators. They eat raw and rotten meat every day, and they even have to sleep with one eye open to avoid being ambushed. As he spoke, Jihu looked out at the safe zone. But look here, the human world is full of tall buildings and orderly. If you don't have to go to work, you can sleep until you naturally wake up. There are delicious cooked steaks, hamburgers, fried chicken, fries, marshmallows, ice cream, movies, TV series, anime. As Jihu spoke, he became more and more excited, pressing one hand against the glass window as if lost in reverie. When Gu Yuan heard this, he had other thoughts. If these monsters aren't really here to harm society, but just want cotton candy, ice cream, and a safe place to sleep, can we relax a bit and give them those things? Wouldn't that prevent people from having their heads ripped out? Suddenly, a tiger appeared in front of Gu Yuan. There are no good demonic beasts in this world, understand? There are only tame beasts that have signed contracts with humans and demonic beasts. Our mission is to kill demonic beasts, especially those that have run into the human world. This is human land. After saying that, Jihu tapped the nail-shaped gauntlets on Gu Yuan's arm, the metallic clanging sound echoing throughout the morgue. Grab your weapon. Hunter, it's time to move out. Tiger pushed open the door, letting in light. Let's go, Phoenix Tamer, to the crime scene. Then Jihu led Gu Yuan to investigate 5 crime scenes, all of which were densely populated areas. At the Poly World Trade Center Expo in Guangzhou, the incident occurred on the evening of January 3rd, at the end of the Firefly Comic Con. A 17-year-old cross-dressing man, who was clearly a boy but dressed in Lolita fashion, had his head bitten off in the men's restroom. The second body was found at the Pirate King Friendship Bond event. It was a middle-aged man whose brain had been bitten off. The third body was found at the Guangzhou Grand Theater. It belonged to a cleaner whose head had been eaten and whose body was buried under the lawn. The fourth body was found in the Pearl River. It was believed that the head of the body was bitten off and thrown into the river from a cruise ship on the Pearl River bank on the night of January 10th. The fifth body was found on the South China Bridge in Guangzhou, a giant bridge spanning the entire city of Zhuhai. A taxi driver had his head bitten off. Gu Yuan visited several of the locations where the bodies were found. The police had tried various methods to trace the bloodstains in the surrounding area, but had not found anything. This indicates that the monster was very clever and used some kind of Taoist technique to conceal its scent. Gu Yuan's clever mind began to work. The first 2 bodies were found at a comic convention and an opera house, respectively. In such crowded places, it's impossible for him to remain in a beast-like state and run around everywhere, so he must have had a human identity. Moreover, it is related to music and anime/manga elements. The fact that she could commit murder on a cruise ship indicates she was of high status. Such a person is easily recognizable. Therefore, she would need to appear in a place that doesn't incongru with her human identity. Upon hearing Gu Yuan's speculation, Jihu nodded. Very impressive. No wonder even the Beast Taming Security Bureau considers you intelligent. You discovered this important clue so quickly. That's what I speculated as well. Moreover, its species must be a feline monster. Jihu turned around and said, taking out a comparison report of teeth marks and giving it to Gu Yuan. Chapter 103, Arresting Sayuri. Does this really require careful consideration? Suddenly, a voice came from behind Gu Yuan. Like most police officers who don't get along with private investigators, these officers were also quite unfriendly to hunters. The man who arrived was a fat police chief. He was wearing a uniform, had a protruding belly, and his hands were behind his back, giving him a rather official appearance. Director Mu, you actually came in person. Several police officers who were watching didn't like Gu Yuan and his group at first, but when they saw the director arrive, they all surrounded him. 5 people have died. How could we not come in person for something this serious? If there's a 6th, none of us will escape unscathed. As Director Mu spoke, he took out a laptop and opened it with one hand. Several junior police officers nearby stepped forward to flatter Director Mu, praising him. Director Mu found the words agreeable and then turned his gaze to Gu Yuan. You hunters have already done enough. There's no need for your pointless deductions and corpse analysis. Watch closely, and I'll show you what the police are all about." As he spoke, Director Mu took out a computer and showed everyone the contents of the computer. "This is..." Gu Yuan glanced at the list and saw that it was a densely packed list of expenses. "We extracted data from the operators and the bank's monitoring department. This included all the relatives and friends of these 5 individuals, their social networks, hobbies, search terms, and transaction records. After a rigorous screening, we have identified several key leads in these cases. The first victim had attended Sayuri's handshake event at that comic convention. The second victim was also a fan of Sayuri, who bought many Sayuri posters and almost all of Sayuri's songs. The third victim, Sayuri, attended a contralto rehearsal on the day of her death. The fourth victim was a partner of Xiaobei, who had previously invested in Xiaobei, but recently withdrew his investment. The fifth victim had no connection to Sayuri, but considering the taxi driver's identity, it's possible that he was simply bitten to death by a predator while carrying Sayuri. After reading the analysis, Gu Yuan felt even more puzzled. These reports were all too accurate. All the clues pointed to Sayuri, as if Sayuri wanted everyone to know that she was the one who did it after this incident. Meanwhile, the police officers on the other side applauded repeatedly. No, as expected of the director, he saw through little Lily's trick immediately. What a cunning monster, actually disguising itself as a female celebrity. Sayuri? She's cosplaying a female singer, and the deductions about this young hunter all match up. I feel something is amiss. Since she has already entered the In realm, why would she attack other people? Gu Yuan wondered. Of course it's possible. Jihu came up behind Gu Yuan. Maybe she has other friends from outside Anjia, and hopes to bring them in exchange for the support of some powerful demon beasts or something. Yes, it has happened before. A monster infiltrated human society, became a healing surgeon, cured the patient, issued a death certificate, and then secretly dug out the brain of the seriously injured beast tamer. Then they kept bringing in new companions from the wilderness, and eventually built a sizable gang in the city. A police officer immediately added that Sayuri had been identified as the culprit behind the series of murders. They began to organize police forces to secretly approach the villa area where Xiaobei lived. Gu Yuan still felt something was off, even though all the blame was now being placed on Xiaobei. Gu Yuan still sent a message to Ye Chuan. "Phoenix Tamer, I need all the information you can find about Lily. Tooth piercing. Little Lily was an orphan. There were no documents showing who her parents were. She was adopted by an orphanage when she was a child. His life was unremarkable, and he disliked becoming a beast tamer, while all his peers were eager to become beast tamers. She has never participated in any beast tamer qualification test, nor has she ever contracted any demon beast. At the age of 16, she displayed exceptional singing talent and was discovered by a talent scout from 7th Entertainment, thus beginning her entertainment career. Further down the list are the concerts she's attended, her financial status, and the movies she starred in. Phoenix Tamer, is there nothing else? Ye Chuan, she has never been in contact with any of the dark side of society. Although she is considered a big shot, she is just a singer and has no value in monitoring her, except for... Then Yaya posted a bunch of super cute photos of Xiaobei taken when she participated in various activities. Even some adorable celebrities dressed up as Sayuri and acted out scenes in tokusatsu films. Gu Yuan covered his head. The situation is extremely urgent. Can you please stop driving? Gu Yuan downloaded all the videos to his local computer and then asked one last question. Phoenix Tamer, one last question. Do you also have a human brain that has signed a contract with you? Yaya. Looks like Jihu explained it to you. But unfortunately, I didn't. Because there are many cases of trading monsters in the human world. In order to facilitate human transactions, all monsters that have signed contracts with humans and whose contracts have been terminated will temporarily receive an exemption from the magic array for 1 hour. If a new contract is not signed within an hour, the magic array will suppress them and kill them. Therefore, monsters that are released are usually thrown into the wilderness. However, my master was too lazy to take the train, so he abandoned me wherever he was, hoping that I would be suppressed and killed by the magic circle an hour later. But fate smiled upon me, and I lived for almost a day. While waiting to die in the sewer, I encountered a leak in the sewage pipe. After the pain and torment, my consciousness gradually returned, and I successfully became immune to the effects of the suppression array. It doesn't necessarily have to be a human brain. There might be other ways for monsters to survive in human-controlled safe zones. However, at this moment, the police car carrying Gu Yuan had already stopped outside a villa. Bang! A group of police officers, accompanied by their hunting dogs, kicked open the door to Sayuri's house. The howling of the hounds echoed throughout the apartment as police searched the area. "Officer, we couldn't find it. No one in the encirclement found any trace of her. Did they run away?" The sheriff slammed his fist on the table in anger. "They must have spotted our movements beforehand. We can be pretty sure it's a monster. They're moving very quickly. No normal person can run faster than a car. Release all the hunting dogs. Let's keep searching. Phoenix Tamer, come with me. This bounty is definitely ours," Jihu said, gesturing for Gu Yuan to follow. Chapter 104 Lowly, Short-Legged Kitten Meow. That night, the entire city of Guangzhou was in an uproar, with police cars everywhere conducting checks. The news that little Lily was a monster that had infiltrated the human world nearly shocked the entire city of Guangzhou. However, Sayuri seems to be very good at hiding herself, and neither the police nor the beast tamers who are pursuing the bounty have found any clues. "Phoenix Tamer, I urgently need your help, and only you can do it," Jihu said, turning to look at Gu Yuan. "I am the most powerful tracking type gold-level beast tamer in the entire city of Guangzhou. I can use an extremely rare Taoist technique called spiritual cultivation scent. It can track all smells." Jihu continued, "When I went to the scene the last few times, I didn't detect any scent of the murderer, so she must have been hiding. Use your 7-star alchemy technique to refine a mid-level chi flow pill for me, enhancing my wind-based combat skills. That way, we can find her." "And then what?" Gu Yuan continued. "Kill her, use her head for the bounty, and split the bounty and her inner core 50/50ths. Is that what you want? Whether she is a level 40 humanoid or a rare royal-level demon beast, her inner core is extremely valuable." As he said this, Jihu's eyes remained fixed on the other side of the street. Gu Yuan nodded and began refining pills. At this moment, Xiaobei was running away along the alleys of the urban villages in Zhuhai district. I'm doomed. How did the police find me? I have to get out of Anjie right now." Little Lily's petite, lowly-like body leaned tightly against the earthen wall of the alley. With her short stature and arms crossed, she looked pitiful. Suddenly raising his head, he saw a cold glint falling from the sky. Tiger, wielding a spear in both hands, charged forward. Little Lily dodged to the left with a nimble movement. It pierced the ground directly, kicking up a cloud of dust, which frightened the surrounding workers into scattering and fleeing. Little Lily suddenly lowered her body, landing on all fours, and ran wildly towards the end of the alley. Hunter, no, spare me. I'll give you all my money." Little Lily was so scared that tears streamed down her face. However, Tiger showed no sign of stopping, continuously wielding his spear, hoping to kill her with a single blow, while Sayuri ran wildly on all fours. "Phoenix Tamer." Sayuri's pupils constricted when she heard the voice. When she looked up, she saw Gu Yuan blocking the only escape route. Xiaobei's pupils trembled as Gu Yuan stared at her. With a plop, Xiaobei's short legs and white stockings knelt down on the ground, looking up at Gu Yuan. "I never imagined that my life would end at your hands." Meow. Suddenly, a white cat pounced on the small wooden box next to Gu Yuan. But Red Feather wouldn't give them any chance. It had already descended from the sky and used its claws to pin them against the box. "Don't hurt Little White," Little Lily shouted. "It's not a monster. It's just an ordinary white cat." At this moment, Shirato, carrying his spear, had already approached Sayuri from behind. "What an adorable little beauty. No wonder she's the cutest loli in Guangzhou. If I shoot her, she probably won't cry for long. She'll be dead in less than a minute." "Xiaobai, you're right." Xiaobei looked at the white cat being pressed against the box by Hongling, tears welling in her eyes. "It's all my fault. Gu Yuan, do it. It's best if you end my life. Dig out my inner core and end this hypocritical life of mine." Xiaobei gripped the hem of her skirt tightly with both hands, and tears began to fall in large drops onto the ground. "I am clearly not human, yet I am pursuing a human life. From the very beginning, I deserve to die." Little Lily thought that perhaps finding a master, surrendering her freedom, her body, and everything else was the only way for a demon beast to live in the human world. She was still too naive. Bang! Tiger raised his spear, ready to thrust it down, but only felt a presence coming from behind him. At some point, Qi Shui circled around behind Jihu and used the drunken dream powder to smash Jihu's head. It works quite well. No wonder it's a formula from the #1 alchemy family in the capital. Gu Yuan watched as the tiger collapsed to the ground and fell fast asleep. Hongling released her grip on the little white cat's neck. Gu Yuan crouched down and lifted Xiao Baihao up. "What type of monster are you?" When Xiaobei saw that Gu Yuan hadn't killed her, tears welled up in her eyes, and she looked up at Gu Yuan with her big eyes, looking incredibly cute. White cat ears and a slender cat tail emerged. Like a pitiful cat being lifted up, it lowered its head and said, I am White Dwarf. At this moment, Gu Yuan activated his eye of the other shore. Sayuri. Level, 22. Rank, Royal. Race, White Munchkin Cat. Description, a type of cat bred through targeted genetic modification. It is very short in stature with short legs, extremely cute, and almost devoid of combat ability. However, it can use healing and support skills to assist its teammates in battle. The prefix, white, indicates that this monster is light elemental. You're not going to yell at me anymore? When you were my boss, you used to give me all sorts of attitude. Gu Yuan said with a puzzled expression. Little Lily puffed out her cheeks, wanting to lash out. But her identity had been exposed, and she was now being held in the other person's hands like a pitiful kitten, so she didn't dare to say anything harsh. It could only lower its head, its cat ears folded down, looking very obedient. The little female cat that had been yelling and trying to kick Gu Yuan's, but was now obediently transformed into a submissive kitten in Gu Yuan's hands. I won't do it again. Meow, I can meow. Can you please not cut me? Little Lily tried to get away with it. Yeah, I know you didn't kill them. Gu Yuan placed the little Lily on the ground. Indeed, all the clues point to you, including your inability to provide an alibi, and the fact that all the dead are connected to you. But the murderer underestimated one thing: time. Gu Yuan continued. The Firefly Comic-Con was held from January 1st to January 3rd, 2021. The deceased was discovered on the evening of January 3rd. I set off to find the Firecliff flower on January 6th, the first day after the lesser cold solar term. And 3 nights ago, we were together. It seems so. Xiaobei suddenly remembered that she was at the White Horse Club that night, and he helped her get rid of the situation that was being threatened. Even if you're sure I'm not the monster that killed the person, I am a real monster. If you kill me, you can get a royal level inner core, Little Lily said. However, at that moment, Gu Yuan nodded. Yes, you're right, but I want to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. As Gu Yuan spoke, he looked at Xiao Baihe. I will protect you for now. The murderer is another demon beast lurking in the human world. The dead cat is the quietest cat. He's the one who eats people. He'll frame you first, then kill you so he can claim the murderer has been punished, and he can get away with it. He'll stop at nothing to kill you. I can use you to lure him out, then kill him, take his inner core, and then deal with you. TCH, disgusting human hunters. Sayuri couldn't help but swear. Chapter 105 Little Lily's Special Inscription. Gu Yuan shifted his gaze to Xiaobei. What did you say? Little Lily trembled with fright, rubbing her head, adorned with cat ears, against Gu Yuan's hand, meowing softly. She tried to fool him again, but Gu Yuan just stared at her coldly. This is the second question I'm leaving you with. Gu Yuan said. Once I reach the 3rd rank, there will be a 3rd beast taming position. Will you accept me then? Upon hearing this, Sayuri hesitated, clutching the hem of her skirt tightly with both hands. I can consider it, but I really don't want to become a spirit pet and lose my freedom. Gu Yuan knew that intelligent pets like Xiao Baihe were often difficult to tame, so her refusal to agree immediately put Gu Yuan at ease. Since he hasn't reached the 3rd grade beast tamer level yet, and can't immediately complete the contract with her, it's obviously more advantageous for her to agree directly and then find an opportunity to escape than to say it outright. But she chooses to be honest with herself, and this proud and aloof pet, once tamed, often becomes even more loyal. Gu Yuan sighed. However, you know I won't do a losing deal. After all, handing you over would be a decent reward. Okay. Little Lily grabbed her hair with both hands, then took out a pill formula from her storage ring and said, This is a recipe for a high-grade fire spirit pill. Consider it a deposit. In this storage ring, there are also 2 scrolls for engraving heaven-rank combat techniques, both of which are extremely rare. Furthermore, I also have the inner core of a royal-level demon beast and 3 inner cores of king-level demon beasts, which I can give you. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan exclaimed in astonishment, How do you have so many good things? Well, let's just say it's better to be prepared. Little Lily looked up at the sky. Since I came to the human world, I haven't had a single good day. Every day I'm worried about being discovered by hunters. Therefore, I didn't use the money I earned to buy houses, stocks, or any other expensive real estate. Instead, I used it to purchase a large amount of hard currency among beast tamers. I hope that one day, if things really come to light, I can use these things, which are even more valuable than my inner core, to bribe a beast tamer and have him send me away from the in realm. As expected of a royal-level demonic beast, its intelligence surpasses that of ordinary humans. Gu Yuan said, "All right, considering all these valuable treasures, I agree to help you escape Anjia. Take this and do me a favor." With that, Xiaobei took out an inner core and handed it to Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan took it and saw the inner core of the grass snake shadow, along with some ground materials. "What's this?" Gu Yuan looked at the materials and the inscribed scroll that Xiao Baihe handed him. "Do you want me to inscribe it for you?" Although beast tamers are far superior to beast masters in terms of combat power, even if a beast master has inscribed their skills, the power of the combat techniques they acquire will be greatly reduced. However, in terms of functionality, beast tamers are superior to beast tamers, possessing the wisdom accumulated by humankind over thousands of years, including inscription, Taoist magic, alchemy, and weapon manufacturing capabilities. They are all based on a human body structure, and only humans can use them. No matter how strong the monsters are, they are no match for humans. Therefore, despite buying so many rare and precious materials, Xiaobei doesn't have a single inscription on her. Her first inscription will have to be engraved by Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan needed a quiet place to make the inscription, so Qi Shui helped him tie up the tiger and hide it in the sewer. Gu Yuan, on the other hand, wanted to find a quiet place to help Xiao Baihe with the inscription. Because the area was patrolled by police, Gu Yuan eventually had to find a restroom to help Xiao Baihe complete the engraving. Little Lily sat on the toilet and slowly stretched out one of her short legs. "The place to be engraved is on my leg." After a period of inscription, Sayuri obtained her first inscribed combat skill. Chapter 106, A Sudden Citywide Manhunt. "My feet are numb. They're sore. It's so uncomfortable to walk." Xiao Baihe landed on both feet, tapping the ground with her toes, and looked at the heart tattoo that Gu Yuanming had etched on her inner thigh. Invisible Cat, Earth Rank Combat Skill. A cat meows, and at the same time, a colorless heart is created. The first object touched by the heart becomes invisible for 3 minutes. "Meow," Little Lily exclaimed happily. "I finally got this combat skill. I'm so strong. I can make objects invisible." Inscriptions will produce different effects depending on the target attribute being inscribed. Little Lily is a support-oriented monster, so the combat skills she has inscribed are also support-oriented. With this combat skill, it becomes much easier to evade the police. Little Lily meowed twice, and the meows created 2 hearts. One heart bumped into Gu Yuan, and the other bumped into herself. Gu Yuan and Xiao Baihe both successfully entered stealth mode. Gu Yuan and Xiao Baihe both became invisible. Hong Ling could fly above the clouds, and Qi Shui could return to Gu Yuan's pet space. And so, Gu Yuan led Xiao Baihe away from the police encirclement and headed towards the edge of Anjia. On the other side, beneath the sewers. Tisk, really, Gu Yuan is getting more and more difficult to deal with. Song Yingying came into the sewer, followed by a group of Black Lotus gang members. However, that's about all he'll live for. Next, Song Yingying handed the tiger, who had been knocked unconscious by the drunken dream powder, to Lin Bo. The plan cannot go wrong. Team B is ready, Team D is still confirming their positions, and Lord Hairue Mora is still negotiating. We need to increase our bargaining power, otherwise Tianxing Huanghu will not agree to our demands. Understood. Lin Bo, dragging the unconscious tiger, prepared to climb the stairs to the ground, when he suddenly asked, "Song Yingying, what about you?" Song Yingying tilted her head and said, "Gu Yuan is the biggest mistake I've ever made. I'm going to twist his head off with my own hands." After saying that, Song Yingying disappeared into the dark sewer. Gu Yuan and Xiao Baihe escaped the encirclement. Although Little Lily is a royal-level demon beast, her level is still too low. After unleashing approximately 12 Earth-rank combat techniques, he was exhausted. Fortunately, Gu Yuan wasn't a wanted criminal. He hid Xiao Baihe, who had transformed into an adorable white short-legged cat, in a bag, and carrying the bag, he passed right under the police's noses through the ticket gate. Gu Yuan planned to take the light rail in Guangzhou directly, boarding at Xingue Station and heading towards Baijiao Station, where he would be basically safe. However, at that moment, Gu Yuan raised his head and suddenly saw someone who shouldn't have appeared on the screen, Jihu, and Lin Bo, standing next to the tiger. Lin Bo had a smile on his lips, as if it were a joyous occasion, but Gu Yuan immediately sensed something was wrong. Tiger said on the screen, "Everyone, I am a gold-rank hunter named Tiger. I have something very serious to tell you. Gu Yuan has betrayed humanity and is plotting with Sayuri to escape to the outside of Anjia. Please make sure you catch him." This time, Gu Yuan is on the front page again, but unlike before, This time it's clearly not for anything good. Why do you believe Gu Yuan did such a thing? What evidence do you have? It's simple. He knocked me unconscious. If you think I'm lying, just look to see if he has a white cat with him. Gu Yuan's eyes widened as he heard this. Tiger? Impossible. I anesthetized him from behind. He wouldn't know it was me. Besides, he couldn't possibly know that Sayuri is a cat demon. Could it be that? However, at that moment, a man sitting next to Gu Yuan clenched his right fist and punched Gu Yuan. He jumped, smashed through the glass, grabbed the edge of the light rail train, and climbed onto the roof. However, the sound of breaking glass continued, and two beast tamers jumped onto the roof of the car, surrounding Gu Yuan from both sides. Gu Yuan cocked his nail-shaped handguard. Have you thought this through? If you don't get out of my way, I won't show any mercy. Both beast tamers were from the common people, and when they saw the killing intent in Gu Yuan's eyes, they were so frightened that they took a half step back. At that moment, he felt several poisonous thorns attacking him from behind like a sudden storm. Gu Yuan raised his right hand, gathering spiritual energy to unleash 1,000 reverse fire slash, shattering the incoming poisonous thorns. However, it wasn't completely severed. The two poisonous stingers that missed their mark struck the two beast tamers on either side, and the two poisoned individuals rolled off the speeding train. Deathly punishment? Gu Yuan raised his head. The light rail train continued its journey, its sounds echoing continuously. On both sides, tall buildings gradually receded into the distance as the light rail headed towards a bridge over the Pearl River. Gu Yuan looked at Song Yingying, and Song Yingying stood at the front of the car looking back at Gu Yuan. You're here again. This was all part of your Black Lotus Gang's plan, wasn't it? But why were you the one to get rid of me and kill little Lily? Did you apply for it yourself, or were you assigned to it? Gu Yuan looked at Song Yingying and asked her this question under the moonlight. Song Yingying grinned and said, I came here of my own accord. Our plan is flawless. You are doomed to die, and I am here to enjoy watching you struggle for the last hour, just like when I threw you into the furnace. Why me? Gu Yuan looked at Song Yingying. You've disrupted our plans. That's not what I meant. That day, you broke off Red Feather's wings and threw me into the furnace. Why me? Do I have some special significance? This is the only thing I can't understand. Gu Yuan remained calm as he looked at Song Yingying. Song Yingying shook her head. Have you ever heard of a blood oath? It's when people in ancient times wanted to become bandits, so they had to kill someone first. With a criminal record, the bandits wouldn't be afraid to jump ship. The Black Lotus Gang continues this ancient Chinese tradition, so I have to choose someone to kill. So you chose me? Because we broke up? I dumped you because you're trash. Song Yingying continued. I'm a pragmatist. If I'm going to kill someone randomly, I'll pick the weakest one. Look at you, a piece of trash who scored 59 points, yet you dare to compare yourself to me? A poor, useless person, hoping to have the same future as me. I chose you simply because you are the most pathetic loser in my eyes. Although I don't know what happened, you've changed a lot. But tonight, everything will change drastically, and I will take everything from you, and I will make up for that mistake. I'll turn you back into that spineless coward, and then watch you die. Suddenly, a shadow flickered behind Gu Yuan, and a flash of light appeared. A Black Lotus Gang assassin had already rushed up behind Gu Yuan. He raised his right hand, and the long sword in his hand slashed down towards Gu Yuan's head. Gu Yuan had already sensed this. He bent forward, and the opponent's sword missed its mark. Gu Yuan's nail shadow gauntlets fired 3 times at his chest. Chapter 107 Death knocks on the door. This isn't a one-on-one fight in the ring. I'm not stupid enough to come alone. Song Yingying's mocking voice reached Gu Yuan's ears, and Gu Yuan dodged her sudden attack. Immediately afterwards, another member of the Black Lotus Gang, also wearing a black cloak, landed to Gu Yuan's side. He raised his right hand, unleashing a powerful Earth-rank combat skill, Heavenly Toad Fire Shatter. In his palm, a blazing toad of fire appeared, which slammed down on Gu Yuan like a massive boulder. Gu Yuan dodged, and the train roof was dented as it was smashed downwards. There, the toad stuck out its tongue and swallowed Gu Yuan whole. Hee, Gu Yuan, you're dead meat. Let you experience what it's like to be cooked to medium rare. The Black Lotus Gang terrorist smiled, but then he saw a flash of light in Gu Yuan's hand, and the gem on the hilt of the sword instantly absorbed all the flames. With a whoosh, the sound of a slender Tang sword slicing through the air rang out, and a surge of raging flames suddenly erupted forward, sending the Black Lotus Gang member flying. Impossible. Song Yingying was deeply shocked by Gu Yuan's agile movements and the speed with which he drew his sword. Your soul power has reached 1,500. Song Yingying never expected that Gu Yuan's soul control power would double in just a short period of time after they parted ways. What's wrong? Who's the good-for-nothing now? Gu Yuan turned around and smiled, pointing directly at Song Yingying. TCH, they're all just second grade. In the end, a beast tamer's battles still depend on the pet they control. Another member of the Black Lotus gang summoned his two pets, a level 27 rare shadow monkey and a level 26 common tide hunter. However, Gu Yuan took a step back, and Qi Shui jumped out of the pet space. Her beautiful legs, clad in white stockings, landed lightly, accompanied by the sound of her high heels hitting the metal roof of the car. As the nine tails spread out, the white ice dust danced and fell like fireworks during an entrance. So beautiful. The Black Lotus gang terrorists were stunned, only to see Qi Shui blow a kiss and cast a seductive glance. Tidehunter's eyes turned red, clearly showing signs of lust, and it actually turned around and attacked Shadow Monkey. Taking advantage of the situation, Qi Shui used her ice and snow skill to freeze the terrorist's feet, then stepped forward and used her cold claw skill to send him flying. However, behind Gu Yuan, Song Yingying was already deeply shocked. That fox has become so strong. What was that inscription just now? You'll find out. Gu Yuan raised his right hand. At this moment, the red feather in the sky had already rushed from the top of the clouds towards Song Yingying. In Gu Yuan's right hand, near absolute zero cold air began to rapidly gather, illuminating Song Yingying's entire face with that cold light, symbolizing death from ice and snow. Heavens, a heaven-rank battle technique. Song Yingying couldn't believe that Gu Yuan had acquired another heaven-rank combat skill. Why are you developing so well? Are you a human or a ghost? Are you a human or a ghost? Song Yingying was heartbroken. At this moment, Hong Ling had already fallen from the sky, and Gu Yuan was preparing to unleash a heaven-rank battle skill. No matter which one hit her, she would surely die. Gu Yuan, this is far from over. After saying this, Song Yingying suddenly unleashed her combat skill, Wither, which she had received from the Shadow Worm. Because Song Yingying was standing at the front of the car, she pressed her right hand against the front of the car, and the entire front of the car began to decay at an extremely fast speed, and the wheels shattered. The entire train veered off the tracks and plunged into the Pearl River. Due to the violent shaking of the car body, Gu Yuan was thrown off the roof. Throughout the entire process, Gu Yuan saw the train plummeting downwards at the same level as him. The light rail travels at speeds of up to 500 meters per second. If it were to plunge into the river at that speed, almost all passengers would be hit by the carriages, maimed, or drowned, even if they didn't die. Gu Yuan watched the train falling into the river parallel to him. On the train were children, the elderly, and many ordinary people with less than 100 soul power. This train is packed with at least 5,000 people. Song Yingying is truly a crazy woman who doesn't care about the lives of other people at all. Red Feather, Gu Yuan shouted. Red Feather turned around quickly in the air and continued to fly towards the end of the train. Hong Ling grabbed the end of the train, flames raging behind her. She had used the Wildfire Phoenix Feather to accelerate her spiritual energy to supersonic speed, holding off the train's speed and dragging it back in midair. Song Yingying was also thrown out, but then she saw that the other party had summoned a fiery spider. The spider stuck to the bridge pier and used its silk to help Song Yingying cushion the fall. Meanwhile, Qi Shui had already transformed into a fox and rushed swiftly to Gu Yuan's crotch. After growing larger, she landed steadily on the lake's surface, but did not sink. Instead, they used the icy power of their claws to freeze the river surface and stand on the floating ice. The people on the train were stunned, but blood began to seep from one of Hong Ling's legs. To hold back a light rail train carrying 5,000 people at full speed was something that would be impossible for other bird-taming beasts. Even if someone has enough explosive power, their bones might be too fragile, and they could have one leg torn off on the spot. However, as expected of someone with mythical bloodlines, the evolved form of the Fiery Feather Phoenix, the ancient Fiery Feather Phoenix, Red Feather successfully stopped the train. Police cars on both sides of the river stopped, and the officers gazed at the stopped train, expressing their admiration. Impossible. What kind of explosive power and bone hardness is required to do that? Is this a mythical level monster? It's terrifying. What are you looking at? Another policeman suddenly shouted. Get on the train and rescue people. But what about Phoenix Tamer? Aren't we supposed to arrest him? A policeman said, pointing at Gu Yuan, who was riding Qi Shui and standing on the ice in the river. I don't believe that a high school student who is willing to save 5,000 lives is a dangerous person. Someone must be lying. As the sheriff spoke, he turned to the other officers and said, Never mind him. I won't believe that one-sided story. We need to save people first. Song Ingying. Gu Yuan looked at Song Ingying, who was hiding under the bridge, and she was looking at him with a mischievous smile. I succeeded. See, your phoenix isn't invincible. She can get hurt too, and I did it. I will defeat you. Song Ingying roared excitedly, as if she were a victor. Come back, Hongling. Gu Yuan called out in his soul sea. But master, I can still do it. That's an order. Gu Yuan added. You're injured, and seriously injured. I can feel the excruciating pain in your wings. Come back quickly. Hongling returned to Gu Yuan's pet space, and Gu Yuan rode Qixue directly towards Song Ingying. The last person who injured my pet was reduced to ashes. Song Ingying, you won't fare any better than him. Chapter 108 Citywide Chaos. Before Gu Yuan had gone very far, a series of spiritual energy fluctuations appeared in the sky. Damn it. Fortunately, Qixue reacted quickly and dodged to the side. She saw 2 level 30+ flying beasts flying in from the sky, along with their hunter master. 2 hunters, codenamed Flying Bird and codenamed Vanguard. Just as Gu Yuan was preparing to continue his pursuit of Song Ingying, these 2 people who suddenly appeared in the sky interrupted his original plan. Their pets flew through the air and, taking advantage of their ability to fly, began their attack on Gu Yuan. Although Hongling had taken the healing pills made by Gu Yuan, and the bleeding and pain had stopped, she was still not suitable for prolonged combat, especially against a large group of hunters. Yes, hunters are not police officers. They only care about money, not people. The 2 who attacked Gu Yuan on the train just now were hunters. Everyone, capture the Phoenix Tamer. Captain Linbua said there's a reward of 50 million for each person, dead or alive. 50 million. The hunters were going crazy. 50 or 60 people stood densely packed on both sides of the bank, all looking at Gu Yuan with greedy eyes. For a fleeting moment, Gu Yuan suddenly understood the pain in Xiao Bai's heart. Indeed, being wanted by a bounty and watched by countless greedy eyes was a terrifying thing. What exactly is Lin Bo doing? Gu Yuan was beginning to have doubts about Lin Bo. 50 million? If he really killed him, could he come up with 50 million? Or perhaps he has no intention of paying at all. Qixue carried Gu Yuan, freezing the Pearl River as they fled along its banks. Along the way, hunters relentlessly attacked Gu Yuan with combat skills and Taoist magic. Some even released their water-based beasts to attack him from underwater. However, Gu Yuan's 7 Snows possesses a D-rank riding combat skill. Mounted combat skills are also graded, and most beast tamers will only choose to teach their beasts a human-level mounted combat skill. It's like adding a little bit to serve as a means of transportation. It doesn't mean allocating important resources to such a weak combat skill. However, Gu Yuan is different. Because of the effect of Yushan Fong, all of Qixue's combat skills are automatically enhanced to the Earth rank. Therefore, Gu Yuan did not use any resources to give Qixue a D-rank riding combat skill. Compared to the human rank, the Earth rank allows Qixue to carry heavier loads, move at faster speeds, and maintain a stronger continuous running ability. However, more than 100 hunters were still besieging Gu Yuan, and they were becoming increasingly ruthless. They were in a bloodthirsty frenzy. Seeing Gu Yuan surrounded and attacked from all sides, many police officers couldn't bear to watch any longer. These damned hunters, do they have no conscience? This child just saved 5,000 lives, and they immediately tried to kill him. Who does Lin Bo think he is? He's a piece of trash who wants to suck up to Zheng Long and become a live-in son-in-law, but he can't even get the job. Do you think I'd listen to him? Since when did the Beast Taming Bureau get to command our police station? Some police officers couldn't hold back any longer and summoned their pets to help Gu Yuan. They clashed directly with the hunters chasing Gu Yuan, and a fierce conflict broke out between the 2 sides. Ha 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 ha. At this moment, on the border of Guangzhou, a dark figure was laughing continuously. He sat in a recliner, basking in the moonlight, with the starry sky above him and a silent forest behind him. At that moment, in the hunter's bar behind him, the same bar Gu Yuan had visited, a massacre was taking place. Help me, help me. Ah, ah. Screams rose and fell as the hunters were surrounded and pursued by their usual prey. A man with charred black hair, still resembling a bullet, hid in the toilet, watching as savage tigers rushed into the tavern and tore apart and devoured their companions in the place where they usually frolicked, played, and drank. Who is still alive? Report. Report. The Black Lotus Gang, with a pack of violent tigers, has attacked the hunters' lodges along the way to Guangzhou. With trembling hands, Bullet Bro pulled out his phone, sweat pouring down his face like a waterfall. He prepared to send this message to as many people as possible. However, he was currently logged into his own Hunter account and could only send messages to his Hunter friends. The hunting tigers outside had already caught his scent, and he didn't have time to switch to his own account. But all of his Hunter friends were dead outside, except for one. Phoenix Tamer. You absolutely must send him this crucial information. Oh. Bullet Bro fell into a pool of blood, his phone lying there. Hey Marilla. At that moment, a gigantic tiger, as large as a mountain, appeared behind the moon's sunbathing man. How is the situation? Your daughter's identity has been exposed, and she is now being hunted down by all the police and hunters in the city. Roar. The tiger roared to the sky. Don't do anything foolish. This is the magic array of Yanqing. Even a level 83 Emperor-level Heavenly Star Tiger would die if it rushed in. Unless you make a deal with us. As Hai Rui Mora spoke, he glanced sideways at Tianqing Huanghu. A calm voice came from the other end. I don't believe you. You only have a few hundred people. What makes you think you can harm a city with tens of millions of people? Ha. You just don't understand. Harry Morris swirled his wine glass. The most powerful weapon of human society is not its numbers, but its order. Tens of millions of people can unleash tremendous power when there is order, but they are extremely vulnerable when there is no order. As he spoke, Harry Mora leaned forward. And what we do best is disrupt order. That is the essence of terrorism, spreading fear, creating instability and chaos, thereby bringing out contradictions in all aspects of society and causing them to hurt themselves. Harry Mora opened a live streaming website, which showed a large number of chaotic scenes captured on camera. At this point, Guangzhou was in complete chaos, with people in residential buildings on both sides of the Pearl River taking photos from their high vantage points using their mobile phones. The messages were climbing rapidly. A chaotic battle has broken out on both sides of the Pearl River. A train has derailed. Hey, hurry up and save them. Why are the police fighting with the hunters? Where is the Phoenix Tamer? Where is he? Little Lily is missing. Are these guys planning to tear this place down? Explosions caused by the battle rang out continuously. Cars caught fire. Shouts of fighting and killing filled the air, and the cries of children rescued from the train blared like alarms. However, from an aerial view, a small blue light can be seen moving rapidly within the flames. Chapter 109: A Race Against Time, exposing the tiger's disguise. The blue light was particularly striking. It was from a white snow fox carrying a young boy on its back. The boy was holding a bag, and inside the bag was an adorable short-legged white cat. Daughter. Tianqing Huanghu's eyes trembled slightly. Hey, get out of the way. Get out of the way. You idiot. Think of something. If this keeps up, you won't be able to escape. Little Lily the cat was huddled in a plastic bag, with only her adorable cat eyes peeking out, seemingly calling out from within. I know, but yelling won't help. Gu Yuan shouted as he struggled to dodge. But there are still 30 flying monsters bombarding me from above. If Hongling's injury had been less severe, a single 100 birds paying homage to the Phoenix technique would have solved all the problems. Damn it. No wonder they say air superiority is so important in modern warfare. Once you have air superiority, anything on the ground will just be chased and bombed by one side. Gu Yuan rode Qi Shui, galloping forward at high speed. Various fireballs, wind blades, and ice shockwaves constantly landed around Gu Yuan, creating churning waves. Meow, 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 meow. Little Lily was so frightened that she cried out wildly. However, Gu Yuan roared. Stop meowing, little ancestor. I will protect you and send you out of Anjia. Seeing Gu Yuan's reaction and hearing him say those words, Tianqing Huanghu was noticeably less agitated. Instead, he silently watched the content on the screen without saying a word. Harry Mora's elegant smile vanished instantly, and in her anger, she crushed the wine glass in her hand and pulled out her satellite phone. Song Yingying, why is Gu Yuan still alive? How many times have you assured me that he will die a horrible death? I'm so fed up. And Master. Song Yingying sensed the killing intent in the other party's tone. She knew that the continuous failures had worn down that master's patience with her. With those words spoken, it was practically certain that either he or Gu Yuan would die tonight. If Gu Yuan is still alive, even if I manage to return to the organization, Lord Hai Rui Mora will burn me to ashes on the spot. Song Yingying took off her own clothes and put on a rubber outfit worn by motorcycle girls, along with a helmet. By concealing himself in this way, and then relying on his fiery spider, he also joined the chaotic scene of killing and saving Gu Yuan. This riot must be stopped. The only way is to find the mastermind behind it. Gu Yuan slowly raised his eyes, and suddenly he saw a tiger standing on the top of the Guangzhou Twin Towers. No wonder these policemen found me so quickly. This guy was standing on high ground and used his nose to find my scent. That makes sense. Gu Yuan suddenly put Qi Shui into his beast-taming space, then leaped forward, clearly preparing to climb over the riverbank to catch a tiger. Tiger hadn't expected Gu Yuan to run away so quickly. When they met eyes at the corner, Tiger was startled. However, just as Gu Yuan was about to leap to the top of the building, he saw, from his perspective, a fiery spider crawling along the wall and Song Yingying standing on it, wearing a black helmet and a motorcycle girl outfit. Why is this woman so persistent? Gu Yuan gritted his teeth. If this world were to select the human being most devoted to Gu Yuan, Song Yingying would be second, and no one would dare to be first. Hong Ling is a phoenix, not a human. This guy risked being surrounded by the police, wearing a motorcycle helmet, just to chase after me and kill me. In Song Yingying's hand, a raging fire hurricane was gathering, clearly preparing to unleash the Earth-rank combat skill, Raging Firestorm, to stop herself from jumping up. Flash belt. Gu Yuan's heart stirred, and his entire body was enveloped in a blue light. In the final stretch, he flashed upwards, and his entire body appeared on the riverbank accompanied by the blue light, just as he stood firm. However, the purple belt on Song Yingying's black leather jacket suddenly flashed. She also had a flashing belt, and she was preparing to use it to chase after him. Gu Yuan, don't even think about getting up there. Get back into the encirclement and die in peace. Song Yingying also flashed upwards by 5 meters, and the original attributes before the flashing process were not affected during the flashing process. Therefore, Song Yingying's process of gathering a raging firestorm was not interrupted, and a raging firestorm was directly smashed towards Gu Yuan's direction, almost touching his face. Song Yingying really went all out. Gu Yuan's teleportation ended, and he landed on the riverbank, but Song Yingying's teleportation distance wasn't enough, and she had nowhere to land. After she was thrown, she rolled directly into the Pearl River. Accelerate and become invisible. At this moment, Gu Yuan made a rapid dive forward, and his dark cloak suddenly emitted a surge of light. He accelerated forward and became invisible. This was crucial. Jihu thought with satisfaction. It forced out Gu Yuan's blink and stealth speed boost, making it impossible for him to reach the top of the Guangzhou Twin Towers without being detected. I won, Tiger thought to himself, but as time passed second by second, Gu Yuan still did not appear. Where is he hiding? Standing next to the bureau chief, Jihu looked around nervously. He can only be invisible for 3 seconds, so he must be hiding somewhere down there. The police and hunters were still searching down there, and Jihu kept reassuring himself. No matter where he hides, it's just a death throes. I don't know what Gu Yuan can possibly change in this situation. The assassin hidden among the hunters will eliminate Gu Yuan immediately, not giving him a chance to reveal the truth. Ha! Jihu laughed with his head tilted back until he saw a cold glint flash above his head, which turned out to be a slender and exquisite Tang sword moda. Gu Yuan pierced a tiger's shoulder with his sword, pinning it to the ground. Gu Yuan's eyes were icy cold. Tonight, so many people were injured or killed. You bear full responsibility. Combat techniques, stealth-type techniques? He didn't hide. He never left stealth mode. Impossible. Neither Hongling nor Qi Shui have these kinds of combat techniques. How could you be like this? Jihu's eyes twitched. Meow, little Lily's cat head popped out of Gu Yuan's coat pocket, revealing a super fierce little expression, and meowed. The surrounding police officers wanted to step forward, but they saw Gu Yuan pull out the moda and drip a drop of blood onto a test strip. This is a test strip for animal testing. Gu Yuan, what are you doing? Why did you drip tiger's blood on it? Stop. Director Mu watched this scene, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. The test strip was gradually turning red. It's a tiger, not a human. Chapter 1, 10 Omens of Calamity. What's going on? Isn't Sekiro a gold-rank hunter? The police officers all showed expressions of shock. Gu Yuan, on the other hand, was looking at the tiger. I felt something was strange from the beginning. Why didn't you summon your pet while you were searching for little Lily? It turns out you didn't have a pet at all. You yourself are a demon beast. Tiger was pinned to the ground by Gu Yuan. This was all part of your plan, wasn't it? You needed 5 human brains to help you with 5 insurance contracts, allowing your 5 partners to enter the in-realm. But you know that if 5 people's heads are bitten off, the police will definitely investigate thoroughly, and you also know that Sayuri is a monster. So, you deliberately chose to eat people related to Sayuri, and then joined the investigation to guide the police to find Sayuri as a scapegoat. Jihu silently looked at Gu Yuan, offering no rebuttal. Of course, you can say I have no evidence. But just compare the reports of the corpses, and the tooth marks of the tiger and the cat are different. Tiger's eyes trembled slightly. Phoenix Tamer, you're right. As he spoke, Jihu closed his eyes and lay down weakly. However, I have no accomplices. I hope that those who approach Anjia are not man-eating monsters, but my wife and children. I killed them all, and I am willing to give up my life and inner core. But I beg you, Phoenix Tamer, spare my wife and children and stop the investigation. Director Mu's face gradually turned ashen. He had always been confident that all of this was an important achievement of his political career. The truth is that the murderous monster was actually right beside him all along, and he had been led by the nose by it from beginning to end. The one who truly saw it was this senior high school student. He realized he had no face left to continue living like this. The surrounding police officers were all praising Gu Yuan, saying how amazing he was. It's time to stop. Gu Yuan came to Director Mu's side. Tell your men to stop fighting. There have already been enough casualties tonight. Yes, we'll handle it. That's true for Tiger, and it's true for Sayuri too. As he spoke, Director Mu actually raised his right hand to snatch the little lily from Gu Yuan's pocket. Gu Yuan immediately dodged, grabbed the director's hand, and used a move called Ice and Snow to freeze the director's feet. Its chubby body fell directly to the ground. Gu Yuan, regardless of whether Xiao Baihe killed those 5 people or not, don't forget that Xiao Baihe is indeed a demon beast. Killing demon beasts is our duty as humans. At this moment, Director Mu raised his hand, and more than a dozen police officers surrounded Gu Yuan. Are you even being reasonable? Gu Yuan said, taking out Moda. If anyone dares to steal my cat, I won't be polite. Enough, everyone stop. With a shout, the protective array of Anjia was activated. A beam of white light swept across the entire city, and the protective array emitted a strange power, halting all the beast tamers fighting within it. This is martial law. The Central Security Bureau is here. Director Mu blinked blankly, staring at the white light that appeared in the sky. Everyone felt an invisible pressure. The Central Security Bureau is a higher-level administrative agency that is above the police system, the hunter system, and the Beast Taming Management Bureau. It is directly dispatched by the central government and controls the security array in every city. Are you planning to demolish the entire city of Guangzhou and rebuild it? An old man's phantom appeared in the white light. This is Liu Changchun, the director of the Guangzhou Security Bureau. Gu Yuan's eyes widened. At this moment, a group of people dressed in black cloaks arrived in the city. The police and hunters dared not provoke them. With their intervention, whether through shouting or violence, they stopped fighting each other. A group of people dressed in black cloaks blocked Gu Yuan's path, as well as the surrounding police officers. Young man, put the cat out of your pocket. Gu Yuan gripped the moda tightly in his hand. I have found the real murderer. Xiaobei has never killed anyone, and she has never signed a contract. The protective array in Guangzhou has a loophole. Any demon beast that has drunk the oil from the ancient spirit lamp can be exempt from the array, even without a signed contract. When Gu Yuan said this, the surrounding police officers, security agents, and even the tiger were all stunned. The old man's phantom remained calm, as if he had known all along. Indeed, the magic array has flaws, which is why we need hunters, but that's not a reason. Gu Yuan gritted his teeth. However, at that moment, a white light flashed by, and little Lily transformed into a human and landed on the ground. She turned her head and took off the storage ring from her finger. Enough, Gu Yuan, stop. Don't say any more. This storage ring is worth 10 million, with a storage space of 600 square meters, more than 10 times larger than yours. It also contains all the pill formulas and blueprints I promised you. Take it. As she spoke, little Lily placed the ring with the cat's smiling face on Gu Yuan's finger. Please, stop. Don't say any more. Aren't you the one who loves money the most? I've given you all of mine, so stop making a scene. Little Lily rested her head against Gu Yuan's chest. Thank you for doing so much for me. As she spoke, little Lily turned her head and walked towards the illusory figure. White dwarf cat, a very rare breed, and it's even at the royal level. Several people from the Central Security Bureau whispered among themselves. What did I do wrong? Little Lily looked at the phantom. I have never stolen the oil from the ancient lamp. I am able to live in this city because I was born in this city. I just wanted to live in this city. I've never stolen or robbed in my life. I've never even jaywalked. Why? Why are you doing this to me? This is a human city, and you are a monster, a policeman said. What about the hunters? Little Lily roared weakly. You entered our monster territory, killed my friends, my family, and you think you're innocent? Who will judge you? The world is just like this, cruel, no one is to blame. Director Mu felt he had won, and at the same time drew the soul weapon from his waist. He walked up behind Lily. We are human beings, advanced and intelligent beings. You monsters, you can either become our tools or die. Little kitty, I will give your inner core to my son as a birthday present. He's a big fan of yours. Director Mu said, raising the weapon in his hand. Gu Yuan looked at his ugly face, his jaw clenched, wanting to step forward and punch the guy. Suddenly, a deafening roar came from the clouds. Chapter 111 The Great Catastrophe in Guangzhou, The Collapse of the Security Zone. Buzz, buzz, buzz. That's the sound of an engine. Something seems to be approaching. Director Mu was about to slit Xiao Bai's throat when he heard a strange noise behind him, so he turned around to look. Suddenly, a white commercial airliner emerged from the clouds. Where is the pilot planning to land? There's a newly built airport nearby. As Director Mu wondered, he noticed the nose of the plane gradually enlarging in his field of vision. I'm afraid he's not planning to land. Gu Yuan was shocked, and cold sweat poured down his forehead. He crashed into me. With a loud bang, a huge explosion rang out as the plane crashed directly into the waist of the Guangzhou Twin Towers, causing the entire tower to tremble. Gu Yuan was so shocked that he staggered and sat down on the ground, only to find that the illusory figure of the Security Bureau chief had disappeared. The protective array in Anjia is starting to malfunction? Gu Yuan suddenly remembered something. All magic arrays have array eyes, but for the sake of disguise, many array eyes are hidden in large landmark buildings or in secluded mountains. Gu Yuan suddenly remembered what Yi had told him. He had survived for more than an hour in the sewers and held out for a day. The power of the formation had decreased. When he killed the fire poison insect, he had also heard people say that it was originally hiding underground. They were not seriously injured. On the contrary, the closer they got to the ground, the stronger the damage became. Could it be that the effectiveness of this protective array is somewhat like wireless communication, projecting and spreading throughout the entire space? In that case, choosing a tall building as the array's core is the most correct choice. Suddenly, Gu Yuan had a bad feeling. This was the Black Lotus Gang's real purpose. They had been preparing for a terrorist attack here for many years. At that moment, a thump-thump sound rang out, and the steel bars of the building were cracking. Everyone present realized that danger was approaching. They were hit. The Guangzhou Twin Towers were hit by a plane. At this moment, the terrified police officers and law enforcement personnel from the Central Security Bureau were thrown into disarray, abandoning Xiaobei and Gu Yuan. Several people were about to find their superior to ask what was going on, but Director Mu was faster than anyone else. He had already abandoned Xiao Baihe and ran to the elevator, frantically pressing the buttons. Open the door, open the door, open the door. I want to get down. Gu Yuan picked up Xiao Baihe. Quickly change back. Little Lily transformed back into a white, short-legged cat and hid in Gu Yuan's pocket. But when he looked up again, he saw another plane flying towards him from a more western direction. The Twin Towers of Guangzhou are each over 100 stories high, and each is a building over 500 meters tall. Gu Yuan was on the rooftop, with nowhere to escape. Gu Yuan watched the plane get closer and closer. At this moment, the midnight bells had already rung. This was a day to be remembered. February 4th, 2021, was the day before the Lunar New Year. Then, with a loud bang, the second plane crashed into the Guangzhou Twin Towers. The entire building began to shake. Half of the building started to fall apart, and raging flames were burning. The buildings below the 60th floor were still okay, as people could still run down. But what about floors above 60? Especially Gu Yuan, who was still on the top floor. Gu Yuan arrived at the edge of the building. He was now 500 meters in the air. Looking down, even a truck weighing tens of tons looked only as big as an ant. Master. At this moment, Hongling had already rushed out of the pet space. Hongling maintained her human form. Although she had stopped bleeding, Gu Yuan could see that she looked exhausted. Hey, why are you out here? Didn't I tell you to rest properly? Gu Yuan stepped forward to check on her carefully and found that Hongling's injuries were still there. Master, I'll take you flying down, Hongling said, gripping Gu Yuan's right hand tightly with one hand. Gu Yuan swallowed hard. Hongling, it's still more than 500 meters from here. This isn't as simple as jumping off the top floor of the Guangzhou No. 1 Coliseum. It was only a dozen meters high back then, and you were injured. Master, are you afraid that I won't be able to hold on to you? Sparks from the raging fire were flying upwards, and the building was tilting. Hongling gripped Gu Yuan's hand tightly with her injured hand, her beautiful eyes looking at him, her voice almost trembling. Your Majesty, I will hold on to you tightly. I will never let you slip from my grasp. Even if my limbs are torn off, I will never let go of your hand. Hong Ling's eyes were very firm, and Gu Yuan nodded, having no choice but to agree. Whoosh, 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 Gu Yuan breathed into thin air and climbed to the top railing of the Guangzhou Twin Towers. Below him were raging flames, and the cold wind at 500 meters above the ground made Gu Yuan sway. Gu Yuan slowly released his grip on the handguard with his right hand and straightened up. Little Lily, who had transformed into a cat, had never seen anything like this before and was so frightened that she shrank back into Gu Yuan's pocket. Below them was the Wanda Plaza, which could be seen at a glance, and people looking up at it. The people below looked like ants. Gu Yuan's heart pounded wildly, while the flames spreading beneath his feet were rapidly climbing upwards. Ah! Gu Yuan roared suddenly, leaping forward and jumping down. Hong Ling gripped Gu Yuan's shoulders tightly, spread her wings, and fell down as well. Instead of flapping its wings, Hong Ling glided away like a hang glider, carrying Gu Yuan into the distance. Gu Yuan is 1.8 meters tall and weighs 134 kilograms, which is considered average. The red-feathered humanoid is 1.71 meters tall and weighs 102 kilograms, which is considered slender. However, it is difficult for Hong Ling to perform high-altitude flight and rapid maneuvering in human form. It is only possible when one transforms into a phoenix, at which time the red feathers weigh only about 20 pounds. Now, these wings, spread wide to support a load of 20 kilograms, are meant to hold on to Gu Yuan, who weighs 134 kilograms, and glide through the air. In fact, Hong Ling had already glided once before. It was when Gu Yuan and Hong Ling, after she had transformed into a phoenix, first met. At that time, Hong Ling was carrying Gu Yuan from here to Sun Yat-sen University. However, this time, Hong Ling was seriously injured. Gu Yuan could feel that the sharp claws that Hong Ling was gripping his shoulder were trembling slightly, and blood was seeping from the claws. Hong Ling must have been in a lot of pain, but she didn't cry out. She held back, knowing that she was holding on to her most precious master and would never let go. Finally, Gu Yuan was safely landed. Hong Ling was exhausted, so Gu Yuan quickly fed her another healing pill. Damn it, Red Feather, wait a minute. We've been in such a rush the whole way. I don't have time to concoct a special medicine for you to deal with physical injuries. However, before Gu Yuan could finish speaking, a huge figure swept across the sky. The enormous tiger was at least the size of a football field, and its outstretched wings cast a shadow that enveloped the entire Wanda Plaza. Its massive body landed straight in the center of the plaza, kicking up dust that sent people and objects flying. Chapter 112: The World After the Magic Array Collapsed. Immediately afterwards, the ferocious giant tiger raised its head and suddenly shot out a beam of white light into the ground, blasting through the square and leaving a crater with a radius of tens of meters and a bottomless depth. That white light is even more powerful than a heaven-rank combat skill. Gu Yuan was shocked. The magic array was only weakened in this square just now, but now it is truly ineffective. Gu Yuan activated his eye of the other shore, and just looking at the data of this behemoth made him feel terrified. Tianqing Huanghu. Level, 83. Race, Celestial Tiger. Rank, Royal. Brief introduction, Royal Level Demonic Beasts. Any level 80 Royal Level Demonic Beast requires at least 200 years of cultivation and consumes a mountain of resources. Combat skills, Sky-Splitting Storm Strike, God Rank. Starfall, God Rank. Celestial Star Hunt, God Rank. Expand. Clearly, this guy has too many combat skills, so the Eye of the Other Shore only displayed the 3 strongest God-level skills, while the more heaven-level combat skills below were not shown. Young man, you have great courage. Thank you for protecting my daughter. However, I still cannot accept what you humans do. Run away. The huge tiger was actually talking to itself. Daddy. Little Lily raised her head and looked at the enormous, mountain-like heavenly star tiger, her little face filled with terror. Little Lily turned to run away, but Tianqing Huanghu moved one claw and grabbed her back. Back then, you disobeyed and ran away back to the human world, and now you've caused such a huge mess. Why? Why are you in the human world? Shouldn't the protective array keep you outside? Little Lily jumped out of Gu Yuan's pocket, her cat ears and tail drooping, and said helplessly, a magic array? Do you even know what it is? To save you, I handed over the ancient tiger talisman, a divine artifact that my clan has guarded for generations, as a bargaining chip. The enormous tiger turned its head and looked at little Lily. Daughter, come home with me. He's Sayuri's dad, Sayuri's father, and a royal level being, which I can accept, But why isn't he a cat? Gu Yuan was puzzled, but Qi Shui had already transformed into human form and appeared beside Gu Yuan, directly hugging Gu Yuan's arm, her huge breasts clamping Gu Yuan's arm. My lord, you are unaware of this. In our Tang dynasty, it was very common for demons and humans to intermarry. When two different races intermarry, their offspring will randomly inherit the race of either the father or the mother. For example, if my lord spends a tender night with me, my pregnancy could result in a human child or a fox demon. Of course, no matter which type you desire, my lord, I will bear you children until you no longer wish for them. Aya! With Qi Shui's scream, Hong Ling grabbed Qi Shui and threw her aside. The fact that little Lily is in this situation can only mean one thing. Her birth mother is a white dwarf cat. How could such a thing happen in the world? A wild royal-level demon beast fell in love with a human-bred demon beast that was artificially bred. Come home with me. Tianxing Huanghu said, but Xiaobei kept swaying her body. No, I want to stay in the human world. I'm a cat, not a tiger. Look around you, roared the heavenly star tiger. Do you think these humans will let you stay? Shock. The people in the square were all utterly shocked, staring at Tianxing Huanghu with trembling eyes. The heavenly star tiger snatched up the struggling little Lily and left behind 6 lightning attribute crystal beads, presumably as a thank you gift for Gu Yuan. Although it was not needed, hundreds of thousands of spiritual substances were still extracted from it. However, Gu Yuan did not let his guard down. Looking at the flattened square, he saw that a demon beast had just entered the human world and left safely. This indicates that the human's magic array has been destroyed and demonic beasts have invaded the human's homeland. Aya! With a woman's scream, a large pack of black-bone wolves was charging into the human world from the mountains. Gu Yuan raised his head and saw that the square in the distance was already a bloody mess, with monsters wantonly biting innocent people. Large numbers of humans were driven to flee, but what was the point of running? These monsters possessed faster running speeds and more efficient hunting techniques. Of the 15 million people in Guangzhou, only about 60,000 are truly combat-ready violent organizations, including the police, hunters, and members of the beast-taming security bureau. Even if you include students like Gu Yuan who were only specially recruited, many advanced combat beast-taming schools only have 2 or 300,000 students. Of these 2 or 300,000 students, at least half are from top-tier universities, and almost all are from second-tier universities. They are just there to get a diploma and have no idea that they want to face the real wilderness. Even if we take all of these into account, out of 15 million people, more than 14.2 million have no fighting ability or their fighting ability is close to zero. With a loud boom, the Guangzhou Twin Towers collapsed completely behind them, sending plumes of dust billowing outwards. Many people were buried in the ruins, with bricks and stones larger than a person falling everywhere, and those who were hit died instantly. The stench of blood attracted the earliest group of demonic beasts to enter the human world, who rushed towards this direction. Damn it, the magic circle has been destroyed. Oh my god, the magic circle has been destroyed. What should we do? Many people screamed and ran through the streets like headless flies, but soon they became food for the monsters. Yes, the magic circle has been broken. What should we do? This is a question that many people have never thought about, never considered at all. The human world is protected by magic arrays. Although unseen, many people knew that there was such a powerful thing protecting them. Now that it has collapsed, what should they do? Many people spend their entire lives in Anjia and think they will stay in Anjia for the rest of their lives. Some people's ancestors for 3 generations have never left Anjia. However, they no longer had a choice. Countless demonic beasts surged into the human world like a tidal wave. Of course, not everyone was completely clueless. Many hunters were the first to realize the gravity of the situation. Fighting was pointless. There were simply too many of them. Moreover, in the process of modernization, due to the extensive use of security arrays and the unlimited expansion of cities, city walls have long since disappeared, leaving no advantageous defensive positions for them to use. The hunters, the most experienced in wilderness combat, were splashing themselves with disinfectant to mask their scent before fleeing away from the crowds. Gu Yuan knew that they were going to find the train station to catch a train and escape to other safe zones. Protected by his pet, Director Mu, who had escaped the building, screamed in terror. He was surrounded by more than a dozen black-bone wolves. His hat had fallen off, and he sat on the ground, trembling with fear. There was no trace of the arrogance on his face when he was about to execute Sayuri. Chapter 113-2 against 12. Don't come any closer. Don't come any closer. You beasts, get out of here. This is human territory. You have no right to enter. Director Moose sat on the ground, frantically shuffling backward, trying to escape the hungry wolves. However, he was bitten by a black-bone wolf. Beside him was the scene of the obese Feng Mu, who had been living a comfortable life in Anjia for many years, being devoured. He himself has been working in the police system of Anjia. Perhaps when he was young, this Feng Mu had some fighting ability, but like him, he has been in a comfortable environment for too long and has lost his fighting ability. Then, all the black-bone wolves pounced on him, tearing at his obese body and biting him to death. Didn't they say they were just tools? Gu Yuan couldn't help but laugh at the scene. Why didn't they execute them? They're just big talkers. However, at that moment, a large tiger emerged from the ruins. Gu Yuan made eye contact with it and immediately noticed the evasiveness in its eyes. Jihu, this guy escaped too. Gu Yuan glared at him. Jihu turned around and ran into the city. Gu Yuan wasn't about to give it a chance to escape. He summoned Qi Shui, mounted her, and began chasing the tiger wildly through the city. The tiger's escape route was a straight line. It didn't turn when it encountered shops or residential buildings along the way. It jumped into one window and out the other. This guy isn't running away. He's looking for something. Gu Yuan followed Ji Hu, thinking that the Black Lotus gang had arranged some secret escape route for him. Instead, they followed him to a shared apartment. In the shared apartment, there are 4 tiger cubs and a mother tiger. They were hiding in the room, with a goat on the table, presumably for their breakfast the next day. Children, we must leave this place. The protective array has been destroyed. The tiger roared, only to find that the eyes of his family were focused on his back. Turning their heads, they saw Gu Yuan already standing at their doorstep, staring at them with icy eyes. Phoenix Tamer, what's done is done. Please stop harassing my family. Jihu turned around and knelt on the ground, pleadingly. What about outside? The magic array is gone, so what happened to the people who originally lived here? Gu Yuan shook his head. Please, I never expected things to turn out this way. I really never expected it to be like this. I just wanted my children to experience the happy life in the city. My son has respiratory problems and will die if he doesn't take human medicine on time. To raise the money, I even became a hunter, killing my own people and selling their inner cores at auction. Jihu covered his head with both hands, pressed his head against the floor, and kept pulling at his hair. I just want them to stop living in fear and to be able to eat delicious popcorn, cotton candy, and ice cream. Gu Yuan looked at Jihu. Everything he did was for his family. For some reason, Gu Yuan suddenly thought of his own parents. He studied hard, hoping to get into a good school. Wasn't it all to make his parents happy? Gu Yuan's tang sword, Moda, trembled as he gripped it tightly. With a loud bang, accompanied by the sound of a glass bottle shattering, Gu Yuan and Jihu looked towards the bedroom of the low-rent apartment, following the sound. The person who came was none other than Song Yingying. She opened the locker, which contained 6 jars, each holding the brain of a tiger that had killed someone. These brains are the masters of the tiger family. One of the jars shattered, and one of the brains in it died completely. The tiger's wife, who was connected to it by a contract, collapsed to the ground on the spot because of her master's death. Her eyes were open, her whole body was convulsing, her skin collapsed, and it turned black and withered. Song Yingying, what are you doing, wife? Jihu roared. Then, Song Yingying took off her motorcycle helmet and pressed it against her face, which was covered in damp hair. Useless pawns, just offer up your inner cores and spirit bones and die. I'll take your last bit of value. Then, Song Yingying casually slapped the tiger cub's jars, shattering them all over the ground. The sound of shattering glass rang out continuously, accompanied by flying glass shards, and the nutrient solution in the culture bottle was spilled all over the floor. Wah! The 4 tiger cubs let out a scream, their eyes wide open, and died tragically on the spot. No, Jihu watched as his family, whom he had tried his best to protect, all died tragically in Song Yingying's palm strike. He broke down on the spot and lunged towards Song Yingying. However, Song Yingying smashed the last jar on the spot, and Jihu also fell to the ground and died. At that moment, 3 more people jumped in through the window that Song Yingying had crawled through. They were all second-rank beast tamers, including Song Yingying. The 4 people summoned 8 pets. Song Yingying's fiery spider was the first to be attacked, while the shadow worm was entrenched in the concrete. 2 level 27 pale yellow bison and a level 26 lava giant lizard blocked Gu Yuan's way out. A level 31 petal butterfly flew up in the room, along with a shadow monkey, a shadow poison insect, and a black iron rhinoceros, all of which were level 20. They guarded the kitchen, bedroom, and the exit through the window. intending to surround Gu Yuan and kill him here. With 4 people and 8 beasts, Hong Ling was seriously injured, and Gu Yuan had to face 12 opponents alongside Qi Shui. He had to be cautious. Song Yingying took out a dagger from her storage ring, cut open the tiger's chest, and took out its inner core. He got it. Level 43, King rank Howling Tiger's inner core, can sell for a lot of money. Why choose to kill the tiger last? Gu Yuan asked calmly. Song Yingying tilted her head and looked at Gu Yuan. Because this tiger is too useless, he actually gave himself away, almost ruining the plan. His death is inevitable, but I want to see him die after witnessing the tragic state of his family, as punishment for his incompetence. With 12 against 2, Song Yingying felt she had a huge advantage and spoke with great confidence. Gu Yuan, you're surrounded. Surrender. Gu Yuan, however, turned his gaze to the 4 of them. Indeed, you have more tamed beasts. If you kill their master directly, these tamed beasts will end up like the tiger's family. When Gu Yuan said these words, his murderous intent was revealed. Gu Yuan remained calm and made a rational judgment. It was unlikely that he could kill the 8 pets in a direct confrontation, so the only option was to kill their master. Driven by the threat of death, Gu Yuan became even more determined to take the lives of these terrorists. Come on, Song Yingying. When the sun shines on this land again, only one of us can live. As Gu Yuan spoke, Moto was already drawn, the cold glint of the blade flashing. The Tang sword was unsheathed, pointing directly at all of them. Gu Yuan's eyes were cold. These terrorists, who among them didn't live in this world with the blood debt of more than a dozen lives on their shoulders. However, upon seeing Gu Yuan's cold and murderous gaze, they all took a half-step back in fright. What a terrifying look. Song Yingying, your enemy is no ordinary person. Then let's see who will die without a burial place today. Song Yingying roared, and the fiery spider spewed a burst of flames at Gu Yuan. Chapter 114 Counterattack Against 9. Gu Yuan snapped his fingers, unleashing a Tier 1 combat skill, Ice and Snow. When this combat technique was unleashed, the cold air clashed with the raging fire. However, because this combat technique was released by Gu Yuan, it was not as powerful as Qi Shui's, who possessed a mythical bloodline. The ice and the fire clashed perfectly, and the entire room was enveloped in a white mist. Gu Yuan grabbed a stool and threw it out the window. At this moment, Qi Shui was already lying next to the shadow monkey by the window, using her enchanting eyes. The bewitching eye struck the shadow monkey guarding the window. Damn it, the fog is so thick, I can't see anyone. One of the terrorists shouted. But then another terrorist replied. There was the sound of glass breaking just now. He ran out of there. The shadow monkey in the Sea of Souls told me it was the window on the west side. The windows are too narrow. There are 12 of us. It's too slow for us to go out one by one. He'll get away. Song Yingying and I will take our pets and go out the front. You too. Take your pets and chase after him through the 2 windows. The 4 split up, with one of them running towards the shadow monkey. Shadow monkey, let's chase it. However, he saw his shadow monkey with eyes sparkling like peach blossoms and a silly smile on its lips, as if it had fallen in love. Not good. Before the terrorist could even shout, he felt a cold glint flash behind him. Moda, engulfed in raging wildfire, pierced his chest from behind. Gu Yuan immediately kicked out and snatched his tactical headset. Qi Shui delivered a finishing blow with a freezing attack, instantly freezing him to death. One done, Gu Yuan said into his earpiece. The other 3 heard Gu Yuan's voice and noticed the shadow monkey and the lifeless pale yellow bison. Go back, he's still in his room. Song Yingying and the other 2 terrorists returned to the room, only to hear the sound of the glass window being smashed again. The fog inside the room hadn't dissipated yet, and they had no idea whether Gu Yuan had really run away or was still hiding in the room. Let's not separate again, let's stay together. When the remaining 3 people and 6 beasts slowly emerged from the window, they discovered that Gu Yuan was already riding Qi Shui, galloping wildly along Dongqing Road. Damn it, he tricked me again. Chase after him. With a shout from Song Yingying, the other 2 terrorists mounted their respective backs, one a pale yellow bison, the other a steel rhinoceros. They chased after Gu Yuan. Song Yingying rode a fiery spider, using its silk to chase Gu Yuan across skyscrapers. The city was in chaos, with flames burning everywhere and continuous explosions. Monsters roamed the main roads. But when he reached the end of Dongsheng Road, Gu Yuan sensed something was wrong. Something's fishy here. Gu Yuan noticed that there weren't many demonic beasts on this road. The demonic beasts that first entered the human realm should be the most ferocious and bloodthirsty. They should already be attacking innocent residents. Suddenly, Gu Yuan's eyes widened. He saw a sign with a cartoon pig's head on it, making a hello gesture to him. Oh, the famous slaughterhouse in Huangpu district. It must be the meat of the spirit beasts inside that attracted the beasts to enter. At this moment, Song Yingying and her group were still relentlessly pursuing them. With a thought from Gu Yuan, Qi Shui suddenly turned around and dragged Gu Yuan into the alley on the side of the slaughterhouse. Catch him. This guy's at his wit's end. This alley is very narrow in one way. He's dead. Gu Yuan rode Qi Shui, galloping wildly through the crowd, dodging attacks from behind. Gu Yuan made a very strange move. While running at high speed, he actually jumped up and took Qi Shui back into his pet space. Gu Yuan turned sideways, his feet touching the ground, and Moda, embedded in the wall beside him, came to an abrupt stop. The blade sliced a crack in the wall, and Gu Yuan was left with his back against the wall, just as the oxen the two men were riding were about to collide with him. Shining belt. Gu Yuan's blinking belt finally finished charging and disappeared from their sight in a blink. Damn it, he used the blink belt. Where did you disappear to? The two of them finally managed to stop, almost crashing into the wall. From the side, Song Yingying seemed to want to show off her knowledge of the shimmering belt. The blink belt can pass through walls. He just pressed himself against the wall, intending to blink into the warehouse on the right. Hee, a flashing belt? I have one too. The beast tamer with the level 31 petal butterfly should be someone valued by the organization, just like Song Yingying. While the other two didn't have the flashing belt, he and Song Yingying did. So, this beast tamer, who possessed a pet of level 31 or higher, opened his pet space, recalled his pet, and moved closer to the wall, flashing away. A flash of light appeared. In the warehouse, 16 level 32 blackbone wolves, boredly gnawing on their last few bones, and more than 20 level 20 blackbone wolves were gathered in a circle, looking at the few bones left on the ground. Oh woo, boss, there's no more food. You ask me? I can't help it. Can food just magically appear in front of us? Then, with a flash of light from his belt, the Black Lotus Gang leader landed directly in the middle of 40 wolves. The 40 wolves stared at each other, dumbfounded. The chat channel fell silent amidst the howls of wolves and the terrorists' heart-wrenching screams. Song Yingying and the last Black Lotus Gang terrorist listened to the screams, which disappeared amidst the buzzing of a completely lost signal. 2. As soon as Gu Yuan said this, cold sweat broke out on Song Yingying's forehead. What's going on? What's going on? What happened? At this moment, Song Yingying's mind was as silent as a chat channel. She couldn't understand how Gu Yuan did it. He was a high-ranking member of the Black Lotus Gang, with better equipment than her, and his pet was at the highest level. How could Gu Yuan kill him in less than a second without firing a single shot? Could it be that he didn't dodge to the right? 7 Snows used the heavenly rank combat technique. Absolute 0. At that moment, the last Black Lotus Gang terrorist felt a faint chill beneath his feet. The ground was suddenly shattered, and a freezing cold air shot up from below, breaking through the sky, leaving only a frozen ice sculpture. Gu Yuan climbed out of the frozen pit, leaving Song Yingying utterly shocked. Blinking, it can be used like this too. He blinked downwards, from the ground, blinked through the ground, and blinked into the underground parking lot. He could do this from anywhere, but he was right next to the right wall, pretending to flash through it. Those who were tricked into following the flash were then surrounded by a pack of wolves on the other side of the wall. He then unleashed a heavenly rank combat skill from below, killing another person. With his extremely high intelligence, he manipulated them at will, and accomplished the feat of taking on 12 opponents and killing 9 of them. Chapter 115: The Death of Song Yingying. Her own methods turned against her. 3. Gu Yuan raised his head, looked at Song Yingying sitting on the back of the fire spider, casually threw the headset on the ground, and stomped it to pieces. Gu Yuan just showed Song Yingying what intelligence is. Now, Gu Yuan is going to show Song Yingying what strength is. Gu Yuan suddenly raised his right hand, flames gathered in his palm, and he threw a firestorm forward. Song Yingying's fiery spider dodged in the air, and then Qi Shui's level was the same as the fiery spider's, but it was mythical level. He suddenly unleashed a combat skill, Ice Snowball. This original Xian rank combat skill had been upgraded to D rank by Gu Yuan. The frozen snowball formed by Qi Shui was thrown towards Song Yingying, and the fiery spider released its Earth rank combat skill, Fiery Storm, to block it. However, legends have absolutely no chance against myths. The enormous snowball smashed through the fiery storm and hurtled straight towards Song Yingying. Song Yingying dodged to the right and fell from the air, letting her fiery spider be swatted dead against the wall by the snowball like a fly, turning into a puddle of sewage. Song Yingying fell to the ground, and she fell from a height of 5 floors. However, 700 soul power is no joke. Although Song Yingying fell and spat out blood and broke one of her hands, she was not dead yet. The shadow worm crawled out from underground, grabbed Song Yingying, and tried to run away. However, Qi Shui transformed into human form, raised her right hand, and the world turned into a frozen wasteland. In an instant, a layer of frost formed on the ground, freezing the shadow worm's body and preventing it from escaping quickly. The worm tilted forward and crashed heavily to the ground. Gu Yuan strode forward, and with a flash of his moda, he directly severed the shadow worm. Because the shadow worm suddenly stopped, Song Yingying was thrown out by inertia. She crashed onto a roof, rolled several times, and finally fell heavily to the ground, breaking her hand in the process. She felt dizzy, as if someone had kicked her head hard. Only after her eyes refocused did she see a bright light. That night, after a long and arduous battle, it was already the morning of the next day. The first rays of sunlight broke through the clouds and shone on the land of Guangzhou. In front of her was a huge pit. She had accidentally rolled into a waste meat processing plant. It's morning. Gu Yuan appeared behind Song Yingying without her noticing. In her own sea of souls, Song Yingying could not sense any response from her pets. They're all dead. Now, you're all alone, Gu Yuan said. Song Yingying's face turned deathly pale. She looked up at Gu Yuan. Although I hate Director Mu, he is right about one thing. This world is cruel. Once the security array is destroyed, systems, ethics, and regulations have all been shattered. Only strength remains as the sole criterion for interpreting truth. But it was you who truly made me understand this. Gu Yuan, please, spare me. I still love you. Song Yingying's face flushed, and she raised her head, her eyes glistening with tears. I really, really love you. Please don't kill me. I'll do anything you want, even give myself to you. Song Yingying looked pitiful. Her face was covered with scrapes, bloodstains, and tear stains from the fall, which had soaked her face. She was sobbing, looking like a helpless little woman. Indeed, you are quite good-looking. As he spoke, Gu Yuan squatted down, and with one hand, he reached down along the outside of Song Yingying's thigh. Oh, you're so annoying, Song Yingying said shyly, twisting her hips and naturally spreading her legs. But your heart is ugly, Gu Yuan said. Jihu certainly deserves to die, but what about his children and wife? What about those 3 students from Dongguan Beast Taming University whose lives were ruined by drugs? What about the people on the Guangzhou Twin Towers, and those who are currently struggling to survive under the attack of the monsters? Gu Yuan's hand, which was moving downwards, stopped at Song Yingying's ankle. Then, Gu Yuan stood up, his eyes cold and revealing a murderous intent. What are you going to do? Song Yingying felt a chill run down her spine. Hongling also had her wings broken and was thrown into the boiler at the waste disposal plant along with me. Song Yingying, since you enjoy the despair on a person's face before death, then you should see it through to the end. As Gu Yuan spoke, he arrived at the entrance to the underground cave of the Huangpu waste meat processing plant. No, Gu Yuan, you can't do this to me. You can't do this to me. Then, Gu Yuan threw Song Yingying down himself. Song Yingying crashed into the pile of scraps and saw the scene that Gu Yuan had once witnessed. Above his head was a faint ray of light, the dawn. This iron wall, over 80 meters high, ensured that no sound could escape. Song Yingying tried to stand up, but found that her hands had been broken in the fall, and she could not lift herself up. No, don't. Song Yingying's tears began to drip down her cheeks in large drops. She felt the same despair that Gu Yuan had felt while waiting to die, but unlike Gu Yuan, she did not remain calm until her last breath. She kept shouting, clinging to the smooth iron wall, constantly inching her body upwards, trying to climb out. He kept swinging his broken arm, hoping that he could raise it and grab onto the smooth iron wall where there was nothing to grip. By this time, the sun was already shining, dawn had arrived, and the automated processing equipment at the waste meat processing plant began to start. Clang! The last glimmer of light was extinguished, and Song Yingying's face was covered with tears, blood, and the juices of her mangled flesh, all of which fell into the pitch blackness. Molten magma began to flow into the surrounding magma inlets. Song Yingying screamed in agony, but it was to no avail. Gu Yuan, I will haunt you even as a ghost. These were Song Yingying's last words. No matter how pitiful Song Yingying's cries were from below, no one could hear anything from the ground. Gu Yuan sat silently on the ground. Both Qi Shui and Gu Yuan were exhausted. Especially Qi Shui, as Gu Yuan's personal vehicle, was in riding mode from 11 p.m. last night until sunrise this morning. It's all thanks to the endurance of a mythical level pet. If it were an ordinary beast, being constantly tormented and ridden by Gu Yuan like that, it would probably have passed out long ago. Qi Shui was taken into the pet space. Gu Yuan is really tired now, and he needs a place to rest properly. In one night, countless monsters had flooded into human cities. Now, finding a safe place to get a good night's sleep was a luxury. Chapter 116. We are the hunters, and they are the prey. Gu Yuan found a quiet alley. He was exhausted and no longer had the same ease with which he used to gather spiritual energy. The battle just now lasted all night. Gu Yuan released 6 or 7 Earth-rank combat skills and 1 Heaven-rank combat skill. His body was almost completely drained. Now, we need to start refining pills to treat Hongling and Qishua's injuries and restore their strength. Fortunately, Xiao Baihe had a recipe for refining a high-grade elixir in her storage ring. Gu Yuan tried to gather spiritual energy, and a small flame was lit in his hand. Great, it can even ignite spiritual fire. According to the recipe, the blood-replenishing pill can not only heal injuries and accelerate physical recovery, but also increase the recovery speed of spiritual energy. It can be said to be the best healing pill that I can refine at present. If there's anything particularly troublesome about this elixir, it's that the medicinal materials needed to refine it are extremely rare. You need 2 high-level blood spirit grasses and 1 spirit mountain ginseng. These are rare medicinal herbs that are hard to come by, but I have the bracelet, and I've disassembled these 2 herbs before. The bracelet flashed and gathered together 2 bundles of high-grade blood spirit grass and 1,000-year-old ginseng, along with other herbs used in various proportions, consuming a total of 60,000 spirit materials. 60,000 spirit materials, still at cost price. Don't disappoint me, Gu Yuan thought to himself. The Big Dipper shone in Gu Yuan's right palm, with the greedy wolf star already lit up, emitting a purple light, while the other 6 stars remained in a relatively dim white light. The 7-star alchemy technique is incredibly powerful. In less than 20 minutes, Gu Yuan refined a high-grade blood-replenishing pill. Just in case, Gu Yuan disassembled the high-level blood-replenishing pill. That way, when you need it again next time, you won't have to go through the trouble of refining it. Instead, you can directly consume 55,000 units of spiritual matter to create one. Direct recombination is more economical in terms of spiritual materials than refining, because some components will be consumed by the flames during the refining process. Gu Yuan made 2 high-level blood-replenishing pills, 1 for Hongling and 1 for Qi Shui. Hongling and Qi Shua's bodies began to recover at an extremely fast speed. In fact, Gu Yuan also wanted to reconstruct one of his own. However, spiritual matter was running out, because during the continuous battles, he was also constantly and rapidly producing various pills to sustain Qi Shui and himself. In addition, the establishment of Chang Lu Feng in his mind last time almost consumed all of Gu Yuan's savings, leaving him with less than 1,000 spiritual materials. Fortunately, Gu Yuan had just dismantled the inner cores of Song Yingying's 2 demonic beasts, as well as the inner core of a tiger, contributing 160,000 units of spiritual energy. Worn out, when Gu Yuan came out of the bathroom, he felt sore all over and nauseous from staying up all night. However, at the end of the street, a wolf howl suddenly rang out, and a large pack of black-bone wolves began to gather. Damn it, there should be plenty of edible spirit pet food in the shops on this street. So what's with these wolves? Before Gu Yuan could figure out what was going on, he saw the level 25 spirit bone wolf that had appeared first, baring its teeth at him. Master, we have met an old friend. Hong Ling responded in Gu Yuan's soul sea. What? Gu Yuan asked in confusion. When did I ever know about it? Does Master remember the Wolf King you encountered in the Denyoku area during your first hunting trip? For some reason, its bloodline broke through to the king rank, and its level reached level 25, Hong Ling replied. Although Gu Yuan thought all the wolves looked the same, the Wolf King recognized him. After a wolf howl, hundreds of black-bone wolves had gathered around him, all of them at level 20 or higher. I don't have time to mess around with you guys. Gu Yuan couldn't get entangled with them here, because at this moment, Gu Yuan saw more level 30 and even level 40 monsters entering the city. The bloodshed from a prolonged battle will surely attract even more monsters. Gu Yuan cannot possibly kill all the monsters in an entire city by himself. Run! Gu Yuan turned around, and Qi Shui, who hadn't rested for a while, was summoned out of the pet space again. Gu Yuan jumped on a Qi Shui and ran. The Wolf King, unwilling to let Gu Yuan leave, began to chase after him at breakneck speed. Gu Yuan had assumed that with Qi Shui's speed, the wolf pack would stop once they realized they couldn't catch up. However, these enemies were extremely hostile to each other. The Wolf King chased Gu Yuan from Dongqing Road to Yuejing Road, and then to Dompa Road. He chased him for 3 whole streets and was still chasing him. They didn't even glance at any of the ordinary people they encountered along the way. Their eyes were only on Gu Yuan. Damn it, they're still chasing us. Gu Yuan hid in a small alley and, through the reflection in the glass window, saw a pack of wolves lying on the ground, sniffing his scent. My lord, although I don't mind you riding me every day, it's been a whole night from 11 p.m. last night to 9 a.m. this morning, and I really can't take it anymore. Qi Shui looked at Gu Yuan pitifully, and Gu Yuan was also tired. Looking at the monsters roaming the city, and the canopy and trees in the forest that could provide cover, it was impossible to outrun a pack of wolves in the flat city. Gu Yuan looked up at the building above him and said, "Retreat upwards." Gu Yuan continued to consume the little spiritual matter he had left to create disinfectant to mask his aura, and then took the elevator upwards. Gu Yuan went straight to the 19th floor of the commercial building and stepped out of the elevator. Next, I'll find a family to rest and recuperate at. I should be able to use my bronze-level hunter status to secure their safety in exchange for. The elevator doors opened, and Gu Yuan froze. The empty corridor was covered in blood. At the end of the corridor, a level 17 leopard was resting on the carpet. On both sides of the corridor, the residents' security doors had all been torn to shreds, and there were pools of blood behind the doors. You can even see dolls, soaked in blood, lying on the ground. There's no one alive on this floor anymore. Gu Yuan's eyes were filled with shock and anger as he slammed his fist against the wall. Hearing the sound, Leopard looked up, excited, thinking that other food had been delivered. But when he saw another young man, Leopard gave Gu Yuan a disdainful look. Then, he swaggered towards Gu Yuan. However, the prey did not cry out in fear upon seeing itself, nor did it scream or flee blindly. The leopard tilted its head in confusion, as if asking, "Are you the prey? I am not your prey. I am the hunter." Gu Yuan flicked his right hand, firing 3 consecutive shadow arrows that struck the fierce-toothed leopard's legs. Then, he swiftly closed in, drawing his Tang sword, Moda, and cleaving the leopard in 2. Chapter 117A Flight Attendant for free. Gu Yuan casually used the power of the bracelet to completely decompose it into spiritual matter. The stench of blood didn't need to be concealed. The place was already filled with it. Gu Yuan randomly found a room and went inside. Then, Gu Yuan lifted up the cabinets one by one to block the door. Gu Yuan then lay down on a bed, having just disassembled the 3,000 spiritual substances. The food in this house has basically been eaten by that fierce tiger. It also killed everyone, and then, as if storing food, hid all their corpses in the room at the end of the corridor. Gu Yuan used the bracelet to reconstitute 2 plates of feed for Hong Ling and Qi Shui, which cost him another 2,700 spirit materials. Gu Yuan himself prepared a cooked steak and a bowl of cooked rice. After eating, I lay down on the bed and started to sleep. When Gu Yuan woke up, it was already February 6th. He had slept for a full day and night. Gu Yuan took out a small bowl, and then, using the power of the bracelet, condensed a bowl of rice. While eating, I took out my phone. It's a pity there's no signal. This phone is practically a brick. It looks like the network base stations in Guangzhou have been destroyed. Helpless, Gu Yuan leaned back on the bed and took out the hunter's satellite phone, the kind that could even crack walnuts. "Hey, Toothpick, are you still alive? It's so good to hear you speak." "I'm fine. Only a part of the magic array failed. Only Guangzhou was affected. Dongguan is still safe." "That's good." Gu Yuan breathed a sigh of relief that his parents had not been affected. "Come back soon. That place is only getting more and more dangerous." Yi Chuan continued. "I'd like to too, but right now, Guangzhou is teeming with monsters." Gu Yuan lay on the bed, looking out the window at a 6-toothed wild boar of the king rank, about 67 meters tall and estimated to be around level 51, walking past the business center. With each step, the ground trembled and the surrounding buildings shook. Yangsheng has been invaded by demonic beasts. The army is resisting the large demonic beasts to prevent them from destroying more key points of the magic array and causing greater losses. There are 6 train stations in Guangzhou, and a massive exodus of millions is underway, transporting Guangzhou's residents to other cities. Yi said. "A million? How could that be?" This city has 15 million people. Yes, there are many people who are currently crowding the train station, waiting to escape. They are lucky because they live close to the train station. Those in the city center have little chance of survival. Hearing Yi Yu's words, Gu Yuan lowered his head. I'm in Tianhe district right now. Gu Yuan walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and looked at the Yanqing Tower across the street, the tallest tower in Yanqing. At this moment, it was filled with bird-like monsters. When did this city become so unruly? You have two options now. First, continue west to the East Station and take a train to Fengsheng. Second, go north to Baiyun District Airport. If you're lucky, you can find a plane and escape to Chongqing. An airplane? Gu Yuan asked in confusion. There are monsters flying everywhere in the sky. Is an airplane safe? The aircraft are coated with a substance that conceals their presence, and there are very few monsters above the clouds, at an altitude of over 12,000 meters. You think every bird-like monster has a respiratory system like your red feather, capable of breathing in extremely low oxygen environments. After hearing this, Gu Yuan nodded. The train station must be packed with people right now. We'll just have to try our luck in Baiyun District. Gu Yuan felt somewhat relieved. It would be so much better to just call instead of using WeChat. The hunter's phone is a satellite phone and has no functions other than making calls. It cannot receive pictures, MMS messages, or video calls. Finally, I don't have to worry about the crocodile sending me random pornographic images. Gu Yuan suddenly heard a woman's voice coming from the other end of the phone. By the way, Phoenix Tamer, I recently received another batch of smuggled goods. I was originally going to send you the PV. But look at this satellite phone. It's so inconvenient. Here, I'll play you 2 clips first. If you like them, I'll deduct the reward directly from your A-level mission reward. Gu Yuan felt a chill run down his spine. No need. Gu Yuan slammed down the phone and angrily threw it forward. With a bang, the hunter's phone slammed into the wall and became embedded in it. Gu Yuan scratched his head, thinking to himself, that damn crocodile, it never stops driving. Gu Yuan walked to the wall, silently took out his phone, and put it into his coat bag. With a crack, a large hole appeared in the wall. Gu Yuan looked through the hole and saw a dimly lit small room on the other side, with a person lying on the bed. Damn it, someone's still alive. Gu Yuan rushed out the door and entered the living room next door. Once inside, he found that the door to one of the rooms was blocked by a blanket. Gu Yuan kicked the door open. Very clever. You know that monsters search for prey by scent, so you used wool blankets to seal the cracks in the door and close the windows tightly. That way, once the monsters have eaten their fill of others, they might overlook you. As Gu Yuan spoke, he saw the woman lying on the bed, nearly unconscious. The woman was wearing a flight attendant uniform with a ribbon around her neck. She had a pair of signature long legs, but they were encased in flesh-colored stockings. Above her was a blue bodycon skirt paired with a uniform, but she was lying on the bed in a completely unguarded position, which made Gu Yuan gasp in astonishment. However, if a room is never ventilated, it will suffocate people. Gu Yuan helped the woman up, took out a bottle of mineral water, and poured it down her throat. Ugh, ugh, ugh. The woman gasped for breath, groggily lifting her head to look at Gu Yuan. I'm going to die? Monster. No. The flight attendant was quite frightened. She kept moving backward, kicking her feet forward desperately. Her feet, clad in thick-soled shoes, kicked the blankets, quilts, and even Gu Yuan off the bed. It looks like he was extremely frightened. Gu Yuan consumed 300 spirit substances to create a low-grade concentration pill and fed it to him. After swallowing the pill, he pressed her down onto the bed, covering her mouth with one hand. Quiet. There are still demonic beasts outside. If you keep shouting, I won't take care of you anymore. After the flight attendant swallowed the pill, her beautiful eyes darted up and down. Only then did Gu Yuan release her hand, and they sat on the bed, gazing at each other. Chapter 118 Blood Moon shines brightly. Gu Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and sat down in front of the beauty. What's your name? Gu Yuan asked first. My name is Wei Ye, little brother. There's a monster outside, the flight attendant said urgently. That's all. Gu Yuan's answer was simple and straightforward. Wei Ye noticed that Gu Yuan wore a shimmering belt, a feature typically reserved for high-level hunters who ventured overseas, and that he was also wearing the domestically produced, gleaming, shadow-piercing gauntlets. A controlled class Horcrux. Could it be that you're a hunter? Wei Ye covered her pink lips in surprise, her eyes filled with disbelief as she looked at Gu Yuan. You're about the same age as my younger brother, yet you're already a hunter and have even killed a tiger. Did you save my parents? They're downstairs. Gu Yuan raised his right arm. Come out, Hongling. This isn't a normal time. There are too many flying-type monsters outside. Stay close to the wall and search the building. Try to keep a low profile. In a flash, a level 31 red bird appeared before Wei Yu's eyes in the pet space. Wei Yu was shocked once again. Wow, so amazing. This red bird is so beautiful, just like a phoenix. How did you raise such a powerful beast? Are you a beast-taming genius? Red feather flew out, and through his soul sea, Gu Yuan gained a view of his surroundings. On the third floor, he saw a wild spirit wind wolf gnawing on a corpse. I'm afraid there's no one else alive in this building besides you and me. Upon hearing Gu Yuan's words, Wei Yin nearly collapsed, but she remembered Gu Yuan's words and told him not to shout. And so, she sat cross-legged on the bed, covering her mouth and weeping bitterly. Call the police. Tell them who let this monster in here and make them responsible. Wei Yin wanted to make a call, but Gu Yuan grabbed her hand. There's no cell phone signal. This is a major disaster. The magic array has failed. It's broken. Wei Yin then noticed that outside the window, billowing smoke was rising into the air, and she could even see monsters chasing after ordinary people who were stealing food from the supermarket. Once caught, they will be bitten to death immediately. Wei Yin almost collapsed to the ground. Doomsday. This is the end of humanity. We're finished. Not yet. Gu Yuan helped Wei Yin up and asked, Isn't that a sexy outfit you're wearing? Upon hearing this, Wei Yin became wary, looking at the young man with a chill in her heart. What should I do? If it weren't for him, I would be doomed in this place overrun by monsters. After all, the only ones who could survive in this situation and still have the strength to protect others were powerful beast tamers. But what did he ask himself? Was he wearing a lingerie outfit? What does this mean? Could it be that he wants? Indeed, in this chaotic world, perhaps this is all I have left, which might be a bargaining chip that others value. Wei Yin had watched many post-apocalyptic dramas, especially those about monsters breaking through cities. She learned the trick of using blankets to block the cracks in doors and close windows from those dramas. Moreover, the women in TV dramas, especially those who are beautiful but lack fighting ability, are usually played by models. They'll all be kept by those punk musclemen who are strong, ugly, and covered in all sorts of dangerous armor. At least, this little brother looks more human than those steampunks. No, I'm wearing a real uniform. I'm a flight attendant from Bayun District, specializing in cabin crew services. Wei Yin lowered her head and spoke with a blush on her face. That's good. Gu Yuan clapped his fist in his palm. Wei Yin shuddered in fright, her long, slender legs trembling slightly as she squeezed them together even tighter. Brother, if you're willing to protect your sister, the child's name will be. Lead the way, take me to Bayun District Airport. Let's see if we can find a plane and escape Guangzhou. Huh. Wei Yin was stunned when she heard this. What? That's right. The biggest problem Gu Yuan was facing was actually, where's the airport in Bayun District? Gu Yuan is not from Guangzhou, but from Dongguan. Upon arriving in Guangzhou, I barely knew the way and relied on my phone for navigation. Unfortunately, the entire city of Guangzhou is now without internet access, so there's no mobile navigation and no paper maps available. Moreover, after running around all night, Gu Yuan couldn't find his current location in Tianhe District and could only guess by looking at the iconic Yanqing Tower. I don't know if it was the auspiciousness of Qi Shui that triggered the effect. I casually smashed my phone, creating a hole, and ended up finding a flight attendant from Bayun District Airport. Is flying useful? Why didn't it work? It's just that the magic array in Guangzhou was broken. We can just run to other cities. By the way, long-legged sister, what did you just say about a child? No. Wei Yin blushed and waved her hands repeatedly. It's daytime now. Let's hurry and go while the sun is still high. Suddenly, a blood-red light shot into the sky. What is this? At this moment, in the images transmitted back by the satellite, a blood-red cloud was appearing above the entire city of Guangzhou. Within the clouds and mist, a plume of black smoke was rising into the sky. At this moment, the sky turned pitch black. Although it was daytime, the entire city of Guangzhou was shrouded in darkness, and a red moon hung in the sky. The ferocious predatory monsters that used to sleep during the day have become restless and are no longer sleeping. Ugh, what a strange feeling. Wei Yin looked at her hands. Just now I felt short of breath and really wanted to sleep, but now I feel unusually uneasy and don't want to sleep anymore. Blood moon. Qi Shui emerged from her pet space, looking up at the blood moon outside the window. During the Inlushan rebellion, when Shi Siming led his troops to lift the siege of Yeqing, he used an extremely vicious Taoist technique. At that moment, behind Gu Yuan, from the door of the next room, came a rustling sound of knocking. Gu Yuan pushed open the door and saw a large group of zombies with black liquid constantly gushing from their eyes and mouths rushing out of the room where the corpses were stored at the end of the corridor. Damn it, Gu Yuan thought of the zombie Black Bear King. That guy looked just like this when he was turned into a zombie by the black crystal bead. Gu Yuan was filled with resentment. Could the black light that had just flown up be the black crystal bead? Had someone stolen the black crystal bead, causing the blood moon? According to Qi Shui's explanation, the blood moon has 3 effects. All monsters will become extremely violent. All dead monsters and humans will be resurrected as zombies, and humans will feel extremely uneasy and unable to sleep. Chapter 119 Night of Return to Seoul. These dead people have come back to life. Gu Yuan raised his right hand, pointed at the demonic beasts charging towards him, and fired 3 shadow arrows in succession. However, the effect was not good. There were just too many zombies rushing over, and the recoil of the shadow gauntlets was very small, so they couldn't hurt the zombies at all. Helpless, Gu Yuan drew his Moda sword and unleashed a crescent-shaped burst of wildfire. They successfully set all the zombies in the corridor ablaze, but they were not afraid of pain or death, braving the flames. Even with its flesh charred and its bones exposed, it continued to crawl toward Gu Yuan. Zombies, this really is the end of the world. The long-legged woman was so frightened that she ran towards the stairs. These guys were already dead. Only complete dismemberment can stop them. Gu Yuan retreated step by step, but suddenly remembered something. A dead, moving corpse. Gu Yuan rushed forward, startling Wei Yi. Hey, little brother, what are you doing? These zombies bite. Quickly summon your beast. Why did you rush over there by yourself? However, as Gu Yuan charged into the horde of zombies, he raised his right hand and used the power of the bracelet, shouting, "Disassemble." At this moment, all the surrounding zombies transformed into purple spiritual energy at a visible speed and then merged into Gu Yuan's bracelet. Spiritual matter plus 1,700. I knew it. I can dismantle zombies directly because they're already dead. Whether the corpses move or not, I can still dismantle them. Gu Yuan couldn't help but feel secretly pleased. These zombies were endless and numerous, and they would charge towards him without fear of death or pain. But that's actually equivalent to constantly giving yourself spiritual matter for free. Your bracelet can dismantle all inanimate organic matter. All I need to do is walk among them and use the power of the bracelet to instantly kill them all, and I can also earn a considerable amount of spiritual material. Moreover, resurrected zombies have a much higher content of spiritual matter than normal human corpses. Gu Yuan had tried dissecting human corpses before, but the results were not good. Even for a living person, or a powerful person like Pluto Yang, the amount of spiritual matter extracted from the corpse was only a few points. This may be due to the difference in the physical structure of humans and demons. In fact, the human body does not store spiritual energy. Every time a Taoist technique is used or an inscription is made, spiritual energy is absorbed from the air and released. Therefore, Gu Yuan generally doesn't dismantle human corpses. However, the zombies under the Blood Moon's illumination had a spirit matter content as high as 50 points each, likely due to the Blood Moon dispersing it through some means. It was only by infusing spiritual energy into the corpses that they were able to move. A ferocious roar came from behind. In the stairwell, zombies surged up the stairs like a tide. Many of them had been half-eaten by monsters, revealing their white skeletons and bodies. They staggered upstairs, among them several zombie blackbone wolves and zombie sharp-toothed lions. It is likely that after these monsters invaded the human world, they found that the humans here were too weak, so they hunted and killed a large number of them, and then collected and stored the corpses. They had originally planned to come back to eat there later, but now the situation had reversed, and the zombie horde resurrected by the Blood Moon had turned around and killed them. Furthermore, after they died, they transformed into powerful zombies and joined the ranks. "I'll let go of me," Wei Yi cried out in alarm as the zombies grabbed her and tore at her. However, Gu Yuan had already taken a step forward, raised his right hand, and pressed it forward. The bracelet's effect had been activated, successfully dismantling all the zombies and absorbing all the spiritual matter within them. Without breaking a sweat, the spiritual matter stored in the bracelet increased by 30,000 points. After all, the spiritual matter of those zombie beasts was much more than that of humans. "Are you all right, long-legged beauty?" Gu Yuan helped Wei Yi up. Wei Yi stared in shock and disbelief at the empty stairwell. "Little brother, you're amazing. You killed so many zombies with just a wave of your hand. You must be a 5th or 6th grade beast tamer." "No, it's not that exaggerated." Gu Yuan scratched his head and cheek. "I'm only a 2nd grade soldier." Those were all my combat techniques. Only a second-grade cultivator, yet he possesses a level 30 demon beast? That's incredible, Wei Yu exclaimed in astonishment. Next, Gu Yuan and Wei Yu took the elevator down to the first floor. The streets were unexpectedly lively at this moment. Although the monsters were beasts, they were not entirely insatiable. For example, the six-toothed wild boar of the king rank, which was about 67 meters tall, was very fierce. However, it is actually a vegetarian. Aside from accidentally stepping on it while walking, it shouldn't kill anyone. It was just attracted by the food at the pet food store in the center of Yangqing City. So they came to the city, broke through the cement walls, ate their fill, and then lay down on the ground to sleep. However, the blood moon kept all living things awake. Humans became restless, and monsters became frenzied and went mad. Indiscriminate attacks on everyone, unable to find a target, rampaging through the city, causing more buildings to collapse and more people to lose their lives. The blood moon continuously transformed them into zombies, indiscriminately attacking the survivors and all other monsters. Dead monsters are an even bigger problem. They are more violent than when they are alive, hunting down all living things like killing machines. Whoa! With a wolf's howl, Gu Yuan couldn't help but curse. I'll fucking kill you. Are you ever going to stop? At this moment, the pack of black bone wolves who had been guarding Gu Yuan for 2 days and 2 nights under the building finally managed to wait for him to come downstairs. The Wolf King darted out of the barber shop across the street, followed by more than 100 of its brothers, and chased after Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan looked at a tricycle next to him. Long-legged sister, do as I say. Okay, what does my brother want me to do? Wei Yu asked, puzzled. Gu Yuan had already pulled the tricycle next to him over, saying, with legs as long as yours, it's a waste not to use a tricycle. Huh. Wei Yu looked puzzled, but Gu Yuan had already climbed onto the truck tricycle. Pedal faster, faster. Wei Yu got on the tricycle and started pedaling in the opposite direction. Gu Yuan then summoned Qi Shui, who transformed into human form and sat next to him in the car. Turn into that alley. Wei Yu turned the tricycle around and rode into the alley. The black bone wolves were still in hot pursuit, but the alley was too narrow, and the pack of wolves squeezed into a straight line. Gu Yuan gave Qi Shui a look and said, now, Qi Shui, use the Eye of Enchantment. Chapter 120 Re-encounter with Wang Qiao. Qi Shui's bewitching eye struck the wolves in front of her, and they turned to attack their companions, causing chaos in the narrow passage. Immediately afterwards, Gu Yuan summoned Hongling. Red Feather finally spread its wings and soared into the sky once more. It quickly came to a stop in midair, then flapped its wings downwards, unleashing a firestorm. After continuous battles, Hongling's level has been raised to level 32. With each flap of her wings, 2 tornadoes are formed. The shocking thing was that they burned all the frozen blackbone wolves to death. Gu Yuan jumped off the tricycle and walked over, looking at the Wolf King's corpse and a whole box full of wolf carcasses. This is the best way to prevent you from turning into zombies again. Gu Yuan raised his right hand and dissected all the corpses, extracting 60,000 units of spiritual matter in one go. Without the Wolf King's inner core, it escaped. Qi Shui, you made a mistake. Didn't I tell you to use charm to hold on to that Wolf King? My lord, that's a she-wolf. Damn it, but she should have learned her lesson after this battle. With a loud boom, a series of impacts and explosions rang out, and Gu Yuan looked to the north. 2 level 50 king-rank monsters started fighting in the city. One was the same 6-toothed wild boar of the king rank from before, and the other was a king-rank flying serpent that rushed out from the mountainous area of Baiyun district. They tried to pierce each other's carapace with their 6 sharp tusks. The other one continuously sprays acid to corrode the opponent's body. Looks like we'll have to take a detour. Gu Yuan sighed. The Baiyun district and the Baiyun mountain training area are extremely dangerous right now. There are also special zones for monsters within the Anjia, such as the Shungu secret realm mentioned earlier, which is located within the Anjia. However, the monsters inside will not be harmed by the magic array as long as they do not leave the designated area. The holes in these magic arrays were designed in advance to provide an area for young demon tamers to train and gain experience. However, the failure of the magic array caused the monsters to escape. They were the first batch of monsters to eat people, which is why the city center is in such a terrible state. If you go directly from Tianhe District to Baiyun District, you will need to pass through the Baiyun District training area. What Gu Yuan sees right now is just 2 level 50 demonic beasts fighting. How dangerous the situation inside must be. It's almost unimaginable. Wei Yu pedaled the tricycle around once and returned to Gu Yuan's side. Gu Yuan looked at those beautiful legs and stockings with several holes in them. Those long legs were really quite a sight to behold as they pedaled the tricycle. Because of the tension in his muscles, his body became firm, and his curves swayed up and down, sometimes appearing and sometimes disappearing, making Gu Yuan swallow hard. Wei nodded. Little brother, if we want to take a detour, we'll need to go to the city center, and there are many monsters there, so we need to be especially careful. Gu Yuan sighed. All right, get in the car. Wei waved her hand. Gu Yuan thought to himself, are you addicted to this? Let's change our mode of transportation. Gu Yuan said this. Qi Shui had transformed back into a giant white fox and lay down on the ground. That beautiful young lady just now, wasn't she one of the other survivors you found? Or was she your tamed beast? Wei was shocked. Level 40? No, but she's mythical. As Gu Yuan spoke, he mounted Qi Shui. God, mythical level. Wei was once again shocked. You actually have a mythical level demon beast, little brother. Who are you? Gu Yuan. When those two words were uttered, Wei was completely shocked. The young man she had met today was actually Gu Yuan, the super genius who had been making headlines in Guangzhou. Wei, dazed, wrapped her arms around Gu Yuan's waist and sat on Qi Shui's back, her body involuntarily going limp and pressing tightly against Gu Yuan's back. Gu Yuan's heart was pounding wildly. This beautiful woman was standing way too close. Her breasts were practically crushing his coat. Qi Shui's Earth-rank riding combat skill is extremely fast, and ordinary demonic beasts simply cannot catch up with it. Moreover, this time, Gu Yuan can call in an aerial attack. Hong Ling will hover above Gu Yuan's head, and when Hong Ling discovers that there are demonic beasts blocking Gu Yuan's path, it will swoop down at an extremely high speed, and the inscriptions of meteor fire rain will flash on its wings, directly blasting the monsters and ruins blocking its way to smithereens. Immediately afterwards, it took off again. Qi Shui moved swiftly with almost no hindrance. Hong Ling called out in her soul sea, Master, there is a survivor ahead, fleeing in your direction. Are there still survivors? As Gu Yuan was wondering, he saw a level 21 minister rank wild boar leading a herd of 16 level 11 ordinary wild boars. They were chasing after a pitiful young man, running frantically towards Gu Yuan's direction. Red Feather, Gu Yuan shouted in his soul sea. Red Feather made a quick turn in the air, then flew over the wild boar's head, releasing a fiery storm downwards. The tornado swept across in a straight line, burning all the wild boars to death. The man lay on the ground, panting heavily. Well, I'm saved. I almost died. Then he looked up at the red shadow that was flying through the air at lightning speed. Phoenix, could it be that guy? Hey, good morning. Gu Yuan stopped in front of the man and said, Wang Qiao, why aren't you guarding your spirit medicine hall? What are you doing wandering around here? Gu Yuan. Wang Qiao straightened up, dusted himself off, and tried his best to appear as disheveled as possible. However, the Wang family scions, who are usually aloof and arrogant, are always seen in Guangzhou traveling in luxury cars and with beautiful women, dressed in trendy brands, making a grand entrance. However, the protective array was broken, and as an alchemist without a combat-type pet, he was chased all over the street by a group of wild boars. Laugh if you want. Wang Xiao tugged at his clothes. I came out to find food. Gu Yuan thought about it and realized that it seemed so. After all, the magic array had been broken for 2 days, and many people's food had probably been exhausted. Only by coming out to find food could they avoid starving to death. I'm so glad you survived for 2 days. Gu Yuan praised. Wang Xiao was furious. I contacted the military by satellite phone, but they're too busy to rescue people in the city center. So, you're going to try to escape? Gu Yuan said. Of course not. The magic array will be repaired sooner or later. What I need is food. As for water, we have plenty in our storeroom. Grandpa is missing, so I just need to find enough food to last me a month or 2 until the military repairs the magic array. Wang Xiao replied. Gu Yuan nodded, then consumed 0.02 units of spiritual matter to create a flatbread, which he held in his hand. Wang Xiao, look what this is. Chapter 121 Crazy Extortion, earning 90 million for free. Wang Qiao was stunned, his eyes shining. He hadn't eaten anything decent for 2 days. At this moment, a sesame seed cake, which he would normally look down on, had become a life-saving treasure. Gu Yuan, no, brother Gu, give it to me. I'm starving. Gu Yuan, however, raised his hand and hid the sesame seed cake behind his back. Wait a minute, Wang Qiao, you can't say that. This sesame seed cake cost me a fortune. I went through countless hardships to snatch it from a monster. Actually, I just moved my fingers and reassembled it in less than 1/10 of a second. Look at the price. This is a matter of life and death, and you're still trying to negotiate the price with me. Wang Xiao almost rushed up and grabbed Gu Yuan by the neck. However, upon seeing the red feather perched on the telephone pole behind Gu Yuan and its sharp gaze, she was startled and quickly withdrew her hand, awkwardly patting Gu Yuan's shoulder. Yes, brother Gu, you're right. I'll offer 50,000 for each one. There's no internet now, so I can't transfer money. Do you have 50,000 on you? Pills, pill formulas, your family's rare medicinal herbs. Let's talk. Give me 500,000 worth of medicinal herbs first, and I'll trade you a sesame seed cake. Upon hearing Gu Yuan's words, Wang Xiao nearly fainted on the spot. What did he mean by 500,000 for a pancake? Even if your pancakes were made of gold, they wouldn't sell for 500,000 each. However, Wang Xiao looked around and saw a supermarket in the distance where 3 wolves and 2 tigers were fiercely fighting over a piece of pork. Along the way, there were also staggering zombies walking towards the wild boar carcass that was being pinned to the ground and devoured. All I need to do is find food and then return to the well-ventilated vault to escape these things. As long as I have enough food, I can survive. However, if I don't buy it, I'll have to face this crazy city alone, and I might not even be able to find anything to eat. Even if they are found, there is no guarantee they will survive. He did indeed use a storage ring to hide all the precious medicinal herbs in the entire warehouse before running away. But if I die, then none of these things will belong to me anymore. Okay, 500,000 for each sesame seed cake. Give me a month's supply. 3 months' worth, Gu Yuan said. No. Wang Xiao waved his hand. The military can repair the magic array in 1 or 2 months at most. Yes, the military will repair the magic array in 1 or 2 months at most. What does that have to do with me selling you 3 months' worth of pancakes? Gu Yuan said nonchalantly. Wang Xiao's heart was bleeding. Gu Yuan, are you really not a bandit? You're more terrifying than a terrorist, you know? The Black Lotus gang should offer you a high price to be their consultant. Fine, if you're not going to buy it, then forget it. Gu Yuan turned to leave. Stop, bro, don't go. I'll buy it, okay? Wang Xiao grabbed Gu Yuan's hand. And so, with 90 meals a month, 270 sesame cakes over 3 months, Wang Xiao handed over medicinal herbs worth 135 million yuan. This is a business deal that will make you a fortune. One pancake only requires 0.02 units of spiritual matter, so 180 pancakes only consume 3.6 units of spiritual matter. As for the 90 million medicinal herbs, Gu Yuan disassembled the bracelet and extracted nearly 9 million spiritual substances, instantly making him rich in spiritual substances. After Wang Xiao and Gu Yuan parted ways, Gu Yuan, riding on Qi Shui's back, couldn't help but laugh. Little brother, what are you laughing at? Wei Yi looked at Gu Yuan with some confusion. Gu Yuan replied, It's nothing. I just remembered something happy. Your wife is pregnant. Wei Yi knew this was a joke and tilted her head to ask. No, I've been single for 18 years. At this moment, Wang Xiao, who had returned to the warehouse, took out the sesame seed cake that Gu Yuan had given him, released his spiritual fire to heat the cake, and took out a bottle of mineral water. Humph, Gu Yuan, just wait. I'll get my revenge sooner or later. Suddenly, he smelled a very unpleasant odor, a really bad smell. After taking a bite of the sesame seed cake, he almost spat it out. However, I can't bear to criticize it. A pancake costs 500,000 yuan, and each bite costs tens of thousands of yuan. How can I bear to criticize it? He smelled the stench so bad that tears streamed down his face as he swallowed the mouthful of flatbread along with his tears and snot. Gu Yuan, you son of a bitch. This sesame seed cake is filled with durian. I'm going to be locked up in this warehouse for a month, along with this durian-flavored sesame seed cake, and I'll have to eat durian-flavored sesame seed cakes every day. At this moment, at the starting point where the beams of the blood moon scattered into the sky, the Black Lotus gang members were gathered around a magic circle. Hiromura walked up to the circle and said with some doubt, There's a problem. This magic circle isn't working as expected. That's impossible, sir. I did indeed switch it with that woman, Hanyu. Linbo said respectfully, bowing his head. However, Hiromura's eyes, hidden beneath his cloak, suddenly flashed red light. He turned around, grabbed one hand, and pulled Harimura in front of him. Fool, are you questioning me? Linbo was nearly choked to death. Sir, I just wanted to say that I really didn't lie to you. I knew you wouldn't dare. Harimura casually tossed Linbo aside and continued speaking. The effect of the black crystal bead is about half that of when Sir Simon used it. These resurrected zombies have no intelligence or remaining souls. They are completely lifeless. It's probably been buried in the soil for too long, and the weathering has caused this. Don't worry, sir. Lin Bo, who had been thrown to the ground, was panting heavily. The blood moon's effect of gathering souls is still active. The most important thing now is to find the transformed coffin so that you can form a contract with your 8th pet. Team K has been completely wiped out. Harry Morris said. What? Song Yingying is dead. Damn it. Gu Yuan, along with Pluto Yang and Wang Fenghua, has already taken down 3 of our top generals. Even Interpol hasn't caused us as much damage. Lin Bo was filled with resentment. Damn it. I'm notifying my reserve network to search for Gu Yuan's whereabouts. I'll personally deal with him. No, your task is still to find the key. It's not time for your identity to be exposed yet. Harry Mora laughed. You don't know yet, do you? The blood moon's effect isn't just about creating ordinary zombies. There are also special zombies, as long as the resentment is enough. Under the blood moon lit Huangpu District waste meat processing plant, a pair of sharp claws pierced through the plant's gate and, with a sudden burst of force, tore the entire iron gate apart. A zombie, its entire body composed of various pieces of discarded flesh, crawled out. She had no skin, no clothes, and her whole body was flesh and blood. You could tell from her full and firm breasts and buttocks that she was a woman. Her claws were extremely sharp. She lay on the ground with her gaping mouth full of fangs, which extended down to her neck. He roared angrily at the sky. Gu Yuan, I will haunt you even as a ghost. Chapter 122 Zombie Song Yingying. Gu Yuan and Wei Yi rode Qi Shui and sped past the Yanqing Tower. The Pearl River reflected the towering and magnificent tower, as well as the white shadow of the white fox that sped past. However, at that moment, Wei Yi seemed to remember something, and grabbed Gu Yuan's arm tightly with one hand. Little brother, I have a favor to ask. Hearing Wei Yi's words, Gu Yuan turned his head and said, Speak. Hearing Gu Yuan's words, Wei Yi lowered her head slightly. Could you go to number 3 middle school? I have a younger brother at school. Tisk. Gu Yuan clicked his tongue when he heard this. My Qi Shui can only carry 2 people, which is already its limit. And it still has to face the siege of so many demonic beasts. I know, but I can't abandon my brother, Wei Yi said. Gu Yuan took out his phone and looked at the chat history. Before the internet was cut off, Bullet Bro sent himself a video. The video was filmed very shakily, and it showed many tiger-like monsters attacking the Hunter's Tavern. Then I saw several people wearing black cloaks, discussing something on the map they were holding. It marks several iconic buildings in Guangzhou, including the Guangzhou Grand Theater, Guangzhou Iron Tower, Guangzhou Pearl River Bridge, Guangzhou Twin Towers, as well as several beast-taming academies and high schools. The Black Lotus might be attacking Anjia. This was the last message he sent, dated February 3rd. Unfortunately, Gu Yuan didn't see it until February 5th, and it was too late. However, the map did indeed mark Yanqing number 3 high school. Is the 3rd middle school a strategic location? Gu Yuan shook his head. Damn it. I don't want to stay here another minute. Forget everything. Bang, bang, bang. A series of impacts rang out. When Gu Yuan turned around, he saw a skinless zombie chasing after him. Her muscles were clearly defined. Her whole body was covered in blood and gore, and her screams were deafening. As she moved forward, she didn't care about anything and just rammed into things, able to overturn trucks weighing more than 10 tons as she chased after him. What is this thing again? Gu Yuan thought to himself. How many times has this happened today? No matter if it's a human, a beast, or something neither human nor ghost, they all seem to like chasing him. Red feather plummeted rapidly from the sky, spewing out celestial flames. However, even though this guy's whole body was engulfed in flames, and his flesh melted in the fire, she continued forward, displaying remarkable resilience. Her melted flesh began to repair itself rapidly, and she completely ignored Hong Ling's attacks, focusing solely on herself as she frantically chased after him. Damn it, these aren't ordinary zombies. Gu Yuan stopped and leaped off Qi Shui. Qi Shui, cover me. Gu Yuan ran towards the direction of the skinless zombie. Qi Shui raised her head and used the Earth rank combat skill, Ice and Snow. The ice froze the skinless zombie. Just then, Gu Yuan raised his right hand and shouted, Disassemble. Gu Yuan placed one hand on the chest of the skinless zombie, and then the bracelet began to dismantle the skinless zombie. In just 1 second, Gu Yuan's spiritual matter content increased by 1 million. 1 million. Gu Yuan was secretly delighted. However, the skinless zombie did not completely disappear, although Gu Yuan had torn a hole in her chest. However, the rest of her body could still move. She opened her gaping mouth that reached all the way to her neck, revealing that she had used a combat technique. Venom. Purple, foul-smelling poisonous gas was spewed out, and Gu Yuan reacted quickly, dodging backward. However, immediately afterward, the skinless zombie began to spin, and countless sharp spikes grew from its body as it spun around. The slender black spikes shot out in all directions, like a storm, leaving no blind spots. Gu Yuan drew his Tang sword and slashed repeatedly to block the attack. How could this be? Gu Yuan exclaimed, bewildered. The hollow chest of the skinless zombie was then repaired, with blood and flesh reforming and the body fully restored. The eye of the other shore. Gu Yuan was fine without checking, but once he did, he felt a chill run down his spine. Blood Moon Resentment Body. During the Blood Moon, the most resentful spirits will be selected and become Blood Moon Resentment Bodies. The Blood Moon Vengeance Body can absorb other zombies, incorporating their characteristics and combat skills into its own body. Gu Yuan, I will haunt you even as a ghost. The skinless zombie turned its head and looked at Gu Yuan. I understand. Gu Yuan looked at his bracelet. This guy absorbed all the corpses along the way into his body, and his spiritual substance content exceeds 1 million. The bracelet can only be disassembled at a speed of 1 million per second, so if it can't be disassembled in an instant, she can retaliate. However, it's still quite profitable, considering that there are too many zombies and undead in the city for one person to handle alone. She absorbs these zombies into her body and brings them to her, where she can dismantle 1 million in a second. If she were completely dismantled, there would be millions of spiritual substances remaining. No, if she gathered enough, tens of millions of spiritual substances could be possible. At this moment, the skinless zombie stood up straight, and countless tentacles shot out from its body, dragging all the surrounding zombies into its body. Among them was even the remains of a female high school student. After absorbing the corpse of the high school girl, its flesh and skin began to heal, and fair skin grew from the muscle skin. The skin tone was exactly the same as that of the high school girl, but because of the different bone and muscle structure, it grew into the face of another person. Song Yingying. However, this Song Yingying had bloodshot eyes, was completely naked, and had black liquid flowing from the corner of her mouth, giving her an evil and alluring appearance. Gu Yuan thought to himself, this woman is dead, but she still came after me. After absorbing these corpses, Song Yingying's body's spiritual matter content increased dramatically. Like a cannonball, she rushed over and pinned down Gu Yuan, then crashed through the shell of a BMW. Song Yingying spread her fair legs and straddled Gu Yuan's waist. She raised her slender white hands with bright red nail polish. Gu Yuan felt uneasy at the sight of her fair hands, and her nails were as sharp as razors, at least 10 centimeters long. Gu Yuan cocked his right hand, preparing to aim and fire, but Song Yingying pressed it down with her left hand. The force was like that of a 1,000-pound boulder. Gu Yuan's nail shadow gauntlet missed its mark and hit the BMW stereo instead. Ah Jin fell in love with Ah Chong on a night without stars. Strange music played in the car. Song Yingying was on the leather sofa, her body bent over, her chest drooping and pressing against Gu Yuan's chest, holding down Gu Yuan's hands. Then, Gu Yuan watched as Song Yingying leaned her head down toward him, her pink lips getting closer and closer to his. Chapter 123 Relentless Pursuit. Then I'll disassemble you into spiritual matter. I've finally caught you. You can't escape now. Song Yingying's trembling voice rang out, filled with longing and yearning, and only Gu Yuan could satisfy all of this. Gu Yuan looked at Song Yingying's mouth. Although he disliked her, she was, after all, his first love. She was quite pretty. What attracted me to her was her pink lips, which gave her a youthful and beautiful look. Gu Yuan was stunned as he watched that peach blossom-like mouth approach him. Actually, Hong Ling's mouth is quite beautiful, but I don't know if it's because Hong Ling is more fire type or for some other reason. Hong Ling's lip color is bright red, more like a queen's lips, rather than the peach blossom lip color of a young girl like Song Yingying. However, at that moment, Song Yingying's pink lips, which were pressed against Gu Yuan's face, suddenly opened wide. It looked as if it had split open, extending downwards to the neck and turning outwards. It was filled with a stench and the smell of blood and rows of fangs, each the size of a little finger. This guy's trying to bite his own head off and eat it. Red feather, save me. Gu Yuan shouted loudly, and Hong Ling, like a fighter jet, swooped down rapidly, its claws grabbing Song Yingying's shoulders, and charged forward at high speed, slamming down on Song Yingying's body repeatedly. Seeing that Hong Ling had restrained Song Yingying, Gu Yuan rushed forward and placed his right hand on Song Yingying's shoulder. Disassemble. 1 second, 2 seconds. Song Yingying screamed in agony. Song Yingying finally stopped moving. She was like a deflated sack, an empty shell drooping on the ground. Finally, she was gone. Her spiritual matter was further broken down into 1.47 million. It's finally resolved. Thank you for the 2 million spirit materials. Gu Yuan turned and left. Master, are you alright? Hong Ling transformed into human form and carefully examined Gu Yuan's right hand. Gu Yuan felt a chill, flipped his wrist, took off the shadow nail gauntlets, and exclaimed, "Corpse poison." Beneath the nail-shaped gauntlet was a delicate claw mark, black in color, extending deep into the skin. I've never refined this kind of pill before. Gu Yuan had disassembled many kinds of pills, so he could take them directly when needed. However, Gu Yuan had never actually dealt with corpse poison before. So he looked at number 3 middle school and said, "Let's find a safe place. I need to refine medicine." Upon hearing this, Wei Yi looked at Gu Yuan and felt a sense of warmth in her heart. Could it all be for her sake? So she smiled and said, "Thank you. Don't worry, we won't stay long." And so, Gu Yuan and Wei Yi entered number 3 middle school together. The last time Gu Yuan came here, the place was full of youthful energy, with vibrant people coming and going. But now, the place is completely silent, with zombies swaying and moving around in the corridors and on the playground. Master, about 600 steps to the west-northwest, is dormitory building number 3. Gu Yuan heard Hong Ling's voice in his soul sea and quickly arrived at dormitory building number 3. Outside this dormitory building, there are countless sharp spikes that stand upright and spread out in a net-like pattern. Earth-rank combat skill. It seems that some students who were recruited separately have used their combat skills to form a protective net here, preventing attacks from monsters and zombies. Gu Yuan said this. Wei Yi, standing nearby, felt a glimmer of hope. That means there are survivors hiding in this dormitory area, and my brother might still be alive. Don't blame me for being pessimistic. Gu Yuan said, many people have died outside, and there's no guarantee that your brother is inside. Wei Yi nodded upon hearing this. Immediately afterwards, Qi Shui leaped swiftly, directly jumping over the ground spike formation. It landed in the dormitory building's garden. A monster has jumped in. It's huge, and it has white skin. Oh no, it looks really strong. No, those riding on top are people, the other survivors. A group of high school students quickly surrounded them, holding weapons made from metal table legs, and cautiously assumed a fighting stance. But after seeing Gu Yuan, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Wei Yi spotted a thin boy in the crowd, and there seemed to be some other people who appeared rather short in the crowd. Wei Feng, you're still alive. Wei Yi ran over and hugged him. This was her only blood relative. She didn't know what she would do if her own brother died too. Sister, you're still alive? Where are Dad and Mom? Wei Yi paused for a moment, but then made up her mind and said, they're gone. The two siblings embraced and wept under the blood-red moonlight. Although they were crying, their tears added a touch of warmth to the cold atmosphere. I'm so envious. I wonder how my parents are doing now. I miss home so much. I wonder if I can ever go back to the way things were before. These people looked dejected. Gu Yuan felt a pang of sympathy for them, but he still found a quiet dormitory and quickly refined a detoxification pill. After taking it, the corpse poison on his right hand began to improve. However, at that moment, joyous music came from outside. Gu Yuan stepped outside, looking at the people coming and going with some confusion, and asked, what's going on? Don't you know that making too much noise will attract monsters? Don't worry. A tattooed young man with a rooster-like hairstyle crossed his arms and came up to Gu Yuan. We have Brother Tian protecting us, so we have nothing to fear. Brother Tian, who is that? Gu Yuan asked, puzzled. You don't even know this? It's our boss, Lin Tian, who has a soul power of 602 beast-taming skills. He participated in the special recruitment of the Beast Taming Academy in Dongguan City. However, he wasn't recruited. It seems there were too many applicants for the alchemy department. He passed the physical ability test, but failed the humanities test. Gu Yuan now feels a sense of unease whenever he hears about Dongguan Beast Taming University, let alone the fact that it also has a department of spiritual herbs. So what? Brother Tian, today, on this auspicious day, we're marrying Chun Wenwen. Hurry up and attend. You might even get a steamed bun. Brother Tian is the boss here now. The students chattered excitedly about Brother Tian, while jokingly commenting on Chun Wenwen's breasts and figure. Chun Wenwen. Gu Yuan thought to himself. He heard the name of an acquaintance again, Chun Wenwen. He had heard her say that she was getting married soon. Wasn't she going to invite him? Gu Yuan felt something was amiss, so he went over to investigate. Chen Wenwen was sitting in a small room, tears welling up in her eyes, sobbing, and her eyes were swollen. Why is this happening? Is there no law and order anymore? Someone save me. Someone save me. Anyone will do. Chen Wenwen pounded on the pillow and angrily threw it towards the door. Chapter 124 One-Hit Kill. Just then, Gu Yuan, who had just reached the doorway, caught the pillow. You're getting married so quickly, and you didn't even invite me. When Chen Wenwen saw Gu Yuan, she felt that hope had been rekindled in her life. She ran over and hugged Gu Yuan. Brother Gu, you're here? I thought I was really going to spend my whole life here with that Lin Tian. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan laughed. Who is Lin Tian? He was just a second-grade beast tamer. After the Anjia formation was destroyed and the blood moon appeared, both the teacher and the principal died. He created the Earth Spike formation using a very strange soul artifact. With this Horcrux, he's the one who calls the shots in this area. At first, he was very kind to his classmates, but later he began to harass female teachers and students, and even forced other students to go out and find food for him. He even proposed to me today. The other female students felt that only by giving me to him would Lin Tian stop harassing them. So, they all agreed, trying to force me to marry him. They really think they're some kind of local tyrant. Gu Yuan thought to himself, finding it amusing. Some people, who usually act respectable, reveal their ugly sides once the magic circle disappears, order is disrupted, and the police are no longer in charge. Just then, a dozen or so high school students carrying knives and wooden sticks walked in through the doorway. However, they were not like ordinary high school students. They had dyed hair and dressed like a group of delinquent youths. Hey, who are you? This Chen Wenwen is our boss's woman. How dare you barge into our boss's new house? Break both of his arms and throw him out to feed the zombies. You dare to break the rules on our turf? You're asking for death. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan scratched his head. So, you really think that following a piece of trash gives you the right to do whatever you want? What? The thugs were shocked. How dare you call our brother Tian trash? He's the king of the third middle school in the apocalypse. Only by listening to him can you survive. The women and resources here all belong to him. It's just breaking a magic array. Don't make it sound like the end of the world. Gu Yuan laughed. The group of thugs rushed towards Gu Yuan, but Qi Shui appeared from her pet space and instantly froze them into ice blocks. Gu Yuan walked through the ice sculptures and exited through the gate. Then he saw a person of similar age standing at the entrance on the third floor, who spoke to him. Hey, who are you? Are you here to take over my territory and seize my resources and women? I'm too lazy to talk to an idiot like you. Gu Yuan's shout sent chills down the spines of the entire school. Even more astonishingly, he actually did it. Hey, who are you calling names? You. The Yangqing magic array is broken, but the other magic arrays are fine. As long as you leave Yangqing, you'll be safe. In fact, many people, after losing cell phone communication, are completely lost and have no idea what the world is like now. They thought it was the end of the world, a place of bloodshed and death outside. In reality, as long as they left Yangqing, the rest of Anjia was no different. They just didn't know that. After saying that, Gu Yuan left. Chen Wenwen excitedly ran out of the bedroom, threw herself at Gu Yuan, and hugged him, shouting, "Long live Brother Gu! Lelalilo!" Then, Chen Wenwen stuck out her tongue and made a face at Lin Tian. Before this, no one had dared to do such a thing to Lin Tian. Gu Yuan's words immediately rekindled the hope in the hearts of all the students around him. They stood up straight and looked at Gu Yuan. Really? Really? This isn't the end of the world. We still thought the world order had collapsed. All the students, especially the female high school students and female teachers, immediately surrounded Gu Yuan and questioned him. Really? You're not kidding me. We're saved. If we follow this hunter, can you save us? All of this was like a ray of dawn shining into this oppressive and violent school district. However, suddenly, a row of spikes emerged from the ground, impaling all the students running towards the school gate, leaving them hanging high on the spikes. He's lying. Lin Tian, seemingly frantic, blocked Gu Yuan's path. You dare to fight me? No matter who you are, you're dead. Judging by your age, you're a high school student, right? There aren't many people your age who can rival me, Lin Tian. Lin Tian was very confident in his abilities. If it were a hunter in his 20s or 30s, he would probably still be worried. However, I am one of the best among my peers, and the title of first in the third middle school is not just for show. Forehead. Although these students really wanted to leave, right now, without a strong judicial system to manage them, everyone was just talking with their fists, and Lin Tian was the king here. Several girls quickly made way for him, because in their eyes, Gu Yuan was no match for Lin Tian. Lin Tian will settle scores with those who want to escape his enslavement. The closer they stand to Gu Yuan now, the more miserable their deaths will be in a moment. A continuous barrage of spikes lunged towards Gu Yuan, who countered with a swift, drawn sword strike, unleashing a torrent of raging flames from Moda's hand. Crush all the spikes. Lin Tian summoned his two pets, both of laughable common rank and only level 20, a Qingfeng bird and a fallen rock. Qi Shui, kill them, Gu Yuan said. Qi Shui tilted her head back, and a chill gathered in her mouth. Hey, hurry up and summon your second pet. Wei had finally reunited with her younger brother, and she didn't want to die like this. However, Gu Yuan added, she is my second pet. When the students heard that Gu Yuan had two pets, they were relieved, as he was also a second-grade beast tamer. However, they all know that a beast tamer's first pet is generally stronger in combat than his second. He plans to fight with only one pet, and not even the first one, but the second one. This guy is too arrogant. Damn it, there was a 1 in 10,000 chance of survival, but now there's none at all. As a result, Qi Shui released a snowball and hurled it forward, directly knocking back the two charging giant birds, along with Lin Tian, who was then embedded in the wall. The two people and the bird rolled up in a snowball, and after the snow melted, they landed on the ground. My lord, you truly underestimate me. This kind of trash actually requires me to use a low-level combat technique to deal with her. Qi Shui smiled charmingly. Chapter 125, The Train to Hong Kong. That's because all your combat skills are at least Earth rank. Gu Yuan replied casually. However, those around them were deeply shocked, as all the combat skills were of the Earth rank. This has made many students who were still complacent about possessing Xin-level combat skills feel inferior. Sensing the immense difference in strength, his second pet already possessed all Earth-rank combat skills. Moreover, he actually did it just now, defeating all of Lin Tian's pets and Lin Tian himself with only one pet. Just how powerful his first pet was is beyond what these people can imagine. However, Gu Yuan did not leave immediately, but instead came to Lin Tian. Gu Yuan crouched down and grabbed Lin Tian's foot. Everyone in the Black Lotus gang has a special mark, a black lotus pattern tattooed on the soles of their feet. Let me see it. Lin Tian tried to struggle, but Qi Shui held him down with her claws. Gu Yuan took off Lin Tian's shoes and socks, and saw a black lotus flower symbol on the sole of his foot. Seeing this, Gu Yuan already cocked his shadow nail gauntlet and aimed it at Lin Tian. If you move again, I'll send you straight to the Western Paradise. Lin Tian could tell from the killing intent in Gu Yuan's eyes that he was not joking with him. If he really did not do as he was told, this guy might really kill him. Lin Tian waved his hands repeatedly. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything I know. Please, don't kill me. Gu Yuan snatched the jade pendant from the other person's hand. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be the embrace of the Earth's core. This is a rare jade pendant carved with a heart, worth at least tens of millions. It can give commands to the surrounding soil. The spikes at the door were created by him using the Earth's embrace. I'll take this treasure, but judging from your appearance, you're not a high-ranking member of the Black Lotus gang. You don't even have a flashing belt. At this point, Gu Yuan continued. So, this Earth's embrace is a high-level soul artifact that you must use in your mission, right? Tell me, why did you establish a base here? Yes, it's for the retreat. Lin Tian said tremblingly, looking at Gu Yuan's shadow nail gauntlets. The plan went wrong. The Blood Moon's effect was reduced by half compared to expectations, and the zombies became uncontrollable. Therefore, even the higher-ups cannot guarantee that everyone can escape safely from the zombie attack. So, my mission is to use Earth's embrace. A secret underground railway for smuggling across the Taiwan Strait will be built, connecting to the subway outside Guangzhou, allowing passage from Guangzhou to Hong Kong. Hong Kong. Gu Yuan noticed the problem. Why go to Hong Kong? Dongguan, Shenzhen, and Chongqing are all nearby. Aren't they also good evacuation points? Because Hong Kong doesn't belong to Guangdong province. That's all I know, please let me go. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan's eyes were instantly filled with shock. The ancient lamp oil produced by Huaqing stone protects this place. These are the words of teacher Manhwa. Where does this here refer to? Yaya lives in Dongguan City, but because she bathed in the ancient spirit lamp oil, she is exempt from the magic array. There's only one explanation. The key point under the Twin Towers is simply the key point of Guangzhou's formation. Meanwhile, Guangzhou, the capital of Guangdong province, has a second, more important focal point, which is the focal point of the entire Guangdong province, and Huaqing Stone is located in that focal point. If the Black Lotus gang steals the Huaqing Stone, the entire Guangdong province will be plunged into the same disaster as Guangzhou. Gu Yuan thought of his parents in Dongguan. They were his family, the family who would give Hong Ling 100,000 yuan to help her advance from level 2 to level 3 after he failed his exam. Thinking back to his father and mother, who raised him with great difficulty and worked hard every day in the workshop and on the construction site, sweating profusely, Gu Yuan made up his mind. He wouldn't leave, even though there was an escape route in the school's underground. He also mentioned that the blood moon's effect had been reduced by exactly half, and that the black crystal beads he had previously decomposed were gone. These zombies were very similar to the zombies created by the black crystal beads. Gu Yuan was stunned. A crucial piece of information that only he knew was about to be passed on. There was a mole within the police force. I absolutely cannot let the Huaqing Stone be stolen. Red feathers streaked through the air, unleashing a fiery storm that annihilated all the zombies in its path. Quiet down, Gu Yuan shouted, and the noisy high school students below stopped. Gu Yuan stood up. Listen up, if you want to live, come with me. I won't waste more than 10 minutes on you. Following Lin Tian's instructions, Gu Yuan arrived at the back mountain. In a small grove of trees on the back mountain, Gu Yuan used the earth's embrace to manipulate the surrounding soil to disperse. Sure enough, Gu Yuan discovered a series of secret offices here. In the secret office, Gu Yuan saw the principal of number 3 middle school, as well as 3 ragged female zombies with wounds on their bodies. One of them was a female student, the other 2 were teachers, and in the middle was a fat man who looked like a lump of fat, who was probably the principal. However, they were already dead, and the monsters that killed them were gone. All that could be seen were their zombie bodies swaying in the secret room. I knew it. The principal of number 3 middle school is a famous Earth-type beast tamer who secretly engages in smuggling. As Gu Yuan pondered this, he raised his right hand and disassembled them all into spiritual matter, storing them into his bracelet. This room was filled with all sorts of spirit beast feed and soul artifacts that he had smuggled, and below it was an unloading hatch. Go through the unloading area and walk further in, and you'll see an underground tunnel with a railway and an old-fashioned freight train. Hong Kong Island is an independent special administrative region, separate from Guangdong Province. Therefore, the Anja magic array system is not connected to Guangdong Province, and if Huaqing Stone is stolen, there will be no security risks in Hong Kong. Secondly, the tax policy in Hong Kong is different from that in mainland China. Therefore, there is room for maneuver in the middle. No wonder the principal of number 3 middle school looks so fat and rich, yet there's no sign of embezzlement of public funds, and the school has abundant educational resources. Good heavens, this old man has been smuggling all along. No wonder he's a veteran Earth Elemental beast tamer who graduated from the Earth Elemental Architecture Academy. They even dug a private railway line from Guangzhou to Hong Kong. However, it is connected by old railway systems. Isolated from the outside world and hidden away, it became one of the train tracks that survived the monster attack. Since there's a train to Hong Kong, there's no need to take a plane anymore. Do you know how to drive a train? Gu Yuan asked Wei Yi. Wei Yi shook her head. I heard that trains aren't difficult because the tracks are preset. The main thing is acceleration and deceleration. I hope you can, otherwise there's no other way. I'll leave these students to you. With that, Gu Yuan had Chen Wenwen take the other students onto the train. Chapter 126. This entire warehouse full of treasures belongs to me. This cargo truck can carry quite a few people. Although it was crowded, it basically filled up all the seats. Aren't you leaving? Wei Yi looked at Gu Yuan, a boy who was 7 years younger than her. No. Gu Yuan shook his head. If the Black Lotus gang takes the Huaqing Stone, the entire Guangdong province will be reduced to the same state as Guangzhou. I am probably the only hunter who knows this news and is still inside Guangzhou without having fled. At this point, Gu Yuan looked up and said, someone has to stop them, to prevent the situation from escalating further. At this point, Gu Yuan thought of the adorable short-legged cat, Lily. There's another one. Her father doesn't know much about the Black Lotus gang and might be tricked. I don't know how she is now. I knew it. We're not on the same wavelength. I can't understand a word you say. Wei Yi laughed. But I know you had to save many people, so you gave up this opportunity. At this moment, Wei Yi's pretty face turned red. This man, who was clearly younger than her, was so courageous and powerful. He was really too handsome. Wei Yi felt that at this moment, Gu Yuan had quietly stolen her heart. Get in the car, let's go quickly. Who knows what will happen in Guangzhou next? As Gu Yuan spoke, he watched Wei Yi board the train. Wei, wearing short-soled high-heeled stockings, walked a few steps, then stopped, walked a few steps, then stopped again, turning back to look at Gu Yuan each time. In the end, she reluctantly boarded the train. Brother Gu, I want to stay and help you, just like we did the first time we hunted in the wilderness. Chen Wenwen came closer, hugged Gu Yuan, and her eyes sparkled. No, that wasn't a hunt. You were just used as bait to lure the bear out of its den, Gu Yuan said calmly. However, Chen Wenwen stomped her feet in anger. No, that's not true at all. I was fighting very bravely back then. I even wrote an autobiography about it and posted it online. Ah, Gu Yuan clutched his head. How many times do I have to tell you? This is a hunting trip, not a game. Get up there now. Gu Yuan abandoned Chen Wenwen on the train. Brother Gu, keep it up. After you win, you have to come to my house like a hero and marry me. Chen Wenwen waved her hand from the back window of the car. Get lost. When did I agree to marry you? Gu Yuan thought to himself. Why is this girl so clingy? He yelled, long-legged lady, drive. Drive. Take her away. Wei placed her fair hand on the control lever. In front of her was the microphone from an old-fashioned train carriage, and the magnetic flight attendant's voice rang out over the loudspeaker. Ladies and gentlemen, please hold on tight. The train from Guangzhou to Hong Kong is about to depart. You are all lucky because many people don't have the chance to board this train. I know the sorrow and despair in your hearts. We have all lost loved ones. Wei thought of her parents, but then looked at her younger brother who was peering out the car window. But we have to live on. We have to live on with their hopes in our hearts. Wei nervously pushed the lever forward, and the train started moving. Success. Wei was overjoyed. This train of hope for life had started. Yay! Many people on the train hugged each other, cried, and cheered as the train moved forward. Gu Yuan watched them leave. Master, you've done another good deed. Hongling spoke from behind Gu Yuan. Send them away as soon as possible to avoid bothering me. Besides, what I care about isn't here, it's up there. Gu Yuan turned around and returned to the principal's secret room, using Earth's embrace to seal the entrance. As Gu Yuan spoke, he sat down on the sofa, tilted his head back, and looked at the ceiling. This principal of number 3 middle school really knows how to enjoy life. The entire underground secret room is very luxurious, and there is even a 3-person bed. It seems that he has been living a good life here for quite some time. There are still many smuggled items here that didn't have a chance to be sold. A lot of them are the latest model mobile phones. Gu Yuan looked at the several large boxes in front of him containing cell phones, tablets, and famous cigarettes and liquors. These things should sell for at least 10 million. Gu Yuan rubbed his hands together, raised his right hand, and looked at the storage ring with a storage space of 600 square meters. Gu Yuan packed all the goods into it in one go. Luckily, we have little Lily's storage ring. Otherwise, we really wouldn't be able to store all these good things. After we're done, we'll ask Yi to help us drag them out and sell them. Gu Yuan was initially very happy, but then he looked at the ring on his finger with a cute cat smile on it. Little Lily. Gu Yuan remembered the scene of little Lily crying and telling him to stop, and his right hand clenched tightly. Gu Yuan lay in the bathtub, comfortably washing himself clean, no longer having to endure the smell of disinfectant. As Qi Shui walked out wrapped in a bath towel, she suddenly ran over. My lord, look here. Gu Yuan took a look and found that it was actually animal feed, and it was animal feed with red lettering. B7446 feed. The special feed, which has no brand and is marked in red, is all like this. Since it is not intended for sale to the general public, it does not need any trademark and is simply written with a number. What an unexpected bonus. Gu Yuan smiled faintly. Quickly break it down, my lord. My lord, please feed me well. I haven't had any spirit pet food in a long time. Qi Shui quickly ran to Gu Yuan, hugged him, and said this. Meanwhile, Hong Ling quickly transformed into human form, grabbed Qi Shui, and dragged her back. Seven Snows, you must not be rude to your master. As imperial pets, we may only eat when our master allows us to. You must not make decisions on your own. My sister still likes to make the atmosphere too tense. As she spoke, Qi Shui transformed into a snow-white fox, sat on the ground, raised her head, and opened her mouth wide in front of Gu Yuan, as if waiting for Gu Yuan to feed her. My lord, come quickly, I'm hungry. Qi Shui opened her mouth wide and looked up at Gu Yuan. To be honest, sometimes it's really hard to tell whether a fox is a fox or a dog. Gu Yuan's forehead was covered in sweat. Qi Shui was always so anxious, but he still sighed and used his bracelet to disassemble the feed. They reformed into a series of red letter-shaped food pellets, which thoroughly fed Hong Ling and Qi Shui. As expected, It was a red-lettered material. Although it cost a full 1,000,000 spiritual substances, the effects were remarkable after consuming it. Hongling and Qixue have both leveled up. Hongling has reached level 33, and Qixue has reached level 30. Chapter 127, A Stormy Night, Guangzhou's Counterattack. Gu Yuan also found a wooden pendant in this bedroom, which turned out to be an antique made of Kaiyuan wood. Unfortunately, it is just an antique, not a soul artifact, and there are no inscriptions on it. After being absorbed by its own bracelet, the bracelet's functionality became stronger. The eye of the other shore could see additional attributes and displayed both the inscribed combat skills and its own combat skills. Gu Yuan began to think of a solution. The only person Gu Yuan can contact via satellite phone right now is Yi Chuan, but Yi Chuan can't offer him any help, even though he can help him pass on messages. However, Gu Yuan was not comfortable with him relaying information to the police, because he felt that there were members of the Black Lotus gang among the police. Although there may indeed be more than one black crystal bead in the world, that one was made by Gu Yuan, making it unique. It was exactly half missing, and after being given to the police, it suddenly appeared in the hands of the Black Lotus gang. Suddenly, Gu Yuan remembered the number that teacher Hanyue had given him. Gu Yuan dialed the number 4582. Hello, welcome to the satellite hotline. What is the short number you wish to connect to? 782. Hello, who is this? Hearing teacher Hanyue's familiar voice made Gu Yuan feel somewhat better. Teacher Hanyue? Gu Yuan said happily. Teacher Hanyue, it's me, Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan. Teacher Hanyue also visibly breathed a sigh of relief. You're still alive? That's wonderful. The whole of Guangzhou is in chaos right now, and the search and rescue operation is underway. Where are you? Let me see if there's a nearby search and rescue team. No. Teacher Hanyue, I will protect myself. The Black Lotus gang's target is Hua Qingshi, and we need to send someone to protect him immediately. You don't need to tell us, we already know. It's just a pity that Hua Qing Stone is located in the city center of Yancheng, and the blood moon that formed around Yancheng has caused countless zombies to fill the city. Drawn to the zombies, they began attacking living people everywhere. Rampaging beasts also descended from the mountains, assaulting the security barriers of other cities. Because of the disappearance of one key element of the security barrier, the other barrier's protective formations weakened as well. Also, that Celestial Tiger King is a threat. Teacher Hanyue's tone carried a hint of weariness. I'm afraid the main force won't be able to get in anytime soon. But that's the problem. Gu Yuan's tone was also urgent. The Black Lotus gang has a sketch map marking all the possible locations, and they're searching for them one by one along the way. I can't be sure how long it will take them to find the right location. Understood. I'll immediately send a special message to the higher-ups. 3 hours later, teacher Hanyue called back. You're still in Guangzhou, right? Yes. Gu Yuan replied. Gu Yuan, since that's the case, then congratulations. You have successfully received the SSS level mission, the Hope of Guangdong Province. We issued an important mission via satellite phone to all the hunters still in Guangzhou, the surviving police officers, and the people from the Beast Taming Bureau. Protect Hua Qing Stone and deliver it to Baiyun Airport. Then they were transferred to Chongqing. Currently, the main force of the military is still trying to repair the magic array's core beneath the Twin Towers in the center of Guangzhou. The main force of the Black Lotus gang is also concentrated here, since if the magic array is repaired, they won't take Hua Qing Stone away even if they grow wings. Therefore, the safest way is for you to take the Hua Qing Stone to Chongqing. The person who performs best in this mission will directly receive the civilian diamond-level Beast Taming Hero Medal. When Gu Yuan heard about the reward, his eyes practically lit up. With this medal, I can get a 50% discount on any official feed, cultivation resources, or soul weapons I purchase in China. Moreover, you can ride the bus for free and visit various famous historical sites, such as the Forbidden City and West Lake, for free. Furthermore, one can also go to the Heavenly Cultivation Tower, the largest cultivation holy land in China, to cultivate. But teacher, if we move the stones directly, won't that cause the entire magic array in the province to malfunction? It's not that easy for it to fail, teacher Hanyue said. The key points of each city also have a large amount of spare ancient spirit lamp oil. This ancient spirit lamp oil is enough to support these cities for a week, and it only takes 6 hours to fly to Chongqing. Gu Yuan nodded. I understand. And teacher Hanyue, who did you ultimately give your black crystal bead to? Gu Yuan suddenly said this. What's wrong? These zombies look exactly like the monsters resurrected by the black crystal bead. I'm the only one who's seen them. Nobody else knows. Gu Yuan continued. Tell me, Who did you give it to? The mole in the police force is him. It seems impossible, Lin Bo. Hearing the name, Gu Yuan was very satisfied. He had long disliked this guy, who would always pick on him for no reason, as if he wanted to kill him. No, it seems like we can remove the hate part. He just wants to kill himself. Damn it, that arrangement just now. Suddenly, there was a loud bang. It started raining in Guangzhou. Under the blood moon, dark clouds covered the sky, lightning flashed and thunder roared, and a strong wind blew. What's going on? Why is there no signal on my satellite phone? Gu Yuan listened to the buzzing on the phone, which replaced Teacher Han Yu's pleasant voice, and he was extremely anxious. What exactly did Teacher Han Yu want to say? Hongling replied in her soul sea. The assault force has begun. There are 3 level 60 lightning attribute demonic beasts fighting them in the clouds. The violent lightning power has interfered with satellite signals and also triggered thunderstorms. There's no other way. The last communication is gone. We can only carry out the existing tasks according to the last mission message sent. The core of the Guangdong province formation lies here. Gu Yuan's tone grew increasingly heavy. He pulled up his hood and stepped into the rainy night, looking up at the sky. The second tallest tower in the world, the Guangzhou Tower. By this time, it was already night, although the blood moon in the sky had not changed at all. But everyone could clearly see that the Guangzhou Tower began to flash with colorful lights. This huge building, which is 600 meters tall, lit up the most beautiful river view at 8 o'clock in the evening, just like usual. The spiral-shaped canopy of the Guangzhou Tower began to change colors regularly, pink, yellow, blue, and purple, shining brilliantly in the reflection of the Pearl River. It was the only one in the entire city that still had lights on, the only one that shone brightly in the dark, rainy night, braving the storm. The Guangzhou Tower, shimmering with light, appeared exceptionally dazzling, its radiance shining brightly, like an indomitable torch of civilization in the blood moon. Many of the Guangzhou residents who were hiding in the ruins poked their heads out, asking, "Why is it still lit up?" A hunter drew his Horcrux, a massive crossbow, loaded it, and, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, stormed into the tempestuous storm. Need I say more? It's the core of the formation, the hope of the entire Guangdong province, and the one that has protected us for decades. It possesses the near-limitless energy of Huaqing stone. How could it possibly stop shining just because the power plant's last stored electricity has been depleted? Tonight, all those who have accepted the mission, we must defend our city. At this moment, the last remaining forces in the city sprang into action, one after another stepping into the storm under the blood moon. Chapter 128: The Plan to Reclaim the Huaqing Stone. Gu Yuan rode Qi Shui towards the mission objective while checking his phone for messages. The entire mission was divided into 3 groups. The first group, which was closest to Baiyun District, was numbered Group 3 and was responsible for occupying Baiyun District Airport, protecting the aircraft, and waiting to transport the Huaqing Stone away. The second group, numbered Group 2, was responsible for clearing the way and eliminating the monsters around Yanqing Pagoda. They were tasked with ensuring that no monsters, unrelated personnel, or members of the Black Lotus gang would infiltrate the area during the transport of the Huaqing Stone. The third group, codenamed Group 1, was responsible for retrieving the key. Gu Yuan was in one of those groups. Huaqing sure has a complete self-defense mechanism, and inside him is a mini suppression array that does not allow any life to approach. This magic circle protected the Yanqing Tower, which is why it was spared when many buildings were destroyed by monsters. The Guangzhou Pagoda still stands not far away. When the Huaqing Stone needs to be moved, all 3 keys must be in place at the same time. The first key was that an academician from the Central Beast Taming Research Institute was present. While Wang Xiao was eating a durian-flavored pancake, his grandfather had already been protected by the Beast Taming Security Bureau. Only with his iris can the outer protective shell be opened, allowing him to enter the room where the Huaqing Stone is placed. The second key was that the Municipal Party Committee was present. This requirement was not difficult, and the Municipal Party Committee also escaped safely. Only with his iris could Huaqing Stone's restraints be released. The third key was a USB flash drive. The final protective mechanism of Huaqing Stone is a spiritual energy net. This spiritual energy net is connected to the spiral walkway surrounding Yanqing Pagoda. If the correct password is not entered when Huaqing Stone is moved, it will be removed. This spiral net will kill all the creatures inside the tower. The password is dynamic. It can only be entered correctly when that USB drive is inserted. The third key is still inside the city government building. Gu Yuan's group was responsible for traversing the city center, where the most zombies were, to retrieve the USB drive. Good evening. Are you my teammates? Yifeng waved his hand, looking at the three people standing outside People's Park. The rain poured down, thunder roared, and everyone's raincoats were soaked, reflecting the blood-red moonlight. Hello, my codename is Noble Hunter, rank 3 Beast Tamer. Despite being in such a dangerous situation, he was wearing a tailcoat under his raincoat. The second person was also a third-rank Beast Tamer, but he was wearing a police uniform. He was probably not a hunter, but a policeman, and a tall one at that. I am the captain of the armed police squadron in charge of security in this district, he said, showing the name tag hanging around his neck, which read, Lu Xin. The third one, Yifeng, looked unfamiliar. She was a second-grade beast tamer like herself, and she was a woman. She looked much more disheveled, her eyes darting around timidly. She only had one pet, but this pet was a very rare crystal spirit, which looked like a cute, transparent floating gemstone, perfectly matching the girl's style. Fourth on the list is myself. I am Yifeng, the former top fire-type student in Guangzhou, the student who broke the record for the fastest graduation from the Sun Yat-sen University training program, and a high school student with 1,000 soul power. The night wind gave itself a thumbs up. My name is Qingxue. I will assist you. I have 1,900 soul power, but I only have one pet, the girl said. Just getting here alive is already amazing. Lu Xian comforted her. You must be Yifeng. My son used to admire you a lot, but now he watches Gu Yuan's battle videos every day. Everyone laughed awkwardly. This guy was too blunt. Was he a simpleton? Yifeng felt his heart skip a beat. It's infuriating that Gu Yuan stole so much of my thunder. But that was in the past. Now I'm just coasting along in the elite team responsible for saving Guangdong province. Gu Yuan, once I get the medal, I'll be able to buy even more cultivation resources. At that time, you'll only be able to envy me and watch me grow rapidly. Hello everyone, I'm sorry I'm late. Number 3 middle school is too far from this meeting point, and I don't know the way very well. A familiar voice came from behind Yifeng. Yifeng turned around in surprise and saw that. Damn it, Gu Yuan had run into him again. Night Wind, you're still alive. Gu Yuan went up and patted the other person on the shoulder. Yifeng felt angina again, then realized why he had said again. Then they awkwardly greeted each other. TCH, 2 high school students? The noble hunter turned around, his hands in his pockets. What are they thinking, sending me these kids who only know how to scream and cry in front of monsters? Listen up, if any of you get scratched and are crying like you're about to die, I won't bother saving you. Without saying a word, the noble hunter walked straight toward People's Park. People's Park has the largest number of zombies, but it is the only way to enter the government building. The entire park was unusually quiet. Why is it so quiet? Nightwind wondered. Because everyone was bitten to death by the monsters, and those who were bitten to death turned into zombies. They bit all the monsters to death. So now, there isn't a single living thing left in this park. Lu Xian, holding the Horcrux, explained while keeping a watchful eye on his surroundings. The park was no longer as lively as it used to be. Under the blood moon, the rain poured down, and the sound of raindrops hitting the ground almost drowned out all other sounds. The water was nearly flooding half the park, flowing into the sewers with streaks of blood. The wind blew through the trees, and the grass blades danced in the air. Only 5 figures wearing raincoats could be seen walking through the empty park in the strong wind, relying on the faint light of flashlights. The zombie horde, seemingly sleepwalking, wandered through the park. There were even quite a few zombie monsters standing there blankly, letting the heavy rain run down their fur and drip onto the ground along their ribs. The crystal sprite flew up, making a gurgling sound as it spun around, before landing back on Qingshue's head. Qingshu looked up at her pet on her head and said, Xiao Xiao, there are no fewer than 6,000 zombies, and even more monster zombies are lurking in the grass. Understood. Be careful, everyone. Let's try not to make too much noise. Aya! Yifeng's sudden scream drew everyone's attention. As he walked through the sewers, a zombie suddenly crawled out of the drain, grabbed his foot, and lifted its pale face, which was rotten from being soaked in water. A ghost! A ghost! Yifeng exclaimed in fright, and a fireball crashed to the ground. The zombies were eliminated, but the huge explosion caused all the zombies to run towards the 5 people. Is the only option to fight. The other 4 people all took a half step back. However, Gu Yuan shouted, I'll distract them. You guys go first. After saying this, Gu Yuan rushed forward and repeatedly pounded on the park's iron railings with his wrists protected by nail-like handguards. The ear-piercing sound of metal clashing immediately alerted all the zombies. Zombies, some crawling, some rolling, some running with their heads up, and all sorts of zombies chased after Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan ran towards the center of the square, secretly delighted. So many zombies and monsters. How can I not pick them up? They're all spiritual substances. I'll lure them to a place where they can't see me and dismantle them all. This, Qingxue exclaimed in shock, he'll die. As she spoke, she was about to unleash the auxiliary combat skill she had acquired, and her right hand was raised as soon as she did so. But Lu Exine held him down, her face covered in tears, moved to tears. So heroic. To sacrifice himself to save as many people as possible. Chapter 129 Bloody Night, Torrential Rain, The Chase. The noble hunter standing nearby shared the same assessment. This lad is truly a man of honor. We can't waste any more time. We can't let him sacrifice his life in vain. Gu Yuan, is he really that kind of person? Clearly, only Yifeng felt something was off. However, the group still managed to cross the park safely. Meanwhile, Gu Yuan, amidst the torrential rain, had already raised his right hand, dismantled all the zombies, and collected nearly 300,000 units of spiritual energy for free. Only 300,000. There are so many more. Gu Yuan scratched his head, sighed, and walked towards the municipal government. However, at that very moment, across from the third middle school, two level 50 zombie beasts were aimlessly advancing in the rainy night. The two zombies were the fly snake and the level 56 toothed wild boar. They searched for living creatures, preparing to attack them, but as they passed the opposite side of the third middle school, two tentacles suddenly pierced their bodies. The human skin, resembling a painted mask, drifted through the torrential rain of the night, instantly devouring two king-level demonic beasts. Gu Yuan, even if you flee to the ends of the earth, I will hunt you down. Song Yingying's heart-wrenching scream rang out, and her smooth, fair body reformed once more, reflecting a dangerous crimson light in the torrential rain of the blood moon. Song Yingying lay on the ground, her forked tongue, resembling that of an insect, fly, or snake, protruding from her mouth. After searching the ground for scents, she began to run forward on all fours at a speed of 12 kilometers per hour. Gu Yuan shivered. Master, what's wrong? It's a cold winter night, and it's raining so hard. If you're not feeling well, you should rest. Hongling said, perching on Gu Yuan's shoulder. It doesn't seem like I'm cold. I just feel a chill down my spine. Gu Yuan felt something was off. However, at that moment, they arrived at the government gate, where there were 3 level 40 monster zombies. The battle proceeded exceptionally smoothly. The noble hunter summoned 3 identical plant-type monsters. The withered rose, a monster that looked somewhat like a black rose, with its petals open, revealing gigantic mouths splitting from its heart. Lu Exine devours all his enemies. All 3 of his pets are rock-type, but he prefers to fight by using his reverse-feeding combat skills to form a solid rock armor all over his body. Night Wind no longer held back. On the contrary, his level 21 fire-type nine-tailed fox and level 20 fire spirit bird were extremely powerful in combat. Combined with his own 1,000 soul power, he quickly burned the other zombies dressed in suits to death. As for Qingxue, although she only has 1 pet, her soul power is 1,900. Her support type, pet, has considerable combat power and possesses combat skills that can enhance other monsters. This crystal sprite can condense various colorful gems on open ground, providing buffs to teammates within its range. Red gems enhance attack power, blue gems enhance defense power, green gems heal, and purple gems freeze enemies, rendering them unable to move. However, the purple gemstone has extremely strong defensive capabilities. The monsters trapped inside cannot attack the outside, but they also cannot be attacked by people outside. However, this process requires a significant amount of spiritual energy from both Qingxue and the Crystal Elf. However, they can first trap a level 40 monster, kill the other 2, and then release the last one. However, these zombie monsters are extremely difficult to kill, even though they are much more cumbersome. However, their insensitivity to pain and their inability to be killed again allowed them to continue attacking the 4-person group even after half of their bodies had been removed. The noble hunter's withering rose unleashed wither, causing the zombies' bodies to decay rapidly, making them extremely vulnerable. In the end, the withering rose killed them with a single petal slash. You guys worked together really well. You actually took down 3 level 40 monster zombies. Despite saying this, Gu Yuan was actually a little upset. These guys really did wipe out all the zombies, leaving not a trace. I didn't find any spiritual material myself. Gu Yuan, you're still alive. The four people stared in shock as Gu Yuan walked out of the rainy night. Yifeng also shouted, "Are you a human or a ghost?" I didn't hurt you. Lu Xian told us to leave quickly. Shut up, he can talk, he's not a ghost. Lu Xian tapped Yifeng on the head. How did you manage to shake off the siege of so many zombies and zombie monsters? You're clearly just a second-grade beast tamer. And besides, your soul control power is only 1,500. What? He's already 1,500. The last sentence was spoken by Yifeng. During that cultivation in the secret realm, he had a fortuitous opportunity to increase his soul control power to 1,000. However, the price was that he hunted almost no demonic beasts and cultivated alone in the secret realm. So, of course, when they saw Gu Yuan at the top of the leaderboard, although they were envious, they also found some solace in themselves. They're all just empty titles, nothing more. True strength lies in one's own abilities. Today, I ran into Gu Yuan, who not only achieved the best inner core test results in history in the secret realm, but also had a 50% higher increase in soul power than me. Is this even fair? This guy's cheating again. Ugh, why do I keep saying again today? I have a very powerful combat skill. Gu Yuan suddenly said, "It's great for escaping, which is why I managed to shake off the zombie horde." TCH, that's all there is to it. The noble knight turned around. The city hall is just ahead. Let's go in quickly, grab our things, and leave. I don't want to get soaked anymore. The group entered the municipal building. The municipal building was rather narrow and dark, and walking inside always gave one a chill, while the constant explosions of thunder illuminated the entire passageway. No, there can't be ghosts. Nightwind said. How old are you? Still afraid of ghosts. Gu Yuan glanced at Yifeng. It was because you didn't listen to my instructions that I didn't have to run 800 meters in the rain. Night Breeze stammered. No. There are no ghosts here, only zombies, which is consistent with spiritual energy theory. I've told you all before, children should watch less science fiction novels like Resident Evil. Our world is about spiritual energy. Learn about spiritual energy, strive for excellence, and don't let those science fiction movies lead you astray. Lu Xian crossed her arms and said this, then continued walking forward. The group began searching for the archives mentioned in the mission description, but it was still too dark, and they only had 2 flashlights. In the hazy distance, they could only see the ground clearly through the red light shining in from the blood moon. The narrow, cold corridor looked eerie, exuding an aura of bloodshed. They encountered many lurking monsters along the way, which slowed down their progress, but they still managed to defeat them. Finally, the group found the archives room, which was covered by a layer of tempered glass imbued with spiritual energy, but could not be opened due to the power outage. Nightwind took the lead and Pride opened the door with brute force. But the moment the door opened, a blast of cold air rushed out, making everyone's hair stand on end. Chapter 130, Relentless Pursuit, coming to deliver spiritual matter to me? The door opened, revealing a woman's corpse covered in blood. Her hair was disheveled, and she had her head down. The moment she raised her head, a pair of blood-red eyes stared intently at everyone. Almost everyone, including Gu Yuan, was terrified and broke out in a cold sweat. Gu Yuan, in particular, recognized her as Song Yingying at a glance when she raised her fair face. Gu Yuan, Gu Yuan, Gu Yuan. A light female voice rang out, and Song Yingying opened her gaping mouth. As soon as Yifeng, who had been pulling the door shut with his head down, looked up, he saw Song Yingying's gaping mouth that stretched all the way to her throat, her eerie and frightening pale face, her blood-red eyes, and her ethereal appearance. My God, there really is a female ghost. Yifeng was so frightened that he fainted on the spot. As soon as he let go, the glass door closed automatically, but in the next instant, Song Yingying had already smashed open the door and rushed towards the 4 people amidst flying glass shards. She stepped through the night wind, ignoring everyone else around her. She had only one goal. Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan. That heart-wrenching scream truly sounded like a ghost that had returned from hell to claim a life. Damn it. Come on again. When will this ever end? Gu Yuan was too late to gather his battle techniques. Song Yingying lunged towards Gu Yuan, but Gu Yuan was pushed away by Lu Xian. Young man, move aside. I'll deal with this zombie. However, Gu Yuan warned. Be careful, be careful. If you don't let me weaken her, things will get very troublesome. Gu Yuan noticed that even noble hunters couldn't break through the glass door, but Song Yingying had easily smashed it open. Such terrifying brute force could only be possessed by absorbing powerful zombie monsters. However, Lu Xian ignored the advice, and a hard, rock-like layer of skin formed on her body. 3 earth-type monsters were summoned around him: an armored rhinoceros, a mud monster, and an earth spirit. The 3 monsters summoned an earthen wall to defend themselves. However, Song Ying could truly be described as undeterred by wind or rain, smashing through wall after wall in Gu Yuan's direction, advancing continuously toward him. Liu Xian stepped forward and punched Song Ying, shattering half of Song Ying's face. However, after falling to the ground, Song Ying quickly jumped up, and her body had fully recovered. Impossible! How could he recover so quickly? Liu Xian hadn't finished speaking. But then Song Ying opened her mouth and sprayed out a thick, green liquid, which actually corroded Liu Xian's rock armor. Song Ying's sharp bone spurs pierced Liu Xian's chest, and with a sudden burst of strength, tore him in two. Qingxue was stunned. Liu Xian was killed just like that? His crystal sprite released black crystals. Earth-rank combat skill, summoning of the black crystal, creates a gravity field that subjects enemies within it to a 100-fold gravitational pull. Suppressed by gravity, Song Ying's feet pierced the ground, but she still crawled step by step toward Gu Yuan with great difficulty, regardless of the cracking of her joints and the endless flow of blood that splattered all over the ground. She tilted her head back. The pig rushes. A terrifying aura erupted from Song Ying, who had unleashed a demonic beast's battle technique. It crashed directly into Qingxue, sending her flying and crashing through a wall, leaving her severely injured. Cough, cough, cough. After coughing up a few mouthfuls of blood, Qingxue looked at Gu Yuan and said, "I'm sorry, I. Then, the crystal sprite landed on Qingxue's head, releasing an amethyst envelope. However, it wasn't Song Ying who was wrapped up, but rather herself. She enveloped herself in crystal, concealing her presence and gaining a formidable defense. But Gu Yuan outside didn't care. Gu Yuan finally understood how this older sister had managed to survive as a support character. She relied on this combat skill to envelop herself in crystal and survive. "Master, be careful." Red Feather flew in through the window, its sharp claws grabbing Gu Yuan's shoulder and dragging him backward. Song Ying threw it, biting right through the marble slab on the ground. Qi Shui stood in front of Gu Yuan, raising her head high, gathering cold air, and unleashing the heaven-rank battle technique, Absolute Zero. 7 snows sprayed a straight line of cold air forward. Song Ying jumped into the sky. The heavenly rank combat skill of insects, flies, and flying snakes, rotten mosquitoes and flies. Numerous disgusting black flies emerged from the pores of Song Ying's entire body, forming a black shockwave that crashed downwards. Qi Shui raised her head and swept her Absolute Zero upwards to meet the swarm of insects. However, Qi Shui's Absolute Zero was no match for the carrion flies. Although both are heaven-rank combat skills, Song Ying's heaven-rank combat skill is far more powerful than Qi Shui's. The layers of poisonous insects actually dodged Qi Shui's straight-line spray of cold air with remarkable intelligence. Attacks came from all directions, and Qi Shui was clearly about to be overwhelmed. Nether Snow Phoenix Feather Flame. Red Feather spread its wings and unleashed its heavenly rank Spirit Flame. The raging flames surged forward and swept away all the poisonous insects, turning them all to ashes. However, Song Ying withstood the impact of the raging fire. After devouring the 6-toothed wild boar, a ferocious beast with thick skin and flesh, her vitality was now incredibly strong. Although Hongling's heavenly rank spirit fire burned out 1 or 2 holes, Song Ying was still able to repair them herself. Gu Yuan, however, had already hidden behind Song Ying at some point, using the invisibility of the shadow cloak, and placed one hand directly on Song Ying's back. Disassemble. In a second, Gu Yuan directly disassembled 1 million units of spiritual matter. Song Ying's skin and flesh recovered quickly. She turned around and reached out with her sharp claws towards Gu Yuan. However, with a flash of the flashing belt, Gu Yuan appeared behind Song Ying. Song Ying's claw missed, but Gu Yuan appeared behind her and dismantled her again. They also extracted 1 million units of spiritual matter from Song Ying's body. However, Song Ying turned around again. Gu Yuan knew that what they were fighting for now was every precious second. Hongling and Qi Shui definitely couldn't defeat Song Ying in this state, but they could weaken her by continuously dismantling the bracelet and causing her to lose spiritual matter. The longer his hand lingered on Song Ying's body, the greater his chances of winning would be. Song Ying turned around, but Gu Yuan didn't flinch again. He simply grabbed her neck and pulled her away. Song Ying became flat-chested, and Gu Yuan gained another 1,000,000 spiritual materials. Song Yingying raised her right claw, and Gu Yuan injected a stream of spiritual energy into the earth core embrace held in his left hand. Suddenly, a spike protruded and pierced Song Yingying's right hand. Gu Yuan felt that this could buy him another second, so he prepared to be greedy for another second. However, Song Yingying directly tore off her own right arm. Song Yingying pounced on Gu Yuan, opened her small mouth, and bit down on Gu Yuan's shoulder. Her tongue slid along Gu Yuan's neck and actually burrowed into Gu Yuan's blood vessels, beginning to suck his blood. Gu Yuan felt his vital energy being drained away by Song Yingying. This is the combat technique of insects, flies, and flying snakes, siphon. Gu Yuan's hands were too weak to lift, but because Song Yingying was riding on top of him, as he slid down her slender waist, he grabbed Song Yingying's buttocks and then disengaged. The spiritual matter was acquired for another 1,000,000. Song Yingying screamed in pain. Finally, Gu Yuan had hurt this woman who thought she was so great, and she couldn't help but cry out. Seizing the opportunity, Hongling rushed at supersonic speed and knocked Song Yingying aside. Chapter 131 Major Crisis. Huaqing Stone Stolen. Qi Shui and Hongling both raised their heads at the same time. Qi Shui shot out absolute zero forward, while Hongling unleashed the Nether Snow Phoenix Feather Flame with all her might. The intense heat of the fire and the freezing cold intertwined, and Song Yingying, whose combat power was weakened by the fact that Gu Yuan's bracelet had stolen 4,000,000 spiritual substances, was instantly turned into a pile of plaster resembling volcanic ash by Qi Shui and Hongling. Gu Yuan lay on the ground, his heart pounding wildly, but his consciousness was becoming increasingly blurred. This was caused by lack of oxygen and excessive blood loss. Song Yingying had absorbed too much of his essence and blood. Of course, the term essence blood is Gu Yuan's own way of putting it. Humans are not demons or beasts. They only have venous and arterial blood and do not contain a large amount of spiritual energy. However, excessive blood loss and a row of holes bitten into his chest cavity had already caused Gu Yuan to feel dizzy, have tinnitus, and feel weak all over, gradually falling into the abyss of death. Gu Yuan knew that if he didn't save himself soon, he might not be able to travel to the next world. Gu Yuan's bracelet began to operate rapidly, consuming spiritual matter to reconstitute any pills he had decomposed, which was much more convenient than alchemy. In this extremely urgent moment, Gu Yuan consumed 600,000 units of spiritual matter. He made 10 blood-replenishing pills and stuffed them all into his mouth in one gulp. Then he choked. Gu Yuan couldn't swallow it. On the contrary, because his consciousness was blurred and his muscles were weak, without the pushing force of the tongue muscles, the pill was stuck in his throat. He was already lacking oxygen, and now his throat was blocked. He was doomed. Suddenly, Gu Yuan felt his head being lifted up, and as his neck was raised, the pill began to fall. But then he saw that it was Hongling who was holding his head and helping him up. Those crimson lips seamlessly joined together with her own. A gentle stream of water flowed from Hongling's mouth into Gu Yuan's mouth, like a breathtaking kiss. Hongling kissed Gu Yuan as he was dying. Using this kissing method, water was poured into Gu Yuan's mouth. When Qi Shui saw Gu Yuan about to die, she was terrified and at a loss for what to do. Hongling calmly analyzed the situation. When Gu Yuan reconstituted the pill, Hongling knew that Gu Yuan would choke on it. There was no time to find a water cup or water dispenser, so Hongling ran straight to the bathroom sink, took a mouthful of water, and just as Gu Yuan choked, she immediately helped him up, fed him water mouth to mouth, and even stroked his neck with her fingers to help him swallow. The feeling of her jade-like fingers tracing across my neck, and the sight of her eyelashes so close to my eyes, and her bright, determined eyes. Such a beautiful woman, actually feeding herself elixirs like this. This lasted for about a minute. Hongling slowly raised her head, her silver hair flashing through the air. Then, Hongling placed Gu Yuan on her lap, letting him lie down and rest, waiting for her master. You saved me again. The blood-replenishing pill began to take effect, and after an unknown amount of time, Gu Yuan's eyes gradually focused, and he could see Hongling's face clearly again. Hongling looked at herself. Her right hand had been tightly clenched the entire time. Master, I live only for you. Thank you, Hongling, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I might be dead, Gu Yuan suddenly said. In my eyes, my master is everything. Hongling helped Gu Yuan up and led him to the glass door that Song Yingying had smashed. As soon as they went in, Gu Yuan saw that the safe had been opened and the window had also been opened. It seems he was a noble hunter who thought there was no hope of saving me. So he took the USB drive and left beforehand. Well, from his perspective, my life is indeed not as important as the lives of an entire province. I'm afraid that's not the case. Hongling suddenly said. I just saw from the sky that while Master and his teammates were fighting Song Ingying, the noble hunter, relying on a heaven-rank combat skill composed of petals and powder, dodged Song Ingying's attack, went out the door, and then headed towards the center of the city with a group of people dressed in black robes. What? Gu Yuan wondered what those men in black were doing and why they were there. If they were support troops, he should have brought them in with him. The fact that the noble hunter only appeared after obtaining the USB drive can only mean that he may have been paid by the Black Lotus gang and has already defected. Now he is going to steal the Huaqing stone with the Black Lotus gang members and the USB drive. Before Gu Yuan arrived, Teacher Han Yu seemed to want to say something, but was interrupted by lightning. Damn it, could it be that the noble hunter was the person Lin Bo designated? The teammates in this team are all very strong, so you have to work hard. They are generally stronger than you, so just focus on supporting them. This is something Teacher Han Yu has said before. However, if these people had just bought Gu Yuan 2 seconds, he wouldn't have been so badly injured. Look at this damn battle situation. Liu Exine, a brainless brute, disobeying orders and rushing in to his death. Night Wind started feeling depressed, mentally broken, just AFK, away from keyboard. Qingxue, skills are like scraping water. Once you're out of health and mana, you're just waiting to die in invincibility. Noble Hunter, enemy actor, crucial team fight, uses ultimate to escape. Gu Yuan, damn it, a bunch of orphan teammates, they don't deserve to win. Under the bright moonlight, after passing through the pupil scan, the agent next to me inserted the USB drive. All the security locks were released, and several policemen used their spiritual energy to suspend Hua Qingshi and place him in a storage box to the side. Cover up, evacuate key personnel, the noble hunter commanded the scene. Next, we will transport Huaqing Stone safely to the airport. The noble hunter watched as the container was pushed into the freight elevator, a smile playing on his lips. We got the item, but we can't contact the person who made the contact, and we can't reach the higher-ups either. The police officers responsible for securing the containers turned around. There are lightning-type monsters fighting on the outskirts, unleashing heavenly-rank combat skills. Satellite communications have been disrupted, although Lord Linbua is already suspected by the police. However, it was too late to issue an order to cancel our delivery. Once we reached the basement, the switch was completed. I understand. Everyone's completely lost right now. It all comes down to how well everyone performs on the spot. At this moment, outside Yanqing Tower, Gu Yuan, riding Qi Shui, had already crossed the battle line between the survivor team and the monsters. Gu Yuan looked up at the descending transparent elevator, where 6 policemen and a sheriff were chatting with a noble hunter. Satellite communication is down right now. These hunters and police won't listen to my orders. They won't suspect Lin Bo and the noble hunters just because of my word. Gu Yuan's mind raced. What do? We can't just take it by force. My injuries haven't healed yet. We have to think of a way, or Guangdong province will be finished. Gu Yuan deeply felt the weight of the safety of hundreds of millions of lives on his shoulders. Now, Gu Yuan had to use his clever mind to solve the problem. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck him. Chapter 132, Becoming a Rank 3 Beast Tamer. Gu Yuan now has an unseen advantage. He knows that Lin Bo, the noble hunter, and these police officers are all members of the Black Lotus gang. However, they were unaware that Gu Yuan knew they were members of the Black Lotus gang, and without satellite phones, communication was chaotic, making it impossible to verify their identities. Should we launch a full-scale attack? This could be a fierce battle. Qi Shui said, Master, this battle concerns the honor and survival of the entire South. Your servant will do everything in my power. Hongling and Qi Shui were both prepared to fight to the death. But Gu Yuan waved his hand and said, You all go back to the pet space and watch me. What? Qi Shui and Hong Ling couldn't believe it. Their master actually thought that he could take back the Huaqing stone by himself. How could that be possible? There were 6 of them, all of whom were third-rank beast tamers, and they were also equipped with a full set of combat gear. Listen to my orders. Next, Gu Yuan arrived at the elevator on the first floor and pressed the button to go down. Inside the elevator, several people huddled around a shipping container, watching the brutal fighting outside. That went so smoothly, the noble hunter laughed. We took the Huaqing stone right under the police's noses. We didn't encounter the slightest obstacle. Ding dong. Suddenly, the door opened, and Gu Yuan walked in from the elevator on the first floor. The group was startled, but they all tried their best to remain calm. Gu Yuan, you're back alive. That's wonderful. Where are the others? The noble hunter said with a faint smile. I'm so happy. I thought you were dead. At this moment, all of these people had their hands behind their backs on their weapons. I did die, but it was a staged death, the purpose of which was to secretly take Hua Qing's stone away, understand? As for the others, I've already silenced them. Gu Yuan spoke seriously, his eyes filled with coldness. I did not receive such an order, the lead detective said. Believe me, this is caused by a communication failure. The elevator was still descending, and Gu Yuan's voice was unusually calm. We can't confirm with Zheng Long right now, but we'll transport the Huaqing stones safely ourselves. As the noble hunter spoke, the police officers around him gripped their Horcruxes tightly, preparing to take advantage of the narrow space of the elevator to kill Gu Yuan before he could summon his pet. Qi Shui and Hong Ling's hearts were in their throats, ready to rush out and fight to the death at any moment. The person I'm talking about isn't Zheng Long, but Lin Bo. Gu Yuan's words shocked everyone in the elevator. The noble hunter stared at Gu Yuan in disbelief. What are you talking about? Why should we believe you and Lin Bo? Don't worry, trust me, I was sent by Lin Bo to help you. Suddenly, Gu Yuan lowered his head and whispered in the other person's ear. Long live the Black Lotus Gang. Upon hearing this, the police officers exchanged glances and waited for the elevator doors to open on the 4th basement level. Gu Yuan had already stepped out of the elevator, with Qi Shui following behind, carrying a box containing Huaqing stone, a faint smile on her lips. Damn, that's awesome. So the informant we were in contact with was actually Gu Yuan. A few policemen were chatting while leaning against the handrail. The elevator went down one floor, and the officers were just starting to relax. The elevator doors on the 5th basement level were already open, and a person was standing in the doorway, saluting the group. Long live the Black Lotus Gang. My comrades, I'm here to take over the Huaqing stone. What? The group exchanged glances, still not quite understanding what had happened. How can there be 2 people receiving the goods? The police officers exchanged glances. At this moment, the thunder in the sky stopped, and the 3 lightning-type monsters fell to the ground. Satellite communications are back to normal. Lin Bo's voice came through their earpieces. Fortunately, some of my men delayed the kill. Did you Huaqing Stone accept the mission? I'd like to ask, is Gu Yuan a member of your Black Lotus Gang? The noble knight suddenly asked. In an instant, Lin Bo felt as if struck by lightning. His mood shifted from sunny to stormy, and he felt a sharp pain in his heart. How could you possibly think Gu Yuan would join our Black Lotus Gang? Are you all idiots? Even if Gu Yuan wrote a 1,000,000-word application, I wouldn't let him join. After listening to the reports from several people, Lin Bo guessed that his identity had been exposed. He immediately threw away his phone and burned all the data, including his computer. He had been mocking Song Engying for being incompetent and unable to even deal with Gu Yuan. Now, he could no longer laugh. His and the thieving team's identities had been completely exposed, and he could no longer stop Gu Yuan. Heaven knows where Gu Yuan went amidst the chaos of war. The only hope now is to divert some forces to prevent the second team from joining up with Gu Yuan, forcing Gu Yuan to transport the Huaqing stone alone. The hot spring water that keeps overflowing from the Huaqing stone will trigger a fight among the beasts. He was powerless to resist, and after he died, he went to retrieve it himself. At this moment, Gu Yuan had already left the basement level and had a sense of just how difficult it was to move the Huaqing stone. Doesn't this thing have a switch or something? Gu Yuan looked at Huaqing stone, as if it didn't obey the law of conservation of matter. The Huaqing stone generates new hot spring water every second. If it is stored in one's own storage ring, the ring will soon be full of Gu Yuan's ring. Therefore, Huaqing stone can only be transported manually. There is a drain outlet under the container to drain the hot spring water produced by the Huaqing stone. However, the spiritual energy in the hot spring water attracts the surrounding monsters, making it a magical artifact that can trigger a beast tide. Gu Yuan was furious. He slammed his fist on the box. Can you stop for a second? Suddenly, Gu Yuan's bracelet flashed, and, quite surprisingly, it directly disintegrated the Huaqing stone. Spiritual matter plus 10 million. My lord is truly amazing. Qi Shui exclaimed in astonishment. Gu Yuan was also startled. What the hell? How did it disassemble? And why was 10 million spiritual substances added in one go? Suddenly, 10 million of the 20 million spiritual substances in Gu Yuan's bracelet disappeared. They transformed into scattered specks of light and entered Gu Yuan's sea of souls. A spring has formed on the open ground outside Suzaku Avenue. Huaqing Pool. This is an additional building, not part of the Daming Palace. Your soul power increases by 100%. I absorbed an extra Huaqing stone. When Gu Yuan felt something was strange, his soul control power rose again. This time, Gu Yuan's soul control power doubled, from 1500 to 3000. In other words, Gu Yuan has successfully advanced to the level of a third-grade beast tamer, and now he finally has a third soul slot, allowing him to contract a third demon beast. Chapter 133 Qi Shui's 3 Evolutionary Forms. Gu Yuan roughly figured out the process. The bracelet absorbed the Huaqing stone, then consumed 10 million units of spiritual matter, and then reconstituted a Huaqing stone in Gu Yuan's soul sea. Gu Yuan can also reassemble another Huaqing stone, consuming 10 million spiritual substances. However, only one can be reconstituted because of the fact that Huaqing stone has a parenthesis that says unique. However, the Huaqing stone that can be reconstructed in one's mind can double one's soul power. For example, Gu Yuan's current soul power is over 1,500, and it can be doubled to 3,000. Every point of soul power you increase from now on will be automatically doubled. Although it cost 10 million spirit materials, almost emptying Gu Yuan's entire savings, the improvement was indeed significant. Moreover, Gu Yuan no longer needs to worry that the ancient spirit lamp oil constantly produced by Huaqing stone will attract the surrounding monsters. Once we reach Changcheng, we'll use 10 million spirit materials to reconstruct a Huaqing stone. With this in mind, Gu Yuan got to work, riding Qi Shui and heading towards Baiyun Airport. My lord, why is it that my sister and I are only 5 or 6 levels apart, and both use heaven-rank combat techniques? Yet I couldn't resist Song Yingying's corrosive swarm, while my sister's non-offensive heaven-rank spiritual fire was more effective than my absolute zero. Qi Shui finally had time to ask her question. Gu Yuan thought for a moment and said, first of all, fire attribute combat skills are more effective against insect attribute combat skills. Although ice attribute skills are also effective, the most important point is that Hong Ling has completed its evolution and evolved into the ancient immortal feather fire phoenix. And you are still a 9-tailed snow fox in its first stage. Damn it, damn it, damn it, Qi Shui said with a hint of anger. Why do you always give the best things to your sister first? I want some too, my lord, I want some too. Don't give everything only to your sister. Don't worry, after this wave is over, we'll spend a little more money and see if that works. Gu Yuan could only say this in response to Qi Shui's coquettish pleading. My lord, tell me, what form can I evolve into? There are 3 evolutionary forms to choose from for Qi Shui. They will continue the original ice-type evolution path and evolve into the winter 9-tailed king fox. The 9-tailed royal fox of winter. According to the tale of searching for the fox in the snow, it requires 1 royal-level ice-type monster core and 3 king-level ice-type monster cores. In the extreme cold of the secret realm, she eats ice that never melts for 10,000 years and drinks warm water that never freezes for 1,000 years. When the ice freezes and melts, at the end of 3 days of bitter winter blizzard, under the first ray of sunlight, she breaks through the ice and descends to earth, becoming the queen of ice and snow. The second type leans towards wind and ice elements, evolving into the celestial snow fox. According to the tale of searching for the fox in the snow, it requires 1 royal-level healing type demon beast inner core, 2 king-level wind type demon beast inner cores, and 1 seed of a 1,000-year-old ancient tree. Tianrui is an auspicious omen. Since ancient times, there has been a saying that auspicious snow foretells a bumper harvest. It should be done after the spring equinox and the time when wheat is sown. In this spiritual land where all things revive, all grains gather and are reborn. It can heal injuries and illnesses, ward off disasters, and bring good fortune. The third, and rarest, evolutionary form, leans towards ice and snow and ghost-type evolution, the enchanting fox. Listen to this name. The previous ones all mention snow foxes and 9-tailed foxes, but this one is practically a fairy. According to the tale of seeking the fox in the snow, it requires 1 inner core of a ghost-type royal-level demon beast and 1 inner core of a shadow-type king-level demon beast, with the burning soul of a vengeful spirit as the catalyst. Born from the blood-red light of the dead, in a place where bones are buried and souls lie buried. The allure of the enchanting fox spirit is captivating, capable of absorbing vital essence, possessing unparalleled beauty that wreaks havoc on the human world, and the extraordinary talent of absorbing yang energy to nourish yin. Even if countless ice demons were beneath your feet, think twice before evolving. Can you control them? Are your kidneys healthy? Can you back down? Why do you ask me if my kidneys are healthy? Gu Yuan was speechless. Evolution seems to affect the appearance and temperament of the transformed monster. For example, after Hongling evolved, she had a stronger, queenly aura. There are 3 versions of Qi Shui mentioned here. The first one is the one that takes a strong offensive approach. Gu Yuan imagined a version of Qi Shui who is just like Hong Ling, full of queenly aura, sitting on a frozen throne, with her legs crossed, wearing close-fitting armor, and holding an ice and snow sword. She is the Ice Queen version of Qi Shui. The second type seems to be a monster that has evolved into a support type. Gu Yuan imagined one, a goddess version of Qi Shui, wearing a white dress, with her arms outstretched, her jade hands stroking the wheat ears, walking barefoot in the sunshine and breeze during spring plowing. The third type leans towards the ghostly direction, continuing to strengthen and evolve additional ghost-type attributes that better meet the needs of charm. Gu Yuan imagined a fox spirit lying naked on a bright red bed, using only 9 tails to cover her 3 private parts, and holding up her stockings and high heels. Her foxy eyes were framed by a mesmerizing smoky eye with a hint of black, and her lips were painted a dangerous deep red. She gave herself a subtle, alluring smile, exuding an intellectual charm. "My lord, come into my arms. The outside world is too complicated. Only I can help you forget your troubles." Cold sweat poured down Gu Yuan's forehead. This seemed to be an incredible direction for evolution. With so many great options, of course you can't choose any of them. Regardless of which type of evolution is being discussed, it requires the inner core of a royal-level demon beast. Gu Yuan currently has nothing but daydreams. Damn it, the only one I've ever disassembled was the inner core of a lightning-type royal-level monster, a gift from Little Lily. The key issue is that Gu Yuan doesn't even have enough spiritual material for the reconstructed inner core right now. If he just daydreams, Qi Shui won't be able to evolve. Gu Yuan dared not use any more spiritual matter. If he didn't have 10 million spiritual matter to reconstruct a new Huaqing stone by the time he reached Changqing, Guangdong province would probably be doomed. I must deliver the Huaqing stone, even though I'm reluctant to part with 10 million spirit materials. However, Gu Yuan had seen and witnessed the hunters, police officers, and agents from the Beast Taming Bureau fighting outside the Yangqing Tower, battling bloody battles with the monsters. There are also soldiers fighting against monsters at major train stations and on the edge of the border. They have powerful pets that allow them to protect themselves. However, they did not choose to hide in a safe secret room like Wang Qiao, relying on the spiritual fire they could have used to refine pills to support the front line to bake pancakes and eke out a living in the warehouse. As long as I'm alive, I'll be fine even if there's a raging flood outside. Instead, they stepped forward to face the monsters and zombies, trying to save as many people as possible. If Gu Yuan were to stop moving forward at this point for his own selfish gain, then frankly speaking, he would be no different from Lin Bo, Song Yingying, Yin Feiping, and the Noble Hunter. During the conversation between Gu Yuan and Qi Shui, Gu Yuan was riding Qi Shui forward, holding a map obtained from the military supply depot, and was rushing to Baiyun District Airport at full speed. However, when he arrived at the airport, Gu Yuan fell silent. Before him was a raging sea of fire. Chapter 134: 8 King-rank monsters inner core sold for free. The plane has been destroyed, Gu Yuan suddenly said, his black pupils reflecting the burning airport. The 3 groups, Group 1 and Group 2, all successfully completed the task, but Group 3 failed. Damn it! Gu Yuan rode Qi Shui straight into the airport, while Hong Ling glided low about 3 or 4 meters above Gu Yuan's head. They were trying to find out what had destroyed the airport. Gu Yuan successfully rushed into the airport and stopped in front of a thunder lion lying on the ground. A royal-level demonic beast, level 41. Gu Yuan went up and checked his breathing. He was already dead. It seemed he was one of the culprits that caused the thunderstorm. It fell from the sky and landed here, so Gu Yuan had no choice but to reluctantly pick it up. There were also many fallen beasts and beast tamers around. Although it's cruel, it's to prevent them from getting up again and turning into zombies. Gu Yuan used the bracelet to dismantle all the corpses, extracting a total of 890,000 units of spiritual matter. However, even more zombies were approaching Gu Yuan's direction. This is the control tower. Satellite communications have been restored. Calling, calling, calling. Gu Yuan heard a sound coming from a burning airplane. With a punch, Gu Yuan smashed the plane's window and retrieved the walkie-talkie. As he dismantled the pilot's body, he said, "This is Group 5. This is Baiyun Airport. Group 1? We've lost contact for 3 hours. We can't reach any of the people in Group 1 now, but we heard from Group 2 that Huaqing Stone has already been taken away by the transfer group. but then they ran into the Black Lotus gang. However, some people said that the transfer team was a spy for the Black Lotus gang, and the transfer team, in turn, said that the people outside were spies. Lin Bo, who was in charge of the second team, could not be contacted either. It seems that not only has the Black Lotus gang's command structure fallen into chaos, but also such a huge disaster, coupled with various espionage schemes. The military was also in chaos. The people in command had no idea what was going on below and only knew that fighting was happening everywhere. Never mind that, the Huaqing Stone is with me, but Baiyun Airport doesn't have a single plane that can take off. I need transport planes and support. Gu Yuan shouted into the walkie-talkie, while behind him, Hong Ling Chi Shui unleashed ice and flames to fend off the zombies. But at that moment, a huge black ant, about the size of a dog, crawled out of the ruins. Then, a second, a third, and a fourth swarm of black ants rushed toward Gu Yuan. Eye of the Other Shore activates. Blade Soldier Ants. Race, Blade Soldier Ant. Type, Bug, Steel. Rank, Common. Level, 24. Description, soldier ants with huge metal pincers can burrow underground, often appear in swarms, reproduce very easily, and are good at winning by sheer numbers. Combat skills, burrow, human rank, mighty strangulation, mystic rank. Inscribed combat skills, none. More and more razor-sharp soldier ants rushed out of the ruins, surging towards Gu Yuan like a black tide. The zombies along the way were completely overwhelmed and then annihilated. Under the cover of Hong Ling and Chi Shui, Gu Yuan entered the waiting hall, only to find countless swarms of sharp-edged soldier ants inside when the glass door was opened. It seems that these sharp-edged soldier ants were the ones who took down the three groups of people. With a walkie-talkie in his left hand and inscriptions gathered in his right, Gu Yuan unleashed the heavenly rank combat skill, Absolute Zero, together with Chi Shui, to wipe out the bladed soldier ants in the waiting room. However, accompanied by the sound of shattering glass, more razor-sharp soldier ants were constantly rushing into the waiting hall. They were like water flowing into a narrow bottle, quickly filling half of the waiting hall again. Taking advantage of the break, Gu Yuan ran up to the second floor, and the entire waiting room behind him was filled up again. It's as if Gu Yuan's two heaven-rank combat skills just now were never used. Gu Yuan hid in the tower, closed the door, and then had Chi Shui freeze the door shut. At that moment, a voice came through the walkie-talkie. We've made contact. If you really have Huaqing Stone, we'll arrange it as soon as possible. However, our transport plane needs a runway to land. I'm afraid it will be difficult. Standing atop the control tower, Gu Yuan finally understood what true despair meant. Looking towards the airport, one sees countless swarms of razor-sharp soldier ants, densely packed on all the runways under the glow of the blood moon. At the end of the runway, there is an ant nest as tall as a mountain. Rows of ants are carrying pet food to the nest along the airport's duty-free shop. This is the control tower, a 1-5. Please respond. My transport plane is in the airspace around you. Can you clear the runway? The channel switched to a pleasant young woman's voice. There are 6 razor ant nests built on the runway. Gu Yuan answered in this way, and the other side fell silent. Are there any other people still alive? Gu Yuan suddenly heard a sound coming from the side. Gu Yuan raised the nail shadow gauntlet in his hand and saw several people in military uniforms walk out. You are from the military. Gu Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, we belong to a squad of the 77th Army Group in the Southern Beast Taming War Zone. We were tasked with helping your Group 3 clear the runway, but we failed. Gu Yuan nodded. All right, we have one more chance. We must clear the runway again. Upon hearing Gu Yuan's words, the expressions of the several beast tamers turned grim. When we cleared the runway last time, a total of 67 people and more than 130 beasts went, and they all died. Now there are only 8 of us left, and you. This time is different from last time. The Huaqing Stone is on my body, hidden in an absolutely safe place. It doesn't necessarily have to clean up the entire runway. Just hold them off for 1 minute. Let the plane land safely, and then get me on the plane. A burly, strong man walked up to Gu Yuan and said, Hello, my name is Lu Jian, and I'm their class monitor. I have only one question. Is Huaqing sure really on you? Can we take a look at it? Gu Yuan wanted to hide the secret of the bracelet. That's classified. Excuse my bluntness, the squad leader continued. I can't be sure if what you're saying is true, whether you really have Huaqing Stone, or if you're just looking for an excuse to get on the plane and escape. Perhaps hunters have more experience in wilderness combat, more personalized equipment, are raised by noble families, have abundant resources, and their pets and personal cultivation levels are both very high. But along the way, I've seen too many hunters who are cowardly, full of lies, or who betray their posts for money and resources. Everyone else in the group died, and you're the only one alive. You're not a deserter, are you? Chapter 135 Red Feather's New Combat Technique, Thunder-Infused Bullet. Gu Yuan nodded. Okay, but the location where the Huaqing Stone is hidden is a secret. Please leave for a moment while I release the Huaqing Stone. Then you can come in, confirm it, and then leave again before I take it back. After saying this, the soldiers exchanged glances and left. When they returned to the tower from the boiler room, they saw that the Huaqing Stone had already been placed next to Gu Yuan. It really is Huaqing Stone. I never expected that the higher-ups would send such an important thing to a kid who's not even 20. Lu Jian looked at the Huaqing Stone, which was constantly overflowing with hot spring water, walked forward, stroked the texture of the stone with one hand, and smelled the hot spring water. It's true. Such a rich spiritual energy couldn't possibly come from ordinary hot spring water. The group went out again, and when they came back in, only Gu Yuan was left, straightening his sleeves. I'm sorry. Squad leader Lu Jin bowed deeply to Gu Yuan. I doubted you just now, but even if it happened again, I would still choose to question you. Because I have a responsibility to my class, and I need to be sure that we are truly risking our lives for our country. When Gu Yuan heard this, he could tell that these soldiers were completely different from the people in the cities he had encountered before. Gu Yuan didn't mind. This straightforward questioning, which went straight to the heart of the matter without any beating around the bush, was indeed very time-efficient. Gu Yuan placed the walkie-talkie on the table and said, "It's nothing. Now listen to my plan." As he spoke, Gu Yuan spread out the map. The entire Baiyun District Airport has 3 runways, T1, T2, and T3. The newly built T3 runway is the longest, at 3,800 meters. My plan is this. Gu Yuan said, 1 minute. We need 1 minute to ensure that all the razor ants on the runway cannot harm the aircraft. And in the process, the plane will taxi on the runway at decisive speed, open the rear door, will jump on, and then it will take off directly away from Baiyun District. As Gu Yuan spoke, everyone heard this crazy plan, including the female pilot on the other end of the walkie-talkie, who was stunned. "This is terrifying," came the female pilot's voice from the walkie-talkie. "This is the first time I've ever heard of having to maintain a speed of decision, glide for more than 3,000 meters, and at the same time open the rear cargo door to get people on board. This is the only way to get on the plane," Gu Yuan said. Everyone then looked at the airport runway, where countless bladed soldier ants were crawling around. No one could come up with a better solution than Gu Yuan's. "Everyone, take a 30-minute break. After 30 minutes, we will begin boarding," Lu Jian said. "Squad leader this. Even if I die today, I will send this little boy onto the plane," Lu Jian said, pointing at Gu Yuan with one hand. Gu Yuan also wanted to make the most of this half hour, so he went into the boiler room alone. Sitting in the boiler room, Gu Yuan opened his pet space and summoned Hong Ling and Qi Shui, based on the knowledge gained from 5 years of beast taming and 3 years of simulation. A 3rd-grade beast tamer represents a further improvement over a 2nd-grade beast tamer. A 1st-class beast tamer can inscribe and contract with monsters. A 2nd-rank beast tamer possesses a beast taming space that can accommodate their pets. A 3rd-grade beast tamer possesses the ability to remain undamaged during core fusion. There are 3 ways to acquire combat skills: inscribed, fused with cinnabar, transformed. The engraved combat skills are more powerful than those obtained through fusion, but they cannot be used across attributes and must be paired appropriately. For example, Qi Shui's Ice Claw, Absolute Zero, Hong Ling's Phoenix Fall, Firebrand Poison, and Meteor Flame. However, compared to inscription, fusion is easier and can result in combat skills with other attributes. For example, after Hong Ling fused with Fengmu's inner core, she gained the Blazing Storm, a dual attribute combat skill with both fire and wind attributes, and also received a certain amount of spiritual energy boost. However, only a 3rd-grade beast tamer can fuse pills without damage. 1st and 2nd-grade beast tamers will suffer damage. For example, the fiery storm that Hong Ling obtained after absorbing Fengmu's inner core was not of the Earth rank, but of the Profound rank. It was strengthened to the Earth rank by the Danfeng sect. If one reaches the 3rd grade and then fuses the pill, one will directly obtain the Earth-grade fiery storm. However, Gu Yuan didn't have time to inscribe it at the time, so he chose to fuse it with the elixir. But after that, Gu Yuan never attempted to fuse his core again until now. In conclusion, both alchemy and engraving have their own merits. The elixir can be fused freely without restriction, and it will not affect the pet's body. Engraving requires caution because there are only so many parts on a pet's body. If the engraving is not done well, washing it off will severely damage the pet's body. However, the power of engraved combat skills is generally stronger than that of fusion pills. The third way to obtain it is through bone replacement. Gu Yuan hasn't reached that level yet, so we won't discuss it for now. Even if he has spiritual bones, he grinds them into powder and uses them for engraving. Gu Yuan just dismantled a lot of corpses and obtained a lot of spiritual matter, which he can now condense into an inner core. Red Feather, you will definitely need this next combat skill. Although it is not fire type, it is indeed a combat skill that all flying type beast tamers hope to obtain. Time waits for no one. Gu Yuan instantly condensed the inner core of the Thunder Sky Bird, a royal grade creature given to him by Little Lily, as well as the inner core of the lightning attribute royal grade lion he had just picked up for free. They pressed them together onto Hongling's chest. In an instant, Hongling felt a lightning bolt run through her entire body, her chest and lower abdomen tingling and numbing sensations constantly flooding her brain. Hongling's voice rang out. "Bear with it," Gu Yuan suddenly said. "The important part is coming up next." Gu Yuan's hand, which was pressed against Hongling's chest, did not move. He slowly began to chant an incantation, and a magic circle appeared on Hongling and Qi Shui's chests, allowing the inner core to gradually merge into Hongling's body. Finally, Hongling obtained a new heaven-rank combat skill, which included lightning bullets. Holy crap, it's actually a heaven-rank combat skill. Red Feather now has a heaven-rank combat skill for main attacks. This is a lightning-based combat skill with an extremely fast firing speed. Crimson Feather can gather lightning in midair while in bird form and then fire it forward. Lightning elements accumulate electricity during high-speed collisions, and the faster the movement speed, the greater the damage it can cause when fired. Although Crimson Feather can fly at supersonic speeds, it lacks combat skills that can be used while moving at high speeds. Meteor Shower and Firestorm both require hovering. The Thunder Bomb is a combat skill that almost all spirit beasts capable of supersonic flight must possess, and Gu Yuan made up for this weakness in Hongling. Qi Shui stood to the side and said, "Why is it that every time there's something good, it's always my sister's turn? I want some too, my husband, I want some too." "Don't worry, it's just that we don't have an inner core to give you for fusion right now. We'll definitely do it next time." Chapter 136. Soldiers who remained steadfast in their posts. Half an hour had passed when the squad leader and several other soldiers formed a circle. "Listen up, brothers. I know the mission ahead will be tough. We're also taking on a high school student. But the entire provincial capital is in danger right now. No matter the cost, we must get that kid safely onto the plane, understand?" When the squad leader spoke, his expression was unusually serious, almost imperceptible. "Yes." The entire class stood at attention. "Very good. Our class of 8 will be divided into 8 sections. Each person will guard their assigned 500 meters and prevent any soldier ants from reaching the area. If any soldier ant's blade damages the engine, the rest of us will be swallowed up by the ants. Because we had to jump onto the plane one by one, I was the last one to get on, and then we followed the order I told us to go. The first one to get on was that kid." "I object," asked Xiao Kai, the youngest soldier. "Squad leader, why am I the second one to board the plane? Those stationed further back on the runway have to hold out the longest, and it's also the hardest for them to board the plane." "Squad leader, you're in charge. You should be the second one to board." "You brat, I'm the squad leader. Who's bossing me here, you or me?" Lu Jian slammed his fist on the table. "Execute orders." However, Gu Yuan had just overheard their conversation in the boiler room. Lu Jian secretly told the female pilot that the young ones, especially the only children, should go first, while those of them who had children at home should go later. If an accident occurs, the older components behind them cannot be recovered. Just fly away first. He is a true warrior. Gu Yuan looked at Lu Jian with awe. Suddenly, Gu Yuan walked out the door and said loudly, "Reassign the plan. I will guard the 2,000 meters before the plane lands by myself, and the rest of you will each guard 200 meters. Everyone present was stunned upon hearing this. "You must be joking," the squad leader said, stepping forward. "You are the most important one of all." "I know, but I'm confident I can hold the line for the first 2 kilometers by myself." "Are you confident you can hold the line for the last 500 meters by yourself? Your plan is actually riskier." Gu Yuan said this. It sounded reasonable, and the soldiers couldn't figure out what was wrong with it. He immediately realized what was happening. "Young man, are you kidding us? You single-handedly held off 2,000 meters. How is that possible? No one can hold out for 2 kilometers by themselves. And don't forget, the ant nest is right at the end of the runway. So, I'm going to burn the anthill down with it. Gu Yuan replied casually. The plane is here. At this moment, under the blood moon, amidst the red clouds, a small transport plane was rapidly flying towards the ground. Everyone, I have to land now. Otherwise we won't have enough fuel left to fly to Chongqing. Upon hearing this, the group turned around and saw Gu Yuan running alone towards the airport. The crimson feather swept across Gu Yuan's head, stirring up a fierce storm along the way, burning away ring after ring of sharp-edged ants. He's gone. The soldiers were all stunned. However, at this moment, Gu Yuan did not stop and continued to rush towards the front of the runway. Meanwhile, the razor-sharp ants that had cut off Gu Yuan's retreat from behind surged onto the runway again. Damn it, there's nothing we can do but wait and see if he can pull off a miracle, the squad leader said. However, at this moment, the female pilot was gliding downhill when she saw an ant nest the size of a small hill on the runway where she was about to land, and the entire runway had not been cleared at all. My scalp was tingling. Hey, what are you doing? Don't be afraid, keep descending. I'll finish this just as you're about to hit the ground. Land quickly, Gu Yuan roared as he parried the attacks of the bladed soldier ants. This female pilot had excellent mental fortitude. She actually did as Gu Yuan said and crashed straight into the ant nest. Hey, does this kid really want us all to die here? Several soldiers looked shocked. Gu Yuan gripped the Earth's embrace tightly in his left hand, while in his right, he threw out the super soul weapon worth 100 million, which he had stolen from Wang Fei, the fiery six doors. Sharp spikes sprouted densely from both sides of the runway, piercing countless bladed soldier ants. The six doors of flame, burning fiercely, grew to over 60 meters high and pushed forward, burning all the bladed soldier ants on the runway to ashes. Furthermore, it crashed straight into the ant nest, completely shattering it. Thank you, Wang Fei. A soul weapon worth 100 million yuan is truly something else. It's only because he's a young master from a renowned alchemy family in the capital that he deserves such expensive equipment. Gu Yuan's lips curved slightly. The female pilot was even more astonished when she saw the six doors engulfed in flames. Quick, put them away. I'm going to crash into them. The female pilot closed her eyes in fright, but Gu Yuan snapped his fingers. With a loud bang, the six doors, engulfed in flames, were opened. That's right, it opened just like an ordinary door. The female pilot flew her plane through the door and finally saw the clean runway. As Gu Yuan had instructed, she began to taxi forward at a decisive speed, tilting her head back towards the sky. At the same time, the airport door behind them opened, and Gu Yuan was the first to jump on. Gu Yuan turned around and was the first to jump up. Yes, A1-5, you're so cool. This is the first time I've ever seen such a fierce guy like you. You scare me to death. Gu Yuan gripped the support bar with one hand and stretched the other out. Jump up. At this moment, the plane was still taxiing forward, and the execution and teamwork of these soldiers were truly remarkable. Even with the sudden change of plans, they remained perfectly at their posts and cleared the latter half of the flight zone. The moment Gu Yuan withdrew the fiery six doors, countless razor-sharp soldier ants surged towards the tail of the plane like a tide, but the plane was also gliding forward at a considerable speed. After the plane had covered the first 200 meters, Xiao Kai retrieved his pet, jumped high into the air, and grabbed Gu Yuan's right hand with his left. Gu Yuan pulled him up because he had moved from his original position. These 200 meters were immediately engulfed by the sharp-edged soldier ants. However, because the process was very smooth, without any panic or crowding, and the plane happened to pass through this section, these swarm of razor-sharp soldier ants could only join the swarming army of ants that followed. 1, 2, 3. Gu Yuan would shout every time he pulled someone up. 7. The whole process was exceptionally smooth and orderly, which made Gu Yuan feel very comfortable. We're almost there, Gu Yuan thought to himself. However, at that moment, a huge explosion occurred, accompanied by rocks flying off the runway and dust billowing up. The queen ant. The female pilot's screams came through the earpiece. At that moment, looking out from the cockpit where she was, a giant queen ant emerged from the ground. It was about 10 feet tall, larger than an airplane, and its entire body was covered with sturdy bone spurs. The plane had not yet climbed to a higher position than it. If no one deals with it, the plane will crash. Chapter 137, taking off with the hopes of the entire province. The queen of the blade soldier ants opened her claws, attempting to completely dismember the plane before it took off. This is a level 36 blade soldier ant queen, a king-level ant, several soldiers exclaimed in shock. Oh no, we're going to crash. The female pilot's trembling voice rang out over the channel. Continue takeoff. At this moment, a powerful voice rang out, and it was none other than the squad leader from before. Gu Yuan looked at him, stretched out his right hand, and prepared to pull him up, but the class monitor shook his head and rushed out. He had summoned his two tamed beasts. The level 36 Flaming Lion and the level 31 Blackbone Wolf are two pets. Only the Blackbone Wolf is a rare pet, while the Flaming Lion is only a common pet. However, they were even more valiant than many legendary pets, with the fiery lions spewing flames forward. Unfortunately, the ordinary grade pets were unable to completely burn these blade soldier ants. The fire ants howled in the flames, their sharp claws, like blades, still waving in the air, creating a death trap composed of flames and blades. However, Blackbone Wolf and Sergeant Liu rushed forward without hesitation at almost the same time, stepping into the trap. I'm going to guard my 200 meters, no matter what you are. Squad leader Liu and the Blackbone Wolf charged through the waving pincers, letting the flames ignite their bodies. The Blackbone Wolf bit one of the queen ant's legs, while squad leader Liu suddenly leaped high into the air. He pulled a long military dagger from his waist, leaped up suddenly, and used his full weight to stab the ant-like leg. Snap! A cracking sound came as they pierced one of the leg bones of the queen blade ant. It crushed it to the side. The enormous queen ant tilted to the right, and the plane took off, almost touching one of the queen ant's sides. The plane has taken off. However, squad leader Liu Jian was unable to board the plane, leaving Guangzhou. He remained on the ground. A tidal wave of razor-sharp soldier ants surged toward the squad leader. The queen ant angrily rose to her feet, her raised blades poised to fall like a guillotine. However, amidst the pool of blood and a sea of ants, Liu Jian lay on the ground with a smile on his face, giving a military salute to the taking-off plane. Red Feather, Gu Yuan roared. All the pets were put into the pet space and boarded the plane, but there was one exception, one that was on the side of the runway, protecting the plane. That was Red Feather. Because Hongling doesn't need to take a plane, she can fly on her own. What reached Hongling's ears through the Soul Sea was not an order to retreat, but rather an order to retreat with Liu Jian. It made a sharp turn in the air, the burning flames surging, almost skimming the ground, and accelerated to the speed of sound. The violent explosion and the resulting shockwave scattered the hound-sized ants in all directions. Where the red feather flew, it left a trail of burning fire. The explosion caused by the supersonic flight directly blasted away all the blade soldier ants. Then, Red Feather grabbed Liu Jian, who was lying on the ground, and flew into the air. Red Feather flew into the air, almost touching the giant scythe that the queen ant had slashed down. However, the queen ant of the razor soldier ant did not want to let Red Feather go. Sharp bone spurs began to grow on its back, like anti-aircraft guns, shooting it out. Hongling dodged at high speed in the air. This is bad. The squad leader has been captured by Hongling, and Hongling is maintaining high-speed movement, so he can't fight back. Damn it. Now we're at a disadvantage. These soldiers were filled with rage. Red Feather, bring back its inner core as well. A king-level demon beast is still quite useful. As Gu Yuan spoke, the soldiers around him were even more astonished. What kind of orders was he issuing so haphazardly? In such a tense situation, instead of thinking about how to escape, he actually asked his pet to fight back, kill someone else's queen, and bring back the inner core. He really overestimated himself. However, Red Feather had already turned around and, like a dive bomber, plummeted straight down to the ground. The phoenix's beak opened rapidly, and lightning energy gathered on it. Lightning flashed in Red Feather's mouth as it swooped down, the sparks growing brighter with each friction against the air. Gu Yuan clenched his right fist. Order to attack. Hongling's eyes flashed with a fierce light as she moved at high speed, dodging all the bone spikes that were shot at her. Almost touching the top of the queen ant's head, Red Feather slammed a huge ball of electricity into her. Although it is not a fire-type Earth-rank combat skill, the power of the lightning bullet doubled continuously during the entire acceleration process of Red Feather, and it was also enhanced by the attack command. Red Feather instantly killed the queen ant with a single lightning-infused bomb, then rapidly increased its altitude, drawing a perfect V-shaped arc in the air like a dive bomber. Hongling flew back to the plane, placed the squad leader on the ground, and then landed on Gu Yuan's shoulder. Gu Yuan raised his right hand, and Hongling spat the inner core of the blade ant queen into Gu Yuan's palm. Amazing! The female pilot's voice rang out over the walkie-talkie. This isn't my first time going to the front lines to fight against monsters. But this is the first time I've ever seen such a powerful flying monster. The airport's back door was already closed. Gu Yuan stroked Hong Ling's head a few times with 2 fingers, and Hong Ling happily swayed in response to the rhythm of Gu Yuan's 2 fingers. Your pet is not only magnificent in appearance and extremely fierce in battle, but it is also so docile in ordinary times. A soldier stepped forward, getting a little closer to examine Hong Ling more closely. But then, Hong Ling's feathers stood on end, and she let out a sharp cry. With a flap of her wings, a gust of wind blew her away. Judging from this, it's not that she's always been fierce, but that she's only acted very docile around you. Lu Jian stood up, brushing the dust off his clothes as he spoke. I finally recognize you. You've been dominating the headlines in Guangzhou lately, and you've also been mentioned in various secret intelligence reports. You, the Phoenix Tamer, have successfully reached the level of a 3rd-grade beast tamer. These words shocked everyone present. They were all professional soldiers in their mid-20s, some even in their 30s. They were very clear about the difficulty of advancing from the 2nd to the 3rd rank. However, this young high school student was already a 3rd-rank official. No, he shouldn't be considered a high school student anymore. He's a prospective college student waiting to enroll. Gu Yuan nodded. Yes, I've already reached the 3rd rank. How exactly did you train your pets? Not only did they level up so quickly, but you yourself seem to have cheated, with your soul power increasing by hundreds every time. Chapter 138, Preparing for Battle. Gu Yuan smiled awkwardly. None of that matters. In short, we're about to leave Yancheng, right? Gu Yuan said, placing one hand on the glass window and gazing down. At this point, the aircraft had entered the stratosphere. It was a military strategic transport aircraft capable of flying at an altitude of 30,000 meters. In the world before Gu Yuan transmigrated here, no airplanes flew to an altitude of 30,000 meters. It's pointless. The distance to the ground is too great. Even 5th-generation fighters only fly up to 20,000 meters. But in this world, there are no fighter jets. Beast tamers are the main fighting force, and the army's targets are rarely humans, but rather demonic beasts. The aviation industry mainly produces air combat weapons and transport aircraft. How can the transport plane bypass the monster's attack? It's simple. Design it to be able to fly at extremely high altitudes. As long as it flies high enough, reaching above 30,000 meters, normal organisms will die if exposed to low oxygen and high-altitude environments for a long time. There are probably no more than 10,000 monsters in the world that can fly to such heights, and most of them would stay at low altitudes and be too lazy to fly that high. Secondly, similar to trains, they are engraved with numerous completely concealed inscriptions to ensure safe flight. The blood moon is gone. Lu Jian breathed a sigh of relief, looking at the clear sky outside and the huge white sun hanging in the sky. Yes, that's right, Gu Yuan replied. The blood moon can only affect an area of about 20,000 meters above sea level. There won't be any zombies here. Once you reach this altitude, you're basically safe. Gu Yuan looked outside. At an altitude of over 30,000 meters, the surrounding sky was almost completely dark. The dense blue atmosphere was below him, and he could make out the outline of a circular horizon. At least, I've personally confirmed that the Earth is round, Gu Yuan said with a half-joking laugh. This was the first time Gu Yuan had ever looked down from 30,000 meters in the air. Below, all you could see were white clouds, and through the occasional gaps, you could see a river, only about the thickness of 2 fingers. Is the Pearl River only this wide when viewed from here? Gu Yuan was just about to lie down on the plane to rest for a bit. Beep, 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 beep. The peaceful atmosphere was suddenly shattered by the blaring alarm, and the female pilot's voice rang out in the chat channel. Everyone hold on tight. What's wrong? Everyone was puzzled. Radar has detected a high-speed moving target. There's a monster. Encountering a monster is not unusual, but encountering one at an altitude of 30,000 meters is quite different. A monster that can fly so high in the sky is definitely not an ordinary monster. Gu Yuan pressed his face against the glass window and saw a huge black figure streak across the clouds. It was moving so fast that if it weren't for its enormous size, it would be impossible to see clearly. A royal-level demonic beast. The large bird had a ring of white down around its neck, a small head, a long neck, a very thick beak that curved downwards, and bright, piercing eyes. Its body is covered in magnificent, dark black feathers, with slender legs and sharp claws that gleam with a razor-like cold light. On the bird's head, there was a mask that looked like a skull, and its eyes gleamed with a blood-red light. Ghost vulture. Race, ghost/vulture. Type, ghost/flying. Rank Royal. Level 42. Description: the evolved form of the Wind Emperor Vulture, a strange and cunning vulture-like monster, one of the very few monsters capable of supersonic flight, and with its powerful lung capacity, it can maintain strong combat power even in ultra-low oxygen environments. It can withstand ultraviolet rays without cloud cover, and has strong bones and excellent airtight fur. It can withstand temperatures as low as -50 degrees Celsius. Combat skills: Death's Wrath, Earth Rank; Undead Summoning, Earth Rank; Shadow Nightmare, Earth Rank; Storm Whisper, Heaven Rank. Inscribed combat skills: None. Why did we encounter it here? The female pilot looked terrified. What bad luck. Hopefully, the outer inscription coding will make it ignore us. However, the people on the plane were unaware that, just as the plane was gliding, the Queen Ant's claw had scratched the coating of the plane's hidden runes. The female pilot prayed, but outside came the piercing cries of birds, which were gradually growing louder. Get out of the way. The female pilot suddenly jerked the control stick to the left and saw the large bird fly straight past the side of the plane. The strong winds made the plane spin in the air. Damn it. We've run into a royal-level demonic beast. These soldiers are now in despair. Calling Control Tower. Calling Control Tower. We've encountered a royal-level demonic beast at an altitude of 30,000 meters. We need backup. We need backup. The pilot's voice was so beautiful it could almost be described as cracking. Even someone as calm as her was terrified the moment she saw the royal-level monster. Not to mention, it's a royal-level monster that's over level 40. It's probably too late. The control tower's response sent chills down everyone's spine. We are very close to the front line where the monsters and the army are fighting. The 77th Army Group has 6 beast tamers of rank 6 and many level 60 pets. However, these Imperial pets are mostly for land combat. The few that can fly are not birds and cannot reach an altitude of 30,000 meters. The voice from the control tower was unusually cold. Then let's descend, the female pilot shouted. Don't descend. There are many zombie birds on the edge of Guangzhou. If you land rashly, you'll just become sitting ducks. Yes, this is the domain of the kings of the skies, 30,000 meters above the ground, a place no monster can fly up to. Only royal level and uniquely speciesed demonic beasts like the ghost vulture can maintain flight in such a high-pressure environment. The vulture did not rush to destroy the plane, but instead circled around it. It's over. Deathly silence fell over the plane. If the Huaqing stone cannot be delivered, the entire Guangdong province will be doomed. Gu Yuan injected an inner core into Hong Ling's body through a fusion process. It was the inner core of the steel-bladed soldier Ant Queen. Hong Ling has acquired 2 new combat skills. Steel-type combat skill, Steel Edge Feather, Earth Rank. In addition, the common normal combat skill, Riding Stance, Mystic Rank, is automatically upgraded to Earth Rank by Danfeng Sect. These 2 combat skills are Gu Yuan's way of supplementing Hong Ling's missing minor skill system. Master, I am finally able to fulfill that promise. Hong Ling embraced Gu Yuan in Gu Yuan's soul sea. What promise? Gu Yuan was a little confused. I once said that once my strength is no longer weak, I will surely ask my master to ride me every day. Chapter 139 Ace Air Combat. Decisive battle at 10,000 meters above sea level. The vulture was still toying with them, circling the plane. It flapped its wings seemingly unconcerned, disrupting the airflow around the plane. Ha ha ha. The laughter was loud. As a demon beast with royal bloodline and level 40 or higher, it already possessed intelligence that surpassed that of ordinary people. Such intelligence has given rise to feelings of arrogance. This airspace, exceeding 30,000 meters, is my territory, and I am the king here. To be able to fly here truly feels like the loneliness of being at the top, because everything I see is below me. Everything is beneath my feet. How could ants possibly fight me? The vulture's laughter echoed in the air, and it even circled the plane at supersonic speed. It's like a bored emperor wanting to kill a commoner who dares to casually enter the palace and see him. Killing him directly is too boring. He dared to infringe on his royal authority. We must slowly and gradually exert our power so that his fear will disappear due to the overwhelming disparity in strength. At this moment, inside the plane, Gu Yuan finally made up his mind. He was going to fight and dig out the inner core of that damned bird. In the ranking system, the Emperor level corresponds to the Myth level. Her rank is the same as Hong Ling's, both being second-tier evolved forms, but her level is higher than Hong Ling's. Furthermore, Ghost Vulture also has an offensive heaven rank combat skill that it can use. Although Hong Ling also has one, it is of the lightning type. Gu Yuan already had a plan, a plan that would utilize the absolute zero that Qi Shui had given him in return. Do I want to go by myself? I will share joys and sorrows with my master, and go through thick and thin together. Hongling's soul embraced Gu Yuan's soul right under Danfeng Gate, at the end of the magnificent Zhuke Avenue. Gu Yuan suddenly remembered how difficult the journey had been. Hongling had gradually grown stronger from a little chick to level 2, level 6, level 10, level 20, and level 30. From a chick to a phoenix, and then to a powerful, ancient, fierce-feathered immortal phoenix. Step by step, what didn't they face together and overcome together? Gu Yuan and Hong Ling will face a royal-level monster together. Even stronger, Crimson Feather. At this moment, Gu Yuan's thoughts were transmitted from Gu Yuan's mind to Hong Ling's mind through the red thread connected to Hong Ling's finger. We will become stronger, and no one can stop us. Gu Yuan raised his right hand, and Hong Ling's right wing also gradually rose. The two moved in perfect unison, and even their determined gazes out the window were identical. Yes, Your Majesty, I will walk alongside you and grow stronger together. Hong Ling let out a phoenix cry. With a bang, Gu Yuan opened the plane's cabin door and jumped out. Hong Ling followed closely behind him, spreading her wings and adopting a riding posture. Hong Ling's body grew to a gigantic size, its wings spread, and its tail feathers unfurled in the wind. It had transformed into a giant bird, 7 meters long, with a wingspan exceeding 15 meters, soaring into the sky at an altitude of 30,000 meters. Gu Yuan rode on Hong Ling's back, leaned down, and pulled out the moda in his hand. In an instant, Hong Ling's tail feathers and the moda in Gu Yuan's hand burst into flames. Red Feather began to soar upwards, breaking through the clouds. The vulture was still shocked by the cry it had just heard. Impossible. That cry, it's a phoenix. However, it was too late for it to reject anything. The red feather had already broken through the clouds. Contains a grenade. Hong Ling shot out a ball of electricity, while the moda in Gu Yuan's hand absorbed the overflowing flames generated during Hong Ling's acceleration. Recycle and reuse these dissipated flames for a single fiery slash. These two attacks came too suddenly. Before Ghost Vulture could react, he was struck hard by the two blows. Ghost Vulture, it's injured. The soldiers looking out through the glass window were all stunned. The black feathers, stained with blood, are falling towards the ground. They actually managed to injure a royal-level demonic beast. Phoenix, I never expected that there would still be phoenixes in this era. Ancient relics that have been extinct for 1,000 years. Your era has come to an end. The Ghost Vulture cried out. He was spinning in the air, using the Earth-rank combat skill, Death's Punishment. The vulture suddenly began to spin in the air, its black feathers like sharp, poisonous thorns, shooting out in all directions in a 360-degree arc. Red feather, steel-edged feather. Gu Yuan roared, and Hong Ling suddenly performed a rapid cobra maneuver from left to right, drawing continuous S-shaped curves in the air. The red feathers also transformed into solid metal, severing all the black feathers as it flew by, thus protecting the aircraft. You guys get out of here. Gu Yuan shouted into the communication channel. I just put the Huaqing stone in the cargo container of the aircraft. Remember to take it to absorb the hot spring water regularly so that the plane doesn't get flooded. But the soldiers were stunned. We can't abandon you. Do as he says. Lu Jian said. Haven't you realized yet? In this situation, we can't do anything but drag him down. This is 30,000 meters above the ground. Let alone those who can't fly. Even flying-type monsters would basically go into shock due to the harsh environment. At such a high altitude, only his Crimson Feather could fight normally. Gu Yuan swallowed another breath-holding pill, having already experienced the power of being 30,000 meters above the ground. Damn it, the temperature here is so low, at least minus 50 degrees Celsius. If it weren't for the constant heat generated by Red Feather, I probably would have frozen to death. Furthermore, there's the issue of oxygen scarcity. However, this isn't too bad, as the oxygen here is still much thinner than underwater. The most outrageous thing was the atmospheric pressure. I felt empty all over, my ears were ringing, my head felt light, and my whole body felt weak. However, both the Red Feather and the Ghost Vulture moved with lightning speed, soaring rapidly through the high sky. They chased each other in the air without any obstacles, their speeds exceeding 200 meters per second, as if they weren't at an altitude of 30,000 meters. You damned phoenix, Ghost Vulture roared, realizing he couldn't gain any advantage over this bird, which was of a lower rank than himself. Finally, the Ghost Vulture was enraged. It slowly spread its wings, and the gale gathered towards the center of its wings. With a sudden downward swipe, it unleashed a heavenly rank battle skill, Storm. It was in the stratosphere that a rotating spiral cloud layer had formed. The massive airflow changes created an alto cumulus cloud in the sky, accumulating the clouds below to an altitude of 30,000 meters. Guyuan is currently located on the border of Guangzhou, close to the front line. Chapter 140, The Battle of Pingli. Many war correspondents filming on the front lines, upon noticing that everyone around them was looking up at the sky, also raised their heads and looked up at the sky. What are you looking at? Then I was also surprised. What's going on? What kind of strange weather is this? At this moment, everyone could see clearly that the cirrus clouds forming in the sky were slowly gathering, as if a battle of the gods was about to unfold. A heavenly ranked combat skill. A nearby officer exclaimed in shock, his eyes wide. Upon hearing this, host Wang Bing immediately moved closer, sensing that she had caught a whiff of big news. I am Wang Bing, a role model for young people. May I ask if you know what happened in the sky? The stratosphere, more than 10,000 meters above sea level, is a forbidden zone for life. How could we fight at such a high altitude? If a demonic beast were to unleash a heavenly ranked combat technique there, especially a wind-based one, the reduced atmospheric pressure would create these peculiar alto cumulus clouds reaching tens of thousands of meters in height. This is amazing. Although Wang Bing didn't understand a single word, he could still tell that this was an incredibly powerful battle between monsters. Just how powerful could a beast tamer be to fight monsters so high in the sky? Unfortunately, we couldn't see what happened at all. They were flying too high, far exceeding the limits of what the cameras could capture. We have installed all the high-precision cameras, but we can still only capture images from 20,000 meters above the ground. Even so, the billions of viewers who were following the Guangzhou disaster, all around the world, what cameras could see were just two tiny black dots, no bigger than ants, moving at high speed through the air. Wang Bing glanced at the comments section. The viewers weren't disappointed because they couldn't see clearly. On the contrary, the battles that even the most advanced film crew recording equipment couldn't see were even more captivating to them. What kind of powerful beings could fight at such a high altitude? I heard it was to cover Hua Qingshi's retreat. Such an important mission must be undertaken by a powerful 5th or 6th rank beast tamer. Yes. Didn't you see that even a 5th rank beast tamer officer can only stand on the ground and look up? At this moment, at an altitude of 10,000 meters, facing the sudden storm, Red Feather's flight speed began to slow down. The wind elemental energy accumulated in the clouds gathered on the ghost vulture's body, like a heavy hammer, smashing towards Hong Ling and Gu Yuan. Fall, Red Feather! Gu Yuan suddenly shouted. Red Feather's entire body flipped downwards, its tail feathers completely ignited, and it plummeted straight down into the low sky. The vulture's ferocious blood-red eyes lit up. In close-quarters aerial combat, the most important thing was to bite its tail. Because everyone was flying too fast, they couldn't turn around in time, so those chasing from behind could just run ahead and shoot at will. Opportunity. Ghost Vulture plummeted rapidly into the low sky like a madman, spiritual energy gathering at high speed within its body, and it unleashed Storm Whisper once more. The storm whispered around them, and as its entire body plummeted, it chased after Gu Yuan and Hong Ling. Red Feather was falling, and Ghost Vulture was also falling, the two crashing heavily into the clouds. Gu Yuan felt that everything was very quiet, because during the descent, both sides accelerated to supersonic speeds, and sound was too slow to keep up with their descent speed. Wang Bing instructed the photographer to prepare to capture a moment, hoping that there would be a clear shot of what had happened. Photographer, those two black dots are getting bigger. You absolutely have to get a shot of them. I'm certain that the next headline will be that scene. Suddenly, the camera captured a perfect shot at the far end. The red phoenix was falling, and the boy who was leaning on its back was turning around. Cold air was gathering in his hands, and blue light was flashing. Chasing after them head-on was a ghostly vulture wearing a skull mask, constantly gathering a fierce wind. Wow, so young. Wang Bing blushed as she looked at him, and all the netizens watching were stunned. Holy crap, the goddess actually blushed. They were immediately surprised that they were fighting at such a high altitude. It turned out that it wasn't the 5th rank, or even 6th rank, beast tamer they had guessed. Instead, it was a boy, just as young as them. Gu Yuan plunged into the clouds, rapidly descending along the alto cumulus clouds. Go to hell. Gu Yuan swallowed 5 ice element enhancement pills. As he spoke, he raised his right hand and unleashed a heaven-rank combat skill, Absolute Zero. The cold air rose upwards, and the gale swept downwards. The clash of the two heavenly rank combat techniques pushed them apart in midair. A shockwave suddenly rose in the sky, visible to everyone, pushing all the white clouds away into the distance. As if it were a desktop cleaning master, it swept the entire sky clean, revealing a pure blood moon without a single cloud obscuring it. Gu Yuan dodged the attack, and Ghost Vulture had not yet realized the seriousness of the problem. The original white clouds have been cleared away, but dark clouds are forming all around. What is this? Ghost Vulture seemed to understand something at this moment, realizing that he had stepped into a trap set by the boy. The absolute zero cold air just now collided with the dark cloud rich in electric ions and lightning elements that formed after your stormy words. Gu Yuan raised his right hand, and the red-feathered bird's beak slowly opened. Now, Red Feather, use the lightning-infused missile. With a deafening roar, thunder roared across the sky, and the entire sky was obscured by dark clouds. In the dark clouds that seemed poised to engulf Guangzhou, countless electric snakes were dancing wildly, and blue lightning was converging on Hong Ling's mouth and Gu Yuan's hand. The lightning illuminated the boy's face. I want to see what it'll be like when you, a flying and ghost type, are hit head-on by a lightning-type attack that counters both of your types. Upon hearing Gu Yuan's words, the Ghost Vulture immediately ascended into the sky, knowing it couldn't win and was trying to escape. Don't think you can get away. Upon hearing Gu Yuan's command, Hong Ling ignited its tail and charged towards the sky, the two giant birds plunging at breakneck speed. Is this what a battle between a mythical level and an emperor-level fighter is like? They fought from 30,000 meters to 8,000 meters, and now they have to fly back down. Wang Bing suddenly felt a sense of admiration for the boy who flashed by. Was there anyone so strong among his peers? Thunder roared, and lightning converged on Hong Ling's mouth and Gu Yuan's hand. The vulture tried to escape, soaring vertically upwards towards the higher reaches of the sky. The two were about the same speed. However, being constantly bitten on the tail was not a good thing, and the vulture had a method it considered safe: flying. Fly towards the sky, the higher the better, and rely on your own maximum altitude advantage to prevent the opponent from catching up at such a high altitude. However, there was nothing he could do. When he reached 40,000 meters, he clearly felt powerless. However, they still couldn't shake off the phoenix behind them. Could this be a phoenix? It's clearly of a lower level than me, yet it can fly higher than I can. However, Hong Ling had already noticed its fatigue and fired the lightning bolt. Chapter 141 Above Baiyun District. Only one bird can fly 30,000 meters. Don't underestimate me. I'm not only a flying type, but I also have ghost-type combat techniques. Shadow Nightmare. The shadowy nightmare attacked Gu Yuan and Hong Ling, but it had no effect. Hong Ling was hit, and she felt a sense of confusion in her vision, unable to see the target clearly. She couldn't control the grenade and fired it. Gu Yuan had consumed the Mingqing pill at an extremely fast pace, and his consciousness was now exceptionally clear. At this moment, Ghost Vulture, who had dodged the red feather thunderball, felt that he had a great advantage and was about to win. Because once Hong Ling's lightning-infused bullet misses, the lightning-infused bullet that the human boy sent back will have no effect whatsoever, so there's nothing to be afraid of. However, it flickered. Gu Yuan suddenly appeared above the Ghost Vulture's head, the electric ball in his hand drawing an arc in the air, attracting the electric ball, which was about to miss its target, to the side. Static attraction, your lightning-infused projectiles aren't offensive, they're guided. Damn it. Even the phoenix's deviation was within your calculations. The vulture's eyes widened, its pupils reflecting the raging lightning. Gu Yuan's face appeared so majestic amidst the flashes of blue lightning that even he, the overlord of the skies, had to look up to this young man. In the skies above Baiyun District, there is only one bird that can fly 30,000 meters, and that is my red feather. As soon as Gu Yuan said this, the electric ball in his hand smashed straight towards Ghost Vulture's chest, attracting Red Feather's lightning-infused bullet, which also smashed down at the same time. In an instant, the sound of thunder was deafening, and the sky was filled with dazzling blue light. Gu Yuan dismantled the corpse of the Ghost Vulture and directly obtained 1 million units of spiritual matter. Most importantly, Gu Yuan has gathered the core material for the evolution of Seven Snows, the inner core of a royal-level ghost-type demon beast. Gu Yuan landed on Hong Ling's back and found that Hong Ling had inexplicably deactivated her flight mode. Helpless, Gu Yuan held Hong Ling in one arm and fed her a Mingqing pill. Why isn't he awake yet? Gu Yuan sighed. Never mind, let him get some rest. Then, holding Hong Ling, He took out the parachute he had just brought from the plane from his storage ring. Wear the parachute on your back. Gu Yuan leaned his body downwards, holding Hong Ling tightly as he opened his parachute and began to glide away into the distance. At this moment, the people on the ground are still looking up at the sky. The thunderstorm just now contained lightning bolts. People's hearts were in their throats. Hundreds of millions of people watching the live broadcast of the battle were pounding with anxiety, wondering who would win. However, about 3 minutes later, a white bone mask fell to the ground. Yes, the skull of the ghost vulture. Wang Bing's voice reached the ears of thousands of households. He won. That young man won. He defeated a royal-level demonic beast. At this moment, the barrage of comments exploded. That's amazing. Incredible. By the way, who is that person? He actually defeated a royal-level monster all by himself. That's incredible. He saved Guangdong province. As she drifted in the wind, Hongling had a nightmare in which she was in a cage. Her body returned to its original size, and in front of her was a huge furnace. Now that she had become a phoenix, she would never be afraid of flames. But in reality, at the beginning of his life, he was always afraid of the flames, because they were proof of failure. If he didn't perform well and couldn't be bought, that would be his fate. Brother, we already lowered the price of this chick to 50 cents, but it was returned after we sold it. It's cheaper than eggs. Oof, useless thing. Eggs are edible, and it's just a plaything. Since it can't please its master, then let it disappear. Hongling watched as the raging fire drew ever closer to her, and no matter how hard she struggled, she couldn't escape the cage. The tearing pain, the identity of a toy, the burning of flames. No, 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 no. Gu Yuan was starting a fire to cook instant noodles when Hongling woke up and saw the flames emanating from the wood. Startled, Hongling lunged towards Gu Yuan, wrapping her arms around his shoulders and burying her face in his chest. Despite possessing such immense power, it trembled like a pitiful little bird. Master, Hongling can do anything for you. Hongling is very powerful. Please, don't send me back. Hongling is very obedient. Hongling is very good. Hongling can do many things. Please, master, don't send me back. Hongling hugged Gu Yuan tightly, tears streaming down her face, sobbing uncontrollably as if she were gripped by immense fear. She held on to Gu Yuan tightly, refusing to let go. Stop, stop, it won't happen, Gu Yuan said repeatedly. That was just a dream. You were hit by the ghost vulture's combat technique, Shadow Nightmare. It was just a nightmare. When Dream heard this, Hongling gradually calmed down. Master, you don't want me, Hongling said blankly. Gu Yuan wiped away the tears from Hongling's eyes. Yes, I won't abandon you. Master, you really won't abandon me? No, it won't happen, Gu Yuan replied, and Hongling's mental state finally stabilized. This ghost-type combat skill leans towards dealing with the undead and mental interference. Gu Yuan had a nightmare for a few seconds before he woke up. That nightmare was terrifying. Gu Yuan dreamt that he hadn't actually traveled through time. It was all just a dream, and he was catching up on his winter break homework. The table full of winter break homework almost scared Gu Yuan out of his wits. A series of loud explosions rang out, and Gu Yuan looked up. This place should be in the vicinity of Denyoku. Although he survived the fall from a height of 10,000 meters with a parachute, the wind blew him southwards from such a height, eventually causing him to land in this wilderness. To Gu Yuan's surprise, a battle was also breaking out here, and it was a battle between a royal-level demonic beast and a beast tamer. While eating instant noodles, Gu Yuan said, "The situation is very dangerous. Hongling, be careful. Let's go check it out." Meanwhile, at the municipal building, Qingxue released the amethyst that had sealed her. Exhausted, she landed and saw that Song Yingying and Gu Yuan were nowhere to be seen. She breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that Lu Xian was beyond saving. Looking at Yifeng, who had fainted on the ground, he suddenly heard the howling of zombies coming from outside the door. Not again. Qingxue helped Yifeng up and they ran outside. As the zombies chased past the toilet, they failed to notice that a severed claw extended over a dozen tentacles, pulling them back into place. In the darkness, a pair of blood-red eyes lit up again. Chapter 142 Re-encounter with Sayuri. Gu Yuan walked towards the direction of the explosion. The effect of the Dark Night cloak prevented any of the demonic beasts from spotting him. With this advantage, Gu Yuan evaded battles with dozens of beast tamers and demonic beasts. Gu Yuan noticed something strange. These demonic beasts were all tiger type, and these beast tamers were all highly trained hunters. Among them, Gu Yuan even saw a reflection of his own first hunting trip. The Northwest hunting chief I encountered was a 7th-rank demon tamer, equivalent to a nuclear bomb. Gu Yuan sensed the seriousness of the problem and accelerated his pace forward. Gu Yuan discovered that these monsters were all very powerful in combat and knew how to cooperate. Only a royal-level demon beast could possibly gather all the tigers in the entire valley under its command. Gu Yuan suddenly remembered the heavenly star tiger that had destroyed the magic array. Little Lily should still be with it. Gu Yuan decided to take advantage of the chaos of war to continue his incursions deeper into the interior. The search took about half an hour. Gu Yuan saw Tianxing Huanghu and Xiaobei. Before them was a low grave. "Mom, I'm back." Little Lily knelt before the grave and placed a bouquet of flowers on the mound. "These are my mother's favorite peonies. The flower shop you loved most is no longer there. I went to ask, and it closed down more than 10 years ago." "Enough, daughter." Tianxing Huanghu lowered his head, as if kissing the low grave. "It's all my fault. I killed her." Those were the good old days. The 1980s. Little Lily looked up at Tianxing Huanghu with a mocking gaze. In the 1980s, the wave of reform and opening up began for mankind. "Enough, stop talking. I'm going to say it." Little Lily roared. "Do you think you can get away with it just because you've forgotten?" Gu Yuan listened from the side as Xiao Baihe recounted her father's story. Those were the best years of the 1980s, when countless strange and wonderful ships were transported here from overseas. Back then, Huangpu Port was handling all sorts of foreign goods every day. The young Tianxing Tiger King was only level 31. He liked to look out over the peaceful city and Huangpu Port from the edge of the human realm. Look at what strange and wonderful things humans have brought in today. Until one day, Huanghu's eyes shone brightly, and he saw her. "Is this Guangzhou? This is my first time in China." It was a blonde human with fair skin, a hooked nose, and spoke a very difficult human language. Every now and then he'd blurt out something like, "Good," or "No." She comes from Louisiana, and her pet is a rare new breed. She's here as a tourist. It was a white feline, with pure white fur all over its body. It was small in stature, and although it was sexually mature, it was only the size of a typical tiger cub. She is very cute, very cute. She has big, dark eyes, a chubby face, and very short, chubby limbs. She even falls face first downstairs because her legs are too short. "Oh, Whiteberry, don't run around." Meow. In an instant, the Heavenly Star Tiger King was captivated by this foreign creature he had never seen before. He couldn't believe that there were such adorable feline monsters in the world. After that day, Tianxing Tiger King tossed and turned, unable to sleep, unable to forget that adorable feline. As the future leader of the tribe, he felt nothing for the tigresses around him, and dreamed of the adorable white kitten every night. So rustic. "I don't like these big, burly tigresses. I want that white foreign cat." Tiger King roared from the top of the mountain one day. "Hello, young tiger prince." A human wearing large drool-covered sunglasses and a gold chain around his neck found it. "Who are you?" "A hunter." Tianxing Huanghu asked warily. No. We're called Yangqing Boys, a human gang. People in Yangqing are afraid of us. We're planning to rob a cargo ship leaving Huangpu Port tomorrow afternoon. It has a lot of foreign stuff on board, including 60 watches, 3 television sets, 7 sewing machines, 13 straight-line vehicles, and, of course, that adorable white cat. I can't get in." Tiger King turned his head to the side. "I've been gazing out from the hilltop outside Huangpu Port for years. We have a way to get you into the human realm." With that, the man wearing large black sunglasses tilted his head and chuckled. "Look at this." As he spoke, he took out a bottle. "This is called Ancient Spirit Lamp Oil. Just 1 drop will allow you to swagger into the human realm. But how can we get that cat free? It's very simple. We obtained a technology from the US called Brain in a Vat. We just need to dig out the owner's head." That night, the Changlu ferry was hijacked, and an American woman had her head bitten off. The Yangqing Boys gang began to grow stronger after that night, and a man who called himself the Tiger King of the Heavenly Stars became the gang leader of the Yangqing Boys. He and his gang frequented various casinos, movie theaters, billiard halls, and nightclubs. It was around this time that the title of Tiger King of Tianxing, the #1 gang leader in Yangqing, was established. Tianxing Tiger King has a lovely wife named Bai Mei, an adorable little girl who always wears Lolita clothing from Europe and America. She was stylish and fashionable, and was also the focus of media attention, even appearing in many movies. But it seems she doesn't like her husband. Some say she might have been coerced, which is true. After all, she is the first lady of a gang. Holy crap, Gu Yuan was shocked when he heard this. So the Yangqing boy that my father's generation often mentioned, the gang leader, was actually a monster. And so, Tiger King began his life as a human gangster, gradually building up his power. He lived in the human world for more than a decade until the year 2000, when the nationwide crackdown on prostitution and organized crime and the extermination of monsters in the city began. Hunters and police from across the city began to coordinate their efforts, and many organizations like the Yangqing Boys were completely eradicated. Furthermore, the magic circle has been upgraded, and the first generation, Brain in a Vat, can no longer be exempt from the magic circle suppression. Tianqing Tiger King was forced to flee back to the wilderness, taking his daughter and wife with him. However, human hunters caught up with them and wiped out many monsters in the Great Bull Valley. The hunter who came after them was codenamed Azure Eyes. His ruthless reputation was so great that even Gu Yuan had heard of him. A hunter who leaves no monster alive wherever he goes. He was extremely ruthless, even killing all the tiger cubs. In that battle, Tianqing Huanghu's wife, Bai Mei, was also killed. Father, little Lily turned her head. I hate you the most. I hate you. I have never had a peaceful day since I was born. Chapter 143 The End of the Demon Soul. When I was a child, I was in the human world. Even though I already had human companions, I was still chased by the police and forced to flee the city. Later, back in the wilderness, I made a few tiger friends, but they were all killed by hunters, along with my mother. My mother was just an ordinary white cat, yet she lost her life needlessly because of you. Tears welled up in Xiaobei's eyes. She rushed over and kept hitting her father with her little fists, but she couldn't move him no matter what she did. I hate you. I hate you. I hate you. Seeing his daughter like this, Tianqing Huang, a gang leader from the 1980s, actually closed his eyes. Back then, neither the hunter's Horcrux, the gangster's machete, nor the police's beast tamer could make him flinch. Now, his face is haggard, his eyes are tightly closed, and he can't even cry. Suddenly, a flash of cold light appeared, and the hunters caught up. Celestial Star Tiger? Celestial Star Tiger King. An aged voice came from behind him, and Gu Yuan turned his head to see the chief of the Southwest Hunter Zone. At this moment, 7 pets appeared behind him, the highest of which was even level 81. The old man was engulfed in flames, and wisps of white smoke rose from one of his eyes. 20 years have passed, and I have finally found you. Behind him, his 7 pets unleashed a surge of spiritual energy at his command, causing the surrounding trees and grass to swirl and dance in the air. Azure Eyes, when the hell are you going to stop chasing me? The Heavenly Star Tiger King was also enraged. This was his territory. Tigers have a strong sense of territory, and they will absolutely not tolerate this human daring to act recklessly here. Back when the Huangpu district ferry robbery happened, you killed my father. I was a policeman for 20 years, tracking down Yang Chengzi, and then a hunter for 20 years, hunting down your tribe. Today, I have finally found you. I will definitely cut your head off and hang it on my fireplace. The old man with the gray eyes charged forward with his pet. I've long since run out of patience. Heavenly Star Tiger roared in fury, and countless starlight from the sky converged upon him. You killed my wife. You killed my father. A beam of light shot towards the sky, and in the center of the Great Bull Barren Forest, a shockwave from the explosion spread outwards. Trees within a radius of nearly 10 kilometers were snapped in half. That scared me to death. The ground slowly opened up, and a bunker emerged from underground. The bunker was then slowly dismantled. Gu Yuan, standing among them, wiped the sweat from his brow. He began to understand the imperfections of this world, and that the conflict between humans and monsters was irreconcilable. It's not fair to blame Lu Changchun for being ruthless and wanting to kill Xiaobei. Rather, it's because too many demonic beasts infiltrated the human world, causing families to be destroyed and people to die. Gu Yuan put the Earth's embrace back into his storage ring, raised his head, looked at the blood moon in the sky, and couldn't help but gasp in amazement. Suddenly, Gu Yuan noticed something unusual in the distance, a group of men in black. Gu Yuan recognized these people at a glance, the Black Lotus Gang. Gu Yuan quickly used the Earth's embrace effect to burrow underground, and then heard the noise coming from above. Lord Hai Rue Mora, I am incompetent. The Huaqing stone has been transported to Chan City and installed. It was Lin Bo's voice. With Huaqing stone preserved, it's only a matter of time before the Chinese army repairs the damage to Guangzhou. I know. I never imagined that all our hard work over the years would be crumbled bit by that kid named Gu Yuan. 1,000-mile dike can be destroyed by an ant. My lord, what should we do next? Since we didn't capture Gu Yuan, we couldn't transform the coffin. You can create a soul-capturing environment by activating the blood moon. Then, our plan to use the black crystal bead to collect the soul of the heavenly star Tiger King and finally transform it into your pet through the other shore coffin is probably doomed to fail. We also failed to obtain the Huaqing stone. This time, we've lost everything. Gu Yuan has a phoenix that can fly at supersonic speeds, so it's unlikely that it's still around. Finding the coffin on the other shore is almost impossible. So let's go and seize the Tiger King's inner core. He and Song Yin are sworn enemies. We can reap the benefits and make up for our last loss. As the sound faded into the distance, Gu Yuan emerged from underground. Gu Yuan understood one thing from their conversation. This blood moon is actually a special kind of environment, a blood evil secret realm. According to the tale of seeking the fox in the snow, it requires one inner core of a ghost-type royal-level demon beast and one inner core of a shadow-type king-level demon beast, with the burning soul of a vengeful spirit as the catalyst. Born from the blood-red light of the dead, in a place where bones are buried and souls lie buried. The allure of the enchanting fox spirit is captivating, capable of absorbing vital essence, possessing unparalleled beauty that wreaks havoc on the human world, and the extraordinary talent of absorbing yang energy to nourish yin. At this moment, Gu Yuan had gathered the three important requirements for Qi Shue's second stage evolution: Blood Moon, Ghost Vulture's inner core, and the previous Shadow Might, that king-level demon beast that had parasitized Ashina Duer's body for 1,000 years. However, Gu Yuan was still missing one crucial element necessary for the evolution of the enchanting fox: burn a vengeful spirit. Damn it, Gu Yuan had no idea whether vengeful spirits were flammable or part of Boruto. How to burn it, how to obtain it. These are all things I don't understand at all. Gu Yuan didn't know what to do. In fact, he had already thought of many ways to solve this harsh condition. For example, asking how Qi Shui was locked in a jar by that civil official back then. However, Qi Shui was completely unable to explain it clearly. She only knew that the civil official seemed to be a high-ranking official in the capital. He used many methods to collect Qi Shui's soul. However, now Gu Yuan knows the method. Under the illumination of the blood moon, the black crystal bead can collect the souls of other people. However, at that moment, a cluster of red eyes appeared all around. Gu Yuan saw a large number of demonic beasts and beast tamers who had died in the battle just now, all of whom had gotten up again and turned into zombies. Damn it, when will this end? Gu Yuan roared at the blood moon in the sky, then raised his right hand and began to dismantle the zombies. Gu Yuan, even as a ghost, I will never let you go. From the distant horizon, a sound like that of a vengeful spirit could be heard. Gu Yuan saw a drifting, illusory figure chasing after him under the blood-red moonlight. Song Yingying has come after us again. Countless tentacles were spreading outwards from Song Yingying's body, eventually pulling on the bodies of many monster zombies and beast tamer zombies. Before Gu Yuan, they gradually merged and grew larger, eventually transforming into a gigantic, fleshy monster. It was like a mountain of flesh, and Song Yingying's body was stuck on top of the mountain, her lower body fused into the fleshy tumor. Song Yingying bent over and let out a furious roar at Gu Yuan, her howl almost like a raging storm. Chapter 144: Qi Shui's Second Order Evolution. Song Yingying's soul vanishes. Just how many zombies has this guy devoured? Cold sweat was already dripping down Gu Yuan's forehead, but the situation was so dire that Gu Yuan could not afford to hesitate any longer. The giant tumor that Song Yingying transformed into simultaneously unleashed 6 Earth-ranked combat skills: Death's Wrath, Ice Thrust, High Pressure Water Cannon, Spirit Wind Slash, Blazing Fire Net, Savage Thrust. So many combat techniques came crashing down on Gu Yuan's face like a torrent of water. Gu Yuan took a rapid step back, and Hong Ling and Qi Shui were summoned at the same time. Master, she's too strong. We should retreat quickly. Huaqing Stone is safe now. Hong Ling spoke these words as she flew through the air. No. Gu Yuan shook his head. Song Yingying won't let me leave. She's so devoted to me that she'll chase after me no matter where I go. Gu Yuan walked forward step by step. Look at her. No matter how many times she dies, once, twice, 3 times, she will get up and keep chasing me. Destroying her body won't stop her. Only burning her soul can bring her true peace. Gu Yuan actually charged towards Song Yingying, with countless tentacles attacking him from all directions. At the same time, it is accompanied by a vast array of combat skills, transcending all attributes and without any restrictions. Gu Yuan slid forward and placed one hand directly on the fleshy tumor that Song Yingying had transformed into. In an instant, the dissected red, bloody flesh transformed into 1,000,000 units of spiritual matter, which merged into Gu Yuan's bracelet. However, from within that rotten tumor, a giant mouth opened, and a long tentacle extended from it. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Gu Yuan drew his sword and used Moda to sever the huge tongue that Song Yingying had stuck out. However, Qi Shui did not give Song Yingying this chance, and had already used the ice and snow technique to freeze that giant mouth. Hong Ling fell from the sky, and a lightning-infused projectile struck Song Yingying. Song Yingying's body was burned to pieces, but it immediately and visibly regenerated. However, Gu Yuan did not give her that chance, and regardless of how disgusting Song Yingying's body was, Gu Yuan leaped directly into the air. He stepped directly on its rotting lower body. He cut him in half at the waist with a single stroke. Which one is Song Yingying's true identity? Is it the upper body of this beautiful woman with full breasts, a graceful figure, a fair complexion, big eyes, and cherry lips, or the lower body, that fleshy tumor? Gu Yuan severed her upper body, placed one hand on her shoulder, and pressed Song Yingying's beautiful upper body to the ground. The bracelet in his hand condensed back into a black crystal bead. This one is not just an ordinary black crystal bead that is only half full, but a complete one, even more powerful than the one in the hands of the Black Lotus gang. However, when Gu Yuan pressed the black crystal bead onto Song Yingying's head, Song Yingying's beautiful skin rapidly decayed and then disappeared. The black crystal bead failed to seal its soul. You chose the wrong one. Gu Yuan was shocked. Yes, that beautiful upper body was Song Yingying's disguise, while the ugly tumor on her lower body was her true form. Gu Yuan, Gu Yuan. The ugly tumor's front mouth was frozen solid, but immediately a new, gaping maw full of fangs opened up from its back. You useless piece of trash. You good for nothing. You failed the exam. Useless, useless man. You idiot, I wouldn't even look at you. No ability, no connections. As countless tentacles wrapped around Gu Yuan's body, pinning him firmly to the rock, Gu Yuan felt blood continuously oozing from his body. The enormous tumor seemed to have seized the opportunity to bite Gu Yuan to death. Absolute zero. Suddenly, a wave of cold ice swept forward from behind Song Yingying, freezing the entire tumor into an ice ball. Red Feather had already fallen from the sky, its sharp wings severing countless tentacles on the spot. Gu Yuan seized the opportunity, leaping forward and pressing the black crystal bead onto the tumor. In an instant, the black crystal bead emitted a tremendous purple light, almost illuminating the entire dense forest. From that rotting mass of flesh, a spirit emerged. The spirit was transparent and blood-red. It was Song Yingying. She had been sucked into the black crystal bead. Finally, the lump of rotting flesh in front of me completely disintegrated. Gu Yuan raised his right hand and directly disassembled 6,000,000 units of spiritual matter, which was what remained after he had taken 3 heaven-rank battle techniques. It's clear how much more difficult it would have been to eliminate Song Yingying without the black crystal bead. Huh. Gu Yuan rubbed his head. I still made the wrong choice. Song Yingying's true form was actually this rotting ball of flesh in her lower body, while her beautiful upper body was actually a prosthetic limb. I always thought that what she was proud of was her appearance. Qi Shui transformed into human form and smiled slightly at Gu Yuan, looking as if she were asking for credit, or perhaps she was being cute. You knew I would make the wrong choice. Gu Yuan saw that she was prepared and had already chanted the heavenly rank combat skill. Song Yingying never flaunted her beauty. It was men who walked into her trap one after another. Qi Shui had already run lightly to Gu Yuan's side. Gu Yuan sighed and turned his head away, while Qi Shui, standing to the side, was still smiling. Unlike Hong Ling, who was a little sullen, Qi Shui was surprisingly magnanimous about Gu Yuan's accidental wrong choice. Looking at Qi Shui's smiling face, Gu Yuan sometimes really couldn't understand what Qi Shui was thinking. However, through the connection of their soul seas, Qi Shui silently added the following sentence within Gu Yuan's soul sea. My lord, you needn't worry about it. If you make the right choice, I won't be able to live like this. There's a hidden meaning in that statement. The literal meaning is that if Gu Yuan makes the right choice, she won't be able to live a normal life. However, the deeper meaning is that if men in the world were truly immune to being misled by beauty, vixens would have been unable to live their lives long ago. She really is a vixen. She understands men better than any man herself. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan was so angry that he laughed. Seeing Gu Yuan laugh, Qi Shui also smiled knowingly. Only the most traditional red feathers, flying in the air, tilted their heads and couldn't understand. All right, Qi Shui, stop fooling around. It's time for our second stage, evolution. Chapter 145, 7 Snows Evolution, Enchanting Fox Spirit. At this moment, the blood-red moon still hung in the sky. Gu Yuan squatted on the ground. The magic circle had already been drawn. The blood moon in the sky shone on the magic circle, and Gu Yuan placed the black crystal bead that sealed Song Yingying's soul into the brazier. At that moment, the brazier suddenly flashed with a blood-red light, accompanied by screams like those of a female ghost. The screams gradually subsided, and Song Yingying was completely terrified. It transformed into extremely dense black spiritual energy elements, which merged into the magic array, and the entire magic array was now lit up. Gu Yuan slowly tossed the 2 pills into the brazier one after the other. Master, what I'm seeing is rather gruesome. This doesn't look like evolution at all. It's more like a ritual or burial, with the materials used for evolution being thrown directly into a brazier to burn. A red feather landed on a branch to the side. I don't know either. That's what the book says. Gu Yuan looked at the center of the magic array in front of him, where Qi Shui was located. Gu Yuan began chanting the incantation for evolution. At that moment, countless white spiritual energies appeared rapidly in the air from the surrounding grass and flower beds. They surrounded Qi Shui and eventually completely enveloped her. Gradually, the blood-red moonlight shone on the ground, and the white soul transformed into a beautiful flower bud, which spun in the air. Unlike Hongling, whose evolution takes a long time, Qi Shui's evolution is much faster. The flower buds gradually fell to the ground. All the white spiritual energy left, and those white jade feet wearing white stockings stepped into the high heels on the ground. As Qi Shui landed, her jet black hair turned pure white, her pupils turned red, and her appearance became even more charming and captivating than before. Qi Shui's chest also grew larger, and blue patterns appeared on her 9 tails. My lord, I'm back. Qi Shui smiled charmingly, pressing her entire body tightly against Gu Yuan's again, her smile becoming even more alluring. I have a feeling that if we continue to evolve like this, I'll be in great danger. Gu Yuan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead with one hand. The evolution was successful. The information returned by the eye of the other shore is as follows. 7 Snow. Race, Enchantress Fox. Type, Ghost/Ice. Rank, Mythical. Level, 30. Description, the evolved form of the 9-tailed snow fox, a bewitching fox spirit with stunning beauty, capable of seducing and manipulating the souls of the dead. Combat skills, Blizzard, Innate Constitution, Ice Fox Charm, Innate Bloodline, Icy World, Earth Rank, Snowball, Earth Rank, Mounted Stance, Earth Rank, Ice Ghost Soul, New. Soul Stealing Charm, New. Engraved Combat Skills, Absolute 0, Heavenly Rank, Bewitching Eye, Earthly Rank, Ice Claw, Earthly Rank, Ice Ghost Soul, a Heavenly Rank combat skill. The surrounding dead corpses will be resurrected as frozen ghosts to fight for Qi Shui. Soul Stealing Charm, Earth Rank combat skill, enhanced passive ability. Creatures charmed by Qi Shui will gradually have their life essence drained by Qi Shui, continuously strengthening Qi Shui until they die completely or break free from the charm. Damn, these 2 combat techniques are pretty amazing. Gu Yuan couldn't help but praise it. In this way, Gu Yuan could be considered to have a rare ghost-type monster. Moreover, this evolution is actually the most suitable of the 3 evolutions for Qi Shui, because Qi Shui's mythical bloodline, which she obtained from the Tang dynasty, does indeed have a more prominent charm characteristic. Suddenly, Gu Yuan seemed to remember something and immediately said, Damn it! Qi Shui quickly switched to riding mode. Qi Shui successfully took human form. Several stripes appeared on her white fox tail, the bell around her neck became square, and many alluring blue patterns appeared on her fox face. Let's go, Qi Shui! Gu Yuan rode Qi Shui towards the battlefield they had just left. However, when Gu Yuan arrived, he witnessed this scene. The heavenly star tiger gathered all its power, forming a white sphere of light in its mouth that resembled billions of stars. However, the Tsangyin on the other side was not to be outdone. His right eye was a sophisticated soul artifact, which emitted a pure white light in all directions. The white energy overflowing from above is merging into the mouth of the level 80 Sky Eagle. The 2 forces collided in midair, and the white light illuminated almost the entire forest, making one squint in the white light. Little Lily hid behind a branch in the distance. However, the 3rd phantom flashed by in the air. Harry Mora, the man hidden in the black cloak, actually managed to break through the line of fire between the two sides using an 80th level shadow spider, and gathered a dark power in his hand. In a single move, he pierced through the chest of the level 80 Heavenly Star Tiger King. Blood spurted from Tianqing Huanghu's chest. His inner core had been dug out. Song Yin was seriously injured in this battle. He clutched his chest and retreated quickly. However, although he maintained a calm demeanor on the surface, blood was already seeping from the corner of his mouth. Harry Mora, humph, I never thought I'd have the honor of meeting you in person. Song Yin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Harry Mora's voice was unusually gentle, and he even laughed. Seniorly, you flatter me. It is I, a junior, who have the honor of meeting you. Harry Mora stored the inner core in his storage ring, then turned to look at Song Yin. The celestial tiger is dead. You're also badly injured, so just die peacefully. Your pet's inner core is mine too. As he spoke, Harry Mora raised his right hand and unleashed a heaven-rank combat skill, which Song Yin almost failed to block. No. Looking at her father lying in a pool of blood in front of her, Sayuri's eyes were filled with anger, confusion, sadness, and endless resentment towards her life. You are the worst father in the world. Sayuri knelt on the ground, tears streaming down her face, her eyes brimming with tears as she sobbed. I hate you. Why? My mother is gone, my people are dead, my fans want to kill me, and even you big bad guy, have left me. I'm cursing you. Get up. I haven't finished cursing you yet. Meow, meow. Little Lily kept meowing and simultaneously spitting out green hearts. This is her combat skill, Healing Cat. However, these acts of kindness had no effect on Tianqing Huanghu. It's dead. It can't come back to life. Despair filled Xiaobei's eyes, and at that moment, a member of the Black Lotus gang appeared behind her. Another royal-level demon beast in her core. I'll take it. The Black Lotus gang member smirked as he thrust the dagger in his hand toward Little Lily's head. Xiaobei's body twitched, and she shrank back in fright. However, death did not come as expected. Gu Yuan rushed over quickly and stopped at the last distance, flashing and appearing behind Xiaobaya. Moda, wielding a tang sword engulfed in raging flames, severed the arm of the Black Lotus gang terrorist. Chapter 146. Hold on tight. Lily, I'll lead you out of the darkness. When the Phoenix Tamer saw that Gu Yuan had already rushed out, everyone was shocked. Even Harry Mora was stunned. I'm really surprised. You didn't run away. It's you who want to run away, not me. Gu Yuan knew how terrifying the power of an 8th grade beast tamer and an 80-level beast master was. According to the textbook, even if they exhausted all their strength, destroying a city would not be a problem. Gu Yuan wanted to save everyone who was still alive, so he looked up at Harry Mora. I've already informed the commander of the Southern Beast Taming Zone via satellite phone that you, along with the many more level 80 and rank 8 beast tamers here, should know better than I when they'll arrive. Gu Yuan didn't bluff. The moment he discovered Harry Mora, he transmitted this crucial information through Teacher Han Yu's special account. Has he once again swayed the course of the war? Harriet Mora thought angrily. Now I know at least why so many people hate you so much, young man. Time is running out, but it's still enough for me to strangle you. As Harry Mora spoke, he gathered a surge of spiritual energy in his hand, but Song Yin would never give him that chance and was already charging straight toward Harry Mora. It would be almost impossible for Song Yin to defeat Harry Mora while still heavily injured from his battle with Tianqing Huanghu, but he could easily stall for time until reinforcements arrived. The two were locked in fierce combat in the air when Harriet Mora shouted into the communication channel, Lin Bo. What? When Gu Yuan turned his head, he saw Lin Bo, dressed in the iconic Black Lotus gang uniform, emerging from the bushes to the side. Gu Yuan, it's been a long time. Lin Bo's eyes flashed with murderous intent, filled with an almost manic rage. Everything was planned. After Pluto Yang defeated Han Yu, I would play the hero and save the beauty. I would then successfully win Han Yu's heart and enter the sights of the higher-ups of the Beast Taming Administration. But you took everything away from me. My woman, my future, my status, my money. Hearing this, Gu Yuan shook his head. It seems that the synthesis of Pluto Yang's spider venom wasn't an accident. Finally, let me correct you on one point. Teacher Han Yue is not your woman. It will happen someday, but you won't see it. A powerful burst of spiritual energy suddenly erupted from Lin Bo's body. Behind him appeared 4 summoned beasts. I possess 10,000 soul power and 4 summoned beasts exceeding level 40. What makes you think you can fight me? Gu Yuan saw the information about Lin Bo's 4 pets. Golden Giant. Race, Stone Giant. Attribute, Rock Metal. Rank, Legendary. Level, 52. Description, a monster with powerful defense, the evolved form of the rock giant. It has a huge body, with a granite shell covered in metal, and is the evolved form of the granite giant. Combat skills, Petrified Skin, Earth Rank, Savage Charge, Earth Rank. Inscribed combat skills, Crushing Stone Fist, Earth Rank, Mount Tai Press, Earth Rank, Earth Collapse, Heaven Rank. The other 3 tamed beasts are the Shadow Monkey and the Lava Turtle. Both of these are legendary level 40 monsters. Although they do not have Heaven Rank combat skills, their combat power should not be underestimated. What truly caught Gu Yuan's attention was the last one. Wishing Star. Race, Prayer Star. Attributes, Starry Sky Healing. Level, 40. Rank, Legendary. Description, a very rare support-type monster. It looks like an adorable star doll, with a smile as healing as a flower. Combat skills, Celestial Illumination, Earth Rank, Healing Wind, Earth Rank, Care, Earth Rank. Inscribed combat skill, Star Blessing, Heavenly Rank. 2 Heavenly Rank combat skills. All 4 demonic beasts are over level 40. Linbo smiled. Although they can't compare to the rank of your pets, my 4 pets have an absolute level advantage. And with the powerful defense of the Golden Stone Giants, combined with the healing support of the Prayer Star, you will have no chance of winning. So what if you have 2 more pets? Gu Yuan suddenly said. This number won't last long. What? Linbo asked in confusion as he carefully sensed the surroundings. You have already reached the level of a 3rd-grade beast tamer. Linbo thought to himself. What kind of cultivation speed is this? Everyone else only increases their cultivation by a few dozen points at a time, eventually becoming a 3rd-grade beast tamer with over 3,000 soul power. This thing doubled in value. That's right, doubled in value. Just a few days ago it was 1,500, and now it's 3,000. This is like cheating. Anyone who didn't know better would think you were playing an online game and had directly modified your character's data. TCH, so what if it's a 3rd-rank beast? Can you even find a contracted demon beast around here? Little Lily. Gu Yuan turned around and looked at the cute little girl kneeling on the ground with a look of despair on her face. You are the only one I will not force. Stand up. This is the 2nd time I'm asking you. Will you join me? Gu Yuan extended his right hand. The sky is collapsing and the earth is splitting. Linbo directly commanded his pet to unleash a heaven-rank combat skill. The stone giant slammed its fist down on the ground, causing the entire mountain range to tremble and countless cracks to appear in the ground. A deep chasm had been created between Gu Yuan and Xiao Baihe. Countless deep ravines, resembling bottomless abysses, crisscrossed the entire mountain range. Gu Yuan and Xiao Baihe were separated, and Qi Shui was unable to move forward. Fortunately, Hong Ling had already taken to the air and flew over the flying pebbles. He unleashed the 1,000 reverse fire slash, but then the wishing star showed its concern, and countless adorable little stars formed a shield in front of Lin Bo, blocking the attack. The rocks were crumbling, and Gu Yuan saw that the ground where Xiao Baihe was kneeling was gradually cracking. If she didn't get up soon, she would be dead. It won't end. Gu Yuan shouted. It will never end. After your father died, did the Black Lotus gang stop attacking you? Because you have royal blood, your bloodline will attract more people to seize your inner core. Yes, it's a curse, and I can never get rid of it. Little Lily remained motionless, large tears falling to the ground. Bullshit, Gu Yuan roared. There's never been any such thing as destiny. Stand up. The rock you're on is about to collapse. Will you die there, or will you fight back? Your father came to Anjia, committing murder and arson, while you became a pop star. Isn't this your way of rebelling against this world? Isn't this the way you want to tell everyone that not all monsters are vicious? Come back with me and pursue the life you want. Each word gradually brought Sayuri's eyes to focus, until at a certain moment, her clear, big, innocent eyes regained their sparkle. With a loud bang, the rock shattered, and little Lily jumped up a second before falling, using her short legs to propel herself towards Gu Yuan. Chapter 147, The 3rd Pet Contract. Grab my hand. Not enough. Little Lily sensed the gap in distance. She couldn't jump over it. Her vision was shifting downwards, and she was about to fall. With a snap, Gu Yuan suddenly grabbed Xiao Baihe's hand and pulled her up from the bottomless abyss. In an instant, spiritual energy overflowed. In Gu Yuan's soul sea, an adorable cat girl dressed in a pure white Lolita dress appeared before him. A thin red thread appeared in Gu Yuan's hand and eventually connected to Xiao Baihe's finger. Contract complete. Finally, Gu Yuan successfully contracted Xiaobei, and Gu Yuan's 3rd pet slot now has a cute cat. Damn it, Lin Bo glared angrily at Gu Yuan, who then stood up again. Meow. The adorable little dwarf cat, this time as a royal pet, sat in Gu Yuan's pocket. It was as if she was trying to be cute, but she made the most fierce expression possible, baring her teeth at Lin Bo. The red feathers on its head were still harassing from low altitude, and another support-type pet appeared on the opposite side. TCH, another royal-level demon beast's bloodline? Lin Bo roared angrily. What's so great about it? It's just an extra level 22 dwarf leg. It can't change the course of the battle at all. Invisible meow. Little Lily suddenly let out a meow, and a colorless, transparent heart bumped into Qi Shui and Hong Ling. With its stealth capabilities and supersonic speed, Red Feather is now comparable to a 5th-generation fighter jet in modern warfare, constantly unleashing mind-laden missiles that left Lin Bo in a sorry state. Qi Shui, who had just transformed into a fox and was about to run away, was also touched by Xiao Bai's love. Invisibility effect. Lin Bo never expected that this level 22 cat would have such a combat skill. Where did you go? Protect me. Lin Bo thought Gu Yuan was going to use Qi Shui to control him by taking advantage of his invisibility and charm. So he moved his shadow monkey and lava turtle closer to him, keeping a watchful eye on any movement. However, the target that Gu Yuan made Qi Shui run towards was not these few opponents. Instead, it ran towards the corpse of the Heavenly Star Tiger King, which had been pushed away by the cataclysmic event and was stuck in the crack. A pair of beautiful legs clad in black stockings landed on Tianqing Huanghu's head. Qi Shui slowly squatted down, her red pupils suddenly turning blue, exuding a ghostly aura. A jade-like hand with slender fingernails pressed down on the back of the corpse of the Heavenly Star Tiger. Rise, my darling, serve me. Suddenly, the already dead Heavenly Star Tiger opened its eyes again, its pupils turning ice blue, and its massive body twisting in the crevice. Those rotting wings suddenly flapped, and it flew into the sky, into the chest cavity where the inner core had been emptied. The blue ice, with its fierce blue glow, illuminated the ribs covered in bits of flesh. Tianqing Huanghu returns to the battlefield as a ghost. The Heavenly Star Tiger, which took flight, finally began to gather explosive power, although the corpse was only close to level 40 due to the removal of its inner core. However, this is also the remains of a royal-level demon beast, and the undead's characteristics of not being afraid of pain or death are also manifested in it. Like frozen bones, it rushed towards Lin Bo's direction. A low-level combat skill, a destructive white light, hurtled straight towards Lin Bo. This was completely beyond Lin Bo's expectations. The two pets were too close together, and in this single combat technique, they were instantly burned to death. Lin Bo was startled and put one hand on his waist, preparing to make a run for it. Then, she suddenly looked down and realized, damn it, that her flashing belt was on Gu Yuan's waist, and she had no flashing belt left to use. Fortunately, the level 50 Golden Stone Giant had already reached Lin Bo. Its entire body flashed with a bright white light, releasing the Guardian armor, and with its back to Lin Bo, it blocked the attack. Finally, Lin Bo successfully escaped disaster. At this moment, the Wishing Star had already unleashed its heavenly rank combat skill, Star Blessing. The Wishing Star rose into the sky, its white light shining upon the Golden Giant. Countless colorful starlight illuminated the body of the Golden Stone Giant. The shattered iron armor and stones on the Golden Stone Giant miraculously reformed themselves. Immediately afterwards, the Golden Stone Giant quickly recovered its strength and, after releasing a heaven-rank combat skill once, immediately released it a second time. The ground trembled again, and this time the effect was even more powerful than the first time the cataclysmic event was unleashed. The ground rises to the sides with towering stone walls that seem to shrink towards the center. It was clear that they were preparing to crush Gu Yuan to death. At this moment, Qi Shui transformed into a fox demon and released another heavenly rank combat skill from behind the Heavenly Star Emperor Tiger Ice Demon. Absolute Zero. The freezing cold shot towards the ground, aiming to instantly kill the Golden Stone Giant. But after being blessed by the stars, the Golden Stone Giant's movement speed increased by an unknown number of levels. First, 3 stone walls formed behind him to mitigate the damage from this heavenly rank combat skill, and then his entire body submerged underground. Qi Shui's absolute zero shot missed. Lin Bo had fed this lovely star before, and with his hands clasped to his chest, he actually opened his mouth and began to softly sing. Immediately afterwards, he also unleashed a heavenly rank combat skill, Star Blessing. After experiencing 2 instances of starless blessings, the Golden Stone Giant leaped into the sky and crashed straight down at Qi Shui in midair. The Heavenly Star Tiger had one wing broken and fell towards the ground. Gu Yuan was still running forward when the stone walls on both sides began to tighten. Qi Shui seized the opportunity and leaped towards the wishing star. Hee, my wishing star can fly. You fox, don't even think about it. Lin Bo hadn't finished speaking. Then a scream was heard from the wishing star in the air, revealing that the shadow monkey and the lava turtle had been captured. That's right, the lava turtle and the shadow monkey were clearly dead, just their charred skeletons. He actually got up again, and his frozen skeleton began to move mechanically. And a pair of eerie blue eyes, like will-o'-the-wisps, together grasped the wishing star. Could it be that this resurrection is an area of effect skill? The wishing star was so frightened that it struggled continuously, only to feel a heart being thrown at it. It was none other than Qi Shui's enchanting eyes. The wishing star, struck by Qi Shui's fire-extinguishing attack, blushed instantly, as if it were very happy. It tilted its head and pouted as if it wanted to kiss Qi Shui. Wishing star, use your celestial rank combat skill, Star Blessing. At this moment, Hongling had already fallen from the sky, her entire body still holding a lightning-infused bullet that had been charged for an unknown period of time in her mouth. With the blessing of the wishing star, Gu Yuan now understood Qi Shui's intentions and immediately issued the attack order. A lightning-infused projectile from Hongling struck the golden stone giant directly, and the heavenly star Imperial Tiger, upon landing, released a destructive white light. Qi Shui used Absolute Zero to smash it to pieces. Chapter 148 Happy Chinese New Year, Victory Celebration Feast. My pet, my level 50 pet. Lin Bo looked at the golden stone giant that had been blasted into pieces on the ground, and his heart was bleeding. He knew how important beast taming was to a master. In this battle, he had lost almost all of his beast taming. It can be said that he himself lost all his value after all his beasts perished. Seeing Lin Bo's defeat, Hairui Mora completely gave up the idea of killing Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan, good, very good. My Black Lotus gang will remember this grudge. One day, I will make you pay the price. After saying this, Harry Mora casually pulled the distraught Lin Bo into his hands. Gu Yuan also looked at them. I remember it too. Hairui Mora, the grudge in Yangcheng, the grudge of Xiao Bai his father. I will definitely take revenge. One day, I will wipe the entire Black Lotus gang off the face of the earth. When Gu Yuan said this, Hong Ling, Qi Shui, and Xiao Baihe all came to Gu Yuan's side and stood firmly with him. The Black Lotus gang has retreated. After losing Song Yingying and a group of terrorists lurking in human society, the Black Lotus gang can be said to have suffered a major blow. A cold wind gently caressed the night sky. Little Lily came to her father's remains, looked up at them, and, Father, I don't blame you anymore. However, at this moment, the zombie Tianxing Huang who actually cried, tears streaming down its face, and lowered its head to touch its head with Xiaobei's. He stammered, Okay, living on is your father's greatest happiness. On February 9th, the Blood Moon's magic array was destroyed by the military, and all the zombies stopped moving. These zombies had killed many monsters. These monsters all turned into zombies, hindering the repair of the magic array. However, after the Blood Moon disappeared, a large number of monsters died automatically. The emergency repairs to the Guangzhou magic array were successfully completed in just one day. On February 10th, the disaster in Guangzhou ended, and the magic array resumed operation. Standing on the top floor of Yangqing Tower, Gu Yuan understood the cruelty of this world after this battle. Once the protective array of the city was breached, it was revealed how powerless humanity truly was. Such a vast city was so easily destroyed, with 1/3 of it being wiped out. Gu Yuan's eyes trembled slightly. The survivors no longer needed to worry about the monsters' attacks and began lining up in the street to receive supplies. At that moment, a sharp shriek suddenly rang out from the sky. Gu Yuan placed one hand on the hilt of his sword, assuming it was some kind of combat technique. It turned out to be a firework that exploded in the air, bursting into brilliant colors. What's going on? Someone asked over the satellite communication. However, the satellite channel had ended its emergency status, and the cell phone signal was finally restored. On February 11th, 2021, the Lunar New Year, the great disaster in Guangzhou came to an end. Gu Yuan picked up his phone and saw the message on WeChat. 7 days later, Gu Yuan finally saw the deep blue sky and the pure white moonlight again, and finally received the messages from the past 7 days. It has teeth that can be pierced. February 3rd, 2:15 a.m. Yaya. Phoenix Tamer, can you still receive messages? Leave Guangzhou quickly. February 4th, 1300 hours. The Hunter Guild has issued an important call for support. All hunters in Guangdong province who have received this message are requested to assemble at the city reporting office. We will be launching a search and rescue operation in Guangzhou. Humanity needs you now. February 6th, 1221. Ink Trace. Brother Gu, our clan suffered considerable damage, and many members of our family died. We have already fled to Pengcheng. Have you escaped? Yes, you have. Send me a message. February 8th, 1433. Shenwenwen. Brother Gu, we've arrived in Hong Kong. We've all survived. Brother Gu, I look forward to hearing from you again that you're safe. Sister Wei, you said she'd treat you to a meal. Please reply to this message. Please, you must reply. February 9th. Nightwind. Gu Yuan, I acknowledge you now. You're better than me. Keep it up, you must save our city. Surprisingly, the person who sent the most messages was my own mother, with more than 40 messages in total. Son, something's happened in Guangzhou, come back right away. Son, don't scare your mom. Reply to my message. Son, reply to this message. Son, I received a message from your friend Yiya. He said you were still alive. I'm so happy. You must not wander off. Wait for rescue. You must be good and come back. Son, I asked your friend, but he can't get in touch with you. Are you all right? Yes, there was nothing she could do. Her mother was just an ordinary working-class woman, and in the face of such a disaster, there was nothing she could do. All I could do was repeatedly lament to my WeChat screen, which was completely blank, hoping that for a fleeting moment a miracle would happen and I would be able to reply to a message. She didn't understand anything about signals, satellites, inscription arrays, or signal towers. All she knew was that her son hadn't returned today, so all she could do was keep waiting, even though she knew there was nothing she could do but continue to be anxious. Like all hot-blooded young men, Gu Yuan was usually annoyed by his mother's constant nagging. I would just reply to WeChat messages casually. Even during the fierce battle against the Guangzhou disaster, I only asked Yiya to send a message to my parents saying that I was okay, and then I didn't care anymore. This is one of the very few times Gu Yuan has taken the initiative to call his mother. Hey, Mom, the magic array in Guangzhou has been repaired. I'm alive, I'm okay, everything's fine. Son, it's good that you're still alive. Come back, have a good winter break at home. Mom's been coughing these past few days. The sounds of a mother crying and sobbing could be heard. And then the father's voice rang out from the side. What are you saying? A man should live between heaven and earth. How can he stay at home all day? Son, go out and make your way. I'll keep an eye on your mother. Gu Yuan lowered his head. More fireworks were exploding in the sky above Guangzhou behind him. Although there were no neon lights, the streets were dilapidated. Everywhere there were the corpses of monsters and people dealing with the remains. However, the survivors began to leave their rooms and contact their closest relatives first. Happy Spring Festival. Gu Yuan said this. Those who are still alive are also searching for their families. Some have responded to messages, while others have not. Then I chatted with the person who replied for a long time. After such a great disaster, many people were speechless and choked with emotion at this special moment. Happy Spring Festival. It felt like celebrating the new year, and also like celebrating that you and the person you were talking to were still alive. After the magic circle was dispelled, Hongling no longer needed to be wary of her surroundings in the air. She landed behind Gu Yuan, transformed into human form, and fireworks illuminated her face. Hongling said, Happy Chinese New Year, Master. Qi Shui emerged from her pet space, transforming into human form. She rushed ahead of Hongling, crossed her beautiful legs, and struck a pose with a hip-twisting gesture, showing off her figure. Happy Chinese New Year, my lord. Little Lily followed behind Qi Shui. It was her first time entering and leaving the pet space, and she was still a little unfamiliar with it. During the jump, the cat tripped and hit its head on the ground. It wobbled on its short legs and stood up again. Finally, little Lily transformed into a little girl dressed in a Lolita dress, with her hands behind her back, and said, Happy Chinese New Year, Master. Then, little Lily tilted her head and let out a meow. Looks like I'll have to spend this new year with you guys. Gu Yuan turned and walked into the elevator. Xiao Baihe, Qi Shui, and Hongling all gathered around Gu Yuan, and then they all took the elevator down together. Chapter 149. Explosive Impact Shocks the World, Earns Diamond-Level Medal. Gu Yuan took the elevator down to the first floor. A lot of supplies had been transported from the outside world. After the safety of Anjia was guaranteed, relief supplies began to flow into Yangcheng in an endless stream. Aside from the fact that urban reconstruction will take a considerable amount of time, medical care and food are no longer a problem. The layout of this hall reveals that warm, golden lighting illuminates the entire space. The table was laden with delicacies and fine wines from around the world. A long red cloth was stretched out in the middle, with the words Heroes of the Battle of Guangzhou Award Ceremony written on it. The Central Committee will award a medal to all those who performed outstandingly in the defense of Guangzhou. This is what many hunters, who have joined this battle time and time again, most desire. But there is only one highest honor, the Diamond-level Beast Tamer Hero Medal. Since the founding of the nation, only 3 folk heroes who tamed beasts have received this medal, and all of them have made their mark on history. Moreover, they grew rapidly with the help of preferential national resources. Diamond-level Beast Tamer Hero Medal. Who will this medal be awarded to? I don't know, but all the major factions are watching closely. They can't wait to recruit this hero and get him to join them. Everyone attending this conference was dressed in fine clothes. Even hunters who usually wore rags were required to wear formal attire. That's how war is. It brings death and terror, but it also brings fame and glory. The man holding a glass of red wine was about 25 or 26 years old. He was reclining in a chair, swirling the wine in one hand and letting the other hand hang limply on the table. Beside him was a beautiful woman, presumably his favorite. She was feeding him the cut steak. Who is he? People around whispered. It was rare to see someone sitting so casually in such a formal setting. I know him, the platinum-level hunter codenamed Silver Wind. In this defensive battle, he was in charge of the frontal breakthrough mission and was among the first to break through the beast horde outside Guangzhou. Upon entering the city, he had slain a level 60 demonic beast. Level 60. Some of the women in evening gowns looked at him with newfound respect. Having made such a great contribution, he'll probably get the medal this time. Yes. The ladies and young women all looked at him with admiring eyes, as if he were a hero. However, the man lying in the chair was quite enjoying himself and continued to have his tamed beast feed him. Clang, 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 clang. As the rousing music gradually began to play, everyone raised their heads and turned their attention to the host. The host walked towards the crowd with his hands behind his back. Behind him was a diamond-grade beast taming hero medal with a light purple crystal in the center and 12 diamonds inlaid around it. The entire medal was made of platinum. It was placed in a velvet cotton cushion. Distinguished guests, good evening. The host appearing on the stage was none other than the old man who had appeared in the video that day, Liu Changchun, the director of the Central Security Bureau. He played a crucial role in the defense of Guangzhou, single-handedly changing the course of the battle. Yin Feng's lips curved into a smile. He successfully outwitted Hua Qingshi and single-handedly escorted him to the airport, where he faced off against a royal-level monster at an altitude of 30,000 meters, turning the tide of the entire battle. Yin Feng's lips twitched. You're so amazing. The women who had been invited to the award ceremony all turned around and looked at Yin Feng. However, Yin Feng's face was stiff, his head was down, and he did not say a word. He is Gu Yuan. As applause erupted, Gu Yuan walked across the red carpet. Wearing a suit for the first time made him feel very uncomfortable. Amidst a flurry of flashing lights, Gu Yuan walked onto the stage. He accepted the medal from the host. What? Yin Feng's jaw nearly dropped in shock. How could this be? A mere high school student actually surpassed me and obtained the diamond-level Beast Tamer medal. Gu Yuan received the medal and began to express his gratitude to the country, his parents, his family, and so on. Upon hearing this, Yin Feng slammed his hand on the table and stood up. Are you kidding me? How come this guy gets a diamond-level medal? He slammed his hand on the table and stood up in a fit of rage, but then he realized that his outburst made him seem selfish, so he changed his tune and said, We fought on the front lines and so many of our brothers died or were wounded, but the medals were awarded to a porter who carried goods through the city. This statement effectively shifted the focus of the conflict, and many hunters, still bearing injuries, expressed their dissatisfaction. The situation gradually began to get out of control. However, at that moment, a light and melodious female voice came from the doorway. Silverwind, since when did it become your place to comment on the awarding of this medal? Teacher Han Yue walked in, and Gu Yuan stared at her, his eyes wide with surprise. Again, she wore those hazy flesh-colored stockings, red high heels, and a form-fitting red evening gown that revealed her entire jade-like back. Yin Feng was also stunned for a moment, and then plopped down in a chair. Many of the men around were stunned by teacher Han Yue's beauty, and even the hunters who came from the front line forgot to continue cursing Gu Yuan. Although the boys' strength is indeed not top-notch, they are very smart. Don't forget that our ultimate mission is to protect the safety of the citizens. If the Huaqing stone is stolen, Even if we successfully repair the magic array, Guangzhou will not be saved, and our entire Guangdong province will fall into an even greater crisis. He turned the tide of the entire battle and saved us all. As she spoke, Teacher Hanhua looked at Gu Yuan with warm and encouraging eyes. Boy, I'm so proud of you. Clap, 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 clap. Applause gradually rose and eventually filled the entire hall. Yin Feng knew that arguing any further would be pointless, so he could only turn his head away angrily. Although he didn't cause any trouble, he also didn't applaud. Gu Yuan stepped off the stage and put the diamond-level beast taming hero medal into the cat-shaped storage ring on his finger. Thank you, Teacher Hanhua. Gu Yuan sat down next to Teacher Hanhua. For the past few days, Gu Yuan has been eating food that he reassembled from the bracelet. At least they weren't as hungry as some people, or starved to death due to insufficient supplies or food shortages. However, since some MSG seasonings are salt and do not contain spiritual substances, Gu Yuan, who does not have any seasonings, basically eats things that taste like instant noodles without any seasoning. Now that we finally have the chance to enjoy a big meal, of course we should savor it. However, at this moment, Hong Ling, Qi Shui, and Xiao Baihe in the Sea of Souls were drooling. Chapter 153 Beautiful Favorites shocked the entire seat. They hadn't had a decent meal in a long time. However, is it really a good idea to let your spirit pet out to eat? It's like letting your pet dog sit at the table and eat with other dignitaries at a high-class banquet. It's very impolite, isn't it? Big ball, 2 balls, 3 balls, 4 balls, 5 balls. Let's go to the pet self-service area. Teacher Hanhua indicated that she had already eaten outside. He stood up and summoned his 5 lowly butterfly girls. They walked towards another section on one side. What? Gu Yuan asked, somewhat puzzled. What district? This must be your first time attending such a high-class banquet. Besides the dining area for humans, the Lutz Fassini revolving restaurant at Guangzhou Tower also has a chef who cooks for our pets. There are plenty of delicious dishes there. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan casually drank a few sips of the red soup, devoured the 10,000 yuan steak in no time, then grabbed a few baguettes and followed Teacher Hanhua, and constantly comforting Qi Shui and Xiao Baihe in the Sea of Souls, who were currently holding her and wanting to eat. My lord, I want it. Wah, master, I want to eat fish. I want to drink fish soup. Hongling maintained her aloof demeanor, determined not to cause her master any trouble, and reprimanded. Hey, we lowly servants. It is all thanks to our master that we have the honor of participating in this party. How can you make such a request without considering whether our master has eaten enough? Gurgle. Hongling's stomach suddenly growled. Gu Yuan, Qi Shui, and Xiao Baihe all turned their heads to look at Hongling. Hongling's usually aloof face flushed red instantly. She turned her head away, too shy to utter another word. Enough, stop fooling around. 7 days of continuous fighting. We only stopped to eat some fodder to stave off hunger. Everyone is exhausted. Tonight, someone is treating, so eat as much as you like. Then Gu Yuan said, and don't forget, the food we're eating tonight is specially supplied, made with rare and precious ingredients. Eat more. Upon arriving at the pet feast area, we found a wide variety of food, unlike the way pets are fed kibble, where all the kibble is piled together and then eaten. Instead, it is divided into transformed areas and untransformed areas. The feed in the unformed area is of lower quality and is placed in feed trays. The transformation zone is actually not much different from the human side. There are tables, plates, and knives and forks. The food is not all feed, but is arranged in a way similar to dishes. However, the transformation area is still different from the outside, and the difference lies in the guests who eat there. Their eating habits were bizarre. Some swallowed food whole, while others grabbed it and gnawed on it directly. Clearly, even after transforming into human form, their bestial nature had not disappeared. Of course, there are also those who pay attention to dining etiquette, but those are the pets of high-ranking military and business leaders. These people frequently visit high-end warehouses, and their pets are all very well-mannered. However, the hunters' pets, born from humble backgrounds, were basically unwatchable. One burly man with a tiger's head was performing a live performance of swallowing a braised piglet whole, without even chewing it. Ugh, these guys are absolutely disgusting. Yin Feng stood to the side, holding a glass of red wine, and said this. Then he turned his head and saw Gu Yuan. This guy obviously doesn't have a noble family background, and his level is very low. Could it be that he summoned a bunch of wild beasts and is lying in the non-humanized area next to him, wolfing down the feed? Gu Yuan summoned Hong Ling, Qi Shui, and Xiao Baihe. Although not the strongest, They are definitely the most visually appealing group summoned by all beast tamers. Hong Ling's eyes were cold and aloof, giving her the air of a proud queen. Her entire being exuded an aura that kept strangers at bay. She stood straight and upright, with elegant manners. Qi Shui, on the other hand, gave the men present a captivating allure that made their hearts stop. With her seductive eyes sweeping over the men present, she turned around, displaying her devilish figure, and even blew a kiss. More men were looking at Qi Shui than at Hong Ling. Xiao Baihe is petite, but she is the #1 Lolita-style female internet celebrity in Guangzhou, and her looks are also quite good. Many hunters were startled by what they saw. Hey, why is Sayuri here? He took in little Lily. Isn't that the monster that was being chased in Guangzhou the other day? The noisy atmosphere subsided, and many hunters came forward to surround little Lily. This cat is the culprit behind the disaster in Guangzhou. Yes, if it weren't for her, how would we have gotten our attention? It seems she also has some connection with the Heavenly Star Tiger who destroyed the magic array. Once again, Sayuri was surrounded by hunters. Every word they said stirred up unpleasant memories for her. The sense of danger and oppression sent a chill down Sayuri's spine. Was she still unable to integrate into the place where she was born? Hey, what are you going to do to my pet? Gu Yuan stepped forward and blocked the hunter's path. Do you know how dangerous this demon cat is? We're acting on behalf of heaven. Yin Feng and several hunters surrounded Gu Yuan as soon as they arrived. Gu Yuan glared at him. Fine, you'll have to get past me first. Yin Feng was eager to cause more trouble tonight, and continued, What do you want? If you want to fight, I'm ready. Enough, stop fooling around. At this moment, Zheng Long, Lu Changchun, Luo Jun, and Song Yin walked over at the same time. This lineup includes the Director General of the Beast Taming Administration of the Southern Theater Command, the Director General of the Central Security Bureau of the Southern Theater Command, the President of Sun Yat-sen University, and the President of the Southwest Hunter Guild. With these 4 bigwigs around, who would dare to cause trouble? This incident was the work of the Black Lotus Gang. Xiaobai did not break the law. If we really have to say why she was killed, it's because she didn't enter the city legally. But now, she has fulfilled her contract and is Gu Yuan's beloved concubine. Her presence here is in accordance with all laws and regulations. Pets are considered private property of citizens, belonging to the category of tangible movable property, and are protected by law. Lu Changchun said this. These words frightened the hunters so much that they all retreated. To trample on the law in front of the head of the judicial department was surely a death wish. Little Lily was incredibly excited to see all the humans who had been threatening to kill her retreat, and even that the strange old man had spoken up for her. See? I told you it was nothing. Gu Yuan walked over to Xiao Baihe and rubbed her cat's head. Petting a cat is so satisfying. It's so satisfying to pet a cat all the time. Little Lily was very happy and gave Gu Yuan a sweet smile. Go eat something delicious. From now on, you will be forever free from a life of fear and anxiety. Little Lily lowered her head, her cheeks slightly flushed, looked at the toes of her Lolita white sneakers, twisted her body slightly, and smiled sweetly. Suddenly, she raised her head and said, I won't be moved by you. It's all what you should do as the master. I won't be moved at all. Chapter 151. Various factions frantically try to win over and continue extorting money. These rare and precious ingredients fed to imperial pets are far richer in spiritual energy than those fed to humans. Humans have a different body structure than beast tamers. Beast tamers have a stronger ability to integrate and absorb energy. A demon beast can easily become stronger by devouring the inner cores and spiritual substances within the body of other demon beasts. Humans cannot do that. Therefore, humans eat spirit rice and spirit grains with low spiritual content or livestock fed with them, which provides some improvement, but not much. However, the food provided for the imperial pets is different. It consists of extremely expensive, rare, and precious ingredients rich in spiritual substances. Pork chops made from level 36 Earth rank fire spirit pigs, bread made from level 39 spirit fragrant wheat, and bread towers made from level 21 spirit bamboo sections. Many of the pets, upon seeing these delicious dishes, pounced on them and devoured them greedily. Red Feather, you are the master's most favored pet, the master's pride and joy. You must always maintain your elegance and never disgrace the master. Hong Ling thought to herself, looking at her 2 younger sisters with disdain. Qi Shui used her charm to bewitch a ghost monkey, making it hand over a chicken cutlet made from an extremely rare ghost chicken. She then ate it in one bite and went on to charm the next one. Little Lily, on the other hand, looks like an underage lowly, sitting on a chair, her legs too short. She swings from side to side on the chair, holding a big fish in one hand, taking a bite from the left and a bite from the right. Don't be like them, showing your bestial nature. Hongling cut a small green cake with a knife and fork, placed it on a plate, gently pierced it with a fork, slowly sliced it open with a knife, and finally parted her lips to put it in her mouth. Chewing without showing her teeth, Hongling found the food delicious and remarked to the chef, "It's very tasty." "It tastes good. These are mini cakes made with bamboo seeds, right? I really like bamboo seeds. Please give me 2 more." "What are bamboo seeds?" A hunter eating spaghetti suddenly blurted out for some reason. "It's the bamboo rice that grows when the bamboo flowers," said an elegant man who took a sip of wine. At this moment, everyone realized that, regardless of whether they were rich or poor beast tamers, they all focused their attention on Hongling. How beautiful, what an elegant movement. Is a royal pet that can eat so elegantly really not the kind of pet that nobles raise just to show off and entertain guests? It's hard to imagine that such a pet could fight against a royal-level monster at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Many hunters looked at their own burly pets, which were so big they almost ate the plates themselves. He lowered his head even further when he was eating by himself. Comparing people is a recipe for disaster. Comparing goods is a recipe for throwing them away. Class is not defined, but rather formed naturally. Just like in this venue now, the upper class, who are used to elegant small talk, have gathered on the east side. The hunters and lower-ranking soldiers gradually moved naturally towards the west. Gu Yuan was on the east side. As the person who received the highest honor today, he was naturally pulled by teacher Hanyue to meet with many great families. "Hanyue, this is your student Gu Yuan. He's truly a promising young man. Gillen Pharmaceutical has high hopes for your alchemy skills." "Sister Hanyue, wow, this is the brother Gu Yuan you told me about, right? Little brother, would you be interested in working for our beauty industries hunter team?" "Hanyue, this is your student. Kid, want to join the army?" "Hanyu, I have high hopes for this young man. Should we come over?" Gu Yuan's ears were practically ringing from listening. These forces, in their struggle for him, had even started arguing, disregarding their image. Even those 4 big shots came to Gu Yuan. "Young man, you performed very well in this battle. Would you like to join my Central Security Bureau in the future?" Lu Changchun hadn't finished speaking. Zhenglong stopped him, saying, "What are you doing? Gu Yuan is a talent from our Beast Taming Management Bureau, and he's my daughter's prospective boyfriend. Come on, we're just looking for someone to date, not a relationship," said Songyan. "Kid, thanks for saving me. He's one of our registered hunters, and I was the one who took him on his first mission. Don't talk nonsense." Luo Jun saw that someone else was trying to take Gu Yuan away, so he blocked Gu Yuan's path. "Gu Yuan is still a student. If you want him, wait until he graduates." "Yes, I'm still a student." Gu Yuan's words made Luo Jun feel relieved. All those resources he had given him hadn't been wasted. "It's about Principal Luo, about the 20 crystal beads I applied for last time." Gu Yuan lowered his head, looking very troubled. "Here you go." Luo Jun raised his hand and tilted his head back, seemingly very generous, but in reality, the corners of his mouth were already twitching. "Also, Principal, the special funding I applied for last time to upgrade my shadow cloak. Here you go." Luo Jun's heart was bleeding, but he still put on a benevolent teacher's demeanor. "Besides, there's still more." Luo Jun covered Gu Yuan's mouth. "Gu Yuan, you've been so tired this time. Go and get some rest." As she spoke, she pushed Gu Yuan aside. Teacher Hanyue took this opportunity to run out from the east side with Gu Yuan. It seems that boys prefer to be alone and don't like to depend on powerful forces. Teacher Hanyue said this. "Yes." Gu Yuan nodded. "The kind of occasions where they have 4 rules to follow when drinking is not suitable for me. You're doing well, unlike me, who gets a headache from listening to their arguments every day." Teacher Hanyue and Gu Yuan arrived outside the pet area, where the hunters, who were drunk, no longer maintained basic etiquette. They were holding brandy and tequila and blowing them around like they were drinking erguo tu, a type of Chinese liquor. After arriving here, the atmosphere immediately became much more relaxed. Teacher Hanyue also took out a bottle of beer, pried it open, and started chugging it down. "Ah, this is so much more enjoyable. I always feel so constrained around those old folks. Drinking like this is the best." Gu Yuan also tilted his head back and started chugging beer. Teacher Hanyue, with one hand supporting her face, looked at Gu Yuan and said, "Hey boy, don't get drunk. We barely escaped death. How can we not have a good drink?" At this moment, Gu Yuan received a text message from Yi Chuan. Although it was Song Yingying who killed Ji Hu, Gu Yuan did not kill him, but his first A-level mission was completed. Yi told herself. He had been successfully promoted to gold-level hunter and received an A-level mission, 30 million, a king-level monster core, and red-letter feed. Furthermore, after upgrading to a gold-level hunter, a coupon was also given as a gift. You can upgrade Gu Yuan's M9 to M10 for free. The latest military intelligence agency, the 10th generation automatic bayonet. Gu Yuan originally had an M7, but it was cut in half. This M9 belonged to Wang Xiao, but it requires fingerprint unlocking, so he has never used it. This automatic upgrade not only upgrades the fingerprint recognition but also refreshes it, saving you the cost of hiring someone to reset your fingerprint. Chapter 152 Post-Meal Bet, placing a wager on Red Feather. As Gu Yuan drank with teacher Manhwa, she told him, boys should take care of their health and never get drunk or lose control. 5 minutes later, teacher Hanyue's cheeks flushed and her body went limp as she hugged herself, clinging to her waist. Boy, hiccup. Boy, no, don't. Drink, get drunk. My beautiful teacher, you've only drunk your second bottle. You're amazing. I'm sorry, boy. Teacher Hanyue actually started crying here, hugging Gu Yuan. I failed to protect you. In an instant, as if struck by lightning, the surrounding hunters, especially those led by Yin Feng, felt their hair stand on end and cast envious glances at Gu Yuan. You actually know her. I'm completely confused by what I'm hearing. That damn Phoenix Tamer got the benefit, and now he wants a rich, beautiful woman to hug him and apologize. I'm so envious. Why is it that not only is his pet beautiful, but Hanyu is also so good to him? I shouldn't have listened to you back then and dropped out of school to become a hunter. I'm going back to high school. The hunters started acting drunk and disorderly, and there were even signs that they were about to fight. Fortunately, several bodyguards wearing sunglasses arrived and helped teacher Hanyu leave. Gu Yuan sighed and started drinking again. Most of these hunters come from poor backgrounds. Even those who have risen to high positions, like Yin Feng, are mostly eccentric and dislike high society, so they also hang out here. Hey everyone, what should we play tonight? With that, the hunter started throwing a bunch of gambling equipment on the ground. There were dice, playing cards, chips, and even a tablecloth used in traditional gambling. What's even more impressive is that it carried a revolver with only one bullet. Gu Yuan looked completely bewildered. Looks like you rarely go out into the wild and risk your life to make money, Yin Feng said, swirling his wine glass. Although these hunters have a relatively high economic level, they live in remote mountains without internet access all year round and cannot use Douyin, TikTok. In lawless zones, one's wild nature cannot be hidden. One becomes proficient in all manner of vices, from eating and drinking to gambling and whoring. Gu Yuan had just noticed that many hunters choose a pet of the opposite gender. Some female hunters have a handsome wolf-eared male pet, while others even have a bunch of handsome men who can transform into human form. Male hunters generally tend to be monogamous, either having only female pets or only male pets. For example, there's a handsome hunter on the side who keeps giving her flirty glances, and next to him stands her pet, who is transformed into a human. His upper body was bare, his muscles were strong, he had a spiked collar around his neck, and his body was covered with bandages made of metal rings and leather straps. This is understandable. In the wilderness without internet and without any other form of entertainment, the only game available via satellite phone is Snake. If you stay in a place like that for several months, let alone your male pet being able to transform into human form, even if it can't escape. Of course, not all beast tamers are like that, but they are generally proficient in all aspects of gambling. If you encounter other hunters in the wilderness and you don't end up fighting, you'll usually gamble a bit to pass the time. Some hunters even use gambling to resolve conflicts. Brothers, what do you want to play? High or low, odd or even, bridge, Texas Hold'em, poker, bullfighting, or something else? I'm so tired of it. Before I went back to the city, I played these games for more than 3 months, and I played no less than 500 rounds of Dodiju. Let's have something new. Let me tell you about a betting method. Yin Feng stood up, clapping his hands as he spoke. The French chef here prepares pet food made with rare and precious ingredients from all over the world. Since we've booked the whole place, you can eat as much as you want. Let's make a bet. Whose pet will eat the most tonight? As they spoke, these people actually set up the gambling tablecloth. The French chefs were terrified when they saw these people playing like this, and cold sweat dripped from their foreheads. I wondered to myself, are these people war heroes or just a local bandit gang? However, for the sake of the restaurant's reputation, they had no choice but to bring out a scale to assist in their betting. When it comes to eating, of course it's my pig brother. A female hunter stood up, and behind her appeared a man who looked a bit simple-minded, but had extremely high looks, six-pack abs, and wavy hair. Yes, master. Pig brother went inside, weighed a whole sheep that weighed 39 kilograms, and then swallowed it whole. How about it? I bet on my brother, 3 million. The female hunter bent down and slowly tossed 1 million onto the table. Shaw, what's so great about it? My Pegasus can eat a ton too. Bullshit. Watch my soul-controlling ox, eat it all up. Neem bird, it's up to you now. These people started putting money on the placemat. Gu Yuan thought to himself, these hunters really know how to gamble on anything. Indeed, since it's free, the more you eat, the better. In reality, their betting method is not simply about whose pet can hold more food. It's also a competition to see whose pet can digest energy faster and absorb spiritual matter more efficiently, thus absorbing more external energy in the shortest amount of time. I'm betting 50 million. Yin Feng threw 10 million onto the gambling table. White and thin, Yin Feng gave a look to the fair-skinned woman who had just fed him steak. The woman walked in, as if vying with Hong Ling for the spotlight, and maintained her elegant movements, cutting her steak with a knife and fork to eat. She ate quickly, but her movements were not at all rough. This is, one of the hunters exclaimed in surprise. A python, said the female hunter who placed the bet. A python that is very good at swallowing prey. Humph. Baibo ate, while giving Hong Ling a cold glance. My master will win all the money, while your master can only win by betting on me. Upon hearing this, Hong Ling, who had initially disregarded Baibo's provocation, immediately widened her eyes, put down her knife and fork, and said in her soul sea, Master, I have a request. What? Put your bets on me. I will fight this white snake to the death. I just can't do anything with you, Gu Yuan said. At this moment, the situation on the field was extremely tense. There were originally nearly 50 million bets on Pig Brother and 13 million bets on others. However, it was discovered that Baibo had already eaten 392 caddies of spirit chicken meat, and the spiritual energy content of it exceeded the nearly 439 caddies of spirit beef that Brother Zhu had eaten. So the winds shifted, and more hunters began betting money on Baibo, 1 million, 2 million. There are now a total of 200 million yuan on the entire table. Gu Yuan stepped forward and said, I'll come too. I'll dismount from the red feather. Chapter 153. A bet leads to hundreds of millions. What? Everyone present was stunned. You mean, you think your big red bird is more efficient at absorbing spiritual flesh than my python? Yin Feng tilted his head and looked at Gu Yuan. Hong Ling, I believe in you. Gu Yuan thought to himself as he took out the reward of 30 million from the A-level mission that Ye had transferred to his account, as well as the 30 million medal reward he received. He also arrived at the gambling table, saying, I'm betting my red feather. As Gu Yuan spoke, he placed the check on the table. At this moment, everyone present looked at Gu Yuan, and Yin Feng's lips twitched. However, he has already been outmaneuvered by Gu Yuan several times tonight. If he doesn't regain his dignity, how will he ever be able to face the hunter community again? So he added another 10 million. These hunters had initially treated this as a pastime, but the atmosphere was growing increasingly tense. Gambling is meaningless if you don't gamble big, Gu Yuan said. The batch of smuggled goods that Gu Yuan found Ye to sell has already arrived in his account, and the final 10 million has been deposited into the account. If you're scared, then don't play, Gu Yuan said. Yin Feng was very confident in his own abilities, and upon hearing Gu Yuan's words, he took advantage of the alcohol. He first took off his flashing belt and threw it on the table, then took out a list. Dongguan City, Human District. I own all the shares of a beast-taming martial arts hall. I'll give you 10 million. In the end, they even made phone calls, saying that even betting their entire fortune wasn't enough. They borrowed another 5 million from the bank. All of it was placed on his own white body. Market closed. Market closed. A hunter shouted, and at this moment, everyone's attention was focused on Baibo and Hong Ling, the two elegantly behaving beasts. However, their speed was clearly increasing. The amount of bamboo rice cakes that Hong Ling ate, when exchanged, was already close to 500 caddies of spiritual meat, and Baibo was also at that number. All the French chefs got to work, and dish after dish was brought out one after another. The plates piled higher and higher, and Gu Yuan and Yin Feng both had solemn expressions. Suddenly, Baibo took the lead and bent forward. Glug! She puffed out her cheeks, while Hong Ling continued eating. Baibo glared fiercely at Hong Ling, took another bite, and then actually spat it out. Baibo vomited a whole table full of vomit, but Hong Ling finished the last bit on her plate. He stood up and used the spiritual fire in his hand to create a wall of fire, preventing the vomit from getting on his body. Unlike Bai Bo, who was lying on the table convulsing after his disgraceful act was exposed, Hong Ling remained elegant and composed, bowed, and said, "Thank you for your hospitality. This is impossible." In Feng was filled with shock. But then Gu Yuan lifted the entire tablecloth and put it all into his storage ring. A group of dumbfounded hunters were left behind. So, it turns out that Sister Hong Ling is the biggest eater among us. Little Lily's belly was bulging. She ate the least. I only ate a few fish, but drank a lot of soup. Chi Shui didn't eat much, but it was all expensive food. She was currently sitting to the side, picking her teeth. These hunters felt the gap even more acutely. The other hunters' pets were not only good-looking and had elegant eating habits, but they even ate more than their own pets. All told, Gu Yuan has now earned close to 400 million. Back in the room, Chi Shui looked at Xiao Baihe seriously and said, "Xiao Baihe, do you know how important your arrival is to us?" Xiaobei thought. "I have filled the gaps in the tactical system, such as endurance and tactical diversity." "No," Chi Shui said, bringing over a table covered with mahjong tiles. "Before, the three of us could only play Do Diju, a card game. But now that you're here, we can play mahjong." We played mahjong for a while. Gu Yuan took out his diamond medal and examined it with some doubt. "How do I use this medal?" He said it has holographic projections. Suddenly, a blue halo flashed, revealing a highly futuristic interface. She appeared before Gu Yuan. There was even an AI projection standing next to it, saying, "Hello, esteemed Diamond Beastmaster hero. I am your personal shopping guide. I am Shopping Guide AI number 008. What would you like to buy?" Gu Yuan thought to himself, no wonder Yin Feng hated him so much. This gem actually had the effect of projecting magic stones, which was worth tens of millions. The cost of the metal itself was already so high. Not to mention the countless treasures she can buy. I wanted to ask if there are any good, soul weapons for me to use. Based on your personal information, your main combat beast position is air type. If you need to complete your tactical system, you need to supplement it with combat skills that are more in line with the wind type. I recommend this one to you, the Rolls-Royce Wind Whisperer. No, I don't want to buy a car. I need a Horcrux. Sir, you may not know this, but at the beginning of World War II, Rolls-Royce was responsible for manufacturing aerodynamic Horcruxes during the Battle of the English Sea. The Spitfire, the wind-controlling horde used by the Royal Air Force against Germany, was manufactured with the assistance of Rolls-Royce. Later, with the collapse of the British colonial system, Rolls-Royce's glory faded. It was split into two parts, one of which was incorporated into the Royal Air Force of England to focus on manufacturing wind-type Horcruxes. Another part was acquired by BMW of Germany. The brand that resisted the German Iron Heel in the English Channel was conquered by BMW in a different way. The latest model, the Rolls-Royce Windtalker, is the Horcrux currently used by the Royal Air Force. After hearing this, Gu Yuan nodded, but then he saw the price. 820 million. You can enjoy a 50% discount. Only 410 million. Hey, why is it so expensive? Do you have any from China? There are no tariffs, so it should be much cheaper. The US has advanced military industry, so maybe they'll be cheaper there. Gu Yuan was puzzled. Not only are there no Chinese ones, but there are also no American ones. After all, as the world's two largest economies, their military factories do not need to exchange core technology patents for military supplies to obtain research and development funds. That seems to make sense. Gu Yuan really has no choice but to support domestic products this time. There aren't many beast tamers left who are qualified to buy this soul weapon. Rolls-Royce doesn't want to lose your order either. If you'd like, they'll give you a Phantom for free. Phantom? What kind of Horcrux is that? Gu Yuan became interested. No, it's not a Horcrux, it's a car. Gu Yuan lost interest again and asked, "Then, can you demonstrate to me what effects the Wind Whisperer has?" Sure. As he spoke, the new projection began to display the full appearance of the Rolls-Royce Wind Whisperer, a Horcrux that resembled a car key and could be hung on the waist. In the middle is the SS logo, and there are 3 buttons. These correspond to the Wind Shield, Air Knight, and Wind Sword, respectively. Chapter 154 Cats. At this moment, Gu Yuan felt as if he had appeared in a desert, and a level 70 royal level demon beast, the venomous serpent, appeared in front of him. It raised its head and sprayed liquid venom at itself. This attack possessed the power of a level 70 demon beast. However, at this moment, the Wind Whisperer appeared in his palm and gently pressed down the wind shield. A whirlwind formed around him, creating a circular wind shield centered on him. Finally, it withstood an attack from a level 70 royal level monster. Immediately afterwards, Gu Yuan felt himself at an altitude of 10,000 meters, and the giant bird he was riding was accelerating into the sky, its goal pointing straight to the heavens. The lack of oxygen caused by high-speed movement and the tearing sensation from exceeding the speed of sound made Gu Yuan feel as if his flesh and blood were being torn apart. Air Knight activated, creating a tight layer of airflow around himself. It will not affect the pet you are riding, and it can also withstand the enormous tearing force of instantaneous supersonic speed. This allows him to withstand supersonic flight even without the skeletal strength of a supersonic pet. It will not be burned by hypersonic air friction and can even protect itself from the effects of low temperature, low pressure, and low oxygen. With the Aerial Knight effect, riding Red Feather will no longer place any burden on Red Feather. This effect is absolutely amazing. I wonder what level of inscription it would take to achieve this. Finally, and importantly, the offensive combat technique, the Wind Sword. Gu Yuan picked up the key and aimed it at the wooden target a kilometer away. As Gu Yuan gently pressed the third key, the air in front of the Wind Whisperer key formed a focal point of gale, and then a gust of wind shot forward. He smashed the target in front of him to pieces. Wow, that's amazing. Its attack range exceeds 1,000 meters, and its power is no less than that of a heaven-rank combat skill for controlling a pet. It can be used for both offense and defense, and it's also suitable for hypersonic flight. As Gu Yuan thought this to himself, he silently said, "Could you give me a discount of 10 million? However, he was rejected without hesitation. Gu Yuan lay on the bed, feeling extremely annoyed. No money, so poor. We're still short 10 million. Gu Yuan helplessly put his arm on his forehead and sat up straight again. Phoenix Tamer, what's a quick way to earn 10 million? Ye Chuan. Gu Yuan, let me tell you, you should accept my suggestion and go into the adult film industry. I've done the math for you. If there are 8 women on set at one time, you can earn 20,000 yuan. You only need to do it 4,000 times to earn that much. Phoenix Tamer, bullshit. Do you want money or your life? What will happen if I die? Ye Chuan, there's something faster. Just now at the event, a talent scout took a liking to you and wanted you to act in a movie, 10 shows, 1 million per show. Phoenix Tamer, who? Yaya, Bulgaria needs you. The one with 4 strong men controlling beasts. Phoenix Tamer, you bastard, get out. I won't sell my body. Yaya, that works too. Your pet is also very beautiful, like in an underwear ad. Phoenix Tamer, I won't force them to do that kind of thing. You can't get 10 million in a short time. The Royal Air Force only sells one of these Horcruxes. If she can't raise the money quickly, what if someone else buys it? Meow. Little Lily suddenly crawled up to Gu Yuan, wagging her tail. When it really matters, the cat's got the guts. Meow. As Xiaobei spoke, she picked up a pink phone with cat ears, placed it on Gu Yuan's stomach, and pressed it a few times with her paws. Ding dong. When Gu Yuan took it, he was surprised to find that Xiao Baihe had transferred 10 million yuan to him directly. Hey, what's going on? Gu Yuan asked, looking puzzled. Sayuri tilted her head and said indignantly, Humph, the cat only does this because it pities you. It doesn't acknowledge you at all. You are my master, and I'm your cat now. Earning money for you is just me submitting to your tyranny. I'm forced to do it. Almost forgot, this thing is a cat, and also an incredibly expensive internet celebrity. Gu Yuan scraped together enough money, and his Rolls-Royce Wind Whisperer began its exciting wait for delivery. It takes at least 26 hours to airlift it from England. By the way, little Lily, Gu Yuan said, shouldn't we give back a little? I really want that combat skill of yours that can make objects invisible for 3 minutes. After the feeding back ends, little Lily rolled over and finally sat up straight. What are you doing? A must-do before bed every night, post a Weibo. As an internet celebrity, you need to stay relevant. Chapter 155 Bloodline Beyond Mythical Level. Xiaobei posted a Weibo post with a picture of herself lying next to Gu Yuan. Her cute, loli-like face, along with cat ears and a cat tail, made her look incredibly adorable. Not to mention, this adorable nightgown, so soft and cool, evokes countless fantasies when worn in bed. Little Lily, I love you. You truly deserve to be called the #1 loli in Guangzhou. You're so cute. So cute, so cute. Little Lily is actually a cat spirit beast. I love cats the most. A munchkin cat? Oh my gosh, I want my cat to look like you. Within minutes, a huge number of people started commenting. No wonder she's such an adorable little girl with millions of followers. Wait a minute. Why is there someone lying on Sayuri's bed? Someone noticed that a man was lying on the side of Xiaobei's photo. Oh, that's my master, little Lily replied. Demonic beasts can't legally live in cities. They can only do so by signing a contract and becoming a pet. So, Xiaobei posted another photo, a picture of herself and Gu Yuan, and even showed off the heart-shaped inscription on the inside of her thigh. My master treats me very well, and even inscribed combat skills on me. From now on, I won't just be able to meow, but I'll also be a powerful support-type pet. This news caused an uproar across the internet. Holy crap, isn't that man Gu Yuan? How did he become a third-grade beast tamer? And his third pet is the cutest catgirl loli in the world, Little Lily. I'm so envious, so envious. Why can't I be Little Lily's owner? I can't live anymore. The marks on my inner thigh are making me sore. Meow. Little Lily transformed into a cat and jumped off the bed. Lily is a very small cat, so there's absolutely no way she could learn to ride, and her legs are too short to run fast. But its small size has another advantage. It can be put in a pocket. If you can put it in your pocket, all these problems will be solved. Anyway, you can just use support skills. If you put it in your pocket, you don't need to pay special attention to it or protect it. You don't expect it to scratch people. By the way, Lily, I want to ask you something. What's the difference between a royal-level bloodline and a mythical-level bloodline? Meow. Little Lily shook the cat's head from side to side. I don't know. All I know is that the strongest publicly known beast-taming bloodline is Myth, and the strongest known demon-beast bloodlines are Myth and Emperor. These comparisons all stem from the earliest bloodline comparison experiments, which involved the same species, different bloodlines, and the same level of demonic beasts unleashing the same combat skill. Mythical beasts are stronger than legendary beasts. Legendary beasts are stronger than rare beasts. Rare beasts are stronger than common beasts, and the difference between mythical and royal-level monsters is not significant. Gu Yuan turned his head again and looked at Qi Shui. All right, Qi Shui, you once said that your understanding of the Tang dynasty came from wandering around the environment of that time after your soul was sealed, and from secretly reading the documents and books of civil officials. Yes, my lord. Qi Shui, who was eating the feed with red lettering, raised her head and answered when she heard this. So, based on what you saw and heard back then, can you tell me, if Shi Siming or En Lushan were of the same rank as you, could you fight them to a draw? Impossible, Qi Shui said. My lord, when En Lushan defeated the Tang army, Gao Xinji and Feng Changqing were at Tongguan. They had 7 mythical-level bloodline demon beasts, but none of them could defeat En Lushan. As expected, Gu Yuan guessed that there was a bloodline level that surpassed both the mythical and imperial levels. This bloodline cannot be generated naturally. It can only be synthesized using a certain secret technique. Yang Guozhong possessed this secret technique, which was quite simple. En Lushan, a military commander, was a minor official. He certainly couldn't have any extraordinary bloodline. After he became involved with Yang Guozhong, he gradually rose through the ranks and even became the military governor of 3 towns in northeast China, which is equivalent to being the governor of 3 provinces today. Yang Guozhong, with the help of his sister Yang Yuhuan, persecuted mythical and royal-level spirit beasts and collected their bloodlines. Putting aside Yang Yuhuan's jealous and cunning nature, Yang Guozhong certainly wouldn't make such a fuss over such a trivial matter. He simply wanted these experimental subjects. En Lushan's power demonstrates that Yang Guozhong has perfectly mastered the secret technique of extracting bloodlines and transferring them to other spirit beasts. However, he continued to search for more bloodlines, which eventually led to widespread resentment and the collapse of the Tang dynasty. He himself was killed by a warrior named Zhang Shaojing during the Manhwa Slope Mutiny. As Gu Yuan organized his thoughts and sketched, he smiled as he wrote this part. So, he must be an ordinary human, skilled in bloodline magic, but without any combat ability. Are kings and nobles born with a special destiny? This imperial relative, capable of separating the bloodline of the 9 heavens goddess and causing unrest in the Tang dynasty, was ultimately stabbed to death by an ordinary soldier. Gu Yuan looked at his bracelet. This also explains why this bracelet ended up in the hands of a commoner like me. Back when the Manhwa Slope Mutiny took place, it was a group of ordinary soldiers who killed Yang Guozhong's entire family. My ancestors were probably ordinary soldiers who participated in that mutiny. After killing his entire family and looting their belongings, this bracelet was taken from Yang Guozhong's hand and passed down as a family heirloom, eventually ending up in my hands. Gu Yuan looked at his bracelet, and now the phoenix and fox had clearly appeared among the 9 blurry patterns on it. Like all mad scientists, Yang Guozhong doesn't believe in the concept of the strongest bloodline. He believes that there are even stronger bloodlines in the world. Thinking of this, Gu Yuan turned his head and said, Hong Ling and I discussed the changes before and after obtaining the bloodline. Gaining the bloodline altered some of Hong Ling's thinking, such as the way she speaks, and also gave her additional memories. Hong Ling's ordinary grade bloodline merged with her mythical grade bloodline. The ordinary grade bloodline was too weak and was overlooked, so it was ultimately classified as mythical. But what if the bloodline being fused with was that of a royal-level demon beast? Could the fusion of a royal-level demon beast and a mythical-level bloodline achieve a level surpassing both mythical and royal level? Upon hearing this, Sayuri turned her head, took short steps, and slowly moved out, meowing, meow, 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 meow. Before it could run very far, Gu Yuan grabbed the cat by the tail and dragged it back, meowing. Little Lily screamed, only to be grabbed by the scruff of her neck and lifted up in Gu Yuan's hand, her short legs swinging in the air. No, no, don't experiment on cats. Cats are afraid of dying. Little Lily turned her head and looked at Gu Yuan pitifully. Who told you that cats might die from experiments? Gu Yuan said helplessly. Schrödinger. Little Lily said with a serious expression. Chapter 156 Evolution of the God Emperor Bloodline. Suspend the little Lily in the air to prevent her from escaping. Meow, meow, no, you're abusing the cat. Meow, 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 QAQ. Then Gu Yuan used the power of his bracelet to inject the mythical bloodline into the body of the royal-level demon beast. Lily may die. If Xiaobei survives, she could have a mythical bloodline, an imperial bloodline, or even a bloodline that surpasses both mythical and imperial levels. However, it is impossible for a Lily to be both dead and alive. During this process, Hongling will go outside to keep watch, while Qi Shui will be taken into the pet space. Qi Shui would have to wait until the experiment was over, and she left the pet control space to see the results. During this process, Xiaobei is in a state of uncertainty. In Qi Shui's view, Xiaobei is in a state of cat's life and death superposition. This experiment was later known as Gu Yuan's Cat, Beast Taming Bloodline Thinking Experiment. Excerpted from Beast Taming Bloodline 2077, 5 years of beast taming, 3 years of simulation, senior high school textbook. Let's go back to 2021. The experiment was over. Gu Yuan had just used 100,000 units of spiritual matter to inject a bloodline into Xiao Bai's body. At this moment, 3 of the 9 patterns on Gu Yuan's bracelet have been lit up, with an additional cat pattern added. The little Lily cat sat on the ground, looking at her little paws. Her pure white fur was adorned with sparkling 5-pointed stars, some gold and some silver, making her even more adorable. Gu Yuan used his eye of the other shore to examine Xiao Bai's bloodline. Sayuri. Level, 22. Rank, God Emperor. Race, Starry Sky. Dwarf Cat. Attributes, Healing, Starry Sky, Light. Brief introduction, unknown breed, unknown bloodline. Bloodline surpassing both royal and mythical levels, possessing the dual characteristics of Star Cat, a rare star-type monster that existed in the Tang Dynasty. White, and Dwarf Cat, a powerful, modern-bred auxiliary beast, making it difficult to understand. Combat skills, Star Blessing, Heavenly Rank, Starry Night, Earthly Rank, Healing Meow, Mystic Rank, Biting Meow, Human Rank. Inscribed combat skill, Invisible Cat. Star Blessing. Invokes the power of the stars to bless a target, increasing their movement speed and attack power by 100% for 3 minutes. Stars Shine. Illuminates an area, revealing all enemies within the area and temporarily blinding them with the dazzling light. Heal Meow. Emits a meow, and the resulting heart will heal teammates upon hitting them. Biting Meow. Emits a meow, generates a heart, and increases the physical damage of the hit target by 20% for 1 minute. Gu Yuan had not seen the other bloodline combat techniques, but the invisible cat's invisibility time, which was originally only 3 minutes, has now increased to 5 minutes. By analogy, a God Emperor level bloodline is nearly 2/3 stronger than a myth level bloodline. God Emperor level bloodline. Gu Yuan lifted Xiao Bai high, looking at the short-legged kitten staring at him with teary eyes. She had been really scared just now, thinking he was going to die. However, at that moment, Gu Yuan said, Schrödinger was lying to you. You know that. I knew this experiment would definitely succeed. Gu Yuan started talking nonsense, and little Lily tilted her head, her cat tail swaying from side to side. Really? Master, did you lie to me? Ugh, why do I unconsciously speak in such a literary way? I don't like that at all. Really? Gu Yuan nodded. Suddenly, little Lily transformed into human form and pounced into Gu Yuan's arms, shouting, The cat doesn't care. The cat's going to bite you. Forehead. Faced with this fierce pounce, Gu Yuan thought that Xiao Baihe would bite his neck, but instead she bit his earlobe, pulled hard, and then stuck out her tongue to lick Gu Yuan's cheek. Meanwhile, overseas, on an unnamed island, Hai Rui Mora slammed his fist on the table in anger. Good heavens! One Gu Yuan has caused me to lose so many generals. One day, I will destroy him. My lord, Linbo said, bowing his head. This time it wasn't entirely fruitless. By observing the laboratory structure at the top of the Guangzhou Tower, we deduce something very important, that there really is a bloodline that transcends mythology. Moreover, China has been researching this, but without any progress. I know that even if you didn't remind me. Harry Emerus said, continue to search for more millennium-old soul artifacts. This time it's all my fault for being too eager for quick success. Let's take it slow and spend 10 or 20 years researching something that surpasses the mythical and royal levels. After the emergence of the God-Emperor level bloodline, which existed only in history, the entire world will be unable to ignore us. However, regarding Yang Guozhong, although there is a lot of historical record, he was, after all, a prime minister of a country, and many clues cannot be connected. We have been searching for so long, but we still haven't found any thousand-year-old soul artifacts related to him. Then keep sending people. China is only so big, and the ancient tombs are all buried deep in the mountains and forests. Keep searching. Go to antique shops to collect rubbings. Go to street stalls to collect antiques. As long as there is even the slightest possibility, we can't let it go. At this moment, Gu Yuan was sleeping when he suddenly felt something soft on his stomach. Looking down, he saw that Xiao Baihe had somehow crawled into his blanket. She hugged her waist, her short, white-stockinged legs dangling over her thighs, pressed tightly against her body. Meow, mouse, mouse, don't run. My legs are too short. You can't get between my legs. Little Lily kept rubbing her face against Gu Yuan's. I hope she won't suddenly bite me. Gu Yuan sighed. He had heard from cat owners that cats would sneak into people's blankets and sleep with them when they weren't looking. Now it seems it's true, so Gu Yuan thought, let's just leave it at that. She has only recently become an extremely rare God-Emperor level demon beast, and her mental state is somewhat unstable, so it's best not to disturb her. As a result, Gu Yuan felt a softness in his back when he was only half asleep. Little Lily wet the bed. Ding dong. Gu Yuan heard the doorbell ring. When he opened the door, he saw that familiar face. It was the same deliver man from last time. Wow, you got promoted to international freight. It's you again. The deliver man's bright smile froze instantly. He then took out a box and said, here, this is for you. It was sent from Europe. There's also a Rolls-Royce Phantom downstairs, a free gift. Chapter 157 Soul Power increases madly. Another beautiful girl appeared, and the delivery guy's expression instantly turned into one of extreme jealousy. How could this guy have so many beautiful women? Don't lie to me. You must be rich, right? Otherwise, why would someone ask me to drive my $8 million Rolls-Royce Phantom over to you? They also asked me to give you this key, saying it was airlifted from England. Gu Yuan looked at the car key in the box. It was indeed the Rolls-Royce Wind Whisperer. Although its shape was very similar to a Rolls-Royce car key, and the additional button on the back did indeed function as a car key. However, its true purpose is definitely not as a Rolls-Royce Phantom car key. Its price is dozens of times higher than that of the car itself. You don't understand? I was really dirt poor. That little girl gave me 10 million. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to afford it. With that, Gu Yuan closed the door. At this moment, the deliver man was completely shocked. A Rolls-Royce Phantom is worth at most 8 million, but that little girl gave her 10 million. Is it possible that his assets are actually negative 2 million? The deliver man was so angry he was pounding his chest and stamping his feet, constantly tugging at his clothes with one hand. Damn it. Damn it. Why don't I have such a beautiful rich girl to keep me? The thing is, this guy who just lives off women actually has 3 gorgeous women. That rich woman who pays the most still has to wait in line. I'm so envious. Why can't I have such high treatment? After Gu Yuan finished this battle, he still had a lot of spiritual matter left. He extracted 6 million units of spiritual matter from Song Yingying, just as Gu Yuan was preparing to continue making ancient spirit lamp oil. However, they discovered that the same spiritual substance could not only produce ancient spirit lamp oil, but also another important resource, refined ancient spirit lamp oil. The amount of spiritual matter consumed remains the same, but the refined ancient spirit lamp oil can increase the cultivation speed by more than 5 times, but 10 times. It seems that absorbing the Huaqing stone has made the production of the ancient spirit lamp oil even purer. Gu Yuan then began a high-speed cultivation mode, which lasted for 5 days. Gu Yuan created a large number of crystal beads to help Qi Shui, Hong Ling, and Xiao Bai level up. While cultivating on his own, he finally burned all the spiritual matter within 5 days. Gu Yuan successfully increased his soul control power by 1,000 points. Thanks to the Huaqing pool, an extra building, Gu Yuan's soul control power doubled. Woohoo, that's amazing. It was completed in just half the time, effort, and spiritual resources. At this moment, a new building appeared behind Xing'an Gate, where Gu Yuan was standing. Behind this magnificent gate where princesses once married is a cool, large lake with a winding pavilion across it. This place was about twice the size of the Eastern Palace and was called the Western Inner Garden. That old emperor really knows how to have fun. He built such a huge artificial lake right in his own backyard, just like those rich people who like to flaunt their wealth these days. All he does is create things that are flashy but impractical. The West Inner Garden. The lake in front of the Hongguang Hall is magnificent and vast, with a surging momentum. Pool of Light enhances all your light attribute monsters and raises all their combat skills to Earth rank, with a level increase of 1. Light Burst. Your pet will receive an additional buff. Allies hit by its skill will have the Light Burst effect on their next attack. It's a perfect match, because Little Lily is exactly a support-type pet. Her combat skill is to enhance all other pets, and the targets she chooses are all her teammates. Gu Yuan felt great. During these 5 days, while Gu Yuan burned up all the spiritual matter during his cultivation, he also didn't forget to extort various cultivation resources from his principal. He also upgraded his M9 to M10 and upgraded his Dark Knight cloak again. Hongling has been upgraded to level 36, Qishua has been upgraded to level 32, and Xiaobei has reached level 29. Gu Yuan originally wanted to inscribe something for them, but unfortunately, he had no savings left and not much spiritual material left either. Gu Yuan planned to continue extorting money from his principal. Beep beep beep. Sorry, the subscriber you dialed is temporarily unavailable. Gu Yuan thought to himself, what is this old man doing? Did he block me? I only asked him for over 80 crystal beads, and this old man started pretending to be dead. Does he even have a human being? Okay, that's a bit much, but it also proves something. Raising 3 pets requires 3 times the resources of raising 1. Although Xiaobei makes a lot of money from her own live streams, she's like a pet cat that brings its own food. However, owning a pet is a perfect way for the owner to manage their assets. As a prized possession, no matter how powerful or beautiful, it must depend on him. This sense of accomplishment, like that of a head of a household who rules over everything, is what Gu Yuan, this big man, desires. But alas, my wallet won't allow it. Beep 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 beep, Gu Yuan's phone rang. Gu Yuan thought to himself, could it be that Qi Shui's auspicious omen has been activated again? Gu Yuan wondered if he was going to get free spiritual materials again, or even a lot of money for free. Gu Yuan received a phone call. Hello, who is it? Is it the waste meat processing plant or the welfare lottery center? Did I win? Hello, Mr. Gu. We don't know what you've been bet on. We're from a mortgage company. Your beast taming martial arts school is currently in debt for 30 million. How do you plan to repay it? Gu Yuan felt as if someone had hit him on the head with a stick. How did his assets suddenly become negative 30 million? Damn it, that's silver wind. Gu Yuan thought to himself, damn it, the one I lost to was a beast taming martial arts school that was in debt and about to go bankrupt. Pack your bags. There's no point in staying here any longer. Gu Yuan was going to check on that damn martial arts school and sign some kind of agreement with the owner, selling off the valuable land and houses first. Let's see if we can use the assets to pay off the debt first. When Gu Yuan arrived downstairs, he saw a huge crowd of people taking pictures of his Rolls-Royce Phantom. Several internet celebrities who happened to be passing by even circled their cars while taking pictures. Gu Yuan stepped forward and shouted, "Get out of the way! Get out of the way!" Chapter 158 Wind Shadow Martial Arts School. Get out of the way! Get out of the way! As Gu Yuan spoke, he pulled a beautiful woman who was taking pictures away from his car door. The woman became unhappy and said, "What are you doing? Why are you pulling me? If you want to take a picture, go queue up." "Yeah, we've been queuing all morning. How could you cut in line like that? Don't you have any manners?" Next to this beautiful woman stood a row of people, and judging from their sweaty appearance, they must have been queuing for almost a whole morning. Who wants to wait in line? This is my car. I'm driving my own car. Why should I wait in line with a bunch of strangers like you? When Gu Yuan said this, everyone was stunned and looked the young man up and down. What? This is his car. Impossible. There are probably only 3 Rolls-Royce Phantoms in all of China, and this young man owns one. I thought it was the car of the owner of a construction company that was in charge of the reconstruction. It's not rented, is it? Such an expensive car. No rental company in the whole of China could possibly have it. It's usually privately owned. This young man, could he be the son of some powerful family? However, Gu Yuan ignored them and instead pressed the additional button on the back of the car's waistband. The Rolls-Royce Phantom's locks were unlocked, and Gu Yuan opened the door and got in. I don't know if I can drive it or not. Although Gu Yuan has a driver's license, he only got it not long ago, and he hasn't driven it on the road since then. Not to mention this high-end car that Gu Yuan has never touched before. In fact, the driving difficulty has been greatly reduced because many things are automatic. As soon as Gu Yuanren sat down, the seat began to adjust itself. Pressing the start button, the engine's hum instantly made Gu Yuan feel his blood boil, as if he were riding a ferocious beast that roared deafeningly as soon as it was awakened. Gu Yuan tried lightly pressing the accelerator, and the force was like a thunderbolt, an overwhelming force, as the turbocharger unleashed a powerful burst of power. With a whoosh, the car shot forward at lightning speed, and the people gathered in front of it scattered in an instant. Hey, watch out. Yes, don't bump into anyone. I'm talking to you. If this car gets scratched, won't you be bankrupt from paying for it? Get out of the way, don't bump into other people's cars. The people around them quickly made way. Gu Yuan got onto the track, opened his phone's navigation, and started looking for Fengying Beast Taming Martial Arts Hall. Gu Yuan started to find it strange as soon as he checked. Because this Fengying Beast Taming Martial Arts School is not the kind of beast taming martial arts school that Gu Yuan imagined, which is on the verge of bankruptcy and located in some unknown corner, so difficult to find even with a map. On the contrary, when I entered Fengying, it was immediately displayed, and it also received a lot of ratings and positive reviews. What's going on? Gu Yuan asked, driving while puzzled. As a new driver, Gu Yuan seemed a bit inexperienced on the road. It's not that Gu Yuan drove poorly or didn't follow traffic rules. Rather, Gu Yuan was too obedient to the rules of the driving school, to the point that he often blocked the way of other experienced drivers, or did not drive according to their unspoken rules. Some taxi drivers were seething with hatred, but they didn't dare to squeeze Gu Yuan. Looking at his luxurious and imposing appearance, they were afraid that if they scratched him, their lives would be ruined. Gu Yuan arrived at the Fengying Beast Taming Martial Arts Hall, located in Human, Dongguan City. This is a two-story detached house with a large space. Seeing this, Gu Yuan felt relieved. At least with this design, selling for 30 million wouldn't be a problem, so he didn't need to worry at all. Gu Yuan parked the car at the entrance, rolled down the window, and asked, "Hey, someone come here. Your boss is here." "Boss?" The disciples guarding the gate looked Gu Yuan up and down in confusion. "Our boss is Feng. No, he's probably busy paying off his loan right now, so he gave me your martial arts school as collateral." Upon hearing this, the disciples all covered their heads and sighed. A martial arts student turned and ran inside, shouting, "Something terrible has happened, master. What are you doing?" "All in such a panic," said a burly, bearded instructor. "What are you doing? Are the debt collectors here again?" "Lu Shuai." No, Bossine sold us out, and a new boss has come." Upon hearing this, Lu Shuai was shocked, thinking to himself that he was doomed. But when he looked, he saw a Rolls-Royce Phantom parked at the entrance. In an instant, their faces lit up with joy. "This is wonderful news. A benefactor has bought us." But the person who came looked very young. "That would be even better. Only those rich, foolish second-generation heirs would want us. We can follow him as his henchman and live a high-society life." Seeing Gu Yuan enter, Lu Shuai respectfully lowered his head, trotted to Gu Yuan's side, and said with a grin, "Boss, you've arrived. You must be tired from your journey. We didn't need you to come in person. May I ask, what does your father do?" "Why are you asking about my dad?" Gu Yuan looked the other person up and down. "This will make it easier to cooperate in the future." "No, how could I dare to talk about cooperation with you? We'd rather serve you like dogs and horses." "My dad works on the construction site," Gu Yuan said. These people were all shocked, while Lu Shuai was all smiles. "The construction industry is booming. How large is it?" "Hundreds of subsidiaries, I guess." "Are you building plazas or commercial buildings?" "No, I'm a transporter. A multinational transportation and building materials company." "No." "Border defense construction?" "No." "Maintenance of the magic array?" "Top tier. A family of chief engineers." Gu Yuan wanted to give him a couple of whacks on the head, but how could he say it? His father was a bricklayer. Frontline workers, ordinary workers. Don't ask my mother. She's the female foreman in the textile mill. After hearing Gu Yuan say this, Lu Shuai sat down on the ground. He had just been laughing so hard, but now he was crying his eyes out. It's over, Yin Feng. You son of a bitch. How could you abandon us and run away? And you even sent such a useless guy to be our boss. Aren't you pushing us into a fire pit? Gu Yuan thought to himself that at least he knew that it was no accident that someone like this, who was in charge, owed 30 million. New boss, you're here? At this moment, a young woman emerged from the side room in the backyard. She had a graceful figure, a beautiful face, and an unparalleled charm. He looked exhausted, leaning against the door frame with one hand. His body was wrapped in bandages, and many wounds were visible. As he moved, blood seeped out. Flowers and snakes. Gu Yuan recognized the other person at a glance. You are the platinum-level hunter codenamed Flower and Snake. Chapter 159, The Bondage of Flowers and Snakes. Codename: Flower and Snake. Platinum-level hunter, a 5th-grade beast tamer with a soul power exceeding 50,000, on par with teacher Manhwa, equivalent to 10 times my soul power. Gu Yuan thought to himself, looking at the other person. If I'm not mistaken, you are the one in charge of this martial arts school, right? I'm truly honored that the young boss recognizes me. The flower and the snake took a step forward, their expressions growing more serious with each step, as if they were enduring a constant stinging pain. Gu Yuan certainly knew her. Yi Chuan, there, information about hunters is sold everywhere, among which information about flowers and snakes is the most popular. It's not because she's a 5th-grade beast tamer and a platinum-level hunter, just like teacher Hanhua. Rather, it's because she appears to be the only recorded F-code beastmaster in the entire hunter system. This is no joke. Just based on this alone, he could be renowned throughout the entire hunter world. Countless people know her name. Hunters often make bets, with her figure being the stake. Then I went to Yi Chuan's place to buy various materials and some photos. Gu Yuan despised this vulgar behavior, but in order to keep up with the existing hunter data system and explore the true nature of the problem, he decided to keep up with the trend. To prevent being surpassed by other hunters through asymmetrical battles, I bought the complete set and studied it carefully. Of course, the great reputation of the flower and the snake is known to many hunters. Gu Yuan said, clasping his hands in a fist salute as he looked at the other man. That was true before, but now I am seriously injured and can no longer contribute to the Fengying martial arts school. Thanks to Lu Shuai for staying by my side. I'm just a burden to you. As Hua and the snake spoke, they coughed heavily twice. He fell forward, and Gu Yuan saw that he was about to hit the floor. Gu Yuan quickly stepped forward and hugged her. The sudden backward push even caused Gu Yuan to take a few steps back, almost falling to the ground as well. Damn it, the weight of these breasts. You must be lying to me. I've lost all sense of balance. It's even more exaggerated than he said. Gu Yuan put him back on the bed. Although he was very beautiful, Gu Yuan had no interest in other women. The most important place in his heart belonged to only one spirit beast, Hongling. And so, Gu Yuan helped Hua and the snake into her room and settled them on the bed. Gu Yuan and Lu Shuai sat together in the room, each pouring themselves a cup of tea. Gu Yuan asked, "All right, I'm not here to inspect your work. I'm here to ask about the 30 million debt." It's a long story. Lu Shuai said, "Our martial arts school has a history of almost 80 years. Miss is the sole heir of our Fengying martial arts school. Back when the island nation occupied Guangzhou, this martial arts school was established and became very famous in the occupied area at the time, often repelling foreign beast tamers who challenged them. And the young lady was proud of it." Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan thought to himself, so it's an old shop. Later, after the reform and opening up, the globalization of martial arts and the process of integration were promoted. Many martial arts schools formed joint ventures with foreign countries or went public to gain more convenience and gradually became stronger. Our Silver Wind Beast Taming Martial Arts School gradually declined until our young lady's generation. Unfortunately, a playboy husband appeared. He went around drinking and carousing, organizing prostitutes and helping to manage the establishments, and had already made a lot of money. Finally, they were caught in the 2013 Dongguan catastrophe and were all sent to jail. Holy crap, Gu Yuan thought back, and it seemed that there really was such a thing. Back then, the catastrophe was huge and widespread. Gu Yuan, who was in elementary school, didn't even know what was happening. Yi Chuan is an expert in this field. Gu Yuan asked for its opinion, and it surprisingly did not object. It is believed that although it eliminated a low-value industrial chain, it cleared the way for competition in the low-end market of the subsequent live streaming industry and replenished a large number of talents. As professionals in this field, Our income has actually increased. And then, Gu Yuan continued to ask. Then, during our most difficult time, Miss stepped forward. That year, Miss was just like you, only 18 years old. She displayed amazing talent and unwavering will, gradually taking on the responsibility of the entire martial arts school and becoming known by the code name Flower and Snake. He was the first to break the ancestral rule against joining the hunter class, bringing resources back to his disciples and gradually building a reputation. At the same time, he abandoned old ideas and learned advertising, live streaming, and other promotional methods. At this point, Lu Shuai turned his head and said, "You know, with her figure, no matter where she is, people can't help but take a second look. Everything is developing in a good direction." However, at this very moment, disaster struck. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan focused his attention. About a month ago, when Miss was participating in an underground gladiatorial arena, some thieves attacked her to steal her prize. Miss had just finished a life-or-death arena match and was exhausted. She was severely injured and nearly died after escaping back. We spent a lot of money treating Miss and her tamed beast's injuries, and ended up deeply in debt. Silver Wind was our last hope, said one of the martial arts school apprentices standing to the side. When we were most in need of money, Infome bought us, but only as the boss, and promised not to interfere with our operations. We could keep the money we made. But now it seems, Gu Yuan said, standing up. He doesn't have any feelings for you. He simply sees you as a cash cow, and once he can't make any money from you anymore, he'll sell you off at a low price. At this point, Gu Yuan turned his head and asked, "What kind of pills did you use to treat Sister Flower and Snake? Can I see them?" Gu Yuan thought to himself, no matter what price range the pills are, I can easily disassemble and copy these myself. Let's see if I can help with the treatment. If Miss Flower and Snake can stand up again, then this martial arts school might still have the potential to continue and be preserved. Moreover, Gu Yuan really wanted to see what kind of top-grade pill the legendary pill costing 20 million each was. This pill is called the Blood Replenishing Pill. It is a masterpiece of the Dongguan branch of a renowned alchemy family in the capital. It is a high-grade pill, personally refined by He Yu, the head of the Dongguan branch. The pill is extremely potent and must not be taken out casually. However, since you're the boss, I'll show it to you anyway. As he spoke, Lu Shuai handed the pill to Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan looked at the so-called expensive pills worth 20 million placed in the box, which turned out to be blood replenishing pills. Gu Yuan was furious. This thing cost at most 2 million. Back then, when Song Yingying bit me, she took it out and ate it like candy, and I almost choked to death. It's true that being an alchemist is a highly profitable industry. They charge 10 times the price of others for each one. That's it. Chapter 160, The Alchemist's Playboy. Gu Yuan suddenly blurted out 2 words. That's it. This made all the disciples present feel disgusted. TCH, what a country bumpkin. You even look down on the masterpieces of other alchemists. The 2 disciples whispered to each other. However, Gu Yuan ignored it. Gu Yuan sensed something was wrong. Were the flower and the snake really that badly injured? Had they taken so many blood-replenishing pills without any effect? Gu Yuan took the pill and examined it carefully, but he could smell an unusual odor. The millennia-old process of making the elixir was not long enough, and it was clear that more Xiang Kuei grass was added, as well as a He Hong Zhun that should not have been included. Gu Yuan understood. It wasn't that the flower and snake were too badly injured, or that the medicine wasn't potent enough. Quite the opposite. The 20 million pills he took were not only made with inferior ingredients, but also contained a slow-acting poison. Gu Yuan looked at Lu Shuai and said, "Don't take this medicine anymore." Immediately afterwards, Gu Yuan summoned Hong Ling, who then used the bracelet to create several herbs. Then, he and Hong Ling interacted with their hands, gathering spiritual fire. As they crossed, they burned medicinal juices, creating a mid-grade antidote pill. At this moment, Lu Shuai narrowed his eyes and saw a 7-star symbol faintly appearing in the palm of Gu Yuan's right hand. The starlight that emanated from the room almost illuminated the entire space, as if the celestial avenues were ever-changing within it. Even the flower and snake, who were lying in bed and nearly unconscious, were awakened by the dazzling light. Turning her head, she saw that Gu Yuan had already refined a pill and had come to her side. "Sister Hua, take this antidote first, and everything will be all right. Next, I will refine some medicine to heal your wounds. TCH, you try?" The disciple next to him hadn't even finished speaking. Lu Shuai slapped him across the face, yelling, "Shut up! When did it become your turn to speak?" Then, Lu Shuai bowed. "If I'm not mistaken, you are the famous hunter, the Phoenix Tamer, Gu Yuan, whom many powerful organizations call a rising star, right? You just used the 7-star alchemy technique. I was so blind that I didn't recognize you. Lu Shuai felt a chill run down his spine. It turned out that a big shot had arrived. The main problem was that Gu Yuan was too unremarkable in appearance, and he only uttered 2 words from beginning to end, ordinary. Coupled with his ordinary, youthful attire, if he were among a group of ordinary high school students leaving school, even a high-level reconnaissance technique wouldn't be able to distinguish him. I never thought I'd survive this. Lying on the bed, Flower and Snake were pale. Young boss, it's a great honor to have you accept me. Thank you, but I've already exhausted too much of my resources. So you need to get better and not let the money spent on your treatment become a sunk cost. Gu Yuan, relying on his 7-star alchemy technique, examined the pulse of the Flower and the Snake. Although the meridians are damaged, it's not serious. With a little care and nourishment, it will definitely heal. Let me see if my beautiful sister is feeling well. A sarcastic voice suddenly came from the doorway. Gu Yuan's eyes widened slowly. Then he straightened up and turned around. The one who came in, well, Gu Yuan can only describe this look as a Korean-style idol trend. She wore a trench coat. Her hair was dyed light yellow. She had heavy eyeshadow, and she wore a loose coat with a headband tied around her head. Get out of the way. The 2 bodyguards next to him casually shoved the gatekeeper aside. After entering, stand respectfully in a dispersed manner. Several beast tamer bodyguards beside them restrained these apprentices. Among the crowd, Gu Yuan even spotted a familiar face, Wang Xiao. Gu Yuan, what are you doing here again? Wang Xiao said angrily. Wang Xiao, why aren't you guarding your spirit medicine pavilion? What are you doing here? Gu Yuan said jokingly. Gu Yuan, how dare you say that? Wang Xiao glared at Gu Yuan and angrily walked towards him. It's all because of you that I was extorted for medicinal herbs worth 90 million. Now Grandpa insists that I stole them and demands that I find the herbs back, or he won't let me go home. Give me back the herbs, or I want a refund. Those damn durian-flavored sesame cakes. Here you go. However, at this moment, Gu Yuan had already conjured a hidden weapon using the bracelet and threw it at Wang Xiao. It was smashed directly into Wang Xiao's mouth. When Wang Xiao looked down, he was shocked to see that it was another durian-flavored sesame seed cake. He was buried in the basement and ate durian-flavored pancakes for nearly 10 days, eating them standing up, lying down, sitting, and rolling around in the ground for 10 days. Now, just smelling the stench makes him want to vomit, and Gu Yuan even stuffed one into his mouth. Ouch! Wang Xiao lay on the ground vomiting uncontrollably. The first guy to walk in, blonde hair, covered his nose and waved his hand in front of it with a look of disdain. Oh, another new disciple has arrived. Not bad. What are you doing here? Go to the Wenzhong martial arts school next door to learn beast-taming combat techniques. Coming here to learn fancy moves is just a waste of your time. Who is he? Gu Yuan asked Lu Shuai, who was standing to the side. Lu Shuai lowered his head and said, Boss, this is the alchemist in charge of making medicine for us. From a family of alchemists in the capital. Gu Yuan recalled the Lingiatang Pharmacy, a classic Chinese-style shop, and the upright-looking old Wang with his folding fan. He was the manager of Yangqing District. Is this the chief alchemist of the alchemy family in the capital, located in Guangqing District? This look is quite modern. Gu Yuan thought to himself. Boss. He looked Gu Yuan up and down. Oh, I see. In Feng ran away. That bastard. In Feng ran away. He gambled and drank, racked up 30 million in debt, and ran away with his mother snake. This guy even did a pretty good street dance and rap. Not bad, at least it sounds pretty good. Gu Yuan clapped twice as he looked at him and tossed him a 50-cent coin. However, He casually knocked it away and walked right past Gu Yuan. He then went to the bedside of Hua Yushi, leering at her. Sister Hua, how have you been lately? Your little brother has brought you some new blood-nourishing pills. The flower and the snake turned their heads. I'm sorry, my boss wants me to undergo his treatment. He stood up without a word, put his hands in his pockets, and with a long leg, kicked over the table where Gu Yuan was drinking tea. He can refine pills? Listen up, people from Fengying Martial Arts School, you owe me 30 million in medicine money, hand it over. If you can't pay your debts, then settle them with assets. Give me your land and houses, and I'll tear them down and build my own private dance hall. No. Flower and Snake clutched their stomachs, enduring the excruciating pain as they struggled to their feet. However, he turned his head, squatted down, and looked at the huge breasts of Hua Yushi, which were so beautifully partially hidden in her pajamas. He licked his lips and said, Then, how about Sister Hua marries me? That way, we can call it even. Chapter 161A Bet. The loser has to run naked. This, Flower and Snake didn't like Hiyu's type of person. She has a rather traditional mindset, which is why she is determined to stay at this martial arts school. This martial arts school was passed down from my great-grandfather to my grandfather, from my grandfather to my father, and from my father to myself. If I can't save this martial arts school, how can I face the spirit tablets in the ancestral hall? However, he is currently in debt, and if he cannot repay the money, then the final fate of Fengying Beast Taming Martial Arts Hall will be that Hiyu will convert it into his private dance hall. This is simply the greatest trampling on the dignity of this 80-year-old martial arts school. Flower and Snake looked at Hiyu with tears in their eyes, unwilling to accept the situation, but they were ready to agree. However, at that moment, Gu Yuan stood up from his stool, keeping his hands in his pockets the entire time. With a turn of his body, he hooked the table on the ground with his foot. He kicked the table in Hiyu's back, and the table smashed to pieces on the spot. Damn it! Hiyu felt like his spine was about to break. He slammed his head against the foot of the bed and bled profusely. How dare you hit our CEO? Several bodyguards wearing large black sunglasses rushed towards Gu Yuan. Careful! Seeing these fierce-looking men charging towards Gu Yuan, Lu Shui roared. Boss, these people are all rank 3 experts. With so many rank 3 beast tamers, we're doomed. However, Gu Yuan didn't even turn around. His right hand was resting on the Rolls-Royce Wind Whisperer. In an instant, a fierce gust of wind burst forth from Gu Yuan's entire body. The wind howled and began to swirl around Gu Yuan, forming a circular shield. Although the shield was transparent, it was extremely sturdy. The raging hurricane, like a spinning meat grinder, spun rapidly around Gu Yuan. These bodyguards wanted to capture Gu Yuan. However, his arm was broken on the spot by the wind shield formed by the gale. What kind of combat technique is this? My hand is broken. Because this soul artifact was hanging on Gu Yuan's waistband, it could be activated with a light press. It was as if Gu Yuan had his hands in his pockets the whole time, turned his back to the bodyguards who were attacking him, and still managed to take care of them. Rolls-Royce Wind Talkers. He was taken aback. While everyone else was dumbfounded and thought it was a combat skill, he had already realized that this soul weapon was extraordinary. Despite his head being bleeding profusely, Hiyu didn't even bother to wipe the blood continuously seeping from his forehead. He stood up and said in shock, "This is a Horcrux used only by the Royal Air Force of England. Why do you have one? Are you an honorary duke or an honorary lord?" Gu Yuan looked at the other person and said, "No, I have never received medals from foreigners. They were too poor to exchange for foreign currency, so they dragged them out and sold them." Hiyu looked at Gu Yuan, his previous confidence gone. Gu Yuan's soul weapon just now wasn't just about having powerful combat capabilities. Those who can buy such Horcruxes must be supported by a considerable force, or they must be people with outstanding achievements. It's really not worth it to go head-to-head with someone like that. But thinking about Miss Flower and Snake's enormous breasts, and how could he let this opportunity slip by after all the effort he had put into getting her to owe him 30 million? So Hiyu coughed twice and said, "Boss, please allow me to apologize for my offense just now. However, this does not change the fact that you owe us 30 million. Gu Yuan had already seen through Hiyu's scheme. This guy, a doctor who doesn't prioritize saving lives, charging fees is understandable, but mixing poison into medicine and then poisoning patients is unacceptable. Furthermore, by delaying the patient's treatment in this way, they can sell them even more medication. Finally, they drain the patient's savings, incur debts, and then force the patient to marry them. A doctor who amasses wealth and swindles women without any medical ethics or conduct should be thrown in jail." However, to prevent them from making excuses, Gu Yuan still needed to take a precaution. Therefore, Gu Yuan said, "I will not give you this 30 million. Boss, it's only right to pay back debts." Hiyu took a step forward, as if he were forcing the issue, or perhaps pleading for peace. Hiyu couldn't help but glance warily at the Wind Whisperer with the SS mark hanging on Gu Yuan's waist. "How about this? Let's make a bet." As Gu Yuan spoke, he took out a contract. "This is the land deed and the repurchase contract. Let's have a contest of alchemy skills and refine the same kind of pill. If your pills are better than mine, they're all yours, and then I'll have nothing to do with this martial arts school anymore." Great. Hiyu's lips curled slightly, but he was secretly delighted. Alchemy was his forte, and as long as he won, then Miss Hua had absolutely no way to turn back. Her life was now entirely at her own mercy. Hiyu, gambling is not restricted by law or treaty. Wang Xiao came to Hiyu's side and whispered something in his ear. Hiyu's lips curled into a smile. Don't worry, I have a way. I'll switch the live streaming channel to let everyone see it. That way, even if we can't get the land deed, we can use public opinion to force them to shut down. May they never be able to take on any apprentices in their lifetime, and at least they'll make a name for themselves for us. All right, Wang Xiao thought to himself that Hiyu was indeed brilliant. With him around, what did he have to fear from Gu Yuan? So Wang Xiao made a phone call directly to the live broadcast channel of Dongguan Wang's pharmaceutical company, Ltd. At this moment, Shui Li, a well-known live-streaming e-commerce influencer, is promoting the latest low-level spirit-gathering pill. Suddenly startled, I pressed the earpiece and checked it several times. Hey, oh, I got it. Everyone, I have some good news to tell you all. Our developer of this improved low-level spirit-gathering pill, the handsome alchemist and trendy rap idol Hiyu. They unexpectedly encountered another alchemist competing in medicine refining, and the two agreed to a live-stream duel. The stakes were ownership of the renowned Wind Shadow Beast Taming Martial Arts School. In an instant, the entire live-stream room exploded. Husband Hiyu, I love you. Hiyu, my husband. Hiyu, my husband. Oh my god. Hiyu, who are you going to beat up on live stream today? The atmosphere in the live stream room had become lively. Then, the live stream switched to this side. At this moment, however, Gu Yuan suddenly said something else. Hiyu, stop saying I lost. What am I supposed to do? What if you lost? Chapter 162 Stepping into Medicine Garden Mountain, the 7-star formation takes effect. Hiyu nodded and smiled slightly. Wouldn't it be better if we just wiped the 30 million you owed me clean? No, Gu Yuan suddenly said decisively, then pointed at Hiyu with one finger. Even if I sell this martial arts school, it's worth at least 50 million. A 30 million bet? Who's going to bet with you? I want you to live stream yourself running naked around the first ring road of Dongguan City. Upon hearing Gu Yuan's words, Hiyu's face turned pale instantly. As Gu Yuan had guessed, his image was indeed meticulously designed. To put it simply, this guy cultivates a celebrity persona while working as an alchemist, then live streams himself refining and selling medicine to help Wang's pharmaceutical raise prices. This can be considered a chaotic phenomenon in modern industry, where manufacturing practitioners are not focusing on product quality, but instead meticulously studying how to create and sell products at high prices. Gu Yuan decided to teach the other party a lesson. If he were to take off his clothes and run naked in the street, it would essentially shatter his public image, which would be a very heavy blow to him. Upon hearing Gu Yuan's words, Hiyu's face turned deathly pale. Let's not even talk about persona or not. No one would accept this, let alone someone like him who values face so much. However, Gu Yuan glanced at the other person and asked, "What's wrong? Are you scared already?" At that moment, Hiyu knew that countless fans were watching his live stream. Moreover, he was a 4th-grade beast tamer with over 10,000 soul power. How could he possibly lose to a 3rd-grade beast tamer like the other party? Moreover, he was a professional alchemist and beast tamer, while his opponent had to focus on combat as well. So, Hiyu opened his arms wide, seemingly very magnanimous and nonchalant, and said, "All right, boss, let's gamble. My husband is so handsome. Hiyu, my husband, I love you. Hiyu, your fearless attitude is so cool." These fans have practically blown up the entire live stream, completely intolerant of any dissenting voices. As long as someone dares to speak ill of Hiyu, saying that Phoenix Tamer is very powerful, they would be subjected to a collective verbal attack on their entire family by thousands or even hundreds of people, and then kicked out. Humph. Gu Yuan smiled slightly, realizing that he had never actually planned to win. Gu Yuan had already used his eye of the other shore to sense that the other party's soul control power was as high as 10,000, twice that of his own, and that he was a professional alchemist. All I need is the data on his pill refining process. I'll use the spiritual energy testing device in the hall to test the data on the spiritual fire he uses, and then hand it over to the Beast Taming Management Bureau. Then compare the residual spiritual fire aura on the poisoned pill. If they are the same, Hiyu could be directly convicted of murder, a serious crime that cannot be washed away. All of this was taught to Gu Yuan by Teacher Hanyue. Teacher Hanyue really wasn't joking with Gu Yuan. She truly gave Gu Yuan special instruction once again, taking him to a classroom, dressed in a teacher's office lady suit, and teaching him how to gather evidence so that criminals would have nowhere to escape. I thought it would be useless, but I actually used it today. The structure of violence at the grassroots level in China is divided into 3 parts: police, hunters, and the Beast Taming Management Bureau. There are 3 violent institutions. The police manage civil disputes, such as when 2 beast tamers get into a fight, the police will intervene. Hunters defend against invading wild beasts, such as monsters that sneak into the human world. The Beast Taming Bureau is responsible for handling specific crimes committed by powerful beast tamers. For example, if someone uses combat skills to derail a train, putting 5,000 people in imminent danger, that would fall under the jurisdiction of the Beast Taming Bureau. The division of power among these three departments ensures that no single person wielding absolute power or force can influence the operation of the local government. However, this also presents a problem. Although the three are of equal rank, their qualifications, combat abilities, and educational levels vary greatly, making it easy for them to fall into chaos due to competition for merit and personal gain. For example, the chaos in Guangzhou is one such case. Two beast tamers got into a fight and derailed a train. One of the beast tamers was carrying a wild monster that had infiltrated the human world. Who was responsible for this? In short, Gu Yuan figured that since there was no legal constraint on this gambling, he could just throw him in jail and renege on his promise. However, this guy was clearly prepared, as he actually started a live stream. Damn it, this will probably damage the reputation of this martial arts school. Do I really have to smash the signboard of this 80-year-old establishment with my own hands? Gu Yuan felt somewhat distressed, but now that the die was cast, he had no choice but to proceed. Is it even possible to make medicine in a place like this? He began to find various ways to insult Gu Yuan, making him shiver as he muttered curses. This old, outdated shop that's about to go out of business is making medicine here, and it's ruining my mood. Let's go to our flagship store in Dongguan and settle this once and for all. However, Lu Shuai raised his right hand. No need. Although this place is dilapidated, we still have a medicinal herb garden. It was left by our ancestors. Please follow me. Upon arriving in the backyard, the curtain was drawn. Gu Yuan and he were both taken aback. Before me lay a scene of bright spring sunshine, lush vegetation, and an abundance of vitality throughout the mountains and fields. Wow, there are so many medicinal herbs here. We were so rich. Gu Yuan said this. But then Lu Shuai covered his face and sighed. No, this medicinal herb garden has been here for hundreds of years. Starting 100 years ago, it has produced all kinds of rare and precious herbs. It is a treasure mountain and was originally our family property. But, as Lu Shuai spoke, he covered his face and whispered in Gu Yuan's ear. The former magistrate was exposed during a crackdown on prostitution in Dongguan for his involvement in a gray market organization with a scale of 1,000 people. He was sentenced to life imprisonment and had all his assets confiscated. If he hadn't transferred the land deed and house to the young lady beforehand, we would have lost the land deed long ago. Now, although we can enter to collect herbs, we must pay upon leaving, based on the quality and price of the herbs we've gathered. Gu Yuan was speechless. He said, he's really no ordinary spendthrift. Such a treasure trove, and he's squandered it all. But thinking about it, it makes sense. If this martial arts school with such a rich history didn't have such a spendthrift son, it's hardly Gu Yuan's place to be the one in charge here. Gu Yuan thought to himself. Wang Qiao, however, made a gesture of invitation. In that case, even better. Let's not only see who has the best alchemy skills, but also who has the best eye for medicinal herbs. Seeing the other party's radiant appearance, Gu Yuan thought he should try his best to see if he could win. Okay, any bet is fine. Gu Yuan replied casually. He then stepped into the medicine garden mountain, only to find that a hole in the 7-star formation of Chang Lu Feng in his mind had lit up. Chapter 163 The Return of the Giant Gate Star Lord. This is, Gu Yuan sensed a blue current converging towards him. Located within the Big Dipper, the lower half of this dipper, connected to the star Tanlang, Greedy Wolf, is the star Juman, Giant Gate, which is flashing its light urgently. It's as if it's telling itself about the emptiness of the past 1,000 years. What's going on? Gu Yuan felt that familiar sensation. The first time I encountered the Greedy Wolf star, it was in the same situation as now. I sensed its presence through spiritual energy. The second essence Giant Gate, Star Lord of the Big Dipper. Could it be that this medicinal garden mountain is so abundant with spiritual herbs and produces all kinds of rare and precious materials? It's not simply because of its good location. Rather, this herb garden mountain, like the Spirit Medicine Hall, secretly contains one of the 7,000-year-old soul artifacts, and the spiritual energy contained within it successfully ensures that the spirit medicines grow continuously. Good heavens, I sensed you. So Gu Yuan ran towards the west side of Yaoyuan Mountain. Why did he run to the west? Lu Shuai was shocked when he saw Gu Yuan suddenly disappear from everyone's sight. Wang Qiao laughed. Any alchemist knows that the ginseng and blood spirit grass needed to refine the blood-replenishing pill in this bet both grow in sunny places. But he ran west. This guy clearly knows absolutely nothing about alchemy. He actually ran towards the shady side of the mountain. How could he possibly find good medicinal herbs there? Ha ha ha. Several bodyguards nearby also laughed. It seems we don't even need to wait until we've refined the medicine. This guy is doomed to lose just from the selection of the medicinal herbs. Meanwhile, the comments were still pouring in during the live stream. They all praised their husbands, Hiyu, and mocked Gu Yuan. Hiyu would never miss such an opportunity to promote himself. During the herb gathering process, try to show your sunny side as much as possible. The way he carefully examined the medicinal herbs resembled that of a master alchemist engrossed in contemplating medicine. Once I take you in and heal you, I'll have a beautiful 5th-rank beast tamer bodyguard. Then, let's see how you dare to act tough with me. Hiyu excitedly crushed a low-quality blood spirit grass, only to find that he had accidentally turned it into powder. He gave another kind smile and casually tossed it into the air. This defective product has the nerve to keep jumping around in front of me. Following his instincts, Gu Yuan ran towards a deep pool of water. But in the mountains, they discovered a very secluded little pool. This small pool was extremely murky and covered with algal blooms, making it look like a biogas digester formed by piles of fertilizer on a mountain. However, Gu Yuan could tell that the algal blooms were not caused by compost. Rather, it is because the rich spiritual energy emanating from the water nourishes the growth of algae, thus creating this scene. It is filled with a rich spiritual energy. We need to dive into the water to bring out the giant gate gem. Hong Ling shouldn't damage the underwater structure. Her yang energy and fire energy are too strong, even stronger than mine. Gu Yuan mentally complained, then looked at the little lily that was tucked in his pocket. Woof woof woof. Little Lily burrowed into Gu Yuan's pocket, only her cat eyes peeking out as she looked up at him. Don't bully the cat. The cat is afraid of water. Is it my turn to step in again? When Shi Shui came out of the pet space, she turned gracefully, and a pair of blue high heels stepped on the ground. However, this design. You've changed into your swimsuit again. Gu Yuan thought to himself that every day this fox had a new way of showing off her figure in front of him. Whatever my lord desires, I have it all. Qi Shui leaped into the water and plunged into the deep pool. Qi Shui's blue eyes, illuminated by the water, shone brightly like jewels. Gu Yuan was able to access Qi Shui's senses through his soul sea and discovered that the location of the spiritual energy emanating from the giant gate star was actually a corpse beneath the pool of water. Around his neck hung a necklace, in the center of which was a sparkling blue gem. Gu Yuan was stunned. Why would someone die in this place, with the giant gate star's Millennium Soul artifact around their neck? Qi Shui, bring him up here. I need to ask him a few questions. Yes, sir. Qi Shui's blue eyes flashed, and her pupils contracted. Then, the skeleton actually stood up, and blue ghost fire flickered in its empty skeletal eyes. He walked across the bottom of the pool, but because he had no flesh and blood and his bones were too dense to swim, he could only climb up the steep rock face to the bottom of the pool. Looking at the skeleton that had climbed ashore, Gu Yuan asked, "Answer my question. Why are you here?" The Emperor, the Great Ancestor, has ordered a search for the dragon in the South China Sea. As he spoke, he knelt down directly in front of Gu Yuan and handed him a gemstone. The gemstone resembles an eyeball with a sharp gaze and a golden pupil that spreads out like a celestial maiden scattering flowers. The necklace was removed from the skull's neck. Then the blue gem entered his soul sea and fell beneath the greedy wolf star lord of the 7-star platform. The giant gate star has returned to its rightful place. 7 stars. February 7th, you can use the incomplete version of the Tang Dynasty Alchemy Secret Technique, 7-star Alchemy Technique. The difficulty of refining pills is reduced by 10%, and the pills will have additional 7-star pill patterns. Different pills will have different bonus effects. Giant Gate Star returns to position. Achieve new effects. Chapter 164 Refining Medicine and Fusion Pills. Giant Gate Star returns to position. Achieve new effects. Kenji. The difficulty of your pill refining has been reduced by 10%, and due to the effect of Guangzhe Fang, it has evolved to a reduction of 13%. Juman Star is the 2nd star of the Big Dipper among the 7 stars, capable of understanding things clearly and seeing things in the smallest detail. By enhancing your sensory abilities, you can more easily perceive the quality of spiritual herbs growing within a 1-kilometer radius. The herbs you personally harvested have a 20% increased medicinal efficacy due to the lighthouse effect, This evolves into a 26% enhanced effect. Gu Yuan felt incredibly relieved. With this effect, the difficulty of refining pills for him was reduced by a total of 39%. Furthermore, it can enhance one's ability to search for herbs, making it no longer impossible to defeat Hiyu in this gamble. Gu Yuan activated the perception effect of the giant gate and felt his vision gradually turn grayish-white. However, in the gray world, a transparent halo appeared around the various colorful spiritual herbs, and the colors of these halos were dazzling in the gray world. Gu Yuan sensed the spiritual energy contained in these herbs and immediately found the most suitable herbs in the entire mountain range for refining blood-replenishing pills. He thought he had found out which region had the best medicinal herbs, so he searched everywhere in the sunny open space for ginseng and blood spirit grass. But what is the reality? This medicinal herb garden mountain is so abundant with medicinal herbs. It's not because of its geographical location or particularly good feng shui. It's entirely because of the giant gate star, a 1,000-year-old soul artifact, which existed hundreds of years ago. Because of the death of a Ming dynasty official, it was lost here, and the spiritual energy of its giant gate nourished the medicinal herbs of this mountain. Therefore, the closer the medicinal herbs are to this pool, the stronger their medicinal properties. Gu Yuan also used his senses to identify the ginseng and blood spirit grass, which were the most potent among all the spiritual herbs. However, the quality of these ginseng and blood spirit grass is worrying. Ginseng is a root and rhizome herb, so the older it is, the stronger its medicinal properties, and the larger it will be. The ginseng Gu Yuan found was only a little over 300 years old, but this 300 years was different from those that had been sun-dried for hundreds of years. It had grown for 300 years under the illumination of the giant gate star, making it the best of the best. The quality of blood spirit grass is determined by its color. The better the medicinal effect, the more vibrant the color. However, the blood spirit grass that Gu Yuan picked was not red. On the contrary, it was blue. Because under the illumination of the giant gate's spiritual light, the blood spirit grass had completely turned into the color of the giant gate star. When Gu Yuan returned to the entrance with these herbs, everyone present was astonished. This guy really hasn't improved at all. Wang Xiao laughed. Look at that ginseng, it's so small. And the blood spirit grass. The blood spirit grass, it's not even red. Could it be that this idiot doesn't even know what the blood spirit grass looks like? Just pick any blue grass and come back. Ha ha ha, even dumber than I imagined. Several bodyguards echoed this sentiment. There's no need for this competition anymore. Just admit defeat and stop wasting everyone's time. However, when it came time to pay the bill, Old One, who was in charge of looking after the medicinal herb garden, had a sudden realization. This herb is actually blood spirit grass. How strange, is there really a blue blood spirit grass in this world? However, he couldn't tell the quality of Gu Yuan's herbs either. However, he was certain that the herbs Gu Yuan had chosen were of top quality, rich in spiritual energy, and of pure color. Only a truly discerning alchemist can select such spiritual herbs. Therefore, when it came time to pay, Gu Yuan only charged the standard price, which was about 600,000. Gu Yuan couldn't even come up with that much money, so he gave Lu Shui a look, signaling him to pay the bill. Hiyu, on the other hand, appeared much more magnanimous. He had picked a full 6 ginseng roots. All 6 are over 400 years old. A total of 4 million was spent, and the blood spirit grass was also selected as the best blood red variety, bringing in a total of over 4 million yuan. At this point, everyone present could feel the difference in skill level. Although Hiyu didn't know anything about alchemy, the spiritual herbs he chose were more expensive than Gu Yuan's. Many laymen think that expensive herbs must be superior. The first step is to consult with the participants. This requires explaining a concept, 1,000-year-old ginseng. The chance of finding ginseng that has lived for 1,000 years, dating back to the Tang dynasty, is 0. Therefore, there is a concept called millennial ginseng, which refers to ginseng obtained by alchemists using multiple ginsengs of ordinary age. Using spiritual fire extraction, multiple spiritual herbs are refined and concentrated, allowing them to be combined to achieve an efficacy close to that of a 1,000-year-old ginseng. This type of ginseng is made using a 1,000-year-old process. He raised his right hand, gathering spiritual energy in it, and summoned his pet, Year of Abundance Turtle. This is an evolved form of the magma turtle, which has transformed into a wood-type creature. Its shell, resembling a volcano vent, evolved into a miniature mountain emitting green flames. The flames it produces are completely transformed into green spirit fire, which is less harmful but has strong potion-making ability and is easy to control. Nianfeng Turtle lay on the ground, not choosing to transform into human form, but instead remaining in turtle form, like a stove, lying in front of Hiyu. The green flames rising from its back are constantly burning these ginseng roots, fusing them together and merging them into one. The Emerald Peak Flame is known as the strongest Earth-rank alchemy spirit fire. This is terrifying. They managed to synthesize these ginseng roots into one in less than a minute. What's the suspense now? Gu Yuan's medicinal herbs only cost 600,000, which isn't even a fraction of what Bossy spent. I just don't understand why he insists on doing this. Hongling. As soon as Gu Yuan uttered these words, a beautiful woman with a queen-like demeanor, cold eyes, and an air of superiority appeared beside him. Hongling raised her right hand, and spiritual fire surged and gathered within it. Gu Yuan's other hand reached under Hongling's 5 fingers. Their palms touched, and the blue light of the Nether Snow Phoenix feather flame diluted the brilliant green in the air. Gu Yuan, however, had no intention of refining or evolving the ginseng. He immediately began refining the medicine. No, don't temper it. Wang Qiao was taken aback. Does this guy even have any common sense? To refine a blood-replenishing pill, you need 1,000-year-old ginseng. Without using spiritual fire to refine the 1,000-year-old ginseng into a high-quality product, you can't even refine the medicine. Does this guy have absolutely no common sense? No, Lu Shuai thought to himself. He knows how to refine blood-replenishing pills, and he saw through Hiyu's poisoning of the pills at a glance. He was fully aware of this, yet he persisted, which could only mean one thing. He was extremely confident in the medicinal properties of this ginseng. Finally, the fusion of pills was successful, and Hiyu handed the pills he had refined to the judges. Chapter 165 Being chased naked through the streets by the police. This time, the judge was none other than the gatekeeper of Yaoyuan Mountain, Zhengqi, known as the spiritual nose of the National Medical Products Administration. Zhengqi has a spirit pet named Yaofeng Dog. It is one of the evolved forms of Wind Shepherd, which reduces the ability to control the wind attribute and weakens its combat power. However, it enhances the sense of smell and perception. Before Zhengqi retired, this clever dog would appear with him at various train stations during the spring festival travel rush. Using his spiritual senses, he could detect whether anyone was smuggling or trafficking drugs in the station. I also frequently help the Drug Administration check whether drugs meet the standards and whether they are unnecessary to take. He only needs to unleash his unique heavenly rank detection combat skill to sense the grade, ingredients, and potency of the medicine. In the alchemy competition, since the materials used are all too expensive, it would be too costly to just find someone to consume them. As a result, Zhengqi and his spirit pet often appeared in various alchemy competitions, serving as judges. The blood-replenishing pills that Hiyu melted were transparent in color and had a fiery red appearance. The center of the elixir was green, like a leaf encased in fiery red amber. Impressive. The alchemy technique is superb, and the selection of ingredients is also very meticulous. The two medicinal herbs work together to restrain each other while enhancing the efficacy of the medicine. As Zhengqi spoke, he tilted his head back, as if he were enjoying the sweet medicinal aroma emanating from the pills. Old buddy, give me a score. The medicinal wind dog raised its head, its nose began to twitch, and it kept sensing the flow of spiritual energy. Finally, it suddenly widened its eyes. A pair of eyes gleamed with a green light. Woof, 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 woof. Zhengqi heard 7 chirps and exclaimed in surprise. Old buddy, is the score you gave so high? Hey, isn't his pet over level 60? Why can't it speak human language? One of the bodyguards asked. TCH, what do you know? Wang Qiao patted the person next to him. Listen carefully. Elder Zheng's imperial pet does not like to transform into human form, nor does it like to speak human language. Many pets are like this. However, they share a tacit understanding that they developed before the medicine wind dog took human form. When rating drugs, the more effective the drug, the more times it gets a rating. It's known for its powerful, almost overwhelming, rating, often described as 7 ratings that can drive a city to its knees and command exorbitant prices. What do you mean? The bodyguard asked, scratching his head in confusion. That is to say, if there were a pill whose medicinal power could make Elder Zheng's pet bark 7 times after sensing it, it would cause everyone in the city to spend exorbitant prices to buy it. That's amazing. Our boss is definitely going to win. Hiyu smiled slightly, put his hands behind his back, looked at the phone filming behind him, and said with a smile, That's right. That's what I like about Elder Zheng. He's upright and honest in his dealings with people, and he always gives the most objective evaluations. Clearly, even a dog understands this, yet Gu Yuan doesn't. Ha ha ha. Ha ha. Countless mocking comments flew across the screen, accompanied by countless comments calling out, husband. However, Gu Yuan had already completed the fusion of the core. The blood-replenishing pill that Gu Yuan took out was not red. Instead, it is a transparent blue color, with 7 red patterns forming the Big Dipper constellation, in which purple and blue dots have been lit up. It looks crystal clear, like a gemstone. Zheng Qi couldn't even tell whether the pill was good or bad. In terms of appearance, this pill was even more lustrous than he used, but the blood-replenishing pill was blue, which he had never heard of before. Old buddy, what do you think? Woof woof. The medicine-wielding dog seemed to be possessed, staring intently at the pill. It kept barking, even continuously, for an unknown amount of time. Hey, old buddy, are you alright? Zheng Qi quickly patted his dog on the head to pull it out of its shock. It's incredibly powerful. This is the most potent blood-replenishing pill I've ever seen in my life. The aroma is wonderfully fragrant, and the medicinal power is immense. It's truly excellent for nourishing the blood and calming the mind. I just shouted so many times. I don't remember anymore. I was completely obsessed back then. Upon hearing the words uttered by the medicine-wielding dog, everyone present was so shocked that their jaws nearly dropped. Impossible. He only used 600,000 yuan worth of materials to refine the pills, and the medicinal power of the pills he refined was stronger than the pills that our boss, he used millions of yuan worth of materials to refine. Wang Xiao turned pale with fright and pointed at Zheng Qi, saying, "You're lying." "I'm sorry," Zheng Qi suddenly said. "It was my fault for being blind. Those herbs were no ordinary herbs. Perhaps I'm just too ignorant. This phoenix tamer is indeed as rumored, possessing extraordinary and bizarre strength. The herbs he selected might be even more potent." Upon hearing this, everyone present showed expressions of shock. Impossible. My husband is going to lose, but I'd still be willing to see him naked. Hey everyone, let's form a group and head to downtown Dongguan. I want to see He Yu run naked. I want to see it too. He Yu was so frightened that cold sweat poured down his forehead. He silently turned his head away, wanting to pretend that nothing had happened and walk away. But Gu Yuan blocked his way and said, "He Yu, it's time to keep your promise." Promises? What promises? Those are just gentlemen's agreements. According to the Chinese constitution, gambling is not protected by law. I have an IOU for you owing me 30 million. Do you have an IOU to say I owe you a streaking session? As soon as He Yu said this, the online sentiment changed. The road has turned dark. I've gone from being a fan to a hater. My idol is a man of his word. What you're doing is so embarrassing. I feel ashamed to be a fan of you. If you don't dare to do it, then don't agree. However, there were still staunch fans who argued with these people, and He Yu firmly believed that he would not suffer too much loss. Until Gu Yuan produced a spiritual energy-based meeting and said, "All right, He Yu, since the law can't regulate betting agreements, how about poisoning? This is a spiritual energy detector, the kind only agents of the Beast Taming Bureau would use. It can measure extremely minute traces of spiritual energy." He Ming wondered, what does this have to do with me? Gu Yuan took out a measuring instrument and scanned it on the pills that He Yu had just refined, and then scanned it on the pills that He Yu had sold to Miss Flower and Snake. After the 2 scans were completed, everyone just saw that this pill was refined with your spiritual fire. The residual spiritual fire and energy on this pill are the same as those you sold to the Fengying Martial Arts School, but the pills you sold to the Fengying Martial Arts School were laced with crane red poison, a slow-acting poison. Chapter 166: The Love Between Flowers and Snakes. Gu Yuan still remembered teacher Han Yue's teachings that night. Wealthy and powerful beast tamers are very difficult to catch in the act, as they often find someone to take the blame for their crimes. If you want to arrest them, the important thing isn't proving the crime, but proving that they themselves committed the crime. Otherwise, they'll just find any scapegoat. He never imagined that his casual live stream would make him completely unable to escape Gu Yuan's grasp. He was shocked and turned to run away. However, Gu Yuan's lips curled slightly, causing Hong Ling to suddenly spew out a burst of flames. The flames swept towards He Yu, but the force was well controlled, and He Yu was not burned. But they burned all his clothes to ashes. "Wow, I didn't know you were this small." Gu Yuan spoke with a smile, and the women watching around him blushed and turned their heads away. However, at this moment, the police that Gu Yuan had called had already arrived. "He Yu, you are suspected of poisoning and murder already." The police officer stared in shock at He Yu, who was naked, and added blankly, and also the crime of disturbing public order and affecting the city's appearance. A large forest has all kinds of birds. These police officers are equally experienced in dealing with streaking. They immediately chased after Hiyu, who was so frightened that he turned tail and ran. So, that afternoon, Hiyu not only completed the streaking he had promised Gu Yuan in their bed, but also, furthermore, they fulfilled another requirement, to broadcast the entire event live, accompanied by a police chase. Just like in a crime thriller, a naked man is running ahead riding a tortoise, while a group of police officers are chasing him. Major media outlets reported on it, and curious passersby gathered to watch, thinking it was some kind of police chase drama. As a result, they saw a naked man being chased. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be Hiyu, the famously warm-hearted alchemist. Gu Yuan then returned to the room with the flower and the snake. Sister Hua, I have avenged Hiyu and saved the martial arts school for you. Gu Yuan squatted down beside the bed. The flower and the snake nodded, coughed twice, and, holding onto the edge of the bed, tried to stand up. Young, old, boss, I never expected that the person who saved me would be a young talent like you. Miss Flower and Snake lay on her bed. Boss, if you don't mind me, I'm willing to do anything for you. Anyway, I'm already a useless person for the rest of my life. As long as the boss promises me he won't demolish my ancestral home. However, Gu Yuan shook his head. Young boss, so you still don't want a useless person like me to stay here? No, I will heal you with the pill I just refined. Blood replenishing pill is a high-level spiritual medicine, but the one that Gu Yuan just refined was not simply a high-level spiritual medicine. It is a special grade spiritual medicine that surpasses even high-grade spiritual medicines. The main reason is that the two core herbs used are extremely rare. They were placed next to the giant gate spirit stone for over 600 years before they grew. If there really was only one, Gu Yuan would really be reluctant to give it to Hua and the snake. However, Gu Yuan had the bracelet. Once disassembled, it can be infinitely replicated by consuming the same amount of spiritual matter. However, the amount of spiritual matter consumed by this one is no joke. It costs 1,000,000 units of spiritual matter per unit. However, there is a detail here. That is the medicinal herb from the herb garden in the mountains. The payment process for picking is simple. You pay upon leaving the house, and once inside, you can do whatever you want with the fruit. But when you leave the house, your entire body will be scanned. This scan will check if you've been secretly eating anything inside, or if you've hidden herbs in your storage ring. However, Gu Yuan was different. There are so many medicinal herbs here, and they've been broken down into a whopping 3 million. I'm still worried that I'm taking too much advantage of them, so I'm asking the administrator for help. It is visibly clear to the naked eye that the mountain's spiritual energy has diminished. Of course, Gu Yuan didn't detect that so many spiritual herbs had been secretly taken away, because Gu Yuan had broken down all those herbs into spiritual substances. After getting it for free, Gu Yuan reconstructed a special, top-grade blood replenishing pill. He handed it to the flower and the snake. Sister Hua, don't worry, you will stand up again. I want you to continue as the head instructor of Fengying Martial Arts Academy. Gu Yuan thought to himself, this martial arts school can't do without you. If Lu Shuai continues to be the head coach, in just 1 month, his assets have turned into a negative 60 million. If this goes on for a year, I'm afraid I'll really have to go into adult films to pay off my debts. Miss Flower and Snake nodded and said, Young boss, I appreciate your kindness. However, my injuries are so severe that even a high-level alchemist would find them troublesome. This one pill of yours. Gu Yuan knew the characteristics of flowers and snakes. Apart from her first pet, a fighting-type water spirit snake, her other 4 pets are all smiling flowers. That's how the code name Flower and Snake came about. The smiling flower is a support-type beast with extremely strong single-target enhancement capabilities. Simply put, the flower and the snake wanted to quickly improve their strength at the lowest cost. They chose an extremely extreme approach, the 4 Protect 1 tactic. For smiling flowers protect a water spirit snake, and the water spirit snake often coils around her, charging into battle alongside her. The flower and the snake are among the best in the entire Guangdong province's martial arts and combat styles. However, now that her meridians are damaged, she is unable to coordinate with her pet. In the 4 Protect 1 strategy, the one being protected has lost half of its combat power. She thought that this was how her life would be from now on. However, after taking the pill, Miss Flower and Snake felt a warm current flowing through her body. My whole body felt as if it had been electrocuted. Miss Flower and Snake gasped, her body becoming hot, and she writhed on the bed. Finally, she sat up abruptly, exclaiming, What a strange feeling. My body doesn't hurt anymore. She looked at her hands and said, that feeling of ants crawling all over my body is gone. He was actually able to get out of bed. Looking at his hands, he exclaimed, such severe injuries, and I recovered with just one pill. Young boss, you're amazing. Flower and Snake pounced on Gu Yuan and hugged him. The pair of large white breasts on her chest landed directly on Gu Yuan's chest. The impact was so strong that it almost stopped Gu Yuan's heart from beating. Gu Yuan was hit so hard he felt short of breath and his chest tightened. Before he could react, she pulled him into her arms and gently placed his head on her chest. It's so soft and comfortable to lie on. Little boss, I'll listen to you from now on. If you tell me to go east, I'll never go west. However, at that moment, Lu Shuai rushed in a panic. Something's wrong, boss. Wenzhong Martial Arts School is here to cause trouble. Chapter 167 Tenfold Compensation for Fakes. Give me 600 million. Someone's already here for a friendly sparring match. Gu Yuan joked that he actually knew that the people who came to challenge the Fengying Martial Arts Academy were still recovering from their heavy losses. They're definitely not just here to cause trouble. I'm afraid not. Wenzhong Martial Arts School is a foreign-owned martial arts school, a martial arts school opened by South Korea and China. Moreover, their instructor, Lin, is Yu's father. Oh, Gu Yuan sensed that there must be other hidden stories behind these words. Hua and the snake approached Gu Yuan. Boss, the Wenzhong Martial Arts School doesn't seem to have any good intentions. I'd better go with you. Gu Yuan nodded and arrived at the reception hall of the Fengying Martial Arts Hall. In the center of the hall, there was a long table with two groups standing on either side, looking ready to fight at any moment. Gu Yuan sat in the center of the chair on the left, with Hua Yushi standing beside him. Sitting opposite him was a burly man with a big beard, who should be Lin, the head instructor of Wenzhong Martial Arts School. Standing beside him was Wang Yu, the second in command of the Wang family, a renowned family of alchemists from the capital, in Dongguan. The two groups sat facing each other, and Lin did not immediately overturn the table. Instead, he said very politely, Young brother Gu Yuan, you are indeed a promising young man, and a fearless newborn calf. You flatter me, but when it comes to guts, you, who dared to cause trouble at my martial arts school, is still lacking. Gu Yuan's words almost made Lin choke and spit out his tea. What an arrogant kid. I've come here to talk to you about my son. As he spoke, Lin gave a look, and his henchman had already written a check for 100 million and placed it on the table. Gu Yuan accepted the check for 100 million. Just when Lin thought there was still room for negotiation, Gu Yuan spoke up. There's nothing to talk about. Gu Yuan said, glancing at Wang Yu beside him. The Wang family should know very well that you have always had a rule of compensating 10 times the price for fake products, and that you are selling fake medicine. You swindled 60 million from our Fengying Martial Arts Academy. I'll take this 100 million now, but when will you transfer the remaining 500 million? Wang Yu was about to lash out upon hearing this. But seeing that Gu Yuan was not afraid of the other party's gaze, he said, you set the rules yourselves. If you don't pay, then we'll continue to appeal and see how the judicial system responds. Gu Yuan's words left Wang Yu speechless, and he could only sigh helplessly. All right, our martial arts school will cover the 600 million as well. Gu Yuan sensed from this that the Wang family's power was truly immense. Lin would rather spend 600 million to repair his relationship with the Wang family than actually make them pay for the trouble his son caused. The prestige of a family of alchemists is truly immense. Gu Yuan thought to himself. However, Lin had already produced an agreement. You will get the money. Young Master Gu, this is about the settlement agreement. I hope young man Gu will show some leniency. As he said this, Lin stood up. He had brought 6 people with him today. Each of them had a fierce look on their face, a strong and muscular build, and had reached the level of a 4th-grade beast tamer. The threat was already quite strong. Spare my son, and we'll remain friendly neighbors. Otherwise, Hua and she were somewhat worried. The psychological pressure these people were exerting was too great. Would Gu Yuan be frightened into backing down by their threats? Actually, this is for the best. It avoids creating enmity with the martial arts school in the article, and the pressure on the school will be much less. Of course it's understandable. As Gu Yuan spoke, he kept tapping the table with his finger. However, I want him to start from the Wang's pharmaceutical building in Dongguan City, and kowtow once for every step he takes. I kowtowed all the way to the entrance of our Fengying Martial Arts School, and then Sister Flower and Snake agreed. So, on behalf of our school, I'll sign this letter of understanding. Gu Yuan's words were no longer just an insult to the son of the top instructor of their Wenzhong Martial Arts School. He doesn't even give the Wang family any face. Just how arrogant is this guy? You've gone too far. He Lin slammed his fist on the table and stood up. Including myself, we have 6 fourth-grade beast tamers, while your martial arts school can't even muster a single shrimp soldier to protect you. Believe it or not, I'll tear your mouth apart. You dare. Hua Yushi walked up to Gu Yuan, her whole body radiating surging spiritual energy. This is 50,000 soul power. Impossible. Flower and Snake were so badly injured, they couldn't possibly recover. Everyone at Wenzhong Martial Arts School, including He Lin, was terrified of Hua and Xi's strength. Gu Yuan remained seated, completely unmoved, as if he had nothing to lose. He Lin, bring it on. Show me what you've got. Trying to scare me. The Black Lotus Gang's #1 wanted criminal, a terrorist with a 5 billion bounty. I've never been afraid of Harry Mora standing in front of me. What are you anyway? Hearing Gu Yuan's words, He Lin clenched his right hand in anger and looked at the flower and the snake. Flower and Snake, are you really going to go against us for the sake of such a brat? He Lin's eyes revealed a murderous intent, but also concealed a panic stemming from a lack of energy. He's the boss, I'm just an employee. As an employee, I naturally listen to the boss. Fine, a bunch of arrogant fools, we'll see. Don't think we'll let you off so easily. With that, He Lin took out a check for 500 million yuan, threw it on the table, and then turned and left. Seeing that the other party had left, Gu Yuan accepted the check for 600 million with great interest and handed one of the 600 million to Hua Yushi. Make sure to renovate this venue properly, and remember to transfer the profits to my account. After receiving the money, Hua and Xi blushed. Just 2 days ago, the entire martial arts school was in a dead end, but now, in such a short time, this man changed everything. In Hua Yushi's heart, all of this is thanks to Gu Yuan. Without him, the martial arts school wouldn't be where it is today. As long as the signboard is preserved, that's all that matters. That's the only wish of Flower and Snake. As for the money, once it's earned, it all belongs to the boss. Meanwhile, He Lin went to the prison to visit his son. Then, He Yu, now sporting a buzz cut and wearing prison clothes, shouted, his once proud blonde hair now shaved off. Dad, save me, save me. Those thugs, they come to harass me every night. He Yu has fair and delicate skin and is better maintained than some women, which makes him a hot commodity in prison. He Lin looked at his son with heartache, but shook his head and couldn't say a word. Visiting time is here. At this moment, the prison guard dragged He Lin into the prison. He Lin looked at his son's pained expression and the lecherous, muscular man behind him. Enraged, He Lin slammed his fist on the chair. Gu Yuan, you wait. I'll make you pay tenfold. Chapter 168 Dragon? By the way, Sister Hua, how did you get so badly injured? Gu Yuan looked at the flower and the snake. Young boss, it's all my fault. I was in a hurry to get money to keep our martial arts school afloat. So I went to the underground arena to participate in the gladiatorial contest, even though I had already won. However, he was attacked on his way home that evening. Oh, Gu Yuan nodded. For some reason, when Gu Yuan heard about the underground arena, beautiful women, flowers, and snakes, he thought of the videos that Yi often sent him. The female boxers in the video, especially those like Flower and Snake, you'll often get ambushed on or off the field, which will then trigger the paid storyline. So, what were you doing in the underground arena back then? A piece of starstone. These things are priceless even on the black market. I think it could sell for at least 1 or 200 million. Starstone. Gu Yuan recognized it. It's the kind of gemstone that was collected by the Big Dipper array, right? Gu Yuan was also interested in outer space in this world. Satellites play a role in the world that goes beyond just navigation and communication. It also serves another important function, attracting passing asteroids. These asteroids are disassembled, and various substances are extracted from them to enhance rare, celestial spirit pets. And Starstone is such a stone. Unfortunately, Gu Yuan has never actually seen a starstone. He has only seen them in textbooks. No, it wasn't collected in modern times. That starstone was placed on the hilt of an ancient soul weapon. The knife is shaped like a wheel, and there is a mechanism behind the wheel, which is driven by a starstone. That was a spirit weapon used by the Ming Dynasty's embroidered uniform guard. Upon hearing the name of the Ming Dynasty, Gu Yuan recalled the Ming Dynasty corpse bearing the name of the Giant Gate Star. He told himself that he had been sent south by the Ming Taizu Emperor to search for the dragon. The Ming Dynasty, the starry sky, dragons, and the 7-star formation for alchemy. I always feel that there are countless connections between them, but I can't connect them all. Gu Yuan felt he needed more information. So, Gu Yuan first sent a message to Ye to tell her about the procedure. Phoenix Tamer. Yi Chuan. Can you give me some information about dragons? Tooth piercing. Document. I clicked on it and took a look. The 4 emojis feature a cute anime character with long green hair and dragon horns on his head. Our group Dragon King.jpg. How to use the Dragon King.jpg. How to ride the Dragon King.jpg. Looking at this meme, there's a cute green-haired girl with tears in her eyes, being pulled backwards by someone's hand. Gu Yuan wanted to smash his phone, but then he remembered that this time he wasn't holding a satellite phone. Smartphones are fragile and break easily, so Gu Yuan picked up the phone again. Gu Yuan did not save them this time because he already had these drawings. Phoenix Tamer, you'll die if you don't post lewd pictures for a day. I'm asking you something serious. Ye Chuan. Dragons, these mythical beasts, only exist in the West, and they all possess mythical bloodlines. They can fly, have dragon wings, and long tails and heads like lizards. Phoenix Tamer, isn't there a 5-clawed dragon like those in Eastern mythology? Ye Chuan. No, don't overthink it. Those are all made up in myths and legends. Totem, do you understand? A body that doesn't conform to aerodynamics can't possibly survive on Earth. Subsequently, Yi is sent over some information about how many dragons exist in this world and which beast tamers are exceptionally talented. As for outer space and the Ming Dynasty, there's nothing particularly noteworthy about those either. In outer space, including the world's 3 major satellite arrays, GPS, Beidou, and GLONASS, we need to understand their history, current status, and real-world applications. Although they were classified, none of them were what Gu Yuan wanted. The content about the Ming Dynasty is even more extensive, including various unclassified materials, unofficial histories, and countless other sources. However, the content is all related to treasures and unclassified historical documents. Archaeologists might be interested, but that's not what Gu Yuan wanted. There was a lot of content. Gu Yuan sifted through the images and files related to dragons, which were all sorts of strange and unusual things. None of the cards were related to the eye-like gem in his hand, and he simply accepted them silently. Phoenix Tamer. Same old rules. The money is owed, and you'll deduct it from my bonus each time the mission rewards are distributed. I want to go back to Sun Yat-sen University. Since modern information networks cannot provide the answers Gu Yuan seeks, the only option is to search for any secrets hidden in paper documents. Gu Yuan returned to Sun Yat-sen University, where reconstruction work was still ongoing. The library at Sun Yat-sen University is in a mess. No one is cleaning it. There's a hole in the ceiling, and there's no one here now. Gu Yuan casually picked up a bottle of Coke from a smashed vending machine and got it for free. He swaggered to the entrance of the basement while drinking. Old man, are you dead yet? Gu Yuan shouted loudly. The strange old man, whose tongue had been cut out and who had a crow perched on his shoulder, looked at Gu Yuan. The Xinhai Revolution, 2 world wars, Civil War, the Cultural Revolution, none of these things took our lives. Do you think a single monster invasion could damage the magic array beneath this library? The crow flew around Gu Yuan as it spoke. Gu Yuan nodded, thinking to himself that it made sense. I ask you, do dragons really exist in this world? Of course. I remember there was an English officer back in the Indo-Pacific theater, the crow said, flying back onto the old man's shoulder. Gu Yuan interrupted impatiently. I'm talking about the dragon in China, which has the body of a snake, horns on its head, and a tail behind it. That kind of thing only appears in history books, but no one has ever seen one in person. The phoenix was also described this way until the red feather appeared. As he spoke, Gu Yuan tossed the eye-like gem from his storage ring to the old man. The old man took it, and his eyes widened immediately. No, impossible. This is recorded in that book. What? Gu Yuan saw the old man's excitement and thought to himself that there was hope. The old man had already stood up and walked straight toward the section of ancient books from the Ming Dynasty. Upon arriving at this area, he climbed the stairs and took a book from the top floor. The sign above reads in large characters, Lu Bowen severed the dragon vein. This book is a rubbing from the Ming Dynasty, and I always thought it was fake. But when you showed me this eye, I started to believe in it. What is this? An eye? Isn't it a gemstone? No, this is a longan, a dragon's eye. As he spoke, he preached. Alas, this is a great misfortune in the history of China. Legend has it that when Lu Bowen, a founding father of the Ming Dynasty, assisted Zhu Yuanzhang in establishing the Ming Dynasty and overthrowing the Yuan Dynasty, Lu Bowen summoned a dragon to help him destroy the Yuan. Chapter 169 Dragon. The old man opened the rubbing, and there was a corner of it that had been folded over. Gu Yuan looked closely and saw that it was a gray-black ink painting of an eyeball. And this eyeball is exactly the same gem as the one Gu Yuan just threw over. A dragon. Gu Yuan was stunned when he heard this. Tell me quickly. Legend has it that Liu Bowen summoned a dragon using a secret method of dragon divination and used it to defeat the Yuan army. From the Kai Yuan era of the Tang dynasty to the Lushan rebellion, monsters were gradually driven out, and many monsters became enemies with humans, but some still hid among humans. Dragon-type monsters are among the strongest recorded mythical monsters, capable of summoning wind and rain, and possessing the 4 basic attributes of wind, water, fire, and lightning. It possesses the strongest functionality and comprehensive combat capabilities. According to this book, Liu Bowen's dragon was the strongest dragon in the world, a 5-clawed golden dragon of extreme yang. It was with its help that the Yuan dynasty was destroyed. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan nodded in agreement. Then what about severing the dragon vein? Zhu Yuanzhang was tyrannical in his later years, suspicious and fearful of ghosts and gods. The Ming dynasty had just been established, and its foundation was not yet stable. He worried that if another person emerged in the world, also finding the dragon's help, and then overthrew him, what would he do? So he sent his general, Liu Bowen, to take the lead. Liu Bowen's abilities were unfathomable. He was knowledgeable in astronomy and geography, knew all things in the world, and possessed various wondrous Taoist skills. Liu Bowen searched for mountains and rivers, smashed the dragon veins in various places, opened up mountains and broke rocks, blocked rivers and cut off their flow, so that dragons could no longer be naturally conceived. Finally, a special group of Taoist priests was formed. This group of Taoist priests were directly commanded by Liu Bowen. They used a special Taoist technique to capture the dragon, then gouge out its eyes, extract its bloodline, seal it away, and finally burn it to ashes with celestial spiritual fire. Slay all the dragons in the world. Hearing this, Gu Yuan nodded. Impressive. Liu Bowen is so powerful, even more so than the Dragon King. Wasn't Zhu Yuanzhang afraid that his strength would affect his rule? Yes, clever, the old man praised. So after it was all over, Zhu Yuanzhang poisoned Liu Bowen and killed him as well. Gu Yuan was speechless. What he said made so much sense that he didn't know how to refute it for a moment. Take it. As he spoke, the old man tossed the longan to Gu Yuan. After receiving the Dragon Eye Stone, Gu Yuan asked, Aren't you interested in this stone? What are your interests? The old man asked. I will never be able to leave this library for all eternity, and even if you have the Dragon Eye, so what? Liu Bowen's magic power is so great, can you reverse his magic array? However, Gu Yuan had already taken a step forward and taken the rubbing. You said that books will find their destined owners, and I found this longan stone in a remote ditch. Gu Yuan laughed and said, So, do you think I'm a destined person? Humph. The old man looked at Gu Yuan. If you're still not convinced, then take it. China has been without dragons for 700 years. I'd rather believe it's a myth. I also don't want to chase after something unrealistic and empty, only to end up disappointed. By the way, I wanted to ask you something, which is about the spirit stones in the universe. Gu Yuan suddenly said, The embroidered uniform guards may carry various strange soul artifacts, among which I know that starstones are not something that exists in our time. In other eras as well, meteorites have been attracted by chance and crashed onto Earth. There have even been instances where meteorite radiation created new species of pets. The old man said this. Starry cat, wishing star, and a series of other rare pets with starry sky attributes are all evolved from this kind of radiation. They can wield the power of the stars. Star cats were abundant during the Tang dynasty, but by modern times they are nearly extinct. Okay, I got it. Gu Yuan replied impatiently. I need information on training star cats. As he spoke, the old man gestured upwards with his lips. If you want to take that manual for training star cats, then take it. The rules remain the same. Gu Yuan saw the book. It had a strange title, Starry Sky Cat Raising Stories. Are you sure this isn't the name of a children's book? Gu Yuan couldn't help but complain. The worst part was that the book's cover even had cute cat cartoon figures drawn on it. The person in charge of copying this book was a little girl. At that time, she was heavily influenced by Western culture, and the outside was decorated with crayon drawings by her daughter. As the old man spoke, he began wiping the cold sweat from his forehead with one hand, saying helplessly, The methods of raising and training auxiliary pets tend to be gentle, since they are not often tasked with difficult tasks. Gu Yuan returned home, and, based on the content of the book, made a long-term plan for Xiao by his training. It turns out this is another project that will require a crazy amount of money. Little Lily has 4 evolutionary paths. 2 are independent evolutionary paths of Star Cat, and the other two are independent evolutionary paths of Munchkin Cat. However, Little Lily is probably the first in the world to possess both mythical and royal bloodlines. A spirit pet that possesses both the bloodline of the celestial tiger and the bloodline of the star cat. How will this adorable cat evolve? We must be on the safe side. Gu Yuan will definitely choose the one from this manual, so that it can evolve into a higher form of the star cat. Little Lily has two evolutionary forms, Starlight Cat and Star-Eating Cat. The Star-Eating Cat is violent, difficult to tame, bloodthirsty, swift, and strangely cruel. It requires 1 dark star meteorite, 1 starry sky royal grade inner core, and 2 dark grade king grade inner cores. Starlight Cat. Gentle and adorable, it can transform into wings and fly. It is skilled at praying, curing illnesses, and bringing good fortune. It has fair skin and a beautiful appearance. It requires 1 starlight stone, 1 royal grade starry sky inner core, and 2 king grade light inner cores. Gu Yuan imagined 2 evolved forms of human beings. She wore a black cloak, somewhat like a vampire, with red eyes, blood-sucking fangs, and wielding a dagger. She was a witch version of Sayuri, whose healing effects were reduced, and who was evolving into an aggressive form. Or rather, the magical girl version of Sayuri, with white stockings, a little angel wing on her back, a starlight wand in hand, a pink and white dress, and a sweet smile, would be better. Of course, either one is fine. Whether it's Starstone or Dark Starstone, they are both expensive and rare materials. Where are you going to find them on your own? Gu Yuan watched as Xiao Baihe, still in cat form, crawled across the ground, pushing a ball of yarn forward while balancing it on her head. He lifted his legs and dangled them on the ball, hoping to push it forward, but accidentally fell face first onto the ball, which rolled forward. She landed head first. Is this really a demonic beast with the bloodline of a god emperor? Gu Yuan sighed as he looked on in confusion. Gu Yuan sent a WeChat message to Miss Flower and Snake. Flowers and Snakes. The little boss's anonymous post is so unique. I won't change my name if I can't get Tamamo no Mei. Flower and Snake. It's all right, little boss. I'll change the note. Please continue. The adorable little boss. Sister Hua, I want to ask you something. What are the rules of the competition you mentioned last time, the underground arena, for obtaining star stones? Flower and Snake. That competition is a points-based system. How so? The underground arena has its own set of rules. It's not that the stronger you are, the easier it is to gain points. Rather, it's related to challenging opponents of higher levels. Chapter 170 Target, Starstone. According to the explanation of Sister Flower and Snake, this underground arena is very different from a regular arena. Here, if someone accidentally loses their life in a duel, their body will be disposed of secretly. Moreover, the Colosseum has the capability and requires participants to cooperate in fabricating evidence of feigned death, so that if you accidentally lose your life underground, you can easily cover it up. Moreover, there will be no security measures during the battle, the purpose of which is simple, to prevent match fixing. TCH, looks like the people running this underground arena have some serious resources. Gu Yuan thought to himself. Flowers and snakes. This is also related to the fact that Chinese law explicitly prohibits gambling, and gambling regulations are not protected by law. This market is huge, and many underground banks basically support an underground arena. Moreover, in these underground arenas, one could be seriously injured or killed during a fight. These are all things that happen frequently, and this bloodshed and violence, ironically, encourages some wealthy people to gamble. Here, it's not uncommon to see gamblers betting tens or hundreds of billions of dollars. There's even a special program every Saturday, where people who have been starving for 3 days and monsters who have been starving for 3 days are put together for a life-or-death duel, which is very fair. The adorable little boss. It's so dangerous. Would anyone really go and participate? Flowers and snakes, of course. This is the points system I told you about, designed to prevent participants from choosing opponents of similar skill levels. This eliminates the unique thrill of gambling. The competition uses an algorithm that increases the difference in soul power to determine the scoring system. Simply put, you can only gain points by choosing to compete against opponents with higher soul power than you. Points can be redeemed for various expensive treasures, even the starstones I mentioned earlier. Gu Yuan nodded. After roughly understanding the competition rules, Gu Yuan asked, if I want to get a starstone, what do I need to do? What? Upon hearing this, Flower and Snake were taken aback and quickly sent a message. Flower and Snake, little boss, that place is too dangerous. Let me go and earn the points for you. Cute little boss, no? After you obtained the starstone last time, you were ambushed. I think someone deliberately ambushed the person who obtained the starstone. You need to conserve your energy. Once I get the starstone, We'll work together to find that person and get back the star stone that was stolen from you. And don't forget, this points system isn't about who has higher soul power and who can score more points. It's about who can beat someone stronger than themselves. Gu Yuan had made up his mind to go and see the underground arena. Gu Yuan tried asking questions to gauge the situation and discovered that even the flower sister couldn't help him get a spot in the competition. In that case, Gu Yuan only has one option left. Gu Yuan made a phone call to Yaya. Hey, you dead crocodile. I'm asking you. Is there any way you can get me a qualification for, the 777 Underground Coliseum? I need starstones. When Yaya heard that Gu Yuan was going to the underground arena, she was practically ready to set off celebratory fireworks. Don't worry, leave it to me. I'll arrange the relevant work for you, but you'll also need to cooperate with some document writing. What are you writing? A political report? No, write a suicide note. According to their standards, everyone who participates has to write one, so that if you accidentally lose your life, they can fake your suicide and prevent them from tracing it. Holy crap, this dead man even comes with a full service package. Gu Yuan received a screenshot of the rules, one of which Hua Yushi hadn't told him about, was the bomb rule. For example, the difference in soul power between the two sides is too great, to the point that the other party is one rank higher than you. Therefore, if the opponent has one more beast than you, that counts as a bomb. The betting amount must be tripled. For example, if someone bets 30,000 on contestant A, and contestant A has one less beast than contestant B, the bet must be tripled. If player A wins, the 30,000 that could have won 60,000 will triple, and they will win 180,000. The person who bets on B needs to come up with an extra 150,000 to cover the shortfall. This 150,000 comes from their own savings or reserves that are not currently betting on the table. If player A plays to an even higher level and uses one less pet, he will have 2 fewer pets than player B. This is called a double bomb, which multiplies the score by 9. And so on. 3 explosions multiply the value by 27 times, 4 explosions by 81 times, 5 explosions by 243 times. The points earned by the players are also doubled in the same way. This is truly a paradise for gamblers. They can either win big or lose so much they won't recognize their own mothers. Gu Yuan was speechless, but still went to Yaya's place and completed the formalities. And so, guided by Yaya Chuan, Gu Yuan arrived at the subway station. This arena is something else entirely, created to evade the supervision of human society. It wasn't even located in a city within the Anjia border, but rather on the edge of the Anjia border, similar to many hunters' lodges. Moreover, the location is not publicly disclosed. The only way to get there is by subway. Gu Yuan arrived at an abandoned subway station and found that there were already many hunters like himself waiting there. Sister Flower. Gu Yuan approached a man in black and greeted him in a low voice. Oh my god, how did you recognize me? Hua Yushi raised her head. She was wearing a mask, and the hood of her trench coat was also pulled up. He was dressed in black, and his disguise was very sophisticated. Gu Yuan was speechless. He looked at her chest, which had shrunk considerably, probably because she was wearing a bralette that held it tightly in place. Unfortunately, looking around, there were no women older than her. Could it be that I didn't disguise myself well enough? Sister Hua anxiously examined her own body. No, you're very good at disguising yourself. I found you through the process of elimination. Gu Yuan said quietly. The young boss is so clever. How did you eliminate the possibilities? Sister Hua praised her with a smile. Gu Yuan said, looking around, after eliminating the ones with the biggest breasts, I found you. Oh, is that so? If the young boss likes it, would you like to touch it? Buzz, 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 the deafening sound of a train entering the station rang out. At this moment, the train arrived at the station, and Gu Yuan and Sister Hua boarded the train together by swiping their cards. It was pitch black all around, and I could only feel the train constantly turning and changing tracks. Gu Yuan guessed that there were many underground arenas, distributed on the edges of various safe zones. Each night, a different algorithm determines which different arena the train will be heading to. Finally, the train stopped, and Gu Yuan got off. He saw people split into 2 groups. One group went up the stairs, while the other group continued down. Gu Yuan was about to walk downstairs when he was stopped by Sister Hua. Chapter 171, Phoenix Tamer Appears. A truly shocking and explosive experience. Young boss, are you really going to do this? Sister Hua asked, pulling Gu Yuan's hand and looking into his eyes. Gu Yuan nodded. Didn't we agree on that? Sister Hua nodded. I will definitely do my best to protect the young boss. Upon entering the lower level, the environment was not harsh at all. The ventilation was excellent. and there were various shops selling medicinal herbs, food, and alcohol. Many hunters are preparing. Gu Yuan noticed that there were many people here, not only Chinese, but also foreigners. Many of these people knew each other and came to the athletes' lounge, which was somewhat like a giant gym. Insults, smashed tables, dismantled chairs, and the violence of offline fights filled the place, some of which had already drawn blood. Then there were countless people who said they wanted to go on stage and fight to the death. You only live once. This is the electronic sign hanging above the registration desk. Gu Yuan used to be a top student with excellent English skills, so he naturally knew where this famous quote came from. This comes from a forum called Wall Street Casino. This phrase sounds like it's an encouragement to do good, saying that you only live once. However, in English, the intended meaning is more often that you can only lose once. To put it simply, if you win, you can play with young models at the club. If you lose, you become a young model at the club. Hello, I'm new here. I need to register. Gu Yuan handed the ID card that Ye had given him to the waiter. This is a challenge mechanism where everyone who swipes their card will be anonymously displayed on the board. Others can choose to challenge you, and you can also choose to challenge other people on the board. The person being challenged has the option to accept or not. Ding dong. The magnetic card was swiped. The entire signboard suddenly flashed. What's going on? Is there something wrong with the dashboard? Gu Yuan suddenly noticed that all the screens were flashing the same image at the same time. No, it's not that the signboard is out of control, but that someone has paid for an entrance effect for this ID card. The waitress stared blankly at the exaggerated special effects. At that moment, all the broadcast television sets and the large screens used for selecting participants displayed an image of a fiery red phoenix soaring into the sky. As the phoenix's cry rang out, everyone instinctively looked at the nearest screen around them. On the screen, the circling phoenix finally landed on the arm of a dark figure. This figure was facing away from the setting sun, so its face could not be clearly seen. The phoenix on its shoulder spreads its wings as if preparing to take flight. Above it was a row of large, gleaming characters. Phoenix Tamer number 4165465 is waiting for you to challenge him. Phoenix Tamer. In an instant, not only the audience, but even many of the contestants were surprised. The Phoenix Tamer has actually come to our underground arena. My heavens, the Phoenix Tamer has arrived. I've had my eye on that bastard for ages. A mere high school student, yet he's causing chaos in the hunter rankings. He's asking for death. Just wait until tonight. I'll beat him so badly he'll be crawling on the floor with his teeth knocked out. One by one, burly men began frantically searching for the front desk to scan the QR code. Enter number 4165465, the number Gu Yuan obtained, and you must find Gu Yuan for a duel. Countless people want to catch a glimpse of the Phoenix Tamer. Whether they book a seat in person or don't have the opportunity to come to the event, they can buy online tickets on the dark web to watch the live stream. In an instant, the title of Phoenix Tamer resounded throughout the entire underground arena. The name Phoenix Tamer has become so famous lately that countless people hope to benefit from it. There were also those who were full of passion and wanted to fight Gu Yuan. The number of challenge messages Gu Yuan received, asking whether he would accept the challenge, skyrocketed. On the right side of the big screen, there is a list called Today's Most Popular List. The rankings are based on the number of challenges received. The title of Phoenix Tamer was bestowed upon him within a mere 1 minute of the market opening. He had been challenged by more than 300 contestants from the underground arena. It directly broke the record for the most challenges in 1 minute in the entire underground arena. Looking at the exaggerated special effects, Gu Yuan made a phone call. Hey Yaya, what's with that golden symbol? Do you want me to be glared at to death by everyone tonight? Yaya Chuan is on the 3rd floor upstairs. In front of him was a gambling table with a sign that read, "Can anyone break the 1-minute challenge record within a year?" Yaya held the phone between his shoulder and arm, one hand gripping a sack, the other stuffing large gold bars and bundles of banknotes into it. How could that be, Phoenix Tamer? Do I look like a crocodile to you? I'm just treating you like a brother, giving you more options. Sigh. Gu Yuan thought to himself as he looked at all the challenge letters that came with the challenge. There are definitely a lot of choices. Gu Yuan can choose any one of them to duel. In fact, Hongling's innate bloodline talent is quite strong and can play a special role in the competition. Gu Yuan selected from among these people and surprisingly chose a 4th-rank Beast Tamer to challenge. Phoenix Tamer has chosen his opponent, and surprisingly, his chosen opponent is none other than WSB's Born, a 4th-rank Beast Tamer known as the Master Bird. Just as I expected, he did choose to challenge someone of a higher level. At this moment, those who placed bets and those watching the live stream began frantically throwing money at Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan didn't bring much money with him tonight. He simply casually bet all 10 million on himself. Gu Yuan went on stage. Very good, very impressive. Master Asuka is a bald man with a big beard and very fair skin. He is probably not from China. I know your name, the Phoenix Tamer from Yu Province. Even across the ocean, many people know your name, and many people have great faith in your amazing bird, but I will prove them wrong. To think you, a mere third-rank beast tamer, could challenge me, a fourth-rank beast tamer, is your biggest mistake. I'll show you just how powerful my children are. Hongling tilted her head in confusion, then became excited upon hearing this. Master, are his pets a brood of birds born from his relationship with a bird that has transformed into a human? Is this some kind of custom? Gu Yuan didn't understand the meaning behind Hongling's words and replied directly. No. In English, children also refers to soldiers under a general. It seems he was a soldier and became a hunter after retiring. Chapter 172 One-Hit Kill, the Afghan Soldier M. At that moment, Master Asuka raised one hand. 4 raptors were summoned, and these 4 pets were all of the same species. This is a species of eagle that does not belong to China. It is unique to the Americas, the bald eagle. 4 eagles circled low in the 39-meter-high hole, then dispersed in perfect unison and reformed into a single file. Sometimes it transforms into a V-shaped arc formation. A bald eagle, plus brown skin, you've been to the Afghan battlefield. Gu Yuan carefully observed the birds flying through the air, then fixed his gaze on the other person. Yes. The other person drew a military knife. However, I made a mistake and went to a military court. After I was released from prison, I realized that it was actually quite good not to be a soldier. It's been over a decade since I've experienced the feeling of slitting the throat of a little brat like you. I love the sound of that crisp crack, like biting into a medium-rare cartilage. As he spoke, he casually slashed the metal with his razor, the clanging of the metal quite jarring. Young boss, be careful, these people really do kill. The flower and the snake were holding their breath in the audience. However, Gu Yuan nodded. I understand. You committed war crimes, didn't you? The referee shouted. Phoenix Tamer, you're a rank 3 beast tamer, right? Quickly summon your other pets. No need. Gu Yuan said calmly. In an instant, everyone who was excitedly shouting, Phoenix Tamer, hurry up, stopped. A wealthy man sitting in the VIP section picked up a grape with a fork, ready to eat it. He opened his mouth wide, but hesitated to put the grape in his mouth. The grapes fell off the fork and landed on his clothes without him even realizing it. He didn't intend to summon his second or third pet. He only summoned the phoenix. They were about to engage in a decisive battle with this 4th-ranked beast tamer who had come from the battlefield of Afghanistan. The opponent summoned 4 pets, which means that Phoenix Tamer has 3 fewer pets than him, which is equivalent to a 3-bomb, resulting in a 27-fold payout. For a moment, everyone present was stunned. Is it about suppressing Gu Yuan or Master Feinyao? Gu Yuan's pet was only level 36, while the opponent's 4 bald eagles were all over level 37. Although Gu Yuan's mythical giant bird is quite powerful, Master Flying Bird has 4 pets. Phoenix Tamer. At this point, even the referee was a little hesitant. He's already killed or maimed 30 people. Are you sure you don't want to summon even more pets? In the audience, those who had blindly bet on Gu Yuan felt they were doomed tonight and shouted in unison. Give me my money back. This is a fixed match. Phoenix Tamer wouldn't be that stupid. He's too confident. He actually wants to challenge the opponent's 4 pets with only 1 pet under these circumstances. Those who weren't in a hurry to place bets all started shifting their focus, betting their money on Master Asuka. I never expected such a good thing to happen. I'm getting free money right now. I'll bet 10 million. I'm betting my entire fortune on Master Asuka. The 2 sides' combat experience is not even on the same level. Phoenix Tamer, a kid who was lucky enough to survive in Guangzhou. How could they possibly be a match for American soldiers who had actually fought in Afghanistan? At this point, the betting money began to tilt towards the other side, and Gu Yuan's odds had become 1 to 5, even without considering a bomb. However, what they didn't expect was that Gu Yuan's lips were slightly curved at this moment. Immediately afterwards, the referee blew his whistle. Fly, bald eagles. Let the enemies on the battlefield tremble at your arrival, soar over their heads, and let them die in fear. Master Asuka roared. However, before the 4 bald eagles could fly to Gu Yuan, Hong Ling raised her head and suddenly glared at him. The power of a mythical bloodline burst forth, and 100 birds paid homage to the phoenix. These 4 bald eagles were actually of a higher rank than the red feather eagles. They were all so frightened that they fell to the ground, heads down, unwilling to spread their wings and soar. The situation on the field instantly changed from 5 against 2 to 2 against 1. Gu Yuan's lips curved slightly as he lunged forward, raising his right hand high, and a red feather leaped from his fingertips. The man and the phoenix charged toward Master Asuka. "Hey, my children, what are you doing?" Master Asuka is waiting for them to shoot down Red Feather, so he can go up and enjoy the process of slitting Gu Yuan's throat. But he found that Gu Yuan had already rushed in front of him. Gu Yuan raised his right hand and drew his M10. Unlocked by fingerprint, this USB-like artifact pops out a military dagger. With a sudden wave of his hand, Gu Yuan thrust the weapon straight toward Master Fei Niao's chest. Shining Belt. Master Flying Bird has won hundreds of matches, so naturally he has a lot of assets. With a sudden flash of his shimmering belt, he appeared in the distance. However, Gu Yuan's dagger missed its mark, and he did not pursue. Hongling plummeted rapidly through the air, the lightning-infused bullet hurtling straight towards him. Seeing the red feather falling rapidly, Master Asuka raised his right arm. A golden light suddenly erupted from his right arm, and an arc-shaped shield covered his entire body. Thor's shield. Hongling's lightning-infused projectile failed to shatter the Thor's shield. Master Asuka seized the opportunity, leaned his entire body forward, and took a step forward, charging directly towards Gu Yuan. "Damn Phoenix Tamer, I'll show you how to kill you. I don't know what kind of evil magic you used. However, your combat experience is still far inferior to mine." Master Fei Niao, with the Thunder God shield atop his head, had lightning flashing on his right hand, clearly preparing to unleash the thunderous heaven rank battle skill he had been feeding back to him, Thunderous Might. However, Gu Yuan watched as he charged toward him like a madman. With a cold expression, he took the Rolls-Royce Wind Talker off his waist. Then, Gu Yuan raised his right hand and pressed the bottom button, the Wind Sword button. A gust of wind gathered in Gu Yuan's hand and then shot out in a straight line. In an instant, the impact pierced through Thor's shield and also pierced Master Asuka's chest. Master Asuka coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed on the spot. "Humph." Gu Yuan smiled, then hung the Wind Whisperer back on his waist. In an instant, everyone in the hall was shocked. "Asuka, Master Asuka, he has stopped breathing." The host stammered as he shouted. "The victor is the Phoenix Tamer." "Yeah." In an instant, the entire basement erupted in applause. No one cared about the fate of the losers. All that was happening was cheering. Chapter 173: The Spirit of the American People. The victor is the Phoenix Tamer. As the host raised his voice in a shout, the entire venue erupted in cheers. The cleanup crew then took over and disposed of Master Asuka's body. Gu Yuan had already arrived at the lounge, according to the original timeline. Gu Yuan had already received thousands of challenge letters, and he prepared to conduct another round of screening. Those who primarily used birds as weapons and beast tamers were selected and then dealt with one by one. Because of the presence of the red-feathered 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix, the bird pets, apart from those with royal and mythical bloodlines, can resist to some extent. For the others, as long as their level is no higher than level 10 of red feather. Basically, they would all be pinned to the ground by Hong Ling's oppressive aura, unable to retaliate. Gu Yuan could easily win with fewer troops. However, to Gu Yuan's surprise, the number of challenge letters on the system suddenly decreased. Many hunters, upon witnessing Gu Yuan in battle, would truly go for the kill. Furthermore, after recognizing Gu Yuan's strength in the first battle, none of them dared to challenge him rashly again. None of the beast tamers that Gu Yuan wanted to select, who primarily used birds as their battle pets, dared to challenge him. However, there are still quite a few bold people who want to challenge Gu Yuan, and Gu Yuan is not afraid. He won more than 10 games in one night, basically a third-ranked player chasing a fourth-ranked player, and almost every game resulted in a blowout. People started betting on Gu Yuan like crazy, causing the odds to plummet. Damn it, this makes it even harder to make money. Aside from winning 6,000 points in the first battle and gaining 163,000 points from 3 bombs, Gu Yuan also gained points in the following battles. "I've earned tens of thousands of points." But Gu Yuan's points skyrocketed from 0 to over 200,000, instantly making him a big spender in the underground arena. They've even broken into the top 100 on the points leaderboard. Moreover, Gu Yuan had just bet 10 million, and with a 5x payout, that's 50 million. The 3-bet multiplier increased the stake by 27 times, resulting in a direct profit of 1.35 billion. Gu Yuan felt the thrill of spending lavishly in this underground arena, 1.35 billion. I wonder how many people who bet on Master Asuka are now going bankrupt. Although Gu Yuan's odds plummeted afterward, he managed to survive thanks to his explosive power and his absolute confidence in the strength of his 3 pets. It can be considered a stable form of investment. Making tens of millions each time is not a problem. There is a redemption form at the points redemption area. Any attribute crystal bead, 1000 points /bead. Red lettered feed, T711, 5000 points /kg. Advanced elixir formula, 10,000 points /form. Royal level monster core, 50,000 points /kg. A sword inlaid with starstone, 500,000 points. There are also various precious feeds and soul artifacts that can be exchanged, but there are too many to list. In short, the display case, showcasing the prizes, is filled with a dazzling array of treasures. However, Gu Yuan will not use these points for the time being. Inner cores, crystal beads, soul weapons, and pill recipes can all be bought with money. Gu Yuan now needs to save up points to exchange for the starstones needed to evolve Little Lily. However, more points are needed to redeem starstones. Meanwhile, on the other side, on the 4th floor of the Coliseum, the casino's top executives were gathered around the conference table for an emergency meeting, and everyone looked grim. This Phoenix Tamer has already made over $1 billion and won over 100,000 points. So what? One of the meeting participants said, twirling a throwing knife in his right hand. I heard from someone that he wants the Star Stone. Upon hearing this, the man wielding the dagger twisted his right hand and plunged the bayonet into the table. The key is that he's always here, beating up 4th-rank players with 3rd-rank skills, and occasionally he'll even get a couple of hits. He'll eventually climb up the ranks. We only have one of these Star Stones, which we use specifically to lure out masters from all walks of life to fight in the underground arena. If someone else wins it again, and we try to take it back, it might arouse suspicion. It seems he's making you all very uncomfortable. Suddenly, a dark halo flashed by, and the person who appeared beside the conference table was none other than Helin. Helin, why aren't you guarding your Wenzhong martial arts school? What are you doing here? Upon hearing this, Helin's lips curled slightly, and he twisted his neck as he spoke. I'm sworn enemies with that guy, the bastard who's at the top of the challenge leaderboard tonight. Upon hearing what the other person said, everyone present was stunned. So, what do you want to do? I want you to arrange for me to run into him on the field, and then I'm going to strangle him with my own hands. To avenge my son. Helin thought of his handsome son with fair skin, who was now in prison, being picked up by those big men. The anger in Helin's heart was about to explode. But you are a 5th-grade beast tamer. If you issue a challenge, the other party will definitely not accept it. It's very simple. Helin said. You disguise my information and say that I am a 3rd-grade beast tamer. In addition, add various rewards to make him think that I am easy to bully and that he can make a lot of money. I promise I will tear him to pieces without revealing my strength. That way, your names will be preserved, and my revenge will be complete. Okay. Their leader, Zhong Chirue, stood up and agreed. After Helin left, the others were filled with doubt. Boss, what if he gets exposed? It will damage our reputation. Humph. Zhong Chirue chuckled. Tonight, Gu Yuan won't leave alive. What do you all think? The disaster in Guangzhou killed many people, and the underground banks have a lot of bad debts, right? Since they can't handle it, why not just kill Gu Yuan and send him to the Black Lotus gang? Then we'll have them handle the smuggling paperwork for us, and then we'll escape overseas. This underground arena is better off not happening. We'll take the gold abroad, become American citizens, and enjoy the air of freedom. At this moment, Gu Yuan was in the lounge. Gu Yuan was drinking his sugary soda while watching TV. Suddenly, Gu Yuan received a text message from Yiya. The wind picked up and has receded. Yiya wears this and rarely speaks so formally. This was a code word used by many gangsters back in the early 2000s. It means that things are getting tense, and I've already run away. What's wrong? From the very beginning, the number of people entering has exceeded the number of people leaving, and some people say that the exit track is malfunctioning and they will have to wait until tomorrow morning. I used to run a casino. If the game changes too drastically and the house can't pay the bills, they might just lock the doors, kill all the gamblers, and run away with the money. What about my 1.3 billion and tens of thousands of points? No, let's go. Fortune favors the bold. Isn't that the true essence of gambling? They're about to flip the table. Who's going to flip the table is still up in the air. You're incredibly brave. Gu Yuan put the satellite phone into his pocket. Then, he stood up and went to the bar. Looking at the kind and friendly receptionist, he said, "Excuse me, miss, where do I collect my 1.3 billion? Upon hearing Gu Yuan's words, the young lady took out a black magnetic card. It's all in this card. What kind of magnetic card is this? I've never seen one like this before. It doesn't look like an ICBC card, nor does it look like a CCB card. This is a card from Wankai Bank, a well-known underground bank in our area. If 1.3 billion is directly transferred into your account, such a large sum of money from an unknown source will flow into your account. The police will arrest you directly. You can take this card and exchange it for gold bars to withdraw cash when you leave, or you can deposit most of the money in the bank. When needed, go to an underground bank and withdraw a small amount. Chapter 174 has started being inscribed again, 2 at a time. I need the money right now, what should I do? I apologize for showing up. Gold bars and diamonds are only brought over for cash withdrawal each morning when we leave the venue. Gu Yuan frowned upon hearing this. You country bumpkin, this is a high-end club. Do you really think they won't pay you? Yes. How could anyone possibly come here to rob us? So what if he can fight? Phoenix Tamer is still just a cowardly, short-sighted brat. Hearing the elegant spectators in the audience holding wine glasses, Gu Yuan shrugged helplessly. Young boss. Suddenly, Gu Yuan received a message from the flower and the snake. You want to spend this money, right? I know a place where you can spend it. I know an old friend who has a lot of inner cores and supports underground bank account settlements. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan immediately replied, no matter who it is, I'm going to spend all this money. The sooner the better. It was already 2:30 a.m. Gu Yuan went up the stairs to the second floor, where he met a short, chubby man with a mustache and a top hat. Hello, you must be Duke Fetty. As Gu Yuan spoke, he put his hands in his pockets. I don't really like this title. When I left England, I should have chosen a pension instead of a title, so I could still have some money to live in a villa. With that, he led Gu Yuan into his room. In this bedroom, he took out 3 large pickup truck-sized suitcases. Gu Yuan opened the suitcases and saw that they were all filled with well-preserved inner cores. The various inner cores shone brightly. Gu Yuan smiled when he saw them. These are your life savings, right? Yes, back in England, I uncovered some smuggled goods that I've kept hidden my whole life. Now I've been dismissed from my post and am preparing to sell them. Miss Flower and Snake told me about it. I am truly grateful that you are willing to pay 1.35 billion to buy it all. Gu Yuan nodded. But what he didn't tell the other party was whether the money could be redeemed when the sun rose on the earth the next morning. However, since we've found someone willing to take the fall, let's just dump it on him. Gu Yuan tossed the magnetic card to the other person, saying, this money is all yours. Gu Yuan also noticed it. He sold himself a total of 36 inner cores, among which 10 of them are mythical or royal level, while the rest are just the inner cores of legendary or king level monsters. All these inner elixirs, taken together, are only worth 1 billion yuan. If he wants to take advantage of me, then I can't blame myself. I'll accept your life savings. Gu Yuan picked up the box, closed it, and then went straight out the door. Gu Yuan did not store these inner cores in his storage ring. In Gu Yuan's view, even his own storage ring was not absolutely safe. Gu Yuan disassembled them all into spiritual matter, and these inner cores were all mixed together, adding a total of 20 million spiritual matter. Except for the ones that will be used for inscription later, all the other inner cores were disassembled. Gu Yuan went to the lounge, asked the waiter for a room key, and then entered the room. These inner cores will all be needed tonight. We only have half an hour, so we must finish inscribing them quickly. Upon hearing Gu Yuan's words, Qi Shui, Xiao Baihe, and Hong Ling were all stunned. They looked at Gu Yuan, filled with deep doubt and confusion. Master, isn't there no set rest time? Why is it only half an hour? You can take a proper rest. Hong Ling said from the side. There's no time. Are you going to engrave all 3 of them at once? My lord, half an hour isn't enough. Qi Shui also appeared in front of Gu Yuan and said the same thing. Meow the cat agrees too. Little Lily also transformed into human form and raised her hand to speak. However, Gu Yuan firmly shook his head. As his soul control power increased, his senses also improved considerably. During this process, Gu Yuan's proficiency in inscription also increased significantly compared to when he first transmigrated. Moreover, Gu Yuan is very diligent and eager to learn. This time, Gu Yuan plans to try to inscribe 3 inscriptions in one go to save time. The 3 runes that Gu Yuan inscribed at the same time corresponded to Qi Shui's chest, Hong Ling's left foot, and Xiao Bai's right hand, respectively. The ones to be used are respectively a mythical level demon beast, the inner core of the fire spirit demon flower at level 45. Including other materials, the consumption was close to 1 million spiritual substances. According to the contents of the Phoenix Taming Manual, a heaven-rank combat skill will be inscribed, Fallen Flower Flame. This combat skill is incredibly powerful, belonging to the heavenly rank of offensive combat skills, although it cannot compare to the power of Phoenix Fall. However, it is much stronger than Thunderclap Bomb and is a wide-range destructive skill. It is also more flexible than Phoenix Fall, and you don't have to worry about Hongling's life when using it. On Qi Shue's side, it would require the consumption of a royal-level inner core of a bone spider. Including other resource consumption, 1 million units of spiritual matter were used up. What needs to be engraved is a core combat skill, Night Parade of 100 Demons. The most important combat skills are engraved on the chest. Gu Yuan had seen this combat technique before. It was the spider that Pluto Young obtained from the tomb of that Tang Dynasty official. He possessed the ability to use this combat technique. When he released this technique directly, he even resisted the shadow tide released by teacher Han Yue and the Big Ball together. It is also a powerful combat technique that has been lost for a long time. Finally, the combat skill engraved by Little Lily is also of the heaven rank, and it uses the inner core of an angel bird of the royal rank. Including other materials, it will consume 1 million units of spiritual matter. The inscribed combat technique is called Divine Grace Chant. The inscription on this combat skill is not from China, but from Europe and America. Gu Yuan regrets that he was unable to purchase the inner core of a Star Emperor-level demon beast. We can only inscribe it according to the standards of the short-legged cat, and the inscription will be placed on the right hand of the short-legged cat. Gu Yuan had a very open-minded view. Knowledge knows no borders. If it's useful, then use it. Chapter 175, Gu Yuan's Accelerated Engraving. Engrave 2 pets at once. Just as the 3 pets were wondering what was going on, Gu Yuan has already made the first move. Gu Yuan raised his hands, with 2 fingers of his left hand floating in the air. Spiritual energy gathered at his fingertips, completely grinding the inner core of the bone spider into powder. As Gu Yuan's left hand slid, a black, ethereal aura traced a dark, ghostly light in the air. With his other hand, Gu Yuan gathered spiritual energy and ground the inner core of the fire spirit demon flower into powder. A red aura of spiritual energy wafted between the 2 fingers. The spiritual energy gathered and flowed in Gu Yuan's hands, gliding across the 2 delicate skins of the emperor. Gu Yuan moved with the grace of a master of traditional Chinese learning painting. In short, Gu Yuan spent half an hour successfully helping each of his 3 pets acquire a heaven-rank combat skill. All 3 pets were very happy. Gu Yuan felt a strange sense of accomplishment. He was truly amazing. They actually managed to multitask, simultaneously inscribing runes on 2 pets, and ultimately succeeded in completing the inscription process on all 3 pets. However, at that moment, there was a knock on the door. Little Lily transformed into a little white kitten and crawled into Gu Yuan's pocket. Hongling transformed into a phoenix and landed on Gu Yuan's shoulder, while Qi Shue returned to the pet control space. Gu Yuan arrived at the door and opened it, only to see several beast tamers looking at him with helpless expressions. What do you need me for? Gu Yuan thought to himself, those murderous looks these people are giving me. Could they still be here to cause trouble for me? But to their surprise, these people roared in unison. Keep your voice down. We know you have 3 spirit beasts that can take human form. Please, can you be quiet? I'm so envious. At least we now know that the most beautiful one isn't the red phoenix, but the fox. After hearing this, Gu Yuan scratched his head helplessly, thinking to himself that these people really know how to cause trouble. Gu Yuan was speechless. If you like spirit beasts, go capture them in the wilderness. Why come here to argue with me? Suddenly, a waitress approached Gu Yuan. Hello, Phoenix Tamer. Someone wants to challenge you, and after our review, the challenge can be super duper. Gu Yuan was clearly stunned when he heard what the waitress said. Did your boss make his fortune playing Do Diju, a popular Chinese card game? Not only does he have a bomb system, but he can also multiply the bet. Gu Yuan was filled with doubt. The waitress spoke up. Super Multiplier is a special betting method that can only be participated in by people with billions of dollars in assets and margin. Furthermore, they bear unlimited joint liability, meaning they can lose everything, even their underwear. All you need to know is that in this gamble, all bets, including the points you'll receive if you win, will be multiplied tenfold. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan realized that this was a life-or-death gamble. However, Gu Yuan remained cautious. You're not going to just throw me into a duel with an 80th level royal grade monster, are you? When Gu Yuan heard this, the waitress smiled kindly. Who has the ability to bring an 80th level monster here? Those powerful monsters wouldn't care about a small casino like ours. Rest assured, everything at our casino is fair, just, and transparent. Then, he took out a report and gave it to Gu Yuan. This is your opponent. He calls himself the Man in Black. We have tested him with professional equipment, and he is a rank 3 beast tamer, just like you. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan flipped through the so-called information. It was truly interesting. Not only was the person in the photo wearing a mask, but the person's photo was also quite revealing. Moreover, the man was completely hidden under a black cloak, and it was unclear whether this black-clad figure was his anonymous identity or a code name from his hunter days, nor was there any information about him using a pet. That's not fair. After all, my name, Phoenix Tamer, is already known even in the country on the other side of the planet. Which pets I'll use, what combat skills I'll employ, that's practically transparent to me. As for him, I don't even know if he's male or female. I'm truly sorry, but we can guarantee that he is a rank 3 beast tamer, and that anyone who participates in the Super Double Special Tournament will receive a prize of 10 million. Gu Yuan nodded. If you're a third-grade beast tamer, then I'll learn for a while. As soon as Gu Yuan said this, the waiter smiled, took out the signed form, and handed it to Gu Yuan. Chapter 176 Encounter with He Lin. Gu Yuan accepted the challenge and followed the other party's instructions. The opponent's soul power was only 2,600 points higher than Gu Yuan's, but due to the super doubled competition system, if Gu Yuan wins, he will directly receive 26,000 points. If he could gain another 26,000 points, it would help Gu Yuan speed things up. After finishing this match and winning a few more, you can directly exchange for Starstones, the core material for Little Lily's second stage evolution. Gu Yuan knew that dawn was approaching, and the opportunity to cleverly gain points using the same method as in the first game was unlikely to come again. This super multiplier was an opportunity. Gu Yuan looked at the ancient longsword placed in the highest points redemption slot. It appears to be a design from the Ming dynasty. The blade itself does not possess strong spiritual energy, but anyone with a discerning eye can recognize the starstones on it. Upon arriving at the arena, we found ourselves in a super-sized, extra-luxurious coliseum, covering an area of over 300 square meters. The highest dome is nearly 100 meters high, and in its center is a long river that separates the contestants on both sides. There are also artificially planted trees and shrubs on both sides for them to hide in. This is a multifunctional venue that caters to beast tamers who can fly, swim, are good at stealth, and are good at frontal combat. Gu Yuan silently watched the person approaching from the opposite side. He was draped in a black cloak, obscuring his face and age, but his broad, muscular build spoke volumes. His gender should be male. Gu Yuan wanted to use the eye of the other shore to see the opponent's strength clearly, but then the other party said, "Phoenix Tamer, you will surely perish here today. He knows me, and he came with the determination to kill me." Gu Yuan hadn't had a chance to check the other party's soul control power yet. A gust of wind swept by, and behind the man in black, blue light surged, revealing a colossal beast. The monster was 100 feet tall, its entire body covered in sturdy scales, resembling a giant python, with a pair of transparent wings made of ice on its back. Ice Scale Flying Serpent. Race: Ice Scale Flying Serpent. Type: Ice/Flying. Level: 47. Rank: Legendary. Introduction: a giant serpent living in extremely cold environments, capable of using heavenly rank combat skills, evolved from the ice and snow spirit serpent, able to fly high in the sky, and possessing extremely strong freezing abilities. Combat skills: Blizzard, Earth rank; Ice Spike, Earth rank; Ice and Snow Venom, Earth rank; Earth Drill, Mystic rank; Celestial Star Shatter, Heaven rank. Inscribed combat skills: Frozen Thousands of Miles, Heavenly rank, and Deceptive Ice Fong, Earthly rank. A level 47 monster. Gu Yuan sensed something was amiss. People in the audience were also whispering among themselves. This is a level 47 demonic beast. No wonder he dared to challenge Phoenix Tamer. My God, how is this possible? Is this really a demonic beast that a third-grade beast tamer can possess? It's already over level 45. None of the Phoenix Tamer's pets are above level 40. It's over. Phoenix Tamer's winning streak is about to end. It's not about winning streaks. The other side is clearly here for revenge. They're trying to kill Phoenix Tamer. At this moment, the ice scale flying serpent soared high into the air and then plunged downwards. Before the referee even called start, the player summoned his pet and launched a direct attack on the opposing player's beast tamer. If this were in a proper gladiatorial arena, the man in black would have been judged to have lost immediately. But this is a competition with doubled odds. If the man in black is declared the loser for this reason, those who have staked their entire fortune on him will likely be very dissatisfied. The referee slunk away, giving Gu Yuan a sympathetic look. Poor young man, you're doomed with a beast-taming skill of level 45 or higher. Without any hint of probing, the opponent's attack was exactly as he said, to unleash a powerful move and kill Gu Yuan. As the ice-scale flying serpent made a sharp turn in the air, a huge, spinning meteorite gathered in its mouth and hurtled straight toward Gu Yuan. It was none other than its heavenly rank combat skill, Heavenly Star Shatter. Hongling watched as the enormous, gleaming ice and snow boulder hurtled toward her master. It also spread its wings and took off from Gu Yuan's shoulder. They began to gather explosive charges in their mouths, and the two sides collided violently in midair, the force of the explosion pushing outwards. In an instant, the explosion's thunderous sparks and scattered ice dust and debris flew everywhere, pushing the surrounding area apart. Although they weren't engraved heavenly rank combat skills, the impact of ordinary heavenly rank combat skills colliding together was enough to kill all the spectators. However, the organizers had anticipated this and had already activated the protective shield, saving the audience from harm. Many people thought the Phoenix Tamer was doomed. However, the smoke from the explosion dissipated. A red light flashed across the sky, and Hong Ling actually blocked the opponent's heaven rank combat skill. Hong Ling's eyes shone brightly, and her offensive aura surged, as if she were a soldier charging out on command. Gu Yuan did not back down in the face of the opponent's desperate attack. Instead, he immediately issued an attack order, and Hong Ling went up to confront him head-on. Red feathers swiftly slashed across the side of the ice-scale flying serpent, its sharp claws scratching the serpent's abdomen. A long scar was left on it, and bright red pustules began to grow on the scar. What disgusting boils! Is this poison? The Phoenix Tamer has such insidious combat techniques. The audience in the stands were stunned. Hong Ling made a sharp turn in the air, and lightning-infused bullets flashed in her mouth again as she accelerated downwards, the power of lightning gathering in her mouth. As the crimson feather approached, the lightning-infused bullet struck the back of the ice-scale flying serpent, accompanied by a fiery explosion on the serpent's abdomen. The ice-scale flying serpent crashed to the ground. Everyone saw the scales on the ice-scale flying serpent's body falling off. Wow, that's amazing. It seems we all underestimated the combat power of a mythical phoenix. It actually managed to knock off the ice-scale flying serpent's scales, which were as solid as 10,000-year-old ice. Hee. Gu Yuan laughed. You on the other side are too confident, aren't you? Summoning ice-type monsters to deal with my red feather. How little do you take me seriously? Heilin was shocked. This mythical-level monster is indeed extraordinary. Don't get too cocky. The man in black suddenly roared at Gu Yuan. What you just used was merely a heaven-rank combat skill obtained through core fusion. What truly determines victory is the inscription of a heaven-rank combat skill. Ice-scale flying serpent. Use Earth Dive. The injured ice-scale flying serpent burrowed directly underground. His entire body disappeared into the soil. Red feathers circled rapidly in the air, but could not find any trace of the enemy. Heavenly rank combat skill. Freeze 1,000 miles. The man in black clenched his right fist, as if letting out a triumphant cheer. The icy chill rose from the ground, and countless ice spikes kept emerging from beneath it. The challenger in black has unleashed his engraved heavenly rank combat skill. The host shouted. Moreover, because it has gone underground, the Phoenix of the Phoenix Tamer is unable to bombard and interrupt it. Chapter 177 Red Feather vs. Ice Scale Flying Serpent. Just obediently hand over the Phoenix fall. Heilin felt that the red feather couldn't penetrate such a thick layer of surface rock, and above that, the dome was only a few dozen meters high. The ice spikes rising from below will skewer them like meat skewers. Gu Yuan can only break through the ground if he makes Hong Ling use her life-saving combat skill, Phoenix Fall. Gu Yuan shook his head. I really don't want to use this move, because it's very likely that I might accidentally kill a lot of people. Gu Yuan's words sent chills down the spines of everyone present. Upon hearing this, Xiaobei jumped out of Gu Yuan's pocket, but it didn't happen as everyone had imagined. Instead of joining the battle, he leaped directly into the pet control space. Are they going to release Feng Luo? Everyone felt cold sweat pouring down their foreheads, and many spectators even started to run away. Watching other people's matches costs money, but watching Gu Yuan's matches costs your life. Activate the protective array to its maximum power, then have all security personnel enter the stands to protect the spectators. Casino management personnel were shouting into their headsets. Zhong Shirue, the manager of the underground casino, watched the tense atmosphere on the live broadcast screen and felt that Gu Yuan's only way to break the deadlock was to use Feng Luo. Once we force out his phoenix fall, the phoenix tamer will be at his most vulnerable during this period without the phoenix, and then we can offer him to the Black Lotus gang. However, after carefully putting away the little lily, Gu Yuan said, "Red feather, use fallen flame, fallen flowers and falling flames." Everyone present was stunned. This was an inscribed combat technique they had never heard of before. The fallen flame and fallen flowers technique is a terrifying combat skill lost in the long river of history. Gu Yuan spent a lot of time restoring it and inscribing it on Hongling. Then, the red feather in the air transformed into a human, with its arms outstretched and its head tilted back to look at the sky. On the instep of the red feather, a red lotus inscription appeared. A red light illuminated Hongling's cheeks, and a fiery red lotus flower appeared before her. The flaming lotus spun and burned in the air, its temperature rising higher and higher. The lotus itself is transparent and sparkling, like a crystal work of art. With a gentle release from Hongling, the flower swayed and fell towards the ground, creating a graceful and ethereal beauty. It fell very slowly, like a harmless lotus flower gently falling in the wind. However, its temperature continues to rise. The temperature of the flower's core is still rising, Zhong Chirue said, looking at the analysis from the professional equipment. The temperature of this flower is soaring wildly. Even though the flowers were still floating in the air, it felt as if a huge boulder had fallen to the ground beneath them, causing the ground to sink by a meter. Gu Yuan had already silently pressed the windshield button on the Rolls-Royce Wind Whisperer. Then, just like a flushing toilet, it drew all the surrounding air, trees, and river water toward the lotus flower in the center. Fallen flowers and flames. The breath fuels the combustion, and as it burns, it absorbs countless breaths, which flow inward to form the fallen flowers on the ground, shattering millennia-old meteorites. Within a radius of several kilometers, livestock and humans alike are affected, their faces turning purple and their blood turning black due to the fire poison. This combat technique is extremely difficult to understand. It means that as the lotus lands, it will attract everything around it and then explode. After the explosion, all living things within a radius of several kilometers will die, their faces turning purple when they die. When Gu Yuan first read this synopsis, he didn't understand what was going on. What kind of poison was this? It was so powerful. What if he was poisoned to death? Later, when Gu Yuan couldn't figure it out after repeated research, he suddenly remembered a weapon from his previous life and understood. A bomb that explodes with the addition of an accelerant. The temperature was too high, reaching 2000 degrees Celsius, which burned up all the surrounding oxygen, eventually creating pressure that drew everything around to the center of the explosion. During this process, the pressure is downward, causing the ground to sink several meters, flattening it, and even pressing it down several meters. During this process, all the oxygen is drawn into the center of the flame and then burned. People within a radius of tens of kilometers would die from lack of oxygen. Even worse, if you're too close to the explosion point, you might get sucked in and burn along with it. Therefore, when our ancestors died with purple lips, it wasn't because they were poisoned, but because they lacked oxygen. Damn, it's like a vacuum implosion bomb. If it weren't for my Rolls-Royce Wind Whisperer, I wouldn't dare to inscribe this combat skill on red feather. The burning lotus flower was still slowly descending, the stream was dried up, and the trees were charred. The key point is that the lotus flower has not yet landed during this process. It continued to float downwards as if all the terrifying scenes happening around it had nothing to do with its harmless little lotus flower. The ground was pressed down more than 10 meters before the massive explosion occurred. Throughout the entire process, Gu Yuan kept one hand on his Rolls-Royce Wind Whisperer. The gusts of wind gathered by the shield of wind stabilized Gu Yuan's figure, preventing him from being sucked away directly. However, after the explosion ended, Gu Yuan did not dare to shut down the wind shield. He discovered that none of the stunned audience members in the surrounding stands had died from lack of oxygen. Oh, I see. This underground arena has a device that automatically generates oxygen, which acts as a ventilation system. So these people haven't died from lack of oxygen. Gu Yuan deactivated the wind shield, and Hong Ling, having transformed into a phoenix, swiftly swept across Gu Yuan's head and landed on his shoulder. Good girl, Hong Ling. Gu Yuan gently placed one hand on Hong Ling's head and stroked it back and forth. Hong Ling rubbed against Gu Yuan's cheek and then returned to her aloof and proud posture. Gu Yuan raised his head and looked at the dumbfounded man in black in front of him. What's wrong? Didn't you say you were going to kill me? I'm waiting for you. At this moment, He Lin stared at the ground in a daze. What just happened? I can't understand what kind of combat technique that was at all. Hongling is still alive, which means that it wasn't Fenglu, which is the strongest Phoenix-type heaven-rank combat skill. In other words, my ice-scale flying serpent was instantly killed before the opponent even showed its true strength. The heavenly rank combat skill has clearly been activated. Impossible. My ice-scale flying serpent is clearly several levels higher than its opponents. What happened to the man in black? The audience members began to discuss it amongst themselves. That was terrifying. The combat technique he just used is probably making him question his life now, wondering if he actually doesn't understand the art of beast taming at all. What kind of terrifying being is the Phoenix Tamer to be able to train such a terrifying pet? Hey, we're not done fighting yet. Upon hearing Gu Yuan's words, Heilin suddenly snapped out of his shock. Gu Yuan covered his head with one hand and said calmly, "Didn't you just say you were going to kill me? But what did you do? I didn't sense any of your heavenly rank combat skill at all." Gu Yuan, the other person actually addressed me by my real name. Immediately afterwards, the man in black raised one hand and said, "Watch closely. These are my second and third pets." Chapter 178, Qi Shui's new heavenly rank combat skill. At this moment, a fierce wind surged in front of Gu Yuan. Two pets suddenly appeared in front of Gu Yuan, a level 46 fire-armored spirit turtle and a level 47 death bull. Although both are level 40, their quality and bloodline differ. Unfortunately, both are rare. Gu Yuan, I want you to be arrogant. You fucking be arrogant again, the man in black roared. Gu Yuan sensed a problem. A third-grade beast tamer, if all resources were poured into a single demon beast. At most, summoning 2 level 40 monsters would be the limit. But what's wrong with this guy? How did he summon 2 more monsters that are over level 45? How does this guy have so many powerful monsters? To be honest, Gu Yuan felt that his speed in raising his pets was already incredible. So how could the other party be even faster than him? Because the level of your pet will also increase during the process of cultivating your mental state. Simply put, the higher the rank of the beast tamer, the easier it will be for the pet to level up. Is the other party even more extraordinary than myself? Gu Yuan finally used the eye of the other shore again to take a look, and what he saw shocked him. The opponent's soul control power is as high as 53,000, making him a 5th-grade beast tamer. Organizers, Gu Yuan suddenly raised his right hand and roared, "What are you doing? The other side is definitely not just a 3rd-grade beast tamer." Yes, how could a rank 3 beast tamer have 3 pets of level 45 or higher? That's impossible. People in the audience were also whispering among themselves. Miss Flower and Snake even stood up, went to the organizer's office, slammed her hand on the table, and shouted, "This is rigged." Enough. However, at that moment, a middle-aged man entered the noisy crowd. "Don't listen to the nonsense of the Phoenix Tamer." As Zhong Chirue walked, he said, he was just terrified after seeing 2 monsters of level 45 or higher. Not wanting to lose, he just wanted to find an excuse to run away on the spot. At this moment, an iron railing suddenly descended from the entrance behind Gu Yuan, blocking his path. The competition continues. You all know my reputation, right? This man in black is a 3rd-grade beast tamer, but instead of improving his own soul control power, he's given all his resources to his 3 pets. After he said this, there were still dissenting voices among those present. However, Heilin was not one to reason. He had already ordered his imperial pet to charge at Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan already knew that the other party was not a 3rd-grade beast tamer, but a true 5th-grade beast tamer. Trying to trick me, huh? Knowing that the other party had more than 2 pets, and 2 more that had not been summoned, Gu Yuan decided to kill this enemy here. Regardless of who he is, a 5th-rank beast tamer who has a grudge against him is a huge problem. If the opponent summons all 5 of his beasts and uses his 50,000 soul power to fight him to the death, then Gu Yuan's only way out is to fight. The strategy is to quickly release Feng Luo, kill him instantly, and then take as many resources as possible amidst the chaos. Then, activate stealth, meow, and run away. However, since the opponent is pretending to be a 3rd-grade beast tamer, they can only send 2 more beasts, and they dare not directly use the power of 50,000 soul control points to attack them. I could kill those 2 first, and then find an opportunity to kill him directly, before it can summon 2 other pets that are above level 50. In the game directly. Gu Yuan laughed, raised his right hand, and suddenly summoned Qi Shui. He also instructed Hongling to conserve her energy. Qi Shui makes her appearance, and the alluring and seductive fox spirit appears, without any movement or even transforming into human form. Some male viewers couldn't take their eyes off Qi Shui. That damned fox. The energy in her bones is just too alluring. Gu Yuan was speechless. These guys, Qi Shui hasn't even transformed into a human yet, and they're already like this. Once she transforms into a human, are they going to just explode on the spot? Qi Shui, use Ice Ghost Soul. Upon hearing Gu Yuan's words, Qi Shui's fox-like eyes suddenly flashed with a blue light. The ground began to tremble. This was the sound of something being moved underground. Impossible. The ice-scale flying serpent is clearly dead, so why is it still moving? He Lin was shocked, but then he saw Qi Shui's red eyes turn completely blue. Suddenly, he was taken aback. Could it be that your Qi Shui is no longer an ordinary snow fox, but has evolved into a second-tier state with both ghost and ice attributes? Gu Yuan could tell that the other party knew his stuff. A confident smile played on Gu Yuan's lips as he raised his right hand. The ghost has returned. In Gu Yuan's original imagination, the moment he shouted such a Chinibyu line and raised his right hand, a giant ice serpent formed from the frozen remains of a skeleton would emerge from the ground and strike a super cool pose with him. However, no, because the ice-scale flying serpent had already been flattened by the fallen flame. The body was compressed as if it were a thin photograph. When it crawled out, it was so light that it was blown against the wall by the wind. This is absolutely garbage. Gu Yuan made this untimely remark, and surprisingly, the people around him nodded in agreement. Although it is not very lethal, it is extremely insulting. This level 46 ice-scale flying serpent was He Lin's childhood playmate. His good brother was brutally murdered in such a way, his body was buried underground, and then Gu Yuan summoned it out to show everyone. Look at its miserable death, and Gu Yuan mercilessly mocked it, calling it trash. This kind of hatred and resentment was something He Lin could never bear. Try calling me trash again. He Lin suddenly rushed towards Gu Yuan's direction, then raised his right hand, and spiritual energy gathered in his hand. He had actually used the heavenly rank combat skill he had gained through his own efforts, frozen 10,000 miles. Han Bing flew rapidly towards Gu Yuan's direction. Gu Yuan retreated rapidly, drew his Motus sword, and unleashed a burst of flames that pierced through the cold air pushed by his opponent. However, the level 47 Death Bull, braving the raging flames, unleashed its heaven-rank combat skill, Desperate Charge, at Gu Yuan. The impact came very quickly. Sacrifice Charge is a physical ghost-type combat skill. The Death Bull locks onto a target and charges towards it, during which nothing can stop it. Moreover, the Death Bulls will relentlessly pursue their targets, and after successfully charging into one, they will consume a large amount of their life force to trade one for another. Gu Yuan naturally knew about this desperate combat technique, but he also knew how to counter it. Hongling suddenly grew larger and fell. Gu Yuan flipped over and mounted Hongling. Hongling spread its wings and took off, causing the ramming of the deadly bull to miss its target. Unable to attack the flying red feather, the Death Bull could only spin angrily on the ground, constantly roaring. Chapter 179, a third rank kills a fifth rank. The Death Bull spun around on the ground, while the Fire Spirit Turtle raised its head and spewed out bursts of raging flames at the graceful figure of Red Feather streaking through the air. However, Red Feather is capable of supersonic flight. Red Feather, circling rapidly in the air, easily dodged the Fire Spirit Turtle's fiery attack. He Lin wanted to summon his level 50 Dream Shadow Flying Butterfly. With their support, they should be able to effectively contain that phoenix that was flying around everywhere. However, considering that he couldn't reveal that he was a 5th-grade beast tamer yet, he gritted his teeth. That fox is still on the ground. Forget about the one flying in the sky. Fire Spirit Turtle, use the heavenly rank battle skill, Volcanic Meteor Shower. Upon hearing this, the Fire Spirit Turtle lowered its head and placed its 4 feet on the ground. The entire ground began to gather immense force towards the hole created by the falling petals and flames. The heat was gathering, and the entire ground began to rise upwards. It was as if the entire venue had been transformed into a volcano about to erupt. That fox's heavenly rank combat skill should be Ice-type. Facing a Fire-type heavenly rank combat skill that counters ice, it would surely die. Gu Yuan, you actually made me lose a spirit pet. Then you'll have to pay the price. However, to He Lin's surprise, Gu Yuan did not send Hong Ling to make an emergency landing to support Qi Shui. What's going on? Is he going to give up his second spirit pet? He Lin thought to himself, and then, just as the volcano on the ground was on the verge of erupting and about to burn Qi Shui alive, the blue patterns on Qi Shui's body began to intertwine on the white fur of the fox's chest. A black skull tattoo that looked like it had spread its black wings suddenly appeared. Qi Shui had actually used a heaven-rank battle skill, Night Parade of 100 Ghosts. Qi Shui let out a melodious fox cry, a gentle call that sent chills down one's spine, as if a steel knife were cutting into one's bones. For a moment, everyone present felt goosebumps. Black spiritual energy continuously overflowed from the skull tattoo, gathering towards Qi Shui's mouth. Then, Qi Shui spat out a bead. The pearl landed, followed by a burst of biting cold wind. Countless white ghosts and skeletons darted rapidly throughout the arena. They surrounded the fire spirit turtle, relentlessly attacking it. The fire spirit turtle, gripped by fear, actually halted its impending heavenly rank combat technique. Qi Shui walked through the air where ghosts drifted and scattered, and Hu Mei's eyes turned blue again. It spat out a blue heart, which struck the fire spirit turtle. The fire spirit turtle's eyes were gradually replaced by hearts. Then, Qi Shui turned around, and a chill gathered in her mouth. It was clear that they were preparing to unleash their second heavenly rank combat skill, Absolute Zero. A ghost-type heaven rank combat skill. Helin could hardly believe it. Not only had Hong Ling just acquired a heaven rank combat skill that had never appeared in any intelligence reports before. Now, even Qi Shui has gained a ghost-type heaven rank combat skill. How can this guy have such strength? Helin was both shocked and terrified. This guy is simply a genius at beast taming. In just a few days, he has already acquired 2 heaven-rank combat skills. Before Helin could react, the fire spirit turtle had already turned its head and was staring blankly at the death bowl. At this moment, the volcano, which was about to erupt, had already changed the direction of its ejection. Meanwhile, Hongling was not idle either. Her entire phoenix body twisted rapidly in the air. It plummeted straight towards the dead bull, hurling a thunderbolt from its mouth. Immediately following, Qi Shui's Absolute Zero and the fire spirit turtle's volcanic meteor fierce. The 3 combat techniques, almost simultaneously, shot towards the death bull from 3 different directions. In an instant, flames, cold blue light, and lightning arcs exploded in the center of the arena. Once again, an even deeper crater was left in the large crater on the ground. Everyone in the venue was stunned. After the dead bull collapsed, the fire spirit turtle also died from exhaustion. The fire spirit turtle lay on the ground, its body showing multiple signs of decay. It was sallow and emaciated, as if its life force had been drained. Its entire body fell to the left, convulsing, and even in death, its face wore a blissful, pig-like smile. Rest in peace, you fool. Qi Shui crawled away from it without even glancing at it. 3. All 3 of our pets have been killed. At that moment, everyone was shocked. Heavens above, Phoenix Tamer did it. His 3 pets, with only 2 of them on the field, successfully defeated the mysterious challenger. 3 pets exceeding level 45. Is this what mythical level is? Is this the combat power that a bloodline crowned with the name of myth can possess? Damn, I'm so envious. His pet is not only incredibly powerful, but also so beautiful. Phoenix Tamer 1. I'm rich. I mortgaged my house, sold all my pets, and bet 100 million on everything. From now on, I'll be living the life of luxury cars and beautiful women. In contrast, there were the wealthy who lost. These people had great confidence in the mysterious challenger in black. After the first pet summoned by the man in black displayed its level 45 nature, they all chose to stake everything they had on the man in black. However, now they have lost everything in one fell swoop. Several wealthy men have frantically thrown away their wine glasses and the beauties in their arms, hoping to run away. However, he was immediately captured and brought back by the people of the Colosseum. Looking at the corpses of the 3 pets in front of him, Helin felt as if his heart was being torn apart. Calm down, it's not time to wait yet. The casino's commander, Zhong Chirue, repeatedly warned Helin via telepathy to remain calm. However, Helin's face was contorted with rage, his teeth clenched, and he said viciously, No. Helin's roar startled everyone. His right hand was raised high, and red blood energy gathered, indicating that he was about to summon other pets. Level 57 Flying Dragonfly, Level 50 Dream Shadow UFO. 2 monsters, each over level 50, suddenly appeared on the scene, instantly shocking everyone present. What's going on, mysterious challenger? How can you summon 2 more pets? Rank 5. Phoenix Tamer wasn't lying. This guy really is a rank 5 beast tamer. Hey, Zhong Chirue, give me my money back, you liar. Gu Yuan. Helin took off his black clothes, revealing his true face. I'll make you taste all the pain my son suffered. I'll repay you tenfold, 100-fold, 1,000-fold, to your monster and to you." As He Lin cursed, Gu Yuan raised his right hand and suddenly pulled the moda from his waist, piercing He Lin from behind. Chapter 180, Amassing 1,000,000 Points. The moment He Lin summoned his two monsters, both over level 50, almost everyone present agreed on one thing. Gu Yuan is doomed. For monsters above level 50, their combat power will undergo a qualitative change, regardless of their bloodline. Even mythical figures couldn't defeat a level 50 monster when the difference in power was so vast. It's over. Phoenix Tamer is doomed. The other party is He Yu's father, and he's here for revenge. He Lin is a 5th grade beast tamer with rich practical experience. He's practically guaranteed victory. Not necessarily. His 3 level 45 pets are dead. He only has 2 level 50 pets now. However, he laughed when he said that. What did he mean by 2 level 50 beast tamers? Weren't 2 level 50 beast tamers strong enough to easily defeat 3 beast tamers that were less than level 40? Everyone present thought Gu Yuan was doomed. The combat power of 2 level 50 beast tamers is enough to crush a human army composed of 2 ordinary people equipped with heavy firearms. Yes, at that moment, everyone felt that there was no hope. However, the battle was already over before these 2 pets, who had just taken off and had not yet shown their terrifying combat power, were able to fight. Gu Yuan, from behind, used his Moda sword to pierce He Lin's chest. How could this be? When did he appear behind me? Is it invisible? He Lin thought to himself. Suddenly, a cute meow came from Gu Yuan's pocket. Meow? A small white cat with sparkling star patterns on its body poked its head out of Gu Yuan's pocket and meowed fiercely at him. It looked like it was about to rush up and bite you, but the kitten's adorable appearance was so cute that it melted your heart. Why did this happen? He Lin's consciousness was gradually becoming blurred, and his muscles began to twitch. A mythical level monster? Another one? Impossible. With my 50,000 soul power, even a level 20 or higher mythical level pet could detect me using its stealth combat skill. Could it be that there are beings in this world beyond my comprehension, beings that transcend mythology? Impossible, impossible. Wind Sword. After whispering those words in his ear, Gu Yuan pressed the button on the Wind Whisperer. In an instant, a surge of spiritual energy pierced through He Lin's chest. Gu Yuan followed up with a quick horizontal slash, the slender Tang sword dancing a graceful curve in the air. The quality of the material of this moda was evident to everyone. With a quick wave in the air, the arc it created shimmered brightly. The blood was completely wiped away, leaving not a trace on the blade. As the blade finished its circular motion, Gu Yuan held the Tang sword in his hand, then pulled it downwards, pressing it back into its sheath. Just then, He Lin collapsed, because his master was completely dead. The 2 pets, both above level 50, instantly collapsed to the ground, their deaths extremely gruesome. Gu Yuan silently looked at their corpses and shook his head. 2 very powerful pets. It's just a pity they followed the wrong master. Dead. It's over. While the audience was still wondering, Gu Yuan had already successfully extracted all the inner cores. This is the inner core of a monster that is over level 50. Although one of these 2 demonic beasts is legendary, the other is only rare. However, level 50 is not an ordinary level either. Gu Yuan disassembled the bracelet on his right hand with a gesture that pretended to put it into his storage space. This was a successful way to get 2.6 million worth of spiritual materials for free. Gu Yuan glanced at He Lin lying on the ground, secretly pleased. Humph. Without you as the leader of your Wenzhong martial arts school, Miss Flower and Snake will have one less major competitor. That way she can help me earn more money. However, Flower and Snake were in the stands, covering their mouths, silently watching the scene unfold on the field, deeply moved. Could it be that he did all this for me? To avenge me? To help me rebuild my martial arts school? At this moment, Gu Yuan was still trying to settle accounts, so he turned his head to look at Zhong Chirue. Just as all the audience members were discussing this, Gu Yuan raised his right hand, gave Zhong Chirue the middle finger, and yelled, "Boss, are all the betting games here rigged? You keep saying it's fair, but is this really fair? However, all the information I have tells me that this challenger in black is a 3rd grade beast tamer, and he just summoned 5 beast pets. Tell me, where the hell is this fair?" At this moment, large beads of sweat were pouring down Zhong Chirue's forehead. "Boss, what should we do?" A man dressed in a black uniform and wearing glasses, who looked like a bank clerk, came to his side. "Once this disturbance ends, our reputation will be damaged, probably by dawn this morning. There will be many people who want to withdraw their gold from our bank. We simply don't have that much gold to give away. If the accounts don't match, we'll go bankrupt and the whole casino will be finished. At dawn, when the train pulls into the station, there won't be a single piece of gold inside. Zhong Chirue said in a low voice. Those inside will be members of the Black Lotus gang. They are sworn enemies with the Phoenix Tamer. We will join them to kill everyone and then abscond with the money. Our only task is to find a way to stop the Phoenix Tamer and the spectators from leaving before dawn. So what does the boss mean? The employee lowered his head, muttering in confusion. Give them money, issue them bounce checks, say it's compensation. We absolutely cannot let them cause trouble and leave early. As soon as the Dawn Black Lotus gang arrives, burn the checks we've issued, along with all these living people. After ending their hushed conversation, Zhong Chirue's complexion suddenly improved. Everyone. Zhong Chirue went on stage, holding the microphone and laughing heartily. This gamble was an accident, a complete accident. This man in black used a treasure called the Shadow Stone, and that treasure is incredible. Zhong Chirue spoke with great intonation and rhythm, just like a storyteller. They managed to conceal their soul power and deceive us inspectors. This is due to our negligence, and I will make them pay with their lives. The bespectacled man standing behind him was stunned. Boss, what's this? I will take care of your wife and children, so you need not worry. Zhong Chirue whispered something in his ear, and then ordered his men to drag the bespectacled man onto the stage and chop him up in front of everyone. Gu Yuan watched this scene with a smile, thinking to himself, they've even killed their own people. What credibility do they have left? However, Zhong Chirue had already walked off the stage, saying as he went, everyone, those who lost this round don't need to pay. The casino will pay for it. Chapter 181 Gu Yuan's Plan. Upon hearing this, the losers all thought to themselves that they had successfully gotten something for free, and they stopped causing trouble. The winner, thinking, whatever, it doesn't matter who gave me the money, stopped causing trouble. Everyone waited patiently for the train carrying the gold bars to arrive at dawn, and then everyone was overjoyed, returning home with a fortune. These people were handing out vouchers from underground banks, with amounts written on them, billions, tens of billions, as many as you wanted. However, Gu Yuan did not think that way. Instead, he asked, what about my points? Phoenix Tamer, little brother, what do you suggest we do? Gu Yuan clapped his hands and said, listen carefully, his soul control power is 45,000 more than mine, doubled. That's 450,000. Plus, he has 2 more pets than me. 2 pets, that means 2 bombs, multiplying the score 9-fold, for a total of 4.05 million points. Don't you think so? Zhong Chirue's face instantly turned ugly. What? Are you trying to renege on your debt? Gu Yuan roared. No, how could this be? I won't renege on my promise. Zhong Chirue, surrounded by tens of thousands of people, could only continue to agree. However, Gu Yuan continued. Okay, what about my points? In an instant, the entire casino, regardless of whether they had participated in the competition or not, whether or not they watched the competition, everyone was once again amazed by the name Phoenix Tamer. This includes many foreigners, business tycoons, and even major dark forces. Everyone saw a man's name at the very top of the points table in this underground casino. Phoenix Tamer. A Phoenix Tamer from Guangdong province. Over 4 million points. How did they get that? They have already crushed everyone on all the lists and become the undisputed number 1. Yes, at this moment, the person who was originally ranked first on the list, Qinglian Nu, has dropped 1 place. A new point suddenly appeared on top of her original 3.61 million points. Phoenix Tamer, 4.05 million points. This score puts them ahead of everyone else, placing them in first place. Looking at the ranking, Qinglian Nu paled. Phoenix Tamer? What kind of hunter is this guy? How interesting. However, Gu Yuan had not yet left the venue at this time. Gu Yuan has already got his hands on him. All he needs to do is maintain the attention he receives. These people are completely obedient to themselves. For million points. Not bad, not bad. Here, give me 1,000 crystal beads first. Upon hearing Gu Yuan's words, Zhong Chirue nearly fainted. What does 1,000 crystal beads mean? Even if he emptied all the shops in Yangwan City, he still wouldn't be able to collect that many crystal beads. Sorry, our maximum exchange limit is only 500. Zhong Chirue found a waiter who was specifically responsible for serving Gu Yuan and had him run onto the stage, while also trying to find a way to get Gu Yuan off the stage. That's fine too. Bring all 500. Gu Yuan said listlessly. Then please follow us to the backstage. A waiter stepped forward, hoping that Gu Yuan would go backstage with them. No, Gu Yuan suddenly exclaimed. then sat down on the field and refused to leave. I've just been seriously injured and can't move. Go and get me the materials right away. Zhang Chirui now wished he could rush onto the field and strangle Gu Yuan on the spot. What do you mean by seriously injured? Are you injured? When someone is seriously injured, they can't move. They're lying on the ground, bleeding profusely. You're laughing so happily now, but it's all because of me paying the price. Okay, here you go. Faced with this situation, Zhang Chirui could only grit his teeth and pay the bill. However, right after he settled the bill, Gu Yuan had a new job to do. Oh my, you can exchange feed with red text here? That's great. There's even a limit of 600 packs for this exchange. Sure. Redeem them all for me. Zhang Chirui's heart was bleeding. These 600 bags of red letter feed were half of his casino's assets. It took billions to successfully purchase it, and it's been sitting on this podium for over half a year now. The purpose of this feed is to attract more beast tamers to fight. In reality, very few people can actually redeem these feeds. However, this phoenix tamer is simply too incredible. Not only did they turn the tide in a seemingly hopeless situation, but they also killed He Lin. And even after He Lin died, they displayed the strength of a 5th-grade beast tamer before finally falling. Gu Yuan now has millions of points and is really going to ask me to redeem these rewards. What should I do? However, just as he was filled with resentment, Gu Yuan roared from below. Are you going to give it to us or not? If you don't, isn't this a scam? Isn't this false advertising? Watching Gu Yuan sitting in the center of the arena, legs crossed, on Qi Shue's back, drinking cola with great interest, Zhang Chirui suddenly had the illusion that he had been kidnapped and that the kidnappers were demanding an exorbitant ransom from him. Since they couldn't afford to pay that much ransom, they could only pay whatever amount they had on the spot. He left happily after the kidnappers had squeezed him dry of every last penny. He can forget about leaving here alive and happy. This was Zhang Chirui's last consolation to herself. After this round of self-consolation, Zhang Chirui still gave it to him. Finally, Gu Yuan also asked for a treasure, which was the precious sword inlaid with starlight stones. This time, Zhang Chirui actually felt relieved. Originally, this was the most precious treasure he didn't want to give away, but since Gu Yuan, that bandit, had already taken half of his assets, he actually felt a sense of relief, like a dead pig not afraid of boiling water. Realizing he should have been furious, Zhang Chirui immediately flew into a rage and began making arrangements behind the scenes. Activate your strongest reconnaissance skills. We absolutely cannot let this kid get away. He has an invisibility technique that is extremely powerful. Even He Lin couldn't detect him. Don't worry, came the voice of his subordinate through the earpiece. We'll use a level 62 blue-eyed demon. We guarantee this bastard won't get away. He has to die today. However, what they didn't expect was that Gu Yuan actually had no intention of running away from beginning to end. After obtaining the desired materials and entering the player tunnel, Gu Yuan sent a message directly to Teacher Manhwa. The above is a satellite phone chat log between Teacher Manhwa and Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan. Teacher Manhwa. The reward you mentioned last time for the underground arena case was 2 high-level pill recipes and some red-letter feed, right? Teacher Manhwa. Yes, but it's not just about destroying the arena. We need to wipe them all out, and ideally, everyone should be there. That's very difficult. Do any boys have any good ideas? Chapter 182 Dreams and Barriers. Looking at this chat history, Gu Yuan realized that things had gotten this far. They've taken so many resources from this underground casino, they'll definitely mobilize all their manpower, close the casino doors, and start a direct robbery. That would be the best time to notify the Beast Taming Management Bureau. Gu Yuan not only pocketed a large amount of resources in one go, but also managed to get a reward for reporting them. It can be said that after the chickens have laid all their eggs, not only are the eggs taken away, but the chickens are also stewed. Gu Yuan's lips curved slightly, feeling incredibly pleased. To prevent any further accidents, Gu Yuan quickly walked through the empty corridor, preparing to return to the player's rest area as soon as possible. In crowded places, these guys wouldn't dare to cause any trouble. However, after walking through the passage for more than 10 meters, Gu Yuan was surprised to find that he seemed unable to leave the corridor. In Gu Yuan's memory, this corridor was at most 10 meters long. However, Gu Yuan had already walked nearly 30 meters, but he was still in this corridor. Gu Yuan quickly turned around, but after walking more than 30 meters, he was surprised to find that he was still in this narrow corridor. Contains a grenade. A current of electricity gathered in Gu Yuan's right palm, and a ball of electricity, sparking with sparks, slammed directly towards Gu Yuan's right side. An explosion rang out, sending debris flying. but the wall remained intact. Gu Yuan had seen this combat technique in the book he was preparing to inscribe. It was a ghost-type combat technique called the spiral corridor. This is a very strange combat technique that can distort space, trapping people who enter the corridor in a vicious cycle from which they cannot leave. As expected, this casino, just like what Sister Hua experienced, has already laid down this tactic on the retreat path of someone who has won. As Gu Yuan thought this, behind him stood the once solid wall. It was like a calm lake surface, with ripples spreading across it. A black beast floated out from the wall. This beast was draped in a black cloak, but the cloak was empty except for a pair of red eyes, and it was only about 30 centimeters tall. The beast's body was eerily ghostly, and beside it walked a man carrying a dagger, dressed like Heilin, wearing a cloak and a mask. "Hello, Phoenix Tamer. Congratulations on winning the Starstone. Now, I'm going to take that stone back from you, along with your life." Gu Yuan's Eye of the Other Shore has been activated. This person is a 5th-grade beast tamer with a soul control power of 57,000. The pet he summoned was actually a ghost dream demon. Ghost dream demon. Race, Oni dream demon. Attribute, ghost/dark. Level, 52. Rank, legendary. Description, an evolved form of the demon, a bizarre and unpredictable monster skilled at creating barriers or dreams. It frequently switches between creating dreams and barriers, making it difficult for opponents to distinguish whether they are in a real-world barrier or a dream. Combat skills, Death's Wrath, Earth rank, Mysterious Dream, Earth rank, Shadow Ball, Earth rank, Crimson Flame, Heaven rank. Engraved combat skills, Whirling Corridor, Earth rank, Ghostly Shadows, Heaven rank. A 5th-grade beast tamer coming to kill me personally? That's incredibly kind of you. Gu Yuan couldn't help but praise him. Then, Gu Yuan suddenly pulled out the moto with one hand, and with a flash of the Tang sword, Gu Yuan directly stabbed it into his own abdomen. Gu Yuan opened his eyes and saw the dagger thrusting towards him. He dodged to the left, avoiding the dagger. Damn it! How could this be? The man in black was stunned. How did you realize this was a dream? However, Gu Yuan, who was completely unharmed, clenched his right hand and unleashed the ice claw. The chilling punch landed squarely on the opponent's face, followed by a lightning-infused bomb from Gu Yuan. The electric ball struck the man in black on the back again, burning his back and leaving a patch of charred flesh. Woo woo woo, Ghost Dream Demon flew to its master's side. The man in black spat his front teeth onto the ground. Good eye, Phoenix Tamer. How did you figure that out? Gu Yuan was also filled with lingering fear, cold sweat pouring down his back, as he had almost made the same mistake as Sister Hua. This guy just unleashed a combat technique that wasn't Oni Dream Demon's spinning corridor, but rather a weird dreamscape, and the dreamscape that appeared within that weird dreamscape was the spinning corridor. Those who are caught in a bizarre dream are searching for the tricky exit of the spiral corridor in the dream. In reality, the other party is already slitting your throat with a knife. When the pain wakes you from your bizarre dream, a real spiral corridor has already been set up outside. Gu Yuan once asked Sister Hua why she didn't go back to the casino to confront them and find the person who attacked her. Sister Hua's answer was that she didn't even know who the other person was, and only felt that she was wandering in one corridor after another. Sometimes he suffers fatal wounds, sometimes he is poisoned, and sometimes his wounds heal as if he had never been injured. However, Gu Yuan's Eye of the Other Shore can break through this charade of deception. That is attribute viewing. When Gu Yuan concentrates his mind and observes the target, the other party's attributes will be displayed. However, when observing the illusions created by the other person in a dream, one cannot see the other person's attributes. Gu Yuan had just concentrated his mind to check Gui Mingyao's attributes when he found that he received no feedback. Looking into the distance, the attribute feedback came from a piece of empty air rapidly approaching from afar. Gu Yuan realized that he was in a dream, so he drew his moda and stabbed himself in the abdomen, waking himself up from the dream. At this moment, the release of the spiral corridor was complete, the light at the ends of the corridors disappeared, and Gu Yuan was trapped in the loop of the corridor. Actually, all of this was a dream, not reality. I wasn't hit by you at all, and you didn't knock out my teeth. The man in black stood up, opened his arms, and spoke as if he hadn't been hurt at all, walking towards Gu Yuan. If it were anyone else, seeing this man in black walking towards them so unguarded, they might be puzzled. Gu Yuan's lips curled slightly, because his Eye of the Other Shore saw the soul control power data emanating from the other party. This was not a dream. The other party was deliberately saying that reality was a dream. Using this method, you deceive yourself into lowering your guard. Gu Yuan stepped forward and slashed at the man in black. The flames scorched the man's chest, blood splattered everywhere, and he was sent flying. Fuck your mother. Why the hell aren't you playing by the rules? The man in black was slashed again and became completely enraged. Is this some kind of cheat code? How can he always guess whether it's reality or a dream? Chapter 183: The Heartfelt Intentions of Flowers and Snakes. Don't harm the little boss. The man in black tore through the other's mask with his sword, and finally, Gu Yuan could see the other's face clearly. The other was also a hunter, codenamed Dream Magician. He frequently uses dreams and various Taoist techniques to distort space, making it difficult for enemies to distinguish between reality and dreams. Then, in the process, they outmaneuver their enemies, leaving them in a sorry state, while remaining completely unharmed themselves. But today, it is he who is in a sorry state. The Dream Magician felt he had encountered a freak. This guy, without suffering any damage, actually managed to make himself look terrible. The Magician of Dreams. Gu Yuan saw the face hidden under the black cloak. Gu Yuan smiled. All right, let's go again. Use your most powerful dark dream demon to show me your signature move. Did you already show it just now? What did you do? Upon hearing Gu Yuan's words, the Dream Magician was so angry that his heart was trembling. This guy was far too arrogant. For a person, the greatest insult is when someone weaker than themselves steps on their area of expertise and then frantically berates them for being incompetent. However, what caused me even more pain was, that's exactly what this guy did, and he actually succeeded without dying. All right, Phoenix Tamer, you truly live up to your reputation. But so what? I'll still compete with you in intelligence without using dreams. I can crush you with my sheer strength. At this moment, the Dream Magician had already opened his pet taming space. Gu Yuan then saw 4 figures appear behind the other party. A level 50 Shadow Mite, a level 50 Fiery Lion, a level 49 Black Spirit Wind Swallow, and a level 46 Golden Python. The opponent's strength is clearly greater than Helin's. Moreover, in a sense, Gu Yuan did not defeat Helin at all. He had only just summoned his 2 strongest pets and hadn't even had a chance to fight when Helin was betrayed by Gu Yuan. This time, with all 5 of the opponent's spirit pets summoned, Gu Yuan had absolutely no chance of winning. They should be here soon. I've been offline for 3 minutes now. If Sister Hua still hasn't noticed anything amiss, then her claim of being a 5th-grade beast tamer is probably fake. At this moment, the flower and the snake were running rapidly through the passage. Their speed was simply too fast. So much so that it was almost impossible to see clearly. Damn it, this is bad. It must be somewhere around here, young boss. Please don't let anything happen to you. However, when they reached the corridor, the flower and the snake froze, seeing a pool of bright red blood on the ground. On the wall, there were traces of blood-red splattered liquid and a large hole that had been smashed open. Could it be that the young boss has already been murdered? The flower and the snake were filled with despair, feeling the cold wind blowing through the empty corridor. Her slender, beautiful legs slid down, and she knelt on the ground with a plop, covering her mouth with her hands. It's over, it's over. The boss is only a 3rd rank, while the beast tamer who attacked me is at least a 5th rank. I was a full 3 minutes slow. 1 minute. No, a 3rd-grade beast tamer facing a 5th-grade beast tamer should only need less than 30 seconds to be killed. However, in the convoluted corridor, Gu Yuan watched as the demonic beast charged towards him. Gu Yuan felt the time was right. Sister Hua should already be aware of the problem here. Right now, the most important thing I need to do is escape from this spiral corridor as quickly as possible. So, Gu Yuan raised his right hand, opened his pocket, and a cute cat head popped out. A cat. The Dream Magician frowned and said dismissively, "What can this cat do?" "Oh, I remember now, you not only have a fox spirit and a phoenix, but also a pet cat. This cute little cat, Little Lily, is the lowest level among your 3 pets. What use is it?" Hearing this, Gu Yuan laughed. "Little Lily, use Divine Grace chant." Suddenly, a white light shone from inside Gu Yuan's pocket. The white cat transformed into an adorable little girl. Little Lily interlaced her fingers and placed them on her flat chest. A pair of angel wings formed an inscription on her jade-like hands. Behind her unfolded a pair of pure white wings. Her short legs and white stockings stood straight, and her cute lowly face was raised. A melodious female bass voice resonated throughout the space, as if a pure white holy light was bathing the entire corridor. Sayuri's pose is very similar to that of a goddess in mythology, only unfortunately, she's a lowly version. However, the healing song, illuminated by the holy light that dispelled the darkness, almost stunned even the magician of dreams. Is this a pristine little angel sent by the Virgin Mary to save the world? The dream magician was stunned for a long time. However, the dream magician immediately shook his head vigorously. No, it's not an angel. It's a heavenly rank combat skill, Holy Grace Chant. Divine Grace Chant. The dream magician knew this combat skill. It could heal and strengthen all friendly units within range, and also dispel all negative effects, including illusion-type combat skills. This is a European/American style heavenly rank combat skill. However, can a level 30 cat unleash a heavenly grace chant that destroys the vortex corridor of its own level 50 pet? The dream magician was very confident in obtaining the Black Dream Demon. Although it was not a mythical level monster, it was still a level 50 legendary monster, and it could easily overpower monsters that were less than level 30 mythical level monsters. The Black Dream Demon began to fully circulate the spiritual energy within its body, and the black energy rushed towards the holy light guided by Little Lily, intending to protect the entire spiral corridor. However, to his surprise, for some reason, some stars were scattered within this holy light. With a loud bang, the entire dark, spiraling corridor suddenly and completely collapsed. Impossible. The dream magician felt it was unbelievable. I have tried it before. Even a mythical level pet needs to be at least level 40 to break through the Black Dream Demon's whirlwind corridor. How did this guy do that? Phoenix Tamer, how many more incredible things do you possess? The magician of dreams thought to himself. It doesn't matter whether the spiral corridor is broken or not. No matter what extraordinary talent you have today, a third-grade beast tamer can't possibly defeat a fifth-grade beast tamer like myself. However, just as the dream magician was thinking this, he landed on the ground. Then he saw a flower and a snake kneeling on the ground, crying, in front of him. Huh? Flower and snake, shouldn't you have been severely injured by me, with all your meridians shattered, spending the rest of your life in a hospital bed? How did you end up here? Flower and snake raised their heads and saw the familiar man in black, his hands clenched tightly. Dream magician, give me back my dearest little boss. I want you to pay with your life. The flower and the snake roared hysterically, stepped forward, and punched the dream magician directly in the face. This punch was completely different from Gu Yuan's. Hua Yushi's punch dislocated the dream magician's jaw. 4 smiling flowers were summoned from behind it. The 4 smiling flowers were all engraved with the same combat skill, Heavenly Blessing. Heavenly Blessing, Earth rank, enhances the next combat skill of the selected ally, increasing its damage by 50%. Chapter 184. The casino refuses to admit defeat, closing the doors to seize the treasure. For Heavenly Blessings, each strengthening by 50% is 1.5 times. 4 times, that's 1.5 to the power of 4, which is a full 5.06 to 5 times increase. The flower and the snake's eyes were filled with tears, and they had summoned their strongest pet, the level 57 water spirit snake. The water serpent coiled around the flower and the snake, unleashing a heaven rank combat skill, Ice Cold Break. The flower and the snake also unleashed the heavenly rank combat skill they had gained through their own efforts, Ice Frost Break. 2 streams of cold air emanated from the fists of the flower and the snake, and from the mouth of the water snake. The 2 lightsabers coalesced into 2 icy swords, which, as the 2 attacked simultaneously, slammed directly at the dream magician. The dream magician's 5 summoned creatures tried their best to defend, but they were unable to stop it. Scattered around by the impact, flower and snake seized the opportunity and lunged forward at high speed. She delivered an uppercut, sending him flying, and then swung her slender legs, kicking him against the wall. The dream magician, smashed into the wall, was beaten so badly he was barely recognizable as a human. The dream magician could have retaliated, but Gu Yuan, who was pondering how to deal with her dream, was thinking about how to do so. Suddenly, he was stunned by a punch from the flower and the snake. You bastard, you killed the young boss, just like that. The flower and the snake fought and cried, their tears dripping onto the ground. His hands didn't stop. He pinned the dream magician against the wall and punched and kicked him wildly, each blow incredibly powerful. Amidst flying stones, flowing blood, and the sounds of bone shattering, the dying pleas of the dream magician sounded utterly powerless. Gu Yuan, standing behind them, was stunned by the scene. He calmly raised his hand and said, Sister Hua, I'm right behind you. Huh? Flower and snake raised their heads, looked at Gu Yuan with teary eyes, and let go of the hand holding the magician of dreams. He didn't care at all that his joints had been scraped raw, and were even bleeding because of the excessive force he used. She originally had a Horcrux gauntlet, but because the dream magician appeared so suddenly, she didn't even put it on before going up to beat people. Hey, Sister Hua, I'm right behind you. Gu Yuan suddenly raised his hand and said, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. So Sister Hua is this fierce in a fight. Little boss. Flower and Snake pinned the dream magician against the wall with one hand, while stopping the fist raised in the other. Then, Hua and she blankly let go of each other's hands, rushed over, and hugged Gu Yuan tightly. You scared me to death, young boss. What's wrong with you? No, I'm not injured at all, Gu Yuan said doubtfully. I'm perfectly fine. Then what about the bloodstains on the ground? Flower and Snake looked at the bloodstains that had just been left on the ground. Wah! The dream magician was on the verge of tears. He sobbed, only able to make whimpering sounds because his jaw was dislocated. Wah! Damn it, the blood on the ground is from when I got beaten up. Not understanding what they had said, Flower and Snake scratched their heads in confusion. Could it be that he's the one who got hurt? The dream magician had been beaten to a pulp, but he felt that this last question hurt his pride more than his face was bruised. When a 5th-rank opponent faced a 3rd-rank opponent, it wasn't him who was unharmed, but the other person. He even had his front tooth knocked out and was slashed by the opponent. Even more tragically, the Flowers and Snakes, seeing the bloodstains, assumed that Gu Yuan was injured and that the bloodstains belonged to him, so they attacked him with unusual ferocity. Damn it, at first I thought that Gu Yuan's punch and knife were just extremely insulting, but not very harmful. Now it seems that the insults and harms were ridiculously excessive. At this moment, a passing contestant froze, staring at the burly man lying on the ground, beaten beyond recognition, and said in surprise, What's going on? However, Gu Yuan raised a hand and pulled him over, saying, Brother, this guy is a casino assassin who specializes in killing those who win big prizes. Upon hearing this, the contestant was stunned. What did you say? At this moment, Zhong Chirue, who was anxiously waiting on the 3rd floor, received a message from his subordinate. How is it? Is Gu Yuan dead? No, the Flower and the Snake were with him. The magician was beaten into a level 1 cripple. He'll probably die if no one saves him. Zhong Chirue's heart skipped a beat. Flower and Snake, that bitch escaped last time. Damn it, Phoenix Tamer is probably the thug he hired. However, just then, the sound of a train arriving at the station rang out, and Zhong Chirue smiled. Many wealthy people are taking their bank cards, which they won gambling the night before, and preparing to exchange them for diamonds or gold bars. But as they reached the train door, they heard the train attendant, who was wearing a wicked smile, say, Hello everyone. All your gold bricks have been delivered. However, someone asked me to pass on a message to you. What? These wealthy individuals began to grumble. Do you even know who I am? How dare you make me wait? Spit out your bullshit. I'm listening. Don't waste my time. Listening to the incessant insults from these people, the flight attendant gave a contemptuous smile, revealing 2 long, thin fangs, like a python spotting its prey. Long live the Black Lotus Gang. At this moment, the glass doors and windows were shattered one after another. The flight attendant had transformed into a black serpent and swallowed the man in front of her, who claimed to be the chairman of the group whole. Immediately afterwards, the sound of shattering glass rang out continuously, and more Black Lotus Gang monsters and beast tamers rushed into the underground casino. If the disaster in Guangzhou only revealed the Black Lotus Gang's cruel methods, these people have now finally witnessed the Black Lotus Gang's bloody tactics. They stormed into the empty basement, their Horcruxes continuously emitting halos of various colors, killing everyone they encountered along the way. Even those who come to gamble and are physically weak are the same. Many of their pets retain the habit of eating people in order to quickly dispose of the corpses. Gu Yuan, Teacher Hanhua, how much longer until you arrive? Gu Yuan sent a message to Teacher Hanhua via satellite phone, but Teacher Hanhua replied, We are working on opening up a passage from the ground to the underground. The entire perimeter of the casino is paved with reinforced metal bricks. We need more time. Tisk. Gu Yuan heard the sounds of fighting outside. While the others were still wondering, Gu Yuan looked at Hua and the snake and said, Sister Hua, come with me. And so, Gu Yuan pushed open the door, walked to the center of the hall, lifted the dying body of the dream magician, and roared, Everyone, the 777 underground casino will never let us leave alive. This is a hitman they hired. He almost killed us just now. He wants to steal the Star Stone. Do you all remember that the flower and the snake were seriously injured after obtaining the Star Stone? Add to that He Lin, who just appeared at the competition, and He Yu, who poisoned the athletes. All of this is a conspiracy between the casino and the Wenzhong Martial Arts School. Chapter 185: The Black Lotus Gang's Sudden Attack. Gu Yuan's words were like a resounding slap in the face to those who claimed to have unwavering faith in the 777 underground arena. They initially mocked Gu Yuan, thinking he didn't know the rules and harbored too many doubts. However, what is happening outside now tells them that Gu Yuan's doubts are not unfounded. This underground arena might actually close down and then rob its customers when the betting situation becomes extremely unfavorable. Gu Yuan was meticulous and, without considering the consequences, he first shifted all the blame onto Wenzhong Martial Arts School. Because in Dongguan, the two most famous martial arts schools are Wenzhong Martial Arts School and Fengming Martial Arts School. After He Lin's death and He Yu's imprisonment, this competitor's foundation has been shaken, and now they're shifting the blame onto him. This would allow them to be completely wiped out, clearing the biggest obstacle to the rise of their own Fengming Martial Arts School. When the flower and the snake heard this, they were taken aback for a moment. Because although He Lin appeared inside this underground arena, it would be too hasty to conclude that all of this is related to Wenzhong Martial Arts School based solely on the individual's behavior. So far, apart from He Lin, no other person has appeared who is associated with Wenzhong Martial Arts School. Could it be that all of this was for me? Flower and Snake were deeply moved. It was a tough decision made to revitalize our martial arts school. Hua Yusha thought that Gu Yuan was someone she could entrust everything to. His decisiveness had indeed given her family's ancestral martial arts school a chance to turn things around. Gu Yuan's words, coupled with the screams coming from outside, immediately attracted the attention of the contestants. Their strength should not be underestimated. The strongest among them is even a 5th-grade beast tamer. With over 100 3rd and 4th-ranked beast tamers also involved, closing the doors and robbing these gamblers was no easy task. This is why the 777 underground casino had to use all its resources to crack down on it. But all of this was within Gu Yuan's calculations, because only in this way could all their forces be mobilized. Only then can they become important contributors to their fight against crime and earn more rewards. After shouting these words, Gu Yuan was the first to walk to the front door and kicked it open. Everyone, those who aren't afraid of death, come with me. We'll get out of here and completely thwart this underground casino's conspiracy. Let them know we're not easy to bully. Brothers, let's go. Follow in the footsteps of the Phoenix Tamer. The entire venue was filled with excitement. They chanted the code name Phoenix Tamer and followed along. However, after the crowd rushed outwards, Gu Yuan, however, had Xiao Baihe activate the invisible cat effect twice. They made themselves, the flower, and the snake invisible. Before the flower and the snake could react, they had already become invisible. It felt like I was being pulled back by an invisible force of air, just when she thought she had encountered some strange combat technique. Gu Yuan's voice rang in her ear, "Sister Hua, come with me. Don't linger here any longer." Then, Gu Yuan led Hua and she back to the original lounge. Flower and Snake were a little confused and said anxiously, "Little boss, don't we need to go to the front and fight those people? If all these participants fail, we'll have nowhere to escape either." However, Gu Yuan shook his head. "No, I just need them to buy time, and then it will all be over once the Beast Taming Management Bureau arrives." "So why are we here?" Flower and Snake asked, looking puzzled. Gu Yuan smiled. "Once the Beast Taming Management Bureau personnel enter, all the resources here will turn into stolen money. Why don't we take advantage of the chaos and pocket all the resources that are helpful for cultivation?" After hearing this, Flower and Snake suddenly blurted out, "Little boss, that's really mean. I was just so touched and following you forward." Gu Yuan clicked his tongue and looked at her with an indifferent gaze. Flower and Snake covered their mouths and chuckled. I know, little boss. Resources and strength are the most important things. I'll help you." And so, while many Black Lotus Gang members and contestants outside were locked in fierce combat, Gu Yuan, along with Hua and Shi, are trying to pry open the vault of the 777 Underground Coliseum. This underground arena 777 is hiding a lot of resources, which will be used as bait to attract more beast tamers to participate in life or death duels underground. Since the initial intention was never to actually give these things away, the resources provided are all of the rarer type the better. But now Gu Yuan has benefited for nothing, arriving in front of a huge vault whose door is made of magic steel tempered by spiritual energy. The entire gate is 4 meters thick and covered with various intricate inscriptions, used to reinforce the vault. This is why Gu Yuan brought the flower and the snake here. The vault is too secure, and he cannot easily open it with his strength as a third-grade beast tamer. So he called over his family's working-class friends, Flower and Snake, to help. The flowers and snakes gathered their spiritual energy, and with the assistance of the 4 smiling flowers, they used their water spirit snakes to unleash a heavenly rank combat skill. The icy ice began to bombard the vault's door relentlessly. However, on the other side, outside the train platform, the Black Lotus Gang's progress had been greatly slowed down. They were also troubled by the large number of 3rd and 4th rank beast tamers. This is bad, sir. I feel that if this continues, we'll waste a lot of time, and we don't know where Gu Yuan, whom Lord Haramura specifically ordered us to kill, is now. A Black Lotus Gang member, his face bruised and swollen, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and knelt before the man in black robes. The man in black robes smiled contemptuously, took out a bag of white powder, and inhaled it. Then let them see how powerful my dear Chimera baby is. He raised his right hand, and the transport carriage at the end of the train began to slowly open. The sounds of chains snapping and sliding could be heard throughout the process. A rather imposing and ugly monster poked its head out from within. This beast has a tortoise shell on its body, but its head is that of an eagle with a sharp beak. Below that, a pair of slender bird legs extend from the back of the tortoise shell, supporting the body with sturdy legs, and behind it are 6 pairs of crane feathers. It seems to be a combination of a turtle and a bird, and it possesses both water and fire elemental energies. Chapter 186. Delivering a Millennium Soul Weapon? The Black Lotus Gang henchman next to him, whose face was bruised and swollen from the beating, stared at the strange beast in shock. Team Leader Changfeng, what kind of beast is this? I don't recognize it at all. This is the Chimera. In a mission a few days ago, I found a 1,000-year-old soul artifact that Yang Guozhong once used in an ancient tomb. I call it the blood-drawing needle. What kind of needle? This Black Lotus Gang member was clearly not high enough in rank and had no idea what his boss was talking about. Legend has it that mythical-level bloodlines and royal-level bloodlines can be fused to create a stronger bloodline that surpasses both mythical and royal levels. This bird-turtle beast is the bloodline that our leader, Hirue Mora, personally found for me. I created it by fusing the bloodlines of a mythical-level immortal crane and a royal-level fire spirit turtle. Hearing his boss, group leader Changfeng, say these words, this young member of the Black Lotus Gang was greatly surprised. So this tortoise-like beast is a demon beast with the bloodline of a god emperor? However, Changfeng, a member of the Black Lotus Gang, shook his head, sighed, and said, I also hope so, but it is obvious that he is not a true god emperor level bloodline. After the fusion, he almost fell into a state of madness. His consciousness was blurred, he needed my commands to act, and his movements were extremely unstable. His combat strength was nowhere near that of a true god emperor. Is this because there's something you haven't researched yet? That's what the young man said. It's not that I think the reason for this situation is because there's something I haven't researched, but rather that I'm missing another Horcrux. Bloodline is like a solvent, and the needle in my hand is merely a dropper to extract the bloodline from the container. To truly fuse a god emperor level bloodline, another 1,000-year-old soul artifact is needed, capable of performing the reaction. These 2 millennium-old artifacts must exist simultaneously for the god emperor level bloodline to reappear in the world in a controllable manner. Unfortunately, I still have absolutely no clue what this Horcrux is or where it is. Changfeng sighed. It's been 1,000 years. How low is the probability of meeting again? How many ancient tombs have we dug up to get just one? To collect them all is no easy task. Let's just make do with it for now. It will wipe out all those overconfident guys. Just as chaos reigned outside, Flower and Snake's sister finally succeeded in prying open the sealed door. Gu Yuan and the Flower and Snake successfully entered the room. As soon as the door opened, Gu Yuan grinned from ear to ear. He was extremely excited to see all sorts of cultivation materials inside. There is food for feeding spirit pets, as well as the inner cores of various demonic beasts. Gu Yuan even saw among them the royal-level demon beast cores that these guys were unwilling to exchange with him for. This royal-level demon beast inner core is extremely precious. It is the inner core of a royal-level demon beast called Punching Snake. This royal-level demon beast's inner core is exactly the same star-type royal-level demon beast inner core that little Lily needs to use when she evolves. Gu Yuan could just take it into his possession. Sure enough, these days, exchanging resources with points is too slow. It's really awesome to just pry open someone else's door and take whatever you want. Gu Yuan began putting the materials into his storage ring, while Hua and the snake helped him choose. Get those most valuable resources for Gu Yuan. Unfortunately, Gu Yuan's storage ring was only that big. Gu Yuan didn't want to reveal the bracelet, so he summoned Hong Ling and the others, instructing them to eat as much as they could. However, just as Gu Yuan picked up a bag of red feed and was about to put it into his storage ring, he suddenly heard a series of metallic clanging sounds coming from above his head. Then suddenly a large hole appeared in the ceiling above, and 5 butterfly lowly girls flew out from it. The beautiful teacher, dressed in a black combat suit, had a graceful and sexy figure. Teacher Hanyue leaped and landed in front of Gu Yuan. Teacher Hanyue was quite heroic on the battlefield. After landing, she tossed her hair. "Boy, what are you doing here?" Gu Yuan saw Teacher Hanyue land right in front of him and thought to himself, "I can't be that unlucky. You just happened to fall into this vault. How am I supposed to explain this?" So it turns out the reason you arrived later than I expected wasn't because there was some kind of magical metal shell on the outside that you couldn't break through. It's because you dug in the wrong direction, digging right above someone else's vault, wasting a lot of time excavating over that vault. Gu Yuan looked at Teacher Zheng Hanyue's serious expression, which reminded him of a student engrossed in playing on their phone during class. It was as if I heard my homeroom teacher's footsteps behind me. Gu Yuan immediately handed the red-lettered feed he was holding to Teacher Ku Hanyue. "Teacher Hanyue, look at this dirty stuff I found. It's very suspicious. I'm just testing it to see if there's any poison in it." Gu Yuan's expression immediately turned righteous and solemn, and his voice was upright and incorruptible, completely different from the bandits who had just entered the village. Hiccup. Little Lily, who was sitting in Gu Yuan's pocket, suddenly hiccuped. The adorable cat's face still had bits of food on it, and Hong Ling and Qi Shue had already scurried back into their pet space. This adorable dwarf cat is not only the smallest in size and eats the least, but it also runs slower than them. The loud burp caught Teacher Hanyue's attention. Teacher Hanyue squinted at Xiaobei and said, "Is this the way you said to test if there's any poison?" "Yes, this is called Schrodinger's cat experiment. First, we give the cat some food, and then we see if it will be poisoned after eating too much. Right now, it's in a superposition of life and death, and it needs to digest for a while." Gu Yuan continued speaking with a serious expression. Teacher Hanyue covered her head with one hand and sighed. "Fine, I'll just believe it for now." However, before Teacher Hanyue could finish speaking, Flower and Snake jumped out from the side, dragging a large bag of feed in their hands. "Hey boss, look. I found another bunch of orange-colored feed. Hurry, you can't fit it all in there. I'll help you carry it." Flower and Snake excitedly carried the feed, then hugged Gu Yuan from the side, her hands around his waist, her astonishingly large chest nestled against his arm. Upon seeing this, Teacher Hanyue exclaimed in surprise, "A boy? Who is he?" Gu Yuan wished he could disappear into a hole in the ground. "Teacher Hanyue, please let me explain." Hanyu. Upon hearing this, Hua Yushi looked up at the dashing Teacher Hanyu before her. "That stubborn cop. Boss, how did you end up knowing someone like that?" However, when Teacher Hanyue heard this, the veins on her head twitched. Her fair, jade-like hand grabbed Gu Yuan's wrist and pulled him towards her. "Flower and Snake, I know her. A boy shouldn't be with a woman like that." Chapter 187, A monster formed from a mixed bloodline. Teacher Hanyue certainly knew about Hua and Shi. In her memory, Hua and Shi often frequented various illegal places in order to make money. He even used his physical advantages to promote his martial arts school. Boys shouldn't be with bad women. "Let's go." Teacher Hanyue started to drag Gu Yuan away as she spoke. However, Flower and Snake on the other side were displeased. Hey, you stubborn fool, what are you saying? What do you mean by a bad woman? The little boss is with me." Hua and Shi grabbed Gu Yuan's waist and pulled him to the left with all their might. Their strength was obviously greater than that of Teacher Hanyu, and the force they generated caused the teacher to stumble forward. She leaned against Gu Yuan from the other side. Sandwiched between Teacher Hanyue and the two mature beauties, Huayu and Shi, Gu Yuan felt an unusual sense of comfort. Little Lily, sitting in Gu Yuan's pocket, looked up at the 4 balls bouncing back and forth above her head, bumping against Gu Yuan's shoulders. I thought to myself, when will I be able to have such an impressive bust like them? However, at that moment, a severely wounded hunter crawled into the vault from the side. He was clearly badly injured, covered in blood, his clothes were tattered, and he was crawling forward, pressing his fingers hard on the ground. "Something's wrong. Help. The Black Lotus gang outside has summoned a very strange beast. We're about to be overwhelmed. Where is the Phoenix Tamer?" When this person is lying on the ground, half dead and half alive. Seeing that Gu Yuanzi was sandwiched between Teacher Hanyue and the 2 women, Hua and Shi, he suddenly felt a deep sense of heaviness. He He was already on his last breath, and he was struggling to get up. This bastard is really lucky. Not only does he have 3 very beautiful royal pets, but he also has mature beauties like Hanhwa and Wayush surrounding him. Why don't I have such treatment? However, before he could even utter those words, a burst of spiritual energy exploded outwards, revealing that someone outside had unleashed a heaven-rank combat skill. Gu Yuan was quite familiar with this heavenly rank combat skill. It was Wind Blade across 10,000 miles. The gust of wind, like a blade, rushed in through the crack in the door. Those who hadn't climbed into the safe were immediately struck by the sharp blade, blood flowing freely. Be careful, it's a boy. Young boss, lie down right now. Teacher Hanhwa, along with Wayush, each pressed one hand on Gu Yuan's head, and the 3 of them lay face down on the ground. The gale force winds thinned the entire vault door, making the incoming wind feel like sharp blades. The precious materials in the vault were cut into pieces and scattered all over the ground. When Gu Yuan looked up, he saw the strange tortoisebird beast. This monster was completely different from what Gu Yuan knew, and he had never seen it in any illustrated guide. Gu Yuan immediately activated his Eye of the Other Shore to investigate. Tortoise and bird beast. Race, tortoisebird beast. Type, fire, water, wind. Level, 55. Rank, chaotic, result of a disordered combination of mythic and royal rank. Description, an incomprehensible, chaotic form that defies common sense. It possesses both water and fire attributes, 2 mutually exclusive elements. Its body structure is chaotic, that of a mindless, savage creature. Yet, it is incredibly powerful, capable of wielding the power of 2 bloodlines. Combat skills, Blazing Storm, Earth rank, Volcanic Eruption, Earth rank, Wind Blade across 10,000 miles, Heaven rank, Water Dragon Dance, Heaven rank, Fiery Eye Kill, Heaven rank. Inscribed combat skills, none, all disabled. What is this thing? Gu Yuan had rarely encountered a pet that even the Eye of the Other Shore couldn't analyze. However, just as Gu Yuan began to have doubts, Teacher Hanhwa and Flower and Snake both stood up and stepped forward at the same time, protecting Gu Yuan behind them. Boy, this thing is weird, be careful. Young boss, you absolutely can't get hurt. I'll hold you off, you need to find a way to escape. Teacher Hanhwa and Flower and Snake both saw the beast tamers lying on the ground, covered in wounds. Among them was one who was seriously injured, and he was also a 5th-rank beast tamer. However, he is different from Teacher Hanhwa and Flower and Snake. Gu Yuan had just checked with the Eye of the Other Shore, and this guy only had 1 monster above level 50. Moreover, it must have just reached the 5th rank, and its 5th pet has not yet been contracted. However, Hanyu and Hua Yushi were unaware of this, but they still faced the psychological pressure of having a pet of the same level as themselves fall to the ground and suffer severe injuries, and they were determined to fight the other side to the death. Gu Yuan. A man in black walked past the group of injured people rolling on the ground, coldly staring at Gu Yuan. Lord Haremura asked me to pass on a message to you. Anyone who dares to offend the Black Lotus gang must die. Humph. Teacher Hanhwa stepped forward and stood in front of Gu Yuan. If you want to hurt my student, you'll have to see if you have the strength. You're under arrest. Captain of Black Lotus Gang's G Squadron, codenamed Long Wind. Teacher Hanhwa gave Gu Yuan a reassuring look, assuring him that she would protect him. Gu Yuan ignored the other party's provocation and focused all his attention on the bird turtle beast in the middle. At this moment, other members of the Black Lotus Gang had already surrounded them from all directions. They numbered quite a few, at least 100, of whom 20 or 30 were 3rd-grade beast tamers. Meanwhile, the dozens of beast tamers who were originally kept by the underground arena and responsible for its security also joined their ranks. The opposing force was large, consisting of 100 men, who then surrounded the center. However, the hole that Teacher Hanhwa dug was still too small, so the people from the Beast Taming Management Bureau had to come down one by one. The main force was still on the ground, dozens of meters underground, and the combat capabilities of the 2 sides were not even in the same league. We must hold these guys off and buy more time for reinforcements from above. Teacher Hanhwa was the first to rush out. Big ball, 2 balls, 3 balls, 4 balls, 5 balls, followed closely behind. It was Teacher Hanhwa's most standard starting stance again. She raised all 6 jade hands, 1 large and 5 small, at the same time, and threw the 6 shadow balls forward. Flowers, snakes, and other beast tamers chased after them, engaging in a fierce battle with the enemy's hundreds of people. The entire underground arena, including the once luxurious spectator seats, rest areas, and the arena itself, was now witnessing fierce battles between beast tamers and their pets. However, everyone's hopes were actually pinned on teacher Hanhwa, who had the strongest fighting power. The truth is, even teacher Hanhua's fighting power was not enough to easily defeat this tortoisebird beast. Of all the beast tamers, only teacher Hanhwa is able to draw upon the power of the other 5 legendary bloodline pets that are level 50 or above. It dealt a heavy blow to the tortoise beast, but was unable to deliver the decisive blow. Hongling, Qixue, Xiaobei, let's go and cover teacher Hanhua's flank. As soon as Gu Yuan shouted these words, Hongling flew out of the pet space, her mouth filled with lightning bolts. Qixue landed and immediately released the heaven rank battle skill, Ice and Snow. Little Lily popped her head out of Gu Yuan's pocket and also released the heavenly rank battle skill, Holy Grace Chant. Chapter 188 Teacher Hanhua's Support. The tortoisebird beast attempted a rapid attack from the side the moment teacher Hanhua jumped. Fortunately, Hongling reacted quickly, swooping down and slamming the grenade into its body. Qixue unleashed her ice and snow technique, freezing several Black Lotus Gang beast tamers on the side, thus creating space for teacher Hanyu to escape. The hymn of the little lily, sung with divine grace, stirred up a pure white light that shone in the center of the entire hall. Many of the beast tamers who were seriously injured and lying on the ground, along with their pets, felt an unprecedented sense of relief. The external injuries on their bodies began to heal rapidly, and these beast tamers all stood up again. Oh, that feels so good. It's like being kissed by an angel, and all my wounds are healed. Could it be that someone from the Beast Taming Management Bureau has brought in a professional healing mage? However, just as these beast tamers were beginning to have doubts, the beast tamers suddenly looked at little Lily, who had spread her white wings and looked like a little angel. Damn, Lily, could it be that the one who healed so many of us with just one combat skill is the Phoenix Tamer? These beast tamers felt that all the beast taming experience they had learned in the first half of their lives had been wasted. Because of their different states of mind, different beast tamers will have different enhancement effects on the pets they have contracted. Such enhanced types often lean towards a certain direction, such as fire or water, and may be offensive or defensive. But what exactly is the state of mind of this Phoenix Tamer? Why are his pets not only fire type, but also ice type, and now even include healing type? Is this guy an all-around champion? However, looking at the shocked crowd, Gu Yuan said angrily, "Stop looking at me. Focus on attacking that tortoise with the bird's head." Gu Yuan roared, finally pulling everyone back from their shock. To their surprise, after being illuminated by little Lily's hymns of grace, a faint glow appeared on their bodies. This is the effect of Gu Yuan's West Inner Garden, a light burst, created by a beast with light-type attributes contracted by Gu Yuan. After unleashing a combat skill that hits a teammate, that teammate's next attack will be accompanied by a light burst effect. The light burst not only increases the damage of the next attack, but also has an effect similar to a flashbang, temporarily blinding the target. That tortoisebird beast is too powerful. Let Hanhua handle it. Yes, we're too weak. We can't change the course of the battle at all. Hearing these people say such dejected things, Gu Yuan felt a surge of anger. Listen to me, hurry up. Gu Yuan shouted anxiously. A second-rank beast tamer, illuminated by the holy blessing, gritted his teeth and unleashed a battle skill on his pet, a level 21 spirit wind bird, at the turtlebird beast. However, after the combat technique struck the tortoisebird beast, the exploding light not only scorched the beast's flesh, causing it to tear open, it also burned the eyes of the tortoisebird beast. Holy crap, when did my pet become so powerful? It's been enhanced. Enhanced. Little Lily's incantation enhanced my pet. For a moment, everyone in the venue was shocked. Just how many more powerful combat skills did this Phoenix Tamer possess that they could never have imagined? Many beast tamers also try to have their pets attack the tortoisebird beasts. Thanks to its chaotic bloodline, the tortoisebird beast possessed powerful resistance and quickly recovered from its burned eyes. However, just as his burned eyes were recovering, they were struck in the face again by the beast tamer's pets, causing them to be burned once more. Wow, that's amazing! A female beast tamer exclaimed, covering her mouth. It's really stronger than the pets of many support-oriented beast tamers. For a moment, the entire space seemed to be filled with the sound of fireworks. More and more beast tamers began to gather together and attack the tortoisebird beast. Because the Holy Grace chant healed too many fallen and dying beast tamers and their pets. With the addition of Han Yu and Hua Yushi, the scales of victory began to tip in Gu Yuan's favor. This kid, Teacher Han Yue was in the middle of a fierce battle with the tortoisebird beast. He pondered how he could defeat this tortoisebird beast, as well as how to deal with so many members of the Black Lotus gang. However, now, Gu Yuan has turned the tide of the battle all by himself. With a smile on her lips, Teacher Han Yue looked at Gu Yuan amidst the chaos of the battlefield. Boys have become this strong? However, there's still a long way to go before you catch up with me. Teacher Han Yue nodded to her 5 little girls. The 5 lowly butterfly girls all transformed into shadow butterflies flying in the air at the same time. Heavenly rank combat skill, Shadow Pierce. 5 shadow butterflies took flight at the same time, hovering around Teacher Han Yue. The same inscriptions flashed on the wings of the 5 shadow butterflies simultaneously. The 4 legs of the 5 butterflies are crossed, and at the same time, they shoot forward a long arrow made of black shadows. 5 shadow spears pierced through the turtlebird beast's shell in an instant. The giant tortoisebird beast's shell was pierced, and it collapsed to the ground on the spot. Its shell began to crack, and black liquid, like thick juice, flowed from its entire body. This monster, possessing mythical and royal-level chaotic bloodlines, finally fell. The most agonizing situation in the world is when you're just one step away from success. As a result, the other party turned the tide single-handedly. Changfeng now hates Gu Yuan so much he's grinding his teeth. Why is this happening? His plan, his perfect plan, has been ruined by the other party. Gu Yuan, are you a human or a ghost? Are you a human or a ghost? Changfeng painfully scratched his cheek, tearing his flesh apart. But then, as if possessed, he began to frantically ingest the white powder again. Gu Yuan did not take a step forward, but remained at the very back of the line. Thinking to himself, the other party may have a 1,000-year-old soul weapon, and it was used by Yang Guozhong back then. This kind of soul artifact can transfer the bloodline of one pet to the body of another pet. However, such a transfer has its flaws. Look at this tortoisebird beast. If it really had the bloodline of a level 55 God Emperor, it would never have been defeated so miserably. Moreover, this pet was clearly out of its mind, and its bodily functions were deteriorating due to the incompatibility between its bloodline and its physical body. Only when I obtain the soul weapon in their possession will I be able to discover the underlying pattern. But with so many people watching, I probably have no chance of taking that 1,000-year-old artifact from the other party. However, Changfeng smiled at this moment, a smile bordering on madness, like that of a crazed wild beast. Gu Yuan, no matter what, you must die today. Changfeng raised his right hand, spread his 5 fingers, and a pendant fell out from them. Gu Yuan, let me show you what we're capable of. This Changfeng was clearly also a 5th-grade beast tamer, and he had summoned 4 beast pets. These 4 pets are all of the same breed, the Death Bull. Chapter 189 Chaotic Aggregate. What exactly is this guy trying to do? Gu Yuan had no idea why the other party would summon a pet like the Death Bull. Deathly Bull. This is the second time Gu Yuan has encountered this pet today. If it is indeed a demonic beast, what terrifying combat skills does the Death Bull possess? It's a death charge where one life is exchanged for another, but this combat skill is easy to dodge, for example, by having Hongling carry you into the air. Suddenly, upon realizing this, Gu Yuan gasped in shock. Could it be that this guy wanted to sacrifice the lives of 4 level 50 Death Bulls in a 1-for-1 trade with him? Gu Yuan took a step back, but Changfeng had already noticed his movement and burst into laughter. Too late. Ha ha ha. In an instant, the pendant in his hand began to emit a surge of crimson light. A flash of light, and the 4 dead bulls died simultaneously. The bloodline that was absorbed into it merged into the body of the tortoisebird beast lying on the ground. The tortoisebird beast actually got up again. However, the body has become even more deformed, lacking any of the symmetry that a living being should have. For pairs of long bull horns grew from his head, and his tortoise head shriveled up and shrank into his shell. It simply exposes the 4 pairs of bull horns. Brown cow hairs grew on its shell. Extending out from around the tortoise shell, one could see cow hooves. Changfeng jumped directly onto the tortoise shell, as if he were the driver of a suicide tank. He shouted while taking drugs. Gu Yuan, I'm taking you to hell. Long live the Black Lotus gang. Comrades, I'm sending him to hell right now. Then, this giant monster, which looked like it was wearing ugly armor, charged towards Gu Yuan. Teacher Han Yue tried to stop it, but this was no longer an ordinary chaotic bloodline. It was a myth, an emperor-level being, 3 legends, and 1 rare being. The monster formed by the fusion of 6 bloodlines possesses terrifying combat power. However, such a monster simply cannot survive for long. When Gu Yuan used the eye of the other shore to take a look, Chaotic aggregate. Race, chaotic aggregate. Types, fire, water, wind, earth, ghost. Level, 55. Rank, chaotic. A disordered combination of 1 mythical, 1 royal, 3 legendary, and 1 rare bloodline. Description, an incomprehensible chaotic form, completely defying common sense, with a highly disordered body structure, an unconscious savage creature, possessing power beyond common sense, yet its body is constantly collapsing and disintegrating. They cannot survive for more than 3 minutes. They will die on their own due to the mutual rejection of their bloodlines. Combat skills, none, all disabled. Inscribed combat skills, none, all disabled. Changfeng sat on the monster's back, shouting, "Long live the Black Lotus Gang," and then Teacher Han Yue released the shadow binding spell on the large ball, but it was completely ineffective in binding the chaotic aggregate. After breaking through the shadow network created by Teacher Han Yue, the opponent continued to rush towards Gu Yuan. Meanwhile, the flower and the snake, who tried to stop the giant bull, were sent flying by it as it swung its head to the left. "Stop it," someone shouted. "His body is degrading and he's about to die." However, while the people around were shouting enthusiastically, they were actually spreading out. "This thing is a fusion of 4 dead bulls. The raging bull of death won't stop until it kills someone. No, I don't want to lose my life. I want to live." No one truly stood up to help Gu Yuan. These people were just pretending to help. Some straightforward friends even said it outright. "I'm sorry. I have elderly parents and young children to support. I haven't lived enough yet. He's looking for you, not me." Gu Yuan's heart sank. The reason these guys were so united in their hatred of the enemy was because they were facing the threat of death. But now that victory is assured, they don't want to be the last ones to be sacrificed. At this point, when the other side is not targeting everyone but only themselves, these people scatter faster than anyone else. This is probably what a mob looks like. Gu Yuan looked at the enormous monster charging towards him and wondered where he should run. Bang! It sounded like a barometric bomb exploding. Many people were thrown over by the shockwave. Hong Ling accelerated straight up to supersonic speed, rushed over, and flew away with Gu Yuan in her arms. Then, this chaotic aggregate, moving with lightning speed, chased after Gu Yuan and rushed outwards. Red Feather flew rapidly along the train tracks, while the Death Bull relentlessly pursued it from behind. Finally, Red Feather flew out of the underground orbital array. Gu Yuan was surprised to find that he was standing on an ocean. "Fly, then he won't be able to chase us." However, at this very moment, several pairs of bird feathers behind this chaotic aggregate began to frantically flap, and it too flew into the air. At this moment, Gu Yuan suddenly looked back. Seeing this, Changfeng knew that this chaotic aggregate couldn't survive for long. However, he took out a needle and began injecting large bottles of white powder, which he had shaken to form a drug, into the body of this chaotic aggregate. Immediately afterwards, the chaotic aggregate let out a roar. Looking at the white powder, Gu Yuan remembered that this was a new type of drug with special ingredients that Old Wang had identified for him before. Ghost Raven Type 2 is a drug specifically injected into monsters. When administering drugs to people, the dosage must be controlled so as not to kill them instantly, thus eliminating the chance of relapse. However, the Ghost Raven 2 is different. It is more toxic and has a more pronounced enhancement effect. Moreover, it is often kept by unscrupulous beast tamers. Since it's a consumable item that can be used and discarded, there's no such thing as cherishing it. For the sake of victory, injecting an excessive amount of Ghost Raven 2 and overdrawing the life force of the beast tamer is not something they wouldn't do. However, this Ghost Raven 2 did not accelerate the disintegration of the chaotic aggregate. Conversely, the more chaotic and mentally charged aggregate was able to use combat techniques again. The opponent had actually used a heaven-rank combat skill, Water Dragon Dance. The seawater surged into the air, forming countless water dragons that danced across the sky, chasing after the red-feathered figure in the center. Before Hongling could react, her opponent used another heavenly rank combat skill, Desperate Charge. The 8 bullhorns on the tortoise shell simultaneously flashed with fluorescence and accelerated their charge. The target was Gu Yuan, but Hongling sensed the ferocity of the attack and was already forced into a corner by the water dragon. Suddenly, he transformed into human form and embraced Gu Yuan head-on. With a bang, blood splattered all over Gu Yuan's face. Hongling hugged Gu Yuan and used her body to block the attack. Hongling's jade-like back was pierced, and her originally fair skin was charred. "Master!" Despite her fatal wound and blood trickling from her lips, Hongling smiled as she looked at Gu Yuan. "See you tomorrow." After saying this, Hong Ling threw Gu Yuan away, her whole body bursting into flames, unleashing the heavenly rank battle skill, Phoenix Fall. Chapter 190. You're not allowed to hurt my master. Water dragons attacked from all directions, trying to tear Hong Ling to pieces. However, Hong Ling suddenly glared, not caring about the holes punched into her body. His entire body was engulfed in raging crimson flames, and his scarlet eyes, filled with resolute killing intent, stared at the level 55 chaotic aggregate. There was no fear in their eyes, only a resolute determination to sacrifice themselves to protect their master. No, you mustn't hurt my master. The water dragons that came from all directions were immediately burned by the raging fire as soon as they got close to Hong Ling's body, turning into white water vapor that rushed outwards. The red feathers transformed into a phoenix, its body completely engulfed in flames, its flesh and torso turning to ashes in the inferno. Transforming into a pure aggregate of spiritual energy, the fireball in the shape of a phoenix turned in midair and crashed into the flying monster. The chaotic aggregate had nowhere to retreat. Changfeng roared and tried to dodge quickly, but there was nowhere to hide. Not only did he inject his pet with drugs, but he also took drugs himself, and Changfeng is now almost insane. They showed no fear in the face of the overwhelming power emanating from Hong Ling's entire body. With a maniacal smile on his face, he charged toward Hong Ling. Red feather. Gu Yuan fell towards the sea and crashed into the water. The same pet, with the same combat skill, will be more powerful at higher levels than at lower levels. This is why Hong Ling's lightning-infused bullets couldn't penetrate the shell of the tortoisebird beast, but Han Yue's pet, using a heavenly rank combat skill, could. At this point, Hong Ling's level was already 36. Compared to when she was around level 10, the power of her Phoenix Fall skill had increased 7 or 8 times. Gu Yuan fell into the sea, while Hong Ling crashed into the chaotic aggregate. In an instant, the force of the explosion shot into the sky, and a whirlwind of intense heat swept across the entire sea surface. The flames spread outwards, and the explosive force created a red mushroom cloud. Gu Yuan fell into the water, but the downward force pushed the surrounding seawater further away. As a result, Gu Yuan, who had only been in the water for a short time, was swept away by the seawater and drifted away into the distance. No, I can't be pushed away right now. Gu Yuan thought that if he were pushed away, Hong Ling would be doomed. Because the explosion was so powerful, the surrounding seawater was pushed aside, and the red feathered egg, which had no cushioning, would smash to pieces on the ground. Gu Yuan used the Rolls-Royce Wind Whisper's Sky Knight button to create a vortex of flowing air around himself, preventing himself from being pushed away by the seawater and the impact. Gu Yuan felt himself remain in place as the hundreds of meters deep seawater rapidly receded, creating waves tens of meters high that crashed against the coastal reefs. At this moment, the location where Hong Ling Fenglu was standing actually turned into land. The intense flames even scorched the seabed at the epicenter of the explosion, creating a patch of fiery red scorched earth. A tiny red dot of light flashed and fell from the sky. Gu Yuan quickly ran over, reached out his hands, caught the red feathered egg, and then put it into his pet space. Although the red feathered egg was fragile, Gu Yuan already possessed 5,000 units of soul control power, which allowed him to effectively utilize the spiritual energy within him. This will prevent me from accidentally dropping and breaking Hong Ling's egg due to carelessness, slipping, or using too much force. At this moment, the torrent that had been blasted apart by the red feather began to flow back rapidly, and Gu Yuan saw a giant wave, hundreds of meters high, crashing towards him. Fortunately, Gu Yuan reacted quickly and activated the Wind Whisper's wind shield, successfully blocking the surging waves around him. Gu Yuan surfaced. The sky was clear, and the force of the explosion dispersed all the surrounding clouds. Sea fish kept falling from the sky, splashing and hitting the water. The seawater that had been thrown into the air fell back down, even turning into a sun shower. Suddenly, a fish hit Gu Yuan on the head. When Gu Yuan picked it up, he saw that the fish was dead. Blood was seeping out, and upon closer inspection, a pendant, resembling a bullet, was seen piercing through his body. This soul weapon has amazing resistance to explosions. It wasn't destroyed, even though it was at the epicenter of the red feather explosion. It's estimated that after that Black Lotus gang leader was reduced to ashes, he flew out of the pocket. It was supposed to fly several thousand meters away, but it was blown up into the sky by the sea fish. The pendant was like a bullet. It pierced through so many sea fish that it got stuck on one of them before falling and hitting me. Gu Yuan muttered to himself, feeling that this was the only reasonable explanation. I'm so lucky. Then, Gu Yuan raised his head and carefully examined the pendant. The pendant was peculiar. It was also made of Kaiyuan wood. In the center of the Kaiyuan wood, there is a downward-pointing needle-like thorn, which looks very sharp. Is this the needle that guy was talking about, the one that can transfer blood? As Gu Yuan was thinking this, his bracelet suddenly began to emit a strange attraction. A white light shone from her own bracelet, and then merged into Gu Yuan's bracelet. When Gu Yuan focused his consciousness on the bracelet again, he found that 3 different options appeared in his mind. The first is the dismantling and recombination of spiritual matter. Second, bloodline unlocking, 3 nights. Third, bloodline dismantling and recombination. With this third option, Hong Ling and Qi Shui can also evolve into the same God Emperor level bloodline as Xiao Baihe. However, Gu Yuan now has to be careful in dealing with this so-called God Emperor level bloodline. Look at that monster that just lost its mind and could only live for a dozen minutes or so. That was the product of a forced fusion of bloodlines. Absolutely, we cannot let Hong Ling and Qi Shui become like that. He must be as meticulous as Yang Guozhong was back then, carefully judging the situation, and only after ensuring that everything is foolproof should he allow Hong Ling and Qi Shui to also become God Emperor level bloodlines. Why did Yang Guozhong only produce 2 bloodlines that surpassed mythology, and Lu Shan and Shi Siming, instead of simply creating a reinforced company, sweeping across the entire Tang dynasty, and becoming emperor himself? There must be a reason why Lu Shan, the defeated demon troop commander, was chosen. Gu Yuan used the ice and snow technique to freeze the seawater, and then walked along the water's surface, freezing the seawater in front of him into a solid ice surface that he could walk on. After passing through, the ice surface automatically melted into the ocean current. Sigh. Even though I can't spare Chi-Chi, I can still enjoy the feeling of being Chi-Chi myself. Gu Yuan caught the roasted sea fish that fell from the sky and ate it as he walked forward. Chapter 191. Can I oppose? Teacher Han Yue and Huayush both nervously chased after Gu Yuan from the tunnel where he had left. They had just sensed a huge fluctuation of spiritual energy. This is that combat technique from last time. Teacher Han Yue's forehead was covered in cold sweat, and she stopped in her tracks. What happened? Boy, you must be all right. Seeing Han Yu standing there in a daze, Huayushi sternly reprimanded. Hey, cop, why aren't you moving? Little boss, you absolutely can't get hurt, or I'll never forgive you. And so, the two chased the train to the exit of the tracks. Why would someone design a train track exit that leads to a cliff overlooking the sea? Teacher Han Yu complained. Flower and Snake shrugged. It's probably related to the railway track change. Without permission from above, the train tracks are connected here. Any train that starts operating without authorization and attempts to leave the underground will hurtle at 200 miles per hour straight into the sea and smash to pieces. As the flower and the snake talked, they arrived at the cave entrance and looked out. Is it raining? They're also fishing at the same time. You can see that the sky is clearly clear, yet rain keeps falling, and fish are falling from the sky. Meanwhile, many dead fish were floating on the surface of the nearshore waters. The seawater that pushed back extinguished the scorched earth left by the explosion of the red feather, but it also turned into boiling water due to the high temperature. Damn it! Gu Yuan ran quickly across the sea. The seawater beneath his feet was gradually boiling, and Gu Yuan could not keep the ice beneath his feet frozen for long. They quickly swung their legs and climbed onto the shore before the ice completely melted. Gu Yuan wiped the sweat from his forehead with one hand. Just as he was about to climb up, she saw Teacher Han Yue and Sister Flower and Snake simultaneously reaching out their hands to her. You've come. Gu Yuan grasped their hands, and then was pulled up. Gu Yuan finally succeeded in getting ashore. If Teacher Han Yue hadn't arrived in time, Gu Yuan would probably have had to empty the entire underground arena to obtain the resource warehouse all by himself. The police arrested everyone involved in the gambling, and Gu Yuan and Hua Yushi were released after a brief interrogation. Unfortunately, Han Yu discovered that he had embezzled the stolen goods, and he lost the reward for this mission. On his way home, Gu Yuan had a bad feeling. It was Qi Shui. Every time Hong Ling was away, as soon as he got home, Qi Shui would try to seduce him in various ways. Gu Yuan pushed open the door, thinking that Qi Shui would bring the same routine of pole dancers from the KTV here again. As a result, upon entering, there were neither dim lights nor dazzling colored lights. Gu Yuan thought to himself, could it be that Qi Shui has finally learned her lesson? However, just as Gu Yuan stepped out and entered his home, Gu Yuan was completely dumbfounded. Clang, 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 clang. Suddenly, A stirring wedding march came from the speakers. A red carpet stretched from the foot of her bed to the doorway, surrounded by white confetti. Chi Shui walked out of the room. I don't know how her wedding dress was designed, but all I could see was a skirt with layers of lace at the bottom. Holding a bunch of white roses, her lace skirt was pulled back, revealing a mini skirt in the front, exposing her beautiful legs in white stockings and white high heels. Chi Shui's white upper body clothing is V-shaped, not a deep V-neck dress. The white dress clung tightly to the back of her fair skin, revealing her entire back. What kind of weird clothes are these? Gu Yuan was stunned. My lord. Chi Shui's red eyes held a hint of provocation. Her long hair cascaded down her back, appearing incredibly smooth beneath her wedding veil. She held the white roses she was carrying to her chest. She walked step by step toward Gu Yuan. Hey, stop right there. Chi Shui, what are you trying to do? However, Chi Shui had already half squatted on the ground, looking up at Gu Yuan with a slight smile on her lips. My lord, I am about to propose to you. Gu Yuan was stunned, thinking to himself that this fox was getting more and more cunning. I've already calculated the time. Chi Shui thought to herself, Sister Hongling, it'll be at least 3 more hours before I revive. Once everything's over, I can become the #1 pet. Hooray, my lord. Gu Yuan was just about to take a step back when he saw Chi Shui transform into a fox. With a swift turn of her lithe body, she blocked Gu Yuan's path before transforming back into human form. He stood up straight and cornered him. My lord, don't always be so cold to her. Sister Hongling isn't here. Chi Shui seemed to have pinned Gu Yuan against the wall, her fair face pressed against his face, one hand resting on the wall next to Gu Yuan's cheek. The fox demon looked at Gu Yuan with bright, beautiful eyes. My lord, don't be afraid. Meow. Suddenly, Xiaobei popped out of Gu Yuan's pocket and looked at Chi Shui with a disdainful look. The fox is naughty, the cat scratches. Little Lily jumped directly onto Chi Shui's dress and tore it open with a single claw. Chi Shui heard the sound of her skirt being torn and felt very excited. My lord, it's you. When Chi Shui said this, Gu Yuan helplessly raised his hands, indicating that he hadn't done anything. I felt something seemed to be crawling around inside. It also made meow 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 sounds, and its fluffy appearance made Chi Shui feel very uncomfortable. Suddenly, Chi Shui's eyes widened as she felt something scratching at her. Looking down, I saw that little Lily had somehow crawled under my skirt. She even opened her mouth and bit down on the inside of her thigh. In an instant, Chi Shui screamed, and even the streetlights were shaken to their brightest. She overlooked one thing again. With great difficulty, Hongling was gone. However, now it's not just myself and Hongling as my 2 pets anymore. I now have a 3rd pet. The cat, Lily, also joined them. Chi Shui was filled with resentment and roared. You little short-legged cat. How can you be so annoying? When Xiaobei transforms into a human, it is true that Chi Shui is 1.7 meters tall in human form, with legs that are nearly 1 meter long. Xiaobei is only about 1.4 meters tall. Her height just reaches the other person's chest, her head is not even as big as the other person's chest, and her chest is about the same size as Chi Shui's back. If you didn't know better, you'd think they were elementary school students. No, that's not true. Xiaobei's cheeks flushed red, and she put her hands on her hips, wanting to argue her case, but she lacked evidence to prove her point, so she could only glare angrily at the other party. I'm very pretty. You wait until I change my clothes too. Xiaobei then took out her phone, which had a pink cat cover, and started making a call. Chapter 192, Every time I go home, it's a headache. A few minutes later, a designer from France knocked on the door and brought in a huge pile of dresses. Hey, what are you guys doing? Gu Yuan sat to the side, scrolling through his phone with a bored expression. I thought that little Lily could replace Red Feather and make 7 Snow quiet down. As a result, she herself went out and bought a bunch of evening gowns. Little Lily had 6 white flowers adorning her jet black hair and wore a veil. She must have been trying to create a very pretty look. As a result, the long, off-the-shoulder dress had just been put on, and the person had stepped outside when it fell down because of their flat chest. Unfortunately, despite her advanced age, she is so petite that her strapless miniskirt tends to slip down. Not only Chi Shui, but even Gu Yuan couldn't help but laugh out loud. No, you mustn't laugh at the cat. Xiaobai clenched her fists in anger, stood on tiptoe, leaned forward, and stomped her feet angrily, as if venting her anger on the floor. Then she went back and changed into a brand new evening gown. This time, the style is cute Lolita, with a touch of adorable European princess vibes. Isn't the kitten adorable? Xiaobei stood with her hands on her hips, staring at Qixue. Shorty, Qixue said. Meow meow meow. Little Lily struck a super fierce pose, like a cat demon, and pounced towards Qixue. Then the two of them started wrestling. After more than 3 hours, Gu Yuan finally finished clearing the abyss for the day. Hongling has almost been successfully resurrected. You're awake, Hongling. Yes, master. I have been resurrected. It's so good to see that you are all right. However, at that moment, Qixue and Xiao Bai ran up to Gu Yuan at the same time. Little Lily tilted her head back. Clearly, she hadn't won the argument with Qixue and was now on the verge of tears. Qixue crossed her arms and charmingly pressed a finger to her lips. My lord, tell me, am I prettier, or is this short, stout man more beautiful? Shorty. Little Lily jumped up angrily, trying to steal Gu Yuan's attention. You vixen. Hey, owner, tell me, who's prettier, the cat or the cat? Isn't the cat the cutest? Then, both Xiaobei and Qixue moved closer to Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan thought to himself, it really is hard to judge. They are all stunningly beautiful women. So, Gu Yuan looked helplessly at Hongling and said, Hongling, you have to think of a solution. Hongling silently looked at the large pile of dresses that the two of them had tried on when they were competing in beauty. Hongling blinked, seemingly lost in deep thought about something. Are they having a competition to see who looks better in their dresses? Hongling thought to herself, then nodded. Understood. Then, Hongling walked into the large pile of dresses, chose one, and went into the room. Stop, that's not what I meant. Then, when Hongling came out again, she was also wearing a formal dress. The French designer who delivered the dress looked at the scene and thought to himself, wow, how did you end up joining their ranks? Gu Yuan quickly stepped forward to explain, it's not what you think. They just want to have a competition to see who looks better in a dress. My lord, Qixue was the first to move closer to Gu Yuan. Little Lily leaped over and hugged Qixue from behind, swinging her short legs backward, shouting, Get away from me. Get away from me. I'm clearly dressed prettier. Master, Hongling didn't play around with them. She just wore her formal dress and silently lowered her head, like a little girl waiting for their favor. She didn't want to appear too eager, but the anxiety in her heart was constantly pounding against Hongling's soul. So much so that she looked at Gu Yuan with a yearning gaze, somewhat hesitantly. It was as if she wanted Gu Yuan to choose her, but was too embarrassed to say it. Gu Yuan was stunned, wondering what to do. Bang bang bang. Suddenly, there was a banging sound coming from outside. Gu Yuan finally found a chance to escape and said, I'll go open the door. Gu Yuan walked to the side, opened the door, and saw the old man from the neighborhood committee who was guarding the door, with dark circles under his eyes, looking at him angrily. Hey young man, keep your voice down. I'm telling you, you're disturbing the peace. I've received many complaints. According to relevant regulations, the volume of your stereo is too high. That's at least 3 times the normal level. Can you please stop playing that loud? You've been doing it for 3 hours straight. Okay, I got it. Qixue, turn off that damn thing of yours. Gu Yuan turned around and saw that Qixue had already turned off the speakers that were playing the music repeatedly and had exceeded their limits. Sayuri crossed her arms, turned her head to the side, puffed out her cheeks, and said, It's all your fault. Hongling then came up behind Gu Yuan, and like a mistress of the house, apologized along with him. Tisk, the gatekeeper shook his head. These young people nowadays. Then, the old man from the neighborhood committee left with his large flashlight. Hey old man, what's with that head shaking? What are you thinking about? For a long time afterward, Gu Yuan didn't go running around. Instead, he constantly did 3 things. Cultivate, train Qixue, Hongling, and Xiao Baihe, and research the use of that god-emperor level bloodline. In terms of cultivation, Gu Yuan possesses the 9-dragon soul lamp and refined ancient spirit lamp oil, allowing him to cultivate at a speed unimaginable to ordinary people. In addition, I earned a lot of monster cores in the underground arena, which I then disassembled into spiritual matter. When Gu Yuan returned home, he had a total of over 40 million spirit materials. Besides the feed prepared for Hongling and the others, there was also 20 million units of ancient spirit lamp oil. The problem is that once your soul power reaches 5,000, it becomes extremely difficult to approach the 4th rank. Gu Yuan originally thought that with 20 million spirit materials and his soul control power doubled, breaking through to the 4th grade beast tamer would be a very simple matter. However, Gu Yuan almost failed to even raise his soul control power to 6,000. It took 5 days to burn off all the spiritual matter before it reached 6,000. Damn it! Gu Yuan felt a surge of anger, lying on the bed panting heavily. his whole body soaked in sweat. Even when I used to train at 5 or 10 times the speed, my progress wasn't this slow. However, now, with the premise that the soul power is doubled by Huaqing Pool, it took 5 days to increase by 1,000 points. Looking at the 6,000 soul power in his attribute box, Gu Yuan thought to himself that this cultivation was too difficult. 20 million spiritual materials were burned to ashes. Gu Yuan only extended and improved the West Inner Garden, without gaining any additional effects to strengthen his pet. It seems that the state of mind I have in the Daming Palace will become increasingly difficult to improve as time goes on, but of course, its power will also increase. I'm stuck in cultivation. Gu Yuan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead as he walked outside. Never mind. I'd better go help little Lily evolve first. Gu Yuan went downstairs. The Fengying martial arts school was no longer dilapidated. Hua Yuxi was outside, leading his disciples in training, including many from the Wenzhong martial arts school. They used to be arrogant and self-assured in front of the flower and the snake, but now they can only work as assistants to Sister Flower. Just as Gu Yuan had guessed, the Wenzhong martial arts school completely collapsed after the underground casino incident. Their investors lost so much money they were unrecognizable to their own mothers and had to return to their hometowns. Gu Yuan was happy to have some free time, and his cultivation was no longer the same as it had been at the beginning, where he cultivated at home. Instead, he came to the Wind Shadow Martial Arts Hall to train. There's no other reason than that the space here is quite large, making it suitable for raising one's own pets. Gu Yuan stretched, propped his head up with one hand, and looked at the rising sun outside. He clicked his tongue in disbelief, but he refused to give up and continued to try to cultivate, attempting to build the Han Guang Palace in his mind. After failing, it was already evening. Gu Yuan originally wanted to cultivate a little longer, but then he remembered that he had an important task to do. That was to help Sayuri evolve, so he went downstairs again. Chapter 193 Little Lily's Evolution, Starlight. Dwarf Cat. After earning the first wave of tuition fees, Gu Yuan transformed the entire inner courtyard of the Fengying Martial Arts Academy into a training ground for his personal beasts. In the center of the training field, there is a huge vat. The jar contains 3 types of feed labeled in red. Yes, to outsiders, every single grain of this red label feed is priceless. In Gu Yuan's training ground, he prepared 3 large vats that could fit a person inside. On the 3 jars, stickers were affixed with the names of Hongling, Xiaobei, and Qixue. When they are too tired from cultivation and need to eat, they can come here and open the lid to eat the red letter feed that Gu Yuan has prepared for them. The cultivation requirements for the 3 pets are also different. On the left side of the courtyard, there is a large open-air lava pool, which contains seabed lava that Gu Yuan pumped out from the seabed at a cost of more than 10 million. Hongling cultivated in this molten lava, although 10 million was indeed a painful sum for Gu Yuan. Fortunately, Hongling continuously produces black gold stones during her cultivation. Each of these stones can sell for 500,000, which helps to recoup some of the costs. Qixue is a bewitching fox spirit. According to the contents of the book, Searching for the Fox in the Snow, that Gu Yuan obtained, Qixue wanted to speed up her cultivation. Qixue needs to cultivate in a dark and cold place. So, Gu Yuan dug an ice cellar underground and put a rare material called blue ice inside. This blue ice is a special natural treasure that will never melt, no matter when. In this perpetually frozen ice cellar, Qixue is absorbing ice crystal beads and ghost crystal beads. Gu Yuan opened a crack in the side of the ice cellar and looked down. Although Qixue often has the air of a vixen and is the most frivolous of all the pets. However, it must be admitted that Qixue is the most clever and cunning of all my pets. After all, she was a fox. However, during her cultivation, she didn't try to be clever. Instead, she trained herself entirely according to her master's care manual, which relieved Gu Yuan. Next up is Little Lily. Gu Yuan walked towards Xiaobei's direction. To be honest, that was the first time Gu Yuan looked through the Star Cat's training methods. Gu Yuan always felt that this book was fooling him. The person who copied the book had accidentally copied a foreign kindergarten children's management manual as a secret manual and given it to him. Xiaobei's training place was a sealed box about the size of a baby crib. A special stone called Light Stone hangs on this sealed box. A pure white light illuminated the entire box, and Little Lily, transformed into a cat, lay inside, wearing large sunglasses, as if sunbathing. She was also holding a large lollipop, but what was on top of the lollipop was definitely not candy, but a light crystal bead that could enhance Little Lily's abilities. What kind of crazy training method is this? Gu Yuan rubbed his temples with one hand, thinking to himself that his cat was so difficult to please. Come out. Gu Yuan casually scooped Xiao Baihe out of the box. Meow. Little Lily meowed in confusion. Gu Yuan had just gone to check on her. After absorbing a large number of crystal beads obtained from the casino and eating the feed that it had reconstituted itself, Hongling finally broke through to level 40. Qixue was still at level 35, and Xiaobei finally reached level 30. Xiao Baihe was taken by Gu Yuan to the seaside, where the waves were churning and the starry sky was full. Looking at the waves and the stars in the sky, Gu Yuan felt a surge of emotion and prepared to pretend to be very cultured and recite a line of poetry. So he casually opened Starry Night Cat Raising Stories, and with a flick of his wrist, as the saying goes in Starry Cat breeding talk, cats are super cute. I want to be a cat too. Caret omega caret. Meow. O equals intersection omega intersection equals. M meow meow meow. Looking at the oil paintings that suddenly appeared out of nowhere, they were clearly not important content. The person who copied the book added them on. Gu Yuan could imagine that the person who copied this book must be a cute, disobedient, and mischievous little girl. Gu Yuan looked at the content she had haphazardly added and felt like spanking her. However, they probably won't meet again. After the revolution failed, she left China and went abroad with her father, who was a member of the National Revolutionary Army. An ancient book says that the transformation of the star cat requires the day after the waxing moon, when its light shines on the earth and countless stars are scattered. On the shore of the South China Sea, one can bathe in the moonlight while facing the stars and be transformed. As Gu Yuan spoke, he began to draw a magic circle on the ground, which echoed the stars in the sky. Gu Yuan closed the book he was holding and put it into his storage ring. It's the 9th day of the first lunar month now, February 20th, 2021, which is the first day after the waxing crescent moon rises. It's the best time for you to evolve. Little Lily stood among them, meowing. The kitten looked around in confusion, then at the magic circle at its feet, and even sniffed the ground. Finally, when the moon in the starry sky reached its highest point, the magic circle began to operate. Gu Yuan placed the inner core of the Emperor-level starry sky beast at the very end of the magic array, and then took out 2 inner cores of the king-level demon beasts. They were placed in the other 2 key points of the magic array. Starlight shone on the magic array, and the starlight halo shone from the sky onto the inner core. More and more light continuously overflowed from the inner core, eventually converging into Xiaobei's body. Little Lily's body gradually floated up, and the white light of evolution almost illuminated the entire cat's body. Meow. Little Lily evolves. Little Lily squealed excitedly, and finally, the star pattern on the cat's white fur became even more dazzling. 2.5 crescent patterns appeared on its back, and a pair of transparent wings stretched out from the patterns. Little Lily fluttered her wings and flew happily in the air. Gu Yuan used the eye of the other shore to check Xiao Baihe's attributes. Starlight Dwarf Cat. The evolved form of Starlight Dwarf Cat, with all light-type and star-type combat skills having their effects increased by 50%. Under the blessing of the stars of the half-moon, you can unleash a special combat skill, Half-Moon Blessing. Compared to ordinary dwarf cats, this is a brand new pet that can fly using the wings on its back and has an extremely cute appearance. Meow meow meow. Little Lily flew around Gu Yuan, circling him. Clearly, Sayuri has just completed her evolution. Accustomed to walking on all fours since childhood and unable to run fast, she has now suddenly gained the ability to fly in the air. Little Lily was very excited. She happily spun around in the air several times before finally landing back on the ground. The little Lily, acting as a human, looked at the water again and again. How about it? Isn't it even cuter now? Gu Yuan wanted to boast about his excellent timing in choosing the right moment for his evolution. Little Lily suddenly turned her head, her eyes brimming with tears, and said, "Why am I still so short, and I have no breasts? Isn't evolution supposed to make you grow?" Chapter 194 Bloodline Fusion Hindered. The journey to find the dragon begins. This growth refers to strength, not height or bust size. By the way, why are you concerned about your physique instead of your improved healing abilities? Although that's what he said, Gu Yuan actually couldn't take his eyes off Xiao Baihe. This guy really did become even cuter after evolving, just as he had imagined. She has a pair of illusory wings on her back, and her dress has a mini skirt that looks like flower petals. Below her were thick white socks that went over her knees, revealing a glimpse of fair, tender flesh at the hem of her skirt. She wore tall boots and long white gloves that reached her wrists. At first glance, you really might mistake it for a magical girl. What outrageous clothes. Sayuri looked around at her own outfit. However, I often dress like this when I hold concerts. Hey, my master, what are you doing? Gu Yuan, however, was moving stones on the ground to catch crabs. During the experiment, I encountered a bottleneck in improving my soul control power. It seems I need to store more spiritual matter. Before that, I want to test the rules of bloodline fusion. Meow. Little Lily transformed back into a short-legged cat, flew to Gu Yuan's shoulder, and lay down on it. Hee master, I've learned to fly. Little Lily flapped her transparent wings twice, as if showing off. Gu Yuan grabbed a basin full of crabs, then shrugged. So, I can also be used as a means of transportation. Little Lily's eyes sparkled. This must be a special effect she gained after evolving. You're so small, can you ride it? Gu Yuan asked doubtfully. Little Lily shook her head. Her cute little face flushed red. I don't want you to ride me. I'm taking you home. You're going to ride me? Gu Yuan thought to himself. You really want to be the master of the cat? We're beast tamers and pets, not cat masters and their servants. No. Little Lily shook her cat head from side to side. I'll take you flying. Let's fly back. Gu Yuan looked at Little Lily's pair of transparent little wings and thought to himself, this thing can carry me flying. What's with that look? Don't you believe me? Little Lily angrily grabbed Gu Yuan's collar from behind with her little paws. Then, the little wings on its back flapped wildly, trying to lift Gu Yuan into the air. Wah! Harder, faster, meow, 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 I'm going to fly. Hearing Xiaobei's voice behind him, Gu Yuan felt nothing. He sighed and said, forget it, just don't tear my clothes and leave scratches. Gu Yuan caught Xiao Baihe, grabbed the cat by the scruff of its neck, and put it in his pocket. After returning home, Gu Yuan began his experiment. In the underground laboratory, Gu Yuan found more than a dozen kinds of monsters with different attributes, sizes, and categories. White mice. Rank, common. Level 1. Combat skills, none. Tianchi crab. Rank, warrior. Level 1. Little bird bee. Rank, warrior. Combat skills, none. This large group of demonic beasts was placed in the cage in front of Gu Yuan. Let's get started. A whole night passed, and Gu Yuan ruined a lot of them, which were sold as experimental subjects, special guinea pigs. Some of the white mice were melted down and transformed into a monster with bee wings and a stinger at the end of its tail. Some were melted down and cast into white mice with crab claws, 8 legs, and that walked sideways. Some are simply a lump of indescribable stuff. They either don't survive more than 5 minutes, or they are simply unable to move normally. Although they are alive, they have no fighting ability whatsoever. Gu Yuan ended their suffering by dismantling them into spiritual matter. Gu Yuan made one last attempt, fusing a level 2 shadow mouse of the minister rank with a white mouse. However, at that moment, the fusion was successful, and Gu Yuan obtained a lively, black and white mouse that also possessed the tenacious vitality of a white mouse. It also possesses the shadow concealment ability of the shadow mouse. Gu Yuan drew a conclusion. Bloodline fusion is not something that can be done arbitrarily. Bloodline fusion requires a specific species to match, and the fusion of a powerful bloodline with a weaker bloodline is absolute. Equal bloodlines, on the other hand, must be from the same species. For example, when Hongling first fused with the bloodline of the phoenix, her chicken bloodline disappeared and was eliminated as an impurity by the powerful phoenix bloodline. The fusion of Qi Shui was even simpler. Her original bloodline was extracted and replaced with a new one, which was equivalent to a blood transfusion surgery. Little Lily is different. Her bloodline is a fusion of 2 different breeds of cats. Gu Yuan clicked his tongue. This is difficult. To be on the safe side, if Hongling and Qi Shui are to evolve into God Emperor level bloodlines, they would need another phoenix and another 9-tailed snow fox bloodline. Snow foxes are extremely rare, and as for phoenixes, only one, with red feathers, remains in the world. Gu Yuan has also reached a standstill in his progress on the issue of God Emperor level bloodline. Never mind. Gu Yuan sighed, then straightened up, scratching his head as he walked out. The spiritual matter is gone again. I guess I'll have to keep going out to farm for more. And so, Gu Yuan, along with Xiao Baihe, Qi Shui, and Hong Ling, spent a whole day gathering spiritual resources in the wilderness. When Gu Yuan returned early the next morning, his expression was very unpleasant. I spent the whole night farming and only managed to collect tens of thousands of spirit materials, because many monsters were killed during the fall of Yangqing. The corpses of those monsters were not handed over to local waste disposal plants, but were transported to other provinces. Many of the monsters in the mountains and fields had also died under the influence of the blood moon, so Gu Yuan couldn't farm any spiritual materials. However, just when Gu Yuan was at his wit's end, good news arrived. Beep beep beep. Gu Yuan picked up his phone and looked at it. Yeah, Phoenix Tamer, good news. I found the item finding spell you asked me to buy for you last time. Phoenix Tamer. Okay, I'll be in Sherpai Town right now. Gu Yuan arrived in Sherpai Town. As Yi spoke, she took out a stick. The stick had a yellow outer ring and a red center, and it looked like a stick about the thickness of a finger. Gu Yuan looked at the stick and said with a puzzled expression, "This thing, the one you told me about, the one that can help me find what I'm looking for, the soul finder, are you sure this isn't some kid's toy?" Yi crossed her arms and said, "TSK. Although it's quite thin, it's still quite long. Most kids can't play with it. It's for adults." "That's not what I meant." Gu Yuan rubbed his head. "Fine, I'm not going to argue with you anymore. I'm asking you, how do I use this thing? Help me find what I'm looking for." Chapter 195. We head south. Just kidding. This thing is called a returning stick. As he spoke, Yi Chuan suddenly broke the stick in two, then ground one half into powder. A single recycling stick can be broken into 2 portions of recycling powder. As he spoke, Yi Chuan put the powder into a bottle. Guewu powder can generate heat to bake any target. As Yi spoke, she took out one of her shoes, then arranged 8 round stones into a U shape before placing the shoe inside. Then, the powder was sprinkled under the raw stone. The fiery red spiritual energy flowed into the shoes, and then Yi threw the shoes into the air. The shoe flew off to the west. Gu Yuan looked puzzled, then gritted his teeth and headed west. Next, throw this target into the air. Without external force, it will land on the other part that originally belonged to it, or it flew towards the direction of another object with which it had spent a long time and maintained a close relationship. Ya, carrying Gu Yuan, walked a distance westward through the sewers. Then, it threw it again, and following the direction of the shoe, it turned north again. Gu Yuan and Yi walked north together for a while, wandering around in the maze-like sewers. Finally, the shoe fell outside a drain. Yi dived underwater and retrieved her other shoe. "How was that?" Yi said confidently, hugging her chest as if to say, "Praise me." Gu Yuan looked at Yi Chuan, nodded, and said, "So, you just used half of the lost item finder I bought at a high price to help you find your lost shoe. Wait, your shoe was soaking wet, and you were still wearing it? Didn't your feet get cold?" Yi Chuan clicked her tongue in amazement. "Don't worry about the details. This thing is very rare. I went to great lengths to buy it. Besides, I know you. If I don't demonstrate it, will you believe me?" As for the shoes, Yi looked at her wet shoes. "We crocodiles are cold-blooded animals, so we're not afraid of the cold. Besides, crocodile skin is waterproof, so it doesn't matter whether my shoes are wet or not. So what's the point of you wearing shoes?" Gu Yuan was too lazy to even complain. As she spoke, Yi handed the other half of the powder to Gu Yuan. "Don't worry, 1 dose is enough. As long as the other target he's looking for still exists, you can use this powder to find him anywhere in the world." "Very good. The money is the same as always." Gu Yuan spoke as he stored the powder into his own storage space. Yi shook her head. "I said, can you do me a favor?" "What is it?" Gu Yuan asked, puzzled. "My other client is extremely wealthy and wants a rare and precious natural treasure to help his pet evolve. He needs to find a pearl called the mysterious sea princess deep in the South China Sea. Are you interested? I've asked so many people, but I've failed every time." Yi was talking. Gu Yuan shook his head. "I have no intention of going into business. Just keep a close eye on it." Yi said this. Then, Gu Yuan went home. Gu Yuan first disassembled the item-finding powder, and then reassembled it. Although he didn't obtain any spiritual matter, Gu Yuan now has another item to synthesize in his options for consuming spiritual matter for reconstruction. Gu Yuan first arranged the 8 raw stones in a ko shape, then placed the dragon eye stone inside, and then used the object-finding powder to burn it. "Let's see if it works." Gu Yuan thought, if it's true that the owner of this dragon eye stone survived and wasn't destroyed, but only sealed away, I'll have a chance to find it myself, and then see if I can bring that dragon back to life. Of course, if you fail, it just means you shouldn't be daydreaming about dragons. The Eastern dragon has vanished into the long river of history. I shouldn't waste any more time on it. Gu Yuan stood atop the 79-meter high blast furnace chimney in Sherpai Town, with a blue sky and white clouds before him. Gu Yuan threw the dragon eye stone into the air. I stared nervously at the floating dragon eye stone, my heart pounding in my chest. Looking at the dragon eye stone, It drifted towards the southwest and then leaped in that direction. It's a success. And so, Gu Yuan whistled. Hongling swiftly descended from the clouds, and as it flew past Gu Yuan mounted Hongling and flew rapidly southwest, casually catching the dragon eye stone bouncing in the air. Gu Yuan continued flying southwest. After flying for about 100 kilometers, Gu Yuan landed and threw the dragon eye stone into the air, only to find that the dragon eye stone was still flying southwest. So, Gu Yuan rode the red-feathered horse and continued flying southwest. However, to Gu Yuan's surprise, his next few throws led him all the way southwest, from Shirpai Town to the Riverside Expressway. Gu Yuan and Hong Ling landed on the beach. Gu Yuan threw the dragon eye stone into the air again with one hand, but found that after the dragon eye stone spun around in the air a few times, it was still jumping in the southwest direction. Gu Yuan blinked and sighed. Should we continue southwest? Hongling, can you fly there? I'm afraid that won't work. If we go any further southwest, we'll leave the Pearl River Delta. The Pearl River estuary has a net of evil spirits, which could be very dangerous. Hearing Hongling's words, Gu Yuan nodded and sighed deeply. Gu Yuan stood by the sea, feeling the waves surging and the sea breeze blowing. Gu Yuan raised his right hand and pointed into the distance. What's on the other side of the sea? Hongling silently replied. If you go southwest from Dongguan, it should be Xiangshan. No, judging from this reaction, we should go a little further southwest. Gu Yuan continued. Xiong Province. Hongling replied calmly. Hainan Province, Sanya, Shisha Islands. Gu Yuan said. Of course, given the immense power of the Ming dynasty's founding emperor and his extensive maritime trade routes, Vietnam, Cambodia, and even Malaysia cannot be ruled out. Hearing Gu Yuan's words, Hongling nodded silently. Master, is there anything you want to say? I've never left Guangdong Province in my entire life. I was confined to school every day, and now that I'm finally free from that grueling academic life, how can I not go on a trip? And so, the next day, Gu Yuan boarded a plane bound for Sanya. After arriving in Sanya, Gu Yuan first took his pet on a trip. After enjoying the beautiful beach girls and the seafood dishes, Gu Yuan used the Longan Stone again that night. Chapter 196 Beautiful Girl by the Sea. However, what reassured Gu Yuan was, when Gu Yuan threw the Dragon Eye Stone into the air again, he saw that the Dragon Eye Stone had changed direction and was no longer bobbing incessantly in the southwest direction. Instead, it jumped towards the southeast. Southwest of Guangdong Province, southeast of Sanya. Gu Yuan thought to himself that if he wasn't mistaken, the target was the Shisha Islands. Hello, I want to go to the Shisha Islands. Is anyone going out to sea soon? I want to go to the Shisha Islands. Gu Yuan arrived at the harbor, where there were many ships. Gu Yuan needed a reliable ship to go out to sea. However, none of the fishermen answered Gu Yuan's question. They glanced at Gu Yuan, then lowered their heads, some tidying up the fishing nets, others carrying the fish. It's as if Gu Yuan is invisible. Hey, does anyone here want to go to the Shisha Islands? Gu Yuan shouted even louder. Another person has died. These people whispered among themselves. Whoever wants to go out can go out. I don't want to leave Anjia when it's almost mid-month. As Gu Yuan was wondering, a girl pulled him aside and led him to the northwest side. Hello, judging from your accent, you're not from around here. Gu Yuan looked the girl up and down. Gu Yuan was somewhat lost in thought as he watched her. She had a wheatish complexion and was wearing a swimsuit. She looks very sunny and lively, walking barefoot on the beach, exuding the beauty of a seaside girl. Yes, Gu Yuan replied. I come from the inland, and I want to find a ship to take me to the Shisha Islands. Why go to the Shisha Islands? The girl frowned upon hearing this. Gu Yuan then said, I need to find something. I need a ship that can operate covertly outside the Anjia. However, the girl shook her head. Do you know? This place is different from the mainland. There are deep-sea monsters in the ocean that are hundreds of times more terrifying than land-based monsters. Therefore, the fishermen here are far superior to those inland. They are more like hunters. Gu Yuan had just noticed this as well. The boats these fishermen were using were all special sealed speedboats. Moreover, the harpoons they carried were all soul weapons worth tens of thousands of yuan, and they were accompanied by all sorts of ferocious pets, whose levels were generally higher than level 20. So what? Gu Yuan asked, puzzled. The girl suddenly produced a hunter's license and said, Hello, my code name is Xiao Bei, and I am a black iron level hunter. I am currently on a mission to warn those who want to go to sea. Recently, terrifying deep-sea monsters have been spotted in the South China Sea. Without a hunter's license, one is not allowed to leave the security array. An E-rank mission, right? Gu Yuan nodded. I've seen similar missions at the Hunters Guild before, such as educating residents about common beasts or reminding them of safety precautions. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bei was taken aback. Wow, big brother, I never expected that you, who are about the same age as me, are also a hunter. Indeed, there are very few hunters of our age. Gu Yuan said, his hands in his pockets. What level are you? Xiao Bei asked, a hint of pride on his face. Not everyone can have the strength of a black iron level like me. Clearly, the other party considers themselves to be a plastic level hunter, which is even lower than a black iron hunter. Gold level, Gu Yuan exclaimed. Those fishermen and hunters who had been ignoring Gu Yuan stopped and looked up at him. Really? Xiao Bei's lips twitched. You are gold level. Yes. Gu Yuan casually took out his gold level hunter certificate. An 18-year-old gold level hunter. Many hunters gathered around Gu Yuan. Young man, we're setting sail for the Shisha Islands tomorrow. If you'd like, we can give you a ride. No, follow me. Our ship is bigger and faster, much better than your wrecked vessel. You're talking nonsense, young man. How about joining our wave guild? We have 3 ships, all heading east. You can choose anyone to join us. Gu Yuan thought to himself. So it turns out these people ignored me just now because they thought I was young and a burden, so they didn't want to take me along. As soon as he showed his hunter certificate, these guys realized he was a formidable opponent and immediately began to gravitate towards him. But this made Gu Yuan feel very uncomfortable. Going to sea is a very difficult thing. Although there is satellite positioning, you can't guarantee what kind of situation you will encounter at sea. Gu Yuan had seen a news report like this before when he was watching the news. The Margaret ship attack refers to a ship that encountered a monster attack at sea. The ship lost its way, and eventually, due to lack of food, the people on board resorted to cannibalism. While it's impossible for them to eat people now, it does illustrate that on the high seas, where there's no one in charge, anything can happen. Many of the scenarios in the study materials that Yaya sent him took place on ships or starships. In short, this is different from hunting in the wild. Once on the boat, everyone is basically tied together, and there is hardly anywhere to escape. As an outsider, Gu Yuan had to be cautious when traveling. Who knew that these hunters invited him because they heard he was strong and wanted more henchmen? Or perhaps they simply believe that as a gold-level hunter, they can lure someone out to sea and then kill them to steal their treasure. Gu Yuan. Suddenly, Gu Yuan heard a voice from behind him. So Gu Yuan turned his head and saw a familiar figure. Night Breeze, what are you doing here? This was an old acquaintance of Gu Yuan. Don't you know I'm from Sanya? The night wind spread its arms wide, as if to say this. Gu Yuan shook his head. I don't know. You never told me. Even the night wind was ruffled. No, we're alumni from 2 different generations. You were the first to be admitted through the special admission program, and I was the second. I even know which neighborhood you live in, but you don't know where I'm from. Gu Yuan blinked and said casually. Everyone only cares about who's first. Who cares if you're second? Upon hearing this, Yifeng nearly coughed up blood, wishing he could just use the harpoon in his hand to stab Gu Yuan in the head. Is this guy deliberately reopening old wounds? Night Wind sighed helplessly, then continued. I'm too lazy to argue with you. Night Rain, let's go home. Don't stand with this kind of person for too long, or you'll get angry. However, the beautiful girl with wheat-colored skin widened her eyes. You are Gu Yuan. Wow, the big devil my brother talked about. I admire you so much. Chapter 197, I sold the principal again. Gu Yuan was a little confused, wondering what this little girl was talking about. My brother is so arrogant. He talks about how great he is in front of me every day and tells me to learn from him. He wants me to be like him after I finish my 2nd year of high school and take the special entrance exam to get into a good university. She even claimed to be the best. Until that day, I saw the video online of you single-handedly turning the tide and taking on 3 opponents. Yi Yu held Gu Yuan's hand and said, he told me how amazing he was, how he scored a crucial point in the high-level league, allowing Sun Yat-sen University to defeat Guangxing Yusho Academy 19-18. Later I found out that his 1 point was a tactical concession by someone else. You won the other 18 points all by yourself. Yi Yu held Gu Yuan's hand, speaking with great enthusiasm, while the many hunters around them watched Yifeng, barely managing to suppress their laughter. Hey, are you my sister or his sister? How can you betray your brother like this? Yifeng was so ashamed he wished he could disappear into a hole in the ground. The sudden gazes of the people around him made him feel extremely embarrassed. However, Gu Yuan scratched his head and continued. Oh, I see. It's all right. Your brother is indeed quite capable. Yifeng nodded, thinking to himself that Gu Yuan still had some conscience. You're just a bit of a coward. During the Battle of Guangzhou, you were so scared that you fainted. You had that support girl drag you back, right? Otherwise, you would have been eaten by zombies long ago. After Gu Yuan said those words in a calm tone, the entire room fell silent again. Huh. Yi Yu and several other neighbors from Yifeng were all stunned for a moment. Ha ha ha. Yi Yu laughed so hard he slapped his thigh. My brother told me that he fought bravely at the time, and in the team, 2 top experts, one betrayed and the other died tragically. He fought his way through the enemy lines alone, accompanied by a female support character. So it turns out he ha ha ha. It just so happens to be Chinese New Year, a time when neighbors, relatives, and friends visit each other in the streets and alleys. The boasts I made a few days ago have now been ruined in front of everyone. Thinking of this, Yifeng almost fainted from a heart attack. By the way, Brother Gu, if you want to go out to sea, you can take our boat, Yi Yu said excitedly. He then turned to Yifeng. Brother, didn't you get your hunter's license too? Let's go together. Yifeng thought to himself, is my younger sister just looking for something to cause me trouble? Yifeng looked at his younger sister, who was frantically leaning towards Gu Yuan. He worried that he would not only lose face and have his sister stolen from him, but also have to give her up as well. At that moment, a plump chef walked out of the Fisherman's Delight 3 Delicacies restaurant behind the Night Breeze and shouted loudly in their direction. Night Breeze, your classmate is here. Why didn't you say anything? Come on, since he's Night Breeze's classmate, come to our house. I'll treat your classmate to authentic sashimi. You've taken such good care of our Yefeng. We haven't even had a chance to properly thank you. Okay. Gu Yuan nodded after hearing this. The fish slices in Sanya are very famous, and Gu Yuan had wanted to try them for a long time. Moreover, they were free, so he couldn't miss the chance. After hearing this, Yifeng thought to himself, this guy has never taken care of me at all. He's always undermining me. Just when I'm about to soar to new heights, this guy pops up and crushes me with his cheat-like power. That night, Gu Yuan ate at Yifeng's restaurant. Night Breeze had a very unpleasant evening. His fat chef father kept scolding him, saying this wasn't right, that wasn't right, and so on. They were implying that Gu Yuan was the perfect child, which made Gu Yuan feel quite embarrassed. Later, his father tactfully walked away, saying that he was going out to play cards during the new year, leaving the space to the young people. Gu Yuan and Yifeng were eating sashimi together when Gu Yuan spoke first. You're only a few hundred soul power away from the 3rd rank, right? Hearing Gu Yuan's words, Yifeng nodded. You're still the same, with an almost superhuman level of insight. You're the monster, Gu Yuan said in confusion. I always thought you were from a rich family, but after visiting your house today, I found out that your family actually runs a restaurant in Sanya. Yes, that's right, Yifeng said. That's why I don't want to lose to someone like you who's a gold digger. I have no parents to rely on. My father and mother are just cooks and waiters here. From a young age, I witnessed firsthand how my parents, struggling to make a living, were ruthlessly extorted by powerful sea hunters and beast tamers. That's why I was determined to rise above others. Stop, stop, stop. Gu Yuan raised one hand and solemnly refused. What do you mean by marrying a rich man? When did I ever marry a rich man? Weren't you being kept by teacher Manhwa? Yifeng blinked, asking with some confusion. It's all over the school that you're being kept by teacher Manhwa, in the office, in the infirmary, on the teacher's desk after school, or on the exercise equipment on the playground. You're using this method to obtain resources for cultivation. Hearing this, Gu Yuan was dumbfounded. What on earth were those guys at school talking about? No, I wasn't kept by teacher Manhwa. I thought so, but I did imagine it on the lectern, with teacher Manhwa in her uniform. Ugh. Gu Yuan straightened up and coughed. In short, those are all rumors. I have my own ways of acquiring resources, and I'm definitely not being kept. On the contrary, you come from a commoner family. How did you obtain such an incredible cultivation speed? However, after hearing this, Yifeng rested his chin on one hand, ate a piece of sashimi, and said, how about this? Let's make a deal, an intelligence trade. You tell me a secret about how you acquire resources, and I'll tell you a secret about how I can accelerate my cultivation. Gu Yuan nodded, knowing it was impossible for him to reveal the secret of his bracelet. Then, with a wicked grin, he said, listen to me, Yifeng. You were originally the 4th-ranked freshman at Sun Yat-sen University. After the disaster in Guangzhou, Lu Hongji joined the military. The little princess of the ice-type family has disappeared somewhere. And you, besides me, have the strongest soul control, and were one of the few who participated in the Battle of Yangqing. Surely people from other schools have contacted you, right? Just do what I did. Call Principal Luo Jun and tell him what benefits other schools have promised you, subtly suggesting he give you more resources. You can do that. Yi Feng was stunned. Yes. Gu Yuan nodded, thinking to himself, Principal, you've blocked me, haven't you? Oh well, I sold you out of information. Anyway, when Yi Feng asked you for resources, it wasn't mine. If you have a headache, that's your problem. Chapter 198 Night Wind and Dragon. Night Wind nodded, then continued. All right, since you put it that way, then I'll tell you why my cultivation speed is so fast. Hearing Yi Feng's words, Gu Yuan sat up straight and said, Speak. Night Wind sighed and continued. If I told you, you'd probably think I'm crazy. But that's the truth. When I was little, I often secretly went out to sea. Once, the wind and waves were too big, and my fire fox and I lost our way at sea. Then, Night Wind paused for a moment. Then, as if making up his mind, said, I saw a dragon. When Gu Yuan heard this, he suddenly stood up. Xiao Baihe, with her cat-like paws sticking out of Gu Yuan's pocket, tried to steal some sashimi from the table. As Gu Yuan stood up, his body leaned forward, and the cat's head hit the table directly. But soon it snatched a tuna in its mouth, waddled away on its short legs, and ran off into the distance. Wah! Night Wind's fire spirit fox immediately chased after it. The two pets were fighting over fish slices in the distance. Gu Yuan and Yi Feng stared blankly at each other. Don't be angry. Yi Feng scratched his head. I really saw it, but when I told everyone, they thought I was an idiot. The doctor said I was dehydrated and confused because I drank seawater, and also said I saw a sea snake. They kept telling me that there were no dragons in the East, and that the Western dragon was the only dragon in the world, but I actually saw one. No, it's nothing, Gu Yuan said, thinking to himself that he had finally found a clue. And then, what does that dragon have to do with your increased cultivation speed? To be precise, it's not a living dragon, but something similar to when your red feather activates Phoenix Fall and spontaneously combusts. It's not a physical entity, but a conscious aggregate of spiritual energy, Night Wind said. It was engulfed in flames, which frightened away all the monsters within a radius of dozens of kilometers. When the storm subsided, I was blown to a reef, and I was in a coral cave on that reef. An underwater secret realm has been discovered, containing various cultivation resources. I was very young then, and when I told the people around me about it, many of them laughed at me. Some hunters even believed what I said was true. So they asked me to lead the way, but when I led them back once, we still couldn't find it. However, when many people said I was a fraud, just trying to lure paranormal enthusiasts to my house for a stay, my dad beat me up, telling me not to talk nonsense. Night Wind sighed as he finished speaking. Gu Yuan continued eating his sashimi, then said, Indeed, I've heard before that hotel owners across from European castles dress up as ghosts in the castles to scare people and attract tourists. Your family also runs a hotel, so it's normal for people to have these suspicions. Night Wind sighed. I was too young back then and didn't know that the tides could submerge islands and reefs, so when I led people to look for them, we couldn't find them. Later, in the summer when I was 16, I went to sea to the Shisha Islands again. Just as the tide was going out, I saw that island reef again. It was by relying on the special spiritual energy of that island reef that I cultivated. There, my state of mind improved incredibly fast, but I never saw a dragon again. Yi Feng looked at the dishes on the table and sighed. Maybe I'm just dehydrated. Those Western media outlets are right. There are no dragons in the East. There are no Eastern dragons in this world. That's just a totem. The real dragon is the Western wyvern. Maybe. Gu Yuan was a little full. He looked at Xiao Baihe and Yi Feng's fire spirit fox beside him. The two little guys had their bellies bulging and were drooping on the ground. Can you take me there tomorrow? The island you mentioned where you saw the dragon. Gu Yuan's words made Yi Feng break out in a sweat. Night Breeze shook his head and looked at the table. Recently, there have been reports of strange monsters appearing in the Shisha Islands. Going out to sea recklessly could easily lead to deaths. Why don't you come back in the summer? No, Gu Yuan continued. I need to gather as much relevant information as possible within these few days. On the second day of the second lunar month, the dragon raises its head. This is a traditional Eastern festival, but the date on this lunar calendar date has a special meaning. The date is mentioned repeatedly in the book, Lu Bowen Cuts the Dragon Vein. If there's even a 1 in 10,000 chance that you'll happen to be there, it's best to do it on that date. This is because this date is the day when the true dragon is born, and Lu Bowen chose the second day of the second lunar month each year to slay the dragon and gouge out its eyes. Night Breeze hesitated, looking at Gu Yuan's determined eyes, and recalled the journey they had taken together when they were teammates. and how this guy always managed to create miracles. All right, I'll help you with this. By the way, where's my sister? It'll be safer to bring her along. That girl, don't underestimate her just because she's only a first-grade beast tamer. Her only pet, the sea sprite, is very useful, and that little girl is an expert on the sea. Ocean hunting is different from hunting in the wilderness. Monsoons, waves, the habits of monsters, the direction of water currents, warm currents, and cold currents are all things that need to be paid attention to. My sister's tan skin is from sunbathing at sea. She won't die so easily. As he spoke, Yifeng opened the door to his room. When the door opened, they saw a wheat-colored girl lying in a pool of blood on the ground. She got up, blood dripping from her eyes and mouth, a knife stuck in her lower abdomen, and crawled towards the direction of the night wind. She was dressed in flowing white robes, her hair disheveled, looking like a female ghost from a movie. Brother, I'm dead. It's all your fault for bullying me. I'll make you pay with your life. A ghost. Yifeng was so frightened that he jumped up on the spot, ran backward, and broke through the second-floor window to jump out. Gu Yuan looked at Yiyu, blinked, and said, "You've gone a bit too far." Yiyu tossed the model knife aside and playfully ate the tomato juice on her lower abdomen. Brother Gu, thank you for telling me that my brother used to be afraid of ghosts. If he keeps nagging me every day to study hard and be like him, I'll be so happy. I'll scare him. Yiyu made a motion like a fierce ghost pouncing on its prey, waving her hands in the air like claws. And so, the night passed without further incident. The next morning, Yifeng took Gu Yuan to their family's dock. Gu Yuan had assumed that the boat Yifeng was referring to was a rather dilapidated small fishing boat. However, the ship was incredibly large, over 80 meters long, and made entirely of metal, equipped with an ocean-going engine. Chapter 199: A Trip to the Dongsha Islands. It's really surprising that your family owns an ocean-going fishing boat. Gu Yuan looked at the white, 80-meter-long ship with 2 interior rooms and small harpoon guns. Yes, this fishing boat is the most expensive asset in my family. If it weren't for renting out the fishing boat to various beast tamers, my mother wouldn't have had enough money to send me to study in Guangzhou. Is renting out fishing boats really that profitable? Gu Yuan wondered. No, Night Wind replied righteously. In the South China Sea, there are too many monsters, especially at the beginning of the year. After spring arrives, the ocean currents move frequently, and the monsters become even more ferocious. Few people go hunting during this season, but daring hunters often try to take advantage of the situation to seize resources, and no one dares to act as a guide. They would choose to rent a boat to go out to sea, but none of them came back alive. So our family relied on collecting deposits to rent out 20-meter speedboats, and that was it. We used the deposit to buy a 30-meter speedboat, then rented it out, and then used the deposit to buy a 40-meter speedboat. This is already our family's 8th boat. When Gu Yuan heard this, cold sweat poured down his forehead. Is it possible to do it like this? So, your family only sent you to study in Guangzhou because they didn't have the money? Gu Yuan also raised his head. Night Breeze nodded. Yes, my family is poor. Even though we only had enough money to send one child to study in a big city, they still chose me. I must take on this responsibility. My younger sister will be a senior in high school next year, and this is the first time I've felt this empowered. I'm going to take any risks on this voyage. I want to hunt monsters, earn money, and send my sister to study in Guangzhou. Gu Yuan nodded when he heard this. All right, according to the hunter's rules, the prize money is divided according to rank. I'm rank 3, you're rank 2, and your sister is rank 1. If we hunt a monster, I'll take half, and you and your sister will take 2/6 and 1/6 respectively. The atmosphere was somewhat heavy, and everyone felt as if they were about to face death. Gu Yuan wanted to ease the tension. So, your ship is new, right? Giving the ship a woman's name will bring good luck. As Gu Yuan spoke, he looked at Yifeng and asked, what name should we give her? How about we use the one we looked at during our study session last night? Yifeng smiled slightly. Last night, Gu Yuan and Yifeng not only talked about dragons, but also exchanged views on the issue of acquiring resources for cultivation. They also exchanged study materials, each holding their own opinion on their treasured possessions, and debated endlessly. But in the end, they found common ground in the same collection. And so, Gu Yuan painted a name on the ship. The little girl, Yiyu, looked at the ship's name with a puzzled expression, her head full of question marks. Gu Yuan stood at the bow of the boat, gazing into the distance. Night Wind pressed the start button, and a roar came from the cabin, followed by a shout. Tsubasa Amain launch. The fishing boat sped off into the distance. Just after Gu Yuan set sail, another ship quietly followed. This was Gu Yuan's first time sailing out to sea, and before him stretched a vast expanse of ocean and sky. Before them stretched a vast expanse of blue, where the water met the sky, rippling gently and reflecting the sunlight that illuminated the faces of the 3 high school students. We'll be out of Anjia's magic array in about a nautical mile, Night Wind said. Gu Yuan nodded. This world was very different from the world Gu Yuan lived in. Many beautiful wild scenic areas in the world where Gu Yuan used to live have become dangerous areas due to the appearance of monsters. The Shisha Islands are also within China's sphere of influence. However, only a few islands have a few simple magic circles for beast tamers to rest and stay temporarily. The vast sea areas in the middle are dangerous places, without the protection of the protective array. Moreover, the ratings are all in red, and some are even in black. Gu Yuan was fishing idly when he reached the edge of the Anjia Formation, just a few hundred meters away. Gu Yuan saw a fishing boat following them. Gu Yuan looked at the fishing boat with some doubt. Are there other people going to the Shisha Islands too? Suddenly, 6 or 7 black ships appeared in Gu Yuan's field of vision. These ships were completely different from ordinary ships. In front of them were sharp rams, and behind them were black launchers. The stern was connected by chains and barbs with steel locks. Not good. Night Wind abruptly turned the ship around and headed west. These guys are pirates. Just as the Tsubasa Amain was turning, it was struck. The seawater on the surface formed a huge cage, trapping the Tsubasa Amain inside. Hello, Phoenix Tamer. Gu Yuan turned his head and saw that the person who came was a burly man wearing a one-eyed mask, but his body was somewhat fat and covered with excess fat. Please allow me to introduce myself first. My name is Luo Yonghao, and I am the leader of the Hammer Pirate Gang. Hammer. Gu Yuan thought to himself, why don't you name yourself Hammer? Humph. Luo Yonghao looked at Gu Yuan. Listen up, Black Lotus Gang. Last week, on the dark web, they increased your bounty from 500 million to 5 billion, paid directly in US dollars. Interesting. Gu Yuan nodded. My head is worth more than the entire value of a listed company. For a fleeting moment, Gu Yuan even considered insurance fraud, such as figuring out a way to create another head from the bracelet, then take it to the Black Lotus Gang to collect the money. However, Gu Yuan thought about it and realized that it wouldn't work. The bracelet could only be used to recreate things that it had disassembled. If his head was disassembled, wouldn't he die? Yu exclaimed, watching the shadows darting rapidly underwater. These are Blackheart sharks. Gu Yuan lowered his head and examined the largest one, which belonged to Luo Yonghao. Race, Blackheart shark. Attributes, water, dark. Level, 44. Rank, rare. Description, dark type and aquatic sharks that frequently appear in the ocean because their appearance is very similar to that of ordinary sharks. Furthermore, Blackheart sharks are extremely aggressive, move freely in the deep sea, are good at hiding, and are inexpensive and easy to buy. Therefore, he became a partner of many pirates. Combat skills, serrated bite, human rank, wave impact, yellow rank, water wave impact, earth rank. Inscribed combat skill, water cage, earth rank. Although these sharks are generally only level 10 or 20. However, this number is quite remarkable. These 39 beast tamers include those of the first and second ranks. Beneath the hull of the Tsubasa Amain, hundreds of such sharks are lurking, ready to pounce. Luo Yonghao was also a third-grade beast tamer. His 3 pets were all Blackheart sharks, with levels of 32, 38, and 44 respectively. You have nowhere to run. With that, 3 Blackheart sharks of varying sizes lined up in front of Luo Yonghao on the water. Medium shark, great shark, mega shark, charge. Slaughter them. Chapter 200 The Blackheart Shark Pirate Crew. What the hell? Gu Yuan looked at the 3 sharks of different sizes. Aren't these just small sharks, medium sharks, and large sharks? Why do you call them medium sharks, large sharks, and super large sharks? Cold sweat dripped down Gu Yuan's forehead. I don't know. They probably wanted to make their Blackheart shark fighters seem stronger. The Night Wind spoke thus. Immediately afterward, Yi Feng charged straight ahead, raising his right hand high, summoning his 2 fire attribute spirit pets. After landing, the fire spirit fox quickly sprayed out surging sparks in all directions, while the fire spirit bird accelerated in midair and flew directly out of the water cage. The 2 pets of the Night Wind were indeed quite powerful, and the fire spirit bird broke through the water cage. Night Wind's fire spirit fox had raised its head and suddenly spewed out a burst of flames. However, Luo Yonghao quickly placed his right hand on the hull of the ship. Activate the water-trapping spirit array. At this moment, Gu Yuan also noticed it with surprise. These warships were all decorated with special magic arrays, and the members of the Hammer Pirate Gang were not just an ordinary rabble. They were swift in action and had a clear division of labor. They quickly dispersed in all directions, simultaneously launching the grappling hooks from the stern of their warships. Their pirate ship thus firmly held back the Tsubasa remain from all sides. The distances between these ships are all pre-designed. At the same time, Luo Yonghao also took out a special soul artifact, a mirror. This is the soul weapon that our pirate crew is so proud of, the water-trapping spirit mirror. At this moment, the seawater rapidly converged towards the mirror in his hand. Finally, the spiritual energy dispersed from the mirror and eventually flowed into its surface. The water flowed towards the center, forming a gradually contracting whirlpool. Finally, the vortex mark appeared on the medium shark, the great shark, and the super shark. The three sharks simultaneously unleashed their Earth-rank combat skills, Water Wave Impact. The water surged and rushed towards the Tsubasa remain. Night Wind sensed the danger and ordered its Fire Spirit Fox and Fire Spirit Bird to unleash their full power to spew flames forward. However, Fire Attribute is still too easily countered by Water Attribute, and Yifeng is only a second-grade beast tamer, unable to compete with the third-grade Luo Yonghao. With a bang, amidst the steam from the explosion, both of Yifeng's Fire Attribute pets were thrown out and crashed heavily onto the deck. The deck was almost smashed to pieces. Fire Spirit Bird, Fire Spirit Fox. Night Wind knelt on the ground. It's over, Yiyu exclaimed as she watched as her brother's two pets were defeated by the enemy leader alone. His henchmen, however, haven't taken any real action yet. They're just watching and laughing. It's over, we're no match for these pirates. Just as Yiyu was crying and at a loss, Luo Yonghao, however, burst into laughter. We brothers are experts at sea robbery. In the past 30 years, no ship has ever escaped from our robbery formation. Luo Yonghao twisted his neck. Even a fourth-grade beast tamer couldn't possibly escape from our encirclement. Then, Luo Yonghao walked forward step by step until he reached the bow of the ship. All Blackheart sharks, heed my command. Move together, use the power of the Horcruxes, and sink their ship in one fell swoop. Luo Yonghao's orders reached the ears of all the pirates. The pirates immediately roared with excitement. Ha 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 ha. Okay, I'll follow Boss Luo's orders. Blackheart Shark, use Water Strike. At this moment, more Blackheart Sharks emerged from the water, opening their mouths full of sharp teeth, their target the large ship in front of them. Yes, sir. 3 mere high school students dare to come to our high seas. Kill them. At this moment, Yiyu felt hopeless. She held her head and squatted on the deck of the warship, weeping bitterly. However, Yifeng's eyes shifted to Gu Yuan. Damn it, he clearly wanted to show off. Yifeng remained silent, while Gu Yuan raised 2 fingers of his right hand in the air, making a pointing gesture to the right. For a moment, all the pirates, including Luo Yonghao, who were wary of Gu Yuan, shrank back in fear. Look to the right. This guy is called the half-human, half-ghost Phoenix Tamer by the Black Lotus Gang's leaders. He must feel he can't beat us because of our overwhelming strength, so he's resorting to tricks. Since it's a clever trick, it must be looking to the left, not the right. So the Hammer Pirates were terrified, looking around anxiously, extremely flustered, wary of every detail, wondering if something strange might happen. However, at this very moment, the red feather fell from the sky and landed on Gu Yuan's 2 fingers. The moment the red feather landed on Gu Yuan's finger, the spiritual energy it generated surged like a raging fire, soaring into the sky. The flames spread outwards. For a moment, the pirates on these fishing boats were all stunned. At this moment, the soaring heat actually boiled the seawater in this area. Steam rose continuously from the sea surface. The sharks floating on it rolled around a few times before dying, completely boiled over. For a moment, the pirates present were stunned. So, his gesture just now wasn't pointing anywhere. It was simply to give his phoenix a place to land. The pirates were all shocked. How could this guy be so powerful, with just a slight wave of his hand? By letting his phoenix land on his finger, he instantly killed all of their pets. This is terrifying. This strength is terrifying. Yiyu looked at Gu Yuan, then at her brother Yifeng. Brother, I want to apologize to you. Yes, I accept your apology. Night Wind said quietly. Night Rain was so shocked that he muttered to himself. So many pirates, and a high-level soul weapon. They were all wiped out in less than a second. This is simply unbelievable. No, brother, you're too weak. It's just that Brother Gu's pet is ridiculously strong. Having lost all his beloved pets, the Hammer Pirate wanted to escape. But then it was seen that Gu Yuan had already summoned Qi Shui. Qi Shui suddenly looked up. Just moments ago, the entire sea area was steaming, as hot as boiling oil. However, Qi Shui suddenly blew down a blast of cold air. The sea surface froze. All the warships were grounded due to the rapid freezing. In just a moment, the seawater was boiled, and now, in another moment, all the seawater has been frozen into ice. The pirates were dumbfounded. Is this really something a high school student could do? Then, the pirates raised a white flag, a symbol of surrender.